Beijing, a frigid locale, is sparsely populated yet boasts a unique biological chain. Among its inhabitants is the formidable Shao, a creature adorned with a base of white fur embellished with brown spots. Despite its fierce appearance, its coat offers an extraordinary warmth. At this moment, a Shao, in pursuit of sustenance, gazes curiously at a peculiar creature lying motionless on the ground. Typically, Shao do not consume the deceased, yet hunger compels this one to reconsider such a waste. The Shao extends its long tongue to caress the face of this unfamiliar being, prompting an unexpected reaction from the lifeless body, which suddenly emits an odd sound. Hee, Shao Ye, don't mess around. Wasn't last night enough? Shao Ye, with his short hair and delicate features clad in thin pajamas, remains unaware of his current predicament, still believing he is nestled in the warmth of his bed. However, the biting cold soon jolts him to reality. As he utters a phrase, Shao Ye rapidly discerns something amiss. His room is excessively cold, and the once comfortable bed has turned icy and rigid. Assuming it to be a prank by Shao Ye, who has never engaged in such malicious mischief, he suddenly opens his eyes, only to be met not by her sweet visage but by the menacing face of the Shao, complete with fangs and a fur-covered body. In that moment of mutual recognition, the Shao realizes this strange creature before it is not deceased and can thus be consumed, while Shao Ye comprehends that he is no longer in his familiar world. The tiger appears intent on making him its next meal. Hello there. Shao Ye manages an awkward yet polite smile in greeting the Shao. Oblivious to the strange creature's words, the Shao is solely focused on its desire for food. With a terrifying display of its long fangs, it lunges toward Shao, yet in a surprising turn. Shao Ye's demeanor sharpens, and instead of retreating, he advances, seizing the Shao by the neck, his muscles tensing as he exerts force. The Shao's eyes roll back, the ferocity draining from its form as it collapses, legs thrashing momentarily before yielding to stillness. Releasing his grip, Shao Ye rises, breathing heavily as he regains his composure, not from exhaustion, but from sheer fright, for who would not be startled to awaken to a tiger? Before them, gazing at his hands, Shao Ye notices subtle changes in his body. His skin appears more delicate, and he suspects he has regressed in age. Have I become younger? Surveying his surroundings, he observes the bare rocky hills, confirming this is not his original world, as such terrain does not exist in his previous realm. The realization of having traversed to another world brings him immense sorrow, particularly as he has only known his girlfriend Shao Ye for a few days, their tender moments. Abruptly severed by the forces of fate. Overwhelmed with heartache, Shao Ye kneels, clutching his chest as he quietly weeps. An hour later, beside a large stone pot, Shao Ye salivates as he awaits the simmering black blood soup. Once a renowned adventurer, he understands that what is lost. One must live in the present. With this in mind, he prioritizes filling his stomach, effortlessly handling the preparation of ingredients, which, as fate would have it, are sourced from the recently dispatched Shao. The stone pot, easily fashioned from the nearby rocks, poses no challenge, while gathering firewood proves more arduous, though he eventually locates some in a nearby grove. As the black blood soup nears readiness, an urgent need arises within Shao Ye. Unable to endure, he leaps over the small rocky hills and makes his way into the grove to relieve himself. The not inquire why Shao Ye does not simply resolve his need on the spot. He is neither a savage nor an animal. Although there are no toilets here, he seeks a suitable place for such matters. Feeling refreshed after washing his hands with frost-laden branches, Shao Ye prepares to return when a glimmer of gold catches his eye. Oh, could it be that fortune favors me, allowing me to stumble upon gold? How lucky can I be? Though uncertain of this new world's nature, he assumes gold should hold value everywhere. Bending down, he discovers it is not gold, but a translucent amber crystal sphere. Gazing at the 5 stars within the crystal, Shao Ye feels an inexplicable familiarity, as if he has encountered this sphere before. How strange. I seem to recall having seen this somewhere. Returning to the stone pot, he indulges in the meat while pondering the crystal. Despite his extensive travels and exposure to myriad wonders, he cannot immediately recollect the significance of the 5-star sphere. Having consumed the entire pot of black blood soup, Shao Ye remains puzzled by the crystal as he prepares to leave the frigid landscape for a more comfortable realm. Suddenly, the sound of an engine draws his attention as a vintage beetle approaches, and Shao Ye feels a surge of joy. This signifies a relatively advanced technological level in this world, perhaps suggesting a lifestyle comparable to his previous existence. As the car halts before him, a blue-haired girl, seemingly just 15 or 16, disembarks. She possesses a striking appearance, tall, youthful, and vibrant, aligning perfectly with Shao Ye's aesthetic preferences. As Shao Ye contemplates approaching her, he notices her gaze fixated on the crystal sphere in his hand. Realizing her interest, he raises the sphere, prompting her eyes to follow its movement. Seeing her apparent fascination, Shao Ye's eyes curve into crescent shapes, a smile gracing his face as he inquires, "Are you interested in this?" Startled from her reverie, the girl turns her attention to the slightly shorter yet handsome young man before her, her heart racing as she feels an unexpected attraction. I truly desire that Dragon Ball. Could you give it to me?" Upon hearing the term Dragon Ball, Shao Ye suddenly recalls its significance. Disregarding the girl's eager gaze, he examines the crystal sphere in his hand, astonished to discover it is indeed the five-star sphere. Chapter 2. The Unexpected Encounter. Why is that handsome young man staring at the Dragon Ball in a daze? Could it be that he has uncovered the secret of the Dragon Ball? What if he refuses to grant my wish? I still have unfulfilled desires. As Bulma observed Shao Ye, who was fixated on the Dragon Ball, and ignoring her, she felt a sudden wave of panic. Yet, when she gazed upon his handsome face, she hesitated to disturb him. In fact, at that moment, she contemplated whether there was even a need to seek out other Dragon Balls. It seemed that the wish she longed for was right before her. Although the charming young man appeared somewhat shorter, they seemed to be of similar age, and she hoped he would grow taller in the future. However, despite having this captivating young man before her, Bulma, ever the cautious one, still felt inclined to search for the other Dragon Balls, perhaps even to deepen her relationship with this handsome stranger along the way. With that thought, she mustered the courage to ask Shao Ye, handsome, could you possibly give me the Dragon Ball?" Shao Ye, jolted back to reality by Bulma's inquiry, looked at the young lady before him and immediately recognized her as Bulma. Although years had passed, he had retained a vague recollection of the plot surrounding the Dragon Balls. He quickly realized the anomaly. Why was Bulma the only one present in this frigid location? Surely, she should have been accompanied by that pig and Goku. Though puzzled, Shao Ye refrained from questioning her directly. Instead, holding the Dragon Ball aloft, he said, "You may have this Dragon Ball, but you must agree to one condition." Knowing the significance of the Dragon Ball, Shao Ye was eager to ascertain how his strength compared to Goku's. Although he was uncertain of Goku's whereabouts, he was confident that accompanying Bulma would lead him to find him. However, Bulma misconstrued Shao Ye's words, her heart fluttering with excitement. She clasped her hand to her chest, blushing as she lowered her head, stealing glances at the handsome Shao Ye. With a shy voice, she stammered, "Well, I suppose I can agree to one condition. But you mustn't go too far." Shao Ye, who had been immersed in thoughts of how to confront Goku, instantly understood Bulma's thoughts as he observed her bashful demeanor. His expression morphed into a comical one as he realized that she was clearly smitten with him. Regaining his composure, Shao Ye adopted a cool demeanor and addressed Bulma. "Hello, beautiful lady. My condition is simple. You only need to be my girlfriend." As he raised an eyebrow in a flirtatious manner, his striking appearance instantly captivated Bulma's heart. I'm not quite ready. I just woke up and haven't even brushed my teeth. Isn't this a bit too fast? We barely know each other." Bulma replied shyly. Her bashful demeanor spoke volumes. Although Shao Ye was aware that Bulma would eventually end up with Vegeta, he noted that Vegeta was not present at this moment. If he had any objections, he should show up and intervene. Counting to 3 and seeing that Vegeta did not appear, Shao Ye took it as a tacit approval from Vegeta for Bulma to be his girlfriend and approached her with a smile, gently wrapping his arm around her waist. He leaned closer and said, "Beautiful lady, my name is Shao Ye. What is yours?" Facing Shao Ye's handsome visage so near, Bulma felt dizzy and flushed. She replied in a barely audible voice, I'm Bulma." Though her voice was faint, Shao Ye heard her clearly. With a slight smile, he drew closer, declaring, "Now that we have been introduced, Bulma, you are officially my girlfriend." As Shao Ye's face inched closer, and she felt his warm breath and strong arms enveloping her. Even in the cold, Bulma felt as if she might faint from the intensity of this charming man's warmth. After a long, passionate kiss, Shao Ye finally released Bulma's soft lips. Looking at her dazed expression with a sense of pride, he said, "With this mark, you are now my girlfriend." Bulma, blushing, buried her face in his embrace. She had anticipated that her quest for the Dragon Balls would lead her to a Prince Charming, and now, before her was a handsome man who surpassed her expectations. She felt as if the heavens had truly favored her. Holding Bulma's delicate form, Shao Ye had not expected to have encroached upon Vegeta's territory so soon after arriving in this world. He smirked at his own mischief. Handing the 5-star Dragon Ball to Bulma, he casually inquired, "What is the purpose of this Dragon Ball? Why are you searching for it?" Bulma paused, her hand hovering over the storage bag. Initially, her wish had been to find a Prince Charming, but now, with Shao Ye as her boyfriend, she felt no need to continue her quest for the Dragon Balls. However, being the clever girl she was, she decided to keep her true thoughts to herself. With a glint in her eye, she replied, "This is a Dragon Ball. Legend has it that gathering all 7 can grant any wish. However, since my wish has already been fulfilled, I would like to collect the Dragon Balls with you, to grant you a wish." Though Shao Ye understood Bulma's true desire, her words stirred feelings of affection within him. Bulma was indeed remarkable, so beautiful and considerate. He could not fathom why Yansha had let her slip away. "Is that so? But I don't have any wishes left to fulfill either, as my desires have also been realized," Shao Ye said, gazing affectionately at Bulma, moving her deeply. As Bulma held Shao Ye's warm hand, she was about to speak when she noticed that he was merely clad in a simple pair of pajamas. Surprised, she pulled his hand back toward the vehicle and said, "It's so cold here. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you afraid of freezing?" Bulma's concern for him made Shao Ye resolve that as long as he was in this world, he would ensure she remained unharmed. "Don't worry. Although I'm not a martial artist, my physique is robust. This chill poses no threat to me," Shao Ye reassured her with a shake of his head. Upon hearing the term martial artist, Bulma's eyes lit up. "Right, martial artists. I've heard tales of incredibly powerful martial artists in this world. How about I wish for you to become the strongest in this realm?" "The strongest in the world?" Shao Ye's expression uncontrollably morphed into a comical visage, leaving Bulma momentarily stunned. Hesitantly, she asked, You don't like that idea?" At her query, Shao Ye's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "I am already the strongest," he asserted, adding silently, "at least in terms of the current state of Earth." Then, looking at Bulma, he added, "But I wouldn't mind becoming even stronger." His words were laced with ulterior motives, as he sought to deepen their bond during their quest for the Dragon Balls. Little did he know, his intentions aligned perfectly with Bulma's own aspirations. Chapter 3. A thrilling adventure sitting in the passenger seat. Shao Ye donned a stylish fluffy coat that Bulma had provided. Although it fit him well, it was, after all, a woman-esque garment. And despite his insistence that he could manage with a coat made from the fur of a snow tiger, he couldn't help but appreciate Bulma's thoughtful gesture. Regardless of the circumstances, Bulma was insistent that Shao Ye wear her feathered garment. Given Bulma's unwavering determination, Shao Ye had no choice but to comply, thinking that he would simply remove it once they departed from this frigid region. As they drove, Bulma secretly admired the transformation of Shao Ye, who appeared almost like a different person in her attire. Bored, Shao Ye turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, did you come out here alone to search for the Dragon Balls?" "Yes, indeed," Bulma replied, snapping back to reality from her reverie upon witnessing Shao Ye's handsome visage turn into something more beautiful. She promptly adjusted her posture to focus on driving while answering his question. "How long have you been out here alone? Aren't you afraid of encountering bad people?" Shao Ye's concern filled Bulma with delight. Stealing another glance at him, she responded, "I've only been out for less than a month, and besides, didn't I meet you, my boyfriend?" Giggling as she spoke. However, Shao Ye was far from sharing Bulma's optimism. He understood that while the world might seem peaceful for a warrior like him, it could very well be akin to hell for a young girl like Bulma. Fortunately, Bulma had encountered him, and he could ensure her safety. Nevertheless, this world is still perilous. For your safety, it would be wise to carry a weapon, he advised. He knew that conventional firearms would be of little threat to martial artists. Yet during this period, warriors were still scarce, and possessing a gun could deter many dangers. Bulma, however, did not share his perspective. To her, Shao Ye's ability to traverse the icy expanse of Beiji Gu in such light attire was sufficient proof of his strength. Playfully, she said, Didn't you claim to be the strongest person in this world? With you around, I fear nothing. Generally, such playful banter between lovers proved effective, yet it fell flat with Shao Ye, who yearned for more than fleeting joy. He sought a lifelong companion. Had he not arrived alone, and if Shao Ye had accompanied him, it was likely he would not have developed feelings for Bulma. But with Shao Ye absent, Bulma naturally became his foremost affection. Although he believed Bulma would be fine on her journey, he pondered the improbability of needing to summon Shenlong for her revival. No, you must carry a weapon for self-defense, even if it's just a small handgun. No matter how powerful I am, there are moments I might overlook. And in such cases, you must protect yourself, for I do not wish to lose you. Listening to Shao Ye's earnest and heartfelt words, Bulma felt a profound love emanating from the man she had known for merely 2 hours, a love that seemed to have existed for ages, only now surfacing within her consciousness. All right, my warm-hearted boyfriend, I promise to buy a weapon for self-defense. Bulma replied with a sweet smile. Suddenly, recalling something, she produced a pocket watch-like device, pressed a few buttons, and frowned. But if we deviate from our original route, we'll have to travel several hundred miles extra. A few hundred miles is a minor inconvenience. Your safety is paramount, Shao Ye assured, placing his hand on Bulma's delicate shoulder. Feeling the warmth radiating from his hand, Bulma leaned into him, saying, "Okay, I will heed your advice." On the third night, as they journeyed towards a large city, a group of shadowy figures approached the small capsule home where they were staying. Shao Ye, awakened by the sound of shattering glass, opened his eyes to find an intruder entering their abode. Though cloaked in darkness, the long knife in the intruder's hand gleamed ominously. Groggy from sleep, Bulma too awoke to the sight of the intruder brandishing the knife, and let out a piercing scream. Before the figure could reach her, Shao Ye lunged forward and struck the shadow, sending him flying out of the room. After ensuring Bulma remained inside, Shao Ye stepped outside. Upon exiting, he discovered their small dwelling was surrounded by a dozen burly figures. Without waiting for Shao Ye to speak, the brutish man across from him wielding a large knife shouted, "Kid, we from Gang Yashan have set our sights on your universal capsule. Hand over all your capsules if you know what's good for you, or else." Before he could finish, Shao Ye leapt forward, delivering a punch that sent the man's head spinning 3 times. The other bandits, witnessing this, raised their knives and charged at Shao Ye, who coldly regarded them and declared, "Since you are unwilling to flee, let me send you to your demise." With that, his figure flickered, and the bandits failed to even graze his clothing. Amid their cries, they all met their end. As Shao Ye dusted off non-existent dirt from his clothes, preparing to return to sleep, Bulma's voice called out from within the capsule, Shao Ye, save me." Startled, Shao Ye rushed back inside, only to see Bulma emerging in her nightgown, followed closely by a burly man with a mouth full of steel teeth, who pressed a gun to Bulma's head, commanding, "Kid, hurry up and commit suicide, or I will kill this girl." Suicide? How absurd. If he were to take his own life, Bulma would surely suffer the consequences. Yet, with Bulma in his grasp, Shao Ye understood that despite his unmatched speed, he could not outpace a bullet fired at such close range. Thus, the priority was to stabilize the situation. Raising his hands to signal the brute to refrain from acting rashly, he said, "All right, I will commit suicide. But please do not harm Bulma." Upon hearing Shao Ye's willingness to take such drastic measures for her, Bulma panicked, disregarding the gun pointed at her head as she urged, "No, Shao Ye, he is deceiving you. Don't believe him." The steel-toothed bandit pressed the gun harder against her temple, growling, "Girl, do you wish to die?" Shao Ye quickly intervened, calming the agitated brute. Wait, just let me take my life. Do not harm her. Hurry up, or my patience will wear thin." The bandit snarled. The bandit understood the girl was merely a pawn to threaten Shao Ye. He had no intention of actually pulling the trigger, as he was well aware that killing Bulma would lead to his own demise. Slowly picking up a long knife from the ground, Shao Ye looked at Bulma and reassured her, "Bulma, trust me, I will ensure your safety." Witnessing Shao Ye's readiness to sacrifice himself for her, Bulma felt a mixture of love and sorrow, tears streaming down her face. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up," the bandit shouted, turning his gun towards Shao Ye. Seizing the opportunity he had been waiting for, Shao Ye acted without hesitation, throwing the knife, which pierced the bandit's eye and exited through the back of his head. However, even in his final moments, the bandit managed to pull the trigger. Shao Ye's greatest fear had materialized, as he anticipated the bullet would be aimed at Bulma. Yet, As the bullet was merely a centimeter from his forehead, he effortlessly pinched it between two fingers. With panic still coursing through her, Bulma broke free from the bandit's grasp and rushed over to him. Upon seeing the bullet held between his fingers, she could no longer contain her emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. Discarding the bullet, Shao Ye embraced Bulma, fully aware that this unfortunate event stemmed from his decision to divert her from their original path. Shao Ye was uncertain about how many more unexpected events Bulma would endure since his arrival in this world. The only thing he could do was to remain steadfastly by her side, safeguarding her from such occurrences. Chapter 4. The combative little Wukong. Having learned from previous experiences, Bulma purchased a small handgun from a weapons store and fastened it at her waist. She turned to Shao Ye and said, "Now I have a means to protect myself. You can rest easy now." Shao Ye leaned his forehead against hers and replied, "I don't want you to leave my side. If that were to happen, I would be heartbroken." Upon hearing these words, Bulma felt her heart melt. However, Shao Ye continued, "But this feathered attire is far too conspicuous. I need a set of clothes that I truly like." After planting a playful kiss on Shao Ye's cheek, Bulma wrapped her arms around him and declared, "All right. Whatever style you desire, I shall procure it for you." Hearing Bulma's words made Shao Ye feel somewhat like a freeloader. As the renowned adventurer king, he had always earned his keep through hard work. He coughed lightly and said, "Well, how about you pay this time, and I'll reimburse you when I have the funds." Bulma looked at him in surprise, realizing that her warm-hearted boyfriend still harbored traces of traditional masculinity. Nevertheless, she didn't mind, as her family was quite affluent. "All right, my masculine boyfriend. Whenever you have the money, you can pay me back," she teased. Shao Ye provided Bulma with an experience she had never encountered before, which only heightened her attraction toward him. Upon exiting the clothing store, Shao Ye transformed from his previous sleepwear and feathered attire into a sleek ensemble of black leather jacket and pants, complemented by sturdy black shoes. This attire accentuated his tall, slender figure and restored some of his adventurer king aura. After appraising the now more handsome Shao Ye, Bulma felt that something was amiss. Soon, her eyes lit up upon noticing his face, and she eagerly led him to a shop selling glasses. After selecting a pair of sunglasses for him, Bulma placed them on his face, instantly revealing a stern and aloof Shao Ye before her. Delighted by the sudden elevation in his demeanor, Bulma joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, "Hee hee, this is the essence of my masculine boyfriend." Shao Ye chuckled as he removed the sunglasses, aware that they enhanced his demeanor. Yet he found them cumbersome for both adventures and battles. Stowing the sunglasses away, he took Bulma's hand and said, "All right, let us continue our journey." "Indeed," Bulma nodded, retrieving her universal capsule, from which she produced a small car. This vehicle was significantly faster than the previous Beetle. Once they were inside, Shao Ye curiously inquired, "Bulma, you should be in middle school now, right? Considering the time, there's a month left until September when school starts. Do you have ample time to search for the Dragon Balls?" While driving, Bulma replied, "Not quite. Our school begins in October, so we have 2 months to spare. We are certainly well prepared." "October, you say?" Shao Ye murmured, having lost track of academic schedules due to his long absence from school. Upon learning that Bulma had only just embarked on her quest for the Dragon Balls, Shao Ye had anticipated encountering Wukong soon. However, to his surprise, they drove for an entire month before reaching Baozi Mountain. Although their relationship had blossomed during this month, Shao Ye remained steadfast in adhering to his boundaries. Even when Bulma made requests, he would gently refuse, citing her youth as a reason, which left her feeling quite frustrated. This situation was unavoidable. Despite Shao Ye having accepted Bulma as his girlfriend, she was still a mere 15 or 16 years old, and such matters were still a tad premature for her. They had mutually agreed to wait until she turned 18 before proceeding with those intimate matters. Despite Bulma's lingering disappointment, she recognized her boyfriend's care for her and reluctantly acquiesced. In her frustration, Bulma took to speeding in the car atop Baozi Mountain. Although Shao Ye was aware that little Wukong could appear at any moment, he felt a sense of luck, having wasted time prior. He offered Bulma a few gentle words of caution, but did not actively stop her from her reckless driving. Ironically, the more one attempts to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. In a moment of inattention, Bulma suddenly spun the steering wheel, and before Shao Ye could react, the car rolled several times, ultimately landing on its side. Fortunately, the vehicle did not explode. Otherwise, while Shao Ye might have emerged unscathed, Bulma would have faced dire consequences. As Bulma emerged from the overturned window, She gazed at the blue-clad child who had been tossed aside, yet appeared unharmed, and exclaimed, "You're still alive." Indeed, the child she had collided with was son Wukong, also known as Kakarot, a scion boy. Rising to his feet, Wukong glared at the audacious vehicle that dared to strike him. Just as he prepared to retaliate against the car, Shao Ye leaped out, cradling Bulma in his arms. Seeing someone emerge from the monster, Wukong paused in astonishment, exclaiming, "There's someone else inside. You must have devoured many people." He brandished his golden staff, ready to exact revenge on the vehicle, but Shao Ye intervened. "Little friend, please calm down." In response to the call, Wukong turned his gaze toward Shao Ye, asking, "Are you talking to me?" Shao Ye nodded and gestured for him to approach, saying, "Little friend, that is not a monster, it's a car. We apologize for hitting you." Bulma, overhearing Shao Ye's intention to apologize to the strange child, objected, tugging at his arm and whispering, "Shao Ye, it was that strange child who suddenly appeared. Why should we apologize?" Shao Ye, feeling helpless, understood that while he was now powerful, he was not one to blur the lines of right and wrong. Strength did not grant him the license to behave immorally, since they were at fault. What harm was there in offering an apology? Moreover, it was fortunate that it was Wukong and not an ordinary person. A collision with an ordinary individual could have been life-threatening. A mere apology sufficed. There was no reason to resist. After explaining to Bulma, she reluctantly agreed to apologize to little Wukong. However, just as Shao Ye managed to calm Bulma, Wukong, upon realizing that the monster was merely a tool and they were the culprits, pointed his staff at Shao Ye, saying, "Oh, so you intend to steal my prey? Prepare to face the consequences." With that, Wukong swung his staff menacingly towards Bulma, causing her to shriek and seek refuge in Shao Ye's embrace. With a swift movement, Shao Ye caught Wukong's staff barehanded and flung both Wukong and the weapon aside. He then addressed Wukong, "Little friend, do not be alarmed. We are not here to seize your prey." Shao Ye recognized that Wukong was merely 1 year younger than Bulma. However, given Wukong's height, which barely reached Bulma's waist, it was understandable why he appeared as a child. Though he had stumbled, Wukong quickly regained his footing and dusted himself off. Understanding that Shao Ye and Bulma were not there to take his food, he now harbored a desire to test his strength against Shao Ye. Despite having lost his ferocity after the fall, Wukong's combative spirit remained intact. He retracted his staff and challenged Shao Ye. "Even if you're not here to steal my prey, I still wish to engage you in a battle, for you are exceptionally strong, and I want to measure my prowess against yours." Chapter 5. The lecherous old man. "Ha, you wish to challenge me?" Had it been the adult Wukong, Shao Ye might have felt a twinge of headache, but the current Wukong, with a mere combat power of 20, did not wish to earn the reputation of bullying a child, for he was a renowned adventurer who cherished his reputation dearly. Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, the young Wukong mistakenly thought he had agreed, exclaiming joyfully, "Indeed, my staff cannot even handle such a large fish, yet you can easily block it. This signifies your strength, and thus I wish to challenge you." However, Shao Ye shook his head and replied, "You are too young. Let us speak again when you have grown stronger. As you are now, you are not my match." This statement not only displeased Wukong, but also drew a whisper of protest from Bulma, who tugged at his sleeve, urging, "Shao Ye, you ought to teach this peculiar child a lesson. He startled me by suddenly appearing, and a little reprimand will help him understand his limits." Listening to Bulma, Shao Ye felt somewhat exasperated. It seemed correcting her somewhat distorted worldview would not be accomplished in a day. "Humph, if you do not make a move, then I shall not hold back," declared the young Wukong, rushing forward to strike Shao Ye's face. Shao Ye, with a sense of resignation, effortlessly caught his hand and flung him away once more, this time with a bit more force. Wukong tumbled several times before landing but, unharmed, jumped back up, glaring at Shao Ye in anger. As he prepared to charge again, Shao Ye raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait, you are too weak right now. Would you be interested in traveling with us and gaining strength along the way?" Upon hearing the prospect of becoming stronger, Wukong paused, regarding Shao Ye with uncertainty. "Can you truly help me grow stronger?" Shao Ye corrected him, shaking his head. "It is not I who will make you stronger, but rather you will grow through your own realizations during our journey. So what do you say?" As Wukong pondered Shao Ye's words, Bulma pulled him aside, expressing her displeasure. "Shao Ye, why must we bring along such a strange child?" In truth, Bulma envisioned their journey as a romantic escapade for just the two of them, and the addition of a third person felt like an unwelcome intrusion. Though Shao Ye remained unaware of Bulma's thoughts, he still advised, "Bulma, you have seen the child's capabilities. While he may not match me at present, having another capable ally by your side would surely enhance your safety." Upon realizing that Shao Ye's intention to include the peculiar child was for her benefit, Bulma found herself at a loss for a retort, her heart swelling with affection for him. After some time, Yukong finally comprehended Shao Ye's meaning and nodded in agreement. "All right, as long as it helps me grow stronger, I shall accompany you." Following Yukong's consent, the trio exchanged names. Bulma then produced the Dragon Ball radar, revealing the location of the next Dragon Ball, which, unsurprisingly, was located in Yukong's home. Upon retrieving the Dragon Ball, which was a relic from his grandfather, Yukong expressed his reluctance to let Bulma keep it, insisting he would carry it himself. Although Bulma desperately needed this Dragon Ball to complete the set of 7, it was a matter to be addressed later. For now, allowing Yukong to keep it was acceptable. Just as they were about to set off after acquiring the Dragon Ball, Yukong's stomach growled loudly. While he was preparing the large fish he had caught, Shao Ye could not contain his drool. After excusing himself, he swiftly dashed into the forest and soon returned with a saber-toothed tiger slung over his shoulder. After processing the saber-toothed tiger and borrowing a large iron pot from Yukong's home, Shao Ye announced, "Today, you shall have the opportunity to taste the food of a true warrior." "What is a warrior?" Yukong queried, puzzled, while Bulma understood the concept. Witnessing Shao Ye prepare the saber-toothed tiger and the ingredients he used made her reconsider the notion of being a warrior. Perhaps it was better not to be one at all. Less than an hour later, the black blood soup was ready, and its aroma wafted through the air. As Bulma inhaled the enticing scent, she swallowed hard. Although the ingredients were not particularly impressive, the fragrance was undeniably alluring. Meanwhile, Yukong was drooling uncontrollably, his roasted fish suddenly losing its appeal as he approached Shao Ye, staring longingly at the large pot of black blood soup in silence. Noticing Yukong's longing gaze, Shao Ye chuckled and offered him a large piece of meat skewered on a stick, saying, "Come, try my culinary skills." Grasping the meat that was larger than his own body, Yukong happily took large bites. Shao Ye then turned to Bulma, offering her a piece as well. Although she initially appeared hesitant, after a moment's contemplation, she succumbed to temptation and accepted the meat. Soon, the entire pot of black blood soup was devoured by the three of them. Afterward, Bulma retrieved a small 4-seater vehicle in preparation for their departure. With a full belly, Yukong struggled to board the vehicle, only to realize he had forgotten to gather his belongings. After waiting another half hour, they finally set off. On the journey, after Shao Ye effortlessly dispatched a blocking bear monster with a single punch, he learned from Yukong that there were indeed monsters residing on Baozi Mountain, though they rarely appeared. Having lost some time during their meal, the sky darkened before they had traveled far. As night fell, and walking the mountain paths became perilous, Bulma produced a capsule containing a large house. This time, it was not a small dwelling that could easily be found by robbers. However, while bathing, Yukong's curiosity about Bulma's gender got the better of him. As he reached toward her groin, Shao Ye swiftly intervened with a firm slap. Under Bulma's furious glare, Shao Ye took the opportunity to educate this extraterrestrial child, saying, "One must not indiscriminately touch a girl's groin, and it is essential to respect girls. Such matters should have been taught to you by your grandfather." Upon hearing this, Yukong recalled, nodding, "Ah, so that is what a girl is." He scratched his head and looked at Bulma, stating, "So girls are really this weak? I never knew that before." Shao Ye gently patted Yukong's head, explaining, "She is not a martial artist, so naturally, she appears weaker." Yukong, understanding, exclaimed, "Oh, I see." After a night's rest, the following morning, while training outside, Yukong encountered a large sea turtle. As Shao Ye and Bulma hurried out, they discovered the turtle pleading with Yukong not to eat it. Yukong, torn over whether to consume this unfamiliar food, quickly sought Shao Ye and Bulma's opinions. The sea turtle, seeing them, crawled over, begging for mercy and promising that if they brought it to the seaside, it would reward them handsomely. After a discussion, Shao Ye ultimately decided to escort the sea turtle to the coast, knowing that it would summon the turtle sage, who possessed the Sank Singzu. Although Bulma was puzzled, seeing Shao Ye's determination, she chose to follow along. After waiting through the night, the trio indeed encountered the lecherous old man with a bald head, white beard, and sunglasses the following morning. Chapter 6, Acquiring the Jinduyan. Watching the old man, who leaned on a staff while standing atop the sea turtle, appearing rather lecherous. Although Shao Ye recognized him as one of the greatest martial artists in this world, seeing him in person revealed no signs of his formidable prowess. "Hello. Are you the ones who returned my little turtle?" The turtle sage greeted them warmly, leaving Shao Ye and the others momentarily taken aback by the elderly man's unexpected friendliness, realizing he was quite in tune with the contemporary spirit. After a moment of bewilderment, Bulma impatiently turned to Master Roshi and rudely extended her hand, demanding, "I heard you have gravity as a reward for our help, so hand it over." Although Master Roshi was quite elderly, Bulma showed no respect for her elders. She simply asked for a gift without hesitation. Shao also did not intervene, as he was curious to see how Master Roshi would respond. Master Roshi, caught off guard by Bulma's directness, chuckled awkwardly to mask his embarrassment before finally saying, "Very well, since you saved my pet. I shall grant you the immortal bird as a token of gratitude." With that, he pointed his staff skyward and shouted, "Come forth, immortal bird." However, after a prolonged silence filled only by the sound of the wind, there was no response. Just as Master Roshi began to wonder, the turtle quietly reminded him, "Master, you forgot that the immortal bird died 60 years ago after ingesting poison." Embarrassed by the reminder, Master Roshi scratched his bald head and chuckled, Right. I completely forgot about that. In that case, let me choose something else." As the group exchanged glances, Master Roshi called out for the Nimbus cloud, and soon a yellow cloud appeared, trailing a long streak as it rushed towards them. Both Wukong and Bulma approached curiously to inspect this peculiar yellow cloud. Master Roshi laughed heartily and introduced it, saying, "This is the Nimbus cloud, and only honest children can ride on it." He then prepared to demonstrate for the trio. But when he confidently leaped onto the cloud, he passed right through it and fell flat on the ground, leaving him in a heap. This spectacle elicited laughter from both Wukong and Bulma. Even the turtle covered his eyes in disbelief, rubbing his sore nose. Master Roshi stood up and looked at the Nimbus cloud in confusion, muttering, "This is strange. I used to be able to ride it. Why can't I now?" The turtle, unable to hold back, remarked, "Master, perhaps you should discard your collection first." Fuming from the turtle's revelation, Master Roshi shouted back. At this moment, Bulma, brimming with confidence, stepped forward and declared, "If we're talking about honest children, I am undoubtedly the beautiful girl with both beauty and wisdom. Watch me ride it." As she prepared to mount the Nimbus cloud, Shao pulled her back, saying, "The honesty they speak of is not about urban sophistication. It requires a pure-hearted youth or someone with unwavering beliefs, and you do not qualify. Am I not able? No, I must try." Though she believed Shao's words, Bulma was unwilling to accept defeat without attempting it. After breaking free from Shao's grasp, she lunged toward the Nimbus cloud, only to find herself tumbling to the ground in a manner similar to Master Roshi. Shao helped her up and brushed off the sand from her clothes without saying a word, merely smiling at her. This moment made Bulma blush, and in embarrassment, she retorted, "Why don't you try it? You surely won't be able to ride it either." Shao chuckled and replied, "Of course I can't. Which is why I won't try." This response only served to infuriate Bulma further, yet she found herself unable to argue with him. Shao believed he lacked the qualifications to ride the Nimbus cloud, so he simply chose not to attempt it. While Shao and Bulma were bickering, Wukong suddenly jumped onto the Nimbus cloud. The others turned to look at him, aside from Shao, who already knew Wukong could ride it. Both Master Roshi and Bulma were taken aback. "Haha, it's so soft up here. It's a shame you can't join me," Wukong exclaimed, relishing in his triumph. Infuriated by Wukong's smugness, Bulma shook Shao's hand insistently, saying, "No, you must try it. I can't stand seeing Wukong so pleased." "All right, I'll try it shortly," Shao replied with a laugh, playfully tapping Bulma on the nose. Embarrassed, she shot him a glare before sweetly leaning against him. After Wukong enjoyed a flight around on the Nimbus cloud, he landed and exclaimed, "That was so much fun, huh?" Master Roshi then turned to Shao and said, "Young man, you should give it a try as well." Wukong, eager to see if Shao could ride the Nimbus cloud, looked on with anticipation, as did Bulma and Master Roshi. Shao leaped towards the cloud, and to everyone's surprise, he successfully perched himself upon it. Seeing Shao manage to ride the Nimbus cloud, Bulma leaped up in joy, cheering for him. Wukong, excited that Shao could also ride it, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "So you're a good child too, Shao? That is wonderful." Master Roshi's eyes sparkled behind his sunglasses. He had not anticipated encountering two pure-hearted children in one day. After soaring through the sky on the Nimbus cloud, Shao offered it to Wukong, saying, "You need this nimbus cloud more than I do." Wukong beamed with gratitude as he accepted the cloud, which left Bulma feeling quite displeased. Why should it be given to Wukong when Shao could ride it as well? In truth, Wukong deserved the nimbus cloud for discovering the turtle, making this gift rightfully his. Additionally, Bulma had other means of transportation that she could utilize, so acquiring the cloud was merely a luxury. However, for Wukong, it would serve a greater purpose. Most importantly, Shao found the nimbus cloud to be too slow for his liking, as it only exceeded his own speed by twofold. If he were to ride a cloud, he would prefer the thunder cloud, despite its accompanying lightning attacks, for its speed. After explaining these reasons to Bulma, she began to feel somewhat appeased. Chapter 7. The challenge to Master Roshi. With the nimbus cloud given away, Master Roshi prepared to take his leave. However, as he was about to depart, the observant Bulma noticed a Dragon Ball hanging from his white beard. Realizing this, she hurried over and called out, "Wait, Master Roshi, please hold on." Curious about Bulma's polite demeanor, Master Roshi paused and turned to her. Bulma approached him with a beaming smile and asked, Master Roshi, may I inquire about the object hanging from your neck? Could you show it to me?" "Oh, this?" Master Roshi replied, pulling the Dragon Ball from beneath his beard. Holding it up to his eyes as he explained, "I fished this up from the ocean 30 years ago. I found it so beautiful that I decided to wear it." Bulma, losing patience, thought to herself, "Who cares where you got it from?" Yet her face remained cheerful as she learned from Shao's previous experience and refrained from revealing the true nature of the ball, simply asking, "Can you give me this Dragon Ball?" Noticing Bulma's sudden shift in attitude, Master Roshi's eyes darted beneath his sunglasses. He retracted his hand and shook his head, saying, "No, I want to give it to you. However, if you really want it, all you need to do is show me your undergarments." Haha. Master Roshi leered, and even the turtle beside him could not bear to watch. Truly, Master Roshi seemed to be growing more inappropriate with age. Upon hearing such an unreasonable demand, and contemplating the desire to assist Shao Ye in fulfilling his wish, when Buer Ma was gritting her teeth and about to acquiesce to the lecherous old man, Shao Ye timely arrived at their side. Despite Shao Ye's supervision, Wukong did not enter Buer Ma's room, nor did he remove his little trousers. However, as her boyfriend, how could Shao Ye tolerate another's gaze upon his girlfriend's undergarments? Thus, he intervened just in time. "Wait," Shao Ye admonished, pulling Buer Ma aside. Reproaching her, "Is sacrificing so much truly necessary for a Dragon Ball?" Feeling unjustly scolded, Buer Ma replied, somewhat aggrieved, "I am merely trying to gather the 7 Dragon Balls." Her voice dwindled as tears welled in her eyes, and witnessing her distress made Shao Ye feel helpless. He gently patted her head, offering solace. "Even for the sake of collecting the Dragon Balls, there is no need for such extremes. You simply need to trust in me." Blushing and appearing delicate, Buer Ma made Shao Ye wish to embrace her immediately, yet with others present, he held back. After reassuringly stroking her head again, Shao Ye approached the lecherous old man. "So, have you come to an agreement?" he inquired with a smirk. Shao Ye looked at Kame Sennin with a serious demeanor, stating, "Kame Sennin, Buer Ma is my girlfriend. I will not permit you to see her undergarments." Upon hearing this, Kame Sennin realized that Buer Ma already had a boyfriend. Although he was indeed lascivious, he was not malicious, merely one to tease innocent young maidens. And he would never pursue those already in a relationship. Initially perceiving the 15 or 16-year-old girl as single, he was astonished at her precociousness. Yet, now that the mistake had been made, Kame Sennin saw no point in disputing, saying, "Oh, what a pity. Since you do not possess what I desire, I cannot give you this Dragon Ball." Knowing Kame Sennin's character, Shao Ye leaned in and whispered something that caused the old man's sunglasses to gleam. "Really? But who is she? I do not recognize her." Initially pleased that Kame Sennin was intrigued, Shao Ye then sensed a flicker of skepticism from him. Thus, he elaborated, "Rest assured, she possesses a remarkable figure, and she is also a renowned singer." "Oh, a singer indeed? That's splendid," Kame Sennin exclaimed, readily relinquishing the Dragon Ball to Shao Ye. Observing how easily Shao Ye had acquired the Dragon Ball through a few words, Buer Ma became increasingly curious about what he had said to the old man. However, no matter how she inquired, Shao Ye merely smiled and refrained from answering, leaving her exasperated and unwilling to press further. After handing the Dragon Ball to Buer Ma, Shao Ye wiped the smile from his face. Turning to Kame Sennin with a serious expression, "Kame Sennin, I have heard you are the god of martial arts. I am eager to experience your prowess in battle." Bu Ma and Wukong were both astonished at Shao Ye's boldness, exclaiming, "What? The god of martial arts? This old man?" Both were skeptical. But before they could voice their thoughts, came Sinin, with a grave demeanor, adjusted his sunglasses, shedding his previously lewd air, now emanating an overwhelming aura. "Heh, I did not expect that my reputation would reach such lengths. Young man, I presume you are also a martial artist?" Unfazed by Kame Sinin's imposing presence, Shao Ye maintained his composure, with a slight smirk. "I am merely an adventurer who enjoys seeking thrills." His desire to challenge Kame Sinin stemmed from a wish to gauge his own strength. After all, Kame Sinin's power was reputed to be around 150. Although Shao Ye was confident in his capabilities, he understood that strength varied across worlds. In some realms, even the pinnacle of power could be regarded as insignificant, while in others, a seemingly lowly fighter might be a top-tier contender. Kame Sinin's imposing aura remained as he spoke in a low tone. "Heh, so my name has traveled far. Should you wish to challenge me, I have but one condition." The gravity of his words captured everyone's attention. They were eager to discern what demand the god of martial arts would impose, suspecting it might be exceedingly extravagant. "My request is quite simple," Kame Sinin declared, extending 3 fingers toward Shao Ye. "I require 3 books." The moment the words left his lips, the trio collapsed in disbelief. Shao Ye wiped non-existent sweat from his brow and, observing the old man devoid of his former intimidation, nodded. "Very well, 3 books it shall be. I accept." Chapter 8. The desert bandit Yamu Cha on the sandy beach. Kame Sinin and Shao Ye positioned themselves on opposing sides, while Bu Ma, Wukong, and the sea turtle retreated to a safe distance to observe. Among them, Wukong was the most exhilarated, although he had not yet fought alongside Shao Ye. Witnessing him engage in battle with others invigorated his spirit. Crackling sounds emanated from Shao Ye's clenched fists, his expression now serious as he intently focused on Kame Sinin, asking in a low tone, "Are you ready, old man?" Noticing Shao Ye's change in demeanor, Kame Sinin too adopted a serious posture, devoid of his previous lewdness. He exuded the essence of a true master, raising his hands in a relaxed manner, signaling the beginning of the Kame style. "Feel free to come at me, young man." Kame Sinin replied with equal gravity. As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Ye thrust himself forward with tremendous force, sending sand flying in all directions. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and Kame Sinin. This rapid movement ignited Wukong's excitement, while Bu Ma could barely perceive Shao Ye's swift approach to Kame Sinin, marveling at his prowess. With a seemingly ordinary punch aimed at Kame Sinin's face, it was deflected with one hand. Meanwhile, Kame Sinin countered with an attack of his own. Shao Ye rolled onto the ground to evade, using a single hand to support himself while executing a Brazilian jiu-jitsu kick toward Kame Sinin. The unusual martial technique surprised Kame Sinin. However, true to his reputation as the god of martial arts, he recovered swiftly, stepping back just in time to evade Shao Ye's kick aimed at his head. Following the miss, Shao Ye performed a swift somersault, regaining his footing and launching himself into the air, employing a Superman punch against Kame Sinin. Typically, Shao Ye would never resort to such an offensive-only strategy. However, in the realm of Dragon Ball, martial artists generally refrained from showcasing their true skills in initial confrontations. This allowed Shao Ye to exploit the opportunity and commence the battle with an entirely offensive approach. Observing Shao Ye's reckless attack, Kame Sinin was taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Shao Ye's all-out offensive style. With no time to retreat, he could only match the force head-on. Instantly, Kame Sinin's muscles intensified, transforming him from a frail old man into a figure of explosive power, leaving Bu Ma and Wukong astounded. It was at this moment that Bu Ma began to acknowledge Kame Sinin's title as the god of martial arts. Meanwhile, Wukong, witnessing Kame Sinin's muscular form, gazed in awe, wishing he could transform as well. Boom! The 2 fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent sand soaring across the beach. After a brief stalemate, both were propelled backward by the immense force. However, Shao Ye was pushed back 6 steps, while Kame Sinin merely retreated half a step. The weary breath of Kame Sinin intertwined with the calm respiration of Shao Ye, both standing still for a while. Suddenly, Shao Ye dissipated his formidable aura and respectfully clasped his hands to Kame Sinin, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the god of martial arts. I, Shao, humbly concede." Noticing Shao Ye's lack of intention to continue the confrontation, Came Sinin reverted to his frail demeanor, offering a bittersweet smile as he applauded Shao Ye. Young man, you are overly modest. As for me, I am but an old man. The future belongs to the youth. As the battle concluded, Bulma and Goku hurried to Shao Ye's side. Bulma, brimming with excitement, inquired, Shao Ye, did you win? Her assumption stemmed from observing that Shao Ye exhibited no signs of fatigue or injury, leading her to believe he had triumphed. Goku, standing beside her, nodded in agreement, secretly hoping that Shao Ye's victory would enable him to grow stronger quickly. However, Shao Ye shook his head, replying, it was the god of martial arts who won. Ignoring Bulma's disappointed expression, Shao Ye turned to Goku, saying, Goku, the god of martial arts is an exceptionally skilled teacher. Why not seek him as your master? Can I really? Goku asked, momentarily taken aback. Of course, Goku. You are destined to be connected with Kame Sennin. Besides, your kind heart will surely entice him to nurture such a promising disciple. Shao Ye nodded, gently pushing Goku toward Kame Sennin. Kame Sennin, having noticed this exchange, also recognized the golden staff strapped to Goku's back, which belonged to his disciple, Wu Fan. Even without Shao Ye's urging, Kame Sennin was already contemplating the opportunity to take Goku as his pupil. He even considered accepting Shao Ye as well, for who would not desire a disciple of immense potential? However, after witnessing Shao Ye's combat prowess, Kame Sennin concluded that it might be wise to refrain from taking Shao Ye as a student, for while everyone desires a promising talent, a super genius is not so easily taught. After successfully taking Goku as his disciple, Kame Sennin intended to return immediately to instruct him. Yet, Goku had previously committed to traveling with Shao Ye and the others, and being a person of his word, he could only wait until the journey concluded. On the third day of their renewed expedition, they encountered the pig-headed Oolong. After Goku effortlessly dealt with Oolong, they acquired the 5th Dragon Ball from Granny Paozi before departing, taking Oolong along with them. Having secured 5 Dragon Balls, only 2 remained, which filled Bulma with extraordinary joy. The prospect of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls was thrilling, especially since they had achieved this in just a month and 5 days. As they traversed a stone forest resembling mushrooms, Bulma, seated in the spacious RV, held the 5 Dragon Balls and said to Shao Ye, we have gathered 5 Dragon Balls. Only 2 remain. What wish do you desire to fulfill? Meanwhile, Oolong, driving the RV, felt a twinge of discomfort at Bulma's exuberance. Though he was also governed by a horde of little wives at home, it paled in comparison to his current predicament. Humph, if I could make a wish, I would ensure that this obnoxious woman remains forever subservient to me. And then you would suffer, he mused, a wicked grin forming on his lips. Just then, Goku curiously leaned in, eyeing Oolong suspiciously. What are you up to? Startled by Goku's sudden appearance, Oolong shot him an annoyed glance before shooing him away, insisting he needed to concentrate on driving. After all, the RV was his prized possession and must not be compromised. Yet, while the occupants of the RV pondered their wishes upon gathering the 7 Dragon Balls, a strong youth with flowing hair and a resolute expression, named Yamcha, aimed a rocket launcher at their vehicle from a nearby elevated position. Accompanying him was a flying blue feline named Puer, known as the fiercest bandit in the desert, who had now set his sights on Oolong's RV. Chapter 9. The alien gorilla. A single rocket propelled the RV skyward, an unforeseen turn of events. Shao Ye could only shield Bulma. Fortunate that the rocket was intended to displace the RV rather than obliterate it. Otherwise, only Goku and Shao Ye might have survived the encounter. The 4 emerged from the mangled RV, with Oolong lamenting the loss of his beloved vehicle, while Shao Ye checked on Bulma for injuries. And Goku angrily sought the assailants responsible for their ambush. Before Goku could search for long, Yamcha performed a backflip, landing before them and unsheathing a gleaming long knife with a metallic sound. In a low voice, he declared, I am Yamcha, the bandit who rules this desert. Hand over all your universal capsules and money, or I won't hesitate to bully the weak. Following his proclamation, the little blue cat perched on his shoulder echoed, indeed. Comply and surrender your capsules. As Goku stood in stunned silence, Oolong, still mourning the loss of his cherished RV, turned at the familiar voice. To his dismay, he recognized the figure from his school days, igniting his anger. He stomped over to Goku, pointing at Puer. It's you, that detestable creature. You blew up my RV. You owe me. Upon realizing who Yamcha was, Oolong's composure shattered, and he quickly hid behind Goku, trembling. Goku, that man is the desert bandit Yamcha. We need to let the one behind us handle him. Goku waved Oolong aside, unperturbed by the bandit. After all, he was traveling with Shao Ye to grow stronger. And now that an opportunity had arisen, he couldn't let it slip away. Oh, do you wish to resist? Very well, Yamcha retorted, his eyes narrowing as he charged at Goku. With his knife held firmly, he slashed horizontally at Goku. In response, Goku swiftly drew his golden staff. The clash echoed as the staff met the knife, and Goku leaped, swinging the staff downwards towards Yamcha. Surprised, Yamcha quickly raised his weapon in defense. But Goku's momentum sent him crashing to the ground. Upon landing, Goku's staff elongated, propelling Yamcha and his weapon far away. Clutching his aching body, Yamcha stared incredulously at Goku's staff and asked, "Who is Sun Wu Fan to you?" You know my grandpa?" Goku replied innocently, bewildered. Upon hearing that Sun Wu Fan was Goku's grandfather, both Pu'er and Oolong were taken aback, realizing that Goku was the grandson of the god of martial arts. How unexpected. I underestimated you. Now let me demonstrate my true strength, Yamcha proclaimed, his hands forming claw-like shapes as he shouted, Wolf Fang Fist. With that, he lunged at Goku with the speed of a wolf. Notably unarmed, Goku put away his staff, ready to engage. However, despite the name of his technique, Yamcha's first move was a sweeping kick aimed at Goku, catching the unsuspecting youth off guard. Goku was thrown into disarray, and after a relentless barrage of blows from Yamcha, he was sent hurtling away. After breaking several stone mushrooms, Wukong, filled with rage, leapt from the pile of rubble, glaring at Yamcha. You wicked fellow, that hurt me terribly. Prepare to face my rock-paper-scissors attack. With that, Wukong threw a powerful punch towards Yamcha, who retaliated in kind. However, in the next moment, Wukong unexpectedly jabbed his fingers towards Yamcha's eyes. Caught off guard by Wukong's underhanded tactics, Yamcha quickly found himself at a disadvantage, ultimately being sent flying by a palm strike from Wukong, crashing into a rock and getting buried in the ground. Observing Yamcha buried beneath the soil, Wukong chuckled. Now we are even. He. Fuming from the humiliation, Yamcha sprang up from the ground, ready to unleash the Wolf Fang Fist on Wukong. Yet, upon turning, he locked eyes with Shao Ye, instantly freezing in place. Pu'er, noticing something amiss with Yamcha, rushed to support him. No, this is bad. There are powerful foes here. We must retreat. With that, Yamcha assisted Pu'er in a hasty retreat, but not before pointing at Wukong and Shao Ye, declaring, I will let you off this time. But next time, I will not be so merciful. Yamcha's departure was not solely due to sensing the formidable aura emanating from Shao Ye. Rather, it was the allure of Bulma's beauty that prompted him to flee. Let us not forget that at this moment, Yamcha harbored a fear of women. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to banditry in such an isolated locale. Although Yamcha had left, the vehicle had been destroyed, reluctantly. Bulma promised Oolong that she would procure a better vehicle, after which Oolong ceased his lamentations. 3 days later, the group arrived at the Flame Mountain. After a conversation with the Ox King, they learned that Wukong was a disciple of Master Roshi. The Ox King generously promised them the Dragon Ball if they could invite Master Roshi to extinguish the flames. Naturally, with the Nimbus Cloud at his disposal, Wukong went to fetch Master Roshi. As expected, after Master Roshi unleashed the Kamehameha, not only were the flames extinguished, but the mountain itself vanished. Fortunately, thanks to Bulma's radar, they were still able to locate the Dragon Ball. As they departed from Flame Mountain around noon, the group also dealt with the troublesome Rabbit Army. However, unlike Wukong, who kindly sent them to the moon, Shao Ye opted to send them directly to the underworld. After all, even if they went to the moon, they would eventually have to report to the underworld. Thus Shao Ye spared them considerable trouble. It was only fitting that they should express their gratitude to Shao Ye. Soon after, Pilaf and his gang attempted to steal the Dragon Balls. Although Shao Ye noticed their clumsy antics, making it nearly impossible not to see them, he chose to allow them to take the Dragon Balls, even feigning capture. Shao Ye refrained from resisting because the last Dragon Ball was in Pilaf's possession, thus saving him considerable time in searching for the Dragon Balls. Once the 7 Dragon Balls were gathered, Pilaf summoned Shenron, but Shao Ye intervened to defeat them. Ultimately, their wish would still be granted, but for reasons unknown, Pilaf's group insisted on waiting until nightfall to make their wish. Coincidentally, it was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, when the moon was full. Before Pilaf's group could summon Shenron, Wukong, having inadvertently spotted the moon, transformed into a giant ape. In his giant ape form, Wukong demolished Pilaf's castle free of charge and pursued them mercilessly. In a state of utter chaos, Pilaf and his gang were sent fleeing, but the pressure now shifted to Shao Ye. Chapter 10, Wishes. Rapid healing, I knew it. Wukong is not a good child. And now he has turned into a giant ape. A panicked Bulma was held by Shao Ye, with Oolong beside them, as the three hurriedly fled. Previously, they had watched as Wukong's giant form dealt with Pilaf's group with ease, but now that they were being chased by the giant ape, the situation was far less enjoyable. What do we do? Hey, Shao Ye, aren't you supposed to be powerful? Go and deal with that giant ape. Oolong cried, tears streaming down his face. Although he had never witnessed Shao Ye in action, he assumed Shao Ye must be formidable given the respect Wukong held for him. At that moment, Wukong in his giant form possessed a power level of approximately 200, while Shao Ye's strength was somewhat lacking in comparison to Master Roshi, making it quite a challenge to confront the giant ape. However, Shao Ye recognized the giant's weakness lay in its tail. If they could sever it, Wukong would revert to his normal self. Feeling the urgency from Oolong's pleas, Shao Ye replied, I will distract the giant ape. You transform into scissors and cut off Wukong's tail. If we succeed, we might just be safe. What? Me? I can't do that. Oolong stammered, shaken by the prospect of danger. If we do not act, we will perish here. Shao Ye insisted earnestly. Although he understood that Wukong's transformation into a giant ape had been triggered by Pu'er's scissors, he had not seen Pu'er since Yamcha had been driven off, leaving him uncertain of where to find him. As Shao Ye contemplated dragging Oolong along, Yamcha's voice emerged from a concealed shadowy corner. If you seek to attract the giant ape's attention and cut off its tail, we may be of assistance. With that, Yamcha and Pu'er stepped into the light. Upon seeing Yamcha, Bulma's anger flared. She was no longer the infatuated girl she once was, and she vividly remembered how Yamcha had previously bombarded them with a rocket launcher. You thief! What are you doing here? What am I doing? Humph. I don't know what you've been through, but I am here to find an opportunity to eliminate you. Yamcha replied coldly. Startled by his words, Bulma and Oolong quickly hid behind Shao Ye. Perhaps it was Shao Ye's presence that reassured her, for Bulma peered out again, glaring fiercely at Yamcha. You think you can take advantage of us? My Shao Ye could defeat you in an instant. I suggest you leave before you get hurt. Bulma's bravado stemmed from the knowledge that Wukong, in his giant form, posed a significant threat. While she trusted Shao Ye's strength, she doubted he could handle two adversaries simultaneously. In response, Yamcha did not express anger but rather said, taking advantage of others was my previous intention. However, I have come to a new conclusion. If I assist you, will you introduce me to Master Sun Wufan? If you agree, I will help you. Bulma laughed heartily at Yamcha's proposition. That idea is futile. For Wukong's grandfather has already passed away. Upon hearing the news of Sun Wufan's demise, Yamcha's expression shifted momentarily. However, he quickly recalled another master and inquired, what about Kame Sennin? He is the god of martial arts and must still be alive. In response, Shao Ye shrugged and replied, indeed, Kame Sennin is alive, and we have encountered him. But his new disciple is Wukong. If you wish to be accepted as his pupil, you must seek Wukong. Although the prospect seemed rather slim, Yamcha nodded in agreement, stating, very well, I shall assist you. With the addition of Yamcha and Pu'er, the likelihood of successfully severing Wukong's tail significantly increased. However, as unforeseen events often unfold, while Shao Ye and Yamcha endeavored to capture the attention of the colossal ape Wukong, Shao Ye was astounded to witness the giant producing a red energy blast from its mouth. Sensing the immense power contained within the blast, Shao Ye instinctively grabbed Yamcha and hurled him away, bracing himself to absorb the full force of the energy attack. With a thunderous explosion, the ground beneath Shao Ye erupted, leaving everyone aghast as he was engulfed in flames. Bulma nearly fainted, but fortunately, Oolong caught her, albeit at the cost of being used as a cushion, preventing her from falling. Following the explosion, Shao Ye, now clad only in his undergarments, stood amidst the chaos. His arms crossed protectively over his head, gasping for breath. In that moment of detonation, he genuinely believed he would meet his end, yet surprisingly, he had survived. Upon seeing that Shao Ye was unharmed, Bulma regained some composure, but her relief was short-lived as a more terrifying sight unfolded before her. In the next instant, a fist, equal in size to Shao Ye, struck him violently, as the giant ape let out a furious roar. while the others stood in stunned silence at this turn of events. Yamcha urgently called out to the dazed Pu'er, urging him to swiftly sever Wukong's tail. Coming to his senses, Pu'er transformed into scissors and, with a swift snip, effortlessly detached Wukong's tail. Without his tail, the giant ape gradually diminished in size, returning to Wukong's form. However, it seemed the transformation had drained too much energy, as the reverted Wukong fell into a deep slumber, completely nude. When Bulma and the others found Shao Ye, he was barely clinging to life. Having been struck by the giant's energy blast and then knocked down, he felt as though he had endured a million-ton impact, with his bones aching as if shattered. Miraculously, he was still alive. Witnessing Shao Ye's dire state, Bulma wept bitterly. Fortunately, she remembered the Dragon Balls and quickly used her radar to locate the scattered orbs, summoning Shenron. Initially, Bulma intended to wish for Shao Ye's recovery. But just as she was about to make her wish, Shao Ye, as if experiencing a moment of clarity, intervened. Amid the puzzled gazes of Bulma and the others, he wished for a body capable of rapid healing. At his words, Shenron's eyes gleamed, and Shao Ye immediately acquired the ability to heal swiftly. His near-fatal body began to recover at an astonishing rate. Seeing Shao Ye unharmed, Bulma could no longer hold back and rushed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, genuinely fearing that her newly acquired boyfriend might be lost forever. Chapter 11. Ascending the KO Tower. It is hard to believe that since Bulma ventured out in search of the Dragon Balls, it took her and Shao Ye an entire month to locate just 2 of them before encountering Wukong. However, after meeting Wukong, they managed to gather all the Dragon Balls and make their wish in less than 15 days. If one were to claim Wukong was not the protagonist, no one would believe it. Regardless of Wukong's role, Shao Ye was unconcerned, for now, without his tail, Wukong's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. With their quest for the Dragon Balls concluded, Wukong took Yamcha and Oolong to Kame Sinin's abode, while Shao Ye accompanied Bulma to West City. Though they parted ways, their friendship had blossomed in less than half a month, and Shao Ye felt convinced that this was neither their first encounter nor their last. Upon arriving at Bulma's home, Dr. Brief, resembling the ordinary old man with a pipe that Shao Ye had imagined, welcomed them. Bulma's mother, a golden-haired and hospitable lady, despite knowing Shao Ye was Bulma's boyfriend, still extended an invitation for a date. After spending a few days with Bulma, Shao Ye grew restless. It is well known that an adventurer cannot remain idle, especially in the world of Dragon Balls, where failure to grow stronger only leads to being trampled by the powerful. Now endowed with the ability to heal rapidly, Shao Ye was even more eager to enhance his strength and explore the uncharted territories of this world. However, simply venturing out would not suffice. Shao Ye also intended to participate in the 21st Martial Arts Tournament, which was still 10 months away. Although there was ample time, it was imperative to find a suitable place for training to augment his abilities. Thus, Shao Ye's first objective became the KO Tower, where he could also access the other world. These 2 realms would surely consume the entirety of his 10 months. Before his departure, Shao Ye sought to request Bulma and Dr. Brief to construct a power level detector. Without an accurate means of gauging his power, and having yet to master the art of sensing ki, Shao Ye felt ill-prepared for combat. Similar to his previous encounter with the giant ape Wukong, he had never anticipated the giant would unleash an energy blast. Had he possessed a power level detector, Shao Ye might have devised a strategy to maintain a safe distance from the giant, sparing himself from such a harrowing experience. However, in the yard, Dr. Brief and Bulma were left bewildered by Shao Ye's mention of a power level detector, having no frame of reference without the Frisia Force's technology. After considerable deliberation, Shao Ye suggested that they use Earthling power levels as a point of reference to create a device capable of swiftly displaying individual strengths. With a clear objective in mind, the duo quickly produced the desired device. Yet, upon seeing the pocket watch-shaped detector in his hands, Shao Ye smiled at Bulma, who had many words unspoken, ultimately refraining from voicing them. After scanning himself with the detector, a number swiftly appeared on the display, 134. Dr. Brief and Bulma leaned in to observe, and upon seeing the number, Bulma gasped, astonished by Shao Ye's remarkable strength. Dr. Brief, after taking a puff from his pipe, remarked, "Oh, the youth of today are truly extraordinary. Is it possible to be this formidable?" Before Shao Ye could respond, Bulma clung to his arm, pride illuminating her features as she exclaimed, "Of course, it is not that way, Dad. It is merely that Shao Ye is exceptionally talented. How could anyone else compare? After acquiring the power level detector, Shao Ye informed Bulma of his intention to embark on an adventure, promising to return in time for the martial arts tournament. Though Bulma felt a pang of sadness, she understood that her boyfriend was leaving to grow stronger. With the school year approaching, she reluctantly acquiesced, crafting a mobile phone for him to ensure they could stay connected at all times. Having departed from West City, Shao Ye accelerated his training while searching for the direction of the KO Tower. Although he was aware that the tower was surrounded by a vast forest, the earth was immense, filled with countless wooded areas, necessitating a methodical search. After a month had elapsed, Shao Ye finally located the KO Tower, a feat made possible solely by his remarkable speed. Although a month has elapsed, Shao Ye has gained immense rewards during this time. Throughout his journey, he not only sprinted at full speed in search, but also traversed numerous mountains and crossed vast rivers and lakes, which significantly enhanced his strength and silence. Upon reaching the foot of Kalinta, Shao Ye encountered the guardian of Kalinta, Beulah, adorned like an Indian, and his son, Upa. Upon explaining his intention to ascend Kalinta, both Beulah and Upa held Shao Ye in great esteem. After all, embarking on what seems an impossible feat commands respect. After Beulah shared some important considerations regarding the ascent, he and Upa stood aside, observing Shao Ye as he prepared to climb. Before starting his ascent, Shao Ye retrieved his detector to scan his current combat power, which soon displayed a formidable score of 138. A faint smile graced Shao Ye's lips as he performed several warm-up exercises. Then, gazing at the endless height of Kalinta, he leaped upward and rapidly scaled the tower with the agility of walking on level ground. This astonishing speed left Beulah and Upa in awe, with Upa gasping and murmuring, "Father, do you think Shao Ye can reach the top?" After a moment of astonishment, Beulah steadied himself, nodding resolutely. Shao Ye will undoubtedly reach the summit, and at this speed, he will surpass all previous records. Is Shao Ye truly that remarkable? Upa inquired. Looking toward Beulah, Beulah lowered his head, gently stroking Upa's head without speaking, yet his unwavering gaze conveyed everything. Halfway up Kalinta, Shao Ye suddenly recalled that he had forgotten something vital. He had neglected to bring a gift for the immortal, Kalin. Glancing down at the clouds swirling below, and then back up at the seemingly unreachable pinnacle, Shao Ye gritted his teeth and decided to jump down. He resolved to bring a gift to Kalin, reasoning that it would be inappropriate not to offer something in return for the immortal's generosity. As he descended from the heights, he landed with a resounding thud, creating a large crater in the ground. This startled Beulah and Upa, who were about to depart. Upon realizing it was Shao Ye, Beulah's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "Shao, did you fail to climb the tower?" Shao Ye scratched his head and chuckled. "Of course not. I simply forgot to bring a gift for the immortal, so I came back to fetch one, haha." Upon hearing this reason, Beulah and Upa collapsed to the ground, their minds racing with the thought, is it truly possible for someone with strength to ascend the tower at will? Chapter 12. Tests and super divine water. Back on the ground, Shao Ye not only caught fish by the river, but also ventured to other locations, gathering various green plants. After storing these gifts in capsules, he returned to Kalinta to resume his climb. After spending most of the day, Shao Ye finally arrived at the location of the immortal Kalin atop Kalinta. After searching the lower levels without finding Kalin, he ascended to the second level, where he finally spotted a hefty cat enjoying a meal. The cat, noticing Shao Ye's sudden arrival, set down its chopsticks and cheerfully remarked, "It has been quite a while since anyone visited me. Young man, are you here to challenge my martial prowess?" Shao Ye did not rush to respond. Instead, he noticed a salted fish on the cat's small dining table. Aware of Shao Ye's gaze, the hefty cat continued with a smile, "Young man, you must have taken quite some time to climb Kalinta. Are you hungry?" Shao Ye shook his head to indicate he was not hungry, and then clasped his hands together, saying, "You must be the legendary immortal Kalin. I have come to learn profound martial arts from you to enhance my strength. Moreover, I scaled Kalinta in merely 4 hours." Upon hearing that Shao Ye accomplished the ascent in just 4 hours, Kalin's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Shao Ye with disbelief. Goodness, is there truly such a powerful human in the lower realms now? Saying this, Kalin resumed his meal, lifting his bowl and chopsticks while adding, "Please wait a moment. Let me finish my meal before we proceed." Shao Ye, having no objections, sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting the immortal to finish. After tidying up the dishes, Shao Ye then stood and asked, "So, Kalin, can you teach me the profound martial arts now?" "Oh, there's no rush. Before understanding your strengths, let us conduct a small test first." With that, Kalin produced a wooden staff from which emerged a small vial. Observing Kalin's intent, Shao Ye smiled and inquired, "Are you suggesting I seize the small vial from your staff?" Kalin stroked his beard in surprise at Shao Ye's insight but quickly recovered, clearing his throat and responding, "It's certainly isn't that simple." Pointing at Shao Ye's waist, a small bell appeared there. "You must retrieve the vial without ringing the bell to pass," Kalin instructed. At this, Shao Ye adjusted his body, causing the bell to emit a clear chime. Kalin chuckled, "Your movements cannot be too grand, or you will fail." Shao Ye smiled at this. Although he had not trained in such exercises before, his past adventures in other worlds had exposed him to similar challenges, instilling confidence that he could obtain the vial without ringing the bell. Looking at Kalin, he asked, "May I begin now?" Kalin nodded. "You may start at any time." The moment Kalin's words fell, Shao Ye silently appeared before him, startling the immortal with his astonishing speed. Yet, being an experienced immortal, Kalin quickly regained his composure, skillfully maneuvering his staff to evade Shao Ye's grasp. Unfazed by the initial miss, Shao Ye's figure flickered, and two images of himself emerged, surprising Kalin, who remarked, "Is that the Phantom Fist? Do you know that fellow Wu Tian?" The two Shao Ye spoke in unison. "Are you referring to the martial arts deity, Master Wu Tian? I have indeed met him and even sparred with him. Although he emerged victorious, I believe our strengths are now quite comparable." While they spoke, both Shao Yes reached for the vial, yet Kalin deftly evaded their attempts. "Oh, since your abilities have grown so formidable, why seek even greater strength?" Kalin mused as the three figures moved leisurely, conversing and traversing the confined space. Their movements appeared slow, yet a closer inspection would reveal their speeds to be astonishing. What seemed like solid forms were merely fleeting afterimages. Do not underestimate Kalin merely for being a plump cat. His prowess surpassed Shao Ye's current abilities, that much is certain. While they walked and chatted, Kalin momentarily let his guard down, allowing Shao Ye to manifest a third clone, who silently seized the vial from the staff. This action astonished Kalin, yet he could not help but pause and acknowledge, "Young man, you are quite impressive. You may now drink your prize, the super divine water." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye, despite knowing that the so-called super sacred water in the bottle was a mere illusion, still uncapped it to take a whiff. He then turned to the esteemed Kalin Xianren and remarked, "Esteemed Kalin, this is merely water. I seek something that can genuinely enhance my abilities." Not at all embarrassed by having his ruse uncovered, Kalin Xianren replied, "In truth, your prowess has already been augmented during your ascent of the Kalin Tower. There is nothing further I can impart to you." Reflecting on this, Shao Ye inquired, "Is there nothing here that can enhance my strength? I am willing to trade for it." As he spoke, he unveiled the carefully prepared gifts, revealing 3 large chests filled with an abundance of marine and freshwater fish, alongside a generous handful of enticing aromatic herbs. The sight was enough to make Kalin Xianren's mouth water. Desiring the gifts from Shao Ye, Kalin Xianren gritted his teeth and said, "While there are indeed items that can bolster your strength, they are laced with potent toxins. Those with wavering resolve may find themselves meeting their demise upon consumption. Are you not afraid?" Hearing this, Shao Ye chuckled, fully aware that Kalin Xianren was likely referring to the super sacred water. Did he fear for his own resolve? A laughable notion. If his will were feeble, he would never have traversed so many worlds or endured so many farewells. "Fear not, esteemed Kalin. I can withstand it." After surveying the 3 chests of fish and the catnip, Kalin Xianren led Shao Ye to a clay jar. Upon removing the lid, what lay before Shao Ye was not the jar's bottom, but rather a portal to another realm. Pointing into the world within the jar, Kalin Xianren warned, "The super sacred water you desire lies below, but be wary, for dangers abound. Obtaining it will not be a simple feat, rest assured." "I shall drink the super sacred water," Shao Ye affirmed, nodding before leaping into the world within the jar. Chapter 13. The illusion upon entering the frozen realm. Shao Ye was met with an icy chill that could solidify warm water in an instant. While this may seem unbearably cold to those from warmer regions, for someone accustomed to frigid climates, it was merely a moderate chill of -40 or 50 degrees, truly a trivial matter. For Shao Ye himself, this cold was of little consequence, especially clad in leather attire. As he traversed the icy path, with an abyss on one side and a smooth, mirror-like ice wall on the other, Shao Ye advanced steadily. The risk of slipping was non-existent, as he wore non-slip shoes. After an indeterminate duration, perhaps the ruler of this realm found Shao Ye's pace too languid. The ground beneath him began to silently collapse. Although the descent was imperceptible, Shao Ye sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was horrified to witness chunks of the path crumbling into the abyss. Without a moment to ponder, he sprinted forward with remarkable speed. Yet the collapsing ground clung to him like a relentless parasite, regardless of how fast he ran. As the collapse reached his heels, panic surged within him. How can it be this fast? This is disastrous. With a terrified cry, Shao Ye plummeted into the endless void. Time lost its meaning in the darkness. And amidst the haze, he thought he heard someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a strikingly familiar wooden cabin. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man with a bald head and white beard. "Came Sanin, what are you doing here?" Shao Ye exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the wooden abode as the Kame house. Yet he wondered why it was here instead of by the sea. Before he could ponder further, Kame Sanin sneered at him and declared, "Shao Ye, you rejected my mentorship. Now I shall teach you a lesson." Noticing the unusual tone of Kame Sanin, Shao Ye furrowed his brow, and suddenly it dawned upon him what had transpired. With a smile, he waved at the figure before him, saying, "Oh, you wish to teach me a lesson? By all means, bring it on." "Humph." Kame Sanin snorted, swiftly approaching Shao Ye with a raised fist. Shao Ye, however, did not rush to retaliate. Instead, he deftly dodged the oncoming punches, having already discerned that this was an illusion. After evading countless blows for several minutes, Shao Ye remained calm, while the imposter Kame Sanin was left breathless. At last, Shao Ye chuckled, "How's that? Still want to fight, you counterfeit?" Realizing that Shao Ye had seen through his disguise, the panting Kame Sanin regained his composure and removed his sunglasses, revealing eyes that seemed ordinary yet held a depth of meaning. "You are impressive for uncovering my ruse, but the next encounter will not be a mere illusion." With that, the impersonator vanished like a bubble, and Shao Ye shook his head, fully understanding that he was in an illusion and would not fall for another trick. As he prepared to bypass the wooden cabin to continue onward, the cabin suddenly shattered, startling him. Turning to look at the broken structure, he saw a figure sprawled in the center. "Another trick, thinking it could deceive me again," Shao Ye scoffed, ready to ignore it and press on. Just then, the figure stirred and let out a soft sound, causing Shao Ye to halt. Turning his head, he met the gaze of the figure, who had just raised their head. In that moment, he recognized her. Pink hair, large eyes, a delicate face, and a slender figure adorned in a strapless top and shorts, holding a staff. Seeing this familiar figure, Shao Ye's lips quivered as he called out her name. "Shao Ye?" He rushed over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Inhaling her familiar scent, despite knowing this was an illusion, he cared not. He merely wished to linger in this moment a while longer. "Shao Ye, where am I?" Shao Ye asked softly, her voice as gentle as ever. As Shao Ye prepared to respond, he noticed her sniffing at his clothes, and a chill ran down his spine. He had forgotten how keen her sense of smell was. She could detect any contact he had with other women. "Shao Ye, listen to me," he stammered. But it was too late. With a teasing smile, Shao Ye withdrew from his embrace, raising her staff, playfully saying, "Oh, my dear young master. What more do you wish to say? Have you concocted some excuse, HM? Watching Shao Ye on the brink of a meltdown, Ka Lin Xian Run, observing from the jar, felt a pang of anxiety for Shao Ye, murmuring to himself, "This woman is truly terrifying. I wonder where Shao Ye met such a formidable individual. It's frightening indeed. Perhaps Danshin would be a better choice." With a sigh, Shao Ye cradled Shao Ye's face, his eyes brimming with affection, and said, "You know, we now belong to different worlds. I merely wish to gaze upon you a little longer. Is that too much to ask?" Upon hearing his words, Shao Ye, on the verge of a tempest, momentarily froze, her large eyes fixed on Shao Ye, as if she were truly Shao Ye. Regrettably, Shao Ye has already revealed that this is an illusion. Now, Shao Ye gazes at him with loving eyes. This only serves to send a chill down Shao Ye's spine. He cannot permit anything else to gaze at him with the counterfeit eyes of Shao Ye. Closing his eyes, Shao Ye exerted force with his hands, and with a crack, his head fell limply as he set down the imitation of Shao Ye. Feeling the residual warmth in his hands and the motionless figure on the ground, It was as if he had personally slain the one who loved him, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. On the Kalinta, witnessing Shao Ye's unhesitating act of violence against that woman, and observing his current expression, the immortal Carlin gasped in shock, muttering a prayer. Shao Ye, you must not lose hope. If such a promising youth were to perish here, I would be remiss towards the beings of the lower realm. As Carlin prayed for Shao Ye, the latter's sorrowful expression suddenly transformed. A smile returned to his face as he gazed into the depths of darkness, murmuring to himself, such trivial matters cannot deter me. Let whatever tricks you have be unleashed. The rapid shift in Shao Ye's mindset nearly caused Carlin to lose his footing. Chapter 14, Superhuman Potential. As Shao Ye ventured deeper into the darkness, he felt no fear. His steps remained unwavering and resolute. Soon, he discovered a radiant spot ahead. After hastening towards it, he found that the luminous area contained a small square table, along with a teapot and teacups. Super divine water. This scene stirred memories within Shao Ye. He recalled this was indeed the super divine water. However, with illusions lurking everywhere, he resolved to proceed with caution. Just as his hand was about to touch the teapot, an ancient voice resounded. Young man, before partaking of the tea, should you not greet the master of this place? Startled by the sudden voice, Shao Ye looked up to find an indescribable entity had appeared before him, a figure he had forgotten due to the passage of time. He vaguely recalled that when Wukong broke through the illusion, there was indeed a guardian protecting the super divine water. Remembering this eased Shao Ye's anxious heart. It confirmed he had departed from the illusion. Retracting his hand, Shao Ye bowed to the nameless guardian, saying, I apologize. I am but an adventurer here to challenge. Unaware of the guardian's presence, the guardian paid no heed to whether Shao Ye was an adventurer or a martial artist. Now that he was present, it was the guardian's duty to explain the use of the super divine water. The teapot levitated, pouring a clear liquid into a small teacup, which then moved automatically before Shao Ye. At this moment, the guardian spoke. Those who drink the super divine water must possess unwavering faith, immense potential, and indomitable will, otherwise, they shall be slain by its power. Challenger, do you possess the resolve to face the possibility of death? Upon hearing the guardian's words, Shao Ye hesitated. He had unwavering faith and indomitable will, but as for potential, who could ascertain its presence within him? On the Kalinta, Carlin observed that Shao Ye had reached the final step, yet was now hesitating. This was concerning. If Shao Ye continued to waver, he might miss the opportunity to drink the super divine water. Could it be that Shao Ye harbors some doubts? Carlin pondered, stroking his beard. But that seems unfounded. He is already so powerful and should possess faith, potential, and will. Otherwise, he could not have achieved his current strength. Indeed, Carlin was correct. Without formidable potential, an ordinary person in today's world would barely reach a battle power of 100. Yet Shao Ye remained unaware of this knowledge. As Shao Ye hesitated, the guardian and the small table began to vanish. In that instant, Shao Ye's gaze solidified with determination. He grasped the super divine water without hesitation and drank deeply. As he lifted the teacup, the guardian and the table disappeared. Had Shao Ye delayed any longer, he would have missed this opportunity forever. The disappearance of the guardian no longer concerned Shao Ye, for as the super divine water entered his mouth, he felt as though he was consuming not water, but searing magma. As the liquid surged within him, a powerful and tumultuous force erupted throughout his body. The agonizing pain and overwhelming discomfort caused Shao Ye to scream in agony. Simultaneously, his muscles bulged, and veins throbbed upon his forehead, releasing an aura akin to a primordial beast. This agonizing scream persisted for over 3 minutes until Shao Ye collapsed to the ground, motionless. Watching from a distance, Carlin's heart tightened with worry, muttering, could it be that Shao Ye has perished? Carlin hastily called out to Shao Ye, attempting to rouse him. Indeed, he could communicate with Shao Ye, but during the illusion, he chose to observe Shao Ye's strength in silence. Now, however, with Shao Ye lying still, his calls went unanswered, intensifying Carlin's anxiety. Suddenly recalling something, Carlin quickly leaned over the jar's opening, shouting, Shao Ye, awaken. The world below will collapse in 2 minutes. If you do not ascend, I will be unable to save you. Carlin was genuinely frantic. Even if Shao Ye survived the super divine water, should he remain unconscious, he too would perish when the world crumbled. As seconds ticked away, Shao Ye showed no signs of awakening. Carlin's hands gripped the jar tightly, as if that would rouse him. With only half a minute remaining, despair consumed Carlin. This scant time was insufficient for any normal person to reach the exit. Just as Carlin's body began to falter, Shao Ye, who had appeared lifeless, suddenly awakened. Seeing Shao Ye open his eyes, Carlin hurriedly called out to him, relaying the impending collapse of the world. However, Carlin's tone was dismal, as he had already resigned himself to the belief that Shao Ye could not escape. Yet upon hearing that there were merely 30 seconds left, a smile crept onto Shao Ye's lips as he gazed at his hands. Clenching them revealed a strength far surpassing his previous abilities. He boldly declared to Carlin, "Do not worry, Carlin. Simply prepare to receive me." Although Shao Ye could not see Carlin, he knew the immortal was watching him. Hearing Shao Ye's unwavering confidence, Carlin felt a twinge of unease. Convinced it was merely a fleeting illusion, and refrained from disheartening him, saying only, "As long as you are happy." Despite harboring doubts about Shao Ye's return, Carlin extended his staff downward. Though he could not assist Shao Ye, he still offered him a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Shao Ye summoned his strength, his body shooting forth like a cheetah, moving at a velocity several times greater than before. "Having consumed the super divine water, I possess superhuman potential. My strength has surged exponentially. I should now be capable of ascending to higher realms for cultivation," Shao Ye murmured excitedly as he raced onward, a smile gracing his lips. Eager to reach the heavenly realm. From the base to the starting point, Shao Ye took half an hour to descend. Yet it took him less than 15 seconds to ascend. Observing the wooden staff extended by the immortal Carlin, Shao Ye leaped gracefully, soaring over 30 meters before seizing the staff. Feeling a sudden weight in his grasp, he wondered if he had caught a big fish. The immortal Carlin, momentarily stunned, soon realized that Shao Ye had indeed grasped his staff. A look of unexpected delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, "You rascal, how much power have you gained?" Shao Ye grinned in response, but did not answer immediately. Instead, he said, "Immortal Carlin, if you do not pull me up soon, I might truly be lost." Upon hearing this, Carlin chuckled heartily, his hands busy as he swiftly drew Shao Ye from the vessel. Chapter 15. The application of Qi sensing atop Carlin Tower. The immortal Carlin gazed at Shao Ye with curiosity, inquiring, "How is it? Your strength must be considerable now, correct?" Shao Ye nodded and retrieved a combat power detector from his universal capsule. After scanning his body, a number soon appeared on the display. Leaning closer, Carlin observed the figure of 283, his brow furrowing in confusion as he asked, "What does this signify?" Seeing the number, Shao Ye felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that merely drinking a sip of water would enhance his strength so significantly. He smiled at Carlin and replied, "This represents my current power." "Ah, so this is a tangible representation of your strength? Truly remarkable." Carlin mused while stroking his beard. Who would have imagined that during his brief half-day at Carlin Tower, Shao Ye's power had escalated from 138 to 283? A mere sip of water yielding such a dramatic increase in strength would entice anyone. Shao Ye initially contemplated gauging Carlin's power, but reconsidered, deeming it disrespectful, and thus abandoned the idea. "So, Shao Ye, young man, your strength is now unparalleled in the world. What do you intend to do next?" Carlin inquired. Although possessing a combat power exceeding 200 was sufficient to defeat the newly emerged Lord Baiku, it paled in comparison to the Scions, more formidable extraterrestrials and artificial beings that lay ahead, not to mention the impending threat of deities and their ilk. While Shao Ye desired to ascend to the heavenly realm to seek methods for enhancing his strength, he refrained from directly voicing this wish. Instead, he asked Carlin, "Immortal Carlin, does this mean I have passed your trial?" Carlin nodded instinctively, affirming, "Indeed, and you have also surpassed the trial of the super divine water, achieving an extraordinary level of success." After acknowledging this, Shao Ye extended his hand and queried, "Then, what about my reward?" "Huh." Carlin was taken aback, unprepared for Shao Ye's bold request for a reward. After a brief pause, he shook his head with a wry smile. "You are quite unreserved, but you have earned it. Here, I shall grant you the Nimbus as your reward." With that, Carlin summoned a vast expanse of Nimbus clouds, plucking a small one and placing it before Shao Ye, saying, "Since you have passed the test, your strength should allow you to ride it." However, Shao Ye waved his hand in refusal. He had no interest in Nimbus clouds even before ascending Carlin Tower. Now that his strength had increased, he felt his speed was comparable to that of the Nimbus, rendering it even less appealing. "The Nimbus flies too slowly. I desire something swifter." Otherwise, vehicles like cars and planes that can fit in my universal capsule would be more practical. Ka Lin scratched his head, astonished to encounter someone who rejected the Nimbus for the first time. Yet, considering Shao Ye's current strength, he acquiesced, nodding, "Very well, I do have faster clouds. But be advised, these clouds can be commandeered by those with impure hearts." With that, Ka Lin dispelled the Nimbus and summoned a dark cloud, crackling with lightning. Shao Ye recognized this as the storm cloud he sought. However, unlike his prior knowledge, this cloud could be ridden by anyone, not just the wicked. Leaping onto the cloud, Shao Ye soared into the vast sky, reveling in the exhilarating flight before returning to Ka Lin Tower. Upon dismounting, he expressed his satisfaction with the speed of the storm cloud, looking at Ka Lin and stating, "I am quite fond of this cloud speed. Immortal Ka Lin, can you ensure that it only heeds my commands?" "Certainly, young Shao Ye," Ka Lin replied with a smile, and with a gesture of his staff. He performed some unknown incantation, ensuring that the storm cloud would now obey only Shao Ye. After completing this, Ka Lin waved his hand, saying, "All right, young Shao Ye, I have nothing more to offer you. You may return now." As Ka Lin prepared to retreat to rest, Shao Ye called out, "Immortal Ka Lin, wait." Ka Lin turned, puzzled by Shao Ye's continued interest. Shao Ye grinned and said, "Immortal Ka Lin, since you are an immortal, I wish to learn the art of becoming one." You wish to learn magic?" Ka Lin paused, reflecting on Shao Ye's earlier statements. He then stroked his beard. "True. You are not merely a martial artist, so it is understandable that you seek to broaden your knowledge. However, after a moment, Ka Lin added, bear in mind, mastering magic requires considerable time. You would be better off continuing your cultivation of qi instead." Qi. This mention reminded Shao Ye that he was in the world of Dragon Ball, where the application of qi was paramount. Although later developments revolved around divine powers, qi remained crucial. "Oh, very well. I humbly request that you teach me to cultivate qi, Immortal Ka Lin." While Shao Ye had witnessed Master Roshi employing the Kamehameha wave during his time at Fire Mountain, he was not as seasoned as Goku, who had trained for over a decade in this realm. Having only been in this world for less than 3 months, he had yet to fully grasp its concepts of qi. Though he could sense qi when focused, the difference between self-discovery and guided instruction was monumental. Ka Lin, intending to pose a question to encourage Shao Ye's own realization, was taken aback when Shao Ye asked him for guidance. Although he was aware of a more powerful deity above them, he hesitated to recommend Shao Ye to them without a foundational understanding of qi. After contemplation, Ka Lin proposed, "How about this? You may take some time to explore the qi within your body here. Once you show some progress, I will recommend you to a more suitable place for qi cultivation." Shao Ye understood that Ka Lin was likely referring to the heavenly realm and readily agreed. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged, beginning to delve into the qi within himself. Witnessing Shao Ye's eagerness, Ka Lin felt inclined to say something, but ultimately remained silent, recognizing the young man's fervent desire for strength. Initially, Shao Ye believed that sensing qi would be a straightforward endeavor given his newfound power. However, to his surprise, 3 months elapsed in the Ka Lin Tower. After 3 months of daily cultivation, punctuated only by consuming a magical bean, Shao Ye finally spread his hands apart, conjuring a white energy sphere between them. Ka Lin, witnessing this successful application of qi, widened his eyes in astonishment. The young man, surprisingly, has grasped the essence of energy on his own, without any guidance. How extraordinary is his potential, mused Ka Lin Xianrun in astonishment. Yet he soon felt a wave of concern for Shao Ye. The boy's relentless pursuit of power raises a troubling thought. I hope he does not stray into the path of darkness. If such a situation were to arise, few would be able to contend with him. Chapter 16. The Celestial Realm Entrance Examination. Ka Lin Xianrun. Look, I have learned to harness energy, exclaimed Shao Ye, rising to his feet and joyfully addressing Ka Lin Xianrun. Indeed, Ka Lin Xianrun nodded, stroking his beard. The ability to comprehend the application of energy without formal instruction is indeed remarkable. Having gained Ka Lin Xianrun's approval, Shao Ye dissipated his energy orb and cheerfully inquired, "So, Ka Lin Xianrun, can you recommend me to a place where I can further enhance my strength?" "Ah, so you were pondering this matter." Ka Lin Xianrun replied, "Very well, now that you have learned to wield energy, follow me." With that, Ka Lin Xianrun led Shao Ye to the pinnacle of Ka Lin Tower. Pointing to a hollow at the summit, he explained, This was once a conduit to a higher celestial realm, but the golden staff that connects it has been taken. If you can retrieve it, you shall ascend to the celestial realm. Though Shao Ye was aware that the golden staff was necessary for entry, he gazed up at the vast expanse of sky, devoid of color save for blue, and questioned Kalin Xianren. Must it be the golden staff? Can I not ascend upon the thundercloud? Shao Ye recalled that in the latter stages of Dragon Ball, the warriors of Earth flew without the golden staff. Kalin Xianren stroked his beard and replied, though the thundercloud can indeed carry you, it will be disrupted by lightning at a certain altitude, easily scattering you and resulting in a perilous fall. Understanding the situation, Shao Ye nodded and declared, that's fine. I happen to know where the golden staff is. I shall return shortly. With that, Shao Ye summoned the thundercloud and swiftly vanished into the distance. Observing the urgency of Shao Ye, Kalin Xianren shook his head, puzzled by the boy's fervent desire to enhance his strength. With the speed of the thundercloud, Shao Ye soon arrived at a large island where he discovered Goku, who was training alongside bald-headed Krillin and Master Roshi. The trio was leisurely delivering milk while running around a large tree. Though such a relaxed training method may not significantly boost their strength, it subtly enhanced their foundational abilities. Shao Ye chose not to interrupt them, opting instead to hover silently above, finding their training far more captivating than any animated series on television. After waiting for half a day, once Master Roshi had finished delivering the last bottle of milk and conversed with the old monk, Shao Ye descended from the sky. To his surprise, Master Roshi did not seem overly astonished by Shao Ye's sudden appearance, having noticed him upon his arrival. Goku, however, was thrilled to see Shao Ye, while Krillin regarded this tall and handsome stranger with skepticism, muttering, he looks so slender. He must be weak. After greeting Master Roshi, Shao Ye borrowed the golden staff from Goku and was introduced to Krillin, who would later be known as the strongest man on Earth. Before heading back to Kalin Tower, placing the golden staff into the hollow, Shao Ye successfully entered the celestial realm. Upon stepping into the celestial realm, Shao Ye beheld the figure of Bobo, who, clad in dark attire reminiscent of an Indian, stood before the temple. Approaching with a respectful gesture, Shao Ye introduced himself. Greetings. I am Shao Ye, an adventurer here to learn profound martial arts from the celestial deity to enhance my strength. Bobo, with wide, expressionless eyes, replied, please present your recommendation. In response, Shao Ye retrieved the bell from his waist and handed it to Bobo. After examining it, Bobo nodded and returned the bell, stating, to meet the celestial deity, you must first pass a test. Another test? Shao Ye felt a pang of annoyance. Why were there so many tests in this world? Though reluctant, as he was here to learn, he inquired, very well, how do I proceed with the test? Quite simple, Bobo responded. You must touch my body without ringing the bell. Once again, the requirement to avoid ringing the bell made it clear that the theft of the small vial from Kalin Xianren had merely been an introductory test. The true examination lay with Bobo. Realizing this, Shao Ye nodded, saying, shall I begin? Bobo nodded, you may start at any time. As soon as the words left Bobo's lips, Shao Ye dashed toward him with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake. Just as Shao Ye's hand was about to make contact, Bobo effortlessly stepped back, evading Shao Ye's grasp. Bobo's leisurely yet precise dodging led Shao Ye to mistakenly believe that he merely needed to increase his speed to make contact, prompting him to accelerate further. The remnants of their movements nearly filled the celestial realm, yet no matter how fast Shao Ye became, Bobo always managed to evade his hand at the perfect moment. This realization caused Shao Ye, who had expected to pass the test with ease, to regard Bobo with newfound respect. He knew that even Goku, who had recently defeated the formidable Demon King Piccolo, could touch Bobo, and here he was, a person whose strength had reached over 200, nearly 300. Yet he could not even brush against Bobo's clothing. However, it was understandable. Bobo's combat prowess exceeded 1,500, surpassing that of Raditz. Though later for reasons unknown, he could spar with and even guide the Super Saiyan Goten, it could only be attributed to Bobo's vast combat experience. Half an hour later, as Shao Ye leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, Bobo spoke. Here at Earth's highest point, the air is thin. You must adjust your breathing, or you will easily find yourself out of breath. Moreover, you must calm your mind and feel the energy I emit to touch my body. You must be as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning. Struggling to catch his breath, Shao Ye nodded at Bobo and sat cross-legged, focusing on calming his breath while attuning himself to the energy emanating from Bobo. As day turned to night, Time slipped away, yet Bobo remained steadfast, and Shao Ye continued in meditation. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, Shao Ye's mind settled into a reflective stillness, akin to a mirror. He experienced a new sensation, one that, while not providing the clarity of sight, allowed him to perceive the essence of another's heart, discerning the nature of their intentions, whether malevolent or benevolent. No, it was not light emanating from a person, but rather energy. Attempting to grasp Bobo's energy with his own, Shao Ye felt a newfound control, as if he had gained a precognitive ability to predict Bobo's next move. Opening his eyes, Shao Ye's gaze was filled with unwavering determination. Bobo, still devoid of expression, remarked, "It appears you are prepared. Let us begin." Shao Ye nodded and immediately utilized the newfound sensing ability, easily grasping the energy radiating from Bobo, and subsequently made contact with his body with remarkable ease. Chapter 17. Why Pursue Strength? A green figure emerged from the temple, and as it stepped into the sunlight, the true appearance of the Namekian, now the Earth's celestial deity, was revealed. Noting the astonished expression on Shao Ye's face, the deity, with a somber demeanor, managed a strained smile and said, "Adventurer Shao Ye, you seem quite surprised to see me." Upon first encountering the peculiar extraterrestrial being, Shao Ye was momentarily entranced. It was only when the celestial being posed a question that he regained his senses. Quickly retracting his astonished gaze, he remarked, I had envisioned the celestial being as an elderly man with white hair. I never anticipated that you would take on the form of this green insect." Before the celestial being could respond, Bobo interjected, stating, "You must not show disrespect to the celestial being." However, before Bobo could finish, the celestial being raised a hand to stop him, saying, "It is all right. I indeed appear quite different from others on Earth." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye was tempted to inquire if the celestial being had ever considered the possibility of being an alien. However, he thought better of it, reasoning that the celestial being would eventually come to understand this truth on his own. Moreover, even if he voiced this thought now, it would only serve to create an unnecessary concern for the celestial being. The celestial being turned to Shao Ye and asked, "Adventurer Shao Ye, I am curious. Given your current strength, you have no rivals left on Earth. Could you enlighten me as to why you still seek to enhance your power?" Shao Ye recalled that a similar question had been posed to him by the immortal Carlin, which he had previously evaded. Now, faced with the celestial being's inquiry, he realized he could not continue to skirt the issue. Although he understood that his desire for greater strength was merely to prepare for future formidable adversaries, articulating this fact would be problematic, as it would require him to explain how he knew such enemies would arise, a notion derived from his experiences in anime. As his thoughts swirled, Shao Ye quickly devised a response that would be irrefutable to the celestial being, stating, "As an adventurer, it is only natural for me to seek out new challenges. Additionally, I have a profound fear of death, prompting me to desire greater power. For it is only through such strength that I can safely traverse more realms, including the cosmos." While the celestial being was aware that this was not Shao Ye's true intent, the realization that Shao Ye sought to enhance his strength not for malevolent purposes was sufficient. The celestial being nodded and replied, "Indeed, an adventurer's pursuit of exploration requires formidable power. Very well, I shall impart advanced cultivation techniques to you." With Shao Ye having withheld the full truth, the celestial being did not press further. As long as Shao Ye did not wield his strength for evil, that was enough. Who could possibly deter an individual passionate about adventure? Grateful for the celestial being's consent, Shao Ye expressed his heartfelt thanks. Following this, the celestial being and Bobo jointly instructed Shao Ye on the methods of utilizing qi and techniques for physical conditioning, a process that spanned a month. Once they had imparted substantial knowledge regarding the application of qi, the celestial being and Bobo assigned Shao Ye his first task, to engage in battle with his replica, a being created through celestial magic rather than technology, possessing all of Shao Ye's martial arts memories and qi manipulation skills. The replica, though voiceless, was nearly indistinguishable from Shao Ye himself. Before the duel commenced, Shao Ye took a moment to assess his combat strength, which had risen to 290. Thus, he had improved by 7 points over the course of a month. Outside the celestial palace, Shao Ye faced the replica adorned with a false mask, sensing an identical aura emanating from it. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he was eager to determine his current combat prowess. As a gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, a leaf was swept away, and as it descended to the ground, Both Shao Ye and the replica sprang into action simultaneously. They closed the distance swiftly, unleashing powerful punches at one another. The collision of their fists created shockwaves that bent the surrounding trees. Experiencing the pain radiating from his knuckles, both Shao Ye and the replica retracted their fists, but soon thereafter launched a flurry of jabs, hooks, and kicks, each searching for a weakness in the other's defenses. Yet, the replica, having mastered all of Shao Ye's techniques, was able to counter every strike with precision, forcing Shao Ye to adopt a defensive stance against the onslaught. The sounds of their fists meeting echoed through the air, a relentless rhythm that dazzled the eyes. After a flurry of strikes, Shao Ye realized that such attacks were futile against the replica's defenses. Meanwhile, while the replica faced a similar predicament, it possessed the distinct advantage of never tiring. After several minutes of high-speed exchanges, it could overpower Shao Ye once his energy waned. Aware of this reality, Shao Ye decided to change his approach. After half a minute of combat, he concentrated his most potent energy into a single punch, launching an all-out offensive against the replica. In response, the replica mirrored Shao Ye's action, channeling its full strength into a strike aimed at Shao Ye's chest. Their attacks were solely offensive, resulting in a resounding clash. Both Shao Ye's and the replica's fists collided against each other's chests, and they did not cease there. Each sent forth a second wave of force, propelling the other several meters away. As Shao Ye landed, he staggered backward 6 steps, spitting blood, while the replica also retreated 6 steps, its mask cracking visibly but not shedding blood. Overall, their full-strength punches resulted in a stalemate. However, this outcome drew frowns from the observing celestial being and Bobo. Although Bobo's expression remained unchanged, Bobo remarked to the celestial being, "Lord Celestial, Shao Ye's attacks are excessively aggressive. Should he encounter a formidable enemy, he may find himself at a disadvantage." The celestial being nodded in agreement, and just as he was about to speak, he noticed Shao Ye's wounds healing rapidly. With a gasp, he realized, Shao Ye must have wished for swift healing from the divine dragon. Indeed, he is a combative spirit. However, he continued with concern, even with rapid healing, facing a powerful foe could incite them to unleash their full force, potentially leading to Shao Ye's demise. Bobo inquired, "What should we do, Lord Celestial?" After a moment of contemplation, the celestial being replied, "It appears necessary to enlighten Shao Ye about the dangers of his reckless combat style. Let him engage in a simulated battle with extraterrestrial beings. Perhaps this will temper his aggressive tendencies." Chapter 18. The Judgment of Heaven. Clutching his healed chest and swallowing the blood, Shao Ye, after steadying his breath, charged once more towards the replica. Aware that close combat yielded no openings, he resolved to alter his strategy. As the replica advanced, Shao Ye abruptly raised his hand and unleashed a chi blast. With a resounding explosion, the replica, caught off guard at such close range, could do nothing but endure the blast. As the dust settled, the replica found itself searching for Shao Ye, who had cleverly used the explosion as cover, slipping into the replica's blind spot. In that fleeting moment, Shao Ye closed in and struck the replica squarely on the head, sending it crashing to the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. The replica swiftly executed a somersault, but at that very moment, Shao Ye had just arrived before him. With a powerful punch driven by gravity, he struck the replica's head, causing it to crash heavily back to the ground. However, the replica, sustained by an infinite reserve of energy, was devoid of any sensation of pain. Thus, despite Shao Ye's blows being sufficient to induce a concussion in someone of comparable strength, for the replica, it merely represented an unbroken defense. As Shao Ye prepared to deliver a third punch, the replica deftly hooked Shao Ye's foot and slid beneath him. Once behind Shao Ye, the replica sprang up and launched a punch towards his back. The impact felt akin to being struck by a freight train. And it was only then that Shao Ye realized the true power of his own punches. After being propelled several meters away, he rolled on the ground multiple times before quickly regaining his feet, having noticed that the replica was already in pursuit. Just as Shao Ye stood upright, the replica's whip-like leg was already upon him. He raised his arms to shield his head, deflecting the attack, only for the replica to conjure 2 energy orbs in an instant. Subsequently, the replica swiftly fused the 2 energy orbs into a larger one, brimming with ferocious energy, before pressing it down towards Shao Ye. This reckless fighting style bore a striking resemblance to Shao Ye's own aggressive tactics. The explosion that ensued engulfed both Shao Ye and the replica, leaving the deities, Tian Shun and Bo Bo, in a state of astonishment. Their concern lay not in Shao Ye's might, but rather in the sheer recklessness of his approach. A typical opponent would find it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand against him. Was this the audacity that came with possessing healing abilities? Tian, I believe it would be prudent to make Shao Ye aware of the flaws in his fighting style, Bo suggested, to which Tian nodded in agreement. As the dust settled, only Shao Ye, clad in tattered undergarments, and the unscathed replica remained in place. In the next instant, both combatants distanced themselves from one another. Unlike Shao Ye, who merely leaped back, the replica performed several acrobatic flips to create space, prompting Shao Ye to feel an urge to charge forward and attack. Clenching and then releasing his fists, Shao Ye recognized that brute force would not suffice against the replica. He resolved to test the replica's physical resilience instead. Standing tall, he raised a finger towards the replica and declared, "I have discerned your weakness. With a single blow, I shall defeat you." A single strike was indeed the plan. Shao Ye intended to unleash his full power against the replica, aware that failure to vanquish it would result in his own defeat. The replica, however, remained silent, as it was incapable of speech. With tense leg muscles, the definition of Shao Ye's legs, along with the visible veins, indicated the incredible strength contained within. It gave the impression that a kick from him could shatter bones. "I shall deliver a kick known as Duan Tian Fa. Let us see whether your body is sufficiently resilient or if my Duan Tian Fa prevails." With those words, Shao Ye propelled himself forward with astonishing speed towards the replica. Naturally, the replica would not remain passive. It surged forward, exuding a formidable aura while simultaneously launching energy orbs at Shao Ye. After withstanding dozens of energy blasts, Shao Ye broke through the cloud of smoke and reached the replica. At that moment, the replica had already charged its fist with energy, and Shao Ye unleashed his Duan Tian Fa with unrelenting ferocity. The two attacks collided with a bone-chilling crack, and the replica's fist exploded, followed by its arm, body, and ultimately, the entirety of the replica disintegrated. Shao Ye stood, gasping for breath. He had wagered correctly. The replica's body was not as resilient as he had anticipated, otherwise. It would have been his leg that shattered instead. After defeating the replica, Shao Ye required a full 4 days to recuperate. However, it was not physical injuries that necessitated his recovery, as his rapid healing ability had mended his wounds post-battle. Rather, he needed to restore his exhausted stamina and mental state. Intense combat not only results in physical injuries, but also takes a toll on one's energy and mental faculties, which can become a considerable burden. Neglecting proper recovery could lead to prolonged tension in the nerves, ultimately hindering both physical health and the enhancement of one's abilities. Upon his recovery, Shao Ye found himself clad in a martial arts uniform conjured by Tian Shan, emblazoned with the character for deity. Wearing the loose-fitting attire, he felt somewhat uncomfortable, contemplating the need to have Bulma craft or design an array of preferred black garments for his future use. "Bo, what training shall we embark upon next?" "I can hardly contain my excitement," Shao Ye inquired, following closely behind Bo. "Before we proceed to the next training regimen, there is one more task you must complete." Bo replied as they walked. Curiosity piqued, Shao Ye asked, "What is this task?" Upon reaching the exterior of the temple, Bo turned to face Shao Ye, stating, "This task requires you to defeat me before you can proceed to the next training." The reason Tian Shan insisted that Shao Ye defeat Bo prior to entering the illusion was to ensure Shao Ye possessed a certain level of strength. His aim was to make Shao Ye aware of the shortcomings in his fighting style, rather than to demoralize him. However, upon hearing that he must defeat Bo, Shao Ye, despite his confidence in overcoming him, felt a pang of difficulty. After all, that would be a feat to achieve in over a decade, not in the present. Defeat you? Surely that cannot be right. Bo, you have served Tian Shan for so long. Your battle experience and strength must surpass mine. How could I possibly prevail over you?" As he spoke, Shao Ye produced a power detector, scanning himself first. It displayed a reading of 290. Upon scanning Bo next, the device displayed 3 question marks. Shao Ye turned the detector for Bo to see, saying, "You see? Your power is undetectable. How could I possibly win against you? Your detector is quite intriguing. However, I can adjust my strength to match yours," Bo replied, seemingly without any effort. In an instant, the 3 question marks on the detector transformed into a number, and as that number decreased, it soon displayed 290. Shao Ye withdrew his hand. Examining the digits with skepticism, He suspected Bo was deceiving him, as he could easily adjust his power at will, potentially increasing it during combat without Shao Ye noticing. Yet, given the current circumstances, he had no choice but to comply with Bo's wishes. Very well, if that is the case, when shall we begin? Shao Ye inquired after setting aside the detector. We can commence immediately, Bo responded, eager for Shao Ye to start. After all, he would soon enter the illusion to learn and adapt his fighting style, and time was of the essence. All right, let us begin. As he spoke, Shao Ye leaped back 3 meters, rubbing his hands together before adopting a combat stance, with one hand in a palm position and the other as a fist. Observing this, Bo did not assume any fighting posture. One hand rested behind his back, while the other waved dismissively at Shao Ye. Taking no offense, Shao Ye propelled himself forward with a burst of energy, closing the distance to Bo in a single stride. With no intention of holding back, he delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at Bo's face. Yet Bo merely took half a step back to evade the blow, with his rear fist missing. Shao Ye quickly followed up with a palm strike, but Bo deftly tilted his head to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, he seized Shao Ye's right arm and pressed it down, effectively controlling both of Shao Ye's limbs. Before Bo could articulate the flaws in Shao Ye's technique, Shao Ye swiftly retreated, seemingly seeking to create distance, allowing his left arm to break free from control. Observing this, Bo promptly followed, ensuring Shao Ye's arm had no opportunity to escape. However, Bo miscalculated. Shao Ye's retreat was not an attempt to free his arm, but rather a sudden downward thrust of his body, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Bo. The transition in Shao Ye's tactics was executed with such rapidity that even if Bo released his grip, he would inevitably be knocked to the ground. Yet, Bo, being Bo, instantly appeared outside the reach of Shao Ye's sweeping kick as if teleporting. Initially intending merely to spar with Bo, Shao Ye, seeing Bo employ such a teleportation technique, felt no reservations and resolved to utilize all his abilities to defeat him. After the sweeping kick, Shao Ye swiftly turned, rising to his feet, his hands clawing towards Bo like a tiger's paws. Bo evaded once more, and Shao Ye, unable to halt his momentum, fell forward, using his hands to perform a somersault and spring back up, launching a Leo flying kick towards Bo. The sequence of moves flowed seamlessly, akin to a gentle stream. If they were equally matched martial artists, even if one could evade all of Shao Ye's preceding attacks, the final flying kick would be inescapable. After all, they were now perilously close, and the reach of the flying kick was extensive, not easily dodged by mere retreating or sidestepping. Nevertheless, Bo effortlessly seized Shao Ye's foot, as if discarding a troublesome burden, and hurled him away. Shao Ye landed several meters distant yet emerged unscathed, executing a Yulong Jiao Zhu to rise. With both hands, he accumulated a significant amount of energy, swiftly merging it into a single, volatile energy orb. This technique had been previously employed by a duplicate, which had directly thrust the unnamed energy orb towards Shao Ye. However, now, with a distance of 5 to 6 meters between them, such an action was clearly unfeasible. I hadn't thought of a name for this technique yet, so now I shall call it De Ping. What do you say, dare to endure it? Shao Ye proclaimed, not out of a sense of teenage bravado, but rather to buy himself more time, as the creation and compression of the energy orb was an arduous process. Without some idle chatter to fill the time, he risked being interrupted. Yet, Bo remained silent, his expression unchanged. However, his figure began to blur. Realizing the urgency, Shao Ye hurriedly moved to evade Bo's imminent attack. The two figures darted outside the temple, one striving to capture the other while the other desperately dodged. Their afterimages nearly filled the heavens when Bo's hand unexpectedly landed on Shao Ye's shoulder. Got you. However, before Bo could finish his statement, Shao Ye smirked, retorting, no, it is I who have captured you. With that, Shao Ye swiftly turned, pressing the De Ping energy orb against Bo. A tremendous explosion erupted outside the temple, the powerful shockwave scattering the flora throughout the celestial realm. Yet, miraculously, not a single bush or palm tree was uprooted by the blast. As the smoke cleared, the floor of the celestial realm remained unscathed. At the epicenter of the explosion stood Shao Ye, now clad in ragged attire, while Bo had effortlessly evaded the blast radius. Shao Ye straightened and faced Bo, recognizing that as he unleashed the De Ping, he had witnessed Bo's instantaneous escape, albeit too late to prevent the explosion. As Shao Ye clenched his fists, preparing to launch another attack, Bobo raised a hand to stop him, stating, "Wait. You have passed the test and may proceed to the next stage of your trial." Upon hearing Bobo's words, Shao Ye exhaled in relief. Having expended all his energy in forming the Da He Ping, he knew he could not withstand even a single punch from Bobo if the fight continued. Despite Bobo having yet to throw a single punch throughout this encounter, it was my slow execution of the Da He Ping that allowed you to escape. Otherwise, victory would have undoubtedly been mine. Next time, I shall ensure the Da He Ping is executed with such swiftness that even your teleportation will not suffice to evade it. Shao Ye reflected, eager to summarize the battle's lessons. Bobo, bemused, pointed out the flaw in Shao Ye's approach. Your strategy was overly aggressive. Had you not exhausted all your energy in coalescing that Da He Ping, you would still possess the strength to contest with me. However, Shao Ye dismissed Bobo's critique, firmly believing that the sluggishness of his Da He Ping was the sole reason for his failure. After all, wouldn't it be preferable to defeat an enemy with a single strike rather than engage in prolonged combat? Was it necessary to emulate the likes of Wukong and Frisia, where Frisia had to obliterate Earth to realize the necessity of a swift strike? Shao Ye would never stoop to such folly. Observing Shao Ye's indifference to his advice, Bobo felt exasperated, hoping the illusions would impart the necessary lessons for Shao Ye to recognize the flaws in his combat style. Chapter 20. Trial. Following Bobo into a fantastical room filled with distorted clocks, Shao Ye stood on a teleportation platform as instructed, while Bobo operated a complex apparatus nearby. Were it not for Bobo's assurance that this device merely transported consciousness into a training illusion, Shao Ye might have mistaken it for a time machine. After manipulating the intricate controls, Bobo pulled a lever, and in a flash of light, Shao Ye vanished from sight. At that moment, the celestial being emerged from the shadows. Shao Ye had been entirely unaware of the celestial being's presence upon entering the room. When Shao Ye regained his vision, he found himself amidst a bleak sky and the desolate ruins of a city. Scattered among the debris lay numerous skeletons clad in Frisia's army uniforms. The condition of these remains, some clutching weapons and others riddled with fatal wounds, indicated that a fierce battle had transpired here. As he traversed the devastated city, Shao Ye remained alert to his surroundings. Bobo had cautioned him that this was a trial. Thus, even in the absence of visible foes, he did not let his guard down. He had no desire to be sent back immediately, which would tarnish his reputation as the king of adventures. After wandering through the abandoned city for over 10 minutes without encountering any adversaries, he began to relax, noting several skeletons with tails, likely belonging to Psiots. Kicking aside an obstructive skull, it was unexpectedly caught by a hand. With a crunch, the skull was reduced to dust. Shao Ye turned to see a man, his hair resembling pointed ears on either side of his head and receding in the middle, clad in Frisia's battle attire, gazing back at him from several meters away. Huh. I thought all the inhabitants of this planet were dead, yet here stands a living one. The burly man sneered at Shao Ye, though the man bore a menacing visage. Shao Ye felt no fear. He had discerned the purpose of his training. Cracking his neck and shaking his hands, Shao Ye replied to the giant, "Oh, encountering me means your downfall is imminent." Upon hearing this, the man snorted derisively, unleashing his energy and charging towards Shao Ye with remarkable speed, declaring, "Humph, arrogant." As he closed the distance, the giant swung a powerful punch towards Shao Ye. With a fierce glare, Shao Ye tensed, simultaneously delivering a punch aimed at the man's head. Unperturbed by the prospect of an exchange of injuries, bolstered by his rapid regeneration abilities, the clash resounded with a series of impacts. As the fists of the two combatants collided simultaneously against each other's bodies, the immense force propelled them both backward. Rising from the debris, Shao Ye gingerly touched the area that had just endured a strike. Although the pain had subsided, the sensation remained vividly sharp. In stark contrast, the burly man, struck on the head, now perceived his surroundings as a blur of double images. Seizing the opportunity, just as Shao Ye prepared to deliver a final blow to the hulking figure, the latter abruptly leaped away, alert and evasive. In the next instant, a key blast shot forth from a gaping hole in a nearby building, exploding with a thunderous roar and creating a deep crater. After evading the blast, Shao Ye landed and turned his gaze toward the source of the key projectile, only to discover a figure standing not far from him. This individual, sporting a crew cut and possessing fierce eyes, had a lean yet muscular physique, clad in the battle attire of the Frisia force. The presence of two adversaries caught Shao Ye off guard. Fortunately, they had not coordinated their assault against him, or he would have been in peril. Realizing his oversight in neglecting his surroundings, Shao Ye heightened his awareness, seeking to sense any other key signatures nearby. Indeed, upon entering that peculiar chamber, the Celestial had tested him. Regrettably, he had failed to meet the challenge then. However, he now recognized his previous lapse and was in the process of rectifying it. Ha ha. Duo Lianbu, you are truly pathetic to be bested by a native, the lean man scoffed, having unleashed a ki blast without targeting Shao Ye, instead choosing to mock the recovering Duo Lianbu. The latter glared at Shao Ye with malice, as if he wished to consume him whole. Yet he retorted to the lean man, Duo C, stop your taunts. This kid is formidable. If we wish to survive here, we must join forces against him. Duo C narrowed his eyes, producing a power scouter from an unknown source and affixing it to his face. Soon, the device revealed Shao Ye's battle power, prompting a grave expression from Duo C as he stated, his battle power has reached 320, surpassing ours by 20. It seems we indeed need to cooperate. The discrepancy in the readings stemmed from the differing reference values of their respective scouters. The Frisia Force's device indicated that the average battle power of Earthlings was 3, while Shao Ye's scouter registered 1. While Duo Lianbu and Duo C plotted loudly, Shao Ye conducted a thorough scan of his surroundings. Relieved to find no other foes present, he felt confident that he could handle the two, but if a third adversary or more appeared, he would contemplate retreat. Attack! Duo Lianbu shouted, and both combatants surged toward Shao Ye. Observing their charge, Shao Ye sprinted toward Duo Lianbu, intent on neutralizing one before facing the other. Anticipating Shao Ye's strategy, Duo Lianbu swiftly raised his hand, launching 4 ki blasts before rapidly distancing himself. The sound of explosions reverberated as the blasts detonated around them, halting Shao Ye's advance. Just as he turned to confront Duo C, a ki blast surged toward him from behind. Startled, and without time to evade, Shao Ye leaped into the air. The blast erupted beneath him with a resounding crash. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap, he thought. Although the explosion failed to harm him, his airborne position rendered him a target for Duo Lianbu, who wore a sinister grin as he gathered energy for a powerful technique. Before Shao Ye could land, Duo Lianbu completed his attack, pointing toward him. Instantly, 3 energy rings composed of ki shot forth, ensnaring Shao Ye before he could touch the ground. Now trapped, Shao Ye struggled against the tight confines of the rings, but they held him fast. Duo C, observing with a malicious smile, concentrated on gathering a potent ki blast, declaring, "You are impressive, but what does it matter? Ultimately, you will perish at our hands." With that, Duo C unleashed the fully formed ki blast, exclaiming, "Die, death bomb." The violet orb hurtled toward Shao Ye. In an instant, the violet sphere descended, engulfing Shao Ye in an explosion. The force of the blast shattered the already dilapidated surroundings further into ruin. Chapter 21. Return before a display screen showing the unfolding events involving Shao Ye, Bobo, and the Celestial observed intently. Celestial Lord, those 2 extraterrestrials are overwhelmingly powerful. Shao Ye lacks combat experience and may not withstand them. Should we lower the difficulty and transfer him to another timeline? Bobo expressed his concern, his hands poised over the control panel as he spoke. The Celestial raised a hand to halt him, shaking his head. There is no need. That boy Shao Ye is exceedingly arrogant. The strength of those 2 extraterrestrials is precisely what he requires to be subdued. Let him endure a bit of hardship. Only then will he alter his fighting style. From the conversation between Bobo and the Celestial, it became clear that Shao Ye's prior suspicions were correct. He had indeed been transported to a past timeline, although Bobo had previously deceived him to alleviate his worries, as he was capable of rescuing Shao Ye just before death and restoring his health, attire, and energy. On Shao Ye's end, a deep pit marked the spot where the explosion had occurred. This was not solely Duo C's doing, but rather a consequence of their location, where several buildings had collapsed atop one another. As the smoke cleared, Duo Lianbu hastened forward to investigate. Upon discovering that Shao Ye's body was absent from the crater, he immediately grew alert, cautioning, "Be careful, that kid may not be dead and could be lurking nearby." With that, Duo Lianbu produced a power scouter from an unknown source and affixed it to his face. Soon, both their scouters detected a rapidly approaching energy signal. Without a moment to spare, Duo C fired 3 ki blasts toward the source of the energy. After 3 explosions, a shirtless Shao Ye burst forth from the ground, appearing before Duo C. The sudden emergence of Shao Ye caused Duo C to tense up, but before he could react, Shao Ye struck him with a powerful swing, sending him flying. As Duo C soared through the air, the scouter on his face shattered under the impact. However, Shao Ye had no intention of relenting, eagerly pursuing him for a follow-up attack. At that moment, Duo Lianbu regained his composure and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in an effort to thwart Shao Ye's advance. Yet, this time, Shao Ye stood resolute, countering with a ki blast aimed at Duo Lianbu to disrupt his rhythm before resuming his chase after the airborne Duo C. As Duo C crashed to the ground, Shao Ye caught up, seizing his face and lifting him as a human shield against the incoming ki blasts from Duo Lianbu, enduring several hits. Duo C struggled in vain, blood spilling from his mouth as his face flushed from exertion. Recognizing that Duo C's usefulness had diminished, Shao Ye unceremoniously grasped his leg and hurled him toward Duo Lianbu, serving as a shield against the ki blast still aimed at him. As the two collided, Shao Ye had already concentrated his energy into a formidable energy sphere known as the He Ping Qi Gong Dan. Having learned from the earlier lesson of Bo Bo's instantaneous movement, Shao Ye was prepared to unleash the Da He Ping at the swiftest speed possible. A dazzling white light emanated from the energy sphere, which contained the power to annihilate all in its path. With astonishing speed, it zipped through the air and accurately struck the two figures locked in combat. A thunderous explosion resonated, instantly reducing everything within a radius of several dozen meters to mere fragments. The tremendous shockwave caused distant, dilapidated buildings to collapse, and the two combatants at the epicenter were utterly obliterated. Observing Shao Ye's decisive execution of his opponent, the deity and Bo Bo exchanged glances, both realizing that their training of Shao Ye had not yielded the desired results. "Should we teleport Shao Ye back, Your Excellency?" Bo Bo inquired, a hint of concern in his voice due to the failure to achieve their objective. After a moment of contemplation, the deity replied, "No. Let us send him an even more formidable adversary." Seeing Shao Ye panting heavily, Bo Bo hesitated, but Shao Ye has already reached his physical limit. Even with a new enemy, he may not be able to make much of a difference. Indeed, the situation is as you say. However, I wish for Shao Ye to understand that exhausting all his stamina in battle is perilous. Now, we shall see if he can grasp the drawbacks of an aggressive fighting style. Understanding the deity's intent, Bo Bo nodded. And after a series of intricate operations on a complex device, a stronger foe materialized around Shao Ye. As Shao Ye, who was resting on his knees and gasping for breath, suddenly froze, the joyous expression he wore from triumph over his previous opponents faded into one of solemnity. He straightened his posture and turned to face a towering figure that had appeared less than 10 meters away. The individual bore a distinctive crab-like hairstyle and was clad in an old-fashioned Frisia Force battle suit, complete with a furry tail wrapped around his waist. If Goku were present, even without recognizing this figure, he would know that this was his progenitor. Indeed, the scion standing before Shao Ye was Bardock, the father of Kakarot. Bardock regarded Shao Ye with disdain, declaring, "As a native, you are indeed strong, but today you shall perish here." As he spoke, Bardock raised a hand, pointing it at Shao Ye. Shao Ye, who had thought the battle was concluded, was taken aback by the arrival of an even mightier opponent. He forced a wry smile. At that moment, he lacked the strength to even raise a finger. With a resounding boom, Shao Ye's form vanished from the spot. Upon returning to the temple, he stumbled and fell to the ground, sitting there and gasping for air. The ordeal of facing death had been starkly vivid, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Have you come to recognize your shortcomings?" The deity approached Shao Ye, a smile gracing his lips. Looking up at the deity, Shao Ye nodded. He had indeed recognized his limitations. In future battles, he must remain attuned to his surroundings, otherwise, he could be caught off guard by a sudden adversary, something he could scarcely endure. The deity, misinterpreting Shao Ye's understanding, felt a sense of gratification upon seeing him nod. "Excellent. Now that you are aware of your deficiencies, dedicate yourself to diligent training henceforth." Chapter 22. The Missed 21st Martial Arts Tournament. 7 months later, Shao Ye descended from the celestial realm aboard the thunderstorm cloud. During his time in the heavenly domain, Shao Ye had mastered the advanced application of energy in just 2 months. The remaining 5 months were devoted to cultivating his energy reserves and enhancing his physique. However, rather than meditating to increase his energy, Shao Ye preferred to augment his reserves through practical combat. He found the lengthy process of energy accumulation through meditation intolerable. Moreover, his physical training reached its limits. To enhance his strength further, he would need to engage in intense battles or train in areas with extreme climates. Although such extreme environments existed within the temple, namely the time chamber and the spirit room, Shao Ye felt his current strength was insufficient to significantly benefit from them. Rather than squander the opportunity to enter the time chamber, he decided to seek out extreme regions on Earth for physical training. This would not only bolster his strength, but also align perfectly with his adventurous spirit, achieving two objectives with one endeavor. Furthermore, with the martial arts tournament approaching in 2 months, Shao Ye yearned to reunite with Bulma ahead of time to participate together. However, it seems Shao Ye had overlooked the fact that the tournament had not been scheduled for 10 months later. It had already taken place 2 days prior, commencing on the 6th of May and concluding on the 7th. Now it was the 8th of May, meaning Shao Ye had indeed missed the event. Fortunately, he had returned 2 months early. Otherwise, he would have lost out on even more. As Shao Ye, feeling liberated from the celestial realm, passed by Karen Tower, he greeted Master Karen and even encountered the Bora father and son fishing by the river before departing the wooded area. As he prepared to head directly to West City to find Bulma, he suddenly recalled a brilliant scientist living near Muscle Tower who had previously contributed to the creation of Android 8. Although Shao Ye had the support of Bulma's family, he recognized the value of technological expertise. After all, Bulma's family had their own commitments, while Shao Ye aspired to reclaim the title of Adventure King in this world. To embark on his adventures, he would require support in technology and various intelligence sources. Shao Ye, embodying a traditional sense of masculinity, was unwilling to burden Bulma with every little matter, so he sought to gather his own allies. The first individual who came to mind as a technological supporter was the reclusive scientist near Muscle Tower. With this thought, Shao Ye adjusted the flight path of the thunderstorm cloud, heading northward. 3 hours later, Shao Ye arrived in the windswept, snow-laden northern region. From his vantage point in the sky, he noticed lights in the distance, likely emanating from Muscle Tower. Shao Ye did not fly directly there, not due to the fierce winds, for even in his thin celestial garb, he remained unfazed by the icy gusts. Rather, he considered this part of his training, allowing the thunderstorm cloud to descend so he could proceed on foot. Under the overcast sky, the frigid wind swirled snowflakes in a chaotic dance. The bitter cold and knee-deep snow could easily freeze an ordinary person in place. Yet, for Shao Ye, this was merely a trifle. Having traversed icy paths while consuming super divine water, he found that even with the added tumult of wind and snow, he remained impervious to harm, thanks to his robust physique. After walking for over 10 minutes, a snow-covered dwelling appeared before Shao Ye. Initially, he had no intention of knocking on the door, for he was no longer an ordinary person and thus did not require the warmth of a house for the night. However, he recalled that Goku had once visited a family's home during his trials at Muscle Tower, and their child had knowledge of the reclusive scientist's whereabouts nearby. Determined, Shao Ye approached the front door, hoping the residents might have information about the hidden scientist. He knocked gently, mindful of his demeanor. As a gentleman, he would never pound on someone's door like a monstrous fiend. The door was knocked upon, and soon someone inside came to open it. The figure who emerged was a burly man sporting a bushy beard. Just as Shao Ye was about to inquire, his gaze shifted past the man, landing on Wukong, who was huddled by the hearth, trembling from the cold. Following Shao Ye's line of sight, the man noticed the child rescued by his daughter and questioned Shao Ye with a hint of curiosity. Young man, do you know that child?" Shao Ye nodded in response, then addressed the man. "Greetings, I am an adventurer, visiting for the first time. May I stay at your home for the night?" Upon hearing that Shao Ye sought lodging, the man welcomed him inside but hesitated, saying, "It is certainly possible, but we do not have many beds available." As you can see, while Shao Ye conversed with the man, Wukong, still shivering by the fire, took notice of the interaction. Upon recognizing Shao Ye, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once assured that he was not mistaken, he joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, Shao Ye, what brings you here?" Instead of immediately answering Wukong, Shao Ye turned to the man and said, "It's all right, I can sleep on the floor." Hearing this, and realizing that Wukong truly knew Shao Ye, the man consented with a nod. He then said to both Shao Ye and Wukong, "It is now dinner time. Why don't you both join us for a meal?" "That sounds wonderful. I am absolutely famished," Wukong replied excitedly, grabbing a nearby blanket to drape over his shoulders before joining Shao Ye. The two friends, having not seen each other for a long time, began to engage in cheerful conversation as they followed the man into the living room. This was indeed the very household Shao Ye had been searching for, and at that moment, the man's daughter, Nua, was curiously observing the unexpectedly arrived young man. Although Nua was only a year younger than Shao Ye, her height was comparable to Wukong's, while Shao Ye had grown taller than both. Thus, Nua naturally regarded Shao Ye as an older brother. "Who are you, big brother?" Nua inquired, blinking her innocent eyes at him. Despite having introduced himself moments earlier, Shao Ye felt the need to reiterate his name to better integrate himself into this family. Upon learning that he was an adventurer, Nua's gaze filled with admiration and curiosity. Wukong, hearing for the first time that Shao Ye identified as an adventurer, looked at him quizzically and asked, "Shao Ye, what exactly is an adventurer?" Shao Ye smiled gently at the question, one that posed no challenge to him, the seasoned adventurer of multiple worlds. Clearing his throat, he explained, "An adventurer is a brave soul who seeks the unknown and dares to face extremes." "Ah!" Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening at the mention of brave soul. Recalling with clarity the black blood stew that Shao Ye had referred to as warrior's soup, the man and his wife exchanged respectful glances with Shao Ye. For those who dared to challenge the unknown were indeed worthy of admiration. Chapter 23, Dr. Deshawn that night. As Shao Ye rested by the hearth and Wukong lay on the adjacent sofa, they engaged in conversation. After such a long separation, there was much to discuss, notably Wukong's eagerness to spar with Shao Ye. Having trained under the turtle hermit for 8 months, Wukong felt his strength had surged and was keen to test his skills against Shao Ye. Unbeknownst to him, his power had indeed increased significantly, from a battle strength of 20 to over 100. In just 8 months of training, his abilities had quintupled, far surpassing Shao Ye's modest increase from consuming the super divine water. Such a transformation was characteristic of a protagonist, a notion that would remain obscure to those unaware of the narrative's conventions. During their conversation, Shao Ye was intrigued, pondering how Wukong had arrived so early, even if he were not training with the turtle hermit. However, the anime had never specified the exact duration of their travels, akin to their initial quest for the Dragon Balls when they had gathered the second one in less than 15 days without Shao Ye being aware. Unable to decipher the timeline, Shao Ye directly asked Wukong, "By the way, Wukong, should you not still be training with the turtle hermit? How did you end up here?" "I have completed my training with Grandpa Turtle Hermit," Wukong replied without hesitation, causing a sense of foreboding to wash over Shao Ye. Although he was uncertain of the precise timeline, he knew that upon finishing his training, Wukong had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. With a sense of anxious hope, Shao Ye inquired, "What about the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Wukong answered, "Oh, you mean the World Martial Arts Tournament? It concluded just a day ago. By the way, Shao Ye, why didn't you participate? If you had, you surely would have defeated that uncle named Qianlong." Shao Ye was indifferent to who claimed the title, but the news of the tournament's conclusion astonished him. "What do you mean the tournament has ended?" He sat up abruptly. Incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Wukong. Suddenly, he recalled the pirate treasure, which represented the initial funding for his adventures, and he fervently hoped it had not been lost beneath the ocean. Attempting to regain his composure, Shao Ye suppressed his rising anxiety and continued, "So, Wukong, have you and Bulma ventured to the ocean to see the pirate treasure?" Wukong, puzzled by Shao Ye's apparent distress over the tournament's conclusion, speculated that perhaps it was due to regret over not securing first place. He was utterly bewildered by Shao Ye's mention of ocean treasure, responding with confusion, "What pirate treasure? Do you know something about it?" Though Wukong did not directly answer his question, Shao Ye felt relieved. Wukong's bewilderment indicated he had not yet sought the treasure. Considering that they were now together, it was likely that a journey to uncover the ocean treasure was imminent. Wukong had probably encountered misfortune while navigating the Master Yuta and inadvertently damaged the dragon radar, which had led him to invite Bulma to search for Dragon Balls under the sea. Knowing his first fortune was secure, Shao Ye relaxed, lying back down and casually remarked, "It's nothing, you will find out in due time. By the way, are you planning to challenge that tower tomorrow?" Wukong nodded enthusiastically yes. "Their people stole one of my Dragon Balls, and they are pressuring the locals to search for more. Although I have found one here, I still need to retrieve my stolen Dragon Ball from that tower." Realizing that Shao Ye was strong, he extended an invitation. "Shao Ye, since you are so powerful, why not join me in reclaiming the Dragon Ball?" With a smile, Shao Ye gently shook his head. I think I will pass. Since it is merely a matter of retrieving a Dragon Ball, I am confident you can manage alone. I have other matters to attend to. Although Wukong felt a bit disappointed by Shao Ye's refusal, he was intrigued to learn that Shao Ye had business to attend to, prompting him to ask, By the way, what brings you here? Are you on an adventure? Not quite. I am here in search of a remarkably skilled scientist, Shao Ye replied. Oh. Upon hearing that it pertained to technology, a subject that often overwhelmed him, Wukong instantly lost interest. After a sleepless night, as dawn broke and the sky remained dark, Wukong bid farewell to the man and his family, as well as to Shao Ye. He was eager to confront Master Yuta and seek out additional Dragon Balls, necessitating an early departure. Merely observing Wukong as he embarks on his quest to gather the Dragon Balls, Shao couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. The Dragon Balls, as everyone knows, require a year to regenerate after being used. Yet, it has only been a mere 8 months since their last use, and Wukong has already commenced his collection. Is it possible that a year on this earth only consists of 8 months? After Wukong's departure, Shao bid farewell to the tall fellows and, upon inquiring with Sinuo, learned the whereabouts of a reclusive doctor residing nearby. Initially, Shao intended to set off alone, but Sinuo, citing the treacherous terrain of the mountains, insisted on accompanying him. However, Sinuo appeared to have forgotten that Shao had previously declared himself an adventurer. Would he truly fear the unknown paths? In truth, Sinuo's insistence stemmed from an admiration for Shao's handsome appearance, wishing to draw closer to him. Shao, being oblivious to Sinuo's subtle affections, did not ponder them. Even if he were aware of her attraction, he could not reciprocate, for Sinuo barely reached his waist, still shy of his chest. Thus, despite Sinuo's delicate beauty aligning with his aesthetic preferences, she ultimately fell short of his romantic interest. Here, Shao must clarify his discerning taste. In his eyes, what may seem merely acceptable to others is, in fact, an epitome of beauty. Therefore, one should not impose Shao's standards onto the general populace. With someone to guide him, Shao acquiesced. Having a companion was preferable to wandering alone, especially since this journey was not an adventure, but rather a search for a person. While he knew the doctor would undoubtedly await his arrival, hastening the search was, of course, preferable. After traversing 2 mountains and crossing a vast frozen lake, Sinuo led Shao to a humble wooden cabin, nearly buried beneath a blanket of snow. Gazing at the snow-covered entrance, Shao turned to Sinuo and inquired, Sinuo, are you certain the doctor resides here? Noticing the thickness of the snow, he felt a twinge of concern that the doctor might be trapped within, succumbing to the cold. Sinuo nodded emphatically, then approached, brushing aside the snow to reveal the door, knocking and calling out, Doctor, are you home? I have a friend who wishes to meet you. Her melodious voice echoed, causing a considerable amount of snow to cascade from the roof. Quick on his feet, Shao scooped her aside, preventing her from being buried beneath the falling snow. Held in Shao's embrace, Sinuo seemed to drift into her thoughts, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Shao, however, paid no mind to her embarrassment, as he sensed movement from within the cabin. Setting her down, he adjusted his thin attire. Soon, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man with wild white hair emerging from the cabin. Upon sighting the man, Sinuo rushed over to introduce Shao. After hearing the introduction, the man finally turned to Shao, who stood in the frigid snow wearing only light clothing, and inquired, Greetings, I am Dr. Dashin. May I ask what brings you to seek my assistance, Mr. Shao? Chapter 24. Sinuo's admiration upon entering the cabin. Shao was astonished to discover that what appeared to be a modest wooden structure from the outside was, in fact, quite spacious within. The interior was adorned with an array of electronic components, large machinery, and substantial furniture. There was even a small laboratory and a separate kitchen and bedroom. Altogether, the space must have measured at least 160 square meters, far exceeding the dimensions one would expect from a mere cabin. Oh, this is the world of the Dragon Balls, where peculiar spatial technologies abound. Shao silently reminded himself to adapt to this extraordinary environment. Once seated at a small table in the living room, Dr. Dashin poured cups of milk tea for both Shao and Sinuo, then turned his gaze to Shao, stating, I see you wish to enlist my aid in researching the equipment you will require for your adventures. Shao nodded, recognizing Dr. Dashin as a reputable figure in technology, hence his immediate choice to seek him out. However, upon seeing Shao's affirmation, Dr. Dashin displayed a somewhat troubled expression, saying, It's not that I am unwilling to assist you. but I have never worked on equipment meant for adventuring. I am quite uncertain of what such equipment entails. I fear I may not be of help." Before Shao could respond, Sinuo leaped from her seat and grasped Dr. Dashin's hand with an expression of reverence and hope, saying, "Uncle Dashin, you are so clever. You must be able to assist Brother Shao. Please agree to help him." Touched by Sinuo's kind-heartedness, Shao felt a swell of gratitude. He had only just met her, yet her benevolence was evident. He secretly resolved to repay her kindness. Shao looked earnestly at Dr. Dashin, convinced that the doctor, who had once engineered Android 8, would surely be able to assist him, even if not immediately. Seeing both of them gazing at him with such hopeful eyes, Dr. Dashin hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to lend his aid, albeit with a stipulation. He required time to tidy up before departing with them. Upon mentioning departure, Shao initially contemplated taking Dr. Dashin to Shidu to reconstruct a laboratory. However, considering the current state of Earth, it seemed that no city, be it Shidu, Nandu, or Dongdu, was entirely safe. Dongdu had been ravaged by the demon King Piccolo, Nandu had suffered destruction at the hands of the Psiots, and Shidu would soon face peril as Bu transformed everyone into candy. Only Beiji seemed relatively unscathed, aside from the threat posed by Master Yuta. Pondering this, Shao chuckled awkwardly and informed Dr. Dashin, Doctor, you need not relocate. Staying here is perfectly fine. We can maintain our correspondence." Upon hearing this, Dr. Dashin felt as though Shao's invitation was not entirely sincere. Regret began to creep in regarding his agreement to help, but before he could frown, Shao quickly clarified. "You see, although I may wander far and wide during my adventures, I possess a thundercloud that obeys my commands, allowing for swift return here. Thus, maintaining communication is all that is necessary." Upon hearing this, Dr. Dashin felt somewhat reassured. However, a moment later, he appeared apprehensive, glancing at Shao and asking, "Thundercloud? Is that not the cloud that only those with malevolent intentions can ride?" Realizing that his thundercloud had been misunderstood, Shao hastily provided clarification. The cloud's notorious reputation often led to misconceptions. After hearing the explanation, both Dr. Dashin and Sinuo sighed in relief. Sinuo, upon learning that she could ride the thundercloud with Shao's permission, eagerly implored him to take her for a ride. Grateful for Sinuo's past kindness, Shao readily agreed to her modest request. Meanwhile, Dr. Dashin watched as Shao retrieved the phone Bulma had given him, intending to have Dr. Dashin create a similar device for future communication. However, upon producing the phone, Shao discovered it had run out of battery due to prolonged disuse. After recharging it, the phone sprang to life, and Shao answered curiously. As he held the phone to his ear, he quickly recoiled as Bulma's furious voice erupted from the receiver. "Shao, why haven't you called me in such a long time?" Embarrassed by Bulma's outburst, Shao recalled that prior to his training at Caring Tower, he had occasionally called her, but after ascending to Caring Tower and then to the Sacred Palace for training, he had found himself utterly devoid of time for communication. 7 months had passed without contact, and it was understandable that she would be upset. Thankfully, after some soothing words from Shao, Bulma's ire subsided. Observing Shao's gentle tone over the phone, Sinuo's cherubic face fell slightly, realizing that her older brother had, in fact, found a girlfriend. In her heart, Sinuo felt a profound sense of disappointment, longing to be with her elder brother. However, being so young, it was only natural that he did not regard her with favor. She secretly resolved to claim him for herself in the future, for happiness must be fought for. As she contemplated, her previously forlorn gaze transformed into one of determination, her small hands clenched tightly. Even Dashin Bashi, who had remained silent, admired Shao Ye for winning Sinuo's affections. Could it be that mere handsomeness could captivate so many young hearts? After reassuring Buerma and promising to meet her again, Shao Ye hung up the phone. He then instructed Dashin Bashi to fashion a mobile phone, following which he exchanged contact information with him. Having departed from Dashin Bashi's residence, Shao Ye prepared to take charge of Masaluda. Initially, he was not inclined to do so, but while soaring through the skies with Sinuo, he witnessed the Red Ribbon Army soldiers bullying the villagers, which sparked this newfound determination. As they descended to the ground, he shouted to stop a soldier from using his rifle but against Sinuo's father. After leaping down from the storm clouds, Shao Ye positioned himself before the villagers, confronting the soldiers. Sinuo, visibly anxious, ran towards her father, and upon confirming he was unharmed, buried herself in his embrace. "Who are you, boy? Are you here to protect these villagers? I advise you not to overestimate your abilities," the soldier sneered, brandishing his gun at Shao Ye, having witnessed him descend from a cloud of darkness. In their fairy tale understanding, those who could ride dark clouds were invariably wicked. Though emboldened by the presence of his comrades, the soldier hesitated to provoke one who appeared to be of such malevolence. Just as Shao Ye was about to speak, the burly man looked at him with concern and urged, "Shao Ye, you should leave. You are not one of our villagers. There is no need for you to involve yourself with these soldiers." As the man spoke, Sinuo cast a worried glance at Shao Ye. Yet, undeterred by the threat of numerous gun barrels, Shao Ye calmly turned to the burly man and replied, "Do not worry, uncle. From this day forth, you will no longer have to seek anything from them." With that, Shao Ye turned his attention back to the soldier, asserting, "I will protect these villagers. As for you, if you surrender now, I may spare your lives." Otherwise, before he could finish, a soldier, emboldened by their numbers and weaponry, arrogantly interjected, "Or else what?" "You." Before the pig-headed soldier could complete his threat, Shao Ye's figure blurred, moving with such swiftness that the soldiers barely registered what transpired before their rifles were snatched from their grasp. As they felt the sudden lightness, they looked up to see Shao Ye holding their weapons firmly by the barrels. The pig-headed soldier trembled at the sight, stammering, I surrender. Please, do not kill me." He fell to his knees, burying his head in the snow. Witnessing this, the other soldiers quickly followed suit, surrendering in disbelief. The villagers were astonished by Shao Ye's prowess. They felt as though his figure had merely flickered before he had disarmed all the soldiers and compelled their capitulation. In awe of Shao Ye's strength, Sinuo's eyes sparkled with admiration. She vowed to become an adventurer like him when she grew up and to cultivate her own strength. As Chapter 25, The Northern Stronghold, unfolded, when Shao Ye led the villagers back with the captured soldiers, Wukong fortuitously returned to the village with a humanoid resembling a scientific anomaly known as Android 8, along with his Dragon Ball. "Ah, Shao Ye, where have you all been? I was just looking for you," Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Shao Ye's return. After Shao Ye recounted the recent events, Wukong, infuriated, directed his ire towards the captured soldiers. He then turned to Shao Ye, producing the damaged dragon radar and imploring, "Shao Ye, Bulma's dragon radar is broken. Can you fix it? I urgently need it." While Shao Ye conversed with Wukong, most villagers returned to their tasks, with only a few remaining to guard the soldiers, awaiting Shao Ye's judgment. Observing the radar in Wukong's hand, which was beginning to fall apart, Shao Ye smirked and suggested, "Do you not possess the Qintown? Fly to Shidu and have Bulma repair it." However, he realized that Qintown could not match the speed of the storm clouds, and Wukong, considering this, sought Shao Ye's assistance. He also informed him of the bomb inside Android 8, hoping Shao Ye could resolve the matter. In Wukong's eyes, Shao Ye was exceptionally intelligent, seemingly capable of solving any problem. Indeed, Shao Ye could address such issues, but he was preoccupied with taking charge of Masaluda and could not afford to leave the northern stronghold for the time being. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Sinuo and instructed, "Sinuo, accompany Wukong and Android 8 to Dashinbashi." He was involved in the creation of Android 8 and should be able to assist in disarming the bomb. As for the radar, once you have dealt with Android 8, bring Dashinbashi to Masaluda to find us, and we shall address it afterward. Shao Ye surmised that resolving the issue with Android 8 would consume at least half a day. By the time they returned, he would have completed his tasks. "All right," Wukong responded, though Shao Ye had not specified how to resolve the radar issue. Trusting in Shao Ye's judgment, Wukong nodded enthusiastically and set off as instructed. After watching Sinuo depart with Wukong, Shao Ye turned his attention to the captured soldiers. He gestured for them to follow him towards Masaluda, but on their way, an unexpected encounter occurred. As they approached Masaluda, a ninja clad in purple leaped forth, attempting to drive them away and even threatened to annihilate all the villagers in order to rescue the soldiers. Shao Ye recognized this ninja as the one previously defeated by Wukong and subsequently killed by a bomb he had thrown. Unfortunately for the ninja, his misfortune brought him face to face with Shao Ye. In the next moment, a crimson line appeared across his neck, a result of Shao Ye using the ninja's own blade. After flicking the short knife clean of blood, Shao Ye handed it to Sinuo's father, saying, "From now on, you shall oversee these captives." Sinuo's father, momentarily taken aback, accepted the short knife with a sense of bewilderment. Throughout his life as the village chief, he had never been entrusted with such a responsibility. Although Shao Ye was significantly shorter than Sinuo's father, at that moment, his back seemed to exude an aura of grandeur and invincibility. Stammering, Sinuo's father replied, Yes, yes. I will manage these soldiers well. Following this brief interlude, Shao Ye, accompanied by Sinuo's father and another robust villager, escorted the captured soldiers to the highest level of Masaluda. After distributing firearms to the remaining villagers, he instructed them to search for any survivors still hidden within the stronghold. Naturally, Shao Ye took his seat in the only intact chair at the top level, flanked by Sinuo's father and the sturdy villager. He gazed at the captives and declared, "If you wish to live, I can offer you a chance. It is up to you to seize it." Shao Ye finished speaking, and the captives lined up before him were not bound hand and foot. Upon hearing his words, they immediately knelt and bowed their heads, pleading, "As long as you spare us, we will agree to anything. Even if it means leaving Beidu at once, we are willing." Raising his hand, Shao Ye replied in a soothing tone, "There is no need for you to leave Beidu. I only require one thing from you, to ensure the continued operation of Masuruta, but not in loyalty to the Red Ribbon, rather to me alone." The tiger-headed soldier, momentarily taken aback by I's request, stammered, "But we are not technical personnel. We do not know how to maintain the tower." Shao Ye turned to the tiger-headed soldier and suddenly inquired, "You are their captain, aren't you?" Taken aback by the question, the soldier, whose rank was originally colonel, felt his status diminish several levels, but nonetheless nodded tearfully in agreement to save his life. In truth, Shao Ye was unaware of the military ranking system in this world and was merely making a random guess. Nonetheless, the tiger-headed colonel dared not refute him. Seeing the captain's acknowledgement, Shao Ye nodded and said, "Your task is simple. You need only follow his orders." With that, he gestured towards the father of Sonua. Having fallen from colonel to team leader, the tiger-headed captain felt utterly despondent, yet he dared not resist thee. For he had learned from childhood tales that those who ride on black clouds are not to be trifled with. After assigning the matters of Misuru Ta to Suanua's father, Yukong and his companions arrived at the foot of the tower. Shao Ye warmly invited Dr. Dashin into Misuru Ta, promising him access to all the resources within. He also allowed Number 8 to reside within the tower, and with Number 8's presence as a deterrent, the soldiers were even less inclined to resist. With the assurance of having access to all resources, Dr. Dashin felt Shao-Ye's sincerity in inviting him and pledged to assist him wholeheartedly in the future, allowing Shao Ye to depart Beidu with peace of mind alongside Wukong. Although Shao Ye did not explicitly claim Misuru Ta as his own, he had effectively subdued the tiger-headed soldiers, accommodated Dr. Dashin for research, and settled Wukong's friend Number 8 within. The villagers and soldiers had tacitly accepted that the tower had been claimed by It. Naturally, some might ponder why, with such formidable power, Shao Ye did not simply seize control. He would contend that such a notion is rather superficial. Acting on whims may be exhilarating, yet it lacks the joy of upholding order. Moreover, he was not a dark overlord. The thrill of ruling the world pales in comparison to that of being an adventurer. Perhaps this reflects differing philosophies individuals hold towards the world. Chapter 26. The Art of Conversation. Upon leaving Beidu, Shao Ye parted ways with Wukong. He instructed Wukong to wait at Kame House while he went to Shidu to fetch Bulma. Considering that the speed of the thunderstorm cloud surpasses that of the Kintoan, Wukong readily agreed. Although Wukong was unsure why Shao Ye wanted him to wait at Kame Sinin's place, he believed that Shao Ye had his reasons for this arrangement. Flying alone towards Shidu, and drawing from his previous visit to Bulma's home, Shao Ye arrived at Bulma's residence in just 3 hours. Upon ringing the doorbell, Bulma's mother, a golden-haired lady, opened the door. Upon realizing that her future son-in-law had arrived, Bulma's mother joyfully invited Shao Ye inside and began an enthusiastic conversation with him in the yard. Even for someone like Shao Ye, who had adventured in many places, the warmth of Bulma's mother was somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, she quickly recognized Shao Ye's shyness and ceased her teasing. After informing him that Bulma would return from school in a few minutes, she went about her own activities. Once Bulma's mother finally departed, Shao Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't bear the thought of being overwhelmed to the point of fleeing. A few moments later, Bulma returned home from school and immediately spotted Shao Ye sitting in the yard. Her previously mundane expression instantly brightened into a radiant smile. With an exclamation, she dashed towards him. Hearing the commotion, Shao Ye stood up, opened his arms, and embraced the rushing Bulma. After a tight hug lasting a minute, Bulma looked at Shao Ye and playfully reproached, "Why haven't you contacted me for so long?" With her delicate skin and exquisite features, Bulma had grown even more stunning in the months they had been apart. Unable to resist, Shao Ye placed a gentle kiss on her rosy cheek and apologized. I'm sorry. I've been training and lost track of time. I just finished a day of training and rushed over to see you. The fact that Shao Ye came to see her immediately after finishing his training filled Bulma with delight, allowing her to overlook the mention of a day. After all, the last time they communicated, Shao Ye was on the other side of the earth, and now he had come to see her right after completing his training. Surely this demonstrated how much he valued her, and how could Bulma not be overjoyed? With so much to catch up on after their time apart, they chatted from the yard to the living room, and from the living room to the bedroom. Just as they were about to continue their conversation on the bed, Shao suddenly became alert. Although Bulma had become even more enchanting, she still had not met his standards. How could he be so impetuous? Pulling Bulma back to the living room, he began to discuss serious matters. After Shao Ye had explained everything, Bulma learned about Wukong's mishap with the radar. She also understood that Shao Ye was planning to invite her to the seaside for some fun while helping Wukong repair the radar, which thrilled her. She rewarded him with a sweet kiss before setting about organizing their schedule. This illustrates the art of conversation. Shao Ye had initially intended to have Bulma fix the radar for Wukong while searching for treasures at the bottom of the sea. Now, it transformed into a seaside outing with a side of radar repair. This not only reflects Shao-Ye's regard for Bulma, but also enables the radar to be fixed while making Bulma happy. Such a trifecta of benefits is all thanks to the art of conversation. After packing her things, Bulma was ready to fly with Shao Ye. However, when Shao Ye summoned the thunderstorm cloud and invited Bulma to join him, she worried about falling, recalling her previous experience with the Kintoan. After Shao Ye reassured her that she would not fall, she cautiously climbed onto the thunderstorm cloud, slowly realizing that she would indeed not fall. Overjoyed, Bulma hugged Shao Ye tightly and rewarded him with another kiss. She then removed the small transformation watch she had just put on and said, I was going to use this shrinking watch to try flying on the Kintoan with you, but now it seems I won't need it. Just as Bulma was about to discard the shrinking watch, Shao Ye stopped her, saying, no need to throw it away, we might find it useful later. With that, he placed the shrinking watch into the universal capsule for safekeeping, and Bulma had no objections. After all, she could easily create another shrinking watch and did not care for such things. Seeing Bulma's nonchalance, Shao Ye recalled her incredible ability to create time machines and suddenly became curious, asking, Bulma, have you ever considered creating a dimensional pocket that can hold everything? Shao Ye thought that with Bulma's exceptional skills, crafting a fourth-dimensional pocket like that of Doraemon should be well within her capabilities. However, upon hearing this, Bulma glanced at Shao Ye, testing his forehead with her hand, and remarked, Ah? A dimensional pocket? You're not sick? Oh, so you've just watched too many cartoons. How could such a thing possibly exist? Besides, with the universal capsule, what need is there for a dimensional pocket? Hearing Bulma's words, Shao Ye found himself at a loss for words. If the universal capsule could be created, then surely a time machine could be constructed with a little research. Yet, when it came to the dimensional pocket, it was suddenly impossible. Well, if it was impossible, so be it. To prevent Bulma from thinking he had lost his mind, Shao Ye decided not to mention the four-dimensional pocket any further. After pinching Bulma's lips and giving her a kiss, Shao Ye confidently declared, This is your punishment. Let's see if you dare to say I've watched too many cartoons again. At the kiss, Bulma's face instantly flushed crimson. Not for any other reason than the fact that her mother was watching from behind. Although Bulma's mother merely smiled quietly, it made Shao Ye feel quite embarrassed. After bidding farewell to Bulma's mother, Shao Ye and Bulma hastily departed from Shidu. Once they had left Shidu, Bulma suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Shao Ye and saying, Serves you right. Who told you to bully me? Now your mother has seen the joke. With their escape from Shidu, the two found themselves in a world of their own, and Shao Ye let out a sigh of relief. He embraced Bulma, whispering warm breaths against her ear to stir her heartstrings, and in a gentle tone said, There will be plenty more instances of me bullying you in the future. I will gradually get used to it. Upon hearing Shao Ye's words and feeling the warmth of his breath along with his presence, Bulma's face turned crimson once more. Playfully, she retorted, Who told you to bully me? You must promise not to bully me anymore. Oh, is that so? Do you want me to bully you right now? As he spoke, Shao Ye gently bit Bulma's flushed ear, causing her to shiver all over. Soon, not only did her face heat up, but her entire body followed suit. And she could only softly lean into Shao Ye's embrace, whispering in a voice as faint as a whisper, I surrender. This is too thrilling. Chapter 27. The Pursuit of the Red Ribbon. Upon arriving at Kame House, Goku and Master Roshi had long awaited Shao Ye and Bulma's arrival in the living room. This was Bulma's first meeting with Krillin and Launch, so after everyone reintroduced themselves, they were finally acquainted. Originally, Bulma had intended to enjoy a day at the beach with Shao Ye, but after quickly repairing Goku's dragon radar, she was ready to play. However, Shao Ye held her back. In response to Bulma's puzzled gaze, Shao Ye gestured for her to wait. Given Shao Ye's insistence, Bulma suppressed her desire to leave for the moment. With the radar operational again, Goku soon spotted a Dragon Ball very close by. Lying on the ocean floor just a few dozen nautical miles away, Goku needed to dive underwater to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Hearing this, Shao Ye couldn't help but feel a bit sarcastic. Typically, the ocean's depths are several thousand meters, while here it was merely hundreds. Given Shao Ye's adventurous spirit and formidable strength, he was prepared to plunge into the shallow depths for exploration. However, considering that even at a few hundred meters deep, it was still beyond Goku's capacity to dive due to the lack of oxygen to hold his breath. Shao Ye awaited Goku's invitation for him and Bulma to join in the expedition. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Master Roshi offered the transportation he had acquired while grocery shopping. As for why he had bought a 3-person submarine for a solo trip, one would have to inquire about Master Roshi's reasoning. As expected, Goku invited Shao Ye and Bulma to accompany him in retrieving the Dragon Ball. Krillin wanted to join but found no available seat, so he had to remain behind with Master Roshi. Shortly after Shao Ye and the others set out in their amphibious submarine, they were discovered by a single-person flying device overhead. This flying machine bore the letters P, indicating that it belonged to the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon had been active nearby, but since Goku had destroyed the Misrutha base in the North City, he had been targeted by their headquarters. With Goku in possession of a Dragon Ball, it was only natural for the headquarters to keep him under surveillance. Once Goku stopped at Kame House, the Red Ribbon headquarters dispatched General Brook, a blonde with the ability to immobilize others, to track Goku. If Shao Ye weren't present, Goku and Krillin would have been severely outmatched by this flamboyant general. But with Shao Ye around, the situation was entirely different. As they descended into the depths of the ocean, aided by the radar, Shao Ye and his companions quickly located the Dragon Ball's position. However, the Dragon Ball was precariously perched at the edge of a trench, seemingly on the verge of falling. Goku, whose purpose was to find the Dragon Ball, eagerly volunteered to retrieve it. Although the submarine was equipped with mechanical arms, nothing could surpass the agility of a human hand. Given the dangerous location of the Dragon Ball, both Shao Ye and Bulma agreed with Goku's decision. Clad in a deep-sea diving suit, Goku swiftly exited the submarine and approached the trench with utmost caution. Carefully grasping the Dragon Ball, he joyfully raised it and waved toward the submarine. However, the Red Ribbon Army had mobilized, and Goku was not going to retrieve the Dragon Ball so easily. Out of nowhere, a torpedo flew in and exploded near Goku, startling him. Although the explosion did not harm Goku, it caused the Dragon Ball to slip from his grasp and tumble into the trench. Seeing the Dragon Ball fall, Goku contemplated diving in to retrieve it, but more torpedoes soon followed, detonating near Goku and the submarine. Bulma screamed in panic, urging Goku to return, and he too was frightened by the barrage of torpedoes. In a flurry, he rushed back to the submarine, and Bulma quickly maneuvered the vessel deeper into the ocean. After a considerable distance without encountering further torpedo attacks, Bulma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet now that the Dragon Ball had fallen into the trench, Bulma and Goku were ready to give up and return. However, Shao Ye would not allow them to retreat so easily. He had yet to claim his pirate treasure. Reflecting on the situation, Shao Ye reminded Bulma, the Dragon Ball has fallen into the trench, but it shouldn't be too deep. Given the cliffside, there may be other passages leading to the Dragon Ball's location. You should scan the cliff wall first. Prompted by Shao Ye's suggestion, Bulma felt it would be unwise to return empty-handed. After conducting a thorough scan, she indeed discovered a massive passage leading to the vicinity of the Dragon Ball not far from their position. Elated, Bulma directed the submarine toward the newly found passage, and Shao Ye couldn't help but smile at the prospect of reaching the pirate base. Wealth would soon be within his grasp. As for the traps set by the pirates, aside from one directly leading to magma, Shao Ye had no fear. Before long, the submarine entered the expansive tunnel. But it wasn't long before a massive military submarine followed closely behind. This imposing vessel bore the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army, and it was clear that it was the same submarine that had fired the torpedoes at Goku. Upon its appearance, the large submarine unleashed a torrent of torpedoes upon Shao Ye and his companions. Instantly, the radar of their submarine began to blare, but fortunately, Bulma's piloting skills held up. Although Shao Ye and Wukong were as disoriented as a bartender's concoction, Bulma successfully maneuvered into a narrower passage, evading the pursuit of the Red Ribbon Army's submarine. After traversing a distance, the passage came to an end. Ascending from it, they found themselves in a dimly lit and arid corridor. Having effectively set foot in the pirate's lair, the trio walked forward for several minutes, skillfully avoiding a multitude of traps. The originally dark and dry corridor abruptly transformed into an artificially constructed hallway. As they stepped onto this man-made corridor, all the lights flared to life, illuminating everything, including the traps lining the walls. Gazing at the myriad of holes in the walls, each harboring sharp arrowheads, Shao Ye could not comprehend why Wukong, who could withstand bullets, would fear these arrows. Initially, Shao Ye intended to stride straight ahead, but recognizing Bulma's vulnerability, he turned to Wukong and suggested, "There seems to be only about 20 meters to a safe zone. Let us see who can leap across." Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, Bulma grew anxious. Unlike the formidable duo of Shao Ye and Wukong, she was merely a delicate maiden. Grasping Shao Ye's hand, she implored, "If you both make it across, what will become of me?" Shao Ye tenderly ruffled Bulma's hair, assuring her, "Naturally, I shall carry you across. Do you not believe I can leap with you in my arms?" In truth, even without carrying Bulma, Wukong could easily use his golden staff to pull her across. However, Shao Ye's words endeared him to Bulma even more. With a sweet smile, Bulma planted a kiss on Shao Ye's cheek and exclaimed, "I knew you wouldn't abandon me." "Of course, I could never forsake you," Shao Ye replied, lifting Bulma in a princess carry. Observing this exchange, Wukong felt an uncomfortable sensation, unable to articulate why he felt this way. He directly questioned Shao Ye. "Did you not previously mention that one should not be frivolous with girls? Why, then, are you carrying Bulma? I notice you two seem to cling together whenever you are in the same vicinity. Is this not being frivolous?" Shao Ye glanced at Wukong, whose innocent eyes were fixed upon him, and a playful smile graced his lips. "Being frivolous with girls is indeed unacceptable, but Bulma is my girlfriend, so such actions are permissible." Wukong, still puzzled, tilted his head and replied, "But I am friends with Bulma as well. Is she not my girlfriend too? Can I not do the same with her?" Shao Ye nearly choked on Wukong's naive words, while Bulma stifled a laugh. Shao Ye rolled his eyes at Wukong, explaining, "It's different. When I say girlfriend, I mean Bulma will be my future wife." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he added, "You are engaged to Chi-Chi. So she is your girlfriend and will also be your future wife. She is the one who will accompany you for a lifetime, so you must cherish her." Upon hearing this, Wukong began to understand that a wife was not merely a trivial matter. However, remembering that he had promised Chi-Chi to be his wife, Wukong agreed with Shao Ye, resolved to treat Chi-Chi well, for she was to be his lifelong companion. Chapter 28. The overly affectionate Shao Ye at the entrance of the pirate base. Bulma marveled at the sight of the pirate ships still docked. While Shao Ye recalled something and asked Wukong, "By the way, didn't Tianchu accompany you here to train under Master Roshi? Why do I not see him now?" Mentioning this, Shao Ye had harbored some curiosity since their last encounter when he borrowed Wukong's golden staff. However, he dismissed it at the time. Now, having completed their training and still not seeing him, he decided to inquire further. Wukong replied with a hint of disappointment, "You mean Yamcha?" Master Roshi did not accept him as a disciple, saying he needed a few more years of training, so we parted ways then. Although Wukong did not understand why Yamcha had improved suddenly, the fact that Master Roshi had not taken him on as a pupil left Wukong feeling somewhat let down, as he had lost a worthy sparring partner, which did not sit well with his combative nature. As the two conversed, a pair of piercing eyes observed their every move from behind a stack of shipping containers at the dock, seemingly searching for the perfect moment to strike. However, before the owner of these keen eyes could find an opportunity, in the building at the dock, a pair of crimson eyes opened, also fixated on Shao Ye and Wukong. Unlike the owner of the sharp eyes, the master of the crimson gaze slowly raised a large cannon toward the conversing duo. As Shao Ye chatted with Wukong, he suddenly sensed a shift in the air. Although he was aware of the robotic sentinels patrolling the area, he recalled that they typically sprang forth to startle them before opening fire. Something felt amiss. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted, and bullets rained down upon them. Both Shao Ye and Wukong were taken aback. While the bullets posed no threat to Shao Ye, Bulma stood behind him, prompting him to swiftly turn and embrace her. shielding her from the barrage with his back. After enduring a volley of bullets that shredded his clothing, Bulma finally snapped back to reality and anxiously asked if Shao Ye was unharmed. Before he could respond, a second wave of bullets was unleashed. Fortunately, Wukong, regaining his wits, spun his golden staff to deflect the incoming projectiles, urging Shao Ye and Bulma to flee, for the bullets were powerful enough to inflict harm. Without hesitation, Shao Ye leaped, carrying Bulma to the second level of the dock building. Seeing this, Wukong ceased his defense and retreated, leaving the assailants astonished as they witnessed the trio withstand the onslaught of bullets effortlessly. How are they so strong? Even I struggle against these bullets. I never anticipated they would be able to withstand such firepower. The hidden observer murmured in disbelief. As the observer spoke, Shao Ye, after landing on the second floor with Bulma, caught a hint of the observer's presence. A sly smile crept across his face as he recognized the lurking figure. However, he dismissed the individual, considering them merely a minor threat with a few supernatural abilities, a mere jester in the face of true power. Turning to Bulma, Shao Ye calmed her frayed nerves and instructed, "Bulma, stay here for now. I shall assist Wukong." Without waiting for her response, he leaped from the second floor and dashed to Wukong's side, pulling him into a blind spot where the bullets could not reach. Although the projectiles originated from a narrow opening, they had managed to corner Wukong into a frantic dance of dodging. Shao Ye marveled at Wukong's single-mindedness, wondering why he could not simply evade the bullets. With Shao Ye and Wukong's whereabouts now obscured, the assailants began to mobilize. The sound of machinery whirring to life echoed as a towering skeleton-shaped robot, over 2 meters tall, emerged from the building, trailing a long power cable. The skeletal robot exudes an aura of terror, its skull-shaped head glimmering with eerie red lights. One hand wields a cannon while the other brandishes a formidable cleaver, showcasing offensive capabilities for both ranged and melee combat. How could one not be frightened by such a sight? However, upon noticing the lengthy power cord, Shao Ye found himself at a loss for words. It baffled him why such an advanced robot still required a connection to a power source. Could it not simply operate on a pair of AA batteries? Alas, that was not feasible, as the AA batteries were insufficient to provide the necessary power. The robot emerged directly beneath Bulma, and its menacing appearance caused her to scream in fright, drawing the robot's attention. As it raised its cannon to aim at the trembling Bulma, she could only cry out Shao Ye's name as she fell to the ground. The sound of gunfire erupted, with bullets hurtling toward Bulma like the Grim Reaper's scythe ready to claim her. Onlookers, concealed in shadows, were thrilled at the prospect of her imminent demise. Yet, in an instant, Shao Ye descended like a divine protector, shielding Bulma from the onslaught of bullets, absorbing every shot meant for her. One might wonder why Shao Ye possessed such extraordinary strength and speed, rivaling that of bullets. Why did he not simply carry Bulma to safety, but chose instead to take the hits himself? The answer lies in a deeper understanding. Pulling his girlfriend from danger could not evoke the same depth of emotion as sacrificing his own body to protect her. This was a calculated move on Shao Ye's part. For after traversing numerous worlds, he knew precisely how to win a maiden's heart. This propensity for displaying a somewhat oily charm, despite his youth, became evident in that moment. Shao Ye, Bulma cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she witnessed his selfless act. Her pitiful demeanor only intensified Shao Ye's desire to protect her. "It's all right. I can endure," she reassured him, attempting to maintain her composure. Despite his prowess, Shao Ye feigned weakness, pretending to struggle under the weight of the bullets. A performance that deeply moved Bulma, who had witnessed such valor on 2 separate occasions. Just then, Goku's voice intruded upon the moment. "Hey, are you 2 done? I can barely hold on any longer." It turned out that Goku had jumped in with Shao Ye. Although Shao Ye had managed to deflect the initial barrage of bullets, Goku had been using his golden staff to fend off the subsequent attacks. Observing Shao Ye's struggle against the formidable robot, Goku felt a sense of unease as he noticed the two engrossed in their own world amidst peril. "Don't worry, we'll leave soon," Shao Ye assured. And though Goku's interruption was unwelcome, it did not detract from Bulma's admiration for him. Seizing the opportunity while Goku diverted the robot's attention, Shao Ye swiftly carried Bulma to safety on the 5th floor of the building, a place the robot could not reach. Chapter 29. The fork in the road. Once on the 5th floor, Shao Ye set Bulma down and, under her anxious gaze, leaped down to confront the robot from behind. With a single punch, he sent the robot crashing into the building. Exhausted, Goku collapsed onto the ground, too drained to even retrieve his staff. Witnessing Shao Ye's effortless defeat of the robot, Goku refrained from commenting. He was certain that Shao Ye had held back, for otherwise, the robot would have surely exploded. As expected, the robot soon burst through the building's wall, wielding its razor-sharp cleaver. Bulma, in sheer terror, warned Shao Ye to be cautious as it swung the weapon toward him. Luckily, Shao Ye's reflexes were exceptional, and he ducked just in time, the cleaver merely severing a few strands of his hair. Yet, the ensuing battle with the robot kept Bulma on edge. Meanwhile, Goku, having recovered, could hardly contain his competitive spirit upon witnessing Shao Ye struggle. He leaped down to take over the fight. Underestimating the robot's strength, Goku soon found himself outmatched. His golden staff left no mark on the metal adversary, compelling him to seek an escape. Rushing back to Shao Ye, he proposed, "Let us combine our strengths and unleash a Kamehameha to destroy this robot." Although Goku had never seen Shao Ye perform the technique, he assumed that having witnessed Master Roshi's powerful Kamehameha, Shao Ye, being superior to him, could surely replicate it. Fortunately, Shao Ye had indeed mastered the technique. Had he been a novice, Goku's assumption could have led to an embarrassing failure. However, after a brief respite, Shao Ye contemplated his strategy. Initially, he intended to destroy the robot for fun, but upon realizing its complexity, he reconsidered. The robot could serve as a valuable asset for the new base in the north, despite its current directive to guard the area. Surely Bulma or Dr. Brief could handle that minor detail. Thus, Shao Ye shook his head and stated, "Rather than destroy it, I have a better solution." Goku's eyes lit up with curiosity as he inquired, "What is it?" With a smirk, Shao Ye replied, "The plan is simple. You distract the robot while I implement my solution." Although Goku trusted Shao Ye's capabilities, he still voiced his concern. "How long will it take?" "I can't hold out forever." With a reassuring smile, Shao Ye responded, "It won't take long, just half a minute." In truth, half a minute was unnecessarily long. A single punch would suffice to obliterate the robot. However, his aim was to disconnect its power source, necessitating the time to locate the plug. "All right, I'll do it," Goku declared, confident that he could keep the robot at bay for that duration. As he leaped onto the dock to draw the robot's attention, Shao Ye ascended to the second floor of the building, then descended to the first floor. Shao Ye chose this route to avoid detection by the robot, which was capable of monitoring from below. Once on the first floor, it took him less than 10 seconds to locate the robot's power plug. With a gentle tug, he disconnected it, causing the robot's glowing red eyes to dim abruptly. Goku, noticing the sudden stillness, immediately thought of Shao Ye. Moments later, Shao Ye emerged from the building holding the power plug, and Goku, seeing the disconnected wires, realized their victory. With a cheer, both Goku and Bulma, who had been watching from the fifth floor, rejoiced at their triumph. After Shao Ye secured the robot in a capsule, he descended to retrieve Bulma from the fifth floor. Yet, puzzled by Shao Ye's actions, Bulma asked, "Shao Ye, why are you taking that terrifying robot away? If you want one, I can build one for you." Bulma considered it quite natural for boys to be enamored with robots. Although Shao Ye indeed had a fondness for robots, he intended to hand over this particular robot to Dr. Deshawn for modification into a guardian and construction machine, rather than having an insatiable desire for it. There was no need. Having this robot was sufficient. As he spoke, Shao Ye caught sight of the pirate's warship and gasped softly. He then turned his gaze towards the dock building, recalling that there was a complete surveillance system inside. Unbeknownst to Bulma and Goku, who were pondering what had crossed Shao Ye's mind, they assumed he had detected the enemy. Bulma cautiously hid behind Shao Ye, while Goku, wielding his golden staff, asked warily, "Shao Ye, have you discovered something?" Upon hearing Goku's question, Shao Ye realized he had perhaps overreacted. Shaking his head, he merely contemplated that aside from the robot and treasure, the pirate base was the most valuable asset. If he could seize the entire base, it would be advantageous. However, he ultimately decided against it, as he had yet to complete the construction of the northern base. Another base, especially one filled with traps, would only divert his attention. Thus, he resolved to take the treasure and move on. "Let us proceed. We should be nearing the location of the Dragon Balls," Shao Ye said to the two, taking Bulma's hand as they walked towards the building. Though Goku was unaware of Shao Ye's thoughts, he refrained from pressing further since Shao Ye had chosen not to elaborate. Meanwhile, a hidden observer, witnessing the ease with which Goku and Shao Ye defeated the robot, seethed with resentment, wishing to eradicate them immediately. However, recognizing the disparity in their strengths, he quelled his impulsive thoughts. As the trio entered the building and traversed a long corridor, they arrived at a fork in the path. Two arrows marked the sides of the intersection, one labeled treasure and the other trap. After contemplating the signs, Bulma pointed towards the treasure arrow and declared, "Let us head in this direction." Normally, Krillin would have opposed this choice, steering her towards the correct path. However, with Shao Ye present, who, although he had forgotten the right route, was aware that both paths led to treasure, it sufficed for him, as he was so formidable that he remained unconcerned about potential traps. Seeing that neither Shao Ye nor Goku objected, Bulma took the lead towards the direction of the treasure. Shortly after they departed, the hidden observer arrived at the same location, glancing towards the direction the trio had taken, and sneered, "What fools! This is a pirate base. And those pirates are inherently suspicious and cunning. How could they possibly indicate the true direction? This must be the wrong path." With that, the observer proceeded towards the path marked as a trap. Chapter 30, The Pirate's Treasure Trap. After walking down the passage for several minutes, the three reached its end, where a well stood, leaving no further path to traverse. "Huh, no way forward? Did we take a wrong turn?" Goku remarked, peering at the dead end before turning to Bulma. Embarrassed under Goku's skeptical gaze, Bulma bravely approached the well and countered, "How could there be no way? Look, this is clearly a path. I bet the treasure lies below." Her serendipitous guess turned out to be correct, for the pirate's treasure indeed required access through the well, though it was not directly beneath it, but rather on the other side. Goku leaned closer to the well, peering down at the still water surface. He looked up at Shao Ye and asked, "What do you think, Shao Ye?" In response, Shao Ye, who had remained silent until now, began to feign contemplation. Approaching the edge of the well, he remarked, "Based on my extensive experience in exploration, I sense that the well is key to locating the treasure." With Shao Ye's affirmation, Bulma joyfully embraced his arm, triumphantly addressing Goku. "You see, even Shao Ye, the adventurer king, has confirmed this is the right path." Although Goku could not extract any indication from Shao Ye's words that the well was indeed the correct route, he decided to follow Bulma, as his sole focus was acquiring the Dragon Balls, caring little for anything else, disrobing to reveal only her light undergarments. Bulma noticed the intense gaze Shao Ye directed at her figure, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness. Though she had often donned revealing outfits at the beach and had attracted many gazes, none compared to the fervent scrutiny of Shao Ye. Yet, she did not feel repulsed. Instead, she bashfully inquired, Shao Ye, do I look good?" Observing Bulma's fair skin, modest curves, delicate yet flat abdomen, slender waist, and long, straight legs, Shao Ye stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist, and replied, "You are naturally beautiful. No matter how long I gaze, it is never enough." Hearing this, Bulma felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. What could be more delightful than hearing the person she adored say they could never get enough of her? At that moment, Bulma could think of no sweeter words. However, the warm atmosphere that Shao Ye had so painstakingly cultivated was abruptly shattered by Goku's comment. After scrutinizing Bulma, he remarked disdainfully, "What is there to admire? Your figure is so frail, it's obvious you lack strength. I could easily knock you down." Infuriated by Goku's assessment, Bulma transformed into a fierce figure, glaring at him and roaring, "I'm a girl. Why would I need all that muscle?" Yet, Goku paid no heed to her outburst. Shrugging dismissively, "Well, girls are supposed to be slender." While this was indeed factual, Bulma was incensed by Goku's attitude, feeling compelled to challenge him. Fortunately, Shao Ye intervened, calming her down with gentle words. Upon feeling Shao Ye's firm chest, Bulma's anger dissipated, and she nestled against him, caressing his solid torso and abdominal muscles, stating, "Shao Ye, you are right. Let us not stoop to the level of Goku, who has never seen the world." As Bulma clung to Shao Ye once more, even the naive Goku could not help but roll his eyes. After neatly arranging his clothes, he announced, "I'll go down and take a look." Without waiting for a response, Goku leaped into the well with a splash. As Bulma's small hand ignited a rush of warmth in Shao Ye, he quickly pushed her away, striving to suppress the overwhelming urge to act on his impulses, stating, "We should first locate the Dragon Balls." With that, he leapt into the well ahead of her. Watching Shao Ye's hasty retreat, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle softly. Feeling the lingering warmth of Shao Ye in her hand, Bulma was elated. How could having such a man, capable of restraining himself, loving her, not bring her joy? Moments after Shao Ye and the others descended into the well, a figure clad in dark attire, known as Shao Ye, emerged holding a Dragon Ball. He was the same individual who had been covertly observing Shao Ye and his companions. Originally not named Shao Ye, he had taken on this moniker after straying onto the wrong path and being doused in ink by a gigantic octopus. Curse those foolish pirates for being so dim-witted as to reveal the correct hints, he muttered in frustration, approaching the well and peering down. In truth, even without looking into the depths of the well, Shao Ye could discern from the neatly stacked clothes nearby that Shao Ye and his companions had already jumped in. After confirming that they had ventured far, he too leaped into the well. At this moment, 3 individuals emerged from a small pond. Approaching a stone statue of the thousand-hand Dizong, which held dozens of sharp swords in its hands. Beneath the statue lay 3 chests made of gold, silver, and bronze, of which Shao Ye was aware that the silver and bronze chests contained machine guns and flying knife traps, while only the golden chest represented the true means to treasure. After searching the area, Wukong discovered that the Dragon Balls he sought were not present. Meanwhile, Bulma joyfully reached the golden chest and beckoned Shao Ye, exclaiming, "Shao Ye, come quickly. There must be treasure inside." Responding to her call, Shao Ye ambled toward Bulma, but Wukong interjected, "Bulma, there are no Dragon Balls here." Before Bulma could respond, Shao Ye recalled that although Wukong had taken a wrong turn in the anime and still acquired a Dragon Ball, now that he had chosen the correct path, he seemed unable to obtain one. However, prior to their leap into the well, Shao Ye had been using his energy to monitor the movements of a person trailing them. He surmised that this individual, who had previously gone astray, had likely secured a Dragon Ball and departed. With this thought, Shao Ye smiled at Wukong and reassured him. "Do not fret. You and the Dragon Balls share an intrinsic attraction, and you will surely possess one in due time." Though Wukong was uncertain of the nature of this connection, he felt an unwavering confidence in Shao Ye's words. As Shao Ye reached Bulma's side, they both opened the golden chest, only to find it empty. Bulma stared in disbelief at the bottom of the chest, then looked up at Shao Ye. Before she could utter a word, Shao Ye swiftly embraced her and leaped away from the statue, while Wukong warned, "Wukong, be cautious of the traps." In truth, Shao Ye had misremembered. While he believed the treasure to be within the chest, all 3 chests were traps, and the golden chest activated the sword mechanism of the statue. Although Wukong had been alerted to the danger, he did not know where it originated. It was only when he heard the whistling wind overhead that he realized the threat loomed above him. Without a moment to deliberate, Wukong performed a series of flips, narrowly evading 5 or 6 swords that pursued him, before arriving breathlessly beside Shao Ye and Bulma. "Shao Ye, did you not say there was treasure here?" he inquired, gazing at the glinting swords embedded in the ground. Chapter 31. Endless Wealth. Shao Ye pondered the swords for a moment before recalling that the true treasure resided within the belly of the thousand-hand Dizong. It was Wukong who had inadvertently pierced the statue's head with a sword, causing the treasure to appear. As he released Bulma and prepared to strike the statue, a golden-haired man, bare-chested, suddenly leaped from the pond, startling the trio. "Ha ha, it is the end for you. There is nowhere left for you to run." The man landed and swiftly lunged for Bulma, intending to use her as leverage against Shao Ye and Wukong. Startled, Shao Ye recognized him as General Brook, who had been following them all along. He had assumed Brook would return after acquiring the Dragon Ball, but instead, he had trailed them to this location, planning to seize Bulma as a hostage. A fierce glint shone in Shao Ye's eyes as, just as Brook's hand reached for Bulma, he struck with a swift knife hand, causing a sharp crack as Brook recoiled, clutching his severed hand in agony. The turn of events unfolded so rapidly that by the time Wukong and Bulma regained their composure, they only saw Brook wailing, his left hand clutching the limp right appendage. Although Bulma was bewildered by the sudden chaos, she instinctively sought refuge behind Shao Ye, fully aware of the safety he provided. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Wukong demanded, brandishing his golden staff at Brook. Yet, Brook was too consumed by his pain to heed Wukong's question. Shao Ye then explained, "There is no need to inquire further. He has been tailing us since our arrival. Given that you were attacked by a torpedo earlier, he is likely the one responsible, and the submarine that pursued us was also his doing." Shao Ye's gaze shifted to Brook's bulging pockets, continuing, "I suspect he has retrieved the Dragon Ball that fell nearby. Look at his pockets. They seem to contain something." Prompted by Shao Ye's observation, Wukong immediately noticed the bulge in Brook's pants pocket and shouted, "Did you attempt to steal my Dragon Ball? Hand it over at once." As he prepared to strike, however, Brook suddenly lifted his head, his eyes emitting a sinister blue light. Wukong felt a paralyzing sensation wash over him, rendering him immobile. "What have you done to me?" Wukong stammered, struggling to articulate each word. Brook, drenched in sweat, paid no mind to Wukong. He recognized that Shao Ye was the most formidable among them. Fixating on Shao Ye, Brook felt a slight tingling sensation akin to a small electric shock coursing through his body. Originally intending to finish Brook with a single blow, Shao Ye recalled a saying, "To bring about their demise, one must first drive them to madness." Intrigued by this notion, Shao Ye decided to toy with Brook. Thus, after locking eyes with Brook for half a minute, he feigned panic and exclaimed, "What is happening? I cannot move." If Brook had been more observant, he would have noticed the difference between Shao Ye's paralysis and Wukong's. However, confident in his abilities, Brook laughed triumphantly at Shao Ye's apparent immobility. "Ha ha ha. Behold my power that renders you unable to move." Though Brook laughed, his distorted grin, twisted by pain, evoked an unsettling chill. Glancing at his severed hand, Brook, despite his admiration for Shao Ye's handsomeness, grimaced as he declared, "You have severed my hand. Now I shall shatter every bone in your body, ensuring you suffer endlessly. But I will not allow you to die. I will keep you as a trophy, for your beauty is far too exquisite to destroy." Bulma, trembling in fear behind Shao Ye, felt a chill at Brook's horrific words. Realizing she was the only one capable of moving, she contemplated sacrificing her allure to ensure the survival of Shao Ye and Wukong. As Bulma timidly emerged, trembling and attempting to entice Brook with her beauty, he shot a furious glare in her direction. Without employing his powers, he bellowed at Bulma, "You wretched woman. Once I deal with them, you will be the first to die, followed by that insufferable brat." Upon hearing Brook's disdain for her beauty, Bulma let out a terrified scream and once again hid behind Shao Ye, fervently praying for him to regain movement. As Brook approached Wukong with a sinister smile, Shao Ye suddenly sighed. The unexpected sound startled Brook, who turned in disbelief to face Shao Ye, with a crescent smile gracing his lips. Shao Ye stretched his limbs and neck, stating, "I intended to play with you, but seeing how you have frightened my dear Bulma, I shall no longer indulge you. Speak. Would you prefer a swift death or a more torturous demise? After all, you did declare your intent to shatter every bone in my body." Upon witnessing Shao Ye's unexpected mobility, Brook was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You can actually move?" Bulma, who had been anxiously worried, finally relaxed upon confirming Shao Ye's strength. She had always believed he was the most formidable. "No, this cannot be. My superpower is the strongest. Perish." Brook, unwilling to accept reality, charged at Shao Ye with a fierce shout, his left hand slicing towards Shao Ye's neck. Shao Ye stood motionless, inviting the attack. With a resounding thud, Brook's hand struck true against Shao Ye's neck. However, instead of joy, Brook's face contorted with terror as he met Shao Ye's calm gaze. Shao Ye extended 3 fingers and grasped Brook's hand, stating, "Have you had your fun? If so, it's my turn now." As he spoke, he twisted Brook's hand, and a horrifying cacophony of cracking bones echoed as Brook's arm was contorted grotesquely, his bones shattering inch by inch. Hearing Brook's agonized cries morph into something unrecognizable, Bulma turned to Shao Ye with a twinge of compassion, saying, Shao Ye, perhaps it would be best to spare him further torment." Although Shao Ye had not yet exhausted his amusement, he acquiesced to Bulma's request, ending Brook's suffering. With Brook's demise, Goku regained his senses. Even if Brook had survived, Goku would have quickly freed himself from the grip of the superpower. After reclaiming the Dragon Ball from Brook, Goku prepared to depart alongside Shao Ye and Bulma. Yet, Shao Ye, still yearning for treasure, instructed Bulma and Goku to wait. He retrieved a long sword from the ground and casually hurled it at the head of the statue. Initially intending to plant the sword into the statue's head like Goku, the force was so immense that the head was obliterated in an instant. As the statue's head fell, a torrent of gold coins, bars, pearls, agate, and a myriad of gemstones erupted from its neck like a fountain. Witnessing the wealth cascading from above, Bulma's eyes gleamed with the allure of riches. However, this was merely a fraction of what lay beyond, as the sword had also shattered the wall behind the statue. Instantly, the surrounding walls of the cavern collapsed, revealing 3 opulent chambers crafted from gold, each overflowing with treasures. Inside the golden rooms behind the statue stood 3 splendid thrones made of gold and adorned with various gems, upon which skeletal figures clad in pirate attire sat, each wielding swords fashioned from precious materials and adorned with rings of immense value. The dazzling array of treasures left Bulma momentarily dazed as she gleefully embraced Shao Ye, exclaiming their newfound fortune. Goku, observing her excitement, questioned, "Bulma, didn't you say your family is wealthy? Why are you so captivated by these treasures? What do you know? Even if one is affluent, it pales in comparison to the riches acquired through adventure," Bulma retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Goku. Chapter 32, The Fortune Teller. After thoroughly plundering the pirates' treasure, Shao Ye and his companions merrily returned to Kame House in their submarine. Without Brook's leadership, the Red Ribbon Army soldiers, previously encircling Kame House, dared not approach. Upon discovering the safe return of Shao Ye and his group, the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army, who had been circling overhead, promptly dispersed, knowing their commander had pursued Shao Ye and his companions. Yet now they were unscathed while he had vanished. The soldiers fled as far as they could. Back at Kame House, Shao Ye, now in possession of boundless riches, generously presented a handful of gold coins to Master Roshi to cover the submarine's usage fee and their temporary lodging. Receiving such a generous sum, amounting to at least several million coins, Master Roshi could not contain his delight, hastily instructing Launch to prepare a room for Shao Ye and Bulma. Although Master Roshi's actions were commendable in Shao Ye's eyes, he quickly objected, considering Bulma's age. He insisted she share a room with Launch while he would sleep on the floor with Master Roshi and Krillin. Although Master Roshi did not voice his approval, he silently admired Shao Ye's restraint, recognizing that not everyone could remain composed in the presence of a beautiful young woman. Meanwhile, with the Dragon Balls found, Goku promptly set off in search of the next one. Initially, he intended to invite Shao Ye along, but knowing Goku would return, Shao Ye declined, leaving Goku to embark on his quest alone. After enjoying 3 days at Kame House with Bulma, Goku indeed returned. Though only a brief 3 days had passed, for Goku, it had been a period marked by profound experiences of life and death, encounters with formidable foes, and a period of training that culminated in the dismantling of a vast organization. Now, only the final Dragon Ball eluded him, and his quest had evolved beyond retrieving his grandfather's relic. It was now a mission to resurrect a noble father, a man who, despite knowing the odds, bravely stood against formidable adversaries. Upon arriving at Kame House, Goku handed the radar to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, is this radar malfunctioning? It doesn't show the location of the final Dragon Ball." Bulma took the radar, tinkering with it, only to discover that the signal for the last Dragon Ball had not appeared, leaving her perplexed. Despite disassembling the radar and meticulously checking each component, she found no issues, which only added to her frustration. Shao Ye, aware of the reason behind the malfunction, consoled Bulma, urging her not to let this trivial matter distress her. However, as a genius, her inability to repair the radar was a source of vexation. In her agitation, Bulma found herself absently caressing Shao Ye's firm abdomen for solace. Ever since touching Shao Ye's well-defined muscles at the pirate base, she had found it increasingly difficult to resist the urge to touch them for reassurance. While everyone was at a loss, Master Roshi glanced at Bulma and, albeit reluctantly, addressed the group. I know someone who might know where the last Dragon Ball is hidden." Instantly, everyone except Shao Ye perked up, eagerly awaiting the identity of this individual. Sighing under the weight of their expectations, Master Roshi continued, "That person is my sister, the fortune teller. She resides." He then produced a map, pointing to a location and stating, "She lives here, just a few hundred miles from us." With the address of the fortune teller secured, Goku dashed out, summoning his flying Nimbus and leaping onto it, leaving the others unable to call him back. "Oh dear, Goku is simply too impatient," Krillin remarked, watching Goku's retreating figure, secretly wishing to accompany him to visit the fortune teller. Master Roshi also observed Goku's departure, muttering, "I haven't even informed Goku that to ask my sister a question. He must agree to her peculiar conditions." Shao Ye approached the two, smiling, "Do not worry. Once Goku faces obstacles, he will inevitably return. One can only hope." Master Roshi replied, shaking his head as he retreated into the house. Bulma emerged beside Shao Ye, asking, "Shao Ye, aren't you going to follow Goku?" Shao Ye grasped Bulma's hand and said, "Goku will return. Until then, our primary task is to prepare for our journey alongside him." Upon hearing this, Bulma produced a box containing universal capsules she always carried, selecting one. With a resounding explosion, A small passenger aircraft materialized before them. Once preparations were complete, it was not long before Goku rushed back on his Kintown, urgently requesting everyone's assistance. Everyone, I need your help. The fortune teller said that I need 5 people to challenge her and win before she will assist me in locating the final Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Goku's plea, smiles of understanding spread across the faces of the group. Shao Ye's expression turned comically exaggerated as he looked at Goku and remarked, "If you had been waiting to travel with us from the start, you wouldn't need to dash back and forth, humph." Goku, upon hearing Shao Ye's words, sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Subsequently, everyone boarded Bulma's aircraft, which she piloted towards the fortune teller's location. An hour later, they arrived at a palace situated on a lake, where the fortune teller, perched atop a large floating crystal ball, greeted the turtle sage with a sly grin. "Hello, little brother. It has been quite some time. When will you repay the $2 you owe me?" The fortune teller's immediate mention of debts left the turtle sage feeling slightly embarrassed. This was precisely why he was reluctant to acknowledge his sister, as such matters could easily hurt their relationship. Shao Ye looked at the fortune teller, perplexed. The turtle sage and the fortune teller were over 300 years apart in age. He wondered about the identities of their parents, who could span 3 centuries to produce such siblings. Aside from the fortune teller and the turtle sage, the duo of Tao Bai Bai and Crane Hermit also exhibited a similar age gap, suggesting their parents were likely celestial beings. Otherwise, how could they have children with such a vast age difference? Unable to fathom this, Shao Ye chose to set aside his thoughts. Holding Bulma's hand as they followed the group toward the arena prepared by the fortune teller. Upon reaching the arena, Goku realized that even with Shao Ye participating, their numbers were still insufficient. Had Yamcha been present, they would have had 4 participants: Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and Shao Ye. Unfortunately, Yamcha was absent. Although Goku considered calling upon UPA, he doubted UPA's ability to win, so he refrained. In truth, Goku intended to surprise UPA by gathering all 7 Dragon Balls and presenting them for a wish to revive Bra, hence his decision not to summon him. Chapter 33. Humorous characters. Observing that only 3 individuals were available for the competition, Krillin anxiously turned to Goku and suggested, Goku, why don't you find 2 more people? We only have 3, and that might not be sufficient." Krillin's concern stemmed from his belief that Shao Ye would be ineffective in battle. In his mind, only he and Goku were truly capable fighters. Having not witnessed the competitors from the fortune teller's side, Krillin was deeply worried that he might not match up against them, leaving Goku to face all challengers alone, which understandably troubled him. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Goku glanced at Shao Ye. He was aware of Shao Ye's strength. Yet with 5 opponents on the other side and only 3 on theirs, Goku decided it was prudent to seek 2 more participants. The fortune teller, noticing Goku's intent to leave in search of others, became impatient. Although she did not care about the outcome, Goku's back and forth was exasperating. She called out to him, "I don't mind you going to find participants, but the competition must commence immediately. Someone must step forward to challenge. If all your side fails and you do not return, I will declare your loss." How does that sound? To her surprise, the fortune teller's terms were quite severe, prompting Bulma to interject, "Hey, that's unreasonable. Goku needs time to find participants. You're being utterly unreasonable." The fortune teller chuckled, revealing her few remaining teeth. Young lady. You are the ones in need of my assistance. Either pay me 10 billion for inquiries or comply with my terms. Otherwise, I will not provide any divination. Bulma was taken aback by the fortune teller's outrageous demand, feeling as though she was dealing with a madwoman. She feared that if she continued to argue, the fortune teller might refuse to assist Goku. Seeing Bulma's silence, the fortune teller turned to Goku and asked, "So, what will it be? Do you agree?" At that moment, Goku felt conflicted, uncertain of the abilities of the fortune teller's selected challengers. If even Shao Ye could not prevail, then seeking additional fighters would be futile. Reluctantly, Goku cast a hopeful glance at Shao Ye. Meeting Goku's expectant gaze, Shao Ye, despite being fully capable of overwhelming the fortune teller's chosen opponents, solemnly nodded and said, "Go ahead. I will wait for your return, even if it costs me my life." Goku was deeply moved by these words, nearly brought to tears. Krillin, although slightly dismissive of Shao Ye's capabilities, felt compelled to reciprocate the sentiment and declared to Goku, "Me too, good friend." Goku, touched, grasped the hands of both Shao Ye and Krillin. The others, aside from Oolong, watched the heartfelt camaraderie of the trio with admiration. Oolong, however, scoffed, muttering, "Shao Ye is so strong yet still pretending. I'm truly impressed by this old trickster." What Goku and Krillin did not realize was that Oolong remembered a pivotal moment when Goku, transformed into a giant ape, could not defeat Shao Ye, leading to Shao Ye making a wish for rapid healing. Oolong pondered who could possibly challenge the now formidable Shao Ye. He even felt that the martial arts god, Turtle Sage, would not stand a chance against him. Yet here was Shao Ye, seemingly putting on an act, reinforcing Oolong's perception of him as a cunning trickster. On the arena, the impatient fortune teller called out to Goku, all right, kid. Are you not going to bring someone over? Hurry up. I deal with millions every minute. I have no time to waste." As the fortune teller urged, having already lost time to Shao Ye's earlier antics, Krillin was the first to step forward. He climbed onto the arena and, pounding his chest, urged Goku to quickly find someone, assuring him he could hold out until Goku returned. Grateful for Krillin's support, Goku nodded appreciatively before swiftly taking off on his Kintown. The fortune teller's initial challenger was a gaunt vampire boxer whose ribs protruded prominently. Upon seeing the opponent, Krillin smirked, believing he could easily defeat him with a single punch. He then turned to the fortune teller to ask if they could commence. Krillin was eager to proceed, even fantasizing about completing a 5-win streak before Goku returned, which made him chuckle with excitement. However, when he regained his focus, he was confronted by a ghastly visage, complete with menacing fangs, causing him to stumble back in fright and hastily distance himself from the vampire. Once he had created space, Krillin took a moment to calm his racing heart. Gasping for breath, the onlookers below the arena witnessed Krillin's antics, shaking their heads in amusement, feeling he had approached the competition merely for comedic effect. As Krillin collected himself, he realized his earlier behavior was rather absurd and promptly resolved to regain his composure. With a serious expression, he cast a piercing gaze towards the vampire, exuding the aura of a martial arts master, and beckoned to the vampire with a gesture. The onlookers, witnessing the transformation in Klin's demeanor, began to harbor hopes for his success. However, the vampire sprouted wings and soared into the air, aiming a fierce bite at Klin's bald head. Subsequently, it entangled itself around Klin, rendering him helpless despite his attempts to shake it off. As Klin's complexion shifted from ruddy to ashen, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed upon the arena floor. While this turn of events was unexpected, it seemed to align with the anticipations of many. Klin had approached the bout with an air of levity. Oolong, observing Klin's bloodied figure, showed no sympathy, but instead offered a sarcastic remark. Feeling humiliated by the taunt from a pig, Klin pointed at Oolong and exclaimed, You come and try it." Yet, Oolong merely crossed his arms and turned away, retorting, "Even if I did, I wouldn't approach it with such frivolity." This remark sent Klin's blood pressure soaring. In an instant, his head erupted like a fountain, spewing a copious amount of blood. Bulma and Lan Chi, who were attending to him, screamed in alarm, fearing that Klin might not survive such a severe loss of blood. With Klin eliminated, the second match featured Shao Ye. Upon his entrance to the arena, Bulma anxiously cautioned him, "Be careful." She certainly did not wish to witness Shao Ye meet the same fate as Klin. In response, Shao Ye gestured a 3 to reassure her, indicating there was no need for concern. The reason he did not signal OK was due to the fact that this gesture was currently banned. He feared that doing so might attract the attention of the authorities. Chapter 34. The vampire struck by lightning as Shao Ye ascended the stage. The fortune teller gazed at him with surprise, commenting, "Oh, this young man possesses considerable power within him." Following this, a smile graced her lips as she turned her attention to the vampire fighter, adding, "Nonetheless, no matter how formidable this youth may be, he cannot possibly defeat the contestant I have chosen." As Shao Ye took his position, all eyes were anxiously fixed upon him. After all, Goku had yet to return, and all subsequent battles rested upon his shoulders. Shao Ye first bowed respectfully to the fortune teller before acknowledging the vampire fighter. However, the vampire seemed indifferent, engrossed in performing a pre-fight dance. Unperturbed, Shao Ye directed his attention to the fortune teller, inquiring, "Have we begun?" The fortune teller, noticing that Shao Ye remained unfazed by the vampire's antics, hesitated momentarily before declaring, "Then let the match commence." With a sly glance towards Shao Ye, she whispered, "Begin. But regardless of the outcome, victory is beyond your grasp. Heh heh heh." With the match underway, Shao Ye disregarded the vampire's dance and charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the vampire's face. With a resounding crash, the dancing vampire was sent flying 3 meters back, landing on his back in shock. Both the fortune teller and the vampire fighter were taken aback, and the fortune teller immediately pointed an accusatory finger at Shao Ye, exclaiming, You scoundrel. That was an illegal move. He was still performing his pre-fight dance. At this unreasonable complaint, Bulma and others in the audience could no longer contain themselves, retorting, Hey, you just declared the match had begun. Should Shao Ye have waited for that skeleton to strike first? This is blatant bias. The fortune teller was left speechless by their rebuttal, muttering under her breath, This is not in line with the character of a disciple trained by Old Turtle. Naturally, she was aware of the title bestowed upon Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, and recognized his disciples. However, she perceived that his students were often overly conservative and lacked the vigor of youth, prompting her intention to assist his disciple in the match. Unbeknownst to her, Bulma was reveling in the moment, declaring with glee, Ha ha ha, are you stunned? Shao Ye is not Master Roshi's disciple. What, not Old Turtle's disciple? The fortune teller exclaimed in astonishment, casting a glance at Master Roshi, unable to fathom that he would refrain from taking such a talented youth under his wing. Master Roshi, under her scrutinizing gaze, began to perspire. He too wished to take Shao Ye as a disciple. However, after witnessing his combat style, he felt somewhat inadequate and thus hesitated. Time had passed, and in just 8 months, Shao Ye had grown beyond his recognition. Forcing the issue now would only serve to invite ridicule. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Master Roshi quietly told the fortune teller, Shao Ye's foundational strength is remarkably solid. Even without my guidance, he is bound to surpass me, so there is no need for me to interfere in his fundamental training. With Master Roshi's words, the fortune teller recognized that Shao Ye was indeed exceptional. After a moment's contemplation, she shouted to the vampire fighter, urging him to go all out and defeat Shao Ye swiftly. Upon hearing her command, Master Roshi and the others were filled with indignation, yet since this was the arena, they could only watch. Bulma took the lead in cheering for Shao Ye. The fallen vampire fighter, upon receiving the fortune teller's encouragement, sprang to his feet with renewed vigor. However, as he leapt, Shao Ye seized one of his legs, causing the vampire to transform into a bat in an attempt to lift Shao Ye into the air and drop him. Yet, as the vampire exerted all his strength to ascend, Shao Ye suddenly released his grip. The vampire, propelled by his own force, shot skyward, leaving the spectators puzzled by Shao Ye's actions. Shao Ye pointed towards the sky, warning, The clouds are thick, be cautious of lightning. The vampire, upon hearing this, erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. I've flown for years without being struck by lightning. I shall see what bolt could possibly reach me at this height. Just as the vampire finished his taunt, a dark cloud charged towards him, crackling with electricity. In a moment of astonishment, the vampire found himself engulfed by a tremendous lightning strike that descended from the cloud. As the onlookers gasped in shock, the vampire fighter, now charred, plummeted from the sky. The dark cloud, having fulfilled its purpose, swiftly vanished without a trace. Shao Ye approached the transformed vampire, now blackened, and looked down upon him with a smile. See? I told you not to fly too high. Now you've been struck by lightning. I never anticipated that a vampire could be affected by lightning. I thought only zombies feared such fates. The vampire managed to utter as a plume of black smoke escaped his mouth. Tremblingly pointing a finger at Shao Ye, You lack martial ethics. You cheated. In response, Shao Ye shrugged. Alas, everyone witnessed it. I merely offered a friendly warning not to fly too high. You chose not to heed it. So how can you accuse me of cheating? The vampire, infuriated by Shao Ye's words, rolled his eyes and fainted. Although the fortune teller suspected that the dark cloud was orchestrated by Shao Ye, she decided not to pursue the matter further now that it had dissipated. She signaled for her ghostly attendants to remove the vampire from the arena before finally addressing Shao Ye. Well done, young man. This time, you may have won by a stroke of luck, but next time, you shall undoubtedly lose, for my second contestant will not allow you to employ any underhanded tactics again. Ha 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 ha. The fortune teller, with a sinister smile, began to chuckle again. Shao Ye asserted that no matter how many opponents he faced, he would emerge victorious. The onlookers cheered as they witnessed Shao Ye's triumph, but only Klin, whose head was wrapped in bandages resembling a caricature, scoffed dismissively. Remarking that it was no great feat, he added that had a dark cloud appeared when he first stepped onto the platform, he too could have claimed victory. Hearing Klin's words, Bulma cast him a glance and, with a smug smile, retorted that he should wait until he had a dark cloud before making such claims. Klin, incensed by Bulma's comment, nearly spewed blood from his head, but fortunately, his thick bandages cushioned the blow. Chapter 35. The fortunate Shao Ye. After the first match concluded, several minutes passed without the formidable opponent the fortune teller had mentioned taking the stage. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what the fortune teller was waiting for. 2 minutes later, when the fortune teller finally announced the start of the match, the opposing contestant still did not appear. Bulma, thinking the fortune teller was intimidated and reluctant to let her fighter enter, mocked, "Hey, where's your contestant? Surely, they aren't too frightened to step forward. You just called for the match to begin. Does that mean you're conceding?" Rather than being offended, the fortune teller replied with an eerie grin, "Little girl, keep your eyes peeled. My contestant has already taken the stage." The crowd was taken aback, for only Shao Ye stood on the platform. At that moment, Master Roshi, peering from beneath his sunglasses, spoke gravely. "I once heard my sister mention a transparent individual under her command. Though his strength is akin to that of an average person, in the sunlight, even his shadow is invisible. I suspect that the contestant who has just entered the ring is indeed that transparent individual." The notion of a transparent opponent stirred envy among the gentlemen present, yet the appearance of such an ability in Shao Ye's adversary caused concern amongst the crowd. Bulma, gazing at the platform where only Shao Ye remained, anxiously remarked, "What are we to do?" Alas, they could only rely on Shao Ye's adaptability. Master Roshi's keen eyes remained fixated on the seemingly vacant space opposite Shao Ye, eager to observe how he would contend with this transparent foe. Noticing the growing panic among Bulma and the others, the fortune teller reveled in her delight, taunting Shao Ye, "What say you, young man? Are you not tempted to forfeit now?" Before Shao Ye could respond, the transparent individual interjected, demanding the fortune teller prevent Shao Ye from surrendering, as he wished to toy with him. Yet, the very utterance of his voice provided Shao Ye with the opportunity to locate him. He swiftly dashed towards the source of the sound and delivered a punch. Suddenly, blood spewed forth into the air, and the transparent opponent was sent flying. The crowd erupted in cheers, believing Shao Ye had vanquished the transparent fighter. However, the fortune teller doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality, declaring that the transparent individual had not been defeated. After rising from the platform, the transparent fighter attempted to speak, but the fortune teller promptly warned him to remain silent, determined not to allow him to fall for the same trick twice. The transparent fighter, realizing his blunder, quickly sealed his lips. Witnessing the fortune teller's assistance, Bulma and the others protested her lack of fairness, yet she simply turned her head, feigning ignorance. Frustrated, they felt powerless against her antics, while Klin devised a mischievous plan. He cupped his hands to form a megaphone, bombarding the transparent individual with questions, and as anticipated, the transparent fighter fell into the trap. As he began to speak, Shao Ye once again rushed to the source of the sound and struck with a punch. Blood gushed forth once more, and the fortune teller fumed at the transparent fighter's folly. After chastising him thoroughly, the transparent fighter grew increasingly cautious and clamped his mouth shut. Little did he know that Shao Ye was merely toying with him. Had he genuinely intended to attack, the transparent fighter would have been incapacitated upon his entrance. It is worth noting that Shao Ye could sense the energy emanating from others. Although the transparent fighter was invisible, his energy radiated brightly, more luminous than a beacon in the darkness. As the transparent individual silently roamed nearby, Shao Ye feigned panic, exclaiming to the crowd below, "Oh no, the transparent fighter isn't speaking. I can't find his position. What should I do?" Klin, though hoping for Shao Ye's success, felt a sense of amusement at his exaggerated demeanor. Bulma and the others were in a frenzy, uncertain how to assist him. At that moment, Master Roshi, who had been attentively observing the subtle movements on the platform, urged Shao Ye to remain aware of his surroundings. The fortune teller, noticing Master Roshi's guidance, immediately brandished a yellow card to warn him against providing hints to those on the platform. Her blatant favoritism ignited the ire of Bulma and her companions, who accused the fortune teller of offering advice to the transparent fighter. However, she dismissed their complaints, citing previous instances where they had similarly aided Shao Ye. Her unyielding demeanor left them seething yet unable to retaliate, and the fortune teller reveled in their frustration with a hearty laugh. However, Her amusement was short-lived as she observed Shao Ye seemingly discerning the transparent fighter's movements through sound. Alarmed, she devised a scheme, suddenly bursting into a cacophonous song. Bulma and the others exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the fortune-teller's off-key performance. It soon became clear why the fortune-teller had resorted to such discordant singing. Shao Ye, disturbed by the dreadful melody, found himself overpowered by the transparent fighter. Witnessing Shao Ye being thoroughly bested caused Bulma immense distress, prompting her to consider urging him to concede defeat. As Shao Ye appeared on the verge of defeat, the crowd frantically brainstormed ways to assist him while the fortune-teller reveled in her opponent's predicament. Having endured countless blows, Shao Ye felt his footing falter. He swung his fists wildly, and just as the fortune-teller believed this brash young man was finally destined for defeat, Shao Ye stumbled backward. Unbeknownst to the transparent fighter, who had positioned himself for a sneak attack, Shao Ye's sudden backward motion caught him off guard. Unable to evade, the transparent fighter was sent reeling from a headbutt delivered by Shao Ye. With a resounding splash, though the crowd could not see the transparent fighter, they were aware of the disturbance in the water, confirming his fall. Exhausted and collapsed on the platform, Shao Ye, upon witnessing the transparent fighter's descent, seemed to be invigorated by the surprise, struggling to rise, and, swaying unsteadily, displayed a peace sign to Bulma and the others, stifling the fortune-teller's intent to declare both participants defeated. Fuming, the fortune-teller glared at Shao Ye, gritting her teeth. "You lucky brat. The next round will be a true test of strength, and you shall not prevail." Her words signified the announcement of Shao Ye's victory. However, before Bulma and her companions could cheer for him, the fortune-teller swiftly declared that the next match would commence immediately. What? Everyone was taken aback by the words of the fortune-teller. Shao Ye's current state was such that he could hardly stand, let alone engage in battle. However, the fortune-teller cast a sinister glance at Bulma and the others, her voice low and foreboding. "This is my rule. If you wish to forfeit, it matters not to me." Upon hearing this, Bulma anxiously looked at Shao Ye on the arena and said, "Shao Ye, let us call it off. It's merely 1,000,000,000 yuan, we can give it to her." The turtle hermit and the others were astonished by Bulma's generosity, feeling envious of Shao Ye, who seemed to have a girlfriend capable of casually offering such a fortune. Yet, despite appearing on the brink of collapse, Shao Ye resolutely shook his head and declared, "No, I have said I will hold on until Wukong returns. I will wait for him. I cannot give up halfway." Unexpectedly, Shao Ye kept his word, garnering the admiration of those watching from below. Krillin felt guilty for having previously underestimated Shao Ye. He hadn't realized the depth of the bond between Shao Ye and Wukong. Having dismissed Shao Ye as weak based on appearances was a grave mistake. Shao Ye was indeed a true man. Chapter 36. Shao Ye's failed act of weakness upon learning that the match was about to commence again. Shao Ye incredulously asked the fortune-teller, "Are we to compete here? Can we not change to a different venue?" Shao Ye voiced this concern as he recalled that the events in the anime did not unfold this way. He vaguely remembered that the third match took place in a very perilous setting. However, the fortune-teller misinterpreted his question, assuming he desired a break during the venue change. She smiled ominously and replied, "No need. This place is quite suitable." Witnessing that the fortune-teller had no intention of granting Shao Ye any respite, the onlookers admired his commitment to his promise to Wukong, yet they could not shake the feeling that he might not last until Wukong's return. They could only fervently hope for Wukong's swift arrival. With a command from the fortune-teller, the ground began to tremble rhythmically, the source of which emanated from a building opposite the arena. The crowd was both frightened and puzzled by this eerie vibration, uncertain of the monstrous entity that was about to reveal itself. As the tremors intensified, their hearts raced in tandem, and when the sudden shaking ceased, it felt as if their hearts skipped a beat. With a resounding crash, a colossal white figure leaped from the building's entrance, landing heavily on the arena, causing the earth to shudder. Standing upright, the figure was a bandaged giant over 3 meters tall, towering over Shao Ye. Before the bandaged creature could assert its dominance, the fortune-teller, frustrated and furious, berated it through her crystal ball. "You fool! You dawdled when I called for you. With your size, why do you walk so slowly? By the time you arrive, everyone else will have already rested." The bandaged giant, chastised by the fortune-teller, shrank back, losing all semblance of its imposing presence, and timidly glanced at her. Seeing the bewildered giant, the fortune-teller's irritation flared, but realizing she needed him to defeat Shao Ye, She glared at him and impatiently urged, "The match has begun. Why aren't you dealing with that boy on the arena?" Upon receiving the order, the bandaged giant turned its attention back to Shao Ye. Though it now lacked any intimidating aura, Shao Ye raised a hand in greeting. "Hi, how are you?" In response, he was met with a fist the size of a cooking pot, which sent him sliding toward the edge of the arena. As the onlookers watched in horror, thinking Shao Ye would inevitably fall out, he desperately flailed his arms, bending at an impossible angle, just as they believed he would tumble out. Shao Ye miraculously managed to stay within the arena's bounds, prompting a slight sigh of relief from Bulma and the others. However, their relief was short-lived as the bandaged giant sprinted towards the exhausted Shao Ye, who was still struggling on the edge of the arena. "Shao Ye, be careful!" The crowd shouted in unison. Hearing their warnings, Shao Ye slowly turned to see a massive white wall approaching him. With a startled cry, he ducked down to protect himself. The towering bandaged giant missed its target, tripping over Shao Ye instead, and consequently, it was sent flying out of the arena. Just as the spectators thought victory was within reach, the bandaged giant's wrappings detached and ensnared Shao Ye, pulling him out of the arena as well. Witnessing this predicament, the turtle hermit and the others were momentarily frozen in disbelief. They had hoped for a win, but it appeared they were destined to lose. Oolong, seeing Shao Ye's act of feigned weakness had backfired, covered his face in embarrassment, unable to bear the sight. Yet, in the next moment, Shao Ye astonished everyone with an unexpected maneuver. He began to swim back towards the arena as if he were performing a frog stroke in midair, gradually returning to safety. As the onlookers watched in disbelief, even the scheming fortune-teller's eyes widened in astonishment. The turtle hermit was equally stunned by Shao Ye's aerial swimming technique. Was this something a normal person could accomplish? Regardless of the implausibility of the act, Shao Ye returned to the arena unscathed. However, to their shock, as he landed back, the bandaged giant followed suit, still bound by the wrappings around Shao Ye. The creature grinned malevolently, raising its enormous fist toward Shao Ye. "Ha ha, little brat. Thank you for bringing me back." With that, the bandaged giant unleashed a flurry of punches upon Shao Ye, who was battered about like a rag doll. Bulma, witnessing Shao Ye's brutal treatment, felt tears welling up in her eyes. After enduring countless blows, Shao Ye was finally sent sliding toward the edge of the arena near Bulma. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, she reached out, exclaiming, "Shao Ye, let us stop fighting. Let us concede." Shao Ye turned his swollen head towards Bulma. His eyes barely open, and gasped, "Bulma, I'm almost done for. Could you give me a passionate kiss to help me close my eyes?" As he leaned toward her, Bulma, filled with concern, prepared to kiss him. Yet, at that moment, Oolong, unable to bear it any longer, reminded her of the wish Shao Ye had made to the dragon. Upon hearing Oolong's reminder, Bulma suddenly realized that Shao Ye possessed the ability to heal rapidly. How could he be so severely beaten? She had always believed Shao Ye to be the strongest. There was no way he could be so utterly defenseless against such weak opponents. Remembering all of this, Bulma fiercely pinched Shao Ye's pouting lips and glared at him, grinding her teeth as she demanded, "You better defeat that bandaged monster quickly, or I shall ignore you." Unexpectedly, Shao Ye's little trick was discovered. Yet he did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he transformed from a frail demeanor to one filled with robust vitality as he smiled at Bulma and said, "I didn't expect you to catch me." Bulma glared at Shao Ye, her tone stern as she commanded, "Hurry and defeat the bandage monster. If you continue to act foolishly, I will truly ignore you." Despite her fierce words, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Shao Ye's lips, eliciting envy from those nearby. With Bulma's kiss, Shao Ye shed his pretense, rising with calm confidence. His injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, leaving the bandage monster in disbelief as it charged towards him with a massive fist. However, the bandage monster's full-force punch was effortlessly caught by Shao Ye with a single hand, causing the creature to widen its eyes in astonishment. Shao Ye sighed, gazing at the bandage monster, and remarked, "I initially intended to play with you, but since my feeble disguise has been uncovered, I shall no longer indulge you." With that, he seized the bandage monster's fist and lifted it high. In its terrified gaze, he hurled it like a pebble, sending it crashing into the lake dozens of meters away. At this moment, Shao Ye turned to Granny Fortune and said, "So, Granny Fortune, is there still a need for us to continue this competition? I believe you have already discerned my strength. Even if we were to persist, victory would remain ours." Chapter 37. The parting of the group. Shao Ye's prowess was indisputable. A fact already acknowledged by Granny Fortune. She had initially prepared a surprise for that oddly coiffed little fellow, but it now seemed unnecessary. Turning her gaze towards a certain direction within the palace complex, she sensed a presence lurking in the shadows, observing them. Just as she was about to declare the competition over, a cheerful voice from the sky interrupted Goku's resounding call. The crowd looked up to see Goku riding on his flying nimbus, accompanied by a girl dressed in attire reminiscent of an Indian. Oh wait, that wasn't a girl. It was UPA. Despite UPA not being a girl, Krillin's captivated gaze suggested he still regarded her as his first love, a sentiment tinged with infatuation. With Goku's return, Granny Fortune hesitated to announce the end of the match. She signaled for Shao Ye, taking advantage of the crowd's attention on Goku to speak with him privately. Upon Goku's descent, he surveyed the arena, noting that only Shao Ye remained. He turned to Krillin, whose head was bandaged like a character from a quirky tale, and inquired, "Krillin, what on earth is your hairstyle? And why is Shao Ye the only one left on the stage? Haven't you participated yet?" Each question Goku posed felt like a dagger to Krillin, causing him to clutch his chest in pain. Bulma, amused by Krillin's embarrassment, explained the events that had transpired. Goku, however, was less concerned with Shao Ye's ruse of weakness than with the fact that Shao Ye had single-handedly defeated 3 opponents. Goku couldn't help but feel that Shao Ye was extraordinarily strong. Had they not still been in a match, he would have been eager to challenge him. At that moment, Shao Ye beckoned Goku over, and Goku, puzzled, approached the edge of the stage. "Goku, since you're back, how about you take on the remaining 2 matches? I imagine you are eager to step onto the stage," Shao Ye suggested. Goku, naturally excited at the prospect, agreed. "Thank you, Shao Ye, I'll handle the last 2 matches." After a firm handshake, Shao Ye stepped down from the stage, allowing Goku to ascend. As Shao Ye descended, he greeted UPA and exchanged pleasantries. The onlookers were slightly taken aback that Shao Ye knew UPA, considering she was someone Goku had met during his travels. Shao Ye briefly shared how he had met UPA and her father, prompting Krillin to contemplate climbing the mysterious Karen Tower. Especially upon learning that both Shao Ye and Goku had accomplished the feat, however. The focus was not on the tower but on Shao Ye's mention of Bra and her father. Krillin was bewildered, having believed UPA to be a girl. After confirming that UPA was indeed male, Krillin was left speechless. The innocent feelings he had yet to express had vanished absurdly. Fortunately, he had not confessed, or he would have retreated to his noseless planet in shame. Such a public declaration of affection towards a boy would have rendered him unable to remain on Earth. Thankfully, this scenario did not transpire, allowing Krillin to retain his identity as a true Earthling. Meanwhile, Goku had already engaged in battle with a devilish creature clad in tight-fitting attire. However, Shao Ye found no interest in the fight, as the demon's attacks were rather monotonous. Were it not for the demon's ability to exploit its wings for aerial advantage over Goku, it would have already been defeated. Observing the demon taunt Goku from the air, Bulma could hardly bear to watch. She quietly approached Shao Ye, taking his hand and curiously asking, "Why did you switch with Goku? With your abilities, you could have easily handled the challenge." Shao Ye could indeed have triumphed effortlessly, yet the significance of this contest was not merely about exhibiting strength. It was a chance for Goku to reunite with his grandfather. If Shao Ye defeated all opponents, the essence of the match would be lost. Realizing the meaning behind Shao Ye's decision, Bulma nodded in understanding, lifting her gaze towards little Goku on the stage and silently cheering him on. The tide of battle soon shifted. The demon, despite attempting to leverage its aerial advantage, soon realized it was futile against Goku. In a moment of desperation, it unleashed its ultimate technique, the Death Ray. This technique amplified human desires to catastrophic levels, theoretically capable of causing one to explode from their own ambitions. There had even been speculation about whether Frieza could be vanquished by this attack. The notion was laughable. Had Shao Ye not yet reached such heights, he might have believed it. However, even he could effortlessly withstand the negative effects of the Death Ray, let alone Frieza. Goku, with his pure heart, remained unaffected by the attack, leading to a significant blow to the demon's confidence as Goku easily triumphed over it. Soon after, the final battle commenced, this time featuring a rather stooped figure donning a mask as the opponent. With Shao Ye's earlier explanation, Bulma recognized this as Goku's grandfather. She was eager to see when Goku would realize who stood before him. As the match began, the intensity of the battle was subdued. with Goku as the sole aggressor while his grandfather adopted a defensive stance. Despite Goku employing the Kamehameha wave, he found it difficult to penetrate his grandfather's defenses, who retaliated with the same technique, nearly catching Goku off guard. Meanwhile, Master Roshi below the stage seemed to sense something amiss. In the end, due to the depletion of his energy from utilizing the Kamehameha, coupled with an empty stomach, Wukong, lacking vitality, was hoisted and mercilessly beaten by his grandfather. Even his tail was brutally severed. The pain jolted Wukong back to life, and relying on this final surge of energy, he summoned all his strength to deliver a kick that shattered the mask, revealing that his opponent was none other than his own grandfather. Although the conclusion of the contest saw Wukong emerging victorious, it was a match tempered by restraint, for had it not been so, Shao Ye and his companions would have ultimately triumphed, as Shao Ye had merely exchanged blows with Wukong without conceding defeat. After a heartfelt reunion and sparring with his grandfather, Wukong, having regained his composure, successfully located the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls and swiftly found the gang led by Pilaf, defeating them and claiming the Dragon Balls. Ultimately, after parting ways with his companions, Wukong returned to the base of Karen Tower with UPA, using the Dragon Balls to resurrect Bora. In a poignant scene of familial reunion, Wukong once again embarked on his journey. Meanwhile, Shao Ye and Bulma boarded the Flying Nimbus, commencing their global adventure. Chapter 38. 3 Years, Part 1. Bit Plateau. This is a frigid expanse so inhospitable that even weeds cannot thrive. Yet its isolation has preserved the landscape in a state of primordial antiquity, allowing one to gaze upon the vestiges of ancient epics. Indeed, the universe itself is only 1 billion years old, and Earth is not far behind in age. However, to humanity's fleeting existence, even a span of a few million years is deemed exceedingly ancient. Today, this lifeless wasteland welcomed 2 visitors, one clad in shorts and a t-shirt, Bulma, and the other in a black leather jacket, black leather pants, and sturdy black hiking boots, Shao Ye. Their presence here seemed peculiar. While Shao Ye's formidable strength rendered him impervious to the cold, one might wonder why the ordinary Bulma dared to don such light attire in this frigid domain. Had she begun her own training? Or had she grown resilient enough to withstand the chill? The answer, of course, is no. A keen observer would notice that a faint white aura enveloped Bulma, shielding her from the cold. This protective layer was bestowed upon her by Shao Ye, a testament to his own training. In the eyes of the average individual, training often conjures images of arduous push-ups or sessions in specialized training facilities, as if one could not truly train without such exertions. In reality, training merely seeks to fortify the body or to acclimate oneself to harsh conditions. Achieving such results does not necessitate relentless toil. Shao Ye exemplifies this approach, employing daily methods for his training. Upon arriving at Bit Plateau, Shao Ye utilized his aura to safeguard both Bulma and himself, a form of training that also allowed them to explore this untouched territory. Walking through the barren, rocky terrain might typically seem tedious. However, nestled beside Shao Ye, Bulma found no such monotony. Instead, she reveled in the cerulean purity of the sky and inhaled the untainted air, devoid of the clamor of civilization and the treachery of urban life. It felt as if the entire universe existed solely for them. Amidst the vastness of nature and the insignificance of humanity, a profound sense of mutual reliance blossomed, deepening Bulma's appreciation for the man beside her, Shao Ye. Bulma gazed at Shao Ye's profile, softly murmuring his name. Upon meeting his eyes, she slowly closed her own, tilting her chin upward as if awaiting something. What does this gesture signify? Any man should intuitively understand. Those who do not are not truly men. Gradually lowering her head, their lips met, the delicate and smooth sensation coursing through Shao Ye's mind. Instinctively, he turned to embrace Bulma's slender waist, and sensing his movement, she became more assertive in her desires. As a man of traditional values, Shao Ye could hardly allow her to take the lead. He reciprocated passionately, intensifying the fervor between them. Just as they were poised to embark on a passionate escapade beneath the heavens, a sudden recollection of a certain figure pierced Shao Ye's thoughts, abruptly cooling his ardor. Though he continued to kiss Bulma, the heat radiating from her became evident as she sensed his sudden withdrawal. Could she tolerate this? Without hesitation, she began to undress him. Noticing her actions, Shao Ye swiftly grasped her hands, their lips parting as he gazed upon Bulma's flushed, ardent face, struggling to suppress the heat rising within him. Bulma, now is not the time. We have but a year left. Let us continue when I propose to you, shall we? Initially, Bulma, aflame with desire, felt anger at being forcibly separated by Shao Ye. Yet upon hearing his words, she quelled her inner tumult. Suddenly, she lunged into his embrace, lifting her head to plant a fierce kiss upon his lips before burying her face against his chest, murmuring, "Then, I shall let you off the hook this time. But do not let it happen again." With their fiery desires momentarily subdued, the two had lost interest in the scenery. However, as they prepared to depart, they stumbled upon an unusual spacecraft atop a high ridge. In the vastness of Bit Plateau, Shao Ye was astonished to encounter the ship of a deity. What a serendipitous encounter! Although he could not speak the language of planet Namek, he was familiar with the term Bik. As Bulma curiously examined the unfamiliar vessel, Shao Ye uttered the name Bik, causing the ship's hatch to open automatically. Bulma, astonished that Shao Ye could unlock the spacecraft, began to question whether he was truly from Earth. However, after Shao Ye recounted his experiences with the deities, Bulma's apprehension dissipated, though she quickly inquired about how he had acquired such knowledge and whether deities truly existed on Earth. In response to Bulma's inquiries, Shao Ye candidly shared his past experiences training in the celestial realm, revealing that he had encountered immortals and ventured to the heavens for training. Bulma was left speechless by the revelation that Shao Ye had met deities and traversed the celestial domain. Observing her astonished expression, Shao Ye chuckled, assuring her that deities were not as enigmatic as they seemed, merely infrequent visitors to the mortal realm, which lent them an air of mystery. In times past, they often descended to Earth. As Bulma absorbed his revelations, she gradually acclimated to the extraordinary nature of their circumstances. When Shao Ye mentioned that if she thoroughly studied the spacecraft, they could venture into the cosmos for adventures, Bulma's enthusiasm surged, declaring that she would take it upon herself to investigate the vessel. Though Bulma had often appeared timid in the anime, her reluctance stemmed from an understanding that adventures often bore the risk of life itself. While she loved excitement, she was not reckless enough to endanger her life, especially as an ordinary girl without the formidable combat prowess of Yukong. However, the circumstances have changed with Shao's presence. Bulma has never encountered any peril. Even if there were dangers, Shao could shield her from them before they materialized. This has instilled in Bulma a fearless spirit towards adventure, which she now thoroughly enjoys. After stowing away their spacecraft in a capsule, Shao and Bulma ventured into the depths of the ocean. Although this so-called deep sea is merely over 2,000 meters in depth, the thrill of exploring such an infrequently visited locale is unparalleled. When Shao subdued a whale with his breath, allowing Bulma to ride upon it, her joy soared even higher. Yet, as is often the case, such bliss is fleeting. After more than 2 months of escapades, Bulma had to return to her studies. Upon sending her home with a thunderstorm cloud, Shao promised to come back for her the next time she had a holiday, and only then did he depart from Shidu, continuing his exploration of the world's less trodden paths. Chapter 39. 3 Years, Part 2. 2 years later, having graduated from university, Bulma ran toward Shao, clutching a book titled Adventurer's Guide. "Shao, this book authored under the pen name Adventurer King is written by you, isn't it?" Shao smiled slightly at her words. Indeed, he was the author. Since he intended to reclaim the title of Adventurer King, it was only fitting that the world should know. Thus, in the first year, he began submitting this book to major media outlets globally. As anticipated, it quickly garnered significant attention, and the Adventurer's Guide began to be widely promoted. Today, Bulma had managed to acquire a copy, and upon recognizing many of the places described within, she inferred the identity of the Adventurer King. Receiving confirmation from Shao, she expressed her delight but also her curiosity, asking, "What is your purpose in publishing this book? Are you short on funds?" Bulma was well aware that although Shao had shared a small portion of pirate treasure with her, a substantial amount remained in his possession, his riches far exceeding the earnings of a major city over a decade. "You do not understand," Shao replied. "Having adventured to so many places and encountered numerous marvelous, ordinary, and peculiar phenomena, how could I not share these experiences with the world? Even if others lack the means to replicate my journeys, they should at least know that such wonders exist on Earth during their lifetimes." Shao's confident discourse stirred Bulma's heart. She leaped into his embrace, nodding joyfully. Yes, I will follow your lead. Where shall we venture tonight?" Her gaze toward Shao was irresistibly enchanting. A month prior, Shao had formally proposed to her before her family, and the following night, they had visited an incredibly romantic locale. marking Bulma's transition from girlhood to womanhood. Consequently, she was no longer as bashful in Shao's presence. Instead, she radiated the openness of adulthood. "Ah, you truly can handle it," Shao teased, playfully tapping her nose. However, he had no intention of engaging in activities requiring an extensive narrative tonight. Instead, he urged, "Come with me." Summoning the thunderstorm cloud, they ascended into the sky, arriving shortly at a location perpetually blanketed in ice and snow. This was the Arctic, where Shao had previously discovered signs of human activity in an otherwise lifeless expanse. Intrigued, he followed the traces, ultimately uncovering a vast laboratory hidden within. Upon entering, he was reminded of the Red Ribbon Army's android lab. While contemplating whether to dismantle the facility, he found it astonishing that only one individual occupied the space. Before him stood a stunning woman with lustrous black hair and an alluring figure, even her white lab coat failing to conceal her curves. In the midst of such solitude, it was natural for one to be somewhat captivated. However, Shao, unaffected by her beauty, conducted a dialogue and learned that she was not affiliated with the Red Ribbon Army but was, in fact, a formidable biological postdoctoral researcher. Intrigued by this exceptional talent living in isolation, Shao promptly extended an invitation, offering exorbitant compensation and limitless resources for her experiments. Yet, despite his generous proposal, the biologist declined his overtures. Unwilling to concede defeat, Shao attempted to win her over with his charm, only to be rebuffed again when she revealed she was a mother of two and had no interest in children. After 2 rejections, Shao despondently slumped to the ground, questioning his own appeal. However, witnessing his dejection, the biologist revealed the reason for her seclusion. She was afflicted by an unknown virus that threatened her life. Although she had developed a remedy, it was unstable and required regular administration, or her existence would be jeopardized. The frigid temperatures of the mountain helped suppress the virus, which was why she could not leave. Understanding her predicament, Shao felt relieved. As long as it was not due to his own shortcomings, he could accept it. Though the biologist could not accompany him from the snowy mountain, Shao was determined to recruit her. Initially resistant, the biologist eventually acquiesced after Shao's persistent persuasion, recognizing that he was depleting her food reserves. With a new scientist, particularly one specializing in biology, joining his ranks, Shao was elated. Nonetheless, he remained concerned for her health, fearing her condition could deteriorate at any moment. After assuring her he would seek help from a capable individual, Shao departed the snow-capped peaks. Shao's absence lasted over 3 months, and just as the biologist began to despair of his return, he suddenly appeared one day with a girl clad in scant attire. After introductions were made, Bulma initially felt anger at Shao for bringing another woman before her, but she restrained her ire. Once they shook hands, she pulled Shao aside, eager to understand his motives for this visit. Unabashed, Shao explained the biologist's situation, knowing Bulma's intellect would be beneficial. He hoped she could assess the biologist's condition and, if necessary, he would seek additional assistance. Realizing that Shao thought of her first when challenges arose elicited mixed feelings in Bulma. She felt both exasperated and pleased, as it affirmed her value in his eyes. After Bulma conducted a thorough scan of the biologist, she found herself unfamiliar with the specific virus afflicting her. However, she informed Shao that while she lacked extensive knowledge of viruses, she did know some biological researchers who might possess insights into this matter. Upon hearing that even the genius girl from the world of Dragon Ball was at a loss, Shao Ye immediately felt disheartened. Bulma, observing his demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and irritation, clarifying that she did not possess omniscience, but was merely a prodigy in mechanics. She was not to be regarded as a deity. The biological doctor also sought to console Shao Ye, assuring him that aside from his dependency on the snow-capped mountains, he was doing well in other aspects and urged Shao Ye not to worry about him. Although Shao Ye recognized their attempts at comfort, he still promised the biological doctor that he would find someone to treat him. After playing with Bulma for several days, he finally took her away from the snow mountains. Chapter 40. The summoning of the magical girl. As the 22nd martial arts tournament commenced, Shao Ye naturally intended to participate. However, his motivation was not the monetary reward, nor was it to engage in a duel with skilled martial artists. After 3 years of adventures and training in various locations, Shao Ye's combat power had reached an impressive 580, with an actual fighting capability of 670. Such formidable strength rendered him unmatched on the current Earth. His sole purpose for entering the competition was to establish his reputation as the Adventure King. At the registration area, Shao Ye encountered Master Rashi and others. Upon hearing that Shao Ye would compete under the name of the Adventure King, they were taken aback, not realizing that the recently popular adventure guide had indeed been authored by Shao Ye. Krillin, feeling a tinge of jealousy, remarked to Shao Ye, "Hey, you already have the daughter of the world's richest man, and now you're also the author of the best-selling book. Is it really necessary for you to contest for the championship prize? Indeed, it may not be essential, but I am here solely to solidify my title as the Adventure King, so I shall graciously accept the championship," Shao Ye confidently declared. Before the competition even began, he made such bold claims, which did not faze Master Rashi and the others who were aware of Shao Ye's prowess. However, two figures, one tall and one short, approaching from behind, found his boastfulness rather irksome. The taller one, bald with a third eye on his forehead, disdainfully mocked Shao Ye. "Thinking about the championship before the match even starts? You must have just emerged from some mountain cave, thinking a bit of strength makes you the best in the world." As he and his pale companion walked away, Krillin, feeling discontented, called out to the retreating figure, "Hey, who is that guy? He is quite arrogant. I hope to face him later and knock him down." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Shao Ye chuckled. "He does appear quite strong. Although he still falls short compared to me. If you face him, you should be cautious." Despite Krillin's disdain for the tall man's arrogance, he trusted Shao Ye's judgment and cautiously inquired, "Really? Is he truly that formidable?" "Indeed, he possesses considerable strength," Goku replied, a mixture of seriousness and excitement in his tone, while Master Rashi sensed the murderous aura emanating from the tall individual. Uncertain of the tall man's past, Master Rashi resolved to teach him a lesson in the arena, ensuring he would not commit acts of senseless violence. After registering, they had to first navigate through preliminary rounds before the actual competition began. For those lacking strength, the preliminary rounds were a calamity, but for Shao Ye and Goku, their prowess allowed them to advance smoothly. As Shao Ye completed the preliminary rounds, he wondered why he had not seen Yamcha at the competition. Soon, he spotted a commotion at a nearby arena, where a wild man with disheveled long hair and a scruffy beard was competing. Recognizing the technique he employed as the Wolf Fang Fist, Shao Ye smirked. As he observed the matches, Goku and Krillin also progressed to the next stage. When Goku approached Shao Ye and noticed the wild man, he expressed his confusion as to why the man's technique seemed so familiar. 3 hours later, the preliminary rounds concluded, and the top 16 matches were set to begin. The venue shifted outdoors, where a sizable crowd had gathered beyond the walls, with Bulma leveraging her blonde hair to push to the front for a better view. The top 16 matches commenced with Goku facing Yamcha, initially not recognizing Yamcha's current appearance. Goku's memory was jogged when Yamcha utilized the Wolf Fang Fist. Despite recognizing his old friend, Goku showed no mercy and unleashed the Kamehameha, sending Yamcha out of the ring. Although Yamcha lost, he bore no ill will towards Goku, as he landed near Master Rashi. Even from behind a wall, he was elated to hear Master Rashi would accept him as a disciple. In truth, even if Master Rashi had declined, Yamcha should consider himself fortunate to have lost at that moment. Otherwise, encountering the three-eyed man could have resulted in a serious injury. Though the subsequent matches were thrilling, Shao Ye found himself preoccupied. Beneath his feet appeared a magic circle he recognized all too well. Observing the design of the magic circle, he was certain it was conjured by the magical girl Shao Ye from another world, as he had previously been transported to Shao Ye's realm through a similar magic circle. Oh no, does this mean I have to go back? In truth, as his career was just beginning, Shao Ye was reluctant to return to Shao Ye's world, which she had entirely organized. A world devoid of adventure felt like a prison to him. Although this prison housed a beautiful girlfriend who adored him and willingly performed challenging maneuvers in tandem with him, it remained a prison nonetheless. Having escaped this confinement once, Shao Ye had no intention of returning. Before the magic circle fully illuminated, Shao Ye, possessing superhuman abilities, effortlessly leaped beyond its summoning range. The magic circle flickered and vanished before anyone nearby even noticed its brief presence beneath Shao Ye's feet. In another world, in a certain basement, a girl with pink hair clad in a loose purple wizard robe observed the magic circle's activation, yet lamented its failure to summon the desired individual. Overwhelmed with a myriad of possibilities, she nearly shed tears in her helplessness when the basement door swung open, flooding the room with light, as 4 girls with hair in red, yellow, blue, and white each donning corresponding colored robes, rushed in. Seeing the pink-haired girl on the verge of tears, the four girls quickly approached to comfort her. Upon noticing the magic circle on the ground, the red-haired girl scolded the pink-haired girl. That heartless one has already left. Why are you still infatuated with him? Perhaps he is already entangled with someone else somewhere. Even if you summon him back, he would just be a scoundrel deceiving your affections. As the red-haired girl continued to speak harshly, the blue-haired girl intervened, saying, Shao Ning, stop. Can't you see Shao Ye is heartbroken? Moreover, the circumstances surrounding Shao Ye's departure are quite suspicious. The truth may not be as you imagine. However, disregarding the blue-haired girl's words, Shao Ning was incensed at the sight of the white-haired and yellow-haired girls still comforting Shao Ye. Shao Ye is a scoundrel. A terrible scoundrel. I'm not talking to you all anymore, humph. As Shao Ning spoke, she swiftly turned and dashed out of the basement. Observing her departure, the blue-haired girl, resembling a big sister, shook her head with a sense of resignation and turned to comfort Shao Ye, saying, Shao Ning always speaks that way. Do not take it to heart. However, it is indeed not the time to summon Shao Ye. Let us first step outside. Yet, Shao Ye shook her head and murmured, I have actually summoned him, but I was unable to bring Shao Ye forth. The three girls were taken aback by Shao Ye's revelation. Their magic circle was indeed an ultimate one, utilizing materials they had acquired by vanquishing the Dark Overlord and eliminating the dimensional monsters that threatened the world. This circle possessed the power to summon individuals or objects across endless time and space. However, Shao Ye's failure to summon Shao Ye raised a grim implication. The only conceivable explanation was that Shao Ye had perished. The girls lapsed into a profound silence. Chapter 41. Undeniably powerful. The competition continued, swiftly progressing to the semifinals. The first match featured the Turtle Sage disguised as Chun Long against Tianjin Fan, also known as the Three-Eyed Warrior. This was followed by Wukong facing off against Jiaozi, the short fellow clad in white. The third match showcased Krillin, the noseless alien, battling Shao Ye, while the final match's participants eluded Shao Ye's attention. The Turtle Sage had initially entered the competition to impart the lesson that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. After engaging with Tianjin Fan, he discovered the latter's impressive talent, marked by lethal strikes that surpassed even Shao Ye's. Upon discerning Tianjin Fan's intense desire for victory, the Turtle Sage, after a heartfelt discussion, relinquished his pursuit of the championship, leaving Tianjin Fan utterly astonished. In Tianjin Fan's mind, being first was paramount. Akin to the ideal child his mother often spoke of, perfection was mandatory. Yet, before the Turtle Sage, he encountered someone who regarded power and wealth as trifles, fundamentally challenging his worldview and prompting introspection on whether his relentless quest for perfection was indeed correct. In the second match, Wukong faced Jiaozi. Although Jiaozi initially toyed with Wukong, using his supernatural abilities, Wukong quickly adapted and ultimately triumphed over him. As Krillin trembled onto the stage, he gazed across at Shao Ye with a woeful expression, asking Wukong, Can I forfeit? Unfamiliar with Shao Ye's prowess, Wukong had longed for a chance to battle him, but now found Krillin preparing to surrender without even attempting to fight, which deeply pained him. With no success in persuading Krillin, he turned to the section where the loudest cheers for Shao Ye emanated. There, the Turtle Sage stood beside Bulma, and upon noticing Krillin's glance, he gave him a thumbs up in encouragement. Seeing the Turtle Sage's gesture, Krillin thought, if you can do it, then you should. However, as his master, Krillin could not bring himself to act in such a manner. Instead, he faced Shao Ye and implored, Shao Ye, could you go easy on me? I am afraid of pain. Upon hearing this, Shao Ye made a comical face, replying, Sure, I will strike quickly so you won't even feel the pain before you faint. Krillin's expression fell further at this response. As the match commenced, Krillin's previously morose demeanor transformed into one of fierce determination. He launched two simultaneous Kamehameha waves at Shao Ye while swiftly darting around the ring's edge to close in on him. The audience gasped in astonishment at the bald-headed fighter's strength, marveling at his ability to unleash such formidable attacks. Aware he could not match Shao Ye's might, Krillin was reluctant to forfeit without a fight. Thus, he resolved to give it his all, hoping to land at least a few hits on Shao Ye, and consider it a victory in his own right. Shao Ye, recognizing Krillin's ploy, merely smiled and stood his ground, seemingly unperturbed by the incoming Kamehameha waves. With a resounding explosion, The blasts engulfed the area where Shao Ye had stood, causing the spectators to hold their breath in concern for the dashing youth, silently criticizing Krillin for his excessive force. Krillin, witnessing the waves explode against Shao Ye, felt a surge of delight. Although he doubted the attack could harm Shao Ye, it would at least obscure his vision. Seizing the moment, he charged into the still lingering smoke, intent on landing a few solid blows. However, Krillin soon emerged from the other side of the smoke, leaving the audience baffled as they could not comprehend his rapid movements. Not only were the spectators puzzled, but Krillin himself was bewildered as to why Shao Ye was absent from the explosion. While he strained to locate Shao Ye, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, and a familiar voice echoed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, Krillin leapt back in fright, inadvertently jumping off the stage, which elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment, akin to a boiled shrimp. He had not anticipated the stage to be so small that a mere jump would send him tumbling off. Shao Ye sighed and approached the edge of the stage, extending a hand to Krillin, saying, "Your courage is rather lacking. Perhaps you should practice that before anything else?" Fuming with embarrassment, Krillin shot a glare at Shao Ye and retorted, "Who told you to appear out of nowhere? I had no idea where you were hiding. And then you suddenly appeared behind me." Amused, Shao Ye replied, "I was right behind you after you unleashed your Kamehameha. I simply followed your movements. It's not my fault you didn't notice." Krillin, astonished, gazed at Shao Ye in disbelief. You were right behind me the whole time?" He had always known Shao Ye was formidable, but never to this extent. Though he had jumped off the stage himself, he reconciled with the fact that even if he had not, he would have ultimately lost to Shao Ye. "Well, I concede," Krillin admitted with a resigned nod. Following Shao Ye's victory, the announcer loudly declared his title as the Adventurer King. As this name resonated, the crowd erupted into fervent applause. Their cheers were not solely for Shao Ye's triumph, but also for the identity of the Adventurer King, which had piqued their curiosity. Who would have thought he would appear in such a manner, gaining acknowledgement for his prowess? What? He is the Adventurer King? Tianjin fans' three eyes widened in shock. Having read the immensely popular Adventurer's Guide, he was initially hesitant to follow the lethal commands issued by the Crane Hermit. Realizing that life encompasses more than mere survival, it also includes poetry and distant dreams. Otherwise, even the Turtle Sage's eloquent arguments would not have swayed the bloodthirsty Tianjin fan. Yet, upon discovering Shao Ye's identity, Tianjin fan felt not fear, but rather a smirk crept onto his lips. After silently communicating something to Jiaozi, he gazed at Shao Ye, who stood on the stage basking in the audience's adulation, and declared, "Just wait. I am eager to see what level this Adventurer King truly possesses." With that, Tianjin fan turned and exited, not wishing to witness the revelry. Chapter 42. Tianjin fan's unsuccessful venture as the final match between two competitors, unnoticed by Shao Ye, concluded. The time for the semifinals swiftly approached. In this crucial contest, Tianjin fan resorted to underhanded tactics, instructing Jiaozi to manipulate the draw when Shao Ye was selecting his opponent. Previously, Tianjin fan had communicated this intention telepathically to Jiaozi. Yet the formidable Shao Ye was still aware of Jiaozi's attempts at cheating through his extraordinary abilities. With a mere glance at Jiaozi, a powerful will akin to a mountain momentarily revealed itself, causing Jiaozi to tremble in fear and lose focus. Nevertheless, Shao Ye managed to seize the slip of paper that Jiaozi had intended for him. Unsurprisingly, his next match was against Tianjin fan. Observing Tianjin fan standing nonchalantly to the side, despite having witnessed Shao Ye intimidate Jiaozi, he felt compelled to refrain from intervening, paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of Shao Ye's will. Now, Tianjin fan regretted his decision to allow Jiaozi to cheat. Without such deceit, he might have reached the finals. But now it seemed he would falter here. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of defeat before the battle had even commenced, he resolved that as someone who valued strength, he must first face Shao Ye before contemplating change. Once both competitors ascended the ring, Tianjin fan fixed his three eyes on Shao Ye, unable to look away. He had previously witnessed how Krillin succumbed to Shao Ye's unpredictable speed, which had truly terrified him. To avoid repeating Krillin's fate, Tianjin fan dared not blink as he stared at Shao Ye. Under the scrutiny of three eyes, Shao Ye had no choice but to concede. After all, he possessed only two eyes, and in a contest of intimidation, he could not compete with Tianjin fan's triocular gaze. Wow, if this is how we are to compete. I concede. I only have a pair of eyes, and I cannot truly measure up to you, Shao Ye remarked, eliciting laughter from the audience, who understood they were there to witness a battle, not a contest of who could glare more effectively. Although Tianjin Fan recognized the absurdity of his intense stare, his stubborn nature refused to accept defeat. He retorted, "Humph, if mere words could secure victory, then you would already be the champion." In response to Tianjin Fan's rebuttal, Shao Ye chuckled, "Oh really? Then why not concede right now? Less chatter, let us commence the match." Tianjin Fan called out to the host, eager to begin, fearing that delay might lead to his loss. With the banter concluded, the match officially commenced. Tianjin Fan approached the fight with utmost seriousness, immediately unleashing the 4 demon fists, sprouting 2 additional arms from his back to total 4. This peculiar technique drew admiration from both the audience and Shao Ye, who marveled at its uniqueness. Tianjin Fan charged at Shao Ye, his 4 arms creating illusions of countless fists raining down like heavy raindrops. If used to strike meatballs, he would surely save time and produce exquisite delicacies. Alas, his opponent was not a mere meatball, but Shao Ye, who effortlessly evaded Tianjin Fan's relentless assault, stepping back with casual grace, leaving Tianjin Fan's fists unable to graze even the hem of his clothing. After delivering hundreds of punches without making contact, Tianjin Fan, frustrated, attempted to provoke Shao Ye into action, declaring, "Is dodging all you can do?" Aware of the bait, Shao Ye paused, and suddenly, a barrage of punches descended upon him. Yet he effortlessly blocked them all with a single arm before countering with a strike to Tianjin Fan's abdomen, sending him flying. The audience was left in astonishment. They were aware of Shao Ye's swift speed, but they never anticipated his striking ability could outpace Tianjin Fan's 4 arms. Zhao Zi, seated among the spectators, watched with concern as Tianjin Fan was sent sprawling. Though Tianjin Fan regarded Zhao Zi as a younger brother, Zhao Zi was merely a servant, akin to a foolish son in a wealthy household with a servant by his side, regardless of how the master treated the servant. The latter's status would remain unchanged, a reflection of an undesirable feudal mindset. After sending Tianjin Fan flying, Shao Ye turned to him with a smile, stating, "While many arms may seem impressive to the average person, true strength lies in honing one's speed. This is not how battles are fought. Rather, it should be executed like this." As he spoke, Shao Ye crossed his arms above his head and traced a circle downward. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as numerous arms sprouted from his body, resembling a 1,000-armed guanine. In contrast, Tianjin Fan's paltry 4 arms seemed woefully inadequate. "Do you see? These are not real arms. It's merely a result of my incredible speed," Shao Ye explained, advancing towards Tianjin Fan in a flash. With an array of arms flailing, countless fists united in an onslaught directed at Tianjin Fan, who found himself overwhelmed, unable to count the number of blows he received. In mere seconds, he felt as though he had endured centuries of torment in a hellish existence. When Shao Ye finally relented, Tianjin Fan, now red and swollen, gradually collapsed to the ground, prompting Zhao Zi to cover his eyes, unable to bear the sight. The brutality was overwhelming, and Tianjin Fan's plight evoked pity. As Tianjin Fan fell, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. The audience was left in shock at Shao Ye's display of power. Such speed and a multitude of arms seemed beyond human capability. Gesturing for the host to initiate the countdown, the host, recovering from his astonishment, nodded and began to count down as he observed Tianjin Fan's swollen form. However, just as the countdown began, Tianjin Fan struggled to his feet, his eyes barely open as he called out hoarsely, "Wait, I haven't lost yet." Shao Ye, bemused, could only respond with a sigh. All right, you haven't lost yet. No need to shout so loudly." He quickly approached Tianjin Fan, grasping his arms as if lifting a suitcase, and carried him to the edge of the arena, gently placing him on the grass below, leaving the audience in awe. Is this truly how one competes? Chapter 43, Yukong's Guilt, Part 1. Having triumphed over an opponent whom Shao Ye deemed inconsequential, Yukong eagerly anticipated the exhilarating final match. As he stepped onto the stage, his excitement was palpable as he gazed across at the composed Shao Ye. Shao Ye. Today I can finally engage you in a genuine battle. This fills me with exhilaration." "Oh, is that so?" Shao Ye responded, slightly bending at the waist. Grounding himself in a horse stance, one hand pressed down while the other held a cup at eye level, continuing, "In that case, I shall engage you with utmost seriousness." Observing Shao Ye's intent to employ his true skills, Yukong felt no fear. Instead, He became even more thrilled, positioning his hands with 2 fingers bent, one hand raised to chin level and the other resting at his chest. With a serious expression, the warrior spirit surged within him as he declared, "Humph, just as I desire." As the 2 competitors on stage prepared themselves, the host bellowed the command for the contest to commence. In an instant, both individuals charged towards each other with remarkable speed. The collision was thunderous, their left forearms pressing against one another, sending a powerful shockwave that even dislodged the sunglasses of the nearest host. The extraordinary prowess exhibited by both combatants sparked lively discussions among the audience, with one exclaiming, "Wow, is that little guy really that strong, able to rival the Adventure King?" Yet, before he could finish, another cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "This is your first time watching the martial arts tournament, isn't it?" Surprised, the first individual turned to the speaker and asked, "How did you know?" Raising an eyebrow, the speaker replied, "That little guy's name is Wukong. He was the runner-up in the last martial arts tournament. Moreover, he is a disciple of Master Rashi. How could he not be formidable?" Upon hearing this, the first individual widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh wow, so Wukong is that powerful." However, before he could continue, he noticed the speaker's smug expression and added, "Nevertheless, no matter how strong Wukong may be, he is still just a runner-up. This time, the championship belongs to the Adventure King." As he proclaimed this, he raised his arm high, and the audience erupted in a chorus of shouts, "Adventure King! Adventure King! Adventure King!" Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Bulma and her companions were taken aback by the overwhelming support for Shao Ye. Bulma felt a sense of pride, secretly praising her discerning taste in men. Conversely, Krillin rolled his eyes in exasperation, stating, "This isn't a fan meeting. Is it necessary to be so overzealous? Did anyone cheer that loudly when I stepped into the ring?" Oolong, unable to see the arena due to a low wall, echoed Krillin's sentiments with an equally dismissive tone. "What are they cheering for you? Do they think you're the one performing?" Oolong's words struck Krillin like an arrow, prompting him to turn and retort, "Stop being so annoying. Why don't you give it a try if you think you're so capable?" To which Oolong scoffed, "If I were capable, you wouldn't even be here shouting." Krillin, momentarily dumbfounded by Oolong's sharp retort, felt as if he had lost his wits arguing with him. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shao Ye and Wukong were undeterred by the audience's fervor. Locking eyes, Shao Ye smiled at Wukong and said, "Not bad. Wukong, your strength is quite impressive, though you still fall a bit short compared to me." Wukong, already aware of Shao Ye's formidable power, felt as though he had collided with an immovable mountain rather than a person. With a slight exertion of force, Shao Ye sent Wukong stumbling several meters back. As Wukong steadied himself, he looked up to see Shao Ye charging at him, preparing to deliver a swift kick. Crossing his arms defensively, Wukong braced himself as the powerful kick sent him sliding back 5 or 6 meters. This time, however, Shao Ye paused, observing Wukong as he inquired, "How are you holding up?" Wukong dropped his tingling arms and replied earnestly, "It's a piece of cake. Bring it on." "Heh, those were your words," Shao Ye responded, ready to apply just enough force to imbue Wukong with a sense of despair. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from the audience, hurtling towards Wukong's back with astonishing speed. Noticing the interruption, Shao Ye's gaze hardened. He vanished from Wukong's sight in an instant. Wukong, momentarily stunned, turned just in time to hear a resounding explosion behind him. Upon turning, he saw Shao Ye's silhouette and instinctively unleashed a Kamehameha towards him, engulfing Shao Ye in a burst of energy. Although Wukong was uncertain of the situation, the audience clearly witnessed the event unfold. Someone had attempted to ambush Wukong. Yet Shao Ye had swiftly intervened, shielding him from the attack. Unfortunately, Wukong mistakenly retaliated against Shao Ye by directing his energy wave at him. Krillin couldn't help but shout in frustration, "Wukong, you!" At that moment, Wukong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He spotted a half-mechanical fighter, Tao Pai Pai, who had previously been defeated by him, aiming a modified arm cannon directly at him, smoke wafting ominously from its barrel. "It's you," Wukong exclaimed, realizing that the one who had attempted the ambush was indeed Tao Pai Pai. Previously, during a match that Shao Ye had not observed, Tao Pai Pai had emerged victorious, setting the stage for a potential encounter with Shao Ye. However, due to the intervention of another, the outcome led to a confrontation with Wukong, who had unexpectedly triumphed. Frustrated, Tao Pai Pai seized the moment while Wukong's focus was diverted to Shao Ye, launching an attack. Little did he expect that Shao Ye was so powerful that he could instantly appear behind Wukong, blocking the incoming energy wave. What shocked Tao Pai Pai even more was that Wukong, sensing the anomaly behind him, turned and unleashed a Kamehameha at Shao Ye, overwhelming him in the process. As the other spectators, aside from Bulma and Master Roshi, held their breath for Shao Ye, the smoke cleared to reveal him unharmed. Save for a minor tear in his clothing from the explosion, the audience erupted into cheers, while the tournament staff quickly sought to expel Tao Pai Pai for disrupting the match. However, the staff were no match for Tao Pai Pai, who swiftly incapacitated them one by one. Although a killer by nature, Tao Pai Pai refrained from committing murder in public, fearing for his reputation. "Step aside. I will handle this," Shao Ye declared, his gaze fixed menacingly on Tao Pai Pai. The staff, eager to avoid further conflict, promptly retreated, leaving Tao Pai Pai alone on the field. With the crowd dispersing, only Tao Pai Pai remained, wary of Shao Ye's formidable capabilities. Having witnessed him effortlessly deflect both the energy wave and Wukong's attack, Shao Ye pointed a finger at Tao Pai Pai and stated, "Since you used an energy wave against me, allow me to return the favor with the same technique you just employed, though I learned it only moments ago. I welcome your guidance." As he spoke, a brilliant golden light emanated from his fingertip, causing Tao Pai Pai to panic and attempt to flee. However, had he chosen to fortify his defenses, he might have had a slim chance of survival. Instead, exposing his unguarded back sealed his fate. With a sound akin to a cork being pulled from a bottle, a golden energy wave, merely 2 fingers wide, traversed dozens of meters and pierced through Tao Pai Pai's heart, causing him to sputter blood before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The audience erupted into cheers for Shao Ye, aside from an elderly man wearing a crane hat, who remained solemn. After concluding his actions, Shao Ye turned to Wukong, who gazed at the crimson droplets at his feet, and smiled, saying, "Now that the nuisance is gone, shall we continue our match?" Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, Wukong finally looked up, guilt-ridden, and murmured, "Shao Ye you." Indeed, during the encounter with Dong Dongbua, Shao Ye sustained an injury to his palm. He had not anticipated the formidable penetrating power of the Dong Dongbua, which even managed to injure him. Fortunately, his rapid self-healing abilities allowed the wound to mend swiftly. Nonetheless, even though Shao Ye's injury had healed, Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt upon realizing that he had attacked Shao Ye, who had sustained injuries for his sake. Every time he reflected on this, guilt consumed him. Observing Wukong's demeanor, Shao Ye chuckled and remarked, "Are you feeling guilty for attacking me? If that is the case, then you should strive to become stronger. Strong enough to withstand ambushes without requiring my aid to shield you. Who knows, I might even need you to protect me in the future." Though Shao Ye was currently formidable, Wukong took his words to heart and nodded earnestly, declaring, "Yes, I will become even stronger and will protect you." Hearing this, Shao Ye burst into laughter, saying, "Very well, but that is a matter for the future. For now, let us compete." With that, Shao Ye leaped back several meters, assuming a boxing stance with his fists raised. Revitalized, Wukong also adopted the classic stance of the Kamehameha technique, his expression serious. The audience was taken aback by Shao Ye's gentleness, as he not only refrained from reproaching Wukong, but also sought to guide his spirit. This endeared Shao Ye to the spectators, who found him overwhelmingly kind. Subsequently, Shao Ye beckoned Wukong, who, with a powerful push, sprinted towards him at remarkable speed before leaping to deliver a flying kick. Such an attack might suffice against others, but Shao Ye's arms were longer than Wukong's legs. As Wukong approached, Shao Ye effortlessly seized his ankle. After spinning him around twice, Shao Ye chuckled at the upside-down Wukong, who could not touch the ground, and said, "Wukong, that technique of yours is ineffective. You should consider a different approach." Wukong, aware of his own shortcomings, particularly after losing to Qianlong in the previous martial arts tournament, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after 3 years of training, he would still be so outmatched by Shao Ye. Previously, he could at least reach Qianlong, but now he could barely graze the hem of Shao Ye's garment. After nonchalantly tossing Wukong away, he landed with a series of somersaults before regaining his footing. Looking at Shao Ye with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, and stated, "You are indeed impressive, Shao Ye, but I will not concede." "Yes, I know," replied Shao Ye dismissively, which irked Wukong. Yet, he could not summon his anger, for Shao Ye's strength was undeniable. After recalibrating his strategy, Wukong decided to use the afterimage fist to obscure Shao Ye's vision. He planned to surround Shao Ye with his afterimages before launching a simultaneous energy wave attack. The strategy was sound, but utterly unnecessary, for Shao Ye had long since seen through Wukong's afterimage fist. Moreover, Shao Ye's speed surpassed Wukong's, meaning the first step of Wukong's carefully devised plan had already failed. As Wukong surrounded Shao Ye with his afterimages, Shao Ye displayed no intent to move. When Wukong unleashed his energy waves, Shao Ye swiftly evaded to the outside of the encirclement. As for why Shao Ye did not jump to evade, he merely smirked. The experience in the illusion would remain etched in his memory for life. Originally, Wukong intended to attack Shao Ye once he leaped, but he was caught off guard when Shao Ye broke free from his encirclement. Wah! With no time to ponder, Wukong dashed towards Shao Ye. Yet this maneuver merely reverted the battle to its previous state, where Wukong's shorter limbs rendered him unable to reach Shao Ye. Observing Wukong unleash energy waves only to engage in close combat, with Shao Ye ignited the audience's fervor. After all, most were novices, while only the likes of Mutant Rashi could only cover their faces in disbelief. Wukong's disadvantage was glaringly apparent, as Shao Ye effortlessly evaded every energy wave he fired. Engaging in close combat left Wukong with even fewer chances to brush against Shao Ye's attire. Indeed, Mutant Rashi and his companions did not expect Wukong to defeat Shao Ye. They merely wished for Wukong to graze the hem of Shao Ye's garment. Wukong, throwing punches in rapid succession, whether they were unconventional strikes or stealthy kicks, found all his efforts thwarted by Shao Ye, who deflected them with ease, never allowing Wukong to touch his clothing. As Wukong's pace slowed and he began to gasp for breath, Shao Ye casually remarked, "What's the matter? Are you already out of steam? You need to train harder." Wukong, huff huff, will not, huff, give up, he managed to say, nearly choking on the last three words. Seeing Wukong exerting himself to the limit, Shao Ye chuckled, "You have done well, though you still lag behind me a little." As he spoke, Shao Ye had been using both hands to fend off Wukong's attacks, but suddenly withdrew one hand. Yet he still managed to deflect all of Wukong's strikes. With his freed hand, he positioned his thumb and index finger close together, leaving only a tiny gap for Wukong to see, saying, "Just a little bit more." The audience was left speechless. How could Shao Ye claim their strengths were merely a hair's breadth apart, when he could single-handedly block all of Wukong's attacks? Regardless of what others believed, Wukong no longer had the energy to continue. Without hesitation, Shao Ye lifted him and tossed him out of the ring, stating, "All right, Wukong. You did well, but now you may resume your training, huh?" After the match concluded, Shao Ye, having successfully promoted his reputation, claimed the championship title along with the paltry sum of 500,000 yuan. At the celebratory banquet that evening, Shao Ye invited Wukong, Mutant Rashi, and even the sulking Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, dragging them along. Naturally, when Shao Ye brought Tianjin Fan over, he encountered some resistance, particularly from the sulking Crane Hermit, who sought to confront Shao Ye. However, unlike Mutant Rashi, Shao Ye was not one to be trifled with. He gave the Crane Hermit a sound thrashing and instructed him to cease bothering Tianjin Fan and Dumpling before allowing him to leave. As the banquet proceeded, while Shao Ye and the others indulged in food and drink, the martial artists preparing to depart from Mugua Island fell victim to a demon that descended from the sky, slaying them one by one and affixing a small paper with the character for demon upon them. This silent demon, methodically eliminating the remaining martial artists on Mugua Island, soon discovered that the martial arts venue had yet to be searched. Resolutely, the demon made its way to the venue, intending to dispatch a few more before leaving the island to pursue those who had already departed. At that moment, Wukong, happily devouring dinosaur meat, suddenly sensed something amiss. Setting down his beloved meal, he began to pat himself down. This action drew the attention of those around him, particularly Krillin, who, sitting closest, looked at Wukong in confusion and inquired, "Wukong, what are you looking for?" In response, Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Where's my Jingubong? It seems I left it at the martial arts venue. I need to go retrieve it." As he spoke, Wukong prepared to leave, but Krillin stopped him, saying, "Hold on. Wukong, you have a hearty appetite. Eat up and make Shao Ye go broke. I have a smaller appetite and am already full. So I will go fetch your Jingubong." Upon hearing Krillin's words, Wukong joyfully grasped Krillin's hand in gratitude. Observing Wukong's demeanor, Shao couldn't help but feel a tinge of sarcasm. After all, the golden staff was meant to be a close protector, and Wukong had never lost it before. Yet today, astonishingly, no one even noticed its absence. Was this not a bit too contrived? As Krillin prepared to take his leave, Shao called out to him, retrieving the golden staff from behind and tossing it to Wukong. He remarked, "No need to search, Krillin. I was merely curious to see how long it would take Wukong to remember he had lost his staff, and lo and behold, he only just recalled it." Turning to Wukong, he added, "You must be more attentive. Such carelessness won't lead you to become a great martial artist." Shao's words elicited knowing smiles from the crowd. To them, Wukong was still a child, and it was only natural for a child to be a bit forgetful. Upon reclaiming his staff, Wukong was not angered by Shao's comments. Instead, he chuckled, "Hee, I seldom use the golden staff in battle. And today's fight with you was so enjoyable that I simply forgot about it." With that, he secured the staff tightly to his side, prompting the group to resume their merry revelry. It wasn't until Krillin was en route to the martial arts arena that Shao finally released his pent-up energy. He quickly discerned that indeed, a demon was making its way to the martial arts venue, arriving just shortly after Krillin. Shao found it utterly inconceivable that the demon would not first come to the banquet, which was much closer, before heading to the arena. What could it possibly intend? Was it seeking to vent its fury upon a few old monks? Shao was baffled by the demon's reasoning. As the demon prepared to strike a small monk it had seized by the collar, Shao stood up, excusing himself to the restroom before leaving his seat. Although Krillin was fortunate to have Shao around to avert disaster, he would not allow the demon to wreak havoc. Unbeknownst to Shao, however, the demon had already committed an act of slaughter prior to its arrival at the martial arts venue. The onlookers watched in confusion as Shao hurriedly exited the hotel, puzzled as to why he would run outside for a bathroom break. Observing the feast laid before them, Krillin speculated. Could it be that Shao intends to skip out on the bill? As soon as he uttered this, Bulma, seated a few tables away, swiftly approached Krillin and delivered a playful slap to his head, exclaiming, "The daughter of the world's richest man is still here. What are you all afraid of?" Rubbing his sore head, Krillin protested, "I was merely trying to lighten the mood. You're too fierce, woman." Krillin's disgruntled expression sparked a wave of laughter among the group. Even someone as resilient as Krillin could be bested by Bulma, a seemingly frail girl. If she were truly that formidable, surely Frieza would have met his end at her hands. Bulma, however, paid no heed to Krillin's grievances. With a haughty toss of her head, she declared, "No, my Shao is not to be trifled with." Faced with Bulma's unwavering loyalty, Krillin sighed in resignation. "Your Shao is indeed impressive. He is the greatest. Is that enough?" "Humph. That will suffice." With that, Bulma returned to her seat, leaving the others in bemusement, all pondering what sorcery Shao had employed to earn such unwavering support from Bulma. Meanwhile, as the demon grasped a young monk by his collar, poised to strike, Shao propelled himself forward at maximum speed, crossing a several hundred-meter street in an instant. Just as the demon's claws were about to descend upon the monk, Shao seized its paw. "Who are you?" the demon exclaimed, startled as it looked up. Ignoring its query, Shao exerted pressure, and with a resounding crunch, he shattered the demon's claw. The pain caused the demon to relinquish its hold on the monk, who fell to the ground and, upon recognizing his savior, exclaimed in delight, "Ah, you are the great adventurer king." Hearing the monk's words, Shao glanced down with a slight smirk, saying, "Quickly leave this place. I will handle this demon." The monk, trembling at the sight of the captured demon, nodded and hurriedly departed after cautioning Shao to be careful. The demon, still ensnared in Shao's grip, realized it was facing the champion of the martial arts tournament and grew fearful. It threatened, You are the adventurer king. You cannot kill me. If you do, the great demon lord will surely seek vengeance." Shao found the demon's pleas both amusing and absurd. It was a mixture of begging and threatening, claiming that if he did not spare it, the great demon lord would come for him. What a convoluted logic. Shao coldly drew his sword, pressing it against the demon's forehead, stating, "No need to worry, should I slay you. I will be more than prepared to send your great demon lord to the afterlife to meet you." With that, a faint sound echoed as a golden light pierced through the head of the demon known as Dambalin. Releasing his grip, Shao watched as the demon slumped lifelessly to the ground. Observing the fallen green-skinned demon, Shao stroked his chin in contemplation. If his memory served him correctly, there had been a plump character in an anime who had consumed demon flesh. He pondered whether this demon could be edible. After a moment's deliberation, Shao decided to take the body back to the hotel, intending to have the chef prepare it for Wukong first. If all went well, he would then sample the demon flesh himself. Thus, Shao departed the martial arts venue with the demon's corpse in tow, returning to the hotel. Meanwhile, at the same moment that Shao dispatched the demon Dambalin, a frail, elderly voice echoed from an airborne airship. "Ah, my child, Dambalin, he is dead." Hearing this lament, Pilaf and his group hurriedly approached a green-skinned creature whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to a celestial being, though his eyes revealed a sinister cunning. This towering figure, despite sitting upon a white skeletal chair, loomed over Pilaf and his companions. He clutched his chest in apparent agony. "What is the matter, great demon lord?" Pilaf inquired, his tone dripping with sycophantic concern. This great demon lord was none other than Piccolo, an ancient entity sealed away for centuries, destined for world destruction. Due to Wukong thwarting his ambitions on multiple occasions, Pilaf and his cohort had struck a deal with Piccolo. They would release him from his prison in exchange for half of the world. Though the agreement served as a facade for Pilaf and his companions, Piccolo harbored no gratitude toward them for their actions. He only sought to eliminate them once he had utilized their foolishness to his advantage. As it happened, Pilaf's group possessed advanced technology capable of locating the Dragon Balls, and thus Piccolo falsely agreed to their terms, stipulating that they must first procure the Dragon Balls to grant him his wish to regain his youth. In truth, while Piccolo accompanied Pilaf's group in their quest for the Dragon Balls, he had dispatched his son Dambalin to ambush the martial artists. In Piccolo's mind, if all the martial artists were eliminated, Pilaf and his companions would be left at his mercy. However, reality had delivered a harsh lesson, as his son had perished only moments ago. In the immediate aftermath of Dan Ba Lin's demise, his father, who shared an inexplicable connection with him since the tragedy. The Pilaf gang was well aware of Dan Ba Lin, but they were astonished to learn that the seemingly monstrous figure before them had been slain. Images of a detestable boy with a crab-like hairstyle quickly surfaced in their minds. Pilaf hastily reported to the Great Demon King Piccolo, stating, "Great Demon King Piccolo, the one who killed Dan Ba Lin must be a little rascal named Wukong." Upon hearing Pilaf's report, instead of feeling elated to learn the name of his son's killer, the Great Demon King Piccolo erupted in fury, emanating an overwhelming aura that terrified Pilaf and his companions, causing them to huddle together in fear. "Are you saying my son could not defeat a mere child?" As the Great Demon King Piccolo spoke, an even more terrifying energy pressed down upon Pilaf and his gang, leading two of them to wet themselves in fright. Faced with such a formidable presence, Pilaf could only kneel repeatedly, begging for mercy. "Great Demon King Piccolo, please do not be angered. That little rascal, he can transform into a gigantic gorilla, possessing strength that is quite abnormal. I once had a magnificent castle, which he single-handedly demolished." Upon hearing this, the Great Demon King Piccolo retracted his menacing aura, not out of caution regarding Wukong's capability to destroy a castle, but rather due to his newfound interest in the fact that this boy could transform into a colossal gorilla. The Great Demon King Piccolo mused, stroking his chin. "If that little rascal can indeed become a great gorilla, I shall recruit him as a general, bringing me one step closer to world domination." Hee-ha-ha. As they observed the Great Demon King Piccolo's boisterous laughter, Pilaf's group exchanged apprehensive glances. Ultimately, it was Pilaf who, with a sycophantic expression, turned toward the Great Demon King Piccolo and said, "Great Demon King Piccolo, you may not be aware, but that little rascal is quite powerful. He once single-handedly annihilated an entire army from the Dark World." The Great Demon King Piccolo nodded in satisfaction upon hearing of Wukong's impressive feats. He highly valued those with strength, and as long as Wukong was willing to serve under him, the loss of a few sons would be of little consequence. However, seeing the Great Demon King Piccolo's satisfaction with Wukong filled Pilaf with dread. If Wukong gained favor, they would surely be at his mercy. With his head lowered and his eyes darting, Pilaf quickly devised a plan, realizing that Wukong possessed a compelling reason for the Great Demon King Piccolo to seek his demise. Pilaf raised his head and ingratiatingly addressed the Great Demon King Piccolo, saying, "Great Demon King Piccolo, you may not know, but his master is the renowned martial arts god." The martial arts god? Humph. Who dares to claim divinity before me? The Great Demon King? The Great Demon King Piccolo coldly replied, before continuing, "No matter. Once I eliminate that self-proclaimed martial arts god, I shall recruit the little rascal who can turn into a gorilla." Ha ha ha. At this, the Great Demon King Piccolo could hardly contain his laughter. Pilaf, anticipating this line of thought, cautiously reminded the Great Demon King Piccolo, Great Demon King Piccolo. You may not be aware, but the martial arts god's master is known as Wu Tai Do. Pilaf pronounced Wu Tai Do's name slowly and ominously. Wu Tai Do? After the passage of 291 years, the memory of this name was beginning to fade for the great demon King Piccolo. After repeating the name several times, he suddenly became alert. It is Wu Tai Do. An even more terrifying aura emanated from the great demon King Piccolo. How could he forget the one who had sealed him within a wretched rice cooker, the very cause of his wasted centuries, transforming him from a vigorous youth to his current decrepit state? Where is he now? I shall kill him. With fury filling his eyes, Piccolo fixed a deadly gaze upon Pilaf, wishing he could strangle Wu Tai Do himself. Although the current aura of the great demon King Piccolo was 100-fold more terrifying than before, Pilaf was inwardly delighted, for if Piccolo was this agitated, then Wukong was surely doomed. Suppressing his elation, Pilaf stated, "Great demon King Piccolo, you need not worry. That old fellow Wu Tai Do has been dead for hundreds of years. However, that little rascal named Wukong is indeed his grandson." Upon learning that Wukong was the grandson of this formidable figure, the great demon King Piccolo's desire to recruit him vanished. The vendetta against his slain son and the grudge of his seal ignited a fierce desire to tear Wukong apart. With a heavy fist, the great demon King Piccolo struck the armrest of his chair, attempting to calm the rage boiling within him, and rationally stated, "Since that little rascal was able to kill Dan Ba Lin, his strength must be considerable. Our immediate goal is to find the Dragon Balls, allowing me to regain my youth." As the great demon King Piccolo spoke, he suddenly puffed up his chest, causing his throat to bulge grotesquely. Gah! A massive egg was expelled from his mouth, landing with a crack upon the ground. As Pilaf and his companions braced themselves, a large, dinosaur-like demon emerged from the shattered egg. Faced with this colossal creature, even larger than the great demon King Piccolo himself, Pilaf and his gang were left wide-eyed in terror. After expelling the egg, the great demon King Piccolo felt significantly weakened and turned to the trembling Pilaf and his companions. He instructed the dinosaur-like demon, Dobalu, demand the locations of the Dragon Balls from them and collect them so I may regain my youth. Dobalu bowed respectfully, "Yes, great demon king." He then turned to Pilaf's group, and before he could speak, Pilaf forced a strained smile and said, "Dobalu, please allow us to guide you." Chapter 47. Battle Power of 500. After the banquet concluded, Master Roshi led his newly recruited disciples and Krillin back to Kame House. As Wukong prepared to leave, he was called to a halt by Shao Ye, who said, "Wukong, wait a moment." Wukong looked at Shao Ye in confusion, uncertain of the purpose behind the call. After walking a distance together, Shao Ye began discussing the matter of the demons. Wukong was taken aback by the revelation, but soon became concerned for the safety of Yamcha and Krillin, who had departed with Master Roshi, as well as Tianjin Fan, who had left with Jiaozi. Contemplating this, Wukong intended to summon his Nimbus to chase after them, but was stopped by Shao Ye, who reassured him, "You need not worry about the demons finding Master Roshi. I believe they will not seek revenge on the martial artists for the time being." Hearing this, Wukong became even more perplexed. If the demons were not pursuing revenge against the martial artists and Master Roshi was not in danger, then why had Shao Ye summoned him? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Wukong, and with a serious expression, he asked, "Shao Ye, are you suggesting that I accompany you to defeat the great demon King Piccolo?" Seeing Wukong's earnest demeanor, Shao Ye had initially hoped Wukong would challenge Piccolo alone. However, recognizing Wukong was not yet a match for the great demon king, he ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I intend to locate the great demon king, but searching alone is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. So I thought it prudent to have you, a traveler, assist in the search." With Shao Ye's affirmation, Wukong patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Very well, leave it to me." As he spoke, Wukong suddenly leapt onto the Jindo cloud, instantly soaring into the sky and departing into the distance. Shao Ye couldn't help but marvel at Wukong's impulsive nature. However, before Shao Ye could make his way back, Wukong returned once more. With a silly grin, he scratched his head and asked, Shao Ye, what does the great demon king Bic look like?" Wukong had left without knowing what the demon king looked like, and now he had come back again. Shao Ye nearly stumbled, feeling quite speechless. He decided to share that the great demon king Bic resembled the celestial deities. But considering that Wukong had never been to the heavens, he had no idea what the deities looked like. This made things a bit tricky for Shao Ye. After a moment's thought, He could only tell Wukong, "Well, the skin of the great demon king is green." Before Shao Ye could finish his sentence, Wukong's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Green skin? I met someone like that before, but he was a fox. Could he be the great demon king?" Hearing that Wukong had encountered a green-skinned fox, Shao Ye scoffed in disdain. After all, he had adventured in many places and had never seen a fox with green skin. Just as Wukong was about to say more, Shao Ye raised his hand to interrupt him, saying earnestly, "Hold on, there are no green-skinned foxes in this world. What you saw was just its green fur. Now let me finish my explanation." Seeing Shao Ye's serious demeanor, Wukong promptly covered his mouth, signaling that he would remain silent. Only then did Shao Ye continue. "The skin of the great demon King Bick is indeed green, and his gaze is surely treacherous and malevolent. Moreover, he must exude a powerful aura of evil that will immediately inform you of his identity as the great demon King Bick." Upon hearing Shao Ye's description of the demon king's formidable nature, Wukong became eager for a confrontation, seemingly wishing to spar with Bick right away. Observing Wukong's enthusiasm, Shao Ye quickly warned him, "Do not even think about challenging the great demon king. He is not a martial artist, but an evil villain, and you are no match for him." Confused, Wukong looked at Shao Ye and inquired, "Huh? I'm not his match. How do you know?" Shao Ye produced Bulma's latest combat power detector, which resembled a pocket watch. After scanning Wukong with the device, it soon displayed his current power level, 130. Wukong leaned in to see and exclaimed, 130? Is that my strength? Shao Ye nodded and then scanned himself, revealing a power level of 500. Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Wow, Shao Ye, your combat power is 500. No wonder I can't defeat you." Shao Ye smirked at Wukong. Previously, Wukong had been trained by Master Rashi, and his combat power had jumped from 20 to 100. However, for 3 years without guidance, his strength had only increased by 30. After retracting the detector, Shao Ye informed Wukong, "Now that I know your strength, let me tell you about the great demon king's power. It should be around 270, more than double yours." "Is he really that strong?" Wukong asked skeptically. Although Shao Ye vaguely remembered old Bick's power being around 200, he had forgotten the specifics. Furthermore, many events in this world had become chaotic, and he wasn't sure if old Bick's strength still remained at 200. Nevertheless, to prevent Wukong from acting rashly, Shao Ye confidently asserted, "Yes. So if you encounter the great demon King Bick, you must inform me first, even if you are eager to spar with him. Wait until I am by your side before you do so, understood?" After hearing this, Wukong drooped his head and replied, "All right." Seeing Wukong's demeanor, Shao Ye knew he would likely not follow his advice, but he still handed Wukong a mobile phone, teaching him how to make a call before letting him depart. At that moment, Bulma approached Shao Ye and, gazing at the departing Wukong, asked in confusion, "What were you two discussing so mysteriously?" Shao Ye took her hand, and they both boarded the thundercloud he summoned. With a smile, he replied, "It's nothing. It seems that a great demon king has appeared in the world, and I sent Wukong to search for him." Bulma gasped, clutching Shao Ye's arm. "This great demon king must be quite formidable, right? Is it safe for Wukong to search alone?" Based on past experiences, Bulma understood that without Shao Ye by his side, following Wukong could be a perilous decision, as Wukong had a knack for attracting danger, putting both himself and those around him at risk. Shao Ye embraced Bulma and reassured her, "Don't worry. I gave Wukong a phone and taught him how to use it, so he should be fine." Yet, after saying this, Shao Ye added an uncertain thought in his mind, "Probably." Meanwhile, within the span of just 2 days, free from Wukong's interference, the great demon King Bick had already located 4 Dragon Balls and was now heading towards the 5th. Chapter 48, The Gathering of Dragon Balls having left. Shao Ye took Bulma towards the eastern capital. On the thundercloud, Bulma recognized the route to the eastern capital and curiously asked Shao Ye, "Shao Ye, aren't we supposed to be searching for the great demon King Bick? Why are we heading towards the eastern capital? Is the demon king there?" The current great demon king was certainly not in the eastern capital, but Shao Ye knew that once Bick achieved his wish, he would undoubtedly come this way. As this was the domain of the King of Earth, and to dominate the world, he would need to seize power here. Shao Ye, upon hearing Bulma's question, did not answer but instead asked, "What do you think the great demon king desires most upon appearing in this world?" Bulma pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, "How would I know? I'm not the demon king." "Well, what if you were the demon king? Imagine this. Once you possess absolute power, what would you wish to do?" Listening to Shao Ye's question, Bulma contemplated seriously before dreamily responding, I think I would travel the world, just like you. Bulma's unconventional answer left Shao Ye somewhat speechless. He playfully tapped her nose and said, "Why do you have to think outside the box?" Then he continued, "The great demon king once sought world domination, but unfortunately, a skilled martial artist sealed him away. After such a long time, he has grown frail. So he surely still yearns for domination, but first, he must regain his youth to have the energy to pursue such ambitions." Upon hearing Shao Ye's explanation, Bulma understood, saying, "So, the great demon king Bic intends to usurp the power from the king of Earth in order to dominate the world?" Shao Ye affirmed with a nod. But Bulma quickly contemplated another matter and looked at Shao Ye, saying, "Since you know that the great demon king Bic wants to restore his youth, he must be in search of the Dragon Balls. We cannot allow him to find them so easily. We must locate the Dragon Balls before he does and stop him." Shao Ye paused for a moment before realizing, "Oh right, since Bic wants the Dragon Balls, I can just prevent him from obtaining them. How did I overlook that?" Puzzled, he then asked Bulma, "Do you have the Dragon Radar with you? We need to search for the Dragon Balls right away." Bulma retrieved the radar from her bag and, after pressing a few buttons, discovered that only one Dragon Ball signal remained in the entire world. She handed the radar to Shao Ye, perplexed, and asked, "What's going on? Why are the signals for the other Dragon Balls gone?" Having experienced the previous encounter where Pilaf and his associates concealed the Dragon Ball signals, Bulma no longer suspected a malfunction in her radar. Observing the signal of just one remaining Dragon Ball, Shao also stroked his chin, reflecting for a while. Only then did he recall that the great demon king Bike had a notorious habit of devouring things. It dawned on him that the 6 Dragon Balls had likely found their way into his belly. Realizing that the great demon king could retrieve the last Dragon Ball at any moment, Shao furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is not good. I fear the 6 Dragon Balls have already fallen into the hands of the great demon king. We must hasten our journey." With that, Shao immediately adjusted the direction of the thunderstorm cloud, propelling towards the last Dragon Ball's location. However, they were still half a planet away, making immediate arrival impossible. Feeling the thunderstorm cloud accelerate faster than a rocket, Bulma, filled with excitement yet tinged with concern, inquired, "Will we arrive in time?" Who knows if they would arrive on time, Shao mused, as he lacked real-time surveillance of the great demon king. At that moment, he was unaware of the demon's whereabouts. If Bike happened to be near the Dragon Balls, there would be no chance for Shao to reach them in time. Although the timing remained uncertain, Shao was determined not to express such doubts. He confidently assured Bulma, "We will definitely make it in time. Do not underestimate me, the Adventurer King." Seeing Shao's unwavering confidence and feeling the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, Bulma was instantly captivated, nodding in blind faith, declaring, "Yes, I believe in you. Adventurer King Shao is the best." As she spoke, Bulma pressed her lips against Shao's cheek. In truth, Shao had not given much thought to the great demon king's movements. He was indifferent to whether Bike had regained youth, for he was certain that even if the demon became younger, his strength could never surpass his own. If Bike's power could not exceed his, then the dream of dominating Earth would remain just that, a dream. However, Shao found himself in a quandary. Should the great demon king perish, the guardian would also meet his end. Shao was troubled by how to ensure the emergence of a second generation of demons. Without the guardian, Goku's combat prowess would be severely hindered. While Shao sped towards the last Dragon Ball, at a picturesque stony beach, Goku was swallowing hard, watching a hefty man grilling a dinosaur person. A closer inspection would reveal that this dinosaur person was none other than Zimbaloo, dispatched by the great demon king to collect the Dragon Balls. The demon's presence here was solely to obtain the last Dragon Ball hanging around the hefty man's neck. However, Zimbaloo was overly confident, intending to snatch the Dragon Ball from the hefty man, only to be cleaved into 4 pieces and skewered over the fire. Goku was present because he had been flying in the sky and, feeling hungry, had spotted the wild barbecue below. Without a second thought, he descended and devoured the wild feast. Watching the hefty man tear off a large thigh, devouring it greedily, Goku swallowed again. He felt that the wild barbecue that had just filled him, enough to satiate 10 people, was insufficient, and thus asked the hefty man, "Hey, could you spare me a bit? I'm hungry again." The hefty man glanced at Goku, corrected his address, and introduced himself as Yakilubi, showing no intention of sharing any meat with Goku. After swiftly consuming the demon person down to the bones, Yakilubi rubbed his belly, appearing quite satisfied. As he prepared to lie down for a nap, The three-star Dragon Ball around his neck became visible, catching Goku's eye. Seeing Goku gaze at his beautiful sphere, Yakilubi instinctively concealed the Dragon Ball within his clothing, asserting that he would never give it to a thief like Goku, who had just eaten his barbecue. It was only then that Goku realized the barbecue he had consumed was not wild at all. However, he had no intention of claiming the Dragon Ball. Instead, he explained, "That sphere is called a Dragon Ball. There are 7 in total. If you gather all 7, you can summon Shenlong to grant any wish." Upon hearing Goku's words, Yakilubi, who had just settled down, sprang up, incredulous, and examined the Dragon Ball. Can this sphere truly fulfill any wish? Goku nodded affirmatively. Having made wishes before, he was confident. Gaining Goku's assurance, Yakilubi quickly stowed the Dragon Ball away, declaring, "In that case, I certainly cannot part with this Dragon Ball, and I must keep my distance from you." Thief! Just as Yakilubi prepared to depart, a large airship flew overhead, where the great Demon King Bike, with an indifferent expression, surveyed the situation below. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Balls had once again gathered. As Goku and the great Demon King Bike locked eyes, he immediately recognized the figure that Shao had described. However, before Goku could draw his golden staff and leap onto the airship, Bike had already jumped down himself. The trio on the airship, upon witnessing Bike's descent, leaned over the railing to observe. Spotting Goku below, they called out to the great Demon King, "Lord Bike, that little crab-headed boy is Goku. Quickly, send him flying." Upon hearing the name of the great Demon King Bike, Yakilubi was taken aback. Despite his wild appearance, he was well acquainted with numerous legends. He knew of the tales surrounding Bike's ambition to dominate the world, yet he never imagined he would witness the demon in person. Frightened by the name of Bike, Yakilubi retreated behind Goku, nervously chuckling. "Ah, so you are the esteemed great Demon King Bike. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The weather is splendid today. If there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave." Having said that, Yakilubi began to step back cautiously, preparing to flee. However, Bike turned and shot him a fierce glare, his voice booming with menace. "You may leave, but first, hand over the Dragon Ball around your neck, or I shall crush you like the insect you are." To his surprise, the great Demon King had come for the Dragon Ball. Yakilubi hurriedly removed the Dragon Ball from his neck and handed it to Goku, then smiled obsequiously at Bike. "Great Demon King Bike, you have misunderstood. This Dragon Ball is not mine. It was forcibly given to me by this little boy. If you wish to have it, you should ask him. I shall take my leave now." Yakilubi's intention in handing the Dragon Ball to Goku was to divert the impending disaster and buy himself some time. He understood all too well how fearsome the name of the great Demon King was, having grown up terrified by the stories surrounding him. Although Goku received the Dragon Ball from Yakilubi against his will, he remained unfazed and instead fixed his gaze on the great Demon King Bike, questioning, "What do you intend to do with the Dragon Balls? Are you planning to become the ruler of Earth?" Bike laughed heartily at this, no longer concealing his intentions. Though the boy before him could transform into a gorilla, he did not regard him as a threat. Since Goku was curious, Bike was keen to share, stating, "Ruling the world is certainly within my plans. To annihilate those insignificant insects does not require the wishes of the Dragon Balls. What I truly desire is to restore my youth. Ha ha ha." After Bike's maniacal laughter faded, Goku clenched his fists, placing the Dragon Ball inside his clothes, and with a serious expression declared, "I will never allow you to massacre humanity." As Wukong assumed an aggressive stance, Bik sneered disdainfully and remarked, "Oh, you wish to fight me?" Just as tensions escalated between Wukong and Bik, Yakilubi seized the opportunity to discreetly make his escape. After a considerable distance, having boarded a vehicle, Yakilubi felt a wave of relief wash over him for having eluded danger. However, as he distanced himself, concern suddenly gripped him for Wukong, whom he had used as a shield. What if Wukong were to be killed? Would I not then become an indirect murderer? No, I must return to save that kid. With that thought, Yakilubi promptly turned his vehicle around, but not far into his journey, he recalled the terrifying reputation of Bik, and his courage swiftly drained away. He shook his head and said, "No, the target of the Demon King Bik is that kid. I merely possess the Dragon Balls he desires. I have already given the Dragon Balls to Wukong, and Bik's affairs are no longer my concern. I shall not go back." Meanwhile, Shao, perched upon a storm cloud with Bulma, observed the rotund figure of Yakilubi circling in place for dozens of laps, resisting the urge to descend and confront him. He instead positioned himself in front of Yakalobiai's vehicle, forcing it to a halt. As Yakalobiai prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly recognized Shao's distinctive attire: black leather jacket, black leather pants, and black mountain boots, even sitting upon a black cloud. Instantly, Yakalobiai's curses transformed into exclamations of astonishment. "Ah, you are the Adventure King?" Surprised to find a fan in this locale, Shao inquired about the name of this familiar rotund figure. Upon Yakalobiai introducing himself, Shao recalled that he was the only character in Dragon Ball who had used a knife to sever a Scion's tail without incident, known as the meat-clad Yasuo, Yakalobiai. With Yakalobiai's presence, it was evident that Wukong was nearby. Just as Shao was about to inquire about Wukong's whereabouts, the sky suddenly darkened. Instantly aware of the impending crisis, Shao seized Yakalobiai by the collar. Leaping onto the storm cloud, he rapidly questioned Yakalobiai about Wukong's location. Although Yakalobiai was unaware of Shao's motivations, he reasoned that with Wukong now targeted by Bic, an additional Adventure King would be beneficial. Most importantly, he was struggling to breathe and wished for Shao to expedite their journey to Wukong. Guided by Yakalobiai, Shao reached the rocky shore within merely a minute. However, Wukong lay on the ground, barely conscious, his body bruised and battered, unmistakably the result of a beating. Shao gently placed the nearly unconscious Yakalobiai on the ground, instructed Bulma to remain on the storm cloud, then descended to approach the ailing Wukong. Shao's arrival caused the dragon, poised to eliminate its target and fulfill Bic's wishes, to hesitate momentarily, allowing the dragon to disperse into scattered Dragon Balls. Though the dragon had vanished, Bic remained unfazed, knowing he could gather the Dragon Balls again next year and eliminate the dragon once more. However, the rejuvenated Bic was irked by the audacity of someone daring to disregard him. "Hey kid, do you know who I am? Those who dare to ignore the Demon King Bic shall not escape my wrath." With that, Bic unleashed a powerful blast, but Shao swiftly turned to face him, raising a hand to deflect the attack. In an instant, a golden beam pierced through Bic's blast, continuing its trajectory to penetrate Bic's mouth and skull. While an ordinary individual would have succumbed to such an injury, Bic, endowed with regenerative abilities, did not perish. Rather, he quickly recovered, staring at Shao in horror and asking, Who are you? Are you also a martial artist?" Shao lowered his hand and continued toward Wukong, replying, "I am merely an ordinary Adventure King, not a martial artist." Upon hearing that Shao was not a martial artist, Bic exhaled in relief, suggesting, "Since you are not a martial artist, why not join me? Together, we can rule the earth." Shao, cradling the barely conscious Wukong, brought him to Yakalobiai and instructed him to take Wukong to Karen Tower. Only then did Shao turn to Bic and declare, "You know, the one you just injured is my friend. You harm my friend, yet still expect me to join your quest for world domination?" Humph. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from him, sensing Shao's formidable presence. Bic's resolve began to wane. Noticing the flicker of retreat in Bic's eyes, Shao smirked and said, "What is the matter? Do you not wish to conquer the world? If you cannot even defeat me, how do you intend to rule?" With that, Shao took a step forward, instantly appearing before Bic, and with a single punch, sent him flying several meters, causing Bic to spit out a tooth upon landing. Shao continued, "Or are you afraid?" Approaching Bic, he seized him by the collar and coldly stated, "Shall I give you 3 years to train before you challenge me again?" In a dimly lit basement, a girl with pink hair donned in a loose purple wizard's robe crouched before a massive magical circle, weeping for a boy who had silently slipped away from her side. Indeed, this pink-haired girl was Shao Ye, who once again had secretly ventured into the basement, hoping to summon Shao, but it was evident that she had failed once more. After sobbing for a while, she suddenly stood up, her eyes resolute as if she had made a firm decision. She swiftly dashed out of the basement and soon returned with a large backpack. Subsequently, Shao Ai reversed the summoning magical circle, transforming it into a directional teleportation array. Since she could not summon Shao, she resolved to seek him out herself, regardless of his current location. Meanwhile, despite having thoroughly beaten the Demon King Bic into a state of disarray, Shao showed no signs of relenting, persistently lifting and slamming him down, refusing to allow him to perish. After enduring countless impacts, the beleaguered Bic could no longer endure the torment. As Shao prepared to strike him once more, Bic raised his battered hand and, with a swollen mouth, shouted, "Wait. What do you intend to do? I have settled the score for hurting your friend. Isn't this punishment enough? He has already distanced himself from here, So what do you want? If you wish to kill me, do it swiftly. Why must you torture me? Tears of grievance welled in Bic's eyes, a testament to his humiliation. He could neither win nor die. And this self-proclaimed adventure king was merely toying with him, an affront to the dignity of a demon king. It was the first time Shao had witnessed the demon king shed tears, and he was intrigued, wanting to examine Bic closely to determine if he was truly crying. A golden opportunity presented itself. Although Bic's face was marred with bruises, he donned a cunning expression. Simultaneously, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a blast directed at Shao's head. Believing that at such close range, this fool could not possibly evade. The distance was too short, and Shao indeed failed to react in time, resulting in a tremendous explosion that engulfed his head. Bulma, observing from the storm cloud above, screamed in shock, while the gang led by Pilaf, watching from their airship, erupted in jubilant cheers. Although Pilaf's group was not particularly acquainted with Shao, they had previously captured him. Yet they were astonished to witness him engaging the formidable demon king Bic and inflicting such a severe beating upon him. As they worried whether Shao Ye would finish off the great demon king and dispose of them as well, they were taken aback when that arrogant fellow was unexpectedly ambushed and had his head blown off by the great demon king. How could this not displease Pilaf and his companions? Shao Ye! Bulma cried out in panic, wanting to leap from the thundercloud. However, the thundercloud, faithfully executing Shao Ye's command, would not allow Bulma to descend. Just as Bulma attempted to jump, the thundercloud swiftly appeared beneath her, catching her. Yet, upon seeing Shao Ye's uncertain fate, Bulma could not remain calm, so after being caught, she jumped again. After several repetitions, the thundercloud grew agitated. Upon catching Bulma once more, it released a surge of electricity, stunning her momentarily, yet it understood the bond between Bulma and Shao Ye, so it only incapacitated her temporarily. On the ground, the great demon king Piccolo was astonished to find that he had successfully ambushed Shao Ye. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Now you know the consequences of arrogance, don't you? I am the great demon king Piccolo, not to be underestimated." As Piccolo's manic laughter faded, the smoke cleared, revealing Shao Ye, his head bloodied and battered. Just when Piccolo believed Shao Ye was dead, Shao Ye, with his large, lidless eyes fixed on Piccolo, calmly stated, "Do you find this amusing?" Shao Ye's sudden utterance startled Piccolo, who could hardly believe that Shao Ye was still alive. What surprised him even more was that, under his gaze, Shao Ye's head wounds were healing rapidly. Shao Ye glanced up at the airship, causing Pilaf and his companions to retreat in terror, realizing their doom was imminent. What are you?" Piccolo exclaimed, incredulous. In his long existence, he had never encountered a human like Shao Ye, possessing not only formidable power, but also the ability to heal swiftly. In that moment, Piccolo recalled something, realizing, "You wished for self-healing from the dragon. Fully restored." Shao Ye coldly chuckled. "Heh, you guessed correctly, but alas, no reward. I am also curious whether you, the great demon king, would still live if your head were to roll." With that, Shao Ye pointed his sword at Piccolo's throat, causing the demon to plead for mercy. Although his severed hand could regenerate, he was uncertain if he would survive decapitation. Shao Ye paused, stating, "I could let you go, but..." Hearing a glimmer of hope, Piccolo eagerly inquired about the terms, promising to fulfill any demand he could. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Shao Ye erupted into hearty laughter, patting Piccolo on the shoulder, saying, "It's quite simple, you can certainly manage this." Sensing a foreboding feeling, Piccolo listened as Shao Ye continued with chilling words. "Initially, I intended to grant you 3 years to train before defeating me." Disappointedly shaking his head, Shao Ye added, "However, as you can see, you truly are worthless. Even such a close-range ki blast could not harm me. It is evident that your potential is tragically limited. I know you can spawn offspring. Why not use all your strength to produce a successor brimming with potential to defeat me?" Upon hearing this, Piccolo was clearly reluctant. Setting aside the harm that spawning an egg would inflict upon him, he believed that the humiliation he suffered should be avenged by his own hands, not through another. Seeing Piccolo's unwillingness, Shao Ye pressed the sword against his throat again, his voice turning frigid as he said, "If you refuse, so be it. After all, you are the malevolent king seeking to wreak havoc upon the world. Killing you would only elevate my name. It would be a splendid act. Thus, I shall kill you." As golden light began to radiate from the tip of Shao Ye's sword, Piccolo desperately begged for mercy. Faced with the inevitability of death, He begrudgingly complied with Shao Ye's demand. By producing a successor imbued with infinite potential, he might still have a chance for vengeance. However, if he did not, he would perish here. It was unthinkable for the great demon king, whose name once instilled fear across the world, to be driven to such desperation, burdened with unending resentment. Piccolo, once released by Shao Ye, began to gather all his strength to conceive a powerful offspring, one that encapsulated all his battle experience and memories, a true enhanced version of himself. As Piccolo expelled the egg with all his might, his life flickered away. In his final moments, gazing at the enormous egg on the ground, he spoke with a voice laden with hatred. "My child, you must avenge me and kill Shao Ye." With that, the great demon king Piccolo collapsed, lifeless. Observing the fallen Piccolo, Shao Ye chuckled and shook his head, remarking, "You utter such words before your demise. Do you not fear that I might boil this egg?" Just then, Bulma, who had finally regained consciousness, peered down. Upon seeing that Shao Ye was unharmed and the great demon king lay defeated, she cheered joyously for him. After summoning the thundercloud, Shao Ye gazed at Bulma, who was trembling and hesitating, perplexed by her behavior. At that moment, a magical circle suddenly illuminated beside him. As the brilliance faded, a girl with pink hair, clad in a purple wizard's robe and carrying a large satchel, appeared beside Shao Ye. The girl immediately spotted Shao Ye, her long-awaited dream, and without a thought for her surroundings, Shao Ye called out his name and leapt into his arms. Witnessing her audacity, Bulma could no longer contain herself. She jumped from the thundercloud, intent on confronting this shameless woman. Meanwhile, Shao Ye was astonished at Shao Ye's sudden appearance, having just defeated the great demon king Piccolo. Was this a reward for his victory? Chapter 51. Shao Piccolo and the celestial being. It is often said that 3 women create a spectacle, yet with only 2 present. A similar chaos ensued, as the 2 argued incessantly, both claiming their status as Shao Ye's rightful partner. Shao Ye was compelled to clarify the situation to both women. He had initially arrived in Shao Ye's world, yet for reasons unknown, found himself in this realm. 3 years had passed, and just as he believed he would never return, he became engaged to Bulma, unaware that Shao Ye would pursue him into this world. Upon hearing Shao Ye's explanation, Bulma remained furious. However, recognizing the situation's gravity, she resolved not to relinquish her claim and instead harbored silent resentment toward Shao Ye. Shao Ye, having traversed worlds for Shao Ye, was equally unwilling to let go. As the 2 women simmered with unspoken grievances, Shao Ye internally sighed in relief, as long as they did not turn against each other. He knew precisely how to navigate the situation. With the 2 irate women and the egg left by Piccolo in tow, they approached the airship. Upon seeing Pilaf and his companions huddled together in fear, Shao Ye initially contemplated their demise. However, faced with these pathetic creatures, he ultimately refrained from taking action, merely kicking them off the airship, before sending Xiao Wu tumbling from the airship. Shao Ye was perplexed as to why this human girl would associate with a monster and a beast man. Xiao Wu's response left him speechless. She revealed that during her impoverished childhood, Pilaf had rescued her, hence her desire to repay him. Upon receiving such an answer, Shao Ye did not respond with indifference, but rather facilitated Xiao Wu's desire to repay the favor. With a swift kick, he sent Xiao Wu tumbling off the airship, allowing her to fulfill her debt to Pilaf, while the airship was naturally confiscated by Shao Ye. Upon entering the control room of the airship, they were astonished to discover that the enormous egg had cracked open. Bulma and Shao Ye gazed curiously at the colossal egg, although they had previously noticed it. They had not had the time to inquire until now. Shao Ye, with no intention of concealing the truth, informed the 2 women. "This is the egg of the demon king Piccolo. Although the demon king is deceased, this egg serves as his continuation, and one might refer to it as the 2nd generation of evil." Upon realizing that this egg was the progeny of the demon king, Bulma and Shao Ye had 2 vastly different reactions. Bulma hastily sought refuge behind Shao Ye for protection, while Shao Ye, a magical girl renowned for combating evil and monsters, promptly retrieved her magic wand, prepared to purify the demon egg. Fortunately, Shao Ye intervened just in time. Otherwise, the 2nd generation of evil, which he had so painstakingly revealed, would have been lost. After explaining to Shao Ye, the magical girl, the egg's connection to the celestial beings of this world, she finally put away her wand. However, even though Shao Ye had retracted her wand, The surge of purifying magic emanating from her body instilled a sense of fear in the already conscious second generation of Piccolo. The pure essence of the newly born Piccolo imprinted a deep-seated fear of Shao Ye within his heart. Once assured that the second generation was safe under Shao Ye's watchful eye, Bulma bravely approached for a closer look. Intrigued by Shao Ye's intentions for the son of the Demon King, Shao Ye, observing this renowned adventurer from her world, skeptically remarked, "Shao Ye, you wouldn't be contemplating adopting the son of the Demon King, would you?" Shao Ye, somewhat dismissive, responded that although Piccolo might shine in later stages, they had not yet reached the latter part of the Dragon Ball saga. Moreover, with the arrival of a magical girl from another world, he was uncertain whether his own world could even reach that stage. Thus, he shook his head and clarified, "I have no interest in adopting him. I intend to find him a suitable place to reside." Both women were curious about the place Shao Ye referred to, and he smiled slightly, pointing to the sky as he proclaimed, "Naturally, it is the heavenly realm. I can hardly wait to witness the astonished expression of the celestial beings upon encountering little Piccolo." With this thought, Shao Ye could not help but burst into hearty laughter. The two women exchanged bemused glances, speechless at his exuberance. With a clear objective in mind, Shao Ye stored the airship in a multifunctional capsule, and the three swiftly boarded the thundercloud, arriving at Master Karen's location in no time. Upon their arrival, they chanced upon Yachirobe indulging in an abundance of senzu beans, while Goku, brimming with energy, was stretching, preparing to confront the Demon King Piccolo, unable to tolerate the thought of being beaten by him. However, before Goku could depart, he spotted Shao Ye approaching with the two girls. His excitement quickly turned to confusion upon seeing the unfamiliar Shao Ye and the giant egg placed on the ground by Shao Ye. After Shao Ye introduced Shao Ye as his wife and explained that the egg was the offspring of the Demon King, Goku, although displeased, refrained from venting his frustrations on the unhatched Piccolo. Goku remained puzzled as to why Shao Ye had two wives. When he suggested that after marrying Chi-Chi, he too would want to take two wives, he received 4 simultaneous blows to the head. The first 3 were dealt by Shao Ye, Bulma, and Shao Ye, while the final blow came from Master Karen, who wished to protect the innocence of Goku from adopting Shao Ye's flirtatious habits. As Goku remained bewildered by the reason for the 4 blows, they collectively asserted that he was far too promiscuous, thus deserving of punishment. Meanwhile, Yachirobe, who was indulging in the senzu beans, found the whole matter of the Adventure King's affairs utterly uninteresting. Upon learning of the Demon King's demise, Goku had initially planned to continue his journey. However, upon Shao Ye's recommendation to train in the heavenly realm, he decided to join Shao Ye and the others on their journey there. As for Yachirobe, he expressed his unwillingness to leave Master Karen's place, which, though poor, at least provided ample beans to fill his stomach. Before departing, Shao Ye took out 5 large boxes of sea fish from the multifunctional capsule to present to Master Karen, who was overjoyed and praised Shao Ye for his reliability. Upon arriving in the heavenly realm, the heavenly god and Bubbles were already awaiting their arrival. Coincidentally, just as they arrived, little Piccolo had hatched from his egg. The elderly deity and the young creature locked eyes. And although little Piccolo was as innocent as a blank slate, he harbored a deep aversion to the divine aura exuded by the heavenly god, having inherited far too much resentment and malice from the elder Piccolo. In comparison to the divine presence of the heavenly god, Shao Ye, who had inherited resentment from his own father, did not evoke the same level of animosity. Hiding behind Shao Ye, little Piccolo peeked at the heavenly god. Though he remained silent, his actions spoke volumes. Chapter 52. The Unfettered Second Generation. It appeared that little Piccolo was not particularly fond of your presence, dear heavenly god, Bubbles remarked to him, observing the timid creature. Without Bubbles' reminder, the heavenly god had already noticed. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Even though Piccolo was an evil entity separated from him, considerable time had passed, and with the demise of the original Demon King, it was only natural for little Piccolo to harbor disdain. Shao Ye hoisted little Piccolo into view, grinning as he said, "Little one, hiding behind me is of no use. Also, I am your adversary, so you must not rely on me too heavily." With a huff, little Piccolo, though just born, expressed his emotions perfectly. A simple grunt and a tilt of his head conveyed his current predicament and feelings. Setting little Piccolo down, Shao Ye temptingly remarked, "Before you stands the mightiest heavenly god in the world. If you study under him for 3 years, you might just avenge your father." Yet, Little Piccolo merely cast a brief glance at Shao Ye, then raised his hand to unleash a small ki blast toward the ground nearby. Though the ki blast left no mark on the heavenly floor, it was remarkable that a newborn Piccolo could produce such energy. One could only imagine how formidable he would become with time and growth. Shao Ye, who had only just arrived in this world, was astonished to witness a mere infant capable of producing a ki blast, having previously encountered the wonders of the multifunctional capsule and thundercloud. She mistakenly assumed that everyone in this world could perform such feats. While Shao Ye conversed with little Piccolo, Shao Ye leaned closer to Bulma and inquired, "Hey, can you perform such techniques?" Bulma, rolling her eyes in disbelief, clarified that while she too was amazed by little Piccolo's ability to unleash a ki blast at birth, not everyone could do so. After Bulma explained this to Shao Ye, she realized that the individuals here were among the strongest in the world thus far. Shao Ye crouched down to meet little Piccolo's gaze and cheerfully said, "Though you are impressive now, have you not considered that with guidance, you could become even stronger? Just like Goku?" As he spoke, Shao Ye pointed toward Goku, who was staring intently at the heavenly god, using him as a comparison. He then elaborated on Goku's strength under guidance versus without it. However, upon hearing this, Shao Biki remained dismissive. He pointed to his own head, and then a very youthful voice echoed in Shao Ye's mind. Although the voice was rather hazy, its essence conveyed that he possessed a legacy and did not require anyone's guidance. Faced with Shao Biki's unwavering confidence, Shao Ye found himself at a loss. He turned to the celestial being and inquired, "Great Celestial, do you not wish to forcibly retain Shao Biki here?" "I am unable to persuade him." Upon hearing this, the celestial being certainly wished to keep Shao Biki close. Previously, he had failed to monitor the malevolent entity, allowing it to escape to the mortal realm, which nearly transformed the lower realm into a domain of darkness. This had left the celestial being feeling quite remorseful. Now, with Shao Biki still as pure as a blank slate, the celestial being naturally desired to keep him under watch. Yet, Shao Biki regarded him with the eyes of an adversary, leaving the celestial being quite helpless. He also understood that even if he forcibly kept Shao Biki nearby, the latter would likely seize any opportunity to sneak back into the mortal realm, much like the malevolent entity before him, rather than allowing Shao Biki to slip away and become a dark overlord once again. The celestial being deemed it wiser to permit him to accompany Shao Ye into the lower realm for supervision. Realizing the celestial being's intent to allow Shao Biki to roam freely in the lower realm, Shao Ye quickly beckoned the celestial being aside to speak in hushed tones. After listening to Shao Ye's suggestion, the celestial being's face lit up with surprise as he nodded repeatedly, finding Shao Ye's proposal exceedingly agreeable. This prompted curiosity among the onlookers regarding what Shao Ye had conveyed to the celestial being to elicit such delight. Returning alongside Shao Ye, the celestial being, with a smile, extended his hand towards Shao Biki, saying, "I perceive your reluctance to remain, so I shall not impose upon you. You may venture into the mortal realm to live your life. However, we must establish an agreement. 3 years hence, you must participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. If you agree, let us seal it with a handshake." Although Shao Biki was unaware of what the world's greatest martial arts tournament entailed, he presumed it to be a combat event. With a scoff, he turned away dismissively, yet still engaged in a handshake with the celestial being. Observing Shao Biki's acquiescence, Shao Ye crouched down to meet his gaze, stating, "I shall also participate. Should you wish to challenge me, I will afford you the opportunity to avenge your father. However, I suspect by the time of the tournament in 3 years, you may not even reach the stage to contend with me and may instead be eliminated." At Shao Ye's words, Shao Biki glared at him with burgeoning fury, his eyes seemingly glowing with intensity. Yet, Shao Ye quickly interjected, "Wait, you do not wish to repeat your father's tragic fate, do you? Your father employed similar techniques against me, which led to his demise by his own hand. You surely do not wish to meet such an end before the tournament in 3 years." Hearing this veiled threat, the fire in Shao Biki's eyes dimmed. Nonetheless, he turned away in anger, unwilling to face Shao Ye. Shao Ye, smiling, positioned himself in front of Shao Biki, pointing to Wukong behind him, saying, "Do not underestimate me. I have sought out the mightiest mentor for you. Once he has trained for 3 years under the celestial being, you shall find yourself unable to contend with him, thus making it impossible to battle me in the finals." Shao Biki felt a surge of fiery determination. After casting a fierce glare at Wukong, he pounded his chest. asserting that he would undoubtedly defeat Wukong in 3 years, first vanquishing him before challenging Shao Ye. Witnessing Shao Biki finally take the bait, Shao Ye chuckled, stating, "Since you are so confident, let us send you to the lower realm. I hope you maintain this level of confidence in 3 years." With that, Shao Ye nodded at the celestial being, and amidst the latter's meaningful response, Shao Ye departed the celestial realm with the 2 women and Shao Biki, heading towards the mortal realm. Upon returning to the ground, Shao Ye led Shao Biki out of the vast tree sea surrounding Karen Tower. He found a secluded spot to set Shao Biki down before departing with the 2 women. Once they were out of Shao Biki's sight, Shao Ye looked at Shao Ye with curiosity and asked, "Shao Ye, are we truly leaving that little demon king there? What if he causes trouble again?" Shao Ye smiled knowingly and replied, "Do not worry, there are watchful eyes above. Nothing will go awry." Upon hearing this, the 2 women looked up at the sky, quickly grasping the implications, as well as the content of Shao Ye's prior conversation with the celestial being. Chapter 53. A journey through the cosmos. Seated on a bench in the amusement park, Shao Ye gazed upwards at the 2 women joyfully playing on a small airplane atop the park's dome. Observing their delight, he quietly released a sigh of relief, not out of concern for their compatibility, but in gratitude for averting a scenario where Earth would lose its Dragon Balls without the celestial being's intervention. Do not assume Shao Ye faced the great demon King Biki with ease. He ultimately dared not slay old Biki, confining his actions to mere threats, lest it result in a dire confrontation. As for the sudden harmony between Bulma and Shao Ye, it was undoubtedly due to Shao Ye's persuasive prowess, which had managed to reconcile them, though the urgency of the situation precluded any display of this. Ha ha ha, the technology in this world has developed remarkably, allowing airplanes to be integrated into amusement park rides, exclaimed Shao Ye as she and Bulma returned to Shao Ye after a round of fun. There are many more wondrous things in this world. You must cultivate a close relationship with the top scientists here, Shao Ye said while embracing Bulma. Indeed. Shao Ye nodded vigorously, having only learned the previous day that Bulma was the most formidable scientist in this world. In admiration, she showcased her unique magical talents, prompting Bulma to express her envy, for what girl does not dream of magic? After spending a day at the amusement park, Bulma led Shao Ye and the others back to their home, where a massive white spaceship awaited them in the courtyard. This was the very vessel they had salvaged from the Bida Plateau, belonging to the celestial being. In fact, Bulma had utilized her spare time to modify the spaceship, completing the task in less than a month. Unfortunately, Shao Ye had been adventuring around the world at that time, delaying the process until now. Wow, is this a spaceship? Can it truly take us on a journey through the cosmos? Although Shao Ye's world boasted a similar technological level, the notion of traveling through space aboard a spaceship was still beyond reach. While she and her companions had the ability to soar into space for battles, the experience of directly flying into the cosmos and traveling via a spaceship could not be compared. Having never experienced such a journey in a rudimentary transport, Shao Ye found the prospect exceedingly refreshing. Proudly, Bulma placed her hands on her hips at Shao Ye's exuberant praise, declaring, "Of course, it can take us on a cosmic adventure, and we shall set off today." "What? So soon? We just returned from the amusement park, and I have yet to pack." Shao Ye's notion of packing did not refer to clothing, but rather the magical items essential for a sorceress. Curious, Shao Ye glanced at the large bag on Shao Ye's back, asking, "What have you brought with you?" Shao Ye nodded, unfastening the significant pack from her back and stating matter-of-factly, "Naturally, I brought extra items since I was uncertain about the circumstances here." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye felt an unsettling premonition. Bulma, equally intrigued, wondered what magical items this sorceress had brought along. As Shao Ye opened her backpack, a dazzling array of treasures spilled forth, each shimmering with a multitude of colors. With a sense of pride akin to recounting family heirlooms, she began to display each item, saying, "This is the heart of the Demon King, used for concocting resurrection potions for Shao Ye. These are the eyes of the Earth Dragon, along with the skull of the Dida monster, fairy wings, elven dust, pearls from the Dorb clam, and even the eyes of a dimensional beast." The sight of these radiant treasures left Bulma utterly astounded. Particularly captivating was the enormous gem, the size of a basketball, that Shao Ye cradled in her hands. Had she not mentioned that it was an eye, Bulma would have been tempted to hug such an impressive gem and exclaim in excitement. Gazing at the heap of magical materials scattered across the ground, Shao Ye felt a shiver run down his spine and cautiously inquired, Shao Ai. You Haven T brought the entirety of the eldest sister's assets, have you? Upon hearing this, Shao Ai's expression soured. She stood up indignantly, hands on her hips, and retorted, "What do you mean, the entirety of her assets? I have merely brought a small portion. If my backpack were larger, I would have brought even more. Besides, weren't these items found by you first? We merely reclaimed them." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with glee, and she wrapped her arms around Shao Ye's, playfully asking, "Look at all these materials I've brought. Where should I put them?" Though her words held a deeper implication, Bulma was too enamored with the brilliant treasures to notice. Approaching, she wrapped her arms around Shao Ai's waist, leaning in close and saying, "Shao Ai, we are sisters. Why should we differentiate between you and me? Let South simply place these items in our room." While Bulma's cheerful demeanor pleased Shao Ye, he was acutely aware of the dangers these items posed. For instance, the elven dust was the essence of the entire fairy race. A mere pinhead-sized particle could obliterate a small village, and yet here lay an entire vial of it. He dreaded the thought of Bulma unwittingly triggering an explosion while curiously playing with the colorful dust. Shao Ye retrieved the airship he had confiscated from Pilaf and his gang. Fortunately, Bulma's yard was spacious enough to accommodate both the airship and the spacecraft. After loading the materials onto the spacecraft, he set its course for the base in the northern capital. He then contacted Dashin to inform him of the situation and instructed him to secure the airship before embarking on their journey with Bulma and Shao Ai. Thanks to Bulma's 3 years of modifications, the spacecraft was now incredibly swift, leaving the solar system in nearly half an hour, a speed that left Shao Ai in awe. However, despite the rapid pace, it would still take a considerable amount of time to reach a planet with signs of life. After Bulma's calculations, it was determined that they would reach the nearest life-signaling planet in a week. During the week aboard the spacecraft, although accompanied by 2 beautiful women and able to indulge in enjoyable activities, Shao Ye still found moments of boredom. He took out the combat power detector and scanned himself, revealing a figure of 520. Curious, Shao Ai leaned over to see the displayed number and asked what it meant. Bulma, filled with delight, approached to explain its function, proudly noting her own creation. This earned her a look of admiration from Shao Ai. After taking the detector from Shao Ye, Shao Ai scanned herself, and the screen soon displayed 999, followed by a plus sign. Confused, she showed the detector to Bulma, seeking clarification, only to find Bulma frozen in disbelief. Bulma had thought Shao Ye was the strongest, only to discover that her sister was even mightier. She recalled their first meeting when she had considered confronting Shao Ai. Chapter 54. A self-inflicted hardship witnessing Shao Ai's combat power of 999 plus. Both Bulma and Shao Ye were equally astonished. Feeling the weight of their incredulous gazes, Shao Ai felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "This is merely the basic combat power of our magicians. Nothing to be overly surprised about." While her statement might suffice to appease Bulma, Shao Ye, who had traveled to her world and sparred with her, recalled that he had emerged victorious during their encounters. Did this imply that Shao Ai had intentionally held back during their battles? Upon hearing Shao Ye's doubts, Shao Ai felt a pang of grievance. She had truly given her all in their sparring sessions, aside from not using magic, yet still lost. However, her claims appeared somewhat dubious in light of the actual data. Meanwhile, Bulma, having grasped the overall situation, appeared to have an epiphany. After separating the two, she took the combat power detector and stated, "I think I understand now. This detector measures the energy intensity of objects, not the physical strength, which explains the discrepancy." She elaborated further. The reason Shao Ye was able to defeat Shao Ai was that Shao Ye's physical strength surpassed hers, hence she was unable to overcome him. With Bulma's explanation, Shao Ye and Shao Ai nodded in understanding. Once they finished their discussion, Bulma seemed contemplative, not wanting to disturb her thoughts. Shao Ye and Shao Ai quietly retreated to a corner to cool off. After a while, Bulma clapped her hands and exclaimed, "Of course, I can create a device that only measures physical strength." Without another word, she headed straight into her personal laboratory. Observing Bulma's fervor, Shao Ai couldn't help but marvel. Wow, is this what it means to be a scientist? To become so engrossed in research upon having a new idea? Shao Ye glanced at her and replied, "You're not much different. You also immerse yourself in research when new magical materials come along." Shao Ai, slightly embarrassed, stuck out her tongue, recognizing that new discoveries sparked immense curiosity in both her and Bulma. "What shall we do now?" Shao Ai inquired, looking at Shao Ye. After considering that they had a week until their next planetary destination, Shao Ye suggested, "How about you help me train?" Upon hearing the word train, Shao Ai's face flushed red as she stammered. Train? Is it that kind of training? Recognizing her sudden shyness, Shao Ye chuckled and corrected her. What are you thinking? I meant for you to use magic to aid my training. Oh, I see. Shao Ai's tone carried a hint of disappointment upon realizing it was not the kind of training she had imagined. Ignoring her feelings, Shao Ye prepared himself and instructed Shao Ai to use her magic on him. Unfazed, she promptly initiated with gravity magic. However, the gravity that could normally reduce a person to a mere pulp went unnoticed by Shao Ye, who scratched his head and asked, "Did you cast any magic?" "I don't feel anything at all." Seeing Shao Ye's nonchalance, Shao Ai decided to amplify the gravity to 30 times its normal strength. Feeling a slight heaviness on his shoulders, Shao Ye indicated that she could increase the weight further. The gravity has increased to a level capable of crushing the demon generals. Yet Shao Ye still wishes to augment it further. Shao Ai hesitated, knowing well Shao Ye's formidable prowess. However, this gravity is beyond the tolerance of an ordinary person. If the gravity were to increase further, and she had no resurrection potion at hand, inadvertently causing Shao Ye's demise would not only incur Bulma's wrath, but also her own self-reproach. Observing Shao Ai's uncertainty, Shao Ye smiled and reassured her. "You need not worry about increasing the gravity. I possess a rapid self-healing ability and will not perish instantly." Upon hearing this, Shao Ai felt skeptical. With a swift motion, she unleashed an astonishing blade of wind that severed Shao Ye's arm before he could react, the force of the blade effortlessly piercing the spacecraft. Instantly, chaos erupted within the spacecraft as a powerful suction emanated from the breach, threatening to expel everything inside. Realizing the calamity she had caused, Shao Ai hastily retrieved her magic wand and cast a spell of Holy Light Rewind, reverting the spacecraft's state to a few seconds prior, thus restoring order to the turbulent air. Looking outside the spacecraft, Shao Ai was astonished to see that Shao Ye's severed arm had been drawn out and transformed into ice. "Ah, Shao Ye, your arm." Turning around, she was surprised to find that Shao Ye's arm had regrown. Had it not been for the missing sleeve of his leather jacket, she would have believed the injury never occurred. Regardless, Shao Ai was now assured of Shao Ye's genuine self-healing ability, although the source of his power was unknown to her. She felt emboldened to employ magic attacks against him. With the knowledge that Shao Ye was impervious to death, a mischievous smile graced Shao Ai's lips as she declared, "Since you possess this ability, I shall be serious now." Upon witnessing her demeanor, Shao Ye's heart raced, but before he could brace himself, an overwhelming pressure suddenly forced him to the ground, creating a human-shaped indentation in the floor. Subsequently, Shao Ai flicked her wrist, summoning a whip of light formed from magic. And with a playful grin aimed at the horrified Shao Ye, she remarked, "This is what you desired." "No, no, please. I only meant to." Before Shao Ye could utter his plea for mercy, a myriad of light whips descended upon him like a torrential downpour. The immense gravity pressing down upon him rendered his movements sluggish, while the whips in Shao Ai's grasp remained swift, enduring countless strikes. Shao Ye's once pristine leather jacket transformed into tattered rags, gasping for breath as he glared at Shao Ai, vowing to demonstrate his strength soon. Despite the absence of visible wounds, the pain was undeniably real, intensifying his yearning to traverse into the world of pirates and seize the devil fruit consumed by Bartholomew Kuma, thereby unleashing the pain he experienced upon Shao Ai to show her the extent of her mercilessness. Chapter 55. An expedition turns into material collection. Part 1. On a verdant planet, lush with greenery covering 92% of its surface, a white insectoid spacecraft gracefully descended near a locale adorned with both trees and a grand lake. The lower hatch of the spacecraft opened, revealing a man and two women. The man donned a full black leather ensemble, including black boots. Indeed, they were Shao Ye, Bulma, and Shao Ai, who had journeyed through the cosmos for 7 days. Upon exiting the hatch, Shao Ye stretched languidly and exclaimed, "Finally, we can stretch our legs. This is splendid." In response, Bulma shot him an irritated glance. Several days prior, while she was engrossed in research, Shao Ye and Shao Ai had turned the spacecraft into a chaotic mess during their training. And had they not taken the initiative to tidy up, Bulma would have surely lost her mind. After enduring Bulma's admonishments, Shao Ye had adapted to Shao Ai's supergravity. However, upon Bulma's arrival, It had forcibly transformed his gravity training into a test of endurance. Although subjected to the makeshift laser guns crafted by Shao Ye and Bulma for several days, this experience significantly enhanced Shao Ye's physical resilience. Before disembarking, Bulma produced 2 detectors, one an upgraded battle power detector, and the other her latest invention, a physical strength detector. After conducting tests on Shao Ye, they discovered that his battle power had risen from 520 to an impressive 600, and his physical strength had reached a staggering 500, while Shao Ye's physical strength remained at just over 100. As for Bulma herself, her physical strength was a pitiful 0.5. Despite Shao Ye's comparatively modest physical strength, her battle power was astonishingly measured at 1800, the highest Bulma had ever encountered. With Shao Ye's formidable abilities at her side, Bulma felt that this cosmic journey could afford a more relaxed approach. Upon disembarking, Bulma immediately began scanning the planet with a peculiar device. Curious about her actions, Shao Ye inquired, and Bulma explained she was searching for rare elements on the planet. Amused, Shao Ye quipped, "With that device, can you cover the entire planet? Why not create some drones to assist you in your survey?" Bulma's eyes lit up at his suggestion, clearly inspired. She bid farewell to the two and retreated into the spacecraft to begin her creation. Shao Ye had initially hoped to embark on an adventure with them, but it seemed he would venture alone. Naturally, Shao Ye remained behind to safeguard Bulma. After bidding Shao Ye farewell, Shao Ye soared into the sky, heading off into the distance. Shao Ye watched in astonishment as he flew, planning to request lessons upon his return. Shao Ye had mastered flight after completing his training in the heavenly realm. However, the presence of thunderclouds on Earth had deterred him from flying. But without such clouds on this planet, he was free to soar. As Shao Ye observed Shao Ye disappear into the horizon, she glanced at the spacecraft, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. While Bulma sought rare elements, Shao Ye too yearned to gather exquisite materials from this unknown world. Unlike Bulma, who relied on machines, Shao Ye possessed the advantage of searching through magic. She reached behind her to retrieve a magic wand, its tip adorned with an enormous eye. This was not some peculiar dimensional artifact, but rather a unique magic from Shao Ye's world, designed specifically for safeguarding her wand. Extending her hand, she thrust the wand into the ground, causing the massive eye to emit a golden light, instantly forming an invisible barrier that protected a radius of 100 meters. Subsequently, a hidden wave emanated from the wand, radiating outward. Before long, a red laser shot forth from the eye, and seeing this, Shao Ye grasped her wand and recited an intricate incantation. The red beam expanded dramatically, unleashing a potent surge of magical energy. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted at the target designated by the laser, and a mushroom cloud ascended rapidly in the distance. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shao Ye, who was flying in the opposite direction, remained oblivious to the mushroom cloud rising far behind him. Shao Ye, with her magic wand planted firmly in the ground, joyfully sprinted towards the site of the explosion. After several minutes, she arrived before a colossal beast, its body larger than the mountains and nearly entirely cloaked in vegetation, yet devoid of a head. With great delight, Shao Ye recited a lengthy incantation directed at the headless giant. Soon, a copious amount of bright red liquid began to seep from the creature, swiftly forming a crimson sphere larger than a football field before her. As the beast lost its blood, its body gradually deflated, and portions of it began to collapse, sending the creatures inhabiting it scattering in terror. As the final drop of blood coalesced into the massive blood sphere, Shao Ye employed a separation spell, causing the liquid within to be instantly extracted, leaving behind a solid red orb the size of a basketball court. Yet, this solid remained overwhelmingly large and was not what Shao Ye desired. Subsequently, after casting several spells upon the red solid, it transformed into a palm-sized orb radiating an eerie crimson glow. Upon returning to the spacecraft, Shao Ye encountered Bulma, who stood with her arms crossed, glaring at her in annoyance. Bulma had been engaged in constructing a small, unmanned aircraft when a sudden, thunderous explosion startled her, leading her to hastily descend from the ship, laser gun in hand, fearing an attack. Upon exiting, she only found a stick embedded in the ground, adorned with a bizarre, eye-like gemstone. Although unaware of its significance, Bulma was certain it belonged to Shao Ye. After ensuring the vicinity around the spacecraft posed no danger, she reluctantly stowed her laser gun, intending to inquire about the situation upon Shao Ye's return. However, After waiting for half an hour, Bulma's anger began to boil. Yet, her ire dissipated as soon as she beheld the jewel-like orb in Shao Ye's grasp. Her expression brightened, and a broad smile graced her face as she approached Shao Ye. "Oh my, Shao Ye, have you gone treasure hunting? Where did you find such a massive gem?" she exclaimed, reaching out for it. However, Shao Ye deftly evaded Bulma's grasp, stating earnestly, "This is a reinforcement orb. If you wish to become muscular, you may hold it briefly." A reinforcement orb? It can turn one into a muscular woman? If this had been said by Shao Ye, Bulma would have dismissed it outright, but given that it was uttered by her magical sister, she felt compelled to believe. Yet, with the orb before her, Bulma could not suppress her curiosity. "Can I at least touch it for a moment?" After some contemplation, Shao Ye replied, "You may touch it, but it must not exceed 5 seconds. Otherwise, if you become a muscular woman and Shao Ye finds you unattractive, do not blame me." With that, Shao Ye placed the reinforcement orb before Bulma, who hesitated, biting her lip. Hearing Shao Ye's foreboding warnings regarding what appeared to be a treasure made her somewhat anxious. After a moment of mental preparation, she reached out to touch the orb. Instantly, a powerful, smooth current surged through her body, coursing rapidly until it converged at her head. As this swift current surged upward, Bulma felt as if her entire being had erupted like fireworks. She sensed the shackles that had confined her strength shattering, unleashing a formidable power akin to a primal beast. As the 5 seconds elapsed, Shao Ye hastily retracted the orb, and Bulma regained her senses. Clenching her fists, she felt an overwhelming confidence, convinced she could obliterate anything in her path, even Shao Ye, if he were present. "Now, I feel incredibly powerful, ha ha ha." Bulma reveled in her newfound strength, feeling invincible. Shao Ye, having witnessed this transformation in others who first encountered the reinforcement orb, was somewhat exasperated. It seemed that individuals in this world, upon acquiring power, often lacked restraint. After waiting for Bulma to calm down, Shao Ye decided to retrieve the combat and physical strength detectors that Bulma had taken. After scanning Bulma with both devices, she presented the results, which caused Bulma's exuberance to deflate instantly. She realized that her claims of invincibility and primal strength were mere illusions. Bulma's combat power had only increased from 3 to 4, and her physical strength from 0.5 to 1. This minuscule enhancement led her to contemplate consuming the entire orb, but the thought of becoming a muscular gorilla deterred her. After a half-hour of disappointment, Bulma regained her composure, deciding that pursuing scientific endeavors was preferable to engaging in combat. However, as she prepared to return to assembling her drone, she noticed Shao Ye still holding the reinforcement orb without any apparent change. Curious, Bulma inquired about this, only to discover that there was a slight distance between the orb and Shao Ye's hand. Shao Ye explained that the orb's effect on her was minimal. To further enhance herself, she would need to find a creature 10 times stronger than herself as material, or else the benefits would be negligible. Shortly thereafter, Bulma completed the assembly of several drones, releasing them into the air. Together, they began searching for materials within a radius of several dozen kilometers around the spacecraft. After an exhaustive search, they found a plethora of resources. The treasures were abundant, ranging from rare beasts discovered by Shao Ye in the mountains to Bulma uncovering precious elements atop a great peak, or excavating energy-rich ores from the ground. After 2 days of diligent searching, having collected various treasures from the land, they finally turned their attention to the waters. It was unclear whether Bulma had already planned to dive into the sea before their descent. Regardless, the 2 girls scavenged for rare materials with the fervor of marauders. By the 3rd day, Shao Ye magically summoned a massive, oddly shaped fish from the ocean, prompting Bulma to cheer and prepare her machines for disassembly. At that moment, Shao Ye strolled over, accompanied by an elderly man clad in animal skins, whose brows obscured his eyes. As they engaged in light-hearted conversation, the elder inadvertently glanced toward Bulma. Witnessing her attempt to disassemble the giant fish, his eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted, "Wait! Spare the fish!" Ignoring his conversation with Shao Ye, the elder sprang forward like a grasshopper, leaping several hundred meters to position himself between Bulma and the fish. Bulma, ready to commence her task, halted the machinery and looked quizzically at the elder. "Hey, old man, who are you? Don't you know this place is dangerous? How dare you jump in here?" Bulma felt no fear of the sudden intrusion, for Shao Ye was at her side. As Bulma inquired, Shao also swiftly approached the elder, asking, "Great priest, what troubles you?" This elder was none other than the great priest of the entire planet, a position equivalent to that of a king on Earth. Shao sought him out because the great priest possessed knowledge of all matters concerning this planet, and Shao wished to learn about its mysteries. After 2 full days and nights of narration, the great priest noticed that Shao exhibited no signs of fatigue. Rather, he seemed invigorated. Recognizing that a mere recounting was insufficient, the great priest decided it would be more beneficial to show Shao the mysteries directly. Thus, he led Shao back along the path he had taken. Upon nearing the vicinity of the spaceship, the great priest abruptly leaped forward, leaving Shao puzzled by his actions. Observing Shao's apparent familiarity with the elder, Bulma inquired about the elder's identity. As Shao noticed the large fish behind the great priest, Bulma prepared to operate the machinery for dissection. He sensed an impending calamity. In an effort to rouse the 2 women into a state of urgency to escape aboard the spaceship, Shao first smiled at Shao Ye and then calmly began to elucidate the great priest's identity to them. Upon receiving Shao's subtle cue, Shao Ye realized that they might have stumbled into trouble. Subsequently, Shao introduced the 2 women and their relationship to the great priest, concluding with a rather peculiar question: what was the universal currency of this planet? Although the great priest found Shao's inquiry strange, he shook his head and replied that his planet operated without currency. Upon hearing this, Shao turned his back to the great priest and gestured to the 2 women to hasten back to the spaceship. Though Shao remained unaware of the mischief they had engaged in over the past 3 days, the sight of them casually capturing a large fish and preparing to disembowel it led him to believe they had likely desecrated several of the sacred items mentioned by the great priest. Shao then turned to the great priest and inquired once more about his protective stance over the fish. The great priest, stroking the fish, began to recount the tale of the fish and its significance to their planet. Shao Ai and Bulma were taken aback to learn that the seemingly ordinary fish they had caught held such profound importance. A tremor of realization struck them. If this fish was indeed a sacred entity of the great priest's planet, then surely the treasures they had previously slain, taken, and excavated could not be anything less than sacred as well. Contemplating this, the 2 women cautiously edged towards the spaceship, and Shao, observing their dawning awareness, breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the women were nearing the landing platform, the great priest cast a puzzled glance in their direction, bewildered as to why they had strayed so far. Seizing the moment, Shao stepped forward, smiling at the great priest and offering a rather awkward fib. "Ah, great priest, I fear I cannot accompany you to view the sacred items of your planet. I have just realized that my 2 wives seem to be in labor. I must take my leave to assist them with childbirth. Yes, that's it, farewell." Without waiting for the great priest to protest, Shao swiftly joined the 2 women, waving goodbye as they entered the landing platform. In the midst of the great priest's confusion, the spaceship soon vanished from his sight. As the vessel soared away from the planet, Shao finally turned to the 2 women and, after clarifying their activities over the past 3 days, they obediently revealed their findings. The array of peculiar bones and unmistakably sacred artifacts laid before them caused Shao's head to throb. He could almost hear the great priest cursing them upon discovering the absence of his planet's sacred items. Noticing Shao's pained expression, the 2 women exchanged glances. Shao Ai nudged Bulma towards Shao, who, slightly exasperated, cautiously remarked, "Shao, have we gotten ourselves into trouble?" Shao, feeling somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "Remove any doubt. You have certainly caused a ruckus." Upon hearing this, Shao Ai bit her lip and said, "This was merely an accident. I assure you that on the next planet, we will not repeat such actions." After sharing a knowing nod with Bulma, the still troubled Shao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Forget about the next planet. I came with you for leisure, not to gather materials. Until you amend this habit, we are returning to Earth." Chapter 57. From today on, I shall train. Upon returning to Earth, Shao refrained from seeking further adventures, for in the preceding 3 years, he had explored nearly every untouched corner of the world. This was essential for him to compile his adventure guide. Following the widespread excitement generated by the martial arts tournament, Shao's reputation as the Adventure King grew immensely, inspiring many to abandon the city's clamor and venture into the wilderness. However, this mass exodus from the cities resulted in a significant talent drain, causing considerable distress for the reigning monarch of Earth. Fortunately, not everyone was suited for the rigors of adventure. Those who had acted impulsively soon discovered that after 2 to 3 days without electricity or shelter, They were ill-equipped for survival in the wild and returned to their mundane lives. Among the stubborn few, some, having encountered perilous situations, grasped the immense power of nature and, feeling their own insignificance, opted to return to the comforts of city life. Only the most obstinate individuals, despite recognizing the harshness of wilderness living, insisted on persisting. Even when confronted with nature's might, they maintained a belief that they were supreme. When they finally faced genuine danger in remote locations, whether by breaking bones, losing their way, or becoming trapped, they learned the hard way the meaning of being forsaken by fate, but by then, it was too late for regrets, as they had lost their chance for return. As these events were widely reported by the media, those still wavering in the large cities finally recognized their unsuitability for adventure, extinguishing their desires for escapades. Although most had relinquished their adventurous aspirations, a minuscule faction remained undeterred. Overcoming numerous challenges, they found themselves trapped in desolate locales, where some awaited their demise, while others were fortuitously rescued by a green-skinned creature. This random entity, appearing in perilous regions worldwide, gave these reckless and unprepared adventurers a false sense of security, as they clung to the hope that the green-skinned savior would emerge in their time of need. Shao, however, remained oblivious to the impact of his adventure guide on others. He had pinned it solely to cement his status as the Adventure King, a goal he had now achieved, rendering him indifferent to whether others followed suit. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a green-skinned creature aiding those in distress, rekindling the courage of ordinary individuals who were on the verge of abandoning their adventurous pursuits. 3 months after his return to Earth, Shao was astounded to hear from the 2 women that they were pregnant. Stunned into silence, he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him, despite his heart's steady rhythm. Throughout his travels across myriad worlds, his girlfriends had never shared such news with him. Yet here were 2 wives simultaneously announcing their pregnancies. The immense joy filled him with the urge to lift them both and twirl them around. However, as he approached them, concern for their well-being and that of the unborn children tempered his enthusiasm, leaving him anxiously pacing. Ultimately, he settled for planting a gentle kiss on each of their faces. Upon learning that their wives were both expecting, Shao Ye became even more reluctant to venture out into the world. He was not a combat enthusiast, and he could not bear to continue his solitary training while his wives were pregnant. Instead, he remained by the side of the 2 women, watching as their bellies grew day by day until the moment of delivery. Outside the largest hospital in Shidu, Shao Ye paced anxiously back and forth. This was his first experience as a father, and he finally understood the tension that accompanies the news of impending parenthood. Before long, the cries of newborns echoed from the delivery room. After a brief wait, Bulma was wheeled out by a nurse, followed closely by Shao Ye, who was pushing a dual-infant protective cradle. Shao Ye immediately rushed to express his concern for Bulma, before glancing at Shao Ye, who appeared unfazed by the situation. Had he not spent 10 continuous months by their sides, he would have doubted whether Shao Ye had also given birth. After gently taking Shao Ye's hand and offering his care, Shao Ye finally turned his gaze to the 2 infants. Initially skeptical about the notion that newborns were not particularly attractive, he found himself convinced upon seeing them. Fortunately, after just a short while of observing them, the wrinkles on the infants' faces began to fill out, revealing 2 adorable, chubby, pink babies before him. Returning to the resting room with Bulma and Shao Ye, the infants were temporarily taken away by the hospital staff. Shao Ye then turned to Shao Ye and inquired, "Why haven't you lain down? What if you fall later?" With this, he gently lifted Shao Ye and placed her on the bed beside Bulma. Although Shao Ye shot him a playful glare, she complied and settled down. Despite having 2 postpartum women to care for, Shao Ye felt an immense joy. After all, these were his beloved partners, and tending to them filled him with happiness. Days later, Bulma regained her ability to walk normally, and only then did Shao Ye take the infants home. It is worth mentioning that since they had 1 boy and 1 girl, although Shao Ye found girls to be more endearing, he was nonetheless pleased with having a son, as it formed a perfect balance. The time for naming the children arrived, and Shao Ye, knowing he could not name Bulma's child Trunks, after all, he was not a scion, was struck with inspiration as he gazed at the 2 rosy-cheeked babies. He decided that his son would be named Shao Dongjia, and his daughter would be called Shao Shixiang. After choosing these names, Shao Ye felt a surge of pride, believing himself to be quite clever for accomplishing such a challenging task. With the companionship of his wife and children, along with fame and fortune, Shao Ye felt as if he were nearing the pinnacle of fulfillment in life. However, this sense of completeness lingered only until the 23rd martial arts tournament was announced, prompting Shao Ye to remember his pending duel with the Little Demon King, Bai Ku. He retrieved Bulma's recently updated power detector, a device that combined the best features of two types of detectors and was conveniently designed in the form of glasses. Upon testing, Shao Ye discovered that his power level had reached just over 600, and his physical strength stood at 460. Realizing he had gained a bit of weight, he suddenly recognized that the past 2 years had been too tranquil, leading to a slight paunch. The overly peaceful days had dulled his adventurous spirit and desire for improvement. Henceforth, he vowed to undertake rigorous training. With a raised hand before his family, he declared his commitment. The 23rd martial arts tournament commenced, and despite having trained intensively for a week, Shao Ye's physical strength could not surpass 490. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to participate, as the event had already begun. Fortunately, based on his understanding, Goku and Bai Ku's power levels should not exceed 500. Knowing this, Shao Ye felt emboldened to join the competition. Accompanied by his family, he arrived at the registration area, where media reporters had been eagerly waiting. Upon seeing the return of the Adventure King, they quickly clustered around him, but Shao Ai used her magic to keep them at bay. Their 2-year-old children, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, were cradled in the arms of their mothers. Although they were unaware of their father's intentions, they cheered him on with innocent voices. Delighted by the attention from so many adults, bolstered by the support of his family, Shao Ye confidently delayed his entry to address various questions from the media while waiting for others to arrive. Soon, the individuals he had been expecting appeared, an elderly bald man accompanied by 2 other bald figures, one tall and one short, followed by a youth with long hair and another with a single strand, and lastly, a shy girl with purple hair. Seeing the familiar group, Shao Ye couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, Goku was training in the divine realm, or else his unusual hairstyle would have made him stand out among the others. The first to notice Shao Ye's family was Tianjin Fan, who alerted Master Roshi. Only then did Master Roshi, who had been distracted by the beauties around him, turn his attention to Shao Ye and his family. Upon realizing that Shao Ai was also Shao Ye's wife and that the 2 children in their arms belonged to him, Master Roshi and his companions were taken aback. What? This martial artist, who has always been single, has children already? And with 2 wives? As Master Roshi and his companions gazed at Shao Ye with envy, he instructed Shao Ai and Bulma to follow Lan Qi to the audience seating area. After their departure, Pu Er and Wu Long squeezed through the crowd, but upon learning of Lan Qi's whereabouts, they were forced to navigate through the throng once more. After Master Roshi and his group completed their registration, a tall figure dressed as a foreigner quietly approached from behind. Shao Ye sensed the presence and turned to find Goku had appeared without him noticing. Goku, realizing he had been spotted, greeted Shao Ye with a smile. At that moment, Master Roshi and his companions finally recognized Goku, who had undergone a significant transformation. Though they had not seen each other for years, Goku, ever the innocent soul, wished to express his enthusiasm but ended up commenting on their heights and appearances instead. This left Master Roshi and his companions speechless, unable to counter his remarks, as they knew Goku was blissfully unaware of the deeper implications of his words. After teasing Master Roshi and the others, Goku turned his attention to Shao Ye. Despite having trained in the celestial realm for several years, he still found himself unable to gauge Shao Ye's strength. Noticing Goku's intense scrutiny, Shao Ye chuckled and asked, "Are you eager to engage in battle with me?" Goku, having trained diligently for years, naturally desired to challenge Shao Ye, and he nodded in affirmation. In response, Shao Ye, filled with fighting spirit, declared, "Oh, then you must strive to reach the finals. I only fight with opponents who have the capability to make it to the final round. I will make it to the finals." Goku replied, equally determined. Clenched fists and fiery spirits marked their exchange, while Krillin and the others, overhearing their conversation, felt slighted yet recognized that Goku had grown immensely stronger since their last encounter. Apart from Master Roshi, the group entered the venue in high spirits. While Master Roshi contemplated disguising himself once more to blend in as Qianlong, but ultimately decided against it, knowing Shao Ye was present. Shortly after the esteemed Kame Sinin shook his head and departed towards the spectators' area, a peculiar figure clad in a black martial arts uniform, black horn boots, and a flowing black cloak, with a matching hood obscuring his features save for a hint of green at his chin, approached the registration desk. The staff member at the desk hesitated momentarily upon seeing this mysterious individual, concerned about the possibility of a dangerous criminal infiltrating the venue. Thus, they requested the hooded figure to remove his hood and reveal his true identity. Upon hearing this, the figure, with his eyes concealed in shadow, fixated his gaze on the staff member, causing a cold sweat to bead on the staff member's brow. Just as they were preparing to avoid further confrontation, the figure unexpectedly lifted his hood. As the black hood fell away, a green and tinny bald head emerged. The reporters, initially ready to leave after witnessing Shao Ye and the previous year's runner-up enter, were drawn back in awe. Is this not the green-skinned savior of adventurers in peril? Known as the friend of adventurers? Has he come to participate in the martial arts tournament? They murmured. A reporter, microphone in hand, thrust it towards the green-skinned creature, eagerly inquiring, "Hello, I know you are the savior of distressed adventurers, the friend of adventurers. May I ask what brings you to this martial arts tournament? Are you a martial artist? Why do you rescue these adventurers?" The barrage of questions caused the green-skinned creature to frown, despite the absence of eyebrows. After all, who would respond to such inquiries when labeled a freak? Choosing to ignore the reporters, he cast a cold glance at the registration staff, who hastily inputted his information. However, when it came to his name, the creature hesitated. Under the staff member's puzzled gaze, he finally uttered Majinaya. After completing the registration form, Majinaya prepared to enter. But the persistent reporters were unwilling to let the famed friend of adventurers leave. Armed with cameras, they aimed to capture his likeness. Yet upon a fierce glare from Majinaya, their equipment inexplicably malfunctioned, leaving them bewildered as to what had transpired. Seizing the moment of their confusion, Majinaya swiftly made his way towards the arena. As the tournament progressed, it was customary for the semifinals to take place outdoors, while the preliminary and quarterfinals occurred indoors. This year's martial arts tournament, much like its predecessors, saw only a few formidable contenders infiltrate. Shao Ye, too, advanced smoothly into the semifinals. Perhaps it was luck, for he had not encountered any disciples of the Turtle School until the semifinals, where he faced Krillin. Despite Krillin having trained at Karen Tower over the past 3 years, he still felt trepidation against Shao Ye, who had spent 2 years raising a child. After a playful exchange, Krillin, though still apprehensive, assured Shao Ye that this time he would not be frightened enough to leap off the stage. The truth revealed itself as Krillin, battered and bruised, later lamented that he would have preferred to jump off the stage. In the subsequent semifinals, after defeating an unfamiliar female martial artist, it was finally time for Wukong to take the stage, facing the enigmatic green-skinned creature, Majinaya. Wukong recognized him instantly as the son of the great demon King Piccolo. The audience, while aware of Piccolo's true identity and lineage, had largely forgotten the Demon King's past misdeeds, as he had caused no significant harm this time, aside from a few martial artists' defeats. Thus, most of the younger spectators were oblivious to the tales of the Demon King's reign. Wukong, unfazed by the audience's reactions, was merely curious as to why Piccolo donned the same black attire as Shao Ye. Piccolo, upon hearing this, briefly flushed before regaining his composure. How could he admit to having idolized Shao Ye since childhood? Ridiculous. He, the son of the great Demon King, could not possibly share a fashion sense with the enemy responsible for his father's demise. His black garb was a testament to his heritage as the son of the Demon King, a necessity for one of his stature. Frustrated by Wukong's misunderstanding, Piccolo removed his hood and cloak, assuming a combat stance, eager to teach this dim-witted opponent a lesson. Wukong, excited by the challenge, loosened his neck and limbs, adopting the Turtle School's signature stance. As the match commenced, both contenders surged towards one another with breathtaking speed. Their fists collided with a resounding impact, sending shockwaves radiating outward. They quickly engaged in a flurry of powerful strikes, neither yielding ground nor penetrating each other's defenses. After an indeterminate exchange of blows, both fighters pulled back, creating space. Wukong, regaining his balance, unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Piccolo, who, upon landing, simultaneously aimed a piercing energy blast back at Wukong. The two attacks collided in the center of the arena, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, both combatants swiftly concealed their forms, preparing to outmaneuver each other once the smoke cleared. While Wukong and Piccolo reveled in their exchange, the ordinary spectators were left in dismay. They had witnessed the two vanish in an instant, and, before they could locate them, found them reappearing at their original positions. Although they glimpsed the powerful energy waves being unleashed, the subsequent disappearance of the two left them frustrated. Bulma, cradling Xiong, turned to the engrossed Shao Ye and asked, "Can you see their movements?" Of course, Shao Ye replied nonchalantly. "Though they are formidable, they still pale in comparison to my abilities." Bulma, momentarily speechless, recalled Shao Ye's own formidable strength and realized it was only natural for her to perceive the match. After a moment, Shao Ye remembered Bulma was an ordinary person. With a thought, she produced a magical staff adorned with a large, peculiar eye at its tip and, amidst Bulma's bewildered gaze, planted it firmly in the ground. As Shao Ye recited an incantation, a large screen materialized above the eye, displaying the figures of Wukong and Piccolo, who were rapidly circling the arena, searching for one another amidst the explosion's aftermath, but repeatedly missing their mark. Bulma glanced from the screen to the now clear arena, puzzled. Why does this image differ from what is happening in the arena? As Bulma questioned Shao Ye, the surrounding spectators turned their attention to her, equally curious about the purpose of the screen. With a smile, Shao Ye explained, "This is merely a delayed feed. Your strength is insufficient to perceive their actions, so I had to slow the footage down for you." Bulma and the surrounding audience were filled with delight upon hearing the news. The image displayed on the screen was actually a delayed broadcast of the fierce battle between the two fighters on the arena. Now, the ordinary spectators could witness the confrontation between Wukong and his opponent. Upon realizing that there was a screen showing the battle, spectators from other directions began to flock towards this area. Observing the increasing crowd, Shao Ye cast a spell to keep the surrounding audience at a distance of 1 meter from them, as they wished to avoid being jostled by the throngs. On the arena, as the smoke cleared, both fighters simultaneously recognized each other, and without holding back, they resumed their fierce struggle. The sound of "Ola, Ola, Ola" echoed as they unleashed countless punches, only to finally create some distance between them. With a sudden leap back from Wukong, Piccolo transformed into a towering giant. Towering over 10 meters high, he struck Wukong with a mighty blow that sent him crashing onto the arena floor. As Piccolo prepared to strike again, Wukong executed a rolling maneuver to evade the attack, swiftly taking advantage of the giant's sluggishness to launch a counterattack against him. Though Wukong's assaults did not inflict significant harm upon the giant, they caused considerable discomfort, compelling Piccolo to revert to his normal form to escape Wukong's relentless onslaught. Both fighters began to breathe heavily, acutely aware that their next move would determine the outcome of the battle. At this moment, Wukong removed several hundred pounds of weight he had been carrying, much to Piccolo's astonishment, who also shed the heavy black martial arts uniform he wore. Clad in authentic demon attire, Piccolo, feeling liberated, began to prepare for the next phase of their confrontation. Chapter 60. Piccolo's ultimate trial with the burdens lifted. The intensity of their battle escalated. Damn it, has that brat truly improved so drastically after 3 years of training at the Heavenly Temple? Piccolo seethed, fixating his gaze upon Wukong, his heart filled with resentment. He refused to believe that, inheriting the complete legacy of the former Demon King, he could not defeat an opponent who had only trained for 3 years. With a simultaneous roar, both warriors unleashed their full power, creating a gust that forced the spectators to shield their eyes, astonished by the immense strength displayed by both fighters. Instead of rushing into close combat, they both released energy blasts to test each other's defenses. The two energy blasts collided in the center of the arena, resulting in a tremendous explosion that left a deep crater. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, Wukong dashed towards Piccolo, attempting to catch him off guard. However, just as he approached, a massive arm emerged from the smoke, seizing Wukong's ankle before he could react. As the smoke dissipated, Piccolo laughed triumphantly at having captured Wukong's ankle. He hoisted him high before slamming him down onto the arena floor with a resounding thud. Wukong, dazed from the impact, barely had time to recover before Piccolo hurled him to the opposite side. After enduring 7 or 8 brutal slams, Wukong finally fell silent. Piccolo, with a sinister grin, prepared to admire his handiwork, only for Wukong to suddenly open his eyes. In the astonished gaze of Piccolo, Wukong unleashed a powerful energy wave with both hands. With less than 3 meters between them, Piccolo had no chance to evade Wukong's energy wave. A thunderous explosion erupted as the wave detonated upon Piccolo's head. In the spectator area, Shao Ye, watching the match, couldn't help but laugh at Piccolo, who was receiving the same treatment he had once enjoyed. However, amidst his laughter, Shao Ye noticed someone in the audience staring at him. Turning, he was surprised to find the female martial artist he had effortlessly defeated during the semi-finals glaring at him with an unfriendly expression, leaving him utterly perplexed. In the arena, it was inevitable that one fighter would emerge victorious, and Shao Ye had no intention of conceding just because his opponent was female. Such an act would not only be disrespectful to the competition, but also to the female martial artist herself. Thus, his previous actions had shown her great respect. Effortlessly knocking her away, Shao Ye found it strange that the female martial artist would harbor such animosity after the defeat. After a prolonged gaze with the female martial artist, Shao Ye suddenly thought she bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Upon closer inspection, he noted her chi pao and bun hairstyle, reminiscent of Chun-Li. Yet, this was the Dragon Ball world, and Chun-Li could not possibly be here. If she were not Chun-Li, then she could only be Tian Shan Fan's girlfriend. However, Shao Ye quickly recalled that Tian Shan Fan's girlfriend appeared later in the story, several decades from the current timeline. Moreover, she looked to be in her 20s, meaning she could not be Tian Shan Fan's girlfriend. But if she wasn't Tian Shan Fan's girlfriend, then who could she be? The mystery was difficult to unravel. Shao Ye turned his attention back to the arena, where Wukong had just been thrown down. He suddenly realized that if he had not participated in the match, the likelihood of Wukong facing off against that female martial artist would have been quite high. The only female martial artist who came to mind as a potential opponent for Wukong was none other than Chi-Chi. Realizing this, Shao Ye's expression shifted, and he inwardly lamented. Oh no, it seems I have inadvertently disrupted Wukong's romantic proposal to Chi-Chi in the arena. I hope he won't hold it against me. He lamented how he had unintentionally ruined what should have been a romantic moment. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the fact that Wukong would eventually find out. And since he was aware of Wukong's strength, he was not overly concerned about facing his wrath. As he contemplated this, Shao Ye's mood lightened. But knowing the romantic moment had been spoiled, he cast an apologetic glance towards Chi-Chi. This unexpected kindness took Chi-Chi aback, as she had initially been irritated with him. However, recalling the events of the previous martial arts tournament, she quickly realized the misunderstanding and felt her anger dissipate, replaced by a sense of understanding. Returning to the arena, although Wukong had managed to escape Piccolo's grasp, the explosion from the energy wave had ignited Piccolo's fury. As the smoke cleared, Piccolo's two horns had been severed, leaving him with a bald green head. While his appearance might have elicited laughter, the fiery intensity in his eyes as he glared at Wukong conveyed a different story. I will make you experience the depths of hell, he roared. As Wukong struggled to rise, Piccolo unleashed twin beams of energy from his eyes, striking Wukong's knees and sending him crashing to the ground. Observing this, Chi-Chi in the audience felt a pang of concern for Wukong. Before she could voice her support, Piccolo approached Wukong with a dark expression, veins bulging on his forehead, and hissed, "You shall perish, you little flea." Having found Wukong exceedingly agile, Piccolo had initially targeted his legs, believing this would prevent Wukong from escaping during his assault. Just when Piccolo bent down to deliver another blow, Wukong pushed himself off the ground, shouting defiantly, "Don't forget, I still have my hands. I will not lose." With newfound strength, Wukong sprang up and collided headfirst into Piccolo. As he fell to the ground, Wukong's eyes became dazed, and after shaking his head to clear the fog, he struggled to rise. Meanwhile, Piccolo, caught off guard by the headbutt, suffered even worse. His nose was crushed, blood gushing forth, and he staggered backward, struggling to regain his balance. Clutching his bleeding nose, Piccolo was momentarily speechless, but as he saw Wukong attempting to rise, he hastily pointed a finger at him, unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts that struck Wukong mercilessly. While these tiny blasts could not kill Wukong, they inflicted numerous wounds, causing him significant pain and suffering from the relentless assault. Chi-Chi, witnessing the torment inflicted upon Wukong, anxiously paced, finding herself at a loss for any means to assist him. As she observed Wukong on the arena, uttering cries of agony from the relentless beating, Piccolo relished the moment, though his own nose was bleeding, preventing him from expressing his delight. Shao also shook his head at the unfolding battle, resignedly murmuring, "It seems Wukong's training leaves much to be desired." In truth, Shao had misjudged Wukong. It was not that his training was lacking, but rather that Piccolo was indeed stronger. If the Piccolo from the anime was akin to a free-range creature, this world's Piccolo was under the watchful guidance of a divine entity. Of course, mere divine guidance would not suffice, For Piccolo had been alongside Shao since emerging from his shell, having witnessed Shao's formidable prowess through inherited memories. Although those memories dictated that he should eliminate Shao, the young Piccolo merely regarded him as a protective shield. Later, as Piccolo fought for survival, he encountered numerous tales of Shao, naturally elevating him to the status of idol and aspiration, leading to rapid growth in strength as he continually challenged his own limits. Thus, this Piccolo was significantly more powerful than his anime counterpart. Wukong, battered and bruised, was on the brink of collapse, yet clung to the last vestiges of his strength. Just as Piccolo was poised to deliver another blow, Wukong seized a fleeting opportunity. Exhausting every ounce of energy, he unleashed a final Kamehameha wave, and amidst the explosion, Piccolo was hurled backwards, collapsing at the edge of the arena, unconscious. Had Wukong possessed even a modicum of strength, he could have merely nudged Piccolo to secure victory. However, with his knees injured, Wukong was unable to approach, having spent his last reserves in that final attack. Helplessly, he could only observe as Piccolo began to show signs of regaining consciousness, forcing a bitter smile as he murmured, "Even at this point, I am still unable to prevail. It seems I truly must dedicate myself to training." As Piccolo staggered to his feet, Wukong, resigned to his fate, conceded defeat. Watching Wukong surrender, Piccolo felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and strike him again. Suddenly, a female martial artist leaped from the audience, scooping Wukong into her arms. Under normal circumstances, Piccolo would have disregarded her entirely, but now, having reached his limit, he found himself unable to contest her strength, watching helplessly as she carried Wukong away. The turtle sage and others naturally sought to understand the situation, while Piccolo, without waiting for the match's conclusion, descended from the arena. As he passed Shao, Shao tossed a bottle of water to Piccolo, smiling as he said, "Congratulations on passing the ultimate test." Humph. Piccolo scoffed at Shao's congratulatory words, believing he deserved no accolades. However, as he prepared to stride past Shao, a single remark halted him. "So, you are indeed ready to face me? I eagerly anticipate our clash in the arena." Chapter 61, An Invincible Existence, Part 1. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, the final match was set to commence. Shao was the first to arrive at the arena, observing the numerous craters and scars left by the fierce battles. After consulting with the tournament officials, it was announced that the arena required repairs, and the finals would be postponed until the afternoon. As Piccolo approached the edge of the arena, he heard the announcement and, turning to Shao, declared without looking back, "Humph, you will regret this decision. Once I fully recover, I shall avenge my father myself." With that, Piccolo walked away, prompting Shao to turn and remark, "I look forward to witnessing your performance." Piccolo merely snorted in response and departed. Although the match had been rescheduled for the afternoon, neither Shao nor Piccolo were permitted to leave the martial arts venue. Fortunately, the event provided sustenance, allowing the unfastidious Shao to indulge in a hearty meal and subsequently enjoy a restful afternoon nap. Revitalized, Shao ascended to the fully restored arena, where he again faced Piccolo. Clad in black, curiously, he asked, "Aren't you going to remove your weighted attire? Otherwise, you will be at a disadvantage when the fight begins." "Humph. Why should I heed your advice?" Although Piccolo retorted defiantly, his body betrayed him as he began to shed the weighted clothing. At that moment, a cheerful voice from the audience rang out, cheering for Piccolo. Surprised that someone would support him, Piccolo turned to see Wukong, who, despite having been defeated, had never complained about his losses. Rather, he found motivation in the challenges posed by others. As for why Wukong had recovered from his earlier near defeat, it was due to consuming a senzu bean delivered by Yachirobe. Initially, Wukong had considered offering one to Piccolo, but seeing that Piccolo had regained his strength, he decided against it. As the signal for the match to commence sounded, Piccolo charged at Shao, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Just as the fist was about to connect, it was intercepted by Shao's hand. Piccolo attempted another strike, but this time, Shao did not block. Instead, he executed a lightning-fast stomp on Piccolo's calf. With a sharp crack, not only did Piccolo's leg break, but his body also lurched backward, rendering his other fist unable to reach Shao. Shao easily tossed Piccolo aside. Observing as his calf rapidly healed, he remarked, "If you were more serious, you would surely find yourself defeated." As Shao clenched his fist, the sound echoing ominously, Piccolo, having known of Shao's strength since his inception, was taken aback by the extent of his power. In the audience, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, intently watching the match, marveled at how effortlessly their father had cast aside the green-skinned adversary, exclaiming to their mothers, "Mom, Dad is incredible." Bulma, filled with pride, replied, "Of course. Your father has always been exceptionally formidable." Fully restored, Piccolo straightened his posture, a sinister smile gracing his features as he declared, "Very well, if you are so powerful. Let me demonstrate my technique." With that, another identical Piccolo emerged from behind him. The two Piccolos not only bore identical appearances, but also shared the same energy, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience, who presumed it to be a form of cloning. Shao scrutinized the two indistinguishable Piccolos for a moment before a subtle smile graced his lips. He recognized that this was not mere duplication, as both Piccolos were genuine entities. However, Piccolo had evidently made a grave error in employing this technique. Observing the two, Shao inquired, "Are you prepared? I shall commence my assault now." The two Piccolos confidently beckoned Shao, but in an instant, he appeared between them as if teleporting, taunting them. "Before me, you dare to diminish your combat ability by resorting to numbers? It seems you have yet to take this battle seriously." As he spoke, Shao transformed into a flurry of illusions, unleashing a barrage of punches upon the two Piccolos. This spectacle left the audience in awe, and even Wukong was astonished by Shao's speed. After an indeterminate number of punches, Shao Ye stepped back. Two battered and bruised Bics lay sprawled on the ground. As they made contact with their own bodies, Bics gradually regained their form. Though their injuries had somewhat healed, they still gazed at Shao Ye with palpable trepidation, having been utterly incapable of retaliating during the onslaught. Recognizing Shao Ye's formidable prowess, the Bics steeled themselves, their fingers pressing against their brows as they began to gather energy. Mo Guan Guang Sha Pao. Shao Ye was well aware of this ultimate move from Bic, known for its devastating power capable of vanquishing opponents even stronger than itself. However, Shao Ye merely yawned, noting that Bic had yet to fully concentrate their energy. Growing weary of waiting, Shao Ye made a swift dash toward Bic, delivering a merciless punch to their head that nearly crushed it. With an indifferent gaze fixed upon the prostrate Bic, Shao Ye coldly remarked, "Did you not possess a legacy? Is your combat inheritance merely a means to tell you that you have ample time to gather energy in a fight? Or do you presume your opponent is a fool who will stand idly by while you prepare?" As he spoke, Shao Ye seized Bic by the collar, lifting them up and expressing his disappointment. "I had expected your abilities to be formidable, and for that, I trained for an entire week. Yet, after all that preparation, I am met with someone who treats combat as a mere game. You have truly let me down." With that, he carelessly tossed Bic toward the edge of the arena. Just as Bic seemed destined to fall outside, they hovered in midair, much to the astonishment of the audience, before slowly returning to the stage. With bloodshot eyes fixed on Shao Ye, Bic declared emphatically, "I do not take battles lightly. I will show you my true strength." Bic then clenched their left hand into a fist and aimed it at Shao Ye, their arms swelling like inflated balloons. Subsequently, a powerful energy sphere surged toward Shao Ye. Realizing the potential destruction of this energy blast, Shao Ye became serious. He initially contemplated countering with an equally potent energy sphere, but given the densely packed crowd, an explosion would likely endanger many lives. Using hostages to threaten me? How intriguing, Shao Ye mused as he extended his hands, firmly halting the advance of the energy sphere. Seeing Shao Ye's hesitance to allow the explosion, Bic's face brightened with hope as they rushed forward, seizing the opportunity to unleash a barrage of energy waves upon him. The audience watched in disbelief as Bic employed the same strategy that had previously worked against Wukong to combat Shao Ye. While confidence in Shao Ye's strength remained high, even the mightiest could not withstand a relentless barrage of attacks. Wukong too was keen to observe how Shao Ye would navigate this predicament. Shao Ye turned to face Bic, who was incessantly emitting tiny energy waves. Though these minuscule waves stung upon impact, Shao Ye opted for the simplest solution, one he had devised during his training. Since he had never employed this method before, he was uncertain of its effectiveness. However, his rapid self-healing ability provided him with the confidence to experiment. With his aura surging, Shao Ye unleashed a powerful presence that radiated outward. Bic, being the closest, was the first to feel the overwhelming pressure, compelled to retreat and cease their assault. As energy swirled around him, Shao Ye bellowed, "Behold my Xingxing Defa." Although he had yet to formally name this technique, he felt compelled to vocalize it for the sake of theatricality. To everyone's astonishment, the colossal energy sphere he had restrained began to shrink under his influence. Even Bic, Witnessing Shao Ye absorb his energy attack was left agape. It is well known that while everyone possesses energy within, not all energies are equivalent. Typically, when someone unleashes their energy, it inflicts damage upon others. Only by synchronizing one's energy with that of the opponent can absorption occur. In the heat of battle, no one grants the time to harmonize energies. An attack is akin to an encrypted file that detonates upon contact, rendering absorption impossible, a fact well understood by martial artists. What? You're unaware? You're not a martial artist, so why delve into such matters? Just observe. Thus, the shock experienced by Bic and the martial artists witnessing Shao Ye's ability to absorb energy blasts was profound. This was akin to possessing the ability to instantaneously decode an opponent's energy frequency, a revelation that left all in awe. While later developments would introduce beings capable of absorbing energy attacks, their manner of absorption differed from Shao Ye's. They consumed energy as if it were a meal, entirely unaware of its composition, as their bodies housed a decoding mechanism. Consequently, these beings simply absorbed the energy, and their internal organs automatically decoded it. In contrast, Shao Ye lacked such organs and achieved decoding solely through control, which was what astonished everyone. As Shao Ye absorbed the entirety of the energy sphere, his physique expanded dramatically, muscles bulging as he appeared on the verge of exploding. Witnessing this transformation, all present were filled with dread, fearing he might soon become nothing more than a mass of flesh. Wukong had initially hoped to glean insights from Shao Ye to resolve the earlier predicament. However, witnessing this display, he hesitated, fearing that absorbing an energy blast might lead to his own obliteration. After his body swelled, Shao Ye gradually returned to his original form, appearing unscathed. Yet, beneath the surface, his internal organs had sustained severe damage. Without his rapid healing ability, he would have perished. Naturally, Shao Ye would not divulge the near-fatal risk he had undertaken to Bic. Now, with a menacing grin, he advanced toward Bic, peeling away the tattered remnants of his attire. Each step he took toward Bic imposed immense psychological pressure, causing the latter's nerves to tighten, eyes widening with fear. Observing Bic's fraught state, Shao Ye, with a predatory glint in his gaze, inquired, "My invincibility has intensified. What are your plans now?" Overwhelmed by terror, Bic found himself momentarily speechless. As his eyes grew dry and he blinked to alleviate the discomfort, he opened them again to find Shao Ye looming before him, causing him to jump in fright. Yet, he did not leap off the stage, though he soon wished he had. Shao Ye swiftly pressed him down and delivered a punch to his abdomen, bending Bic into a shrimp-like shape, eliciting shared sensations of discomfort from the onlookers. Shao Ye, noticing Shao Ye's apparent surge in strength, hurriedly urged Bulma, quickly retrieve the detector and check Shao Ye's current power level. Upon hearing this, Bulma was intrigued by Shao Ye's strength. After placing Shisheng down, she quickly retrieved her scouter and donned it, directing her gaze towards Shao Ye. Soon, two sets of numbers materialized before her eyes, a battle power of 680 and a physical strength of 530. The sudden increase in Shao Ye's prowess left Bulma utterly astonished. Curious about what Bulma had seen, Shao Ye took off Bulma's glasses and put them on herself. When she beheld the two sets of numbers, she too was taken aback, not merely by Shao Ye's battle power of 680, but rather by the significant augmentation of his physical strength. In the arena, Shao Ye approached Bic with a smile, looking down at him and inquired, "So, do you now regret not taking my advice to seek out the teacher I recommended?" The audience, unaware of the context, was surprised to learn that the Adventure King had a connection with the adventurer's friend, and had even suggested a teacher to him. The spectators felt a surge of gossip-worthy intrigue. After all, they were naturally curious and particularly enjoyed tales involving the Adventure King. "I have no regrets," Bic declared, clutching his stomach as he lay on the ground, despite the cold sweat trickling down his face from the pain. His stubbornness was commendable, yet understandable, considering he was merely a 3-year-old child. "Well, if you have no regrets, then I shall grant you a bit more time. If you can defeat Goku 3 years hence, you may continue to challenge me," Shao Ye stated, lifting Bic off the ground as if he were a small kitten, bringing him close as he spoke. "What? I can defeat him right now. Do you think I cannot best him in 3 years?" Bic looked at Shao Ye in disbelief. "Humph, that may not be certain," Shao Ye retorted, already bringing Bic to the edge of the arena. With a thud, Bic was placed onto the grass below the stage, signaling the end of the match. Chapter 63. The gloomy palace complex after the martial arts tournament concluded, Wukong and Chi-Chi announced to the crowd their plans to marry in a month. Which left came Sanine and the others envious, yet genuinely happy for them, promising to attend the wedding. Before long, a month had passed, and Wukong and Chi-Chi's wedding took place as scheduled. Attendees included not only disciples of the Kame school, but also Shao Ye's family, along with numerous villagers from nearby. When it came time to present gifts, Shao Ye offered a rather ordinary, yet valuable gem worth merely a few million. Although the gem nearly became the center of attention, everyone quickly remembered who the day's protagonists were, and the atmosphere soon returned to a lively state. In truth, Wukong also had a share in this gem, which had been discovered during their underwater search for Dragon Balls, coincidentally unearthed from a pirate's treasure. At that time, Wukong had been oblivious to the treasure's worth, not caring to keep it, yet Shao Ye valued it greatly and thus claimed it. Even though Wukong had long forgotten this matter, Shao Ye still allocated a portion of the treasure to him for his future needs. The gem, being unknown to Wukong, was thus considered a gift from Shao Ye. After the martial arts tournament and Wukong's wedding had passed, life seemed to return to a tranquil state. However, Shao Ye, having experienced a sudden surge in strength, found himself a bit elated and resumed his role as a caretaker for the children. Although Radai's and the other scions were set to appear in 3 years, Shao Ye believed he could defeat Radai's with just a year of training and could likewise overcome Vegeta with an additional year. He began to compare himself to the scions, convinced that a bit of training would lead to significant power increases. Leisurely days drifted by for just over a year, and while Shao Ye was teaching Dongjia and Shixiang martial arts in the yard, he suddenly felt the ground tremble. The earthquake, though brief, hinted at something amiss. Shortly after, Buerma approached with a tablet in hand, exclaiming, "Shao Ye, look! This fool claims the earthquake is global. How could the entire world shake at once?" "Huh." Buerma chuckled, and just then, Shao Ye returned from shopping, her curiosity piqued by Buerma's laughter. "What is so funny?" she inquired. Buerma moved closer to share the joke, but upon hearing it, Shao Ye's expression turned serious. "I also felt the quake, thinking it was local. If the news speaks of a global earthquake, it could very well signal the resurrection of a demon king." Buerma gulped, concerned by Shao Ye's ominous statement. However, Shao Ye quickly added, "But that only happens in my world. Your world's demon king is still around, so how could another arise? It must be the foolish news reporters exaggerating, huh?" Realizing Shao Ye was jesting, Buerma let out a sigh and rolled her eyes at her hyperventilating sister. Yet, Shao Ye, instructing his children in martial arts, harbored different thoughts. While Baek indeed bore the title of Demon King, his reputation had waned, making the emergence of a true Demon King on Earth plausible. Contemplating this, Shao Ye turned to Buerma and asked, "Buerma, did you not mention creating a device to monitor global power anomalies? Has it been completed?" Though Buerma was puzzled by Shao Ye's sudden inquiry, she nodded. "Yes, it's operational now. There are still some polar regions it can't detect, but it's nearly ready." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye instructed Shao Ye to continue teaching their children as he took Buerma back to the laboratory. Uncertain of Shao Ye's sudden urgency, Buerma activated the global power anomaly monitoring device upon reaching the lab. Soon, a holographic projection of Earth appeared before Shao Ye, revealing a few green dots and 2 glaring red ones on its surface. The green dots represented power levels exceeding 100 but below 500, while the red ones indicated powers surpassing 500. However, upon viewing the Earth's reverse side, Shao Ye was alarmed to find a red patch near the Antarctic continent. This red mark did not signify a cluster of individuals with power exceeding 500, but rather indicated the presence of anomalous power levels. Realizing something unusual was indeed occurring on Earth, Shao Ye informed Buerma and immediately set off to investigate. As he exited the laboratory, Buerma glanced at Shao Ye, who was still instructing their children, and asked Shao Ye, "Aren't you going with Shao Ye?" As Buerma spoke, Shao Ye turned to them, meeting her gaze. Shao Ye replied, "Shao Ye, you and Buerma stay at home. I shall return shortly." With that, Shao Ye summoned a storm cloud, leaped onto it, and as the ceiling of the yard opened, the storm cloud whisked him into the sky, heading towards the anomaly on Earth. However, as Shao Ye soared toward the unusual location, he noticed the daylight dimming. Although he hadn't summoned Shenlong in years, the sudden darkness during the day, especially in the world of Dragon Balls, was concerning. The cause of this darkness became evident. Someone had not only gathered the Dragon Balls, but had also begun making wishes. Who could be searching for the Dragon Balls and making wishes before the arrival of this scion? Shao Ye found himself perplexed by this mystery. Even if the scions had arrived early, they remained oblivious to the existence of the Dragon Balls on Earth. At this moment, Shao Ye's mind was flooded with thoughts, even questioning whether another individual had traversed time and space, utilizing some unknown method to gather the Dragon Balls and make wishes. Feeling somewhat perturbed, Shao Ye hastened the flight of his thundercloud towards the anomalous region, determined to uncover the truth behind the unfolding events. 5 hours later, Shao Ye arrived at a place dominated by a cluster of palatial structures, grotesquely adorned with jagged horns, supported by a slender rock pillar. Beneath this architectural marvel lay countless cold rock columns, devoid of life and steeped in desolation. Although Shao Ye had previously ventured into this area during his escapades, he had encountered no such palaces then. Thus, he had merely glanced around, noted the absence of vitality, and departed. To his astonishment, upon his return, a majestic palace complex had emerged. Chapter 64. The old demon king seeks to resurface high above. Shao Ye perched upon his thundercloud, observing the scene below with keen interest. The palace cluster occasionally echoed with the sounds of crumbling stone, while shadows darted between the structures. A closer inspection revealed that the commotion was the result of a fierce battle among 3 individuals, 2 of whom Shao Ye recognized. One was undoubtedly Wukong, and the other was, surprisingly, Bic. It was clear that Wukong and Bic were not merely engaged in combat with one another, rather, they were uniting their strengths against a towering, muscular creature with deep blue skin, standing at 2 meters tall. As Shao Ye scrutinized the creature's elongated head and its prominent folds, a name swiftly sprang to mind: Cailleach II. Yet another demon king, this time an ancient one, akin to Bic as a second-generation demon king. However, Cailleach II had not yet made his presence known on Earth, having been sealed away in the depths of hell by the celestial deity. His emergence here signified that he had somehow escaped his confinement, and the palace complex hinted at his ambition to seize dominion over Earth. The existence of one adventurous king was insufficient. Now, a malevolent entity aspired to reign over Earth as well. This was nothing short of a blatant disregard for his status as the adventurous king. Just as Shao Ye prepared to descend and confront Cailleach, he suddenly spotted the fallen celestial deity. How did the celestial deity end up here? Shao Ye pondered, perplexed. Turning his gaze in another direction, he noticed several grotesque beings sprawled on the ground, their life force extinguished. Shao Ye then directed his attention to a heavily damaged palace, where Clin was seen cradling a small child, resembling a little zombie, as he evaded falling debris. True to the nature of comedic characters, Clin had almost managed to escort the child out of the palace, when a horizontal beam collapsed, rendering him unconscious. Shao Ye could only shake his head in disbelief. Observing the child crawling about, he noted the absence of immediate danger and chose not to intervene. Returning his focus to the battlefield where Wukong and Bic had been engaged, he discovered that the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Cailleach was now overpowering the duo with ease. It appeared that Cailleach had merely been toying with them, and now that he was serious, Wukong and Bic were struggling to cope. As Shao Ye watched Cailleach lift both Wukong and Bic by their throats, he could no longer afford to wait, fearing for their safety. Leaping from the thundercloud, he aimed a powerful kick at Cailleach's back, reminiscent of a shooting star streaking across the sky. Before Cailleach could react, he was sent flying, along with the 2 captives, a considerable distance away. Shao Ye landed and gazed at the ruined palace in the distance, waiting several seconds for Cailleach to emerge. Finally, he turned to the 2 recovering figures and remarked, "You both are rather lackluster. Even combined, you struggle against a single foe." Wukong, seeing Shao Ye's arrival, beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Shao Ye, you're here. This is fantastic." In stark contrast, Bic wore a look of disdain, retorting, "What are you doing here? We could handle that guy ourselves." Shao Ye chuckled as he replied to Bic, "I observed you both being thoroughly trounced, so I thought I would lend a hand. Moreover, I've discerned that this fellow is no match for you 2. In terms of combat strength, 2 individuals with powers just shy of 300 could hardly contend with Cailleach, whose strength exceeded 600. Yet, in the realm of anime, Wukong and Bic had managed to achieve such feats, not through direct defeat, but by forcing Cailleach to resort to his sealing technique, the infinite hell, which was nearly tantamount to vanquishing him. However, in Shao Ye's world, the notion of recovering strength and dramatically increasing power through mere shouting did not exist. Instead, One's capabilities were a reflection of their training and accumulated skills. Neglecting practice could lead to a decline in strength. Of course, exceptions existed, such as certain monstrous beings whose power levels skyrocketed from birth or whose abilities could overwhelm them if improperly harnessed. With a resounding explosion, Calyx surged from the rubble, landing not far from the trio, his voice booming with fury. "Who dares to ambush me?" Upon noticing Shao Ye, clad entirely in black leather, even his boots, Calyx paused momentarily before exclaiming, You are the adventurous king?" Shao Ye was taken aback by Calyx's recognition, feeling both flattered and surprised as he feigned ignorance. "Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. Might I inquire as to who you are?" With pride swelling in his chest, Calyx declared, "I am the new Dark Lord, soon to dominate Earth." He then turned his gaze toward Shao Ye, attempting to persuade him, "Adventurous king, I am aware of your impressive abilities. If you would pledge your allegiance to me, I could appoint you as my Grand General. When I conquer the world, you would stand above all, second only to me. What say you? Will you join my ranks?" In response, Shao Ye suppressed a laugh, choosing not to answer Calyx directly. Instead, he mimicked Calyx's tone. "I am the adventurous king, the one who has already conquered the world. If you would deign to serve me, I could make you an adventurer, granting you the freedom to roam this vast world as you wish. What do you say? Will you submit to me?" Before Calyx could react with anger, Shao Ye chuckled, shaking his head in resignation as he pointed to Bic. "Your name is Calyx, is it not? If I recall correctly, the true Dark Lord of Earth is present here. He is not you, but rather him. He is still alive. So how can you claim to be the Dark Lord?" Calyx cast a disdainful glance at Bic, scoffing him. "The Dark Lord? He has brought shame upon our demonic lineage. He is no longer fit to bear that title." Shao Ye found Calyx's words amusing, nodding in agreement before posing another question. "Very well. Even if you aspire to rule the world, how do you intend to achieve this with just the two of us?" The naive Wukong, upon hearing Shao Ye's apparent willingness to assist Calyx in world domination, grew anxious and implored, "Shao Ye, you cannot help him conquer the world. He will turn it into a hellish realm." Shao Ye raised a hand to interrupt Wukong's protests, urging him to remain silent as he continued speaking. Although Wukong was still worried, he reluctantly stepped aside, watching anxiously. Upon hearing this, Calyx mistakenly believed that Shao Ye was about to join their ranks. Disregarding Shao Ye's earlier sarcastic remarks, he laughed heartily and declared, "Who said we are merely two? I possess an army of millions of demons. Once I awaken them, we shall dominate the world. Ha ha ha." Listening to Calyx's grandiose dream of ruling the world with a million-strong demon army, Shao Ye was left pondering whether Calyx was simply naive or foolish. After laughing for a while, Calyx noticed Shao Ye looking at him as if he were an imbecile. Although Calyx believed that Shao Ye had already joined his faction, the disdainful gaze from Shao Ye irked him. He retorted, "Adventure King, what is that expression? Do you have any objections to my army?" Upon hearing this question from Calyx, Shao Ye remained silent and turned to Baiku, asking, "Hey, the current demon king Baiku, what do you think is necessary to rule the world?" At Shao Ye's address, Baiku's face twitched. Crossing his arms, he disdainfully replied, "What else is needed besides a powerful army?" Shao Ye pointed at Baiku and then at Calyx, stating, "Only a 4-year-old child would think that way. I see you are not merely 4 years old, so why do you still think so?" Although Baiku recognized that this was an insult directed at Calyx, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Across from them, Calyx, infuriated by Shao Ye's insult, felt his anger rising. Yet, given that Shao Ye was the first human to join his faction, he suppressed his rage, though his expression darkened as he inquired, "Then according to you, what should be done?" Shao Ye gestured with his fingers and said, "Exactly. That is the question you should truly be asking." Hearing this, Calyx felt his temper flare even more, yet for the sake of his ambition to rule the world, he chose to listen to Shao Ye. After a moment of calm, Shao Ye cleared his throat, preparing to speak. At that moment, Wukong could no longer contain himself and rushed over, grabbing Shao Ye's hand, exclaiming, "Shao Ye, you mustn't tell that bad person these things. He really will rule the world." Looking at the innocent Wukong, Shao Ye patted his head, saying, "Little one, just stand aside and watch." He then turned to Baiku, instructing, "Take him to the side." Baiku's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking Shao Ye was genuinely about to betray them. However, upon noticing the playful glint in Shao Ye's eyes, he decided to trust him and pulled Wukong away. Calyx felt a sense of relief that Shao Ye was willing to offer him advice, which diminished his anger considerably. Observing Wukong being ruthlessly pulled aside by Baiku, Shao Ye raised a finger and stated, "First question, if you wish to be the Demon King, relying solely on an army is insufficient. Even if your army could disarm all of humanity, have you considered how you will govern them? Remember, ruling is not merely about conquering territories." Kali Ku, taken aback by the sharpness of Shao Ye's first question, swallowed hard. He pondered numerous strategies but realized that his army was only capable of fighting and killing, and as for managing humans, let alone humans, they couldn't even manage themselves. After much contemplation, Kali Ku reluctantly concluded that he was utterly incapable of governing a vast population of humans. Yet, his eyes hardened as he declared, "If I cannot govern them, then I shall exterminate humanity and turn the earth into a hell. I will still be the Demon King of this world." Shao Ye sighed in exasperation and replied, "If your goal is to annihilate humanity and transform the earth into hell, why even come here? Return to hell and reign there. It would be the same." Kali Ku paused, realizing the absurdity of his situation. Indeed, he thought, if I am from hell, why not return there to claim my throne? The truth was, he had fled hell because he could not thrive there. Suddenly, he felt as if Shao Ye had played him for a fool and angrily retorted, "It's different. It only matters to rule in the place that has harmed me." Naturally, Kali Ku sought an excuse to justify his departure from hell. He would never admit that he had escaped because he was overpowered by the powerful demons there. That would only invite ridicule. Seeing Kali Ku in such a fit of rage, Shao Ye remained unfazed and suggested, "In that case, why not learn from the Earth King how to manage humans before you claim you want to be king?" Kali Ku's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and his anger towards Shao Ye dissipated entirely. He slapped his palm and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, how did I not think of that? Once I learn how to manage humans from the Earth King, I will eliminate him and take over the world myself. What a splendid suggestion." With that, he waved goodbye to Shao Ye and turned to seek out the Earth King for lessons. Shao Ye, witnessing Kali Ku's genuine intent to leave, felt his brow twitch and his lips tightly pressed together, stifling laughter until his face turned crimson. Wukong looked on in confusion, unaware of why Kali Ku was leaving after their conversation. Baiku, however, regarded Kali Ku's retreating figure with a strange expression, puzzled as to how such a foolish individual aspired to be a demon king. After taking a few steps, Kali Ku grew increasingly uneasy. He had come to be the demon king, yet here he was, preparing to heed Shao Ye's advice and become a secretary to the Earth King. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable for Shao Ye to suggest he learn how to manage humans, given his own incompetence in the matter. Scratching his head, still unable to fathom the situation, Kali Ku took flight only to hear suppressed laughter behind him. Turning around, he saw Shao Ye, desperately trying to cover his mouth, yet still chuckling. Although Kali Ku could not comprehend where Shao Ye found amusement in him, he was certain he had been duped. Pointing at Shao Ye, Kali Ku seethed, You dare to toy with me." Seeing that Kali Ku had come to this realization, Shao Ye finally burst into laughter. Watching Shao Ye laugh unabashedly, Kali Ku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his face flushing red. Were it not for the dark hue of his skin, his entire head would have been crimson. Glancing towards Baiku and Wukong, he observed that the innocent Wukong remained baffled, while Baiku regarded him with a peculiar expression. This finally drove Kali Ku to a state of embarrassment and rage, and he unleashed a powerful ki blast towards the still laughing Shao Ye. In the midst of laughter, when Shao Ye noticed the incoming ki blast, his expression turned serious. He extended his hands to intercept the energy wave and utilized the technique of energy absorption. Seeing that the ki blast aimed at him did not explode and that his own energy was rapidly depleting, Kali Ku was taken aback. He quickly severed his connection to the energy wave, only to witness Shao Ye absorb it entirely. In shock at this phenomenon, Kali Ku's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this?" Despite being called a monster by another, Shao Ye showed no sign of pleasure. After absorbing the ki wave, his body surged and expanded before gradually returning to normal. Having traversed the brink of life and death once more, Shao Ye erupted with a formidable aura. The intense pressure sent debris and rubble flying in all directions. Even Wukong and Baiku, closest to Shao Ye, had to shield themselves from the overwhelming force, retreating to a safer distance. Once he comprehended that Shao Ye could absorb energy, Kali Ku regained his composure. After all, battles need not rely solely on energy attacks. Physical prowess could also be decisive. Adventurer Wang, You are indeed formidable. It is a pity you refuse to serve under me. Thus I shall have to send you to your demise." With that, Cailleach swiftly charged towards Shao Ye. Sensing the impending danger, Shao Ye clenched his right fist and began to gather energy. As Cailleach approached, Shao Ye delivered a powerful punch to his head, driving him forcefully into the ground. Debris flew in all directions as Cailleach's body became embedded in the earth. Before he could rise, Shao Ye's other fist struck him again, forcing him deeper into the ground. The relentless barrage continued, leaving a crater several dozen meters wide. Cailleach lay trapped at the bottom, while Shao Ye pressed down on his head, an uncontrollable brilliance emanating from his palm, intensifying with each moment. The light multiplied, causing Shao Ye's hand to rise uncontrollably, revealing a ki blast forming in his grasp. At the moment of detonation, the explosion engulfed both Shao Ye and Cailleach. Chapter 66. He said he would return as the smoke from the explosion lingered. Shao Ye leaped from the depths of the crater. Right behind him, Cailleach emerged unscathed. Just as Shao Ye landed, Cailleach's whip-like leg struck out. Shao Ye raised his arm to block, but the immense force sent him sliding several meters. Cailleach pursued, but Shao Ye executed a sweeping kick that knocked Cailleach to the ground, then turned to unleash a ki blast that sent him flying. Shao Ye followed closely behind, raining down punches upon Cailleach, who could only protect his head from the onslaught. The outcome was yet another ki blast from Shao Ye that sent Cailleach crashing into the distance, collapsing a palace in the process. Shao Ye, after cracking his neck, glanced at the two observers and inquired, "Is this entertaining?" The two were momentarily taken aback. Wukong scratched his head with a nervous chuckle, replying, It's acceptable." Acceptable? The speed of the battle between Shao Ye and Cailleach far surpassed anything they could comprehend. Had they intervened earlier, they would have undoubtedly been the ones sent flying. Shao Ye surveyed the distant cloud of dust before turning back to the two. Acceptable? Then why not join in? Just as Wukong opened his mouth to respond, Cailleach launched himself from afar. Shao Ye quickly became alert, spinning around to grapple with Cailleach, though the sheer force still pushed him back a step, staving off Cailleach's advance. The scene transformed into a fierce contest of strength, both combatants unleashing their formidable auras. The ground beneath them crumbled, creating a shallow pit riddled with cracks. Wukong and Piccolo were blown away by the overwhelming energy released by Shao Ye and Cailleach. As they regained their footing amidst the rubble, they witnessed Cailleach being restrained. While Wukong hesitated, Piccolo darted towards Cailleach, delivering a punch to his side, yet it barely registered. Frustrated, Piccolo continued to assault Cailleach. But the latter was indifferent to this pesky insect's interference. After countless strikes, Piccolo finally recognized the futility of his efforts. He leaped back, fingers pressed to his forehead, gathering his ultimate technique, the magic convergence light cannon. Previously, during their match against Shao Ye, the lengthy charge time had resulted in his interruption. However, with Cailleach occupied, he now had the opportunity to concentrate. Moments later, with a sinister grin, Piccolo addressed Cailleach, "Let this relic of the old era return to hell, but alas, there's only a one-way ticket." Pointing at Cailleach, he unleashed a spiraling ki blast. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Cailleach's heart raced as he turned to witness the terrifying energy barreling towards him. Despite his confidence in his physical resilience, the form of this ki blast was unlike any he had encountered before. Fear gripped him as he attempted to break free from Shao Ye's hold. But Shao Ye was resolute in preventing his escape. The magic convergence light cannon erupted behind Cailleach with a thunderous explosion. An attack capable of leveling mountains completely engulfed him. Aware of the impending disaster, Shao Ye leapt to safety before the blast. As the smoke cleared, Cailleach's silhouette emerged, barely discernible within the dissipating haze. Wukong, noticing Cailleach's presence, urgently warned, "Be careful, he made a wish for immortality from the dragon. He surely cannot be." Before Wukong could finish, a figure appeared before him with blinding speed, seizing his face and slamming him into the ground. Amidst the flying debris, Wukong was left sprawled on the ground like a wilted seedling. As Cailleach prepared to strike Piccolo, Shao Ye intervened, delivering a swift kick that sent Cailleach sprawling. The sound of cracking ribs echoed as Cailleach was sent flying, yet he remained unfazed, his broken ribs mending almost instantly. After landing, he lunged again at Shao Ye, but before he could reach him, a sudden impact pierced through Cailleach's skull. The immense body, propelled forward, lost all momentum mid-flight, crashing to the ground in silence. Shao Ye approached, confirming Cailleach's demise with a gaping wound. Just as he turned to speak to Piccolo and the recently liberated Wukong, a sudden spray of blood erupted. Shao Ye looked down in disbelief, discovering a blue arm protruding from his own body. Wukong, lifting his head, was shocked by the scene, his eyes widening in horror. Shao Ye! Wukong cried out, his energy surging as he rushed towards Shao Ye at breakneck speed. Piccolo, equally stunned by the turn of events, could hardly fathom that the powerful Shao Ye would meet his end here. Tears threatened to spill as he charged towards Kalik. However, Wukong reached Kalik first, only to be swatted away effortlessly. Piccolo followed suit, sharing Wukong's fate as he too was flung aside. Yet before Kalik could pursue them, a hand rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a familiar, deep voice that asked, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Startled, Kalik turned only to be met by a rapidly approaching fist. The impact disoriented him. Shao Ye stepped back, his right foot firmly planted, veins bulging as he harnessed immense power. Duan Tian Fa! With a thunderous shout, Shao Ye unleashed a devastating kick that cleaved Kalik in two. Following this, Shao Ye performed several backflips, gathering energy in both hands to form two key blasts. As he fused them together, a basketball-sized, ever-expanding sphere of colossal energy materialized. Locking his gaze on the bisected Kalik, he called out a long-forgotten technique, De Ping He. As the name echoed, a massive ki blast, 2 meters in diameter, hurtled towards Kalik. Realizing the overwhelming energy contained within the De Ping He, Kalik instinctively sought to flee. However, his bisected form hindered his escape. Even with his immortality, he required time to recuperate. Unable to escape, and unable to hide. At the moment before the great peace descended, Kalik could only shout helplessly, "I am immortal, and I shall return." Boom. Like the explosion of a nuclear bomb. A colossal mushroom cloud rose, and Kalik's demon castle was instantly devastated, with more than half of it obliterated, while Kalik himself vanished within the explosion. After the blast, a palace complex the size of a small city was left in ruins, with its remaining half precariously teetering. As these structures were built upon a small piece of land supported by a single rock pillar, Shao Ye flew to the site of the explosion, meticulously searching the area with his energy before descending into the rocky forest to conduct further inquiries. Only after confirming Kalik's demise did he return. Glancing at Baek, who was supporting the Celestial, and Wukong, who held a child, he chuckled. "What was that expression on your faces? Did you think I was doomed?" One rushed in shouting, while the other was almost in tears. "You truly aren't afraid Kalik might kill you, are you?" Although reprimanded by Shao Ye, Wukong awkwardly chuckled upon seeing him unharmed. Baek, with a hint of pride, turned his head away, suddenly feeling a bit flushed at the memory of his previous demeanor. Chapter 67. A tranquil afternoon after dealing with Kalik. Shao Ye learned that the child Wukong held was his son, Wu Fan. He should have realized this sooner, yet for some reason, he had chosen to overlook it. Watching Wukong and Baek depart, Shao Ye searched through the remnants of the demon castle once more. He discovered that while numerous buildings were present, they were merely mud huts. And aside from the half-destroyed demon castle, the other palaces were devoid of any significant substance. Cursing the impoverished state of the place, Shao Ye took flight from the crumbling palaces. Soaring high, he gathered energy into a powerful wave and directed it at the remaining half of the palace complex. With a resounding explosion, the undestroyed portion of the palaces was utterly reduced to ruins, crashing down into the rocky forest below. Having completed this task, Shao Ye contentedly departed upon a storm cloud. However, shortly after Shao Ye's departure, a mass of blue, lifeless flesh, resembling slime, slithered away from the rocky forest, moving in the opposite direction of Shao Ye's flight. Upon returning home, Shao Ye looked curiously at Shao Ye, who bore a large gaping wound in his abdomen, and inquired whether he had been in a battle. Shao Ye shrugged, not disclosing the matter of Kalik, and merely stated vaguely that he had resolved the situation. After Kalik's incident, another peaceful afternoon unfolded, clad in casual attire. Shao Ye reclined on a beach chair, basking in the sunlight. Although he had once relished adventure, he found that since the arrival of his 2 children, his passion for such pursuits had waned. "Dad, I want to learn martial arts. I want to be an adventurer like the Adventure King." Dong Jiao rushed over, shaking Shao Ye's arm with fervent enthusiasm. Listening to Dong Jiao's eagerness for adventure, Shao Ye felt a pang of nostalgia. Had this not been the world of Dragon Ball, he would undoubtedly have been a remarkable adventurer. Alas, this was a world governed by martial prowess, and without absolute strength, one could not even embark on adventures. let alone prevent Earth from being submerged by powerful beings. Turning to Dongjia, Shao Ye asked, "Do you truly enjoy adventure?" "Of course. The Adventure King is my idol." A 3-year-old child expressing admiration for an idol surely indicated excessive television viewing. Had Dongjia chosen another figure to idolize, Shao Ye would certainly have disciplined him. As for the Adventure King, let him idolize whoever he wished. Shao Ye was curious to see Dongjia's expression when he discovered that the Adventure King was, in fact, his father. Nevertheless, Shao Ye had no intention of teaching him martial arts. Instead, he inquired, "Don't you possess magical talent? Why not ask Shao Ye, your mother, to teach you magic? Magic is incredibly powerful, and who knows, you might even become a mage god someday." Shao Ye was not jesting. During his visit to the Celestial, he had inquired about the nature of Shao Ai's magic, and the Celestial had responded that it bore a striking resemblance to his own celestial arts. Thus, Shao Ye reasonably speculated that since they were both celestial arts, it was plausible for him to become the new Celestial. "I don't want to be a mage god. I just want to be the Adventure King." It appeared that Dongjia was a restless spirit. After pondering for a moment, Shao Ye rose from his beach chair, ruffled Dongjia's hair, and agreed, "You can't be alone. Let's ask Shixiang to join us, and I will teach you both." However, upon hearing that Shixiang would be included, Dongjia hesitated. Unlike him, Shixiang was very fond of magic, spending all day with Shao Ye, and showed little interest in martial arts, making it generally challenging for Dongjia to persuade her. Noticing Dongjia's unwillingness to leave, Shao Ye looked at him curiously and asked, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to go? If so, we can forget it." As he prepared to lie down again, Dongjia hurriedly grabbed Shao Ye's hand, preventing him from reclining, and said, "Wait, I'll go. I'll go get Shixiang. But I have a question for you first." Shao Ye raised his hand, signaling Dongjia to ask freely. Without hesitation, Dongjia looked at his father and questioned, "Dad, are you a martial artist?" Dongjia was genuinely curious. He had never heard his father's name in the martial artist community, yet his father's strength was formidable, igniting his curiosity about whether he was indeed a martial artist. Shao Ye, taken aback by Dongjia's question, responded, "No." "Huh. Then why, Dad, if you're not a martial artist? Is your martial prowess so formidable?" As if struck by a revelation, Dongjia gazed at Shao Ye in astonishment, exclaiming, "Could it be that you're a disciple of the martial arts god? I heard someone mention that the martial arts god previously took in 2 disciples. Could one of them be you?" Shao Ye regarded Dongjia with a bemused expression, revealing a long-lost playful grin, and asked, "Can't you think a bit bolder about who might have trained your father?" Hearing this, Dongjia's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "Could it be that you?" But in the next instant, Shao Ye shot a stern look at Dongjia and retorted, "What nonsense. That's several questions now. Hurry up and go get Shixiang, or I won't teach you." Upon hearing this, Dongjia dared not ask further and swiftly ran off to summon Shixiang. Watching Dongjia retreat, Shao Ye reclined once more, gazing at the azure sky. Within his mind, he calculated that in a year and a half, Radai's would arrive on Earth. With his current combat power having reached 800, he needed only 6 more months of training to surpass 1,000. Thus, he had half a year left to enjoy his time. Reflecting on this, Shao Ye stretched luxuriously and sighed contentedly. "Ah, how delightful these peaceful days are." Yet, no sooner had Shao Ye uttered those words than the sky shifted dramatically. The previously clear and cloudless heavens were abruptly obscured by ominous clouds that seemed to appear from nowhere. Is someone summoning the dragon again? Shao Ye sat up, perplexed by the sky, but this time he was mistaken. He soon observed a dark liquid rapidly descending from the heavens. Not rain, but a viscous black substance. As this liquid dripped onto his body, Shao Ye felt powerful waves of malevolent energy surging towards him, seemingly seeking to seize control of his body. Recognizing the strangeness of this black liquid, Shao Ye sprang to his feet from the beach chair. A tremendous force erupted from him, instantly dispersing the malevolent energy that attempted to invade his being. As he gazed upon the torrential downpour of Shao Ye, a sense of bitterness welled within him. Given the circumstances, it was evident that someone was once again creating chaos on Earth, and this time, it had ensnared ordinary individuals, likely in significant numbers. "Oh, what a tranquil existence I once had," Shao Ye lamented, casting his gaze skyward in despair. "What has transpired, Shao Ye?" Shao Ai inquired, supporting a magical shield to protect Bulma and her children as she approached. Relieved to see his family unharmed, Shao Ye made his way toward them and warned, "This rain harbors malevolent forces. You must not come into contact with it. I shall venture to the heavenly realm to investigate. You should seek refuge in the underground works for the time being." With that, Shao Ye knelt before Dong Jia, expressing his apologies. "I am truly sorry. It appears that there are villains intent on conquering the world, and I must look into this matter. The promise I made to teach you martial arts will, regrettably, have to be postponed." Hearing her father's words, Dong Jia's mind raced with thoughts. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, father, go without worry. I shall await your return to teach me martial arts." Shao Ye affectionately ruffled Dong Jia's hair, stood, and bid farewell to the two women before soaring into the sky toward the heavenly realm. Faced with such bizarre occurrences, he dared not summon the storm clouds and instead chose to confront the situation alone. Meanwhile, Dong Jia, witnessing her father's ability to fly, felt her determination solidify. She silently vowed to learn to fly from him in the future. As he soared over the expansive city, Shao Ye beheld the once serene metropolis now engulfed in flames, with thick smoke billowing everywhere. Ordinary people, their eyes glazed with malevolence, wandered the streets like zombies, searching for those yet untouched by the dark forces. Observing the tragic scene below, Shao Ye was taken aback. I seem to recall this event occurring years later, after Wukong defeated Raditz and went to King Kai's planet to train. Why is this calamity unfolding now? This was, in fact, a consequence of Shao Ye's actions. During the battle with Carrick, Wukong and his companions had inadvertently trapped Carrick in the netherworld due to the use of the infinite hell technique. It was only after the arrival of the demon star that Carrick's powers surged, enabling him to escape. Although years had passed, the current Carrick had been defeated by Shao Ye. Unlike before, when he was confined to the netherworld, he had merely been physically shattered, allowing for a swift recovery. Upon regaining his form, Carrick reflected on Shao Ye's earlier words and acknowledged his inability to manage a vast number of humans. Thus, he resolved not to resurrect his army, but to transform humanity into evil beings, awaiting the arrival of the demon star years later. By that time, the people of Earth would truly become demons. While humans were a fragile species that Carrick could not dominate, he believed he could rule over demons. Evidently, Carrick had meticulously plotted this scheme for a considerable time, only recently finalizing everything to set his plan in motion. It was clear that his implementation was remarkably successful. Within mere hours, 90% of the global population had been transformed into malevolent creatures. Soon, the world would descend into chaos. Before the heavenly temple, a massive throne made of bones loomed, upon which sat Carrick, a towering figure of muscle and might. Beside him rested the captured deity within a bottle. Upon arriving in the heavenly realm, Shao Ye was confronted with this unsettling tableau. Deity, how could you have been defeated by Carrick again?" Shao Ye exclaimed, perplexed by the deity's strength. He also harbored doubts regarding Bobo, the divine attendant, who ought to have been able to overpower Carrick with ease. Yet now, a being capable of contending with Super Saiyan forms was subdued by a demon with a mere combat power of 800. As Shao Ye conversed with the deity, Carrick erupted into maniacal laughter from his bone throne. "Adventurer King, I anticipated your arrival. Behold my masterpiece. The entire earth has become my dominion of demons. Surely, you must consider joining my ranks." Shao Ye, exasperated, replied, "You have been defeated by me. How can you still emerge? Do you wish to persist in your futile attempts at resurgence? I find it tiresome." Upon hearing Shao Ye's defiance, Carrick snorted disdainfully. In the next moment, a figure leaped from the underbrush, delivering a surprise punch to Shao Ye's face. Unfazed by the ambush, Shao Ye had already sensed the presence hidden in the foliage. Recognizing that the assailant posed no real threat, he remained composed. Removing the fist from his face, Shao Ye turned to the infuriated Bic and remarked, "Please, let the adults converse without interference from children." With that, he delivered a swift slap to Bic's chest, causing a plume of dark smoke to erupt from his back. Although several of Bic's ribs were fractured, he was fortunate to regain consciousness. What is happening?" "Ugh." Bic could barely finish his sentence before he vomited a mouthful of blood, feeling as though several bones in his chest had been broken, leaving him even more confused. Unbeknownst to him, Shao Ye had been a bit too forceful, not only fracturing his bones, but also inflicting internal injuries. Yet, Shao Ye would never admit to this. As long as there was no evidence, he would deny any wrongdoing. Patting Bic on the shoulder, Shao Ye earnestly advised, "You must not recklessly absorb the dark energy falling from the sky. You were just under its control, and fortunately, I was here to help cleanse it from you. Shouldn't you be grateful? Bick, bewildered, pondered whether he had indeed absorbed the dark energy himself. He recalled suddenly losing consciousness while training due to an unexpected invasion of malevolent energy. Regardless, Shao Ye had saved him. Although still perplexed by the situation, Bick expressed his gratitude. Shao Ye, satisfied, said, "That's more like it. Now, let the adults converse. Children should play elsewhere." After gently pushing Bick aside, he turned his attention back to Carrick and inquired, "Now that you are on the verge of ruling the earth, why would you want me to join you? In a lifeless world, do you think I would remain here?" Carrick, of course, would not divulge that he sought to avoid confrontation because he knew he could not defeat Shao Ye. With a slight smile, he replied, "What is wrong with a world as stagnant as still water? You could command your underlings to fulfill your desires, indulging in unparalleled wealth and power, wielding absolute authority over your demonic servants. What could be more appealing? Indeed, what could be more appealing?" The conditions Carrick proposed were undoubtedly enticing for an ordinary individual. However, for Shao Ye, as long as he refrained from consuming beef, he could attain all these without Carrick. He remained supreme in his own right, rendering the presence of an additional figure unnecessary. Shao Ye had previously expressed his disdain for engaging in such vulgar and trivial matters. Rather, he aspired to pursue noble and just endeavors. Therefore, regardless of whether he desired to be superior to others, the words of Carrick could never tempt him. With a dismissive shake of his head, he conveyed his disinterest in the fool before him, focusing solely on swiftly resolving the situation and saving the world. "What do you mean by uninteresting?" Carrick, incredulous, could not fathom that someone would be indifferent to everything he proposed. As he prepared to present even more enticing offers, he was met with Shao Ye's cold gaze. "I mean, your dreams are uninteresting. The ambition to rule the world is unrealistic, hence it is devoid of meaning. Do you understand?" Upon hearing these words and observing the cold expression on Shao Ye's face, Carrick felt a flicker of trepidation. However, he quickly realized that merely being subjected to Shao Ye's gaze was enough to instill fear. He stood up, attempting to bolster his courage with his height. "How can my dream of world domination be uninteresting or unrealistic? Impossible. What do you, a mere mortal, understand? This is a grand endeavor. What wrong have I committed? It is you, the commoners, who are content to remain ordinary for a lifetime. I am not at fault. You are." Pointing at Shao Ye, Carrick seethed with frustration, saying, "You are a useless wretch, incapable of rising above your circumstances. I offered you a hand, and you dare to declare my ambition flawed? I am utterly disappointed in you. I will kill you myself." With this declaration, Carrick unleashed a torrent of dark energy, his eyes glowing crimson as he charged at Shao Ye. In an instant, Shao Ye transformed his attire into a sleek black leather ensemble, complete with climbing boots. As Carrick's punch descended, Shao Ye deftly evaded. But the force of Carrick's fist struck the ground with a resounding impact, creating deep fissures in the earth. His strength had nearly doubled since a few months prior. Had Shao Ye possessed a power detector, he would have recognized that Carrick's combat prowess had soared to over 1,400, while his own lingered around 800. A missed punch. Carrick clasped his hands together, unleashing a violet energy wave directed at Shao Ye. Just as Shao Ye landed, the energy wave approached him, emanating a powerful malevolence that made him hesitant to absorb it. Even without the dark energy, he would not dare, for the sheer intensity of the wave could obliterate his insides as it had done previously, pushing the violet energy wave skyward before Shao Ye could retreat. Carrick closed the distance and struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling away. Rather than pursue, Carrick chose to demonstrate his overwhelming power. "Do you see the strength? Even if you disdain my previous offers, surely you must appreciate power." Shao Ye, having been knocked several meters away, struggled to rise, spitting out blood before casting a scornful glance at Carrick. "What does your might amount to? Will you use it to oppress your fellow demons, or to flaunt it before your subservience?" His derision morphed into mockery as he continued, "How utterly dull." Carrick, incensed that even his formidable strength was dismissed, bellowed in rage, "You are hopelessly obstinate." He unleashed another wave of power, shattering the ground beneath him. In a flash, he was before Shao Ye again, delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen. The impact felt as if he were struck by a mountain, nearly causing his eyes to pop from their sockets. The force propelled him like a bullet, smashing through the temple and creating a massive breach before colliding with countless objects. Lying within the grand hall, Shao Ye pressed against his injured side. Though his wounds had healed, the pain remained, causing him to writhe in agony. Kalik crashed through the wall, prompting Shao Ye to struggle to rise. Yet, before he could stand, Kalik was upon him, pressing his foot down on Shao Ye's back, once more pinning him to the ground. As Kalik ground his foot into Shao Ye, he taunted, "TSK, look at you. If you had submitted to me earlier, we wouldn't have reached this point. We could have already ruled the world together. Yet here you are, opposing me for what reason?" As he concluded, Kalik gritted his teeth, applying more pressure as if he intended to crush Shao Ye entirely. The immense pain reddened Shao Ye's face. Yet he refrained from uttering a cry. The more he endured in silence, the more enraged Kalik became, intensifying his force. Just as Kalik prepared to deliver a fatal blow, two energy blasts surged through the breach, striking Kalik squarely on the head. As the smoke cleared, he remained unscathed, though his head was now devoid of hair. Only creased skin remained. Ceasing his torment of Shao Ye, Kalik glared at the entrance of the breach, where Baik and Wukong had appeared, the two energy blasts having been launched by them. Furious at being challenged by these two insignificant pests, Kalik roared and vanished, leaving no trace behind. Outside the temple, Wukong and Baik were caught off guard as Kalik seized them by the neck and hurled them into the ground, subsequently launching energy blasts that sent them flying. Bloodied and battered, they struggled to regain their footing, astonished by Kalik's newfound strength. Just months ago, they could barely contend with him. Now, they found themselves utterly powerless. "Die, you insects!" Kalik, despite being flanked by Wukong and Baik, unleashed an energy blast at Baik before charging at Wukong, intent on eliminating one adversary first. Chapter 70. The Winning Artifact? "Shao Ye, are you alright?" The deity, having rescued Shao Ye, alongside Bobo, who had emerged from hiding, approached to offer support. "Am I alright? My injuries have healed," Shao Ye replied, though the pain lingered, making him feel as though he were in pieces. Leaning against the deity, he felt too weary to speak. Observing Shao Ye's condition, the deity turned to Bobo and instructed, "Bobo, give Shao Ye a sendu." As Bobo prepared to retrieve the sendu, Shao Ye interjected, "No need. My wounds have long since mended. The sendu cannot alleviate the pain that remains." Upon hearing this, Bobo halted and looked to the deity, who, with a resigned gesture, signaled that the sendu was unnecessary. After taking deep breaths for a moment, Shao Ye finally regained some composure. Once he distanced himself from the deity, he inquired, "How did Kalik become so powerful in just a few months? Did he consume something?" Upon hearing this, the celestial being let out a sigh before he could utter a word. Bobo promptly addressed Shao Ye, recounting how Kalik had stealthily infiltrated the divine temple when they were off guard, discovering the vessel that contained the malevolent energy sealing Earth. He had unleashed the accumulated dark energy upon the lower realm, consuming a portion for himself, which likely accounted for his newfound strength. Shao Ye, upon hearing Bobo's account, turned his gaze toward the celestial being, perplexed as to how a demon king could breach the temple and locate the vessel without being detected, ultimately overpowering the celestial being and imprisoning him. If that were the case, it seemed that the celestial had indeed discovered Kalik, but was still vanquished. Perhaps to save face, he had concocted this elaborate narrative. Although Shao Ye regarded the celestial being as somewhat ineffectual, he recognized that this was not the time for such thoughts and inquired, "Is there a way to confront Kalik?" The celestial being exchanged a glance with Bobo before both shook their heads in unison. Kalik was now immensely powerful, and it was precisely because they could not defeat him that they had been confined. Was it reasonable to ask if there was a way to deal with him? Witnessing the expressions on their faces, Shao Ye fell silent. He harbored a method to confront Kalik, but felt it was better not to engage in battle. Until he was on the brink of collapse, he would never resort to that approach. With a sigh, Shao Ye understood why Wukong trained tirelessly. Perhaps he did not wish to witness someone in a predicament like his. Shaking his head, he lamented, "Had I known this earlier, I would have trained diligently these past 2 years. Now, with insufficient strength, are we truly to watch helplessly as Kalik turns Earth into a hellish realm?" Upon hearing hellish realm, Bobo spoke up, stating, "That will not happen. The temple houses the super divine water, which can purify all malevolent energy on Earth. We merely need to pour the super divine water from the wind tunnel of the heavenly realm, and the ordinary people on Earth will be restored." Super divine water? Shao Ye had long harbored a question regarding why the super divine water, which enhanced strength and potential, could also purify all malevolent energy, leaving him quite perplexed. "Celestial being, Is the super divine water you speak of the same as the one I drank at Karen's place? To verify, Shao Ye posed the inquiry. The celestial being, well aware that Shao Ye had consumed super divine water at Karen's, nodded and replied, indeed, they are the same. However, the super divine water at Karen's is protected by guardians, while the heavenly realms is merely stored in the temple, confirming that they were indeed the same. Shao Ye shook his head. At this moment, Bo interjected, Celestial Lord, we should save the people of Earth as soon as possible. Delaying is not beneficial. The celestial being nodded in agreement and addressed Shao Ye. Shao Ye, you hold the fort above while Bo and I fetch the super divine water to restore the people of Earth. With that, the celestial being and Bo prepared to depart. But Shao Ye suddenly recalled something, calling out to the celestial being, wait, does the super divine water work against Kalik? That has not been tested, the celestial replied, shaking his head. In light of this, Shao Ye suggested that they first retrieve the super divine water and then allocate a portion to him for testing. After all, even if it proved ineffective, it would bear no consequences. Hearing this, the celestial being and Bo hurried off in search of the super divine water. Shao Ye resumed his position on the ground, feeling the lingering pain in his chest from earlier. However, during the brief exchange between Shao Ye and the celestial being, Wukong and Piccolo had nearly been overwhelmed by Kalik. With a resounding crash, Wukong burst through a wall of the temple, falling into the room. Struggling to rise from the ground, Wukong, seeing Shao Ye unharmed yet remaining behind instead of joining the battle, complained, Shao Ye, you are being rather ungrateful. We are out there struggling against Kalik while you sit here. Before Wukong could finish, Piccolo crashed through another wall, scrambling to his feet. Upon spotting Wukong conversing with Shao Ye, he glared at Wukong, furious, you fool, I am out there fighting for our lives while you are here chatting? Before Piccolo could finish his retort, Kalik stormed in, delivering a punch to Piccolo's abdomen and sending him flying once more. Seeing this, Shao Ye and Wukong dared not linger in conversation any longer and rushed to intercept the advancing Kalik. Despite their combined efforts forcing Kalik to retreat, they failed to inflict any damage upon him. After being kicked out of the temple by Wukong, Kalik had no time to catch his breath before Shao Ye and Wukong pursued him. Both kicked out simultaneously, while Kalik managed to block Shao Ye's strike. He was still sent flying several meters by Wukong's kick. Crashed against a coconut tree, Kalik was prepared to charge at Shao Ye and Wukong again. However, as he looked up, he spotted a spiraling energy wave approaching from between the two. With no time to evade, Kalik crossed his arms over his head, and with a resounding explosion, he emerged unscathed from the smoke. Shaking off the debris, Kalik soon realized that Shao Ye and Wukong had closed the distance. Now positioned on either side, they commenced their assault upon Kalik. Amidst the rapid-fire strikes of Adidida and Aurora, they were unable to breach Kalik's defenses. Yet they managed to keep him on his toes as he scrambled to counter their attacks. At this moment, Piccolo soared in, relentlessly targeting Kalik's head. Enraged by the trio's continuous assault, Kalik roared, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that sent the three of them hurtling away. Shao Ye was flung several meters back, landing on the ground and sliding backward a few steps before regaining his footing. Meanwhile, Wukong and Piccolo fared worse, thrown even further and landing heavily, spitting blood and struggling to rise. Fixated on them, Kalik, without looking back, called out, Hey, are you both still alive? Look at what you said. It's bad luck to speak like that, Piccolo grumbled, struggling alongside Wukong to get back on their feet. At that moment, Bo caught Shao Ye's attention as he held a small vial in a corner of the temple. After a moment of hesitation, Shao Ye turned to the two beside him and declared, You two hold off Kalik for a moment. I have a way to deal with him. Both Piccolo and Wukong noticed Bo in the corner of the temple and, encouraged by Shao Ye's confidence, assumed he had produced some formidable artifact. With victory seemingly within reach, they gritted their teeth and assured him, Don't worry, we will hold Kalik off with our lives. All right, let us act. With that, the three of them charged at Kalik simultaneously. Seeing them approach, Kalik smirked wickedly, enveloped in malevolent energy. As he prepared to confront the trio, Shao Ye suddenly darted past him. This unexpected maneuver left Kalik momentarily stunned, but he quickly had no time to ponder as Wukong and Piccolo's fists came crashing down upon him. Chapter 71, Malevolent Energy Invades the Body. As Shao Ye leapt past Kalik, it sparked confusion, yet the pressing situation saw him entangled with two opponents he deemed insignificant. Annoyed, Kalik sensed the urgency of the situation. To extricate himself from Wukong and Piccolo's grasp, he abandoned defense altogether. The pain from their punches was merely a nuisance, unable to breach his defenses. With his shift in strategy, Kalik caught the two off guard, sending them flying with a flurry of strikes just as he noticed Shao Ye taking something from Bobo's hand. The expression on Kalik's face instantly darkened as he turned to launch an attack on Shao Ye. Upon witnessing this, Bobo shouted a warning, urging caution, before vanishing without a trace, leaving Shao Ye momentarily stunned by the old trickster's disappearance. Shao Ye swiftly raised his hands to shield his head, deflecting Kalik's whip-like kick. The force of the blow sent Shao Ye sliding several meters away, but Kalik continued his pursuit. As he prepared to strike again, Shao Ye splashed an unknown liquid from a small vial at him. Upon contact, Kalik's body bristled with fear, momentarily believing Shao Ye had deployed some secret weapon against him. Alarmed, Kalik stepped back repeatedly, and after shaking his head and slapping his face, he realized the substance on him was merely water. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kalik straightened up, his demeanor still grim as he glared at Shao Ye and spoke in a low tone. "Do you find this trick amusing?" The idea of using divine water to splash Kalik had been a spontaneous thought from Shao Ye, but to his surprise, the water, which was reputed to purify all malevolent energies, had no effect on Kalik. Glancing at the half-full vial of divine water in his hand, Shao Ye awkwardly remarked to Kalik, "I noticed the dirt on your face, so I thought I'd help you clean it up. See, it's much cleaner now." Kalik, feeling mocked, exhaled sharply through his nostrils, his fists cracking ominously as he suddenly surged forward like a 2-meter-tall shadow, charging at Shao Ye. Without a moment's hesitation, Shao Ye turned and fled. Kalik's fury intensified. He had admired Shao Ye from the moment he laid eyes on him, yet he was taken aback by this cowardly retreat. "You bastard, stand still and fight me," he bellowed. Shao Ye, leading the way, glanced back at Kalik and disdainfully retorted, "With your strength, only a fool would dare to engage you." This remark further incensed Kalik, who shouted in rage, "You cowardly scoundrel, too scared to fight, yet you dare to call yourself a martial artist." However, Shao Ye dismissed Kalik's words with contempt, replying, "I never claimed to be a martial artist. What nonsense are you spouting, you fool?" Meanwhile, Wukong and Baik, who had just regained their footing, were dumbfounded watching Shao Ye and Kalik hurl insults while running. Is this how battles are fought? But then again, it was understandable. Shao Ye was not a martial artist, so his combat style made sense. After circling the heavenly realm, Shao Ye called out to Wukong and Baik as he passed by, "You two, hold him off for me while I devise a plan." Previously, they had believed Shao Ye when he claimed to possess a secret treasure capable of dealing with Kalik, only to find out that his so-called treasure was merely water, which had led to them receiving a beating from Kalik. Though reluctant, they recognized that Shao Ye might genuinely find a way to counter Kalik, so they gritted their teeth and complied. "Why should I listen to him, the bastard?" Baik cursed under his breath before charging at Kalik. After creating a safe distance from Kalik, Shao Ye's chest heaved as he gasped for air, his gaze flickering between the remaining divine water in his hand. At that moment, two ideas flashed through his mind. The first was to drink the divine water himself. Perhaps the second dose would grant him even greater power. Yet, it also risked his life, as no one had ever consumed divine water twice. The second option was to force Kalik to drink it, but the downside was that Kalik might remain unharmed or could perish, or the water might purify the malevolent energy within him. Both options had a 50-50 chance of success, leaving Shao Ye in a quandary. Turning to observe the battlefield, he saw Wukong and Baik being toyed with by Kalik. Despite the chaos of energy blasts filling the air, Kalik sustained minimal injuries and quickly recovered from any he did incur. Witnessing this, Shao Ye decided to opt for the first option. His reasoning was simple. It was better to have Kalik drink the divine water, as the odds of him being harmed were uncertain. Shao Ye reasoned that even if he met an unfortunate end, he trusted that Kalik would ultimately be vanquished by Shao Ye, who represented Shao Ye's last line of defense. After taking a few deep breaths, Shao Ye raised the vial of divine water to his lips, preparing to drink, when Bobo suddenly appeared at his side and warned, "Shao Ye, one can only drink divine water once in a lifetime. A second consumption leads to immediate death." Startled, Shao Ye nearly dropped the vial, casting an irritated glance at Bobo. "Bobo, please make some noise when you walk. You might give me a heart attack." Confirming that he truly could not drink the divine water, Shao Ye turned his attention to Baik, who was now considerably stronger and might benefit from the divine water, potentially enabling the three of them to confront Kalik. However, before he could voice this thought, Bobo shook his head and warned, though Bike is improving, he is still of the demon clan. He would die if he drank the divine water. Realizing he still needed to force Kalik to consume the potion, Shao Ye reluctantly sealed the vial and swiftly made his way back to the battlefield. With Shao Ye's arrival, the trio barely managed to suppress Kalik. Fortunately, their numbers allowed them to temporarily restrain him, but as Shao Ye prepared to uncork the vial, Kalik, muscles bulging, sensed what was happening and was on the verge of breaking free. In a decisive move, Shao Ye grasped Kalik by the throat and forced the entire vial into his mouth, compelling him to swallow it whole. You all will perish. Kalik, now driven to madness by the unknown substance, exuded an overwhelming malevolent energy. He aimed at Shao Ye, unleashing an energy blast infused with dark power, reaching out to push him away. Just as Shao Ye's hand made contact with the energy blast, he felt a torrent of malevolent energy surging towards him like a raging flood. Alarmed, he quickly detonated the blast, using it to propel himself away from the explosion's radius. Retreating to a safe distance, Shao Ye knelt on one knee, his body beginning to emanate dark energy. Wukong and Bike rushed over, concerned for Shao Ye's well-being. As they approached, Shao Ye raised his hand to halt them, warning, "Stay back. I've been tainted by malevolent energy." Chapter 72, Training for a Normal Life. Shao Ye, engulfed in black energy, took several deep breaths before unleashing all his power, dispersing the invading malevolent forces within him. Once the dark aura dissipated from Shao Ye's form, Wukong and Bike cautiously approached. But was this truly the right moment for concern? Shao Ye pushed them away and, with a swift gesture, launched a golden energy wave toward the approaching malevolent energy blast. With a resounding explosion, flames imbued with dark energy ignited the ground. "Are you trying to get yourselves killed? I still want to live. Can't you see that a frenzied enemy is right in front of us?" Shao Ye warned, keeping his gaze fixed on the enraged Kalik. At this moment, Wukong and Bik regained their senses and turned their gazes towards the frenzied Kalik, who seemed to have completely lost his sanity. However, this loss of reason had paradoxically enhanced his power. Not only that, but Kalik's attacks were now imbued with a magical force, which posed a significant challenge for Shao Ye. Otherwise, he would have to risk his life battling this crazed and irrational foe. Witnessing this situation, the three of them hesitated to approach. Shao Ye's earlier predicament had left Wukong and Bik in a state of shock, unable to fathom whether they could extricate themselves from a similar predicament as Shao Ye had. What should they do now? Bik called out to Shao Ye. However, as soon as Bik's voice fell, Kalik was drawn to it. In an instant, he appeared before Bik and, with a single punch, sent him flying hundreds of meters, plummeting from the heavenly realm. Staring in disbelief as Bik was struck down, Wukong and Shao Ye were left dumbfounded, realizing that Kalik had grown exponentially stronger. Wukong cautiously approached Shao Ye and whispered, "What exactly did you give him? Why has his power suddenly surged so dramatically?" Shao Ye was equally astonished. "I merely offered him some super divine water. The deity mentioned that it could purify evil energy. Who would have thought that after drinking it, he not only remained unharmed, but became stronger?" Shao Ye lamented that had he known the super divine water would empower Kalik, he would have preferred to let it fall from the heavenly realm than give it to him. Isn't the super divine water meant to enhance strength and potential? Why would you offer it to him? Wukong exclaimed in frustration. "We were already struggling against Kalik. Now, you've handed him the super divine water. Are you trying to hasten Earth's destruction?" "I told you, it was the deity," Shao Ye began, but before he could finish, both he and Wukong sprang into action, evading their previous position just in time. In the next moment, a ki blast filled with dark energy exploded where they had just stood. Witnessing the sinister flames and the approaching Kalik, Shao Ye quickly advised Wukong, avoid close combat with him. As he spoke, Shao Ye swiftly circled to Kalik's side, unleashing a barrage of ki blasts. Although these attacks failed to injure Kalik, they managed to inflict some pain. Enraged like a wild beast, Kalik roared and charged toward Shao Ye. Seeing this, Shao Ye halted his assault, and Wukong quickly matched his rhythm, employing the same tactics against Kalik. Although Kalik's health bar was not visible, being toyed with like a kite by Shao Ye and Wukong significantly weakened the dark energy surrounding him. Despite his madness, Shao Ye and Wukong could see the fatigue etched on Kalik's face. Realizing that the kite strategy was effective against this beast, Shao Ye's expression brightened as he exclaimed to Wukong, "It's working. If we keep this up, we could exhaust him in 4 to 5 hours." However, Yukong, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, could barely manage to endure even a few more minutes. No, I can't go on. I've reached my limit, Yukong declared, collapsing to the ground. Without Yukong's support, Carrick relentlessly pursued Shao Ye, nearly forcing him to circle the heavenly realm. As Yukong lay on the ground, barely able to move, Shao Ye called out, Yukong, why can't you last longer? Have you been neglecting your training? Lying on the ground, Yukong lacked the strength to even lift his eyelids, offering no rebuttal to Shao Ye's comments. Fortunately, after resting for over half an hour, Bick returned to the heavenly realm, but as soon as he arrived, he intended to engage Carrick in close combat. Luckily, Shao Ye intervened. He had no intention of facing Carrick 2-on-1. After Yukong collapsed, Bick, now free, asked Shao Ye, what exactly did you give that guy? Why has he become so much stronger? Facing this question again, Shao Ye felt a bit embarrassed to respond. However, to assure Bick that he had not been negligent, he recounted the deity's words and the experiment he conducted. Bick, utterly speechless, then yelled at Shao Ye, you fool. You even let him drink from the bottle. Whether that bottle broke inside him is a whole different issue. Hearing this, Shao Ye's eyes lit up. It was possible that his assumptions were incorrect, and perhaps the bottle had not shattered. Then what should we do now? Shao Ye instinctively inquired. But Bick's response was predictable as he shouted back, you ask me? Who should I ask? Seeing no other option, Shao Ye sighed and turned to Bick. There's no choice. We have to engage in close combat and see if we can shatter the bottle. How do you plan to do that? Bick asked, eyeing Shao Ye's calm demeanor with trepidation. Since this idea originated with me, I will execute it. Your powers are too weak. All you would do is become a hindrance. And I cannot afford to deal with you too, Shao Ye replied, exhaling deeply before closing his eyes to gather energy. A powerful aura began to surge around him. As it intensified, nearby objects began to levitate, as if gravity no longer existed in his vicinity. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and two beams of golden light shot forth. In the same instant, Shao Ye moved with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible, instantly appearing in front of Carrick. With a mighty punch, he struck Carrick in the abdomen. The force of the blow caused Carrick to exhale sharply, his massive body flying backward for several meters before crashing to the ground. As Carrick lay on the ground, it was as if a purification switch had been activated. The dark energy surrounding him rapidly dissipated, and he screamed in agony. A sight too painful to behold. Once the dark energy had been purified, Carrick was left with only a faint breath in his final moments. Clarity returned to his eyes as he looked at Shao Ye and asked, was my dream of ruling the world truly wrong? Shao Ye approached Carrick, looking down at him with indifference, and replied, you are not in the wrong. The fault lies with this world. And the fault lies with you breaking the seal in my era. Had you emerged in a time when I was not present, perhaps all your actions would have been justified. Is that so? I see now, Carrick murmured before his entire being disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into the cosmos. Finally, everything came to an end, and everyone exhaled a long sigh of relief. After dispersing the dark energy from his fist, Shao Ye resolved within himself that in order to lead a tranquil life in the future, he must dedicate himself to rigorous training. Chapter 73. The Enhancement Pearl. After restoring Earth once more, Shao Ye returned home. Although he was aware that over a year remained until the invasion of the Psiots, he chose not to indulge in leisure or childcare. The incident with Carrick had made him realize that since arriving in this world, there had been too many uncertainties. If he did not possess sufficient strength, he could easily perish in unforeseen events. Consequently, Shao Ye resolved to engage in intensive training. Only by strengthening himself could he ensure the safety of the world, regardless of the adversities that may arise. Gazing at his fists, Shao Ye was filled solely with an insatiable thirst for power. Nothing could sway his pursuit of strength. As Shao Ye found himself lost in thought, Dong Jia's voice suddenly broke through the silence, startling him. Dad, you've been standing here all morning. When will you teach me martial arts? With a startled exclamation, Shao Ye realized that he had forgotten to call Xixiang over. He gently tapped Dong Jia's head, who was covering it with his hands, and said, did I not instruct you to fetch Xixiang? A whole morning has passed. Where have you been? Dong Jia, feeling wronged, looked up at his father and replied. Xixiang refused to come. She said martial arts are inferior to magic, so she'd rather learn magic from Mama Shao Ai than practice martial arts with you. Observing his son, who possessed a natural talent for magic yet desired martial arts, and his daughter, who excelled in martial arts but favored magic, Shao Ye felt a sense of helplessness. He crossed his arms and turned away, stating, "I do not care. You will not learn martial arts unless you bring Xixiang here." "How can it be like this? If she won't come, how can I make her?" Dong Jia exclaimed in despair, but Shao Ye dismissed him, saying, "I don't care what methods you use. Unless you summon Xixiang, I shall not teach you." That is final. With that, Shao Ye took to the skies, leaving Dong Jia in a daze as he watched his father depart. In the depths of the ocean, Shao Ye commenced his foundational training. Although he could utilize the gravity chamber for cultivation, he preferred the ocean's depths. The gravity chamber had its advantages, yet its drawbacks were glaringly evident. Thus, Shao Ye sought to enhance his abilities in the perilous depths of the sea, a true sanctuary for his training. As the sun set and the moon rose, the day slipped away. Weary, Shao Ye returned home, where Bulma and Shao Ye had just emerged from their respective laboratories. Upon seeing Shao Ye's exhaustion, the two women expressed their confusion. After inquiring, they learned that Shao Ye aimed to augment his strength. Shao Ye immediately smiled and hurried back to her lab to retrieve a red enhancement orb. "Here, Shao Ye, this is the enhancement orb I prepared for you this morning." Bulma recognized the orb in Shao Ye's hand, recalling how she had once touched it and felt a surge of power. Curious about how Shao Ye would utilize the orb, she watched intently. However, upon seeing the enhancement orb, Shao Ye quickly waved his hands in refusal. It was not that he was uninterested in strengthening himself. Rather, he had no desire to become a muscle-bound giant. When Shao Ye first arrived in Shao Ye's world, she had insisted he consume it daily, resulting in his transformation into a hulking figure within mere days. He had only recently managed to regain his former physique and had no intention of returning to that state. Seeing Shao Ye's resistance, disappointment flickered in Shao Ye's eyes. She longed to witness his muscular form once more. In her world, people revered large muscles, which was why such enhancement orbs had been developed. Regrettably, Shao Ye had refused to consume it after the first time. Suddenly, a thought struck Shao Ye, and her eyes brightened as she cheerily informed Shao Ye, "You don't know, do you? This enhancement orb is made from materials unique to this world. Consuming it will definitely not turn you into a muscle-bound giant." "Really?" Shao Ye appeared skeptical, as enhancement orbs typically increased muscle mass. He doubted that an orb made from different materials would yield different results. Sensing his hesitation but not outright rejection, Shao Ye eagerly nodded, saying, "Yes, truly. You can ask Bulma if you don't believe me." She gestured toward Bulma, who looked bewildered. "Hey, I remember you once said that using enhancement orbs would turn someone into a muscular woman. Why is it different for Shao Ye?" Bulma questioned Shao Ye, her confusion evident. Meanwhile, Shao Ye discreetly signaled to Bulma, who, albeit puzzled, nodded in agreement. Yes, Shao Ye is correct. With Bulma's endorsement, Shao Ye reluctantly accepted the enhancement orb, enveloping it in energy. Just as he was about to use it, Bulma abruptly called out to him. As Shao Ye wondered what was on her mind, Shao Ye hoped Bulma would not spoil her plans. "Wait, Shao Ye. Let me grab a scanner to check your current strength and see how much the orb will enhance you." Hearing this, Shao Ye breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that her desire for a muscular Shao Ye would not be thwarted. Soon, Bulma returned with the scanner and began scanning Shao Ye. The results revealed his power level had reached an impressive 850, with physical strength at an astonishing 666. Meanwhile, Shao Ye's power level stood at 700, and Bulma's at a mere 3, with physical strength at 1. When Dong Jia and Xixiang saw their parents engaged with such an intriguing device, they clamored to join in. After scanning the two children, Bulma felt a mix of despair and amusement. Dong Jia's power level was 5, and Xixiang's was 4, both surpassing Bulma's. However, the spotlight was on Shao Ye. Upon using the palm-sized enhancement orb, his muscles began to grow uncontrollably. In a short time, Shao Ye's height surged from 1.76 meters to 2 meters, his muscles bulging and tearing through his clothes, leaving only his shorts to provide modesty. Observing Shao Ye's sudden transformation, Bulma felt grateful for heeding Shao Ye's advice. Had she undergone such a change, she feared she might despair. Meanwhile, the two children joyfully climbed onto their father's enormous frame. Shao Ye glared at Shao Ye, fully aware that the enhancement orb could not possibly lack side effects. As Bulma scanned him once more, she gasped in shock. His power level had skyrocketed to 3,620, with physical strength at 2,005. Shao Ye gazed at Shao Ye with starry eyes, playfully rubbing her face against his muscular arm, clearly enamored. Chapter 74, The Scion Strike. Wow, Shao Ye. Your power level has surpassed 3,000. Does this mean you are invincible on Earth? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Although dissatisfied with his bulky physique, Shao Ye acknowledged that with his current strength, no one could defeat him on Earth. Even without lifting a finger, none could breach his defenses. Invincibility does not exist. At least, I must respect certain exceptional beings. With my current strength, I must still tread carefully in their presence. During his previous adventures around the Earth, Shao Ye had encountered perilous realms and discovered that Earth was a direct conduit to the celestial realm. It was not the celestial realm of gods residing on a floating platform, but a true paradise. Had he not been certain that this was the world of Dragon Ball, he might have doubted whether he had stumbled into a world of cultivation. However, this celestial realm is distinct from the one known to Shao Ye, which is overseen by the supreme deity Hao Yan. Here, the celestial domain is governed by a stunning figure known as Tishang Laojun, who is also the revered ancestor of Wukong, having taken on the role of a child deity after his passing. Shao Ye's reluctance to acknowledge his own invincibility stems from the formidable prowess of Tishang Laojun. Although he lacked a combat power detector at that time, he could sense that the aura of Tishang Laojun towered higher than mountains and spread wider than oceans. Even now, with Shao Ye's power having surged beyond 3,000, he still feels overshadowed by the presence of Tishang Laojun. Even if your strength has reached such heights, there are still those stronger than you. In all honesty, Shao Ai finds this hard to believe. To her, if the celestial beings were the strongest on Earth, then she herself would surpass them. Yet, with Shao Ye's current strength exceeding hers, what else could he be but invincible? As he playfully pinches Shao Ai's head, Shao Ye shakes his head and replies, "You wouldn't understand this now. You will see for yourself in due time." The reason for his playful gesture is that his hand is so large it completely envelopes her head, a sight he finds amusing rather than intimidating. As he has always preferred a lean physique over a bulky one. Time flies, and a year and a half swiftly passes. After extensive and rigorous training, Shao Ye has managed to reduce his once bulky muscles, although he can never return to his previous form, now standing at a height of 1.8 meters. With a robust physique and elongated stature, he dons his signature black leather jacket and pants, exuding a vigorous aura that contrasts sharply with his former frail appearance. The presence he now commands is inherently imposing, enhanced by his towering stature. Both Shao Ai and Bulma find themselves particularly fond of the current Shao Ye. While Shao Ai still has a soft spot for his previous muscular form, she appreciates the strength his new physique exhibits even more, often caressing his firm abdominal muscles, which has become a source of envy for Bulma. Today, Bulma, feeling spontaneous, decides to gather with Wukong and the others at the Kame house. Shao Ye realizes that the scion Raditz has come to Earth for a family reunion. However, while Shao Ye is aware of Raditz's landing, he only knows it occurred on a farm, of which there are countless on Earth, leaving him indifferent to the specifics. As he sits atop a thundercloud, he watches in bemusement as both women reach out to feel his abdominal muscles. With a hint of exasperation, he queries, "Is this truly the reason you allowed Dong Jia and Shi Xiang to travel alone? Do you genuinely trust they won't fall prey to human traffickers?" Before Bulma can respond, Shao Ai cheerfully assures Shao Ye, "You need not worry. I have taught Dong Jia a considerable amount of magic over the past 6 months. Although Shi Xiang lacks magical talent, she has still absorbed a fair bit through exposure." Bulma, with a sense of pride, adds, "Indeed, their combat power has reached 50. At this level, they are already formidable and no one can challenge them." Shao Ye, remaining unconvinced, reflects on the audacity of letting them roam freely with such a mere combat power of 50. Shaking his head, he suddenly recalls something and turns to Shao Ai, asking, "With your strength being so elevated, have you not considered tempering it?" Shao Ai glances at Shao Ye, responding matter-of-factly, "Temper? Why would I do that? Power is meant to be displayed. Unlike you, who suppresses your aura to 5, it makes one wonder if you've simply grown large but remain a weakling. 5 is already a considerable level, and in truth, Shao Ye wishes to diminish his aura entirely, having discovered that doing so allows for precise control over one's energy. Although he can suppress his aura to the point of invisibility, it renders his movements sluggish, akin to that of an ordinary person. With a remaining combat power of 5, he can still act normally. Thus, Shao Ye has identified 2 paths for cultivation, one through physical training, which enhances strength and combat power, and the other through energy refinement. Although he has yet to discover how to sustain its growth, Nonetheless, he has learned the art of precise energy control. As Shao Ye discusses the benefits of controlling one's aura, Shao Ye, somewhat skeptical, manages to suppress her energy to 600. Bulma checks with a combat power detector and confirms Shao Ye's strength at 600, attempting to encourage her to lower it further. Yet Shao Ye finds it impossible to suppress anymore. As the trio engages in their conversation atop the thundercloud, they soon arrive at the Kame house, where Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, having departed 2 days earlier, are already present. Upon seeing their parents, they rush over joyfully. After exchanging pleasantries with Master Rashi and the others, Shao Ye notices that Wukong's family has yet to arrive. Curious, he inquires about their whereabouts, only to learn that they are on their way. After a brief wait, Shao Ye's pocket suddenly vibrates. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovers it is an alert from the Global Combat Power Anomaly Detector at home. As everyone gathers around in curiosity, Wukong and his son finally arrive. Seeing Wukong, Shao Ye puts away his phone, knowing that the anomaly in combat power will soon be upon them. After Wukong greets everyone and introduces his son, Bulma curiously approaches to greet Wukong's offspring. It is only now that Shao Ye recalls their first encounter with Kalik. While the battle was intense, ordinary people remained oblivious. After defeating Kalik, Shao Ye had not mentioned the event to Bulma and the others, resulting in Bulma just now learning about Wukong's son. As everyone shares laughter and joy, a scion with a wild mane, clad in Frisia's army combat attire and sporting a single-eyed scanner, approaches the Kame house, wearing only shorts and a tail wrapped around his waist. Chapter 75. The Great Warrior Who Bullies the Weak. Hey, who are you? This is a private gathering, and outsiders are not welcome. Noticing the unwelcome presence, Krillin scowls and motions for Raditz to leave. He prepares to assert his strength to dissuade the intruder. Bulma, disliking the uninvited guest, adds, "Exactly, who are you? Do you not understand that strangers are unwelcome here?" She attempts to join Krillin in driving him away, but Shao Ye steps in to halt her approach, while Shao Ye grips Bulma's hand, preventing her from advancing. In Bulma's puzzled gaze, Krillin, eager to showcase his might, approaches Raditz, only to notice the tail wrapped around his waist. Confused, he turns to inquire about Raditz's connection to Wukong. However, Wukong's serious expression urges him to retreat quickly. Before Krillin can comprehend the situation, he feels a heavy blow to the back of his head, sending him crashing uncontrollably towards the Kame house. Fortunately, Raditz does not strike with lethal intent, allowing Krillin to escape with his life. As he tumbles headfirst into the wall of the Kame house, frightened yet still able to shout about the terror of the encounter, Wukong breathes a sigh of relief. Wukong glances curiously at Shao Ye, who remains composed, prompting Wukong to step forward. With a serious demeanor, he addresses Raditz. "Who are you, and why are you here?" Raditz, astonished that Wukong does not recognize him, is taken aback. Logically, even if Wukong has never seen him, he should at least know he is his brother. After a moment of contemplation, Raditz frowns with concern and inquires, "Did you hit your head as a child? How do you know about my past?" Upon hearing that Lottie Z was aware of his childhood, Wukong's gaze suddenly turned clear. It truly aligned with his own conjectures. Amidst his concern, Lottie Z quickly became irate, declaring, "Have you forgotten your mission? Have you forgotten that our parents sent you to Earth to conquer it? You are unworthy of being a Scion warrior." What? While the crowd was not particularly shocked to learn that Wukong was an alien, they were taken aback to discover that his arrival on Earth was indeed for the purpose of invasion. Bulma, Yamcha, and Oolong, having witnessed Wukong's transformation, immediately connected the dots, realizing that he indeed possessed such capabilities. Although isolated by his friends, Wukong did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he simply chuckled and touched the spot on his head where he had previously fallen, saying, "Though your words are quite convincing, I've been with my grandfather since I can remember. I am a true Earthling, not a Scion, nor an alien here to invade Earth." Wukong's innocent declaration was far more impactful than any defense he could have mounted. After all, sincerity is often more readily accepted than calculated actions. Seeing Wukong claim to be an Earthling infuriated Lottie Z, who roared, You are simply ridiculous. Willing to abandon your Scion identity to settle for being a lowly Earthling. Allow me, as your elder brother and a superior Scion warrior, to teach you a lesson." "Huh, you are my brother?" Wukong selectively ignored Lottie Z's other comments, but was struck with shock upon hearing him claim to be his brother, turning to Lottie Z with astonishment. However, Lottie Z, feeling insulted by the remark, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I have no brother like you." After a brief silence, Lottie Z, unfazed, continued, "I have no brother of your caliber. Your existence is a disgrace to Scion warriors. Let me see just how lowly this warrior's shame has sunk on earth." With that, Lottie Z activated the device on his face and began scanning from Master Rashi's location to the right. 100, 200, 2 a waist, 3 another waist. 190 him, 257, intriguing him, 680. Kakarot, you possess such power on this wretched planet? Lottie Z pondered how to recruit him into the prince's squad. With just a few years of training, he could become a valuable ally. Wukong was indifferent to the notion of combat power, as Shao Ye had previously mentioned it to him. However, he fixated on the name Lottie Z had mentioned, asking, "What is Kakarot? Are you referring to me? My name is Sun Wukong, an Earthling." Upon hearing Wukong's name, Lottie Z paused for a moment before dismissing it, saying, "It's no wonder, considering your mind is damaged. However, do not worry. With me as your elder brother, even if you are a low-tier Scion warrior, return with me. After a few years of training under my guidance, the prince will allow you to join his team out of respect for me." "No, I have no desire to join any prince's team. I am Sun Wukong, an Earthling, not a low-tier Scion warrior." Wukong shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accompany Lottie Z back. To think my low-tier warrior brother would dare to defy me. Lottie Z was instantly enraged. Then, noticing Wukong's son hiding behind him, a cruel smile crept across his face. After scanning Wukong's son, the power detector displayed a reading of 5. This prompted Lottie Z to consider taking Wukong's son hostage. However, he soon became distracted by a significantly higher power reading nearby. "Oh, this woman possesses 600 in power?" Lottie Z turned to Shao Ye and remarked, "Is this your Earthling wife? You certainly have good taste. Though your wife's power is merely wasteful, she can survive in the cosmos." Before Lottie Z could finish his sentence, Shao Ye stepped forward, stating, "Apologies. But she is my wife." Lottie Z instinctively scanned Shao Ye's power, discovering it to be only 5, although slightly higher than the armed farmer. It still registered as wasteful in his eyes. Lottie Z snorted, "Humph, a mere Earthling like you likely lacks the ability to protect your wife." Shao Ye, unfazed, responded, "Oh, so you came to Earth with the intent of abducting women?" Lottie Z, displeased by this remark, retorted, "What do you mean by abducting women? If I wished, I could annihilate all the inhabitants of Earth and sell it to wealthy aliens." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye feigned fear, exclaiming, "Oh dear. So this is the renowned Scion warrior, a brute who preys on the weak. How terrifying." Though Lottie Z engaged in such acts, he would not permit others to speak so brazenly about their sordid deeds. Despite their lack of shame, one must still show them respect and speak favorably of them, as per Scion customs. Therefore, Lottie Z was incensed by Shao Ye's sardonic remarks about Scions and prepared to retaliate. Chapter 76. The Spectacle. "Ah, it seems you are intent on attacking me." Noting Lottie Z's menacing gaze, Shao Ye provocatively addressed him, "I do not intend to attack you. I am about to do so right now." With that, Lottie Z charged at Shao Ye at what he believed to be the speed of light. Only 2 individuals present could perceive his trajectory, Shao Ye and Shao Ye himself. However, in the next moment, it was Lottie Z who was sent flying, as the others merely witnessed a blur before he crashed into the ocean, creating a spectacular splash. What just happened? The three-eyed Tian Shin Han could not discern any events, only seeing Lottie Z tumble into the sea. As the crowd remained puzzled, a loud explosion erupted from the ocean. Lottie Z emerged, utterly disheveled, his battle suit torn, and the power detector damaged. Suspended in midair, Lottie Z remained bewildered. Although his suit was in tatters, he found no injuries upon inspection, deepening his confusion. Observing Lottie Z, who was momentarily stunned in the air, Shao Ye turned to Wukong and inquired, "Wukong, what do you think of your brother?" Although Wukong couldn't quite comprehend how Lottie Z had been sent flying, he had his suspicions. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied to Shao Ye, "He is a bad person, but he is your brother, and he has not attacked you. In fact, he seems quite concerned for you." Shao Ye guided. Wukong, however, shook his head, asserting, "I am an Earthling. He is a wicked Scion. Even if he is not causing trouble on Earth right now, I can sense the evil aura emanating from him." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye exhaled and remarked, "Then I suppose I shall kill him. You wouldn't mind, would you?" The crowd cast peculiar glances at Shao Ye. Truthfully, if anyone were in Wukong's position, they would feel conflicted upon hearing this. After all, they were ordinary humans. And even if they knew the brother was malevolent, they could not act with such coldness. Yet Wukong was not an ordinary human. He was an alien. And a remarkably innocent one at that. So his response did not surprise Shao Ye. Although he is my elder brother, I could forgive him if he were to transform into a better person. Wukong, despite his fondness for battle, harbors no desire for bloodshed. Thus, he does not wish to witness anyone's demise, even though he remains unaware of the true meaning of death thus far. Upon hearing Wukong's sentiments, Shao also nodded and remarked, "Very well, since that is how you feel, I shall refrain from intervening in your matters. I have rendered his communication device inoperative. You may act against him without hesitation." Although Wukong had never fought Raditz, he felt certain he would not be a match for him. Before he could express his doubts, Shao waved his hand and assured him, "Rest assured, your ally has already arrived." As Shao's words fell, a dark silhouette descended upon Kame House, to everyone's surprise. It was Piccolo. Wukong, upon seeing Piccolo, joyfully approached and clasped his hand, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. With your presence, we shall surely defeat that scion." Hearing Wukong's declaration, Piccolo, who had prepared a plethora of self-deceiving remarks, found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, Wukong's proactive approach spared Piccolo the need to ponder for an extended period to devise a way to persuade Wukong to join forces with him. "Since you have requested my assistance, I shall join you in dealing with that arrogant fellow," Piccolo said, crossing his arms and turning his back to Wukong. Delighted by Piccolo's agreement, Wukong grasped his hand and immediately soared towards Raditz. Watching Wukong and Piccolo depart, Shao turned to the others and cheerfully said, "What are you all standing around for? Quickly prepare some snacks and drinks. Let us enjoy the spectacle together." The others, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat. Thinking Shao's suggestion was rather inappropriate, how could they merely watch the battle while Wukong and Piccolo were engaged in combat? At the very least, they should accompany it with barbecued delicacies and barley tea to truly savor the experience. As the group busied themselves, an array of fruits and sodas soon adorned the beach, while Krillin busied himself with grilling. Meanwhile, Shao was concocting a pot of seafood soup, for how could one neglect seafood by the seaside? Just as Shao was preparing the soup, Old Ghost, who was close to Kame Sinin, rushed over to Shao, pleading, "Lord Shao, the turtle in your hands is my 92nd great-grandson. I beg you to spare it." Observing the hefty turtle in his grasp, and then glancing at the elder turtle, Shao, recognizing the elder's earnest plea, decided against consuming the turtle and released it, prompting an outpouring of gratitude from the elder. Soon, the delectable seafood soup was ready, and the long table was filled with skewers and large chunks of grilled meat. After a joyful toast, everyone, except for 3 children, a kitten, and a piglet who could not partake in alcohol, delightedly sipped their barley tea. The refreshing barley tea paired with barbecue was a match made in heaven. Amidst laughter and conversation, they feasted while eagerly anticipating the thrilling battle unfolding before them. On the other side, despite Wukong and Piccolo's alliance, Raditz maintained his upper hand. Upon witnessing the feast being held at Kame House, he was infuriated, vowing to annihilate them afterward. After forcing the two back once more, Raditz furiously exclaimed, "You two fools! Can't you see that your friends are feasting without a care for your lives?" Wukong and the others were indeed aware of the situation at Kame House. Had Shao not been present, Wukong might have worried about the safety of their friends. However, with Shao there, Wukong felt assured even if they were hosting a grand banquet or a dance party. Piccolo felt even more liberated. Knowing Shao was nearby, he fought with abandon, confident that even in defeat, Shao would have their backs, allowing him to unleash his full potential. On an unknown planet, 2 scions, Vegeta and Nappa, were indulging in raw flesh when they suddenly realized Raditz's communication had been interrupted. Vegeta furrowed his brow and remarked, "Didn't Raditz go to Earth? Why has his communication ceased so abruptly?" Nappa, biting into a native's limb, disdainfully replied, "That fool is likely dead by now, with such low battle power. Even on a remote planet, an unexpected demise is not out of the question, ha ha ha." As Nappa chuckled heartily, Vegeta, deep in thought, decided, "We should go check on Earth." Discarding the half-eaten meat, he stood and made his way to the small spaceship. Nappa was taken aback, puzzled as to why Vegeta wished to visit Earth. After all, it was merely a small planet on the edge of the galaxy, barren and inhabited by weak humans. Prince Wei, Nappa began, but Vegeta interrupted. I do not wish to repeat myself. Watching Vegeta board the spaceship, Nappa mumbled, even if you want to repeat it. There's no need for us to visit that weak planet. However, just as he finished speaking, his power detector relayed Vegeta's voice. Next time you speak behind someone's back, remember to turn off the communication function. I understand, Nappa stammered, hastily disabling the communication feature before discarding his food and rushing back to the ship. As the two small spaceships departed, Shao had initially believed that by disabling Raditz' communication device, Vegeta and Nappa would not come to Earth, yet it appeared that this assumption had not altered their course. At the banquet, Shao remained unaware of their impending arrival, and even if he were to learn of it, he would merely sigh, lacking any sense of anxiety. After all, even if he took no action, Vegeta and Nappa would inevitably arrive, wouldn't they? Observing the fierce battle unfolding on the ocean, Shao called out to Wukong. Hey, Wukong. Are you not going to finish off that guy soon? We are about to devour all the food. Upon hearing Shao's words, although Wukong was eager to eat, he found himself too preoccupied to respond. Despite Wukong and Piccolo holding their ground against Raditz, they were acutely aware that they had already expended their utmost effort. In contrast, Raditz, while growing weary, still possessed the stamina to engage in several more rounds of combat. Noticing Wukong and Piccolo struggling to communicate amidst their battle, Tianjin Han, observing from afar, called out, Wukong, why are you two still wearing weighted clothing while fighting? Startled by Tianjin Han's exclamation, Wukong and Piccolo momentarily froze. Having grown accustomed to the presence of their weighted clothing, they had completely forgotten to remove it during their fierce struggle. Reminded, the two swiftly disentangled themselves from Raditz's grasp and, much to Raditz's astonishment, discarded their weighted gear. Feeling unencumbered, the two loosened their necks and relaxed their bodies, adopting the demeanor of youthful ruffians poised for battle as they faced Raditz. Piccolo, with a smirk, declared, Now, the fight enters its second phase, you scoundrel. With that, Piccolo unleashed a surge of energy, doubling his power from before, and swiftly charged at Raditz, delivering a punch aimed at his face, which Raditz managed to block with one hand. Yet, Raditz was shaken to his core. Piccolo's punch was more than double the strength of the previous one. Was it truly possible for a mere mortal to achieve such feats? Merely shedding his weighted clothing had resulted in a remarkable surge in combat prowess. Raditz was overwhelmed with frustration, and what exacerbated his ire was the fact that, after Goku joined the fray, he found himself increasingly subdued. This situation ignited a furious blaze within Raditz, yet he could do little more than endure the onslaught. After several minutes of relentless battle, the surface of the sea bore witness to the devastating energy waves unleashed by the trio, scattering numerous fish, while many turtles floated belly up, much to the distress of an old sea turtle observing the chaos. Despite this, Goku and Piccolo managed to thoroughly dominate Raditz, bruised and battered. Raditz was cast upon the beach, while Goku hastened to the long table to indulge in a meal, leaving Piccolo disdainfully standing over Raditz's back. Subjected to such a profound humiliation, Raditz longed to annihilate everyone present to ensure that the world would forever forget this disgraceful chapter of his existence. Shao approached Raditz, who glared at him with palpable fury. Before Raditz could utter a word, Shao interjected, You ought to be thankful that it was not I who engaged you. Had I intervened, you would already be dead. With that, Shao released a fraction of his formidable aura, pressing it down upon Raditz. Though Raditz's power detector was now inoperable, he could still sense the overwhelming pressure. Otherwise, the Scions would never have comprehended the terror of Frisia. Why is your power so immense? Raditz gulped, unable to accept that someone with a mere power level of 5 could exhibit such arrogance before him. Yet, with the detector malfunctioning, he had no choice but to inquire. Oh, my power has always been this formidable. The low readings you observed were merely a technique of my training, Shao replied, deliberately omitting that he had intentionally suppressed his strength. It was now up to Raditz to discern whether he possessed the innate talent for combat to grasp the truth behind Shao's words. Recognizing he was outmatched, Raditz conceded, Fine. I admit defeat. Do with me as you will. However, Shao showed little interest in Raditz's surrender, stating, I could spare you, but remember, it was not I who defeated you. It was your brother and the one standing atop you. If you wish to live, seek their mercy. Upon hearing this exchange, Goku struggled to swallow his food and asserted, I have already defeated him. I have no objections. Shao turned to Piccolo, who snorted in response. Retracting his leg from Raditz' back, and indignantly declared, "Why do you look at me? Do you wish for me to play the villain and finish him off? Though I am the Demon King, I will not engage in such acts. Humph, I have avenged my grievances. I shall take my leave." With that, Piccolo soared into the sky, departing into the distance. Goku lamented, "He leaving? Isn't he coming over to eat?" Disregarding Goku's comments, Shao extended a hand toward Raditz. Raditz, however, did not accept it, instead rising from the ground with a huff. Shao shrugged off the slight. As Raditz prepared to depart, Shao called out, "Come here, I have something to discuss with you." Though reluctant, Raditz followed Shao to a secluded spot away from the others. Shao discreetly revealed to Raditz the method by which the Scions could transform, as well as the tragic fate of planet Vegeta and the demise of his father during that cataclysmic event. Raditz was left astounded, not by the truth of his planet's destruction or the loss of his parents, but by the realization that Earthlings possessed knowledge of the Scion transformation technique. However, understanding that his brother had lived on Earth for many years, he began to comprehend. He gazed at Shao with a peculiar expression, puzzled as to why Shao divulged such information. Yet Shao had his own motives. After sharing this knowledge, he gestured for Raditz to leave, but not before warning him to depart Earth swiftly. Otherwise, should he bring destruction to the planet, Shao would not hesitate to take action against him. After Raditz's departure, the banquet concluded. On their way back, the children opted to take a taxi home. How they would manage transportation from the isolated Kame house was their own concern. Meanwhile, Shao and the others returned via the thundercloud. Along the way, the two women nestled against Shao, and Bulma curiously inquired, "Why did you let that villain go? You must realize that had your strength not been formidable, he might have indeed carried out his threats to eradicate all Earthlings and sell the planet to wealthier extraterrestrials." Regarding this query, Shao harbored his own thoughts. Scions possessed the ability to transform into Super Scions. His decision to release Raditz was, in essence, a strategic investment. Should they encounter a powerful adversary in the future and find themselves outnumbered, perhaps Raditz would come to their aid, provided he managed to reform during this period. However, given Raditz's current disposition, Shao had little faith in his ability to improve. He suspected Raditz would either continue to serve as Frisia's lackey or retreat to a remote planet to focus on the transformation technique he had mentioned. Nonetheless, Shao surmised that the greater likelihood was Raditz returning to Frisia's ranks to continue his role as a mindless warrior. However, even in this scenario, Shao would suffer no loss. Do not forget, he has already claimed to be Goku's brother. Would you have me betray that trust and slay him after allowing Goku to release him? Shao remarked nonchalantly. Bulma, upon hearing this, recalled the point but remained dissatisfied, saying, "But his very statement raises doubts. How can we be certain he truly is Goku's brother? What if he is not?" Shao, amused, replied, "Whether or not he is of kin matters little. Having witnessed our strength, allowing him to return means he poses no threat. Moreover, if he brings stronger allies, is that not even better?" He then turned his gaze toward the direction in which Goku had departed and added, "Would this not satisfy Goku's insatiable desire for battle?" As he contemplated, Shao addressed Bulma and Shao Ye, saying, "You both should return. I have a matter to attend to." Just as Shao prepared to take flight, Shao Ye grasped his arm and asked, "Where are you going? Can't we accompany you?" Bulma also turned her attention to Shao. After a moment's consideration, Shao shook his head. "I am headed to the heavenly realm to discuss a few matters with the deity. I shall return shortly, so there is no need for you to follow." Upon hearing this, Bulma and Shao Ye released their hold on Shao. The heavenly realm, with its scarce oxygen, was not a desirable destination for them. Moreover, since Shao assured them he would return after a brief conversation, they decided not to impede his departure. Departing from the thundercloud, Shao flew toward the heavenly realm, but not before diving into the sea to gather some gifts from Master Karen. After all, nurturing a good relationship with Master Karen was always beneficial. Upon reaching the base of Karen Tower, Shao greeted the father and son duo of Bra and Goku, then ascended the tower. Although Master Karen immediately complained that the tower was meant to be climbed rather than flown, he acquiesced to Shao's actions upon seeing the multitude of gifts he had brought. Flying to the celestial realm, Shao Ye soon encountered the deity. Without waiting for Shao Ye to speak, the deity already comprehended the purpose of his arrival. With a grave tone, the deity remarked that he had witnessed the confrontation between Wukong, Piccolo, and the extraterrestrial beings. He expressed uncertainty about the arrival of more cosmic entities in the future and proposed to take Shao Ye to the Kaiwang for training. What does the Kaiwang offer? Shao Ye inquired. A small planet with 10 times the gravity, along with teachings of the Kaiwang fist and the spirit bomb. While these prospects were undeniably enticing, Shao Ye believed he could discover even superior training environments on Earth. Moreover, he was currently honing his mastery over his energy. And though the Kaiwang fist and spirit bomb were formidable techniques, he understood the wisdom in not overextending oneself. Thus, he resolved to set a modest goal of reducing his energy to zero while still being able to fly before pursuing advanced martial arts at the Kaiwang. Fully aware that he was not a scion and could not simply grow stronger without combat, Shao Ye shook his head in response to the deity, expressing his gratitude for the deity's care. However, I am currently focusing on refining my control over my energy. While training at the Kaiwang may significantly enhance my power, it could also impede my mastery over my energy. Therefore, I do not plan to go at this time. The deity, puzzled by Shao Ye's reluctance, directly queried him. If you do not wish to go, then why have you come to the celestial realm? As they stood at the edge of the celestial realm, gazing down, Shao Ye explained, my potential must be developed step by step. I understand that an individual's potential is not limitless. Neglecting to explore it rapidly can lead to the loss of talent. This revelation only deepened the deity's confusion. In his eyes, Shao Ye possessed the greatest potential he had ever witnessed. For Shao Ye to claim there existed someone with even greater potential was perplexing. Oh, who is this person you speak of? The deity inquired eagerly, eager to learn of this individual with formidable potential unknown even to him. Without hesitation, Shao Ye responded, it is Wukong. Do you not find Wukong's potential remarkable? He then recounted Wukong's previous fluctuations in combat power. The deity nodded, acknowledging that he had previously considered Wukong's strength substantial, but had been unaware of the magnitude of his transformations. If Shao Ye recommended Wukong for training at the Kaiwang, the deity resolved to heed his advice, stating, in that case, I shall take Wukong with me. If you ever feel ready, let me know, and I will bring you along as well. Though the deity agreed to take Wukong, he contemplated whether he could accommodate both Shao Ye and Wukong at the Kaiwang. For the sake of Shao Ye, a pure-hearted Earthling, he was determined to ensure Shao Ye's passage to the Kaiwang, even if it meant compromising his own dignity. Unbeknownst to Shao Ye, the deity's intentions were set. Feeling grateful, he expressed, thank you so much, deity. I shall return now to continue my training. With that, Shao Ye departed the celestial realm, and the deity swiftly vanished to fetch Wukong for their journey to the Kaiwang. While Shao Ye remained uncertain if Vegeta and the others would return to Earth, he felt a sense of readiness. His spirits elevated as he increased his flying speed. Chapter 79. The young girl Sinuo in the blink of an eye. Over 6 months had passed since Raditz left Earth. Shao Ye continued his training in the depths of the ocean and other polar extremes on Earth. Despite remarkable progress in his strength, he recently sensed that his combat power seemed to have hit a plateau. After ascending from a deep abyss, Shao Ye exhaled softly. He realized that these polar regions no longer seemed to benefit his training, and his precise control over his energy could only be compressed to a level of 3. With a considerable distance remaining to reach 0. How peculiar. Have I truly reached my limit? He shook his head, preparing to return home when he noticed that he was not far from the Beiji capital's base. Although he often communicated with the base, he had not visited in 6 years and was curious about its current state. With this thought, he altered his course and flew toward the Beiji capital's base. After 2 hours, Shao Ye arrived in the perpetually snowy landscape, stepping onto what appeared to be an unchanging territory. He marveled at how swiftly time had passed. 6 years had flown by. Not long after, he approached a house situated closest to the village entrance. Observing that the house remained unchanged, he smiled softly and knocked on the door. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed from within. When the door opened, a strikingly beautiful girl with red hair emerged. Upon seeing Shao Ye, who donned leather attire and appeared considerably more robust than 6 years prior, her face lit up with joy, and she leaped into his arms exclaiming, "Brother Shao Ye, you finally came to see me. This is wonderful." While Shao Ye could surmise that this was Sinuo, the little girl who had scarcely reached his waist at the time, her exuberance caught him slightly off guard. You are Sinuo," he gently set her down and asked. Yes, Sinuo exclaimed, her recognition bringing her immense joy as she nodded fervently. After placing the now taller Sinuo back on her feet, Shao Ye affectionately ruffled her hair, remarking, I cannot believe the little girl I once knew has grown into such a graceful young lady. You truly astonish me. Sinuo, flattered by Shao Ye's praise, blushed slightly. However, she quickly remembered something and pulled him into the house, saying, "Brother Shao Ye, it's windy and cold outside. Let us talk inside." Once inside, she closed the door. Although the cold outside had no effect on Shao Ye, the warmth of the room brought him comfort. As Sinuo led him to the sofa, he noticed her parents were absent. Shao Ye had not come solely to see Sinuo. He was also there to check on the burly man he had previously appointed as Miss Ruta's supervisor. Naturally, he could not directly inquire about the man in Sinuo's presence, especially since she was so delighted to see him. He would not want to dampen her spirits. As they settled down, Sinuo leaned closer to Shao Ye. Her eyes filled with admiration as she spoke. "Brother Shao Ye, ever since you left, I heard you became the adventure king within just 2 years. You cannot imagine how happy that made me. In order to become a great adventure king like you, I have been training diligently since then, dreaming of one day being as extraordinary as you." With that, Sinuo stood up and began to unbutton her clothing, intending to showcase the results of her years of training. Had Shao Ye not known that she was merely revealing her physical achievements, he might have found himself lost in thought. In no time, Sinuo was left in only a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and Shao Ye observed her well-defined muscles. He nodded appreciatively, acknowledging the dedication it took to maintain such a physique. Proudly, Sinuo declared, "In addition to my training, I often spar with Uncle Hu and the soldiers in his squad. I can defeat them all." Shao Ye, skeptical, responded, "I suspect they might have been letting you win, allowing you to triumph over them." Sinuo immediately retorted, "That is not the case. We fight very seriously." Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, the admiration that Sinuo held for herself piqued Shao Ye's interest, as he believed she would not deceive him. Approaching Sinuo, he gently squeezed her muscles, discovering their firmness, indicative of considerable strength. After clearing the seating in the living room, Shao Ye said to Sinuo, "In that case, I possess a set of martial arts. Let us see if you can practice alongside me." With that, he asked Sinuo to step back, adopting a serious demeanor as he began to demonstrate a martial arts routine specifically designed to test muscular strength. This routine was meant for individuals whose muscle strength met a certain standard. Those lacking sufficient strength would be unable to complete it. Shao Ye had learned this martial art in another world, regrettably unable to master it at the time, which precluded him from joining a grand sect of that realm. Had he succeeded, his current abilities would surely have surpassed what they were now. Soon, Shao Ye completed the martial arts sequence. Though the movements were deceptively simple, their simplicity posed a greater challenge to muscular strength. Looking at Sinuo, he inquired, "Have you memorized it all?" Sinuo nodded in response. Observing this, Shao Ye proposed, "If you can execute this sequence flawlessly, I shall take you as my disciple." This was not merely a whimsical decision. Shao Ye had recently felt a sense of stagnation in his own progress and wished to impart his martial knowledge to others. While Sinuo's face radiated joy, he detected a hint of disappointment in her eyes, leaving him perplexed about her feelings. He refrained from speculating, believing his stay would be brief. After instructing Sinuo, he planned to visit Masaluda and then depart, uncertain of when he might return. By that time, Sinuo would likely have married, rendering such concerns moot. Seated on the sofa, Shao Ye watched as Sinuo diligently practiced the martial arts. The more he observed, the brighter his eyes shone. She was indeed a prodigy in martial arts, and he was already contemplating accepting her as a disciple. Chapter 80. The Unruly Disciple Sinuo. Before Sinuo completed the strength-testing martial arts sequence, Shao Ye's intention to accept her as a disciple was somewhat casual. However, upon witnessing her performance, he genuinely desired to take her under his wing. Although Sinuo's innate capabilities were not on par with his own or those of Wukong, nor did she compare to extraterrestrials such as Tianjin Fan or Kellen as a pure Earthling. She exhibited remarkable talent. While Shao Ye himself was also a pure Earthling, he was not originally from this world. He would not be surprised if he suddenly found himself transported elsewhere, just as he had arrived here. Holding Sinuo's warm hand, Shao Ye found it difficult to part with her. Such a promising disciple made him eager to impart all his knowledge, wishing for her to become a formidable warrior akin to Kellen. As for why she did not match his strength, Shao Ye attributed it to the numerous enhancement orbs he had consumed and years of rigorous training in extreme conditions, which were not achievable by the average individual. However, this gesture led Sinuo to misunderstand, thinking Shao Ye's actions stemmed from affection. Although she had heard from Wukong that Shao Ye had a girlfriend, he had not brought her along. Furthermore, happiness was something one had to strive for. Thus, while Sinuo wore a cheerful smile, her mind began to devise plans to win Shao Ye's heart. After gently patting Sinuo's hand, Shao Ye intended to initiate the traditional disciple ceremony. Yet, considering that this world was unlike the previous one, and the knowledge he possessed was eclectic and somewhat forgotten, he decided against it. Instead, he simply requested Sinuo to serve him tea, signifying her acceptance as his disciple. Although Sinuo complied, she was puzzled as to the significance of this action. Despite Shao Ye's verbal commitment to take her as a disciple, she reasoned that without performing the customary rites, she did not truly belong to him and could still aspire to be his wife. With her mind racing with possibilities, Sinuo's smile was misinterpreted by Shao Ye as joy. After the ceremonial tea was served, he promptly began teaching her the fundamentals of martial arts. Sinuo grasped the concepts swiftly, practicing several times until Shao Ye was satisfied with her understanding. He then proceeded to teach her the intricacies of utilizing qi. While everyone possesses qi within their bodies, not all can master its application as effortlessly as Shao Ye. By imparting his knowledge, Shao Ye expedited Sinuo's learning process significantly. In just one afternoon, Sinuo fully comprehended the application of qi. However, mastering it required extensive practice, devoid of shortcuts, a stage Shao Ye himself was currently navigating. Of course, should Sinuo enhance her strength to 300, even if she could not yet control her qi to the point of remaining agile, Shao Ye would eventually teach her advanced techniques. Teaching her such methods prematurely would only lead to confusion. After instructing Sinuo, Shao Ye gazed proudly at his first disciple and began inquiring about her parents. In response, Sinuo revealed that they resided within Masaluda, along with many others from their village, drawn by the more temperate climate within, contrasting the perpetual winter outside. Contrary to assumptions that people living in a snow-laden environment enjoyed the weather, they, like any ordinary individuals, sought comfort and warmth. As for Sinuo's decision to reside outside, it was her way of challenging herself. Initially, Shao Ye had intended to gather more information about her parents before heading to Masaluda. However, Sinuo suggested they rest for the night at her place before departing, assuring him that her cooking was delightful. Shao Ye, known for his discerning palate, was intrigued by her offer, as he could appreciate food but was not easily impressed. Considering Sinuo's insistence on her culinary skills, he decided to stay and sample her cooking. As time passed, the dining table was filled with dishes prepared by Sinuo. The aroma wafting from the food was enticing, and as they sat down, Sinuo personally helped Shao Ye remove his outer coat, which would otherwise hinder his dining experience. Being attended to by his newly accepted disciple brought Shao Ye a sense of joy in his role as a mentor. Afterward, Sinuo draped a scarf around him, which he accepted graciously, recognizing it as her thoughtful gesture. As they began to eat, Shao Ye sampled Sinuo's creations and was pleasantly surprised by their quality, deeming them superior to the dishes prepared by many renowned chefs hired by Bulma. This meal brought him great satisfaction. After indulging in a fulfilling dinner and enjoying a soothing hot bath, Shao Ye lay in bed, ready to sleep. However, Sinuo stealthily entered the room, leaving Shao Ye exasperated, as he had previously declined her suggestion to share his bed. Unexpectedly, she managed to slip in again. Just as Shao Ye rose to escort Snow out, he discovered that she was clad in remarkably alluring attire. Noticing that her seductive outfit had captivated his attention, Snow felt a sense of pride in her ability to enchant Shao Ye. Consequently, she became bolder, approaching him with a sultry gait and enticing him further. With her advances, Shao Ye could no longer restrain himself and promptly embraced Snow, retreating to the warmth of the bed, where the atmosphere thickened with springtime allure, accompanied only by the sweet, innocent sounds of the girl. After a night of passionate fervor, a restored Shao Ye gazed at the enchanting figure beside him. He gently tapped her on the midsection, rousing Snow from her slumber. She gazed at him with a look of reproach, bewildered as to why he had struck her. With a cold snort, Shao Ye chided. "You ungrateful disciple, after merely one day of apprenticeship, you dare to act in such a manner towards your master. This is a disgrace to our sect. I shall expel you from my tutelage." Having been expelled from the sect so early in the morning, one might expect fear from another, yet Snow seemed delighted. Wrapping herself around Shao Ye like a beautiful serpent, cooing, "Oh master, if you expel me, does that mean you intend to marry me?" It was rather unexpected that this young lady, after a night of wild abandon, would dare to challenge him. Shao Ye resolved to impart a profound lesson, while secretly vowing to be more discerning and choosing disciples in the future, lest he endure another wayward apprentice. The small room was soon filled with a renewed vigor, only ceasing when the snowflakes outside transformed from heavy, downy flakes to swirling wisps. Chapter 81. The role of the northern base. It should have been well past noon. Yet the northern capital was perpetually shrouded in snow, and the sun had only just begun to rise, casting a bright but not warm light. Snow, still nestled on Shao Ye's chest, continued to sleep soundly, much to his chagrin. After a gentle embrace and a brief morning workout, she finally yawned and fully awoke. "Why are you such a heavy sleeper? How will you practice martial arts in the future?" Shao Ye reprimanded, tapping her nose. However, since taking Snow under his wing, she had seemingly transformed into a more passionate and alluring version of herself, devoid of the youthful exuberance he had first encountered. "Oh, master, did you not just expel me from the sect? And isn't it your fault?" "Your spirited instruction has exhausted me," Snow replied, her demeanor enchanting enough to nearly provoke Shao Ye into a spirited duel. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Though I have expelled you, do you not wish to grow stronger? You must understand that the earth is fraught with peril. Under certain circumstances, I may be unable to protect you." "Peril? What calamities beset the earth? You wouldn't deceive me, would you, Shao Ye?" Snow swiftly changed her tune, clearly skeptical of his words. In response, Shao Ye, with a sense of resignation, recounted the events of the past 2 years, particularly the invasion by the Kalak and the transformation of humans into monstrous beings, which he shared with her in full. Though Snow came to believe Shao Ye's accounts, she remained unaware of the truth regarding humans becoming monsters. In her remote Arctic locale, the malevolent energies had yet to reach her, having been purified by the celestial waters of the gods, thereby sparing the residents of the northern capital from calamity. After sharing so much, Shao Ye glanced at the sky and urged Snow to repeat the martial arts training he had imparted the previous day. He then retrieved prepared provisions from the universal capsule. Upon completing her practice, Snow was just in time for a modest meal. Following their simple repast, Shao Ye and Snow made their way to Masruda, where she had already contacted her father in advance. As they arrived at Masruda, they were greeted by Dr. Dashin, Snow's father, and a villager who had been among the first to follow Shao Ye. Upon seeing Shao Ye's arrival, Dr. Dashin was instantly overcome with emotion. He had initially thought that his collaboration with Shao Ye would be a significant test of his knowledge. To his surprise, he had ended up staying for 6 years. Although he enjoyed a comfortable life, free from the relentless pressure he had faced while working for the Red Ribbon Army, he was still apprehensive of losing this idyllic existence, fearing that one day Shao Ye would dismiss him. Finally, with Shao Ye's arrival, he eagerly approached to inquire what tasks awaited him, feeling increasingly embarrassed about remaining idle. Recognizing Dr. Dashin's concerns, Shao Ye smiled reassuringly before turning to the burly Hans, who was revealed to be Snow's father, a name as unremarkable as any. With Hans and another villager named Tang Bok, they began a tour of the newly constructed Masruda. After a considerable walk, they reached the expansive office reserved for Shao Ye on the top floor. Settling into a comfortable chair, Shao Ye was flanked by Snow and her father on one side, while Tang Bok and Dr. Dashin occupied the other. Opposite him sat the refreshed Tiger Head squad. Although the number of soldiers guarding Masruda had not changed, they had seamlessly integrated into the village life, rendering the need for constant vigilance unnecessary. However, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Shao Ye still assigned them the duty of guarding the premises. "You have all performed admirably over these past years, and the villagers' feedback indicates that you have reformed, which pleases me greatly," Shao Ye commended. The leader of the Tiger Head squad and his soldiers stood tall, their chests swelling with pride at Shao Ye's acknowledgement. Satisfied, Shao Ye waved them off to continue their patrols. Once the soldiers had departed, Shao Ye turned to Hans to inquire about the financial situation of the tower over the years, also revealing a portion of the pirate treasure he had set aside for the development of Masruda. Upon seeing such a vast fortune, Hans's eyes widened in disbelief. "My lord Shao Ye, the funds you had previously directed to us from various media outlets remain unspent, and now you present us with such wealth. We scarcely know how to utilize it. There will be ample opportunities for use, and you may soon discover that it may not be enough," Shao Ye replied nonchalantly. Hans, momentarily taken aback, was left pondering Shao Ye's words. Shao Ye then turned to Dr. Dashin, stating, "Dr. Dashin, I have matters to entrust to you." Upon hearing that he would finally receive a task, Dr. Dashin stood tall, exclaiming, "My lord Shao Ye, I have long been prepared. Please assign me my duties." The enthusiasm of his subordinate pleased Shao Ye immensely. Aware of Dr. Dashan's experience in the creation of artificial beings, Shao Ye proceeded to share his recent struggles with reaching a plateau in his cultivation. After explaining, he noticed Dr. Dashan's troubled expression and clarified, "I am aware of your involvement in the creation of Subject 8, hence my request for your assistance in researching the limits of human potential. If it proves unfeasible." Having eagerly awaited a task from Shao Ye, Dr. Dashan was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. He quickly gestured to Shao Ye, assuring him that he was ready to take on the challenge, despite feeling somewhat daunted by the prospect of shifting his focus to a different field of study. Nevertheless, he resolved to fulfill the first task assigned by Shao Ye. Upon witnessing Dashan's assurance, Shao Ye nodded in agreement. However, in an effort to alleviate some of Dashan's burdens, he suggested that the experiments should focus solely on his unique physique. Understanding Shao Ye's intention, Dashan reiterated his commitment to fulfilling the task and subsequently led Shao Ye to the research laboratory he had meticulously prepared. Previously, Shao Ye had mentioned the concept of research into adventure equipment, but Dashan, uncertain about how to proceed, opted instead to construct a machine capable of scanning Shao Ye's bodily parameters, aiming to tailor equipment specifically for him. Unexpectedly, the initial use of this device was not to create gear, but rather to gather data regarding Shao Ye's physical condition. After some time, Dashan reviewed the substantial collection of data on Shao Ye's physique, becoming increasingly astonished as he realized that Shao Ye's physical metrics surpassed those of an ordinary person by several thousand times. Holding the data, Dashan gazed at Shao Ye and inquired, "Is it truly necessary to further enhance your already extraordinary physical condition? With your current capabilities, you could easily crush an artificial human like Ba Hao with a single hand." Shao Ye shook his head, acknowledging the myriad challenges that Earth would soon face. However, these concerns were not Dashan's to bear. His primary focus should be on developing a potion that could augment Shao Ye's latent potential, which was precisely the purpose of Shao Ye's presence at the northern base. Chapter 82. The Villager's Physical Assessments. After directing Dr. Dashan to research methods to enhance his own potions, Shao Ye exited the laboratory. He had intended to leave after issuing these instructions, but considering that Xinhua was a martial arts prodigy, he wondered if other villagers might also possess similar talents. With a mindset of seizing opportunities, Shao Ye instructed Han Si to gather all the villagers, regardless of age or gender, on the top floor. He had knowledge to impart to them. Accompanied by Xinhua and Tong Buoke, Shao Ye returned to the office on the upper level. Soon, both villagers and the artificial human Ba Hao arrived at the top floor. Observing the nearly 100 individuals gathered, Shao Ye felt relieved that the office was spacious enough to accommodate them, avoiding any awkwardness. After separating the villagers by gender, he brought forth Ba Hao. While Shao Ye held no prejudice against artificial beings, Ba Hao's mechanical components rendered him unsuitable for demonstrating the martial arts strength tests that Shao Ye had devised. Once a clear space was created, Shao Ye initially intended to showcase the techniques himself for the villagers. However, after some contemplation, he decided that Xinhua, being the first to succeed, should take the lead in the demonstration. Under the curious gazes of the villagers, Xinhua confidently removed her outer garment, revealing her flawless physique. Clad in a training outfit, Xinhua exuded an aura of vitality and strength. Following a seamless demonstration of martial arts that lasted several minutes, the villagers were struck by Xinhua's remarkable flexibility and power. Although they had watched her grow up, witnessing her prowess filled them with pride. However, when Shao Ye instructed them to replicate Xinhua's movements, the villagers exchanged uncertain glances. The complexity of the maneuvers, while feasible for Xinhua, proved daunting for them, especially since they had only observed her perform them once. Listening to the villagers' disparate murmurs, Shao Ye felt a twinge of frustration. After a moment of reflection, he turned to Han Si. Embarrassed, Han Si admitted that he could only recall the first half of Xinhua's demonstration. Witnessing the lack of progress from Xinhua's father, Shao Ye felt a pang of disappointment, but still encouraged him to give a demonstration. Despite Han Si managing to perform the initial twisting stretch and subsequent muscle strength movements, he faltered significantly on the third maneuver, and the subsequent attempts were utterly beyond his capability. While Shao Ye felt disheartened, he recognized that Han Si's age was a factor, and thus he allowed him to step back. Next, Shao Ye invited the female villagers to demonstrate, hoping they might provide a pleasant surprise. However, While Sinua's step-by-step guidance was beneficial, many women struggled to execute even the initial movement, with one unfortunate individual even fracturing a bone in the process. Fortunately, with a doctor and Dr. Dashin present, Shao Ye avoided the need to transport anyone to a distant city for medical attention. Learning from the experience with the female villagers, Shao Ye was cautious not to push the male villagers too hard. After ensuring that they would only perform within their limits, he was soon confronted with a similarly disappointing outcome. While a few villagers managed to complete 2 movements, many ended up injuring themselves as well. Though Shao Ye was aware that true genius is exceedingly rare, he had not anticipated that Sinua would be the only exceptional talent within the village. After dismissing the villagers and Han Si, Shao Ye found himself alone in the office, cradling his head in frustration. He had hoped to find a disciple, but the reality was far from what he envisioned. At that moment, Sinua returned to the office, noticing Shao Ye's distressed expression. She approached gently, offering to massage his temples while cheerfully asking, "Brother Shao Ye, are you troubled by the martial training of the uncles, aunts, and those little ones?" "Indeed," he replied. "I had expected there might be 1 or 2 martial arts prodigies among them, but the results have been disappointing." Sinua dismissed his concerns lightly, stating, "Isn't it rather normal? Talents like mine are quite rare." Turning to gaze at the self-satisfied Sinua in her training attire, Shao Ye couldn't help but feel that she exuded a youthful exuberance and grace. Unfazed by his scrutiny, Sinua confidently showcased her physique. Shao Ye chuckled and remarked, "True genius is indeed uncommon. However, it is regrettable that such talents do not favor martial arts." "Who says I don't enjoy martial arts? I will certainly train diligently to become the strongest Earthling under your guidance, Brother Shao Ye," she declared with determination. Shao Ye chuckled, intentionally provoking her. "Very well. Then you must win the championship at the World Martial Arts Tournament before discussing it with me." To further tease her, he added, "I have won the championship for 2 consecutive years." Upon hearing of his remarkable achievements, Sinua's spirit surged, and she declared, "Then I will undoubtedly claim the championship as well." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she added, "Provided that you do not participate again, of course." Shao Ye laughed and nodded in agreement. Even if he abstained from competing, the world was not solely populated by him, a martial arts expert. He was curious to see how Sinua would fare against other skilled fighters. Noticing Shao Ye's smile, Sinua seized the moment to propose, "Brother Shao Ye, if you wish to teach the uncles, aunts, and others martial arts, must they possess formidable physiques? Perhaps you could first teach them some fundamental techniques, allowing them to train effectively, and once they have strengthened their bodies, you could impart more advanced knowledge." Though Shao Ye had considered this approach, he had only contemplated taking on disciples. Now, upon Sinua's suggestion, he reflected and deemed her proposal feasible. While he may not take on disciples, empowering the villagers could ultimately benefit him as well. With a smile, Shao Ye replied, "Your suggestion is excellent. I will inform them immediately." As Shao Ye prepared to inform the villagers of his plans, he was charmingly detained by Sinua, who coyly remarked, "Brother Shao Ye, with such a splendid idea, shouldn't we celebrate?" Hearing Sinua's alluring tone and noticing the glimmer in her eyes, Shao Ye understood her intentions all too well. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his arms and passionately kissed her. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, but within the lofty tower, the atmosphere was filled with sweet murmurs of affection. In Chapter 83, the solution to the bottleneck in combat power, after spending several days in the northern capital, Shao Ye taught the villagers a simple form of martial arts before preparing to depart. After all, his purpose was merely to assess the situation, not to reside there permanently. On the eve of his departure, Sinua once again shared an impassioned night with him until dawn. Shao Ye revealed all his circumstances to her, leaving Sinua utterly astonished. Although she had known for years that Shao Ye had a girlfriend, she was taken aback to learn he had 2. Could she possibly become the 3rd? When Sinua pleaded with Shao Ye to let her be his girlfriend, he clarified that she was not merely that. She was already his wife, which filled Sinua with immense joy, leading them to spend the entire morning playing together before contemplating their journey. However, given Sinua's current lack of strength and Shao Ye's own rigorous training, he decided against taking her with him as he left the northern capital. Watching Shao Ye ascend into the stormy clouds, Sinua resolved to become powerful enough to impress him, recalling Dr. Deshan's work. She remembered that Shao Ye had tasked Dr. Deshan with researching enhancement potions, and she contemplated secretly obtaining some for herself. As traditional training was proving to be exceedingly slow, Unbeknownst to Shao Ye, Si Nua's intentions would have prompted him to advise Dr. Deshawn to keep a close watch on her. After all, enhancement potions were meant to bolster one's muscles, and he did not wish to return to find a muscular woman stronger than himself. Upon returning home to the western capital, his children greeted him with great enthusiasm. Except for Shao Ye, who was engrossed in her experiments. Only Bulma came forward. After scanning Shao Ye with a combat power detector, she was astonished to discover that his power had reached 12,000, with his physique soaring to 5,000. This was remarkable progress in just half a year. Bulma, enamored, grasped Shao Ye's hand and inquired, "My dear, with such strength, will you still venture out to train? Strong?" If Shao Ye were unaware of the science, the extraterrestrial Frisia, the android cell, or the myriad challenges that lay ahead, he might have considered himself incredibly powerful and perhaps would have chosen to revel in his prowess rather than continue training. Embracing Bulma, he sent the children off to study magic before retreating to their room to spend a delightful afternoon together. When Shao Ye emerged from the laboratory that evening, she was overjoyed to see Shao Ye had returned and leaped into his arms, expressing the agony of longing she had endured during his absence. Both women soon learned of Shao Ye's impressive combat power and assumed he would cease his training. However, Shao Ye shook his head, addressing them. "Lately, I have felt a sense of unease. Perhaps a great calamity approaches. With my current strength, I may not be adequate. Thus, for your sake and for the world, I must continue to train and break through my current limitations." When the subject of overcoming bottlenecks arose, Shao Ye was the most knowledgeable, believing she could develop enhancement orbs. With such orbs, any bottleneck would become trivial. Yet, when Shao Ye proposed this method, Shao Ye promptly rejected it. He had no desire to revert to a muscular behemoth. Despite the fact that some found that form appealing, he did not include himself among them. Disappointed by Shao Ye's refusal, Shao Ye lamented, as she genuinely adored the muscular form of Shao Ye. Returning to the matter at hand, Bulma then asked Shao Ye, "If you do not intend to use enhancement orbs, how will you continue to break through?" In truth, Shao Ye had contemplated this dilemma, as he had already explored the polar regions on Earth. Now, seeking to advance, he had two potential avenues. One was to locate a stronger polar region for training. Although this would be a challenge, Bulma could create a gravity chamber with thousands of times the gravity. While the environment of the gravity chamber might not match that of a polar region and would not aid in the precise control of energy, it would still be better than nothing. The second option was to discover a more advanced method of energy training, which the Supreme Kai had previously recommended he pursue on Planet King, though Shao Ye had declined that offer. The thought of the enchanting figure of the beautiful scientist crossed his mind. It had been 3 years since he last visited her, and he wondered how she was faring. Reflecting on the beautiful scientist, Shao Ye glanced at Shao Ye, realizing that her magic might be capable of healing the ailments afflicting the scientist. Shao Ye had been in this world for quite some time, and it dawned on Shao Ye that he should have considered this sooner. As the two women observed Shao Ye's contemplative demeanor, their expressions shifting between curiosity and concern, Bulma was about to speak when Shao Ye interjected. Taking Bulma's hand, he asked, "Bulma, I know you are a brilliant scientist. Can you simulate the conditions of those polar environments and create one with immense gravity?" Bulma, momentarily taken aback, replied, "I am a genius, not a deity. How could I possibly create such a thing? However, I can indeed construct a gravity chamber, as the technology exists aboard the ship. What magnitude of gravity do you desire?" Having witnessed Shao Ye's gravity magic, Bulma understood the extraordinary conditions of the polar regions Shao Ye had visited, prompting her inquiry about the gravity level he sought. After pondering, Shao Ye realized that his primary need was not just gravity, as he also needed to practice energy control. Thus, he could only increase the gravity multiplier, stating, "How about a gravity level of 100 times? 100 times. Upon hearing this figure, both Bulma and Shao Ye were equally astonished. Shao Ye's magic could only enhance gravity by several dozen times. Yet Shao Ye was asking for 100 times for his training. Bulma reached out to touch Shao Ye's forehead, exclaiming, "You're not feverish. Why are you speaking nonsense?" Removing Bulma's playful hand, Shao Ye earnestly addressed them. "Do you think I cannot withstand such gravity?" At this, both women fell silent, realizing that with Shao Ye's current strength, he should indeed be capable of enduring it. Contemplating this, Bulma nodded in agreement. In Chapter 84, The Alien Invasion of Earth. With Bulma's consent, Shao Ye pondered further before visiting the celestial realm to request a set of gravity training suits from the Supreme Kai. Although he was uncertain whether Vegeta and the others would return to Earth, he asked the Supreme Kai to inform Goku to come back after 1 year, just to be safe. The Supreme Kai, intrigued by Shao Ye's plans, could only wonder what was motivating him, but Shao Ye found it difficult to articulate his reasoning. After all, he could hardly confess that he had been inspired by the anime he once watched, lest the Supreme Kai think him mad. Although Shao Ye could not articulate the reasons behind it, the Heavenly God, out of trust in him, acquiesced to his request, leaving Shao Ye deeply touched by this confidence. After obtaining the gravity suit, Shao Ye did not return home immediately, as Bulma needed more time to complete the gravity room. While pondering where to go next, a thought struck him. If Vegeta and his companions were to come to Earth, what were their intentions? After all, in the anime, they came to Earth seeking the Dragon Balls, yet they had no news of them now. Even Raditz was unaware of any Dragon Ball information. Therefore, even if Raditz returned to Vegeta's team, they would not be able to come to Earth. The realization that Vegeta and his companions were unlikely to visit Earth brought a quiet sigh of relief to Shao Ye. For facing an opponent with a combat power exceeding 20,000 in such a short time was indeed daunting. However, he reconsidered, given that he could appear in this world. What if Vegeta and the others came to Earth without reason? Contemplating this dilemma and reflecting on his own combat power of merely 12,000, which was formidable on Earth but still insufficient against Vegeta, who could transform into a great ape with a fighting power of 180,000, Shao Ye felt a resurgence of anxiety. Unable to devise a solution, he turned and flew toward the heavenly realm. This time, however, he did not ascend directly but first visited the Korin Tower. Although he arrived without a gift, which mildly disappointed Master Korin, he was relieved at the prospect of Shao Ye taking Yachirobe away. The rotund fellow had been indulging in food and drink there, much to Korin's dismay, and now, with Shao Ye's intention to take him away, Korin was overjoyed. If it weren't for the absence of firecrackers, he would have celebrated with a few. Yet, Yachirobe was reluctant to leave, enjoying the comforts of his current life far too much to willingly depart for an unknown destination. Nevertheless, Shao Ye's decision was not one Yachirobe could refuse. Despite Yachirobe's agility akin to that of a plump monkey, in the face of absolute power, he could only be dragged away by Shao Ye, who held him by one leg. Upon arriving in the heavenly realm, the heavenly god looked at Shao Ye, bringing a chubby man with curiosity. Shao Ye placed Yachirobe before the heavenly god and said, "Great heavenly god, I present to you a remarkably talented martial artist. Do not be deceived by his rotundity, for he is quite nimble. I bring him here with the hope that you will teach him rigorously, enhancing his abilities." Upon hearing that Shao Ye intended for him to train, Yachirobe immediately protested, leaping to confront Shao Ye, who towered over him. "Hey, just because you're strong doesn't mean you can impose your will on me. I cherish my freedom and have no interest in training. I want to leave." With that, Yachirobe stormed toward the edge of the heavenly realm, and Shao Ye did not attempt to stop him. While Yachirobe would not perish from a fall from Korin Tower, Shao Ye doubted he would survive a leap from the heavenly realm. In the midst of Shao Ye's nonchalance and the heavenly god's confusion, Yachirobe returned, fuming. "Take me down now. I refuse to stay in this prison." Shao Ye chuckled at this and, gripping Yachirobe's collar, once again tossed him at the feet of the heavenly god. With a gentle demeanor, he smiled at the heavenly god. "As you can see, this little rascal is quite stubborn. When you train him, please do not hold back. Make sure to push him to his limits, and if he cannot complete his tasks, deny him food." Shao Ye then turned to the incredulous Yachirobe, continuing, "Great heavenly god, treat him as a servant, so he understands that being a slave is not a desirable fate, contrary to what some well-fed individuals may believe." Upon hearing this, Yachirobe jumped up in outrage, pointing at Shao Ye with wide eyes. You, Shao Ye. I thought we were friends, yet you would treat me this way. From now on, our friendship is over." With a huff, he dramatically threw his sword to the ground and glared at Shao Ye. "Take me down this instant." However, Shao Ye ignored Yachirobe's outburst and addressed the heavenly god. "Do not mind him. That's just how he is. Please train him thoroughly." With that, Shao Ye bid farewell to the heavenly god and flew away from the heavenly realm without looking back, finally feeling a sense of relief from his earlier anxiety. Completely disregarding Yachirobe's anguished cries behind him, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. One day, as Shao Ye was diligently training in the gravity room, Bulma hurriedly rushed in, calling for him. Confused, Shao Ye shut off the gravity and emerged, drenched in sweat, to inquire about the commotion. Bulma presented him with a news segment, showing reporters and workers scouring a desolate area. What are they doing in that wasteland? What is so interesting about it? Shao Ye asked, puzzled. Bulma, realizing his lack of understanding, quickly explained, this is South City, which vanished just a day ago. Moreover, many surrounding cities have also disappeared, and this situation is rapidly advancing toward East City. Could it be that extraterrestrials are invading Earth again? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Shao Ye's alarm bells rang. Could it be that Vegeta had arrived on Earth? But why would they destroy cities instead of seeking out formidable opponents? Turning to Bulma, he instructed, contact Master Roshi and have him inform Krillin and the others to rendezvous with me. Shao Ye, disregarding his sweat, hastily wiped his face with a towel and handed it to Bulma. However, just as he prepared to leave, Bulma grabbed his arm. I've already tried contacting Master Roshi, but the phone has been unreachable. This news startled Shao Ye. Surely they hadn't already gone there and met their demise. The thought propelled him into action as he instructed Bulma to prevent Shao Ai from going, then dashed out of the house. Chapter 85. Thin Yachirobe flying at full speed toward the site of the incident. Shao Ye felt an unsettling foreboding in his heart, fearing that Vegeta and his companions truly had descended upon Earth, and he was unprepared. Hours later, he neared the location, spotting a mushroom cloud rising ominously from the ground. As if taunting him, taking a deep breath to steady himself, Shao Ye released his full power, adopting a grave demeanor before gliding toward the site of the disturbance. Meanwhile, standing in the wasteland, Nappa and Vegeta detected Shao Ye's astonishing power through their scouters. Upon seeing the reading of 16,000, Nappa panicked. He had not expected such a formidable presence in this remote part of Earth. Previously, he had been destroying cities along the way, but now fear gripped him. Vegeta, noticing Nappa's reaction, furrowed his brow and rebuked, "Humph! Fool, what are you afraid of? It's merely 16,000. Once you transform into a great ape, your power will reach 80,000. Why fear him?" Upon being reminded by Vegeta, Nappa recalled that he still possessed a transformation technique. However, he gazed up at the sky, which was still bright with daylight. Not only was the moon absent, but the sun hung directly overhead. Meanwhile, as Nappa grew anxious and Vegeta furrowed his brow, the deity observing the world from the heavens also felt a surge of alarm. He had never anticipated that the premonition from over half a year ago regarding Shao Ye would prove true. A grave situation had arisen, as extraterrestrial beings had indeed invaded Earth. The deity expressed his anxiety, while a lanky individual beside him, devouring pudding, dismissively remarked, "What are you afraid of, old man? Even if aliens are invading Earth, isn't that wretched Shao Ye down there? With him around, everything will be fine." Hearing the thin man's words, the deity sighed and replied with concern, "Shao Ye is presently over there, and judging by his demeanor, it seems he may not be a match for those two extraterrestrials." However, upon hearing this, the thin man's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, there's someone who can defeat that guy Shao Ye? How splendid. If it weren't for my meager strength, I would have sought revenge myself long ago." It was evident that this thin man harbored immense resentment toward Shao Ye. He was none other than Yakilubi, who had been cast into the heavenly realm by Shao Ye over half a year ago. One could only speculate about the inhumane treatment he had endured during this time, transforming him from a once robust figure into the gaunt being he was now. The deity shot him a disapproving glance and said, "You need to descend and assist Shao Ye. Otherwise, if Shao Ye is killed, do you think they will spare Earth?" Yet Yakilubi, upon hearing this, simply turned his head away, nonchalantly continuing to eat his pudding. "I want to go. If those aliens can defeat Shao Ye, then I certainly stand no chance. If they wish to destroy Earth, let them do so. They can't reach me here, so I won't intervene." Seeing Yakilubi's indifference nearly caused the deity to have a heart attack. He kicked him out of the heavenly realm and shouted at the falling Yakilubi, "Hurry and help Shao Ye, or prepare to become a slave to the aliens." However, Yakilubi could hardly hear the deity's words due to his rapid descent. As he screamed, believing he was about to meet his end, he passed by Kalen Ta, where the ever-watchful Kalen Shenron snagged him by the collar, pulling him into the sanctuary. Lying on the ground, Yakilubi gasped for breath. Gradually regaining his composure upon realizing Kalen Shenron had saved him, he immediately threw himself into Kalen Shenron's embrace, wiping tears and snot on him, exclaiming, "I thought I was going to die. Thank goodness you saved me." Kalen Shenron, disgusted, kicked him away and wiped the grime off himself, saying, "You can express your gratitude, but please do not smear your snot on me." As he spoke, Kalen Shinran propped his cane against Yakalubei's back and tossed him a small bag, stating, "Here are some ciendo. You've consumed far too many in the past, and this is all that remains. Take them to assist Shao Ye." Upon realizing the small bag contained ciendo, Yakalubei immediately protested, tossing it back to Kalen Shinran. "I refuse. Who will want to save that guy? I'd rather take revenge on him for sending me to that hellish heavenly realm." Yakalubei crossed his arms, displaying his reluctance, and even sat down with his back turned to Kalen Shinran to emphasize his defiance. Had this been half a year ago, Kalen Shinran might have struggled to deal with such a stubborn Yakalubei. However, having witnessed Shao Ye's firm handling of him, Kalen Shinran understood how to approach the situation. With a smirk, he struck Yakalubei on the head with his cane and tossed the bag of ciendo at him again, saying, "Now, you have two choices. Either take the ciendo to help Shao Ye, or I will throw you down there myself, and you will still help him. So, what will it be?" Rubbing his head, Yakalubei looked incredulously at Kalen Shinran, whining, "Even you are bullying me? I won't pay you any mind." Hearing Yakalubei's peculiar complaint, Kalen Shinran broke into a cold sweat, pondering what kind of treatment the deity had subjected him to over the past 6 months, transforming the obstinate Yakalubei into this state. However, it was unwise to criticize the deity, so Kalen Shinran could only resort to bullying Yakalubei. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Oh, so you've chosen the second option." With that, Kalen Shinran rolled up his sleeves, appearing ready to actually throw Yakalubei down. Realizing Kalen Shinran was serious, Yakalubei grasped the small bag of ciendo and hastily declared, "Wait, I can go down by myself." With that, he dashed downwards as if a fire had been lit beneath him. Before long, Kalen Shinran saw Yakalubei climbing down headfirst along the pillar. Once Yakalubei had truly descended, Kalen Shinran finally looked up at the heavenly realm, contemplating that the deity had likely departed to retrieve Wukong by now. Yet, he wondered whether Shao Ye could hold out until Wukong's arrival. While everyone in the heavenly realm was bustling into action, the warriors on Earth had already set out. In fact, when Baijita and his companions first arrived on Earth, Master Rashi and the others had sensed it immediately. However, they were situated too far from Nandu, and Baijita's destructive capabilities were so effortless that Krillin and his team struggled to keep up with them despite their pursuit. As for Pike, he too had sensed the arrival of Baijita and was hastily making his way towards them, but the distance was too great for him to catch up in time. Chapter 86. Power Standing in Place. Baijita and Naba resembled children awaiting punishment for shattering someone else's window. Soon, Shao Ye approached with a grim expression, seemingly embodying the very essence of the situation. Before long, Shao Ye landed before them, scrutinizing the pair, bald-headed Naba and the shorter Baijita. Everything matched his expectations, save for their unknown combat prowess. Internally, Shao Ye breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no unexpected occurrences transpired, he welcomed Baijita's presence on Earth. Though his misstep had led to the deaths of many in several cities, Shao Ye planned to resurrect them with the Dragon Balls, silently mourning the lost souls for a moment. "Who are you, and why have you come to Earth to wreak havoc?" Shao Ye's voice was low and authoritative as he reprimanded the two, causing Naba, the perpetrator, to avert his gaze. In contrast, Baijita, with an air of arrogance, regarded Shao Ye and declared, "Are you the strongest on Earth? To think such a powerful being exists on this wretched planet. I am eager to test my strength against you." Shao Ye did not acknowledge Baijita, instead directing his attention towards the tall and conspicuous Naba, raising his voice further. "I ask you again, who are you? And why have you come to Earth to cause destruction?" Shao Ye's demeanor resembled that of an adult chastising a child, which irked Baijita. After all, he was the superior. Why was this Earthling directing his attention at Naba? There was a certain narrative surrounding Baijita's short stature, as it was said that in the original anime, he was depicted as a youthful and exceptional scion warrior who had come to Earth to eliminate the unworthy Kakaloot. However, by the time of the Frisia saga, the anime team discovered that Frisia had obliterated Baijita's home planet shortly after Kakaloot's birth, resulting in no new scion children being born after him. Yet, Baijita had already been illustrated as a youthful figure, leading to the irony that, although he appeared young, he was actually 2 years older than Kakaloot and the shortest adult scion of them all. After Shao Ye arrived here, he has not cast a glance at me, always conversing with Naba, and Naba, timid and resembling a child who has erred, incited great ire in Vegeta. He barked at Shao Ye, "Hey you! What are you staring at? I am Vegeta, the prince of the Saiyans. Are you blind?" Only then did Shao Ye turn his head to regard Vegeta, looking down upon him, and then remarked, "Oh, so you're the one, are you? You have come to my planet, destroyed my cities, and slain so many. How do you intend to settle this debt?" "Debt? Humph. We Saiyans have always acted unilaterally. No one has ever demanded repayment from us. Even if someone were to come seeking retribution, we would only settle accounts with the strong." With that, Vegeta contemptuously glanced at Shao Ye and continued, "And you? Do not presume that because you are invincible on Earth, you are truly formidable. In the universe, there are countless beings of your caliber." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Shao Ye felt a tinge of amusement. If his strength were commonplace in the universe, then what was Vegeta? Did he truly believe himself remarkable simply because he could transform into a great ape under the moonlight? "So, you have come to Earth to kill, and you take pride in it?" Although Shao Ye's first encounter with Dragon Ball was through Vegeta, initially thinking he was the protagonist, upon watching the anime, he realized that Vegeta was merely a perennial second fiddle. This perennial second fiddle often acted unexpectedly, always believing himself invincible. He would magnify trivial matters into catastrophic crises for Earth. This made Shao Ye quite disdainful of him, which is why, upon arriving in this world, he pursued Bulma to make her his own. Hearing Shao Ye's words, Vegeta disdainfully glanced at the data on his scouter. It still read 16,000 in battle power. Though this was 2,000 less than his own, Vegeta believed he could still triumph over Shao Ye. "So what? Do you intend to teach me a lesson, Earth Warrior?" With those words, Shao Ye wasted no time, shedding his weighted clothing, revealing his true might of 18,000, equal to Vegeta's. Upon seeing the change in data, Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shao Ye possessed hidden strength, and now Vegeta was unsettled. Shao Ye sneered at Vegeta, saying, "So now? Will you kneel and beg for your release? Or will you obediently settle the accounts for the Earthlings you have slain?" Feeling insulted by Shao Ye's tone, Vegeta turned to Na and commanded, "You go hold him off. I will create the moon." "Huh, me?" Na was clearly lacking in confidence. Even with a battle power of 16,000, he had been intimidated, and now that Shao Ye's strength had risen to 18,000, equal to that of the prince, how could he possibly hold him off? Seeing Na-Ba's reluctance, Vegeta's face hardened. "If you do not go, we may both be killed." Realizing Vegeta was on the verge of anger, Na had no choice but to steel himself. Yet, as Na unleashed his full power and charged at Shao Ye, he was swiftly sent flying by a single blow, landing some distance away, motionless. "Ugh, useless." Vegeta cursed under his breath, not expecting Na to fall so quickly. He intended to create the moon while Shao Ye was momentarily unresponsive. However, Shao Ye was not one to wait for his opponent to prepare. As Vegeta attempted to conjure the moon, Shao Ye dashed to his side, sending him flying with a kick, interrupting his efforts. Though Vegeta stood up unscathed, fury welled within him. He had never encountered such a despicable individual who would interrupt him while he was creating the moon. With no moon to transform into a great ape, Vegeta resolved to defeat this Earth Warrior in a fair fight, demonstrating the pride of the Saiyans. Unbeknownst to Vegeta, however, his boasts had diminished his Saiyan pride in Shao Ye's eyes. "Dare you reveal your name, Earth Warrior?" Vegeta demanded, fixing his gaze on Shao Ye. Shao Ye chuckled coldly in response. "Am I to fear that you will send someone to slay me? Listen well, I am Shao Ye, unchanging in name and nature. Do you understand? Shao Ye. Humph, then prepare to die." Vegeta exclaimed, his immense aura erupting forth, a powerful force sending debris flying around him. With a forceful push, he created a crater beneath him and charged at Shao Ye. Simultaneously, Shao Ye unleashed his own formidable aura, colliding head-on with Vegeta. The impact of their fists produced a sound akin to an explosion. Both were propelled back several meters, but Shao Ye quickly closed the distance again, while Vegeta, unwilling to back down, charged at him once more. As they drew near, their fists rained down upon each other. Initially, Vegeta maintained a balance of offense and defense. But gradually he realized that Shao Ye attacked relentlessly, landing 5 hits for every 2 he managed. With this approach, defeat was inevitable. Vegeta steeled his resolve. If Shao Ye could fight so recklessly, as a Saiyan warrior, he would not be a coward either, and he too would engage in the fray. The two exchanged blows furiously, and Na, feigning death on the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that Earthlings were indeed madmen, resorting to such reckless tactics to see who would fall first. Earth was terrifying. I must return to the universe. Naba, drenched in sweat, crawled slowly, desperate to escape this dreadful planet, wishing never to return. However, just as he turned his head, he found a pair of feet blocking his path. Startled, he feared yet another terrifying Earthling had approached. As he slowly looked up, he discovered a figure clad in black, not an Earthling, but a green-skinned alien. Upon closer inspection, Naba recognized him as a Namekian. He exhaled a heavy breath, checking his scouter to find that this Namekian's power level was merely around 4,000. It turned out that while Shao Ye and Vegeta battled, Piccolo and the Turtle School disciples had already arrived, standing before the crawling alien. Having detected no immediate threat, Naba stood up to meet the gaze of the Namekian. He then noticed several others behind him, a bald man without a nose, another bald man with 3 eyes. And besides the shortest, abnormally pale human, the last one appeared to be a fairly normal Earthling. Earthling? Naba exclaimed, quickly glancing at Yamcha through his scouter. Soon, he relaxed, realizing that although the seemingly normal one was an Earthling, his power level was merely over 2,000, just ordinary trash. You frightened me. I thought all Earth was filled with such monsters. What is a Namekian doing here with some freaks and an Earthling? Naba adjusted his battle attire, as if the earlier crawling was not his doing at all. Upon hearing Naba declare himself a Namekian, Piccolo felt an overwhelming urge to inquire whether he was aware of his own identity. However, it was evident that the current moment was not suitable for such discussions. With a composed demeanor, Piccolo remarked, "You Scions have returned to Earth. Are you here to avenge that wretched Scion Raditz?" Upon hearing Raditz's name, Naba scoffed derisively. He had long advised Vegeta to disregard such a feeble creature, yet Raditz insisted on coming, and now he lay defeated. What right does such a weakling have to demand my vengeance? Spare me the jest. I have come to Earth solely for amusement. Naba's arrival on Earth was indeed coerced by Vegeta, yet he could not reveal this truth. Thus, he fabricated a paltry excuse, attempting to sound more grandiose while sidestepping the reality. The audacity of Naba's words, coupled with the memory of his previous destruction of numerous cities, cast a pall over the faces of those present, with Krillin particularly incensed. He stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your so-called amusement involves slaughtering innocent civilians. You are nothing but demons." In response, Naba sneered contemptuously. If a formidable opponent had spoken to him thus, he would have been filled with dread, knowing that such words often precede death. Yet, the individuals before him were of a different ilk. Demons? Humph. We are the illustrious Scion warriors. Slaying a few weaklings with a power level below 5 is hardly significant. Do you feel guilty for the chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs you slaughter? Krillin found himself at a loss for words against Naba's spurious reasoning. Piccolo, casting a sidelong glance at his inept companion, fixed his gaze on Naba and declared, "Why waste breath on such a bloodthirsty and vile race? Let us unite and defeat him, then proceed to assist Shao Ye." With that, Piccolo unleashed his full energy, his black-weighted clothing shattering instantly. The dumpling-shaped creature standing behind him was showered with debris, yet no one paid attention to such trivialities, fixated instead on Piccolo's impressive display. Seeing Piccolo's power surge to 4,000, Naba feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Not bad, Namekian, you have indeed astonished me." But before the words had fully escaped his lips, he launched a sudden attack, sending Piccolo flying. In the astonished gazes of Krillin and the others, he struck each of them with a single blow, sending them all sprawling. Naba then flexed his wrist and remarked, "A bunch of weaklings, pretending to be grand in the face of my 8,000 power level. Now you all whimper like dogs." Before Naba could finish his taunt, a powerful blow struck the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. The assailant was none other than Shao Ye, his face bruised, yet rapidly healing. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay on the ground, his face swollen like a pig's, unconscious. Shao Ye disdainfully spat a mouthful of blood and remarked, "Humph. What Scion warriors? Merely cowards who bully the weak." Seemingly provoked by Shao Ye's words, Vegeta stirred, slowly rising to his feet, his pig-like visage directed at Shao Ye. Just as he was about to retort, he was taken aback. "What is this? Why is it that we both bear the same swollen visage? Yet your injuries heal so swiftly?" In disbelief, Vegeta scrutinized Shao Ye's face, recalling that he had not held back in their previous encounter. Why was it that Shao Ye's face appeared nearly healed while his own remained grotesque? Shao Ye, noticing Vegeta's astonishment, adopted a comical expression and taunted, "Surprised, are you? I possess the ability of rapid self-healing. Striking me will not bring your demise." Upon hearing of Shao Ye's rapid regeneration, Vegeta was thunderstruck. He realized that he had unwittingly fallen into his opponent's trap from the very beginning. With a surge of indignation, Vegeta could no longer contain his fury and let out a deafening roar. An even more formidable energy erupted from him, compelling Shao Ye to raise his hands defensively against the overwhelming force. Chapter 88. A perilous situation. Shao Ye's expression hardened as he unabashedly unleashed his own energy, shouting at the advancing Vegeta, "Do not presume that loud proclamations render you invincible." With that, he charged forward, and the two clashed once more. However, this time, Vegeta had learned from experience. He decided to employ his own fighting style, avoiding the mutual assaults that had previously resulted in both parties suffering. As the battle raged, Vegeta exerted every ounce of his strength in an attempt to breach Shao Ye's defenses. Yet Shao Ye was not one to be easily bested. Despite Vegeta's extensive combat experience, Shao Ye's martial prowess proved equally refined, leaving Vegeta with no openings to exploit. This opponent's combat experience was vast, and his defense impenetrable. Even if Vegeta managed to land a blow or two, Shao Ye's healing ability was simply too extraordinary. Every time Vegeta withdrew his hand, Shao Ye had already recovered. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. The more Vegeta fought, the more anxious he became, desperately seeking a flaw in Shao Ye's defenses to secure victory. He had no desire to continue battling someone with such regenerative capabilities. Sensing Vegeta's urgency, Shao Ye wore a mocking smile, addressing him. "What is this? A proud Scion warrior reduced to such desperation? Are you not aware that haste leads to folly?" What do you mean?" Vegeta was unfamiliar with this adage, as the concept of tofu was non-existent in the universe. Seizing the opportunity presented by Vegeta's momentary distraction, Shao Ye delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying, then looked down upon him, stating, "It means you are far too eager, so much so that you have forgotten the basic tenets of a warrior. Do you not understand that one must never underestimate or rush in battle?" Upon hearing Shao Ye's lecture, Vegeta found himself laughing rather than angered. Rising slowly with his hands behind his back, he replied, "You are right. I have indeed been hasty. But do not forget, one must also not be careless in battle, lest one be caught off guard." With that, Vegeta lowered his hands to the front, revealing a white energy sphere cradled in his right hand. With a grim expression, he addressed Shao Ye. "Do you know that we Scions can transform into great apes during a full moon? The strength we gain in that form is tenfold that of our normal state." Humph, ha! Seeing the artificial moon in Vegeta's hand, Shao Ye's heart sank. He had intended to display his prowess, but found himself outmaneuvered. Shao Ye was well aware of the immense power a Scion possessed in their transformed state. Given that Vegeta's current strength was on par with his own, it indicated that his power would soar to a staggering 180,000 upon transformation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shao Ye dared not delay. He turned to the still observing Piccolo and the others, shouting, "You all need to flee quickly. This fellow is about to enter his berserk mode." Although Piccolo and the others were unfamiliar with the term berserk mode, Yamcha, having witnessed Goku's transformation into a great ape, paled, exclaiming, "This is bad. That guy is also a Scion. He's going to turn into a giant ape." Upon hearing this, Piccolo and the others' expressions shifted dramatically, and they sought to retreat momentarily. Observing their intent to escape, Vegeta erupted into maniacal laughter, tossing the artificial moon into the sky. He looked up at it, not turning his head, and declared to everyone, "Ha ha ha, it's too late now. None of you can escape." As he spoke, Vegeta's body began to undergo a transformation. His mouth elongated, fangs sprouted, and his body swelled, resembling a monstrous form. Just as Vegeta reached the midway point of his transformation, a golden energy wave shot up from the ground, resembling a laser, and instantly obliterated the artificial moon. Upon witnessing this scene, not only was Vegeta taken aback, even the fleeing Bike and his companions stood there, utterly bewildered. Deprived of the moon's illumination, Vegeta's transformation gradually reverted to that of an ordinary human. At this moment, Shao Ye finally broke the silence, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. I thought I was going to perish here," only to realize that destroying that glowing sphere was all it took. Upon hearing Shao Ye's sardonic remarks, Vegeta, filled with rage, turned to confront him. However, before he could utter a single word, he was met with a rapidly enlarging fist. The punch landed squarely on Vegeta's face, knocking him to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. After vanquishing Vegeta, Shao Ye turned to Bike and the others, shouting, "Hey, how long do you intend to stand there? The battle has concluded. Come and assist." Oh, we're coming," responded Bike and his companions as they approached, gazing at the unconscious Vegeta. "What should we do now?" Bike inquired. They found themselves at a loss. Given their current combat prowess, they could neither defeat him nor restrain him. Capturing Vegeta, with his formidable strength, would not be a simple task accomplished with mere ropes. Shao Ye proposed, "How about we just eliminate him?" Upon hearing Shao Ye's suggestion to slay the Scion, the group exchanged glances, before ultimately directing their attention back to him, stating, "This is someone of the same race as Wukong. It seems a bit inappropriate to kill him." "What is inappropriate about it? They are villains, having slaughtered countless cities on Earth. Isn't it entirely reasonable for us to eliminate him? After all, debts must be repaid, and those who take lives should pay with their own. Isn't that a fundamental principle?" Shao Ye expressed nonchalantly. Although he was aware that Vegeta would eventually protect Earth in the later chapters of Dragon Ball, he also recognized that much of the chaos was instigated by Vegeta himself. Furthermore, with his own presence, he was confident he could achieve better outcomes. He could ensure Bulma would bear more children, thereby reducing the planet's calamities, two promises he believed he could uphold. Hearing Shao Ye's words, the group fell silent. Observing their downcast expressions, Shao Ye first turned to Kellen and asked, "Do you also disagree with killing this Scion?" Shao Ye knew that despite Kellen's comedic role, his heart was genuinely committed to protecting Earth, unlike Vegeta, who was solely focused on his own battles. I can't bring myself to do it," Kellen murmured, lowering his gaze in shame, sounding almost timid. In truth, Kellen's apparent disdain for Vegeta stemmed from witnessing his comrades perish before him. Even though he harbored thoughts of protecting Earth, his anger overshadowed those sentiments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been swayed by just a few words from Wukong. However, the situation had changed. Although they were aware that Vegeta and his cohorts had razed numerous cities and the death toll among ordinary people began in the hundreds of thousands, the destruction had been so thorough that not even a scrap of cloth remained. Consequently, with the powerful Shao Ye standing before them and Shenlong backing them up, their anger had lessened, and their desire to kill Vegeta diminished. Chapter 89. Persuasion. With even Kellen opposing the idea of taking action, Shao Ye turned his gaze toward a pile of stones in the distance, calling out, "Yakalubei, how long do you plan to hide? Come out. I offer you a chance to be immortalized in history." Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, everyone looked toward the direction he was focused on. The arrival of the timid Yakalubei was met with skepticism from the crowd. However, soon, a slender figure clad in a loose bathrobe leaped out from behind the stone pile. Had it not been for the katana at his waist, no one would have believed he was Yakalubei. Are you Yakalubei?" Kellen asked, bewildered. Shao Ye, intrigued, turned to Kellen and queried, "Do you know Yakalubei?" Given Kellen's apparent familiarity with Yakalubei, Shao Ye was puzzled. He recalled not having mentioned Yakalubei to Kellen and the others. Kellen nodded. "Of course we know him. After the conclusion of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, while you were away training, we went to the Heavenly Realm to train with the Kami. We encountered him at the Kalen Tower." As he spoke, Kellen cast a perplexed glance at Yakalubei, remarking, "But when we saw him back then, he was quite plump. Why does he appear so thin now?" Upon hearing Kellen's inquiry, Yakalubei bounded over, seizing Kellen by the collar, their noses nearly touching as he glared fiercely into Kellen's eyes, stating, "Why do I look so thin? You should ask this scoundrel what he did to me." Pointing at Shao Ye, Yakalubei, aware that he couldn't hope to defeat him, suppressed the urge to draw his sword. He realized that if he did so, it was highly probable that his katana would end up piercing himself. Seeing Yakalubei's fervent reaction, Kellen felt a bit embarrassed. Although he too was curious about what Shao Ye had done to cause Yakalubei, a once hefty individual, to lose so much weight in a matter of years, he feared that asking would lead to trouble. He could only awkwardly advise Yakalubei, "Isn't it a good thing that you've managed to lose weight over these years? There's no need to be so troubled." "Years?" Yakalubei's eyes widened, bloodshot as he gazed at Kellen, sounding like a patient who had just escaped from a mental hospital. He exclaimed, "What years? I've lost this weight in just 6 months. 6 months. Do you have any idea how I've endured during this half year?" Upon realizing that Yakalubei had lost weight in merely 6 months, Kellen broke into a cold sweat. How had Shao Ye managed to transform a 300-pound man into such a figure in just half a year? Noticing Kellen's horrified expression directed at him, Shao Ye quickly clarified, Hey, don't look at me. I merely facilitated his journey to the heavenly realm. As for how he lost weight, you should inquire with the kami. It was the kami's doing, not mine." Shao Ye's demeanor did little to convince the others. Besides, the kami, being benevolent, was known for expelling evil from within, and now that he stood among them, it seemed implausible that he would engage in such actions. Nonetheless, while they understood the implications, Kellen and the others dared not voice their thoughts. Otherwise, they would offend not only Shao Ye, but also the kami. Regardless of whom they might upset, it would not bode well for them. Shao Ye's strength was unquestionable. And as for the kami, who could endure the wrath of a deity? Ignoring Kellen and the others' silent ponderings, Shao Ye seized Yakalubi, bringing him closer, and with a cold expression, stated, "So, what do you think of the opportunity one offered you to be immortalized in history?" Upon hearing this, the madness faded from Yakalubi's face. Realizing he was at Shao Ye's mercy, he dared not continue his defiance. Casting a glance at the unconscious Baijita, then back at Shao Ye, he muttered dismissively, "I won't kill him. Each of you possesses greater strength than I, yet none of you have taken action. Are you expecting me to shoulder the blame?" Unexpectedly, the slender Yakalubi discerned the underlying reason, prompting Shao Ye to regard him with newfound respect. Shao Ye, shedding his stern demeanor, cheerfully placed Yakalubi on the ground and tenderly smoothed out his wrinkled attire. He remarked, "Oh dear, what a predicament. You see, this individual is the malevolent villain responsible for the deaths of countless innocent people across over a dozen cities. By eliminating him, you would surely earn fame and etch your name into the annals of history." Observing the insincerity in Shao Ye's expression, Yakalubi's suspicion heightened. He was not inclined to believe Shao Ye's deceptive words, squinting his eyes and responding with evident mistrust. "If that is the case, why not take action yourselves?" Feeling the weight of Yakalubi's gaze, Shao Ye averted his eyes, pondering whether to confess that he harbored a dislike for Baijita yet feared the disdain of the esteemed readers if he were to slay him. "Oh dear, why are you so overly concerned? We train in martial arts not merely for fame. My intention is to provide you with an opportunity to become renowned. Otherwise, this chance would be wasted." Shao Ye struggled for a final effort. Otherwise, he might truly have to resort to murder. As Yakalubi contemplated the veracity of Shao Ye's words, a formidable aura surged from a distance, capturing the attention of everyone present except for Yakalubi. Shao Ye and the others turned to face the source of the energy fluctuation. Shortly thereafter, a yellow figure appeared before them, riding on a golden nimbus, swiftly descending from the heavens and landing gracefully before the gathered crowd. "Hello, everyone. Long time no see." Goku greeted with his usual exuberance, oblivious to the wails of countless souls beneath his feet, perhaps unaware that they were on a desolate wasteland. Goku's arrival drew all eyes towards him. Having regained consciousness, Baijita contemplated launching a surprise attack on Sai. Yet, without turning his head, Shao Ye stated, "Now that you're awake, stand up. If you feel you have not been sufficiently punished, we now have an extra participant, ensuring your fists will be well utilized. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing Sa's words, Baijita reluctantly abandoned his plan for ambush. Indeed, one encounter with Sa was already overwhelming, and with another opponent present, escape seemed improbable. Shao Ye turned slowly to regard the standing Baijita, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent, which made Baijita acutely aware that Sa was capable of killing him. He had witnessed such malevolence in the eyes of the native inhabitants of planets he had obliterated. Although those natives lacked the power to kill him, Baijita was certain that this Earthling possessed the capability to end his life, yet he was not prepared to die, for he had unfinished business. "What do you desire?" Baijita spoke in a low tone, recognizing that since Sa had refrained from killing him while he was unconscious, there must be some negotiation to be had, whether born of absurd kindness or something else entirely. In any case, Baijita saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Shao Ye, though uncertain of Baijita's thoughts, offered him a chance, saying, "Do you see the newcomer over there? He is one of your kind. If you can defeat him, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon realizing that Shao Ye genuinely intended to spare him, Baijita felt a surge of joy. However, as he turned to face Goku and assessed his strength with a power detector, his expression darkened instantaneously. "Are you insulting me? He possesses merely over 8,000 in power. Do you think I cannot defeat him?" Shao Ye shrugged in response, "Who knows? But you need not challenge him. However, I will certainly take your life if you choose not to fight. You must think this through. With that, Shao Ye beckoned Goku to approach. Goku, having already felt a surge of excitement at the sight of Vegeta, was eager to engage. I'm here, Shao Ye. Do you want me to defeat this guy? Goku exclaimed enthusiastically, glancing at Vegeta. Observing Goku's escalating energy, Shao Ye nodded in satisfaction. Within just a year, Goku's power had surged from over 600 to 8,000, a remarkable increase achieved despite much of that time spent traveling. Shao Ye pointed at Vegeta and declared, Goku, this is the evil scion who invaded our Earth, destroying numerous cities and slaughtering countless innocents. It is now your responsibility to confront him. Shao Ye's words were laced with a guiding intention. He wished to discern whether Goku harbored a deep-seated hatred for evil or merely desired combat. As anticipated, Goku seemed oblivious to the insinuation, only hearing the challenge to confront Vegeta, eagerly rubbing his hands together. This is fantastic. I've been wanting to fight a strong opponent. Seeing Goku's enthusiasm, Shao Ye shrugged and stepped aside with the others, clearing space for the impending battle. Faced with Goku's eager demeanor, Vegeta felt like a mere plaything, destined to be tossed around. He silently vowed that such a scenario would not repeat itself. After confirming with Shao Ye, Vegeta, confident in his superiority, flashed a sinister smile at Goku, exchanged some taunts, and both combatants entered a state of battle readiness. They unleashed their formidable energies and charged at one another. However, the moment they clashed, the outcome was evident. Despite Goku's power reaching 8,000, he was swiftly sent flying by Vegeta, whose strength was double that of his own. Witnessing Goku's immediate defeat, Krillin and the others were filled with concern. However, the unflappable Shao Ye calmed their nerves, as they realized Goku still had hit to rely on. Rising once more, Goku began to grasp Vegeta's prowess. After shedding his weighted clothing, his power increased by over 1,000. Observers were left speechless at Goku's decision to wear weighted clothing in the face of such a formidable adversary. The second round commenced, and although Goku had removed the weights, the disparity in strength remained evident, resulting in another swift defeat as he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a sizable crater. Like an indomitable insect, Goku emerged from the pit, wiping the blood from his lips, still brimming with fighting spirit as he gazed up at Vegeta soaring above. Surprised that Goku had withstood his powerful assault, Vegeta regarded him with a cruel smile, relishing the presence of a foe who was not easily vanquished. He preferred opponents who could endure. However, before Vegeta could revel in his triumph, he noticed Goku enveloped in a crimson aura. His speed surged, and before Vegeta could react, he found himself being pummeled. Goku propelled Vegeta from the ground to the sky. Then, with his hands together, muscles bulging, he shouted, Kamehameha! A wave of red energy surged forth, aimed directly at the bewildered Vegeta. Sensing the imminent peril, Vegeta quickly regained his composure. Although time was short, he concentrated his energy and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Gallic Gun. In an instant, two energy beams, one crimson and one violet, clashed in mid-air. A stalemate that lasted but a few fleeting seconds. Soon, the violet energy wave began to exert pressure on the red one, advancing towards Wukong. The onlookers on the ground clenched their fists, fervently wishing they could lend Wukong an ounce of strength to help the red energy wave push back against the overwhelming violet one. However, they were oblivious to Wukong's true capabilities at that moment. Meanwhile, in another realm, a rotund old man with antennae on his head, residing on a small planet, observed the scene with clarity. Wukong had unleashed the Kaioken at double its usual intensity, eclipsing Vegeta's power. Yet, he remained wary of the strain it placed on his body. Just as the Kaioken master feared that Wukong's continued use of the technique might injure him, Wukong astonishingly activated the Kaioken at triple its strength. With a staggering increase in power, Wukong's energy wave sliced through Vegeta's violet beam like a hot knife through butter, striking Vegeta directly. A tremendous explosion erupted in the sky, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground like a discarded ragdoll. Exhausted from pushing his limits with the Kaioken, Wukong now stood on the brink of collapse. He had weakened to the point where even a mere dumpling could easily defeat him. Yet, despite the excruciating pain that coursed through his body, Wukong remained resolute, unwilling to fall. Upon seeing Vegeta struggle to rise from the ground, Wukong's fighting spirit ignited anew. Chapter 91. Next time for sure, hooray! Wukong has emerged victorious. Krillin, Witnessing Wukong still standing tall while Vegeta wobbled unsteadily, couldn't contain his excitement and leaped in jubilation, believing Wukong had won the battle. However, Krillin seemed to forget that this was no mere contest. It was a struggle for life and death, where victory was not determined by surrender, but by the relentless will to fight. Although Wukong remained standing, his condition was dire. A regular person would have long since collapsed under such circumstances. Shao also turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Are you not going to intervene? This battle does not limit the number of participants, or do you wish to see Wukong perish?" While directed at Piccolo, Shao's words were essentially aimed at all the Turtle School disciples, for in the grand scheme, Piccolo was merely Wukong's comrade, while Krillin and the others were his brothers in arms. Hearing this, Yamcha looked at Shao incredulously and asked, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting Wukong could lose?" Shao glanced at Yamcha and replied, "It is not that Wukong will lose. Rather, he has already lost. His continued presence is sustained solely by sheer willpower. If you do not act, when Vegeta regains his composure, Wukong will be in for a beating." Despite Shao's words, Krillin and the others remained skeptical. However, after carefully observing Wukong, Tien Shinhan noticed the subtle tremors coursing through his body and solemnly stated, "Shao is correct. We must intervene." Just as Krillin and the others hesitated, Piccolo unleashed his energy and soared into the fray. The others reluctantly followed suit, and upon witnessing this, Shao's lips curved into a smirk, a moment that did not escape the notice of Yachirobe. Narrowing his eyes, Yachirobe remarked, "You, my friend, harbor no good intentions. You surely wish for them to eliminate that Vegeta." Unfazed by Yachirobe's accusation, Shao shook his head and replied, "You are mistaken. Do you truly believe they stand a chance against Vegeta?" Yachirobe frowned and retorted, "But that guy is severely injured and exhausted. How can the bald-headed ones not be his match?" Though Yachirobe was unaware of Vegeta's true might, he recalled the prior skirmishes with Shao and Wukong, followed by the explosive encounter with Wukong's energy wave. Even if Vegeta had not succumbed, he should be on the brink of defeat, right? Shao chuckled derisively and replied, "You underestimate Vegeta far too much. Even at his lowest point, he remains a foe beyond Krillin and the others' capabilities. After all, no matter how grievously injured an elephant is, it cannot be subdued by mere ants." Yachirobe was further perplexed by Shao's intentions and queried, "If you know they cannot match him, why then would you have them confront him? Are you not afraid he will eliminate them all?" "Well, I shall be present," Shao replied. Although he spoke casually, he was eager to witness whether Wukong would transform into a Super Saiyan upon witnessing the demise of his friend. Of course, this was merely conjecture. Yet had the circumstances shifted to face Frieza, Shao might indeed have acted on it, as the fate of Earth would be uncertain should Wukong fail to transform. Unaware of Shao's true thoughts, Yachirobe felt a sliver of relief at Shao's words. Was it possible that Shao was not as cold-hearted as he seemed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. How could he entertain such notions? Regardless of Shao's actions, he was undoubtedly a villain through and through. Inevitably, as Vegeta prepared to strike Wukong, Piccolo intervened alongside Krillin and the others, only to be swiftly defeated by Vegeta, leaving him merely gasping for breath without sustaining any injuries. Watching Vegeta approach Wukong step by step, Shao turned to Yachirobe and said, "Given the situation, are you still not going to act? I sent you to the other world for this very moment. What? You want me to go? I refuse. If Vegeta seeks to kill Wukong, let him do so. I have no plans to return," Yachirobe protested. When the weight of responsibility fell upon him, he reverted to his cowardly nature. Shao shook his head and said flatly, "If you do not act, once Vegeta has dealt with Wukong, I will have him come for you as well." While Yachirobe might dismiss the words of others, he could not ignore Shao's. He believed Shao would indeed follow through on his threat. Having experienced punishment in the other world, Yachirobe dared not provoke Shao any longer. Swallowing hard, he resolved to conceal his presence and stealthily approach Vegeta. Despite Yachirobe's conspicuous approach, neither Wukong, Krillin, nor even Piccolo and Tien Shinhan noticed him. As Yachirobe neared Vegeta, he suddenly sprang forth, drawing his sword with fluid grace. After delivering a swift strike to Vegeta, he fled in a panic. Vegeta cast a fleeting glance at the fleeing Yachirobe before continuing toward Wukong. He had no time to pursue and let Yachirobe escape. With a sinister grin, Vegeta approached Wukong and, in one swift motion, knocked him down, trampling over him. The excruciating pain from the strain on Wukong's body intensified as Vegeta's weight pressed down, eliciting anguished cries from him. Just as Vegeta prepared to finish Wukong, a golden beam pierced through his shoulder, rendering his raised arm powerless. Clutching his wound, Vegeta turned in fury towards Shao, bewildered by his sudden change of heart. However, Shao Ye looked at him with an air of certainty and said, "As the saying goes, if you can spare someone, then spare them. Although I wish to teach them a lesson, I do not intend for you to kill them. Now that you have fulfilled my request, why not ask Wukong if he is willing to let you go?" "What?" Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, Vegeta glared at him with bloodshot eyes, as if he wished to swallow him whole. How could he, a person who had just recently been rendered helpless, be expected to plead for mercy? It seemed an impossible task. Though he had just been tormented by Vegeta, Wukong still mustered his strength and communicated telepathically with Shao Ye, saying, "Let him go, Shao Ye. Although I have failed this time, I will surely defeat him next time." Chapter 92. Consideration. One could only say that Wukong, true to his reputation for being somewhat misguided, could so easily utter a simple plea to spare Vegeta after having just annihilated countless innocents. Fortunately, Vegeta managed to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would have summoned the Frieza army to wreak havoc upon Earth. Contemplating this, Shao Ye slowly flew before Vegeta, observing his bloodied lips and disheveled appearance, and let out a derisive smile. Upon seeing this smile, Vegeta felt a chill. It was the same expression he wore when he toyed with the strong warriors of other planets, granting them a glimmer of hope only to shatter it mercilessly. "What are you planning? You promised to spare me," Vegeta stammered, taking a few steps back. He finally understood the feelings of those aliens he had tormented, a sensation he would prefer to avoid for a lifetime. Shao Ye chuckled and replied, "Come now, we are adults. Our actions should reflect mature thinking. Did I ever promise to spare you? Do you have any evidence of such a promise, or perhaps a contract we signed?" Shao Ye's words left not only Vegeta dumbfounded but also Wukong, who had been a victim of Vegeta's wrath. It seemed as if Shao Ye had transformed into a completely different person during Wukong's year-long training on the Kai planet. This was not the Shao Ye he once knew. While Wukong and Vegeta were astonished, the Kai, who had been observing Earth, breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and said, "Thank goodness. A rational individual has finally appeared on Earth. Otherwise, these ruffians would have turned it upside down." Shao Ye was indifferent to the thoughts of others as he smiled and pointed his sword at Vegeta's forehead, asking, "Do you have any final words?" Hearing Shao Ye's ominous declaration, Vegeta felt genuine fear. He was not afraid of death itself, but rather of leaving this world without restoring planet Vegeta and the honor of the Saiyans. He felt a sense of unwillingness. Vegeta stared blankly at Shao Ye, as if seeing his father and numerous Saiyan warriors berating him for his inadequacy, blaming him for ruining their chance to revive their glorious legacy. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his right fist, prepared to fight to the death, even if death awaited him. He no longer cared. Seeing Vegeta's determination, Shao Ye's smile widened, and he said, "Oh, you wish to challenge me? You should know that even in your prime, you were no match for me. Now, in your severely weakened state, you are even less of a contender. You must be well aware of this." Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shao Ye, exclaiming, "You orchestrated all of this. You never intended to spare me, did you? You had Kakarot exhaust my strength to kill me. I was never your match. Did you really need to scheme against me like this?" Shao Ye nodded in agreement. "Of course. To deal with you at your full strength would require considerable effort and suffering on my part. However, now that Wukong has injured you, I can easily handle you, as you can see." Wukong, taken aback by Shao Ye's words, looked at him incredulously. He had not anticipated that Shao Ye would involve him in this scheme. He hesitated to speak. Meanwhile, the Kai on the Kai planet was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Exactly. To deal with such a cosmic villain, one must outsmart him. Well done." While the Kai reveled, Krillin and the others were less than pleased, voicing their complaints. "Shao Ye, how could you scheme against Wukong? He is our comrade." In response to Krillin's words, Shao Ye maintained his composure, saying, "Indeed, if I do not challenge Wukong, how will he have the opportunity to grow stronger? How will he comprehend his own insignificance?" Upon hearing this, Krillin fell silent, and even Wukong found himself at a loss for words. After all, while Shao Ye was indeed plotting against him, he was still considering Wukong's well-being, leaving him feeling embarrassed to criticize Shao Ye. Having dealt with these distractions, Shao Ye turned his attention back to Vegeta, smiling as he declared, "Now, I shall send you to the underworld." As he spoke, The golden light at Shao Ye's fingertip glowed brightly, seemingly poised to pierce Vegeta's skull. As Vegeta braced himself for death, he shut his eyes in anticipation. Yet at that moment, Wukong could not restrain himself any longer, saying, "Wait, Shao Ye. I understand you seek vengeance for those innocent lives, but we have the Dragon Balls. We can simply wish them back to life. This time, can you spare him? I promise I will gather the Dragon Balls to revive them." Shao Ye found himself at a loss for words upon hearing Wukong's telepathic plea. This was the epitome of a misguided ally. Wukong did not need to broadcast this to everyone. It seemed he was inadvertently urging Shao Ye to kill Vegeta. After all, if Vegeta were to survive, he might seek the Dragon Balls, inevitably leading him to Namek. Although that was crucial to Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Shao Ye wished to avoid that scenario. It was not that he feared Frieza's formidable power of 1 million, but rather that he worried about Wukong being unable to transform at a critical moment. Who would gamble on such uncertainty? Hearing Wukong's plea, Krillin and the others became animated, urging Shao Ye, "Yes, Shao Ye, we can use the Dragon Balls to bring them back. This way, we suffer no loss." As Krillin spoke, Vegeta, though his eyes were closed, was intently listening, especially when the Dragon Balls were mentioned. Although Shao Ye was aware of Vegeta's eavesdropping, he was unconcerned, as his intention was merely to intimidate Vegeta, not to kill him. Shao Ye was now contemplating how to bridge the gap between himself and Frieza's overwhelming power. His first thought was to seek the Grand Elder on Namek to unlock potential. Even the bald Krillin managed to elevate his power from over 1,000 to more than 20,000. What of himself? Could he elevate his power from nearly 20,000 to over 100,000? Perhaps that was ambitious, but even a few thousand more would be beneficial. Yet, this level of power still fell short of Frieza's standards. With these thoughts in mind, Shao Ye gazed at the vast sky before turning to Wukong, asking solemnly, "Have you truly made up your mind? Know that sparing him may lead to endless repercussions." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's heart tightened once more. He knew Shao Ye would not spare him, and indeed, he still intended to kill him. However, whether Wukong could foresee the consequences remained a mystery to Shao. Although he could sense the fluctuations in others' internal energies, he was disinclined to analyze the emotional shifts at play. After a moment's contemplation, Wukong finally nodded, indicating he had made his decision to release Vegeta. Since Wukong had chosen to let him go, Shao removed the piercing wave and stated, "You may leave, but do not return to Earth. Otherwise, even if Wukong intercedes on your behalf, I shall not spare you." Shao's intent was to ensure that Vegeta remembered Wukong's kindness. Thus, in the face of future calamities, should Wukong appeal to him, there would be a substantial chance of obtaining his assistance. With a sigh of relief, Vegeta hastily summoned his spaceship and climbed aboard, though it seemed he had forgotten something important. After Vegeta's departure, a small passenger plane gradually approached. Upon landing, the first to emerge was Chi-Chi, cradling her son, followed closely by Shao Ye and Master Roshi, with Bulma, the pilot, eventually joining them at Shao's side. "What did you discover about the alien responsible for this mess?" Bulma inquired, observing Shao and the others, who appeared disheveled but not engaged in any fierce battle, leading her to believe they had yet to encounter the extraterrestrial. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of Shao and his companions turned peculiar. But before Shao could explain the situation, a scream from Wukong interrupted them. As the group turned to look, Chi-Chi, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly withdrew her hand from Wukong and began to apologize profusely. Shao understood that Wukong was struggling even to speak, so he spoke on his behalf. Wukong's recent battle with the alien was quite intense, leaving him in a state where every bone in his body feels shattered. Chi-Chi, it would be prudent not to touch him, for he may faint from the pain. Upon hearing that even someone as formidable as Wukong could succumb to unconsciousness from pain, Bulma and Shao Ye began to anxiously examine Shao's injuries. However, their concern was misplaced, for Shao possessed a remarkable rapid healing ability and had long since recovered from any wounds. Grasping their hands that were wandering on his body, Shao addressed them earnestly. "You should return home and modify the spaceship. I suspect there may be trouble in the homeland of the Supreme Kai." At this, Piccolo was the first to react. Being one with the Supreme Kai, he felt a natural concern upon hearing about potential troubles in his homeland. Turning to Shao, Piccolo asked, "What do you mean? And how do you know where the Supreme Kai's homeland is?" Of course, Shao did not know the exact location, even if he were aware of the existence of Namek. He merely understood that it was a planet in the universe, with no knowledge of its precise coordinates since he had never been there. Nonetheless, Shao had his reasons for saying so. Glancing at Krillin and the others who stood beside Piccolo, he replied, "You spoke so recklessly about the Dragon Balls and even let Vegeta go. Do you truly believe he would not be tempted by the Dragon Balls that can resurrect the dead?" His words startled everyone, yet Krillin clung to a sliver of hope, saying, "Even if Vegeta were to learn of it, he probably wouldn't go to the Supreme Kai's homeland. I believe he only knows about the Dragon Balls on Earth, and since we just defeated him, he should be unlikely to return." Shao felt a sense of helplessness at Krillin's naive reasoning. The individuals here considered themselves powerful and often acted with a sense of unwarranted optimism, failing to recognize the potential for disaster. While Krillin was not as reckless as the Saiyans, he still exhibited an ostrich-like mentality, always envisioning the best outcomes. Although such an attitude may be beneficial on occasion, it could not be relied upon indefinitely, especially when a single loss could spell doom for Earth. They failed to see the worst-case scenario, harboring an unfounded sense of luck. However, having adventured through numerous worlds, Shao always prepared for the worst. Even when he traversed into Shao Ai's world, knowing her magic was benevolent, he would still engage in combat upon first meeting, ensuring that she lacked the ability to harm him before forging a friendship. When Shao arrived in the Dragon Ball world, his demeanor was buoyant because his initial encounter was with Bulma, an ordinary person incapable of posing any threat. In his second meeting with Master Roshi, he too had engaged in a sparring match with the legendary martial arts master, though it was merely a demonstration. It confirmed to Shao that Master Roshi could not defeat him without consequence. Furthermore, when Shao ceased his attack, Master Roshi followed suit, and no unforeseen incidents arose, solidifying Shao's belief that this world was safe for him. Yet, the current circumstances were different. Danger loomed nearby, and the solution rested on Wukong's transformation, a proposition that seemed highly unreliable, causing Shao to feel a sense of urgency. Do not harbor misplaced optimism. Do you truly believe that those marauding villains would let such a tempting opportunity slip away? Shao paused and continued, "Of course. You may pray that the Supreme Kai's homeland is filled with superheroes, and that even if Vegeta brings others there, the Supreme Kai's kin would repel them, sparing us from any conflict." Upon hearing this, Krillin began to entertain that notion. However, since Shao had articulated it, he found himself unable to refute it. Krillin fell silent, while Piccolo's unease prompted him to ask Shao, "Then, do you know where the Supreme Kai's homeland is?" At this, everyone turned to Shao with curiosity, including Bulma and Shao Ai, who assumed he possessed the answer. However, Shao merely shrugged and replied, "I am not a deity. Do not rely on me for everything." Hearing this familiar retort, Bulma rolled her eyes at Shao, leaving everyone speechless. Observing their interaction, Shao turned to Wukong, using his energy to lift him and guide him toward the plane, stating, "Everyone should return and reconsider. What are we doing here?" With reluctance, the group made their way back to the aircraft. On board, Bulma piloted the plane while Wukong lay on a seat. Shao then addressed everyone. "Although I do not know the location of the Supreme Kai's homeland, I believe the Supreme Kai would know who might have that information." His convoluted statement left the group somewhat bewildered. However, it was Piccolo's quick thinking that led him to suggest, "Are you referring to King Kai?" Piccolo was aware that Wukong had trained under King Kai, and it was evident that King Kai's authority surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. What should we ask King Kai? Once one question was resolved, countless others emerged. Thus, when this query was posed, the group lapsed into silence. Suddenly, Shao seemed to recall something, and his expression brightened, causing everyone to hope he had thought of a solution. Instead, he addressed Yachirobe, asking, "Didn't you come from the other world? The Supreme Kai should have given you something, perhaps some senza beans? Hurry and bring them out for Wukong to consume." "Oh, right. I completely forgot I had senza beans with me," Yachirobe exclaimed upon Shao's reminder, leading to a collective sense of exasperation among the others. They were bemused that Shao's thoughts had not revolved around a solution to their dilemma, but rather how to heal Wukong. After Wukong recovered, he appeared somewhat dazed yet cheerful. Fortunately, he still remembered the potential troubles concerning the Supreme Kai's homeland, and with Piccolo's prompting, he recalled the need to contact King Kai. As Wukong attempted to establish a mental connection with the King of the Worlds, the latter's voice resonated within the hearts of all present, proclaiming, "I have been observing you all, and I concur with your actions. Now, I shall transmit the coordinates of Namek." As he spoke, a sequence of numbers appeared in the minds of each individual. However, apart from Bulma, The others found the figures utterly perplexing, as they were largely unfamiliar with such coordinates. Once the king completed the transmission, he fell silent. It was apparent that if the king wished to reach Namek, he possessed the means to do so. But his current involvement had already begun to interfere with the natural course of fate between Earth and Namek. Should he intervene further, it might disrupt the cosmic order. Despite having imparted martial skills to Wukong and viewing him as his successor, the king was not inclined to risk punishment by directly assisting them. Furthermore, he was curious to observe Shao Ye's capabilities under these circumstances. Indeed, Shao Ye had a plan. More precisely, it was Bulma who held the key to reaching Namek. Upon her calculations, she determined that using the goddess spaceship, the journey to Namek would require at least a year. However, Shao Ye could not afford to wait that long. He needed to act more swiftly than Vegeta and Frieza. In the anime, Bulma and her father had crafted a vessel that could reach Namek in merely half a month. Shao Ye urged Bulma to construct such a ship immediately, as he not only intended to reach Namek but also sought ways to enhance his combat prowess in the cosmos. Otherwise, even if he arrived at Namek, he would be left to rely solely on fate. On King Kai's planet, he noted with approval that Shao Ye indeed had a plan to reach Namek. His admiration for Shao Ye grew. With such intellect, the king was confident that as long as Shao Ye remained on the right path, he would eventually become a formidable force in the North Galaxy. After expressing his desire for a faster spaceship to Bulma, she readily agreed, although she mentioned it would take 3 months to complete. Hearing this, Shao Ye felt a pang of urgency, for 3 months was still an impressively swift timeline, reflective of the genius of the scientist duo. Contemplating further, Shao Ye turned to Wukong and Krillin, inquiring, "There is another spaceship ready to depart, albeit it will take a year to arrive. Would you be interested in setting off immediately?" Without hesitation, Wukong shook his head, stating, "I wish to accompany Shao Ye." It should not be assumed that Wukong was devoid of ulterior motives. He intended to spar with Shao Ye aboard the ship. With Wukong's declaration, Shao Ye looked towards Krillin and the others. Tianjin looked at Jiaozi and remarked, "Jiaozi and I want to be going. I have little interest in the affairs outside." Upon hearing this, Yamcha sheepishly scratched his head and added, "After witnessing your battles, I feel my strength would be of little use. Perhaps I should also refrain from going." With 3 individuals opting out, Krillin was left in a state of confusion and awkwardly asked Shao Ye, "Can I skip this?" In response, Shao Ye chuckled, "If no one goes, then let Piccolo venture forth alone." Krillin was rendered speechless. Observing the tension in the atmosphere, Wukong encouraged Krillin to join Piccolo. With Wukong's endorsement, Krillin glanced between the indifferent Shao Ye and the sullen Piccolo, ultimately letting out a sigh and nodding in agreement. At that moment, Shao Ye's gaze fell upon the timid child in Chi-Chi's arms. Raising an eyebrow, he asked Wukong, "Wukong, you are so powerful. Your son must possess considerable talent for training. Why not let him gain some experience in the universe?" Upon hearing Shao Ye's suggestion, Chi-Chi tightened her grip on her son, exclaiming, "He is not even 5 years old. How can you suggest sending him into the cosmos? Why not send your own child?" This remark caught everyone off guard as they turned to observe Shao Ye's reaction. After a thoughtful stroke of his chin, Shao Ye replied, "Your suggestion is quite reasonable. Let us add Dong Jia and Xixiang to the list of those venturing into the universe." Chi-Chi was taken aback by Shao Ye's straightforwardness in allowing his children to travel to space, leaving her in a state of indecision. Wukong, noticing her hesitation, chimed in, advocating for their son to broaden his horizons as well. Though he recognized that Gohan's power would soon be adequate to contend with Cell, he was concerned that without proper training, Gohan might not be equipped to face future threats. Shao Ye smiled gently at Chi-Chi, proposing, "How about this? Consider it a business trip for your son. I will compensate you 5 million for a month's journey. How does that sound?" Chi-Chi was astounded by Shao Ye's generosity, offering payment for a cosmic expedition. The substantial sum made Tianjin and the others feel they might have declined too hastily. Chi-Chi, moved by the offer, began to contemplate. Despite her appearances in the anime, she once lived a life akin to royalty, accustomed to opulence. However, since Master Roshi's Kamehameha obliterated their castle, her life had taken a downturn. Now, with Shao Ye's offer, her initial instinct was not to seize the money but to ponder whether he harbored ulterior motives. Yet, unable to decipher Shao Ye's intentions, she ultimately consented to allow her son to join the journey into the cosmos. Shao Ye's willingness to offer such a sum was not merely due to his wealthy daughter. He had yet to exhaust his pirate treasures. Moreover, he had invested these riches with Miss Ruda. Although Miss Ruda appeared to yield little profit, the facility's former purpose as an arms manufacturing site meant that selling off the Mets would provide significant returns. Among these treasures was Wukong's share, which could be considered a dividend for him, albeit unbeknownst to both Wukong and Chi-Chi, who were secretly grateful to Shao Ye. After finalizing the arrangements for their departure, Bulma ensured everyone returned to their homes to prepare their belongings. A journey into the cosmos was not a trivial matter, as it would span an entire year, with their return remaining uncertain. Once home, Bulma immediately contacted her father to commence the spaceship's construction, then turned to Shao Ye, inquiring, "Where do you procure such abundant funds to offer compensation for those traveling into the cosmos? This represents a considerable expense. Be cautious not to find yourself unable to pay later. 300 to 400 million is a trifling sum. I can manage it," Shao Ye replied with a modest smile. He then scooped up Bulma and Shao Ye, retreating to his chamber, where the sounds of springtime echoed, stirring the imagination. Days later, the individuals preparing to journey to Namek gathered in the opulent courtyard of the West capital. During this time, Bulma had taken the liberty to redesign the appearance of the goddess spaceship, which now presented itself as a sleek, round vessel devoid of any protruding legs. Among the crew destined for Namek were Piccolo, Krillin, Wukong's son, Dong Jia, and Shi Xiang, totaling 5 individuals. Apart from one adult, the remaining 4 were children, which left Krillin feeling somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang had learned to operate the spaceship under Bulma's guidance, or else Krillin might have found the situation even more exhausting. After watching the 5 individuals board the spaceship, it gradually ascended, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The onlookers then returned to their respective pursuits, with nothing to occupy his time. Shao Ye pondered for a moment before soaring towards the heavenly realm. After a considerable duration, he arrived at the celestial domain and encountered the deity. At that moment, the deity was gazing up at the starry sky. Shao Ye approached him slowly and spoke, "You could have departed with them. There was no need for you to remain here alone, watching." The deity was not at all surprised by Shao Ye's arrival, as he had anticipated it. After all, Shao Ye was always thorough in his considerations. Even the deity felt a weight lifted from his shoulders in Shao Ye's presence. Sighing, the deity continued to gaze at the stars and remarked, "As a deity, many matters are beyond my control. I cannot freely leave the heavenly realm or the earth." A faint smile graced his lips as he added, "However, Piccolo has gone in my stead. Let us not forget, we are one and the same." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye smiled in return and chose not to elaborate further. After exchanging pleasantries with the deity, he departed from the heavenly realm. As Shao Ye wandered through the skies, he contemplated resuming his cultivation. However, upon reaching the Arctic, he discovered that he was quite close to the beautiful doctor, prompting him to change direction and visit her. Seeing the frozen beauty still in high spirits without any signs of distress, Shao Ye felt relieved. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that this alluring woman hardly resembled a mother of 2. "Why have you taken so long to visit? I thought you had forgotten about me." The beautiful doctor chided playfully upon recognizing Shao Ye. Her words stirred a sensation within him. Had he not known her intentions, he might have succumbed to temptation. Feeling a rush of warmth, Shao Ye quickly waved his hands and replied, "Please refrain from speaking to me in that tone. I have endured quite enough vexation lately. I might not be able to restrain myself from behaving inappropriately." The beautiful doctor, unperturbed by his comments, was instead intrigued by what could possibly trouble someone as formidable as Shao Ye. "Oh, what has been bothering you? Come, share it with your elder sister," she coaxed, gently taking his hand to lead him to a nearby chair. Yet, the moment Shao Ye touched her hand, an electric thrill surged through him, compelling him to withdraw hastily. "Perhaps it is best if you do not touch me. I shall walk on my own," he said, hastily sitting down. The beautiful doctor made no further remarks, recognizing that Shao Ye was clearly holding back his emotions, yet she remained unfazed by the situation. Sighing deeply in a comfortable position, Shao Ye recounted his encounter with Vegeta. The beautiful doctor couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "You brought this upon yourself. Though you hesitated at the last moment, wouldn't it have been simpler to eliminate the alien invader? That would have resolved everything." Shao Ye dismissed her teasing. Of course, he wished he could have dealt with Vegeta swiftly. His numerous concerns delayed his decisive action, as he had hoped Goku would persuade him otherwise. However, even after Goku's counsel, Shao Ye began to regret sparing Vegeta, contemplating that had he acted sooner, many subsequent troubles might have been avoided. Listening to Shao Ye's worries, the beautiful doctor sat across from him and, in a sisterly manner, said, "You are overthinking. You fret about the consequences of letting that alien go, fearing he might cause more trouble. But have you considered that by not releasing him, you would draw the attention of his allies towards Earth, making it a potential target?" She elaborated earnestly. Imagine a squad of aliens eliminated on Earth. Wouldn't that attract their scrutiny? If they take notice, they will undoubtedly send stronger forces, putting Earth in greater peril. Shao Ye straightened in his seat, recognizing the validity of her argument. The beautiful doctor continued, "By allowing that alien to go, you have successfully diverted attention from Earth. Your decision was indeed wise, and you need not worry any further." Nodding in agreement, Shao Ye realized that perhaps his inner thoughts had led him to spare Vegeta. After the beautiful doctor's guidance, he felt considerably lighter and was in a mood to joke. Yet, it struck him that he had never inquired about her name despite knowing her for so long. Upon his inquiry, the beautiful doctor hesitated for a moment before asking, "Shao Ye, what are your thoughts on the Red Ribbon Army?" Shao Ye's impression of the Red Ribbon Army was one of strength. They were formidable compared to many factions. However, their power was undermined by the erratic leadership of their commander. If only the commander had been merely eccentric, it would have been manageable. After all, who wouldn't wish to grow taller? Yet, the commander had misaligned with Goku, leading to their utter annihilation. The beautiful doctor, left speechless by Shao Ye's description, finally asked, "If I were," but before she could finish, Shao Ye interjected, "I know your husband is Dr. Jero of the Red Ribbon Army, and I recognized your affiliation from the moment I met you. Moreover, since our second year of acquaintance, I have been supporting your resource needs." Surprised, the beautiful doctor exclaimed, "I never realized you were aware of my identity and had done so much for me while I fretted over trivial matters." After a moment of contemplation, she extended her hand towards Shao Ye, saying, "My name is Ingzuer. I look forward to your guidance." With that, Shao Ye shook her hand, finally learning the name of the beautiful doctor. Chapter 96, The Story of the Brain in a Jar, Part 1. After leaving Ingzuer's research facility, Shao Ye took a stroll around the snow-capped mountains. To his astonishment, he discovered another underground research facility over 100 miles away from Ingzuer's lab. Assuming it to be another Red Ribbon base, he curiously entered to investigate. However, the peculiarities of this facility exceeded his expectations. The space was immense, with a colossal central axis running through its entirety. As he surveyed the disarray of massive cables and the untidy surroundings, he would have thought it a derelict lab had he not witnessed the equipment in operation. Approaching the central axis, Shao Ye was startled by the sudden appearance of a bald, gray-skinned old man in a white lab coat, lacking any semblance of human essence. The old man had eluded Shao Ye's notice until now. Instead of exhibiting caution towards the intruder, the old man greeted Shao Ye with an unsettling smile, saying, "Greetings. I presume you are the illustrious Shao Ye, champion of the martial arts tournament on 2 occasions, also known as the Adventure King." Upon hearing the elderly man suddenly reveal his identity, Shao Ye raised an eyebrow. However, considering his own conspicuous black attire, it seemed rather unsurprising that the old man recognized him. "Who are you?" Although it felt peculiar to inquire about another's name while on their territory, Shao Ye felt increasingly uneasy knowing that while the other had identified him, he remained unaware of this man's true nature. In response, the old man smiled eerily, revealing only a few teeth in his dark mouth, which did not inspire confidence in his character, prompting Shao Ye to heighten his vigilance. Shao Ye to Ren, "It is inappropriate for us to converse here. Please follow me, so I may extend my hospitality," he said, gesturing for Shao Ye to proceed after retrieving his cane. Although Shao Ye was uncertain of the old man's intentions, he decided to accompany him, descending to the next level. Upon reaching a spacious area, which, despite the presence of numerous large cables, felt relatively tidy, the 2 men sat at a small table. The old man personally poured a cup of tea for Shao Ye. Observing the dark green liquid in the cup, Shao Ye looked up at the old man and inquired, "What is your purpose in inviting me here?" After pouring himself a cup, the old man raised his glass and replied, "Let us not discuss business just yet. Let us first enjoy a sip of tea." In a strange and unfamiliar place, being invited to tea by an eccentric old man who knew him while he remained a stranger was a clear warning. This tea was likely laced with danger. As Shao Ye toyed with the teacup, glancing at the liquid and then at the ominous old man, he understood that the tea might be drugged. However, Being impervious to toxins, he was unperturbed and curious about the old man's ulterior motives. With a smile, he raised the cup and drank the tea in one go, feigning delight as he remarked, "What a delightful tea! Who would have thought such a fine brew could be found in a place like this?" Seeing Shao Ye not only consume the tea but also offer compliments, the old man's sinister grin widened as he said, "Indeed, I never expected to encounter you here. Shao Ye to run. I had planned to seek you out in a few years. Yet, here you are, arriving on your own." Intrigued by the old man's intent to find him, Shao Ye asked, "Oh, we are not acquainted. What do you wish from me?" "Of course, I seek to borrow something from you, Shao Ye to run," the old man replied, his gaze becoming unervingly intense, as if he were toying with a caught fish. Shao Ye, not wishing to expose the old man's ruse, continued to inquire, "What is it that you desire?" "Your body, of course. We had intended to wait a few more years, but since you have come to us, we shall not be polite." Shao Ye sneered at the implication. "You wish to take my body? But I am not interested. I have no affinity for men, especially not for someone like you." The old man took a step back, his gaze fixated on Shao Ye. "Your preferences are irrelevant. As long as my master desires you, that is sufficient." With those words, a powerful electric current surged toward Shao Ye from the central axis. As the malevolent old man watched, Shao Ye executed a backflip, narrowly evading the attack. The sound of electricity crackling as it struck the ground was deafening, but Shao Ye landed gracefully, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "What are you trying to accomplish? A little electric massage? This is impossible. You have consumed a potent sedative. How can you still stand?" The old man exclaimed in disbelief, but before he could finish, Shao Ye interrupted. "Why am I unharmed, you wonder?" With a sardonic grin, Shao Ye declared, "Your feeble drug has no effect on me. I am a formidable adventurer king." As he spoke, Shao Ye vanished in an instant, and before the old man could react, he swiftly snapped the man's neck, leaving him unaware of the old man's name until his last breath. Having dealt with the old man, Shao Ye assumed the research facility was now devoid of its master. But suddenly a beastly roar emanated from the central axis, startling him. "You have killed Dr. Kachin." Shao Ye turned to the source of the voice, approaching the central axis. He looked up to see a glowing object, and below him, an unfathomable abyss. Without hesitation, he leaped to the top of the central axis. Upon reaching the summit, he found a cylindrical object at its center, topped with a protective cover that concealed a brain. The voice emanated from a speaker situated beneath the brain. "Are you speaking to me?" As Shao Ye drew closer to the brain, he mused about the unusual size of a human brain. "You have killed Dr. Kachin. But it matters little. Even had you not done so, I would have eliminated him. However, now you must relinquish your body. Only a genius like me deserves to control such a perfect vessel." Listening to the creature in the tank, Shao Ye recalled something. This was not a scene from his memories, but rather an encounter with a creature that only appeared in theatrical adaptations. He realized that such a being, which had perished in an accident 50 years prior, had somehow been revived, a blatant defiance of the natural order. Shao Ye was determined to eradicate this aberration. Staring at the brain encased in glass, Shao Ye fell into contemplation, struggling to recall how this creature had been defeated in the past. As he pondered, the brain grew furious at Shao Ye's apparent distraction, bubbles rising within the glass chamber. "This is intolerable." With a thunderous voice, the brain summoned an electric field beneath Shao Ye's feet, encasing him within a cage of electricity. Snapping back to reality, Shao Ye surveyed the electrical prison and then smirked at the brain. "What do you think you are doing? Do you believe such trifles can contain me?" The brain, angered by his dismissive tone, retorted coldly, "This cage is composed of 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Even 10 elephants would be rendered unconscious instantly. Though you may be a 2-time champion of the world and renowned adventurer king, you cannot escape this confinement." Shao Ye, somewhat amused by the brain's confidence, pointed to the 3-meter gap above him. "Did you not consider that someone might simply jump out from above when designing this cage?" The brain fell silent, realizing the flaw in its construct. It had never occurred to it that someone could evade its electric barrier in such a manner. Seeing the brain's silence, Shao Ye seized the opportunity. He extended a hand, effortlessly passing through the electric net, and soon his entire body followed, stepping out of the electric cage. Although this electric grid prison is indeed quite thrilling, Shao Ye's training benefits have become evident. He has ventured into the polar regions, honing his skills to adapt to the environment, unlike Wukong or Vegeta, who train only in comfortable settings. Therefore, the electric grid that can ensnare Wukong and the others is, in Shao Ye's view, less impressive than an iron cage. When Shao Ye effortlessly walked out of the prison, the figure in the tank became anxious. He never anticipated Shao Ye to be so formidable that even 1,000,000 volts of electricity could not deter him. Below the figure in the tank, an eye glowing with an eerie red light appeared, fixated on the unharmed Shao Ye, exclaiming in horror, "How is this possible?" Hearing the figure's alarm, Shao Ye smiled. After all, those who smile often are usually favored by fortune. He reassured the figure in the tank, "You need not be so frightened. Shouldn't you feel fortunate? After all, I am so powerful. You should consider it your luck to have set your sights on me." Luck? The figure in the tank only felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. He had planned to wait several years until all his arrangements were complete to capture Shao Ye's family and use them to threaten him. However, he never expected Shao Ye to barge in and completely ruin his plans. More importantly, Shao Ye's strength surpassed his expectations, leaving the figure in the tank feeling utterly unlucky. As Shao Ye approached, the figure suddenly became alert and warned him, "What do you want? Stay away from me." Shao Ye merely intended to observe the figure closely. Yet he was taken aback by such a reaction. Amused, he replied, "Why the strong reaction? You're not a cute girl, and I have no interest in you, so relax." With that, Shao Ye suddenly extended his finger, and with a sound, a golden energy wave swiftly pierced through the figure in the tank, who didn't even have time to scream before perishing. Shao Ye had thought the protective glass surrounding the figure would be quite sturdy, yet it shattered effortlessly. He recalled that Wukong and the others had struggled to break it in the anime. How mundane. He was surprised that such a significant boost could be so easily extinguished, leaving him feeling quite bored. Just as he prepared to leave, a magic circle suddenly illuminated beside him. Shao Ye initially thought it was Shao Ye experimenting with some magic. But to his astonishment, it manifested a striking young girl dressed in a red magical robe with flowing red hair. "Shao Ning, how did you end up here?" Upon seeing the in-turn magical girl Shao Ning, Shao Ye was utterly astonished. He remembered that she had merely been a promising intern in potion making. How could she also wield a magic circle now? Confused by her sudden appearance in an unfamiliar place, Shao Ning turned to see a noticeably more robust Shao Ye, and her anger flared. With her hands on her hips, she scolded him, "You heartless person, tell me where you've hidden Shao Ye." Wait a minute. Mentioning Shao Ye made Shao Ning realize that Shao Ye had disappeared first, followed by Shao Ye. Now that she had found Shao Ye, did it mean she had inexplicably entered this strange world alongside him? Shao Ning's unexpected arrival left Shao Ye somewhat flustered, but he quickly regained his composure. Although her words were harsh, he understood that she was merely speaking from the heart, and he had always indulged her in the past. However, as he continued to pamper Shao Ning, she became increasingly impolite towards him. After several incidents, he realized that this girl had feelings for him, but at that time, he was already involved with Shao Ye, making it awkward to pursue another relationship. But now, the situation had changed. Shao Ye looked at the dazed Shao Ning, pulled her into his embrace, and gently comforted her. "Your presence here signifies that we are meant to be together. Don't you think this is the best arrangement from the heavens?" As he held her close, Shao Ning finally came to her senses. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she struggled to break free from his embrace, exclaiming, "Who wants to be with you? You heartless person? Let go of me." In response to Shao Ning's playful demeanor, Shao Ye bent down and kissed her soft lips. When their lips met, Shao Ning's body froze in surprise, allowing him to deepen the kiss. Shao Ye's intuition was correct. Shao Ning indeed harbored feelings for him, for otherwise, she would not have allowed such an act. After kissing for a while, Shao Ye noticed that Shao Ning's body had relaxed. He smiled inwardly, knowing she also liked him. Subsequently, he enveloped both of them in a warm aura, and soon a brilliant sphere of light completely concealed their figures. Soft murmurs escaped from within, suggesting that the atmosphere had turned quite intimate. Chapter 98. Enhanced potion. Dressed in a thin mage robe, Shao Ning nestled in Shao Ye's arms. Gazing around in confusion, she inquired, "Shao Ye, where are we? And where is Shao Ye?" Shao Ye glanced around the bizarre laboratory and replied, "This is the lair of a villain. As for Shao Ye, she is currently at home in Shidu. I will take you to see her soon. But speaking of which," he looked Shao Ning up and down again, perplexed, and continued, "It's been 6 or 7 years. Why haven't you changed at all?" 6 or 7 years. Shao Ning looked at him quizzically before shaking her head. "It hasn't been 6 or 7 years. I only discovered Shao Ye was missing yesterday afternoon. I thought she had gone out to clear her mind after failing to find you. But when I woke up after sleeping last night, I found myself here." Only a day's time? Shao Ye pondered. Although he had his suspicions, he decided to dismiss the troubling thoughts. Even if he had theories, he was unsure how to alter the situation, so he chose not to dwell on it. Can you return? Shao Ye quickly shifted the topic, asking, I don't even know how I got here. How can I go back? Moreover, Shao Ning began to fumble for words, causing Shao Ye to feel puzzled. After a moment of hesitation, Shao Ning seemed to have made up her mind and said to Shao Ye, Can I not meet Shao Ai just yet? Realizing her concern, Shao Ye smiled knowingly. Shao Ai isn't as petty as you think, and besides, I plan to venture into the universe for a while. I might not return for a year. Are you sure you don't want to see her? Shao Ning looked perplexed and asked, What are you going to do in the universe? Shao Ye did not conceal anything, recounting the recent events and giving her a brief overview of the situation in this world. Upon hearing that there were such powerful beings in this world, Shao Ning learned that Shao Ye had grown strong enough to contend with extraterrestrial threats. She squeezed Shao Ye's muscles, her cheeks flushing red as she affirmed, Indeed, you have become much stronger. However, despite her acknowledgement, Shao Ning still shook her head, but I still prefer not to see Shao Ai for now. I want to understand this world better first. Noting that Shao Ning was still hesitant to return, Shao Ye contemplated for a moment before taking out a power detector to scan her. Soon, her abilities were revealed. Combat power of 980, physique of 200. With these statistics, as long as she didn't encounter any extraordinary circumstances, she could indeed navigate Earth with ease. Shao Ye felt reassured about her decision to delay returning. Seeing the device in Shao Ye's hand, Shao Ning recalled what he had mentioned about this world's unique technology. She curiously took it and played with it, scanning Shao Ye's strength, and the results quickly appeared. Upon merely glimpsing the numbers displayed above, Shao Ning was taken aback. It revealed a combat power of 21,000 and a physique of 10,000. This was an astonishing 20-fold increase over her own capabilities. How could you be so powerful? When the tangible figures materialized before her, Shao Ning truly comprehended Shao Ye's formidable strength. However, despite Shao Ye's immense power, he remained exceedingly cautious when discussing venturing into the cosmos, pondering the true strength of the monsters that resided there. Shao Ning's astonishment was entirely justified. Nevertheless, after Shao Ye elucidated the cultivation system of this world, her surprise dissipated. Following their exploration of the peculiar research facility, Shao Ye discovered that he was largely unfamiliar with the items present, while Shao Ning, utilizing her affinity for potions, managed to acquire several items. It was only due to Shao Ye providing her with a universal capsule that she was spared the burden of carrying them all awkwardly. After placing the capsule in her pocket, Shao Ning couldn't help but marvel at the conveniences of this world. Upon departing the bizarre research institute, Shao Ye initially contemplated its destruction but soon reconsidered, opting instead to have the personnel from the northern base come to tidy up. He also intended to summon Deshawn to assess if there was anything he needed, ensuring that the materials here would not go to waste. If not for the considerable distance from the northern base, Shao Ye would have even considered developing this site into a secondary base. Ascending into the sky with Shao Ning, Shao Ye decided it would be best to place her in the care of Yingzhu Air, as her knowledge of potions might assist in alleviating Yingzhu Air's condition. After sharing his thoughts with Shao Ning, she expressed no dissent, and thus the matter was settled. Once Shao Ning was settled, Shao Ye swiftly flew to the northern base, rallying everyone to scavenge the peculiar research facility. Afterward, Shao Ye took a deep breath atop the base, feeling the weight of these tasks had truly exhausted him. In contrast, he would have preferred to engage in a straightforward battle rather than manage such affairs. However, lacking any high-level talents beneath him, he had no choice but to shoulder the responsibility himself. As Shao Ye gazed out at the snowy landscape surrounding the base, a dainty figure stealthily slipped inside. Without even needing to look, Shao Ye recognized it was Si Nuo, who intended to surprise him. Before she could execute her plan, Shao Ye embraced her warmly, prompting a series of startled exclamations from Si Nuo. As their garments fell to the floor, the atmosphere atop the base became imbued with warmth, starkly contrasting the frigid snow outside. After some time, the two, now clad once more, found themselves in an intimate embrace, with Si Nuo remarking, Shao Ye, do you harbor some concerns? Shao Ye, puzzled by her inquiry, was taken aback by Si Nuo's subsequent revelation. You were so wild just now. Surely, you have something important to attend to, am I right? Listening to Si Nuo's words, Shao Ye shot her a bemused glance, but nonetheless confessed. I am preparing to embark on an adventure in the cosmos. Yet the foes I must confront are exceedingly formidable, and I am uncertain whether I can prevail. Upon hearing that Shao Ye was to face powerful adversaries, Si Nua immediately grew anxious. Rising from his embrace to retrieve a blue potion contained within a test tube from her bag, declaring, "This is a recent result of Dr. Deshan's research. He wants you to consume it to enhance your strength." Shao Ye viewed the potion in Si Nua's hand with curiosity, questioning how it had come into her possession, which led to an awkward explanation from her regarding the circumstances. After hearing her account, Shao Ye took the potion from her, outlining its drawbacks. Upon learning that the potion could enlarge one's muscles, Si Nua recalled her own potential transformation into a muscular woman, feeling fortunate that she had abstained from drinking it. Aware that Si Nua yearned for strength, Shao Ye suggested she attempt climbing Kalin Ta, providing her with its location. With the blue potion in hand, Shao Ye handed Si Nua the combat power detector and, tilting his head back, consumed the potion. A gentle warmth coursed through his body, and soon Si Nua observed a remarkable change in his combat power, which surged from 21,000 to 21,007, while his physique increased from 10,000 to 10,001. Noticing the minimal alterations in Shao Ye's data, Si Nua expressed her confusion, suspecting that Dr. Deshan's potion had failed. Shao Ye chuckled, assuring her, "Deshan's potion has indeed succeeded. It is simply that I am too powerful, rendering the enhancement less noticeable. Very well, after another day, I must engage in rigorous training. For tonight, let us revel in celebration." With that, Shao Ye lifted Si Nua into his arms and made his way towards the quarters designated for him on the lower floor. Chapter 99. Departure to the cosmos. Several days later, Shao Ye arrived at the South Pole of Earth. Although the South Pole, like the North, was a realm of ice and snow, it was considerably colder. Even now, with his enhanced powers, Shao Ye found it necessary to don 3 layers of clothing. As he trudged through the snow that reached his waist, he sought a suitable location for cultivation. While the harsh winter could indeed test his endurance, he felt it lacked a certain essence. After traversing for most of the day, Shao Ye suddenly felt the ground give way beneath him. Instantly, he was buried beneath the thick snow. Had it not been for his considerable strength, this fall could have proven fatal for an ordinary person. Surrounded by darkness, after descending for what felt like an eternity, he finally heard a resounding splash, realizing he had landed in an enormous icy pool. Logically, one would expect the water beneath the snow to be warm, yet the water here was frigid, causing Shao Ye to shiver involuntarily. Floating on the surface, he concentrated and formed a ki blast, illuminating the cavernous space. Unsurprisingly, it resembled a vast, deep well, with smooth, vertical ice walls surrounding him. An ordinary person would likely succumb to despair in such a predicament. However, Shao Ye harbored no such thoughts. While utilizing ki to ward off the cold, he launched several more ki blasts, allowing them to float and provide continuous light, an illuminating technique he had learned from Vegeta's artificial moon. Though these ki blasts lacked the ability to transform scions into apes, they sufficed for illuminating this dark abyss. This truly was an ideal space for cultivation, and thus he resolved to train here for the next 3 months. As he floated in midair, he commenced his warm-up exercises. Knowing he had 3 months until Bulma completed the assembly of the spaceship, affording him ample time to hone his skills. Concurrently, Goku ascended from his backyard, having trained tirelessly for half a day, yet feeling a lingering absence. After some contemplation, he realized he craved the thrill of combat. Presently, aside from Piccolo and Krillin, who had ventured into the cosmos, only Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, and Shao Ye remained on Earth. Initially, Goku decided to visit Yamcha, but upon arrival, he learned that Yamcha was preoccupied and unavailable for sparring. Consequently, Goku set his sights on Tien Shinhan. Unfortunately, Tien Shinhan was too engrossed in constructing his dojo to attend to Goku's request, leaving Goku with no choice but to head to West City. Upon reaching West City and inquiring with the bustling Bulma and Shao Ai, he discovered that Shao Ye had long since departed for his own training. Upon hearing this, Goku felt compelled to find Shao Ye, setting off on a journey across the planet in search of his elusive friend. 2 months had passed since Wukong finally located Shao Ye. Just as Shao Ye was preparing to return, he fortuitously encountered Wukong on the road. After the two landed on a deserted island, Shao Ye expressed curiosity regarding Wukong's decision to wander the world instead of engaging in cultivation. This inquiry elicited a melancholic gaze from Wukong, who lamented, I have searched for you for 2 months. Where on earth have you hidden? I could not even sense your presence. Your concealment is truly remarkable." Amused by Wukong's words, Shao Ye retorted that had he not suppressed his energy for cultivation, he would have likely been confined to the gravity chamber, unable to acclimate to the environment. Upon asking Wukong the purpose of his search, it came as no surprise that Wukong sought him for a spar. Shao Ye then activated his power detector, revealing Wukong's current strength at 13,000. Not insignificant. But do you truly believe this level of power can satisfy my request? Remember, even when Vegeta was comparable to me, he could not defeat me. Shao Ye remarked with a smile. Wukong, feeling challenged, responded defiantly, "Humph, have you forgotten about my Kaioken? And this is not even my full strength." With that, Wukong unleashed a surge of energy, his power soaring to 15,000. Shao Ye nodded in approval. "Not bad. Now, I am eager to witness your double Kaioken. By the way, do you have any senzu beans? I would rather not carry you back later." Wukong replied, "I don't need senzu beans." As he spoke, a formidable force radiated from him, causing nearby pebbles to float uncontrollably, and his aura transformed into a crimson hue. Observing this, Shao Ye's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he chuckled. "Very well, I shall not hold back." With that, a colossal aura comparable to Wukong's erupted from Shao Ye, sending debris flying within a 10-meter radius. The two auras clashed, each expanding and exerting pressure against the other. Sensing that Shao Ye's energy was on par with his own double Kaioken, Wukong's excitement surged as he asked, "Are you ready? I am about to strike." Shao Ye tightened his fists and replied, "At your service." In an instant, Wukong charged at Shao Ye with astonishing speed. Yet Shao Ye had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation, recognizing that he could not match Wukong's explosive power. Indeed, after evading, Wukong lost control and crashed into the sea, creating a towering column of water. He emerged from the ocean, quickly locking onto Shao Ye, and with hands clasped, unleashed a Kamehameha wave. Unfazed, Shao Ye mirrored the motion, launching his own energy wave. Although exchanging energy blasts in the Dragon Ball realm is often deemed foolish, Shao Ye, possessing formidable strength, felt compelled to test this absurdity. The blue and golden energy waves clashed in midair, neither yielding to the other. Just as Shao Ye's profound strength began to overpower Wukong's explosive surge, Wukong unleashed a mighty roar. As his voice grew louder, the blue energy wave gradually began to suppress the golden one. Shao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly possible? As the blue wave advanced, Shao Ye's expression became fierce. With a powerful shout, he expelled all his energy without reservation. The reinforced golden wave surged forward, overpowering the blue wave and hurtling toward Wukong. No amount of shouting could alter its course. In an instant, the golden energy wave engulfed Wukong's position, extending beyond the confines of Earth. After a time, Shao Ye and a battered Wukong rested atop two floating rocks in the sea. Shao Ye turned to Wukong, a triumphant smile gracing his lips, and asked, "How does it feel? Do you concede?" Wukong, still reluctant, replied, "I have yet to unleash my triple Kaioken. Otherwise, I would have won long ago." Shao Ye chuckled and stood, addressing Wukong, "Prepare yourself. We depart for Namek tomorrow." Chapter 100. The strongest woman on Earth aboard the spaceship, traveling at superluminal speeds. The outside world appeared as an expanse of silent darkness through the window. Shao Ye sat cross-legged on the floor, his eyebrows twitching in an odd manner, prompting Wukong, who sat opposite him, to suppress laughter, his face turning red as he covered his mouth with his hands. Ultimately, Wukong's innocent nature prevailed, and he burst into laughter. Upon witnessing Wukong's amusement, Shao Ye ceased his peculiar eyebrow antics, straightened up, and raised a finger, saying, "You owe me a promise. This marks the 61st time." It turned out that out of sheer boredom, Shao Ye and Wukong had engaged in a laughing challenge, resulting in Wukong's defeat 61 times, prompting Shao Ye's waning interest in continuing. Astonished by the revelation, Wukong expressed a desire for another round, exclaiming, 61? Let us play again. I can definitely hold it in next time." However, Shao Ye stood up, refusing. "No more. You always lose. Wukong, your self-control is truly lacking. How can you possess such immense power with such poor focus?" Wukong, standing and brushing off his pants, replied, This is how I train. Does it not relate to self-control?" Seeing Wukong's obliviousness, Shao Ye shook his head, opting to change the subject. I believe Shao AI has nearly completed the spatial magic array. We should be able to continue our battles shortly. Upon hearing the prospect of battle, Wukong instantly forgot about self-control and eagerly raced to Shao AI's room, almost bursting in. Had Shao AI not previously warned him that disturbing her could jeopardize the magic array's success. Shortly thereafter, Shao AI emerged holding a porcelain-like object. Wukong, puzzled by the item, inquired, Shao AI, is the magic array ready? Bulma, following Shao AI, proudly declared, of course. With my technology combined with Shao AI's magic, we have created a spatial magic array that fuses magic and technology. Shao AI nodded, placing the porcelain object on the ground. After summoning Shao Ye, she explained, to prevent you from damaging the spaceship again, Bulma and I designed this spatial magic array. It is perfectly suited for your battles inside. However, before Shao AI could finish, Wukong, unable to comprehend her explanation, impatiently interrupted, Shao AI, we understand all that. Can you just tell us how to use it? Aware of their confusion, Shao AI directly explained. Simply place your hands over the opening of the bottle simultaneously, and the magic array will recognize you and absorb you both. However, it has a limitation. It can only accommodate 2 individuals. Upon learning of the simple operation, Wukong eagerly grasped Shao Ye's hand and placed it on the bottle's opening. Before Shao AI could react, the 2 vanished from sight, leaving her momentarily stunned. I haven't told you how to exit yet, she said, preparing to activate the switch to release them. However, Bulma held her back, stating, let them be. We are almost at Namek anyway. Concerned, Shao AI replied. But we still have 2 days. Won't they starve? They should be fine, Bulma reassured. Understanding the substantial appetites of both Shao Ye and Wukong, Bulma pondered for a moment before producing a universal capsule filled with food, tossing it into the air with a casual remark. This should suffice. Observing Bulma's actions, Shao AI felt a twinge of anxiety. However, Bulma reassured her, saying, oh, don't worry about them. If we let them out, they'll just make a mess of the spaceship, which would be quite a hassle. Taking Bulma's words into account, Shao AI placed the ceramic bottle on the table before the sofa and decided to ignore the situation. Meanwhile, within the magic square, Shao Ye and Wukong had engaged in an exhilarating battle for quite some time. However, it wasn't long before their stomachs began to grumble discontentedly. I'm hungry. Let us go out, Wukong chuckled, clutching his belly. Shao Ye had no objections, but after a prolonged silence, Wukong hesitantly inquired, Shao Ye, aren't you going to activate the magic square? Otherwise, how are we supposed to get out? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Shao Ye realized the gravity of the situation. He had been pulled in by Wukong and hadn't heard Shao AI explain how to exit. I can't open the magic square, Shao Ye admitted, his forehead slick with sweat. Wukong, equally flustered, replied, then what should we do? Should we shout for help? Shao Ye shook his head. It's futile. There must be soundproofing here. No matter how loudly we shout, they won't hear us. Knowing Bulma and Shao AI, Shao Ye was certain they would have installed soundproofing, which only increased Wukong's anxiety. Then are we trapped here? Wukong exclaimed, his face pale with concern. Shao Ye thought for a moment and said, not necessarily. They will likely remember us when it's time to eat, and we'll be able to leave then. Reassured by Shao Ye's words, Wukong calmed down, and the 2 sat on the ground, waiting. Time passed, and their hunger intensified, particularly for Wukong, who repeatedly asked Shao Ye if it was mealtime yet, driving Shao Ye to exasperation. After being asked countless times, Shao Ye had grown weary of responding, only to suddenly notice that Wukong's voice had ceased. Turning to look, he found Wukong sprawled on the ground. Incredibly, not even formidable opponents could bring Wukong to such a state. It was astonishing that Bulma and Shao AI had managed to do so effortlessly. Concerned, Shao Ye hurried over and shook Wukong, determined not to let him succumb here, as it would spell disaster. Shao Ye, are we out yet? Wukong asked weakly, to which Shao Ye could only respond with a resigned shake of his head. However, a thought struck him, and he quickly said to Wukong, if Bulma and Shao AI don't let us out, they must have prepared food for us. They wouldn't leave us here without care. Let us search for it. Wukong perked up at Shao Ye's words, and the 2 began to search the small space. Before long, Shao Ye made a discovery, prompting Wukong to rush over. Yet, when Shao Ye picked up a broken universal capsule, both of them froze in shock. It was evident that it had been damaged during their earlier skirmish. Chapter 101. The planet of the great demon king Namek is a planet orbited by 3 suns. A true sunless realm where 180 days a year are spent in perpetual daylight, devoid of night. Today, a spherical spaceship descended onto a vast island upon this planet. As the hatch opened, a youthful woman with blue hair, dressed in casual attire and exuding a blend of youthful vibrance and mature charm, stepped out. Following closely behind her was a girl with pink hair clad in a wizardess robe. Indeed, they were Bulma and Shao Ye. However, after Shao Ye alighted from the spaceship, she felt as if something was amiss and turned to Bulma, asking, "Bulma, did we forget something?" What do you mean?" Bulma responded, perplexed by Shao Ye's inquiry. Seeing Bulma's confusion, Shao Ye elaborated, did we forget something important?" Bulma pondered for a moment, tapping her chin, before shrugging and stating, "I don't think so. If it were important, we would surely remember. Oh well, let us focus on our adventure on this planet." At the mention of adventure, both women gasped in unison. "Oh no, we forgot Shao Ye." Having just stepped out of the spaceship, the two hurried back inside, rushing to the ceramic bottle containing Shao Ye and Wukong. They quickly opened the magic square, liberating both of them. However, what tumbled out were 2 emaciated figures, resembling skeletal remains, groaning and writhing on the floor, which startled the 2 women into embracing one another in shock. "Water, food," the 2 skeletal figures moaned. And only then did the women realize it was Shao Ye and Wukong. Although they were puzzled by their current state, witnessing their imminent collapse spurred them into action, and they swiftly fetched food and water. The sight of food and water ignited a primal instinct in the 2 emaciated figures, whose eyes gleamed with a ravenous hunger. In an instant, they lunged at the food with an unrestrained fervor, devouring it voraciously. Bulma, watching their gluttonous display, couldn't help but wonder. Hadn't she just tossed in food? Did they not notice it? As Bulma posed her question, Shao Ye and Wukong, mouths stuffed with food, pointed at one another, exclaiming in unison, "It was him who broke the universal capsule." Bulma and Shao Ye exchanged exasperated glances. It was evident that the 2 had been oblivious to the capsule's condition during their battle. Nevertheless, considering that Shao Ye had endured 2 days of hunger within the magic square, both women felt a pang of sympathy and surrounded him to attend to his needs. Wukong, observing this, felt somewhat bemused. He had hands and legs. What need did he have for assistance? Shao Ye was indeed quite dramatic. Half an hour later, after both had eaten and drunk their fill, the 2 emaciated figures finally regained their human forms. "Phew, I thought I was going to starve to death, haha," Wukong exclaimed, rubbing his full belly in delight. Meanwhile, Shao Ye, reclining on Shao Ye's lap, quietly enjoyed the snacks Bulma had offered, smiling but saying nothing. After a lengthy rest, Shao Ye and Wukong had digested enough, and the group finally stepped out of the spaceship onto the desolate planet. Shao Ye gazed out at the endless expanse of the sea and asked Shao Ye, "Which direction should we head now?" The boundless emerald waters made it easy to mistake the planet for one entirely covered in water, had one only seen it from space. In response to Shao Ye's question, Shao Ye turned to Wukong instead, asking, "What do you think, Wukong?" Wukong grinned easily, stating, "Are you testing my ability to sense ki? This is no challenge for me. After all, I can perform the Genki-Dama, and sensing ki is a trivial matter." Indeed, as Wukong had claimed, even with his current limited ability to gather the Genki-Dama, he could sense ki within a radius of several hundred kilometers, making it exceedingly simple for him to detect the presence of others. "Oh, then tell me where we should go," Shao Ye inquired with a smile. After a brief moment of concentration, Wukong pointed in a particular direction, saying, "This way. I can sense dozens of ki signatures gathered together. There must be a gathering of people over there." Although Wukong had sensed correctly that there were indeed people present, he was mistaken. Those individuals were not gathered for a celebration, but were inhabitants of a small Namekian village. "Let us take a look," Shao Ye said, as he lifted Bulma into the air. Observing this, Shao Ye also took out her magic staff and mounted it. With no hesitation, Wukong joined them. And after flying for several minutes, they arrived at a place filled with peculiar little houses. Upon witnessing so many Namekians, Wukong could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many piccolo daimyos." As Shao Ye and the others descended, the entire village of Namekians gathered around, curiously scrutinizing these strange extraterrestrial visitors, unsure of their purpose. Clearing his throat, Shao Ye raised his hand in greeting. "Hello there." The peculiar manner of his address left not only the Namekians bewildered, but even Bulma and Shao Ye were at a loss for words, while Wukong burst into laughter, remarking, "Shao Ye, what kind of tone is that? It's absolutely hilarious." An elder Namekian, wiping the sweat from his forehead, addressed Shao Ye, esteemed extraterrestrial. There is no need to speak in such a peculiar manner. We can understand what you are saying. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shao Ye also wiped his own sweat. Although he recognized that language is universally spoken in Mandarin throughout the cosmos, being on a planet light years away made it feel somewhat surreal not to adopt a specific tone. After all, in the novels Shao Ye had read, protagonists always grappled with language barriers when venturing to new places. Now that it was his turn, he wondered if he was not the main character after all. After this brief interlude, Shao Ye straightforwardly explained that the Scions had previously visited Earth and conveyed the existence of Dragon Balls. The elder listened with some confusion but refrained from interrupting. Indeed, Shao Ye then revealed that Namekians also existed on Earth. The reason for their visit was their concern that extraterrestrial beings might invade Earth and, in turn, target their village. The revelation that Earthlings had traveled countless miles out of concern for their safety moved the Namekians to tears. Witnessing such an exaggerated display of emotion made Shao Ye feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, they were, in fact, the ones who had inadvertently invited the invaders. Chapter 102. A great leap in power. As the Namekians wept, Shao Ye and his companions found themselves at a loss. Were these Namekians truly so naive? Did they believe everything they were told? In truth, Shao Ye misjudged their nature. The Namekians possessed an innate ability to discern good from evil and truth from falsehood. Shao Ye was indeed sincere in his concern about the Scions invading their village, which is why the Namekians were so deeply moved. After all, who would not be touched by someone traveling great distances to warn them of danger? Only a villain or someone with a heart of stone would remain unmoved. After their emotional outburst, the Namekians intended to properly host Shao Ye and his companions, but they searched the entire village and could not find a single morsel of food. Being a plant-based species that only required water and photosynthesis, their dietary needs were quite different from those of ordinary humans. Thus, the elder awkwardly invited Shao Ye and his companions into the main dwelling. Upon entering, Bulma immediately noticed a Dragon Ball enshrined within the main room. This Dragon Ball was quite large, nearly the size of a basin, and was prominently displayed, making it impossible to overlook. Although Shao Ye had previously mentioned that there were Namekians on Earth, and that they too possessed Dragon Balls, it was only now that the elder recalled and said, Shao Ye, the Namekian capable of crafting Dragon Balls on Earth may be a descendant of our great genius, Catus. For more details, I recommend you consult our planet's Grand Elder. He can provide you with answers. The Grand Elder? Bulma pondered what the elder they referred to might look like. The elder nodded, stating, "Indeed, our Grand Elder resides quite far from here. Allow me to arrange for a warrior to escort you." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye did not respond immediately, but inquired, "Since you possess Dragon Balls, do you also know how to create them?" The elder, unsure of Shao Ye's motive, answered, "We are generally divided into combatants, geniuses who can craft Dragon Balls, and ordinary individuals. Not everyone has the ability to create Dragon Balls." Understanding the elder's response, Shao Ye nodded and asked, "May we select someone to guide us to the Grand Elder?" The elder, though perplexed by Shao Ye's intentions, consented, allowing them to choose for themselves. As fate would have it, when they exited with the elder, they discovered Wukong playing with two children who bore an uncanny resemblance to Dondi. One child was slightly older and looked like Dondi, while the younger one also resembled him closely. The Namekians appeared so similar that Shao Ye struggled to distinguish between them. Although he could easily ask to find out who was who, he opted for a more clever approach and decided to choose through a game of rock, paper, scissors. After some deliberation, Shao Ye pointed to the younger child, saying, "I choose him." The elder smiled at Shao Ye's choice, commenting, "Shao Ye, you have a keen eye. You have selected the child with the greatest warrior potential among us. Judy, come here and accompany these adults to the Grand Elder." Shao Ye was taken aback. Believing himself to be the protagonist who could choose correctly no matter what, the realization that he was mistaken nearly brought him to tears. Fortunately, they managed to reclaim Dondi. And as they flew toward the Grand Elder, they were met with teasing laughter from Bulma and Shao Ye, leaving Shao Ye feeling humiliated and seeking solace in Bulma's comforting embrace. After more than half an hour, the group finally arrived at a structure resembling a large white worm, built atop a towering rock pillar. As they descended, a Namekian warrior who bore a striking resemblance to Piccolo emerged to greet them. Shao Ye recognized him as Neru, a warrior assigned to guard the Grand Elder. Knowing that Neru would eventually merge with Piccolo, Shao Ye realized that, with his presence in this world, Neru might not necessarily undergo that transformation. He needed to persuade Piccolo to help him deal with Neru. Although Neru was merely a combatant, he suddenly felt a sense of unease, sensing that the esteemed guests mentioned by the Grand Elder might harbor ulterior motives. After a brief moment of hesitation, Neru invited Shao Ye and his companions inside. Upon reaching the second floor, they were taken aback by the imposing and rotund figure of the Grand Elder, while Wukong gazed at him with wide-eyed wonder. "Welcome, esteemed guests who have traveled from afar. Your timely warning is greatly appreciated." An aged and somewhat frail voice emanated from the mouth of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Shao also stepped forward to express his gratitude, subsequently voicing his concerns to the Grand Elder. Although Shao was aware of the plot developments in the anime, he found himself uncertain, as the present circumstances mirrored those of the storyline. Thus, he too questioned whether Vegeta possessed the intellect to recognize the significance of Namek. Fortunately, the Grand Elder had sensed an impending malevolent force seeking to covet them not long ago. Even in the absence of Vegeta, the Frisia force would soon turn its gaze toward Namek, drawn by the allure of the mystical Dragon Balls, which would inevitably be discovered, prompting a military incursion. Shao, indifferent to the Grand Elder's gratitude, was resolute in his quest for greater power and directly inquired about methods to enhance his strength. The Grand Elder pondered briefly before presenting two options. One involved traveling to a nearby planet where martial arts were practiced by all its inhabitants, a place conducive to rigorous training. The other was a rare artifact in the universe capable of significantly amplifying one's power. However, this artifact was elusive and fraught with peril. Those lacking the requisite awareness who dared to touch it would face dire consequences. Upon learning of such an artifact's existence, Shao's eyes sparkled with excitement, perceiving it as something meant for a protagonist like himself, and he quickly sought its whereabouts. Yet, the Grand Elder merely shook his head, explaining that the artifact did not reside in a fixed location. It would be drawn to those who were worthy, meaning it could manifest in the presence of a fortunate individual at any time. Just as Shao felt disheartened, the Grand Elder smiled, revealing yet another method to enhance his strength. He could unlock Shao's potential. Shao was already cognizant of this approach, but had refrained from mentioning it out of concern for the possible toll on his lifespan. However, with the Grand Elder broaching the subject, Shao naturally approached him to have his potential unlocked. After a brief touch upon Shao's head, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him. Chapter 103. Learning Skills. Shao felt a powerful force surging through his body, as if he could obliterate the planet with a single punch. Quickly, Bulma, bring out the Power Scouter to see how much Shao's strength has increased. Shao Ye exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Bulma. Without needing any further encouragement, Bulma had already retrieved the scouter. She aimed it at Shao, and soon his current power level was displayed before their eyes. At that moment, Shao's battle power had reached an astonishing 130-100, with a physical condition of 10-0-20. Seeing Shao attain such an impressive level of strength, Bulma rejoiced as if she herself had accomplished it. 130,000. Shao Ai gasped in elation upon hearing the number. Meanwhile, Goku looked at the Grand Elder, eager and impatient, asking, "What about me? Can my potential be unlocked too?" Although unlocking potential did not deplete the Grand Elder's lifespan, it did consume his energy. Having just unlocked Shao's potential, the Grand Elder was already somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, witnessing Goku's excitement, the Grand Elder nodded in agreement. However, Neru, standing nearby, felt reluctant to see the Grand Elder overexert himself and attempted to intervene, only to be stopped by the Grand Elder. Goku, recognizing the Grand Elder's weariness, approached him with concern, asking, "Are you really all right, Grand Elder?" "It's nothing, just a trivial matter," the Grand Elder replied, placing his hand upon Goku's head. Soon, Goku's aura began to fluctuate violently. After scanning him with the Power Scouter, Bulma was startled to hear a series of crackling sounds followed by the emergence of black smoke, resulting in the device returning to its ordinary state. "What happened?" Bulma questioned, confused as she removed the scouter to inspect it. Shao leaned in closer to take a look and speculated, perhaps Goku's power is so immense that it overwhelmed the scouter. This was not an implausible notion, as Frisia's forces often encountered malfunctions with their Power Scouters. Even on Earth, there had been instances of them exceeding their limits. In comparison, Bulma's device was rather impressive. Yet, despite Shao's reassurance, Bulma remained uncertain, stating, "That's impossible. My scouter can detect power levels up to 150,000. How could it have failed? Need I say more? It's simply that Goku's strength exceeds 150,000, Shao replied without surprise. Shao Ai chimed in, "That can't be. Goku's power was less than 20,000 before. How did it suddenly soar to 150,000? What is so impossible about it? After all, Goku is the protagonist. It's only natural for him to possess greater potential." Shao thought, though he refrained from voicing this opinion. As the trio engaged in quiet conversation, a cough from the Grand Elder drew their attention. "Grand Elder, are you all right?" Goku inquired, still concerned for the one who had just unlocked his potential. The Grand Elder retracted his hand and shook his head, expressing his regret. "I'm fine. Cough, cough, but I'm sorry that I couldn't fully unlock your potential." Given the Grand Elder's efforts, Shao and Goku had no grounds for complaint, and both expressed their gratitude. After resting for a while, the Grand Elder then requested, "I have a premonition that a nefarious force will soon invade us, and my children will surely be unable to withstand it. Therefore, may I humbly ask for your assistance?" The Grand Elder need not plead, for Shao was already inclined to help. Their arrival was not merely to exchange information. Having prepared himself mentally, Shao was not merely here to enhance his strength. Thus, even without the Grand Elder's request, he would have intervened. However, despite his substantial power increase, the gap between him and Frieza remained vast. After conversing with the Grand Elder, Shao expressed his intention to seek further strength elsewhere, assuring him that they would return should Namek face peril before bidding farewell. As they prepared to exit the Grand Elder's chamber, he noticed Shao Ai, who appeared hesitant to speak, prompting him to call them back. He suggested they stay for a day before departing. And although Shao initially intended to decline due to their limited time, he seemed to understand something upon seeing the Grand Elder's gaze on Shao Ai, and ultimately agreed. The following day, Shao and his companions departed Namek, setting their course toward the direction indicated by the Grand Elder. On board the spacecraft, Shao Ai was jubilant, urging Bulma to create a new power scouter so she could assess her own strength. After several hours, Bulma emerged with a newly crafted and upgraded power scouter. Upon scanning Shao Ai, her power level was revealed to be 12,000, with a physical condition of 300. Although Shao Ai's strength was still but a fraction of Shao and Goku's, it filled her with immense joy. In her world, such power would allow her to vanquish 10 demon kings simultaneously. After 3 days, Shao and his companion spacecraft arrived near a planet named Yadalala. Upon hearing the words of the Great Elder, it was revealed that this planet is replete with numerous martial arts skills. The extent to which they could be learned depended solely on Shao Ye and his companions. Without a moment's hesitation, they ventured forth. Meanwhile, aboard another insect-like spacecraft, Piccolo was exasperated as he gazed at 3 children. He had long suspected that being with these youngsters would spell trouble, yet he seemed to have forgotten that he was merely a child himself. Krillin was beside him, soothing the tearful son of Goku, who had not accompanied Piccolo for a year of training. Thus, the child remained a weepy little one. As for Dongjia and Shixiong, the two of them, relying on their magical prowess, often teased the seemingly green-skinned elder, driving Piccolo to the brink of irritation. Wanting to discipline them, but hesitating due to their lineage as Shao Ye's offspring and their role as the spacecraft's pilots. If he were to harm them, they would be unable to operate the ship. Surrounded by the cacophony of cries and laughter, Piccolo, possessing an inherently acute sense of hearing, felt the tension rise in his temples. At a certain moment, he could bear it no longer and bellowed, silencing all sounds in an instant. With bloodshot eyes, he seized Krillin and demanded to know how much longer it would be until they reached Mike Xing. Krillin, equally at a loss, had to calm not only Goku's son but also Shao Ye's children. He sighed in resignation and replied, "Well, we have just departed for a little over 3 months, and it will take another 9 months to reach our destination." Upon hearing this figure from Krillin, Piccolo was on the verge of a breakdown. 5 months later, Shao Ye's spacecraft departed from the planet Atlantis. During this time, Shao Ye had acquired numerous profound combat techniques and witnessed Goku's mastery of instant transmission. However, while Goku favored this technique, Shao Ye preferred a more appealing skill, time stop. Was this not far superior to instant transmission? Shao Ye believed that no one could resist the urge to learn this technique upon witnessing it. And indeed, it proved to be the right choice for Shao Ye. His body was intrinsically linked to the fabric of time and space, allowing him to master the technique smoothly in just 4 months. In contrast, Goku's instant transmission remained merely an introductory skill, requiring additional time for true mastery. Seated on the couch, Shao Ye was flanked by Bulma and Shao Ye. While Goku sat in quiet contemplation, creating a stark contrast, Shao Ye mused, "It is fortunate that I did not choose instant transmission, otherwise, I too would be in a state of deep meditation like Goku." With curiosity, he inquired of the two women, "By the way, what have you learned during these past 5 months?" Shao Ye, with a proud expression, replied, "Naturally, I have mastered the art of enhancement. Shall I demonstrate it for you?" Immediately, Shao Ye thought of muscle augmentation and promptly shook his head, saying no. Shao Ai's face puffed up in indignation at his swift refusal. She began to playfully tug at Shao Ye's hand, prompting an eye roll from Bulma, who exclaimed in exasperation, "After all this time together, you're still acting like a child." Umph. Hearing Bulma's retort, Shao Ai mischievously pulled Bulma's hand toward Shao Ye, saying, "Since Shao Ye won't try, let's have you give it a go instead." Bulma, aware of the drawbacks of Shao Ai's enhancement technique, frantically shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I do not wish to become a muscle-bound woman." As she attempted to escape, it became apparent that Bulma, being a novice, stood no chance against Shao Ai's grip. Shao Ai insisted, "Oh, come on, why don't you trust me? My enhancement technique is no longer problematic." Seeing Bulma unable to break free, she seemed to acquiesce, asking skeptically, "Really? You're not deceiving me?" Shao Ai, sensing Bulma's wavering resolve, eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. To deceive you would be to act like a puppy, woof woof woof." Bulma, slightly reassured, still questioned, "What did you mean by those last barks?" Shao Ai, unwilling to divulge all, replied, "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. Besides, the effect of this spell is temporary and will wear off soon." With that, Shao Ai produced a slender wand and quickly recited a vague incantation before tapping it atop Bulma's head. Instantly, Bulma felt a resurgence of her once dormant primal strength. Her eyes sharpened, and a broad smile broke across her face. "Such a powerful force. I feel as though Shao Ye could hardly rival me now." With that, she provocatively gazed at Shao Ye, who raised an eyebrow in response, intrigued by the prospect of Bulma's newfound strength. As their eyes locked, Bulma became increasingly eager, swaying her hips enticingly. Had it not been for Goku's presence, Shao Ye might have pinned her down to teach her a lesson regarding her own strength. "Bulma, you are becoming intoxicated by power," Shao Ye remarked, retracting his interest. Usually, Bulma would be perceptive to her own transformations, but in her current state, her intellect was clouded by raw power, rendering her oblivious to Shao Ye's words. She provocatively pointed a finger at him, saying, "Oh, really? Yet I feel fantastic right now. What about you? Are you afraid to battle me?" Shao Ye found himself at a loss for words, wanting to showcase his own muscular physique. However, even when Bulma noticed her own bulging muscles, she remained unfazed, reveling in her newfound confidence. Shao Ye inquired about the duration of this state, to which Shao Ai responded that it would last 3 minutes. Mischievously, Shao Ye took out his phone to record Bulma in her current state. To his surprise, Bulma, noticing the recording, struck various poses with pride. Half an hour later, Bulma, burying her head in Shao Ye's embrace, refused to emerge, wishing to escape the teasing around her. At that moment, Goku finally ceased his meditation, exhaling deeply, and curiously observed why Shao Ye and the others were so merry. Noticing Goku's ignorance of the situation, Bulma quickly warned Shao Ye not to show Goku the footage. She even snatched the phone to delete the recording. Although Bulma had deleted the video, Shao Ye still conveyed the amusing incident to Goku, who, instead of finding it humorous, became excited and turned to Shao Ai, urging her to cast the enhancement spell on him as well. Though Shao Ye had long since recognized that Goku was not quite normal, witnessing his focus on such a different matter left him utterly speechless. After Shao Ai cast the enhancement spell on Goku, his muscles bulged, and he grew taller. Elated by his newfound strength, Goku exclaimed, "I feel as though my power has doubled." Just as Goku reveled in his joy, the spacecraft suddenly shook violently, and the group beheld an eerie light enveloping the ship. Bulma's expression turned grave as she explained that the light was a form of tractor beam, indicating they were being captured by something. Upon hearing Bulma's words, everyone adopted a serious demeanor. When the spacecraft's hatch was violently breached, a scion identical to Goku, albeit with slightly darker skin, appeared before them. Gazing at the figure clad in Frisia's army uniform, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, Goku stepped forward, scrutinizing him intently as he inquired, "Who are you?" However, the individuals outside, instead of responding, arrogantly declared, "I care not who you are. You are now captured by us. Hand over all your wealth obediently, or we can leave you on a desolate planet to fend for yourselves or face death." Upon hearing this, before Wukong could speak, Shao stepped forward, aligning himself with Wukong and addressing the individual who bore a striking resemblance to Wukong. "Such audacity. You dare to rob us, the Cosmic Guardian Squad. We shall deliver justice right here." Chapter 105. The seed of the spirit tree. Regarding this scion outside, who looked identical to Wukong, Shao immediately recognized him, Dales, an evil scion of mysterious origin and uncertain strength, who appeared as a villain in the theatrical version. When Shao encountered the brain in a jar, he had already anticipated the appearance of a character from the theatrical version. However, he had not expected to meet him in space before returning to Earth. Nevertheless, Shao was precisely in search of a method to enhance his strength, and Dales had conveniently appeared. Did this imply that he was specifically delivering the seeds of the spirit tree to Shao? Regardless of Dales' intentions, Shao accepted the gift. After all, Dales, who had yet to consume the spirit fruit, possessed only a strength of several tens of thousands, rendering him no match for them. The Cosmic Guardian Squad. You are part of the Galactic Alliance? Dales questioned, completely disbelieving Shao's self-introduction. Setting aside whether someone like Shao existed within the Cosmic Alliance, even if he did, Dales would not dare to be so brazen after noticing the Frisia Force battle attire he wore. Of course, Dales was not part of the Frisia Force. He merely wore their battle uniform to feign authority. You should know whether we belong to the Galactic Alliance or not. With that, Shao boldly descended from the spacecraft and approached Dale's ship, disregarding the four peculiar subordinates of Dale's, and confidently approached him. Witnessing Shao's audacity, although both parties understood that they were merely posturing, Dale still believed the Frisia Force was somewhat more formidable and retorted arrogantly, "Are you provoking me? Do you wish to fight?" Upon hearing this challenge, Shao raised an eyebrow and replied, "You wish to battle? Very well, though I am not particularly skilled. If that is your desire, I can engage you in a few rounds." Dales clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles, while his four subordinates surrounded Shao. Seeing this, Wukong also descended from the ship, eager for battle, and could not let the opportunity pass him by. Unfazed by being surrounded, Shao took a step forward, gazing down at Dales, and remarked, "You intend to start a fight here? If the ship is destroyed, we will all be in quite a predicament." Shao's words were intended to express his desire to seize Dale's ship. After all, it was rare to encounter a vessel that could traverse the cosmos with Dales and his crew on board. Dales, feeling overshadowed by Shao's height, offered a sinister smile and stepped back slightly, maintaining eye contact with Shao. "Very well, there happens to be a barren planet nearby. Let us descend there for some amusement." With that, Dales turned to signal his subordinates to pilot the ship, while Shao also turned to look at Wukong, patting him on the shoulder and inquiring, "Will you face many foes, or just a few?" Taken aback by the question, Wukong pondered for a moment before responding, "I want to confront the strongest." Originally, Shao had intended to take on Dales, but since Wukong was unfooled, he decided to concede this fight to him. After all, they were destined rivals. Chuckling, Shao lightly punched Wukong's chest, prompting a goofy grin from him. Shao then returned to the ship's entrance and asked the two women on board, "Will you be watching the spectacle or staying aboard the vessel?" Shao was indifferent to whether the women exited. After all, with the presence of the men, their participation was deemed sufficient. "Of course we want to go out and watch," Bulma replied matter-of-factly. Shao smiled at this response and cautioned, "You must be prepared for protection. I would hate for you to be caught in the aftermath of the battle. Rest assured, I possess relevant magical knowledge regarding defense," Shao Ye proudly proclaimed, patting her ample chest. Before long, the spacecraft landed on a desolate planet. Dales and his crew disembarked first, followed by Shao and his companions. Upon seeing that there were women aboard Shao's ship, Dales smirked maliciously and said, "You certainly know how to indulge yourselves. However, once your men are slain, the women shall belong to us." Heh. Shao, upon hearing this, responded slowly, "I had thought scions were merely brutal. It seems there are lecherous individuals like you as well." Dale scoffed at this, unwilling to engage in a battle of wits, and declared, "Let us begin. I can scarcely contain my urge to kill you." Shao gestured to Wukong, raising his chin, and said, "Go on, the adversary you chose." Wukong cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck before stepping toward Dales, who welcomed the challenge with a cruel smile. As Dales and Wukong prepared for combat, Shao coldly observed Dale's 4 subordinates and beckoned them over. Dale's subordinates included a muscular man with red skin, a blue-haired alien resembling a normal human, a biomechanical creature clad in silver battle armor, and a pair of peculiar twins. Though there appeared to be 5 of them, in reality, the twins were a single entity. As Shao waved to them, their figures vanished in an instant. However, what they perceived as speed appeared to Shao as if they were moving at a snail's pace. The muscular man approached Shao with a raised hand, poised to strike. However, before he could deliver the blow, Shao kicked him in the abdomen, sending him flying, and then turned to unleash a Kamehameha at the peculiar twins. Faced with the oncoming Kamehameha, the twins separated into 2, evading the initial blast. But Shao's Kamehameha was not so easily evaded. It curved back and split into 2 energy blasts, sending the twins crashing away. The biomechanical being, witnessing Shao's prowess, activated its battle armor, transforming it into thrusters, and accelerated behind Shao to attempt a sneak attack. However, before the biomechanical being could land a punch, Shao turned and pinned it to the ground. As Shao stood, he had yet to locate the final adversary when a punch struck him from the side. The blue-haired alien, however, was more surprised than pleased. Although the blue-haired alien had landed a blow, it had no effect on Shao. Shao smiled at him, and, before he could react, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Instantly, the alien's battle armor shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. At this moment, Shao noticed a being, resembling a Sinza being, fall from the blue-haired alien. Curiously, he picked it up to inspect it. Shao quickly recognized the item. It was likely the spirit tree seed that Dales and his group had obtained from an unknown source. He had not anticipated acquiring such a seed so effortlessly, as he had thought it would require significant effort to search through their ship. Chapter 106, Annihilation Disaster. Quickly, retrieve the spirit tree seed. The muscular man exclaimed in panic upon seeing Shao acquire the seed from the blue-haired alien. Shao found this utterly absurd. Even if the item held great importance, one should not conspire so loudly in front of their adversary. However, it was thanks to the loud outcry of the burly man that Shao Ye was certain this was indeed the seed of the spirit tree. Observing the panic-stricken individuals rushing towards him, Shao Ye tucked the spirit tree seed into his pocket and said with a smile, "Seeing how anxious you all are for this seed, I can tell it is a valuable item. Since it is indeed precious, I naturally cannot return it to you." As he spoke, Shao Ye swatted away a ki blast hurled at him by the burly man. With a resounding explosion, the ki blast detonated beside him, enveloping the area in smoke as the burly man and other biohumans who had just struggled to their feet plunged into the haze. Yet, when they emerged from either side of the smoke, they found no trace of Shao Ye. Just as they were bewildered, Shao Ye's voice drifted down from above, asking, "What are you looking for? Are you searching for me?" Startled, the two looked up just in time to see the ki blast rapidly expanding before them. The simultaneous detonations that followed marked the end of Shao Ye's skirmish with the 4 adversaries. After stretching his neck, Shao Ye turned his attention to the battle involving Wukong. Discovering that Wukong was locked in a fierce struggle with Dales, Shao Ye was genuinely astonished at how Wukong, with such formidable power, could be engaged in such a drawn-out conflict with someone of such lesser strength. Was this what they referred to as a 50-50 match? Shaking his head, he dusted off his clothes and approached the 2 women. Handing the spirit tree seed to Shao Ye, he said, "Take a look at this seed known as the spirit tree and tell me what use it has." Upon receiving the seed, Shao Ye examined it with curiosity, and Bulma leaned in to inspect it as well. After casting an identification spell, Shao Ye quickly gleaned the details of the spirit tree seed. However, once she learned of its capabilities, Shao Ye glanced at Shao Ye, hesitant to voice her thoughts. She was acutely aware of Shao Ye's intense yearning for power, and this seed contained precisely the kind of strength he craved. However, for the seed to sprout, it required the energy of an entire planet as sustenance. Moreover, the seed had stringent requirements regarding the quality of the planet. It could not germinate on a barren world. This meant that for the spirit tree seed to flourish, they needed a vibrant planet, one teeming with life, not merely a forest-covered world. There had to be humans or other creatures actively inhabiting it. Otherwise, a planet devoid of human or biological presence would not possess sufficient energy to support the seed's growth. The seed had already absorbed a considerable amount of energy, indicating that Dales and his companions had previously devastated numerous planets. Now that this seed had fallen into Shao Ye's hands, Shao Ye felt a pang of concern. She did not wish to witness Shao Ye transforming into a ruthless entity capable of obliterating an entire planet, for that would make him no different from a demon king. What's wrong? Do you not even know the seed's purpose? Shao Ye inquired, fully aware of its significance. His intention was merely to gauge Shao Ye's stance on him utilizing the spirit fruit to enhance his power. Seeing Shao Ye's silence, Bulma assumed she truly could not discern its function and chuckled. So even you, Shao Ye, are unaware of certain things? It seems we'll have to rely on science to uncover the true nature of this seed. As Bulma reached for the seed, Shao Ye instinctively recoiled from her hand. Bulma was taken aback, unsure of Shao Ye's actions. Realizing her overreaction, Shao Ye sighed and disclosed the seed's properties. She then returned it to Shao Ye, saying, I know this is something you cannot be kept in the dark about, so I will leave the decision to you. I trust your judgment will not disappoint me. Upon hearing the capabilities of the seemingly innocuous seed, Bulma cast a worried glance at Shao Ye. She, too, did not wish to see humanity wiped out due to Shao Ye's selfish desires. Observing the expressions on the faces of the two women, Shao Ye smiled, embracing them gently as he reassured, Rest assured, your man is no great demon king. He would never resort to such acts. Upon hearing this, the tension in the two women finally eased. However, this did place a burden on Shao Ye, as there remained less than 4 months until his confrontation with Frisia. In order to enhance his strength within this limited time frame, mere training would not suffice. Now, Shao Ye could only hope to truly be the fated individual mentioned by the elder, capable of attracting the treasures of the universe. Hey, how long are you going to stay there embracing each other? Can you come over and lend a hand? Wukong's untimely voice interrupted the tender moment. Shao Ye released the two women and turned to face Wukong, who, despite his superior strength, was struggling against a mere fraction of Dales's formidable combat power, leaving Shao Ye utterly speechless. However, as he looked over, he noticed that Wukong had already recovered from the enhancement spell, yet he appeared remarkably weakened. Shao Ye glanced curiously at Shao Ye, asking, Shao Ye, does your magic possess such a drawback? Seeing Wukong's frail state, Shao Ye shyly turned her head away, her finger tracing her cheek as she admitted, yes, I did mention that the enhancement spell has its flaws. Did you? Shao Ye and Bulma responded, both incredulous. Especially Bulma, who had also undergone enhancement yet felt no fatigue. Why was Wukong experiencing such a sensation? Realizing this, Shao Ye began to explain. Her enhancement spell functioned similarly to inflating a balloon. For weaker individuals, the enhancement would be limited and would not induce muscle fatigue. However, for someone powerful like Wukong, it was akin to filling his body with a large volume of air. Although it could temporarily boost Wukong's strength, it rendered his muscles perpetually tense. And once the effect wore off, fatigue would flood in, thus leading to Wukong's current state of weakness. Understanding the reason, Shao Ye decided he would prefer not to have Shao Ye cast this spell on him in the future. With a sigh, Shao Ye stretched his neck and then suddenly vanished from sight. The next instant, Dales was sent flying by a powerful strike. In midair, Dales's body was pierced through the head by a golden key wave that was only 2 fingers wide, ensuring his demise before Shao Ye turned his attention back to Wukong. Despite being infinitely stronger, he found himself in a position where he required assistance. Wukong sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 107, The Red, Peculiar Planet. After vanquishing Dales and his crew, Bulma not only repaired the spaceship's hatch, but also modified Dales's ship to fit into a universal capsule, enabling their departure from the desolate planet. However, in the subsequent 2 months, they drifted aimlessly through the cosmos. Although they encountered a few life-bearing planets, their technological advancements paled in comparison to Earth. As they approached Namek, where Vegeta could appear at any moment, their combat capabilities had not significantly improved, merely rising slightly from their departure from Namek. This left Shao Ye troubled. He even contemplated planting the spirit tree seed on one of Frisia's planets, as those worlds were undoubtedly vibrant. Being under Frisia's command was hardly an ideal situation, yet it presented an opportunity to acquire the spirit fruit without moral qualms, yielding a twofold advantage. He had even devised a contingency plan, considering that the spirit tree seed was seized from Dales. Afterward, they could escape in their ship, ensuring Frisia would not suspect him while diverting his attention towards Dales, a perfect scapegoat. The issue lies in the fact that Shao Ye and his companions are unaware of which planets are subservient to Frisia. Otherwise, they would not be flitting about the universe like headless flies. As for why they do not enlist the help of the KO, Shao Ye feels that his reputation has not yet reached the level where a stranger would offer assistance. In contrast to Shao Ye's impatience, Wukong remains completely unconcerned. On the contrary, he is quite relaxed. Although the confines of the spaceship are limited, he possesses the yet-to-be-mastered instant transmission, which suffices for him to meditate quietly in a corner. Speaking of instant transmission, Shao Ye has noticed a significant enhancement in his perception of energy over the past few days, perhaps due to an overwhelming desire for strength. He has unconsciously extended his awareness of energy. He can now sense distant places, occasionally even detecting the energy emanating from within planets without needing to enter their star systems. While an increase in control over energy is indeed a cause for celebration, it offers little advantage in practical combat. Perhaps it is useful only for retreat. As another month passes, if Shao Ye's luck remains poor, they will have to return to Namek. Suddenly, Shao Ye perceives an unusual energy emanating from a planet far away. At that moment, Bulma unexpectedly wraps her arms around Shao Ye's neck while seated on the sofa, exclaiming, "This adventure in the universe over the past 3 months has been incredibly fun. Are we heading back to Earth next, or shall we venture to Namek?" Upon hearing this, Shao Ye snaps back to reality and glances at Bulma with exasperation, replying, "You seem to have forgotten that our children are currently en route to Namek." Reminded by Shao Ye, Bulma recalls that Shixiang and Dongjia took off nearly a year ago. Shao Ai playfully taps Bulma on the head, saying, "You have been so engrossed in your research that you forgot about your own children." Hee, it has been too long, Bulma pouts, playfully sticking out her tongue. Shao Ye then embraces Bulma, kissing her cheek before suggesting, "Let us set aside those matters for now and see what lies ahead." He gestures in a particular direction, prompting Bulma to rush to the spaceship's control console. After making some adjustments, she turns to Shao Ye with a puzzled expression, asking, "It seems there are no planets in that direction. What are we going there for?" Thus far, it has been Shao Ye alone seeking strength. Bulma and the others are merely on a leisurely trip, while Wukong is keen to return to the planet Atura. As Bulma follows Shao Ye's indicated path, it isn't long before they spot a red planet. It is unclear what this crimson celestial body is composed of, as their scanners fail to detect any life energy within. However, through sensory perception, they can sense it quite distinctly. Observing this peculiar planet, Bulma hesitates to land and turns to Shao Ye, asking, "This planet looks quite strange. Do we really need to go down?" Shao Ye, upon sensing the energy within the planet again, confirms that the strange energy is indeed emanating from its core and is significantly more powerful than his current abilities. Moreover, he detects an unknown force within the planet that captivates him. Though he is unsure of its nature, Shao Ye, who is usually confident in himself, believes it to be the cosmic treasure spoken of by the Elder. If it were merely a formidable foe residing within, Shao Ye might reconsider. But the allure of treasure is too strong for an adventurer like him to resist. Is it true that every treasure is guarded by a beast? After musing this, Shao Ye rises and tells Bulma and Shao Ai, "You should remain outside the planet. I sense a very powerful evil force within. I fear I may not be able to protect you, so it would be best if you do not accompany me." How can that be? "We will go with you. As long as we avoid that evil force, we should be fine." Despite the strangeness of the planet, Bulma is still eager to explore. However, Shao Ye shakes his head, saying, "That evil force is several times stronger than I am now. I fear something unfortunate may happen. Moreover, I intend to retrieve a few items and return quickly. Let us wait until we are stronger before we venture inside." Shao Ye approaches Bulma, cradles her head, and kisses her forehead in a comforting manner. Flustered by his affection, Bulma blushes and reluctantly agrees. Shao Ye then pulls Shao Ai in for a tight embrace, stating, "Wait for me here. If I do not return within 3 days, you may wish upon Shenlong to bring me back." Initially, the two women did not perceive the gravity of Shao Ye's warning, but upon hearing that they might need Shenlong to retrieve him, they start to feel uneasy. However, before they can voice their concerns, Shao Ye silences them, asserting, "Do not worry. We still have Shenlong, do we not? Even if I were to perish, I can be revived." Yet upon hearing this, Shao Ai expresses her concerns. "But can Shenlong truly revive you? You are not from this world." Many are aware of Shao Ye's origins, including Bulma, who had been curious about how he appeared in such a frigid place when they first met. Consequently, she conducted her own investigation, and with her brilliant intellect and ample resources, she quickly deduced that Shao Ye was not from this world. Ironically, this knowledge only deepened Bulma's affection for him. After all, he is so dashing, the charming dark horse prince she encountered first. Although she is uncertain when he might leave, her fondness for Shao Ye remains unwavering. Thus, upon hearing Shao Ye, another individual from another world, expressed doubt about Shao Ye's potential for resurrection. Bulma does not find his origins surprising, but rather worries about the possibility of him not being revived. At that moment, Wukong approaches with curiosity, looking at Shao Ye and inquiring, "Shao Ye, can you really not be revived by Shenlong?" Wukong is unconcerned about Shao Ye's origins. As long as he is willing to fight for the protection of Earth and justice, that is sufficient. In response, Shao Ye shrugs and says, "I do not know. I have never attempted it. Besides, I am not foolish enough to take my own life to test whether Shenlong can revive me. If it does not work, I would be at a tremendous loss." Although Shao Ye's reasoning appears sound, a seed of doubt regarding his revival has been planted in Wukong's mind. After a moment of silence, Wukong gazes resolutely at Shao Ye, declaring, "Let me accompany you to that planet." What? After a moment of bewilderment, Shao Ye quickly realizes Wukong's combative nature, but he firmly refuses, stating, "No, I am not going down there to fight. You would only complicate matters. I cannot allow you to accompany me." Though the planet below evokes a sense of strangeness in Shao Ye, he is indifferent to it. He simply desires to acquire the intriguing object that draws him in the vast universe. Once he secures the item, he intends to withdraw immediately, avoiding any conflict. Bringing Wukong along would inevitably lead to battle. The energy fluctuations from the planet indicate that the opposing force is several times stronger than they are, and Shao Ye is unwilling to risk combat. However, Wukong yearned to plead his case. He was not motivated by a desire for combat, but rather by a wish to protect Shao Ye. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Shao Ye resolutely rejected him once more, stating, "There are no buts. This is a covert mission, and you are not suited for it. That is final." As he spoke, Shao Ye approached Wukong and patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I understand your eagerness for battle. Greater conflicts await you in the future, but for now, you must heed my words." Realizing that Shao Ye had misunderstood his intentions, Wukong attempted to clarify. Yet, Shao Ye swiftly dismissed him, advancing toward the escape pod and swiftly entering it. Observing Shao Ye signal 3 with his fingers through the mysterious window, Wukong's resolve solidified. He turned to Bulma and Shao Ye, declaring, "Bulma, Shao Ye, I intend to accompany Shao Ye to the planet below." With a thunderous crash, an escape pod plummeted into a crimson desert, raising clouds of sand. As the dust settled, tranquility returned to the surroundings. The pod's door finally opened, revealing a young man with black hair, clad in a black leather jacket and pants, his feet adorned with sturdy black boots. After taking a moment to inhale the surrounding air, he noted the environment resembled that of Earth, prompting him to step out of the pod. Once he transformed the escape pod into a capsule and stowed it away, the young man surveyed his surroundings before proceeding in a particular direction. It need not be stated that this young man was none other than Shao Ye himself, who mistakenly believed he was heading toward the powerful individual he sensed, unaware that he had already attracted attention. In truth, Shao Ye was oblivious to the fact that the desert he perceived was merely a larger courtyard belonging to others. Meanwhile, in a grand chamber within a castle on the opposite side of the planet, an orange-skinned humanoid alien with large, trumpet-like ears sat in a chair crafted from thunder steel. Holding a goblet filled with a crimson liquid, he watched a large screen, fascinated by Shao Ye's actions. "Boss, what do you think of this young and handsome fellow?" he inquired, swirling his drink as he gazed at Shao Ye's visage. In the next moment, a hooded alien resembling a salamander silently approached the orange-skinned alien and, after observing Shao Ye for a while, remarked, "This alien possesses great strength, yet I can defeat him." The orange-skinned alien chuckled heartily, replying, "That would be ideal. But be cautious not to mar his face. Many peculiar beings in the universe are quite fond of this type of alien." The salamander alien nodded in agreement, asking, "Shall I go capture him now?" The orange-skinned alien raised a hand to halt him, saying, "Hold on. He is heading toward that forbidden area. Wait until he is expelled from there before you retrieve him." The salamander alien, as quietly as he had arrived, retreated, while the orange-skinned alien continued to watch Shao Ye with keen interest. After traversing for over half an hour, Shao Ye discerned that he had exited the range of the powerful aura. He then decided to leave the desert by flying. Upon departing, he found himself in a canyon that turned out to be a gathering place for aliens. There were houses perched atop steep cliffs and bustling streets below. Were it not for the residents' small, trumpet-like ears and their orange skin, Shao Ye might have believed he had returned to Earth. As Shao Ye descended into the valley, the lively street suddenly fell silent. It was not due to the alien's astonishment at his presence or his ability to fly. Rather, it was the direction from which he had arrived. Observing the once vibrant street now frozen in time, Shao Ye furrowed his brow and took a step forward. However, with that single step, the frozen crowd erupted into chaos, fleeing as if confronted by a primal beast. In an instant, the street devolved into pandemonium. Amidst the turmoil, Shao Ye effortlessly grasped a struggling young boy, maintaining a calm demeanor as he inquired, "What are you afraid of?" The boy, seemingly petrified, could only scream and thrash about, failing to respond. Realizing this, Shao Ye released him and quickly fixed his gaze upon a furtive thief attempting to exploit the chaos. With a mere gesture, the thief levitated towards him, a testament to Shao Ye's mastery of energy manipulation rather than any supernatural ability. The thief, terrified at being brought before Shao Ye, pleaded for mercy. Yet, Shao Ye, disinterested in his pleas, coldly interrogated him until the thief reluctantly divulged information. It turned out that the direction Shao Ye had come from led to a notorious land baron known throughout their planet and the universe. While that alone might not instill fear in the ordinary populace, what truly terrified them was the baron's history of slaughtering the planet's indigenous inhabitants to facilitate his land deals. Upon hearing this, Shao Ye found the baron's actions reminiscent of Frisia's. However, as he continued to listen, he discovered something more troubling. The thief explained that the baron initially engaged in the massacre of the native people, but later realized it was more profitable to capture them as slaves. A business he subsequently adopted, even exploiting his own kind, which was why the locals were so afraid of him. Shao Ye, perplexed, queried, "If you fear him so greatly, why do you reside so close to him?" The thief, with a bitter smile, replied, "This is already the farthest we can live from him. Any further, and we would be in his backyard." Shao Ye was rendered speechless. After releasing the thief, Shao Ye resolved not to involve himself in the affairs of this planet. Had he not known that ordinary civilians still existed here, he might have considered planting the seeds of the spiritual tree. Furthermore, he believed that any uprising or resistance ought to be driven by their own motivation. Otherwise, even if he were to overthrow one land baron, another would inevitably arise, and he had no desire to intervene in such matters. However, shortly after Shao Ye departed the canyon, he noticed someone trailing him. Turning around, he spotted the same thief he had previously apprehended, stealthily following behind him. "Come forth. I have no intention of repeating myself," he declared, pointing towards the thief's hiding place. Although the thief was unaware of the golden light emanating from Shao Ye's fingertip, he sensed it posed a threat. "Please, noble one, do not harm me. I am coming out." The thief emerged with his hands raised high, adopting a comically formal salute. Observing this peculiar gesture, Shao Ye mused that such military salutes must be universal across the cosmos. Lowering his hand and dispersing the piercing energy, Shao Ye beckoned the thief closer. The young man, despite his ragged cloak, could not conceal his frail physique, indicating a life of malnutrition. Nevertheless, he managed to keep pace with Shao Ye's speed. Intrigued, Shao Ye inquired, "Why do you, a thief, follow me? I carry no currency of your planet." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the thief replied, "Noble one, I only sought to steal money to exchange for some bread. I am left with no other choice." Amused by the thief's reasoning, Shao Ye laughed and remarked, "Even a thief understands the principles of market economy. You resort to theft, yet no to trade for food?" Waving his hand dismissively, he continued, "You may return. I have no desire to involve myself in your trivial matters, and the place I am heading is certainly not meant for someone of your ordinary status." As for the thief's words, Shao Ye did not believe them in the slightest. After all, he had witnessed much in his life. A thief might indeed suffer from malnutrition, but that was no justification for their thievery. He had encountered many who endured hardship without resorting to theft, especially in a relatively peaceful environment. Yet, the thief did not waver. Instead, he knelt before Shao Ye, pleading for salvation. Observing someone kneeling, Shao Ye furrowed his brow and, with irritation, lifted the thief up, stating, A man should not bow before another. Such behavior is beneath dignity. The thief, taken aback by this admonition, was moved to tears, wishing to kneel once more. But Shao Ye held him upright, rendering him unable to do so. Witnessing the thief's emotional outburst elicited a sense of incredulity from Shao Ye, who exclaimed, "Enough of this weeping like a woman. If you wish to save yourself, it is only through genuine desire to extricate yourself from the mire that anyone can assist you." With that, he shook his head and walked past the thief. However, after a moment's pause, the thief approached Shao Ye again, prompting Shao Ye to feel exasperated, wondering if this would never end. This time, however, the thief spoke differently, saying, "Esteemed one, my name isn't Bailina. I was compelled to thieve under the threat of the mafia that has taken control of my town, who also use my family as leverage against me. I had no choice but to resort to such actions." And Bailina looked at Shao Ye with pleading eyes, continuing, "You possess the ability to fly. Surely you are formidable. If you were to intervene, you could eradicate that mafia." Upon hearing the name in Bailina, Shao Ye was indeed surprised. The name sounded distinctly feminine. Yet judging by her physique, he shook his head, indicating that he had heard many similar tales and had no intention of offering assistance. To his astonishment, even after her heartfelt plea, Shao Ye remained unyielding, and Bailina, feeling a sense of despair, positioned herself in front of Shao Ye, removing her hood to reveal her delicate features, and stated that if he were willing to help, she would serve him for a lifetime. In response to her proposition, Shao Ye slapped her lightly on the head, exclaiming in frustration, "Where did you get the notion that I am a lecher?" covering the spot where he had struck. And Bailina's eyes glistened with tears as she timidly replied, "Isn't it something that beings from your universe enjoy?" Shao Ye, incensed by her response, nearly struck her again, causing Bailina to dart away like a frightened rabbit. Shaking his head, Shao Ye initially intended to ignore her, but a sudden idea struck him. He beckoned her closer, and seeing her approach cautiously, he felt exasperated. Nevertheless, he retrieved a seed from his pocket and placed it in her hand, sporting a broad smile as he said, "You claim to be oppressed? Here, I give you something that can obliterate those who bully you." And Bailina gazed at the seed in confusion, inquiring, "Can this truly destroy the mafia?" Shao Ye nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it has the power not only to eradicate the mafia, but even to annihilate this entire planet." Upon hearing this, and Bailina trembled in fear, and then Shao Ye's almost devilish voice whispered in her ear, "Be cautious. Should this seed touch the ground, it will activate immediately." Terrified by this warning, and Bailina dared not breathe too heavily, fearing that the seed might fall and doom the planet. Observing her rigid demeanor, Shao Ye could not help but laugh heartily, and Bailina, believing him to be jesting, was incensed and prepared to discard the seed when Shao Ye's indifferent gaze reminded her that the seed was indeed capable of destroying the world, causing her to stiffen once more. Realizing that Bailina was not beyond redemption, Shao Ye reclaimed the seed and waved her off, saying, "You may return now. I have obtained what I wanted, and I will assist you in dealing with the mafia." However, Bailina stubbornly shook her head, declaring, "I will not leave." "What if you run away?" Shao Ye found her naivety amusing. If he were to flee, what could she possibly do? Ignoring her simplistic reasoning, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Very well, if you wish to follow, then do so, but do not blame me if you meet your end." Chapter 110. Kindred spirits. As they continued on their journey, and Bailina's chatter grew increasingly incessant. It was not that Shao Ye found her verbosity bothersome, but rather her constant address of him as esteemed one was quite irksome. Shao Ye understood the term's connotation, essentially equating it to parent, and had he already assisted Bailina, he might have accepted such a title with grace. However, as he had yet to aid her in any way, her insistence on calling him esteemed one left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Before she could utter the title again, he interrupted her, saying, "Hold on. You need not call me esteemed one. I have not yet helped you. There is no need for such formalities." And Bailina paused, taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered someone from the cosmos who found such a title unappealing. In truth, even among her own kind, there were many who relished being addressed as esteemed one, especially those in the mafia who took pride in the title. After regaining her composure, Bailina regarded Shao Ye with curiosity, asking, "Then what should I call you?" Upon hearing her revert to the title, Shao Ye glared at her, enunciating each word with emphasis, "Do not call me esteemed one. Do you understand?" Surprised by his reaction, Bailina felt a twinge of fear. Nevertheless, She steadied her racing heart and cautiously inquired, "Then what should I call you?" Recognizing her subservient attitude, Shao Ye could empathize with her cautious demeanor, as she belonged to the lower echelons of society. However, he still found it quite distasteful. After some consideration, he decided against correcting her behavior further. While he occasionally addressed others as esteemed one, it was reserved for those who had aided him or for whom he felt a sense of indebtedness, which was far more respectable than those who addressed anyone wealthy as father. Shaking his head, Shao Ye replied, "Just call me by my name. Remember this. I am Shao Ye, Shao for the surname, Ye for the given name. Do you understand?" Listening to his self-introduction, and Belina found him incredibly charming. She nodded repeatedly, acknowledging her understanding, and then cautiously uttered, "Shao, Shao Ye." Shao Ye rolled his eyes at her response and continued walking, saying, "Since you are by my side, refrain from addressing me before speaking. It creates an odd impression, do you understand?" Following behind him, and Belina nodded earnestly, replying, "Yes, I understand." As they proceeded, and Belina began to feel something was amiss, and with a hint of fear in her eyes, she addressed Shao Ye. Shao Ye, the path you are taking seems slightly off. Is something wrong?" Shao Ye asked, not bothering to turn around. "Well, the direction you are heading appears to be towards a forbidden area," and Belina stammered, her voice trembling. Upon hearing her implication, Shao Ye turned back to her with curiosity, asking, "Oh, do you know where I am headed?" And Belina, suppressing her fear, nodded slightly, her eyes filled with trepidation as she gazed at the distant, ominous black clouds. Her body trembled as she spoke. "Ahead lies the forbidden ground of our planet. It is said that a demon resides within. Perhaps we should return." "Demon, huh?" Shao Ye found the notion somewhat amusing, for the true demon lurked behind them, while the allure of the unknown ahead was irresistibly strong. It felt as if he had been bereft of something for eons, and now it had finally come within reach. Shao Ye was indifferent to the demon's existence. His curiosity compelled him to explore further. After more than half an hour, the pair finally reached the shadow of the black clouds. Upon witnessing the stone forest ahead, and Belina hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Shao Ye, not wishing to force her, gently suggested, "You wait here, I will venture in." Ignoring her protests, he strode confidently toward the stone forest. A few steps in, he paused, turning to Belina, "If I do not return by day's end, you must leave. As for the matter of the Black Hand Gang, seek wiser counsel." With a wave of his hand, he disappeared into the stone forest without looking back. As soon as Shao Ye vanished, a tall figure cloaked in a hooded garment appeared behind Belina. Shao Ye lost all sense of his surroundings upon entering the stone forest. He swiftly navigated through the rocky terrain, moving with the speed of lightning. After what felt like an eternity, the intensity of the call within him grew stronger. He realized that the object of his search lay just ahead, and instinctively, he quickened his pace. Before long, he arrived at a clearing where a massive crystal stood at its center, emanating a radiant, multicolored light. Shao Ye was certain that the source of this luminous phenomenon was the treasure he sought. After testing the crystal with his hand, convinced of his ability to shatter it, Shao Ye took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful punch. The force, greater than that of multiple nuclear explosions, shattered the crystal instantaneously. The multicolored light cascaded down from above, landing in Shao Ye's hands. As the brilliance dimmed, he beheld the true form of the light. A seed? A world seed? Shao Ye pondered, incredulous, yet he chuckled and shook his head. Impossible. World seeds only exist in realms of cultivation. How could one appear here? In truth, he had guessed part of the truth. While the object in his hand was not a world seed, it was nonetheless a crucial item for the creation of the universe. It remained a mystery why this cosmic seed, controlled by Fu Yu, had manifested here and drawn him in. Before Shao Ye could fully comprehend, the cosmic seed sprouted instantly, its roots burrowing deep into his hand, sending a jolt of unease through him, making him fear he might be possessed. As he attempted to remove the sprout, it not only resisted his efforts, but grew rapidly into the form of a small tree. Although he felt no weakness in his body, the sight of a tree sprouting from his hand filled him with dread. Just as he feared the tree would drain his essence, it began to merge with his body. In moments, the dark clouds that had loomed over the stone forest dissipated, and Shao Ye felt an overwhelming surge of power erupt from within. The transformation was fleeting, and upon checking his body for abnormalities, he relaxed, realizing that his strength had multiplied several times over. Previously, his combat power stood at 130,000. Now, it had soared to approximately 300,000, and it continued to rise. Sensing the pace of his ascension, he surmised that within a month's time, his power could reach an astounding 700,000. Chapter 111. Time stopped. With such a tremendous increase in power, Shao Ye felt elated. On his way back, he contemplated aiding in Bailina without alarming the planet's formidable inhabitants. As he joyfully soared from the stone forest and spotted Bailina still waiting, his heart swelled with happiness, prompting him to accelerate his flight, eager to inform her of his willingness to assist. He longed to see the joy and excitement on her face upon learning of his intention to help her. However, as he flew out of the stone forest and approached within 10 meters of Bailina, his expression turned grave, halting at the entrance. He sensed a massive presence lurking behind her, hidden from view yet palpably powerful. It was undoubtedly one of the planet's strong beings. Shao Ye, and Bailina stood frozen, her face devoid of joy and filled instead with terror as she murmured his name. Shao Ye regarded the empty space behind her and spoke in a low, grave tone. "You would use a native to coerce me? Is this the hallmark of the might of your planet?" As his words hung in the air, a deep, mocking laughter emanated from behind Bailina. "Humph, you are indeed the infamous Scion, able to see through my disguise in an instant." With that, the cloaked figure of a lizard man emerged, one hand gripping Bailina's throat as he provocatively eyed Shao Ye. "I know very well that using an innocent as leverage cannot sway the cold-hearted Scions." However, his grip tightened, and he prepared to exert force. Shao Ye's voice boomed. "Stop! I am not a Scion. What do you want? State your terms, and I will agree to them." Not being a Scion, Shao Ye could not idly watch Bailina perish before him. He took a few steps forward, attempting to negotiate. If talks fell through, he would reconsider his approach. Upon hearing that Shao Ye was not a Scion, the lizard man paused momentarily, then a cruel smile spread across his face. "Oh, that is even better. Hand over what you retrieved from inside." Although the order from the land's colossal crocodile was to capture Shao Ye, the lizard man sought to benefit himself. After all, the forbidden ground had remained untouched for millennia, and no one had entered it until now. Shao Ye not only dared to enter, but had also emerged. And with the disappearance of the strange phenomena above the forbidden ground, who would believe he left empty-handed? Shao Ye, unwilling to part with the small tree that had merged with him, knew he couldn't relinquish it even if he wanted to. "Fine, I will give it to you. But you must release her first. Only if you let her go will I hand over what you seek." Though unable to produce the small tree, Shao Ye was determined to save Bailina first. He cautiously advanced, ensuring her safety would allow for subsequent actions. However, this tactic of delaying would not work again. The lizard man was not easily fooled. He tightened his grip further, tauntingly gazing at Shao Ye. "Do you think I'm a fool? If I release her, what has to stop you from fleeing? Hand over what you have now, and perhaps I will let her go." Otherwise, Shao Ye was weary. Realizing that even facing opponents weaker than himself, this powerful being maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Resigned, he pretended to rummage through his pockets, stepping closer as he said, all right, I'll give it to you, but please don't harm her." Upon witnessing Shao Ye's willingness to offer something to that wicked individual, Bailina could not help but be overwhelmed with tears. She had always believed in her judgment, and encountering such a kind-hearted person felt like a blessing accrued over many lifetimes. Yet, this benevolent soul was now threatened by that nefarious villain because of her. Bailina cried out to Shao Ye, urging him to flee and not to give anything to the scoundrel, for he was untrustworthy. The Yongren's face darkened at Bailina's insult, and with a surge of force in his hand, he prepared to end her life. Witnessing this, Shao Ye dared not delay. He stepped forward and momentarily halted time just before the Yongren could snap Bailina's neck. Having only recently mastered this technique, he could pause time for a mere 3 seconds. For an ordinary person, 3 seconds may seem fleeting, but for Shao Ye, it was ample time to act. In just half a second, he reached Bailina, spending another second to pry her from the Yongren's grip. He also managed to deliver a blow to the Yongren before returning Bailina to safety. As time resumed, the Yongren, though not seriously injured, was left bewildered, realizing that his hostage had vanished, only to find Bailina standing with Shao Ye. Though puzzled by Shao Ye's sudden appearance, the Yongren dismissed it as inconsequential. As long as Shao Ye remained, he did not believe the latter could repeatedly employ his recent ability. However, the Yongren was mistaken. Shao Ye indeed had the capacity to continuously pause time, for this was not a game with limitations. He could halt time as long as he wished. Nonetheless, there was a distance constraint. He could only pause time within a 5-meter radius. Fortunately, Shao Ye had managed to close in on the Yongren just within that range. Or else Bailey Na would have faced dire consequences. "Are you all right?" Shao Ye asked as he held in Bailey Na, retreating several meters. Though she was uncertain of what had transpired, and Bailey Na felt reassured by Shao Ye's presence. She touched her neck and replied, "It hurts a bit." Upon inspection, Shao Ye found that her cervical vertebrae were not broken, though they seemed to be cracked. However, as long as she was alive, she could recover. He sighed, temporarily surrounding her neck with energy for protection. "You'll be fine. I'll treat you later. For now, don't move your neck. And please step aside while I handle some matters." And Bailey Na obediently retreated to safety, allowing Shao Ye to rise and fix his gaze upon the Yongren once more. "I did not expect such depravity from the strong of this planet. While possessing power, you lack virtue." As he spoke, Shao Ye clenched his fists. The Yongren, seeing this, grinned widely, his aura surging. Chapter 112. A heroic rescue. An overwhelming and terrifying aura erupted from the Yongren as he laughed. "I find it curious why you didn't use that ability to escape. Given your speed, I could not have caught you. Until now?" The Yongren believed that Shao Ye's time pause was merely a result of his speed, not understanding the concept of time manipulation itself. Hearing the Yongren's question, Shao Ye instinctively thought he should keep his time-stopping ability as a trump card, revealing it to no one, not even those closest to him. Thus, he remained silent, focusing on enhancing his own energy to contend with the Yongren. However, unable to resist taunting him, he remarked, "Fleeing is merely a strategy to return stronger. Dealing with someone like you requires direct confrontation." The Yongren tightened his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, suppressing his fury as he gritted his teeth. "Let us see if you can still talk back when you're left gasping for breath." With that, the Yongren vanished from sight, and Shao Ye's form began to blur as they both moved rapidly around each other. Eventually, they materialized hundreds of meters away from the stone forest, without a trace of battle on either of them. In fact, the Yongren had not even touched Shao Ye. Thinking Shao Ye had intentionally drawn him away to protect Bailey Na, the Yongren scoffed, "Your pointless compassion. Are you ready to fight me now?" Shao Ye shrugged casually. Better than being hard-hearted. Without adhering to any martial ethics, he unleashed an energy wave. Although not particularly swift, the Yongren was unable to react in time. The explosion engulfed him, yet when he emerged from the smoke, his clothing bore no signs of damage, only a dark expression directed at Shao Ye. "Huh, I find myself increasingly fond of you." The Yongren's eyes widened, laughing maniacally, his demeanor unsettling. With that, the Yongren's arm moved in a blur, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Shao Ye. His intent was simple. If he could not see Shao Ye, he would unleash a saturation attack to render him incapacitated. The Yongren dismissed the advice of the local giant crocodile, no longer concerned about it. Like a barrage of bombs. Although each individual energy blast would not significantly harm Shao Ye, the sheer volume posed a considerable threat. One or two would not faze him, but the overwhelming number raised doubts about his ability to withstand them. Faced with such an onslaught, even someone as tenacious as Shao Ye would find himself retreating like a cornered animal. As the Yongren continued to fire energy blasts, he mocked, "What's wrong? Is running all you know? If you keep this up, I might have to take action against that girl." As he spoke, the Yongren fired an energy blast towards the stone forest, intending to bait Shao Ye. Swiftly dodging, Shao Ye caught sight of the blast hurtling toward Bailey Na. He could easily disregard her, and with the items he had secured, he could leave this planet at any moment. However, Shao Ye was a person of flesh and blood, capable of emotions. Despite having known Bailey Na for only a short time, he could not bear the thought of her dying, especially before his eyes. Once again, Shao Ye's figure flickered as he rushed to Bailey Na's side, enveloping her with energy just as the energy blast neared. Without hesitation, he shielded her with his body, the explosion ripping apart the fabric of his back, startling Bailey Na awake. Everything transpired too swiftly. One moment, she saw Shao Ye dodging the energy blast, and the next, he was holding her, having taken the explosion on himself. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Bailey Na felt an urge to devote herself to him entirely. Seeing Shao Ye fall for his trap, the Yongren's grin widened even further, almost reaching his ears, yet He continued to unleash energy blasts as if intent on obliterating Shao Ye completely. The relentless explosions ravaged Shao Ye's back, leaving it a bloody mess. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have likely lost his combat efficacy by now. However, Shao Ye was no ordinary individual. A closer observation would reveal that if the Salamander Man ceased releasing energy blasts for even a second, Shao Ye's back would instantly revert to its original state. Although the blasts could not harm him, he found himself trapped in this predicament. As thoughts raced through his mind, the Salamander Man, who was incessantly unleashing energy blasts, was suddenly struck by a projectile that soared in from behind, interrupting his relentless assault. Though unaware of who had intervened, Shao Ye sprang to his feet and, without a backward glance, darted into the stone forest, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing Shao Ye's escape, the Salamander Man was taken aback and immediately sought to pursue him. After all, Shao Ye was his intended target. While he could slay Shao Ye, failing to capture him would leave him in a precarious position with the land's formidable crocodile. Yet, as the Salamander Man attempted to chase after him, a figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. It was Wukong, who had been observing the situation from the outset, but had refrained from intervening, believing Shao Ye could handle the Salamander Man. Only when Shao Ye was suppressed while attempting to save someone did Wukong finally take action. Had Shao Ye known of Wukong's presence, he would have been unable to suppress his sarcasm. Questioning why Wukong had not unleashed a powerful attack to severely wound the Salamander Man instead of opting for harmless energy blasts, Shao Ye struggled to comprehend Wukong's thought process. If he were in a confrontation, he would either ensure his opponent's complete disappearance or render them utterly incapable of causing harm. He would never engage in heartfelt exchanges with them. Yet Wukong, even when facing the newly arrived Vegeta on Earth, had let him go. Such leniency was unique to Wukong, and only Shao Ye would indulge him in that manner. Observing the alien before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a scion, the Salamander Man would typically inquire about this resemblance, given the notorious brutality of scions across the cosmos. However, consumed by the desire to chase after Shao Ye, he disregarded this and attempted to shove Wukong aside. Yet, the moment his hand made contact with Wukong's body, Wukong executed a swift shoulder throw. As the Salamander Man's back struck the ground, he remained incredulous, unable to fathom that he, a being of planetary caliber, had been thrown down. Chapter 113, Awakening of the Ultimate Heart. The sudden shoulder throw delivered by Wukong ignited an uncontrollable rage within the Salamander Man, causing a formidable aura to erupt from his being, shaking the very sky and earth with its immense power. Sensing the imminent danger, Wukong wasted no time and swiftly retreated from the Salamander Man. However, it was too late. The Salamander Man, rising to a vertical position, fixed his ferocious gaze upon Wukong. In the next instant, he lunged at Wukong, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen before sending him crashing into the ground like a cannonball, creating a towering column of dust. Boom! The Salamander Man raised his hand, launching a blue energy blast toward the spot where Wukong had fallen. With a resounding explosion, a figure leaped from the blast's epicenter just before it detonated. However, before Wukong could catch his breath, the Salamander Man, having inexplicably appeared before him, seized his head. Thud! 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 One hand gripped Wukong's head while the other rained down merciless blows. After enduring an unknown number of punches, blood trickled from Wukong's mouth, and he teetered on the brink of exhaustion. The Salamander Man lowered his hood, revealing his bloodthirsty gaze as he spoke in a deep voice. "Kid, you're unfortunate. You are not my target, yet I can torment you at my leisure before ultimately ending your life." As he tightened his grip around Wukong's neck, the Salamander Man relished in the despair etched upon Wukong's face as he struggled. Meanwhile, after bringing in Bailey Na to a safe location, Shao Ye informed her that he would return for her shortly. As he turned to head back into battle alongside Wukong, and Bailey Na grasped his arm and cautioned, "Shao Ye, be careful. That individual is the strongest enforcer of the land's crocodile, and he is extraordinarily powerful." Without needing in Bailey Na's warning, Shao Ye could already sense the immense power radiating from the Salamander Man. Yet, to think such a formidable being was merely a lackey of the land's crocodile? Was that crocodile yet another Frisia? Finding the situation increasingly precarious, Shao Ye was eager to conclude the battle swiftly. After dealing with Bailey Na's safety, he intended to return to the spaceship with Wukong. After gently patting Bailey Na's head and instructing her to remain here, Shao Ye flickered away. hoping their battle would not attract the attention of the land's crocodile. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand the arrival of another powerful foe. Upon returning to the battlefield, Shao Ye was met with a stunning sight. Wukong was enveloped in golden flames, his aura seemingly multiplied beyond measure. Shao Ye recognized Wukong was in a state of unleashed small universe energy, and while he was thrilled that his teammate had powered up, he was also concerned about the existence of others with such abilities in his universe. Why did he, as the protagonist, lack such explosive growth and strength? Unbeknownst to Shao Ye, he had not experienced a small universe explosion prior to his fusion with the cosmic tree, which now granted him the ability to unleash immense cosmic power. Just imagine the power of a small universe explosion. How formidable would a large universe explosion be? If Shao Ye were to guess, he might surmise that the sudden emergence of such overwhelming strength could result in the explosive demise of the wielder. Regardless, Wukong had unleashed the power of his small universe. Despite his amplified strength, Shao Ye sensed that Wukong still seemed somewhat incapable of overcoming the Salamander Man. Unlike Wukong, who would exchange pleasantries before engaging in combat, Shao Ye, upon sensing something amiss with Wukong, rapidly simulated all advantageous strategies in his mind. Ultimately, he resolved to utilize the penetrating wave against the Salamander Man. As Wukong and the Salamander Man clashed once more, a streak of golden light surged forth at extraordinary speed, piercing through the Salamander Man's chest. This unexpected turn of events left both combatants momentarily stunned. The Salamander Man clutched his perforated chest. Disbelief etched upon his face as he beheld Shao Ye's return. Spitting blood, he cursed Shao Ye, "You despicable alien. How dare you ambush me?" Shao Ye, crossing his arms with a mocking expression, floated beside Wukong and retorted, "What need is there for martial ethics with a villain like you?" The Salamander Man, infuriated by Shao Ye's demeanor, spat another mouthful of blood, clearly on the brink of collapse. In his final moments, he gazed at Shao Ye with a mixture of resentment and curiosity, inquiring, "What technique did you use to snatch that girl from me?" As he gasped for breath, he continued, "When you evaded my energy wave earlier, you lacked such speed. Otherwise, you would not have struggled so clumsily. For a warrior so devoted to martial arts." Even Wukong felt a twinge of sympathy for the Salamander Man, admiring his dedication to the craft. However, Shao Ye possessed none of Wukong's empathy. When faced with a threat to his life, he would simply send them to the underworld to share their fate with Yama. Shao Ye scoffed disdainfully and replied, "You wish to know? Well, I shan't tell you." Shao Ye's words not only astonished the Rongyuren, but also left Wukong feeling that it was somewhat excessive. After all, what significance does it hold when a dying person shares a few details? As Wukong was preparing to persuade Shao Ye, he noticed that Shao Ye was already poised to unleash his next penetrating wave. Wukong was rendered speechless, pondering how difficult it could be to pose a question to a dying individual. However, as Shao Ye's penetrating wave surged forth, the Rongyuren's figure vanished in an instant. Turning to glance at the Rongyuren, who had taken refuge nearby, Wukong observed the hand beneath which lay a wound on the verge of healing, revealing without question that this fellow possessed self-healing abilities. "Why, you're unharmed." Wukong felt deceived and rushed forward to engage in combat. Witnessing this, Shao Ye unleashed his full aura and leaped forward to join the fray. The clash echoed with a series of resounding impacts. Despite being outnumbered, the Rongyuren remained undeterred, even exhibiting an undercurrent of counter-pressure. Yet amidst the skirmish, Shao Ye discerned a peculiar detail. Why did the Rongyuren's fists feel so feeble? To ascertain whether the Rongyuren was indeed holding back, Shao Ye pulled Wukong aside, enduring a searing sensation from Wukong's aura. After receiving dozens of punches from the Rongyuren, Shao Ye confirmed that the Rongyuren was not merely toying with him. His punches were genuinely lackluster. Positioned between Wukong and the Rongyuren, Shao Ye faced the latter, dusting off the non-existent residue on his chest, and proclaimed, "Indeed, your punches are as soft as..." As he spoke, he extended a finger skyward and continued, "Like the impact of a 210-mile-per-hour vehicle crashing, utterly feeble." By the end, Shao Ye's voice rang out with unrestrained fervor, manifesting the psychological repression he had long endured. At this juncture, Wukong erupted with a surge of cosmic energy, though he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts. He was perplexed by Shao Ye's choice to step forward and absorb the Rongyuren's blows. However, upon hearing Shao Ye's remarks, Wukong began to suspect that Shao Ye might have sustained some mental damage. The Rongyuren, incensed by the denigration of his fists, felt a surge of rage. Having been reduced to a pitiful state by his own energy wave, how could his punches be deemed powerless? In retaliation, the Rongyuren unleashed a barrage of furious strikes upon Shao Ye, ultimately delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Shao Ye fell into a distant pit, yet swiftly emerged from its depths. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Shao Ye sported a broad grin and waved a finger, declaring, "So weak, so weak. Your punches are truly pathetic." With that, Shao Ye's figure flickered, rapidly closing the distance to the Rongyuren, and, to the latter's astonishment, he landed a punch to his abdomen. A spray of blood erupted forth. The Rongyuren felt Shao Ye's fist was undeniably hard, although the force was not overwhelming. Yet it still imparted the sensation of a million-ton impact. The Rongyuren's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning how Shao Ye had suddenly become so formidable. In truth, Shao Ye had always been strong. It was merely that they had not engaged in close combat before, leading the Rongyuren to underestimate him. Conversely, Shao Ye had only perceived the Rongyuren's immense aura and assumed he was exceptionally powerful, never doubting his own strength. For quite some time, both Shao Ye and Wukong had selectively overlooked a crucial aspect of Shao Ye's attributes, his physical constitution. Although constitution does not directly translate to combat power, and its effects are negligible at lower levels, it should not be forgotten that 11 months prior, Shao Ye's constitution had already surpassed 10,000. After 11 months of training in the fusion with the cosmic tree, his constitution had now reached 50,000. In contrast, Wukong's constitution was a mere 900, and the Rongyuren's, due to his skin's color-changing ability, was even lower at 400. If one were to compare these statistics in gaming terms, while Wukong and the Rongyuren might boast superior combat abilities, Shao Ye's health and defense were sufficient to dominate them, resulting in the current predicament. Shao Ye even felt that had Frieza's constitution been too low, he could have defeated him without Wukong's transformation. This is impossible. The Rongyuren could not accept being defeated by a being he deemed weaker. He struck Shao Ye with a heavy fist, causing him to stagger. Yet, it only momentarily disoriented Shao Ye. As the Rongyuren swung again, Shao Ye swiftly grasped his fist, spitting out blood as he gazed at the Rongyuren, then slammed his head into the latter's skull. The collision produced a sickening crack, and the Rongyuren's head caved inward. For an ordinary person, such a blow would suffice to end several lives. However, the Rongyuren's self-healing ability prevented him from dying immediately. With his head dented, the Rongyuren looked at Shao Ye in terror, retreating instinctively, no longer daring to strike. This was a monster, a creature he could not hope to harm. Perhaps it was the dent in his skull that triggered the Rongyuren's recollection of Shao Ye's previous hasty retreat. If his fists proved ineffective, might energy waves succeed? With this thought, the Rongyuren retreated rapidly, conjuring countless energy blasts aimed at Shao Ye. Beyond merely embedding intense intent within the energy, Shao Ye had long since ceased to fear energy attacks. His earlier retreat was merely a strategic decision to engage in a fair fight. As absorbing such potent energy was no easy feat, however, the circumstances had changed. Sensing that the Rongyuren had yet to succumb to despair, Shao Ye resolved to impart a taste of true hopelessness. With outstretched hands, he absorbed the energy blasts that struck him. It was uncertain whether it was due to the exponential increase in his constitution or the Rongyuren's feeble blasts, but Shao Ye suffered minimal harm while absorbing them. The Rongyuren, realizing that his attacks not only failed to injure Shao Ye, but instead fueled his growing momentum, began to feel genuine fear. He sensed he was facing a true monster. An overwhelming chill coursed through his body, igniting a primal urge to flee this formidable adversary. As the Rongyuren turned and fled in terror, Shao Ye, now brimming with the energy he had absorbed, raised his hand and aimed at the retreating figure. With a resounding whoosh, a golden energy wave, 2 fingers wide, traversed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, piercing through the Rongyuren's head. Although the Rongyuren possessed self-healing abilities, he would never regrow his lost head. With the deed accomplished, Shao Ye exhaled deeply. Turning to Wukong, who was still enveloped in golden energy, he apologized. I'm terribly sorry, but I've dispatched that alien. You might want to recover now." Wukong managed a wry smile. Withdrawing his golden aura, he collapsed to the ground like a rag doll, weakly stating to Shao Ye, I currently lack the strength to even raise my hand. If any more villains appear, I'll have to rely solely on you." Wukong had not anticipated the severe repercussions of his cosmic surge, and Shao Ye found himself unable to assist him. Upon departing Earth, he had neglected to bring any senzu beans. To prevent any misunderstandings from Bulma and the others aboard the spaceship, Shao Ye contacted them to assure them that all was well at the moment. Subsequently, Shao Ye returned to retrieve Ambelina, and with Wukong in tow, he ventured back to the Prior Valley town. Under Ambelina's guidance, the ordinary-level Mafia members were swiftly eliminated by Shao Ye. Yet before eradicating the Mafia, Shao Ye discreetly inquired with their leader about the strength of the real estate tycoon. Upon realizing that the real estate tycoon was merely an ordinary person, whose intimidating presence stemmed from the powerful allies surrounding him, Shao Ye couldn't help but chuckle. He had long harbored concerns about the existence of even stronger individuals. After making a call to summon Shao Ye and her companions from the spaceship, Shao Ye ventured alone to the opulent palace of the real estate magnate. It was effortless for him to locate the corpulent tycoon hiding in an underground chamber, and he brought him before Bailey Na, entrusting her with the management of the tycoon's vast fortune. The sudden wave of happiness overwhelmed Bailey Na, who, after taking over the tycoon's immense assets, unexpectedly knelt before Shao Ye, expressing her desire to take him as her master. However, mindful of past experiences, Shao Ye resolutely declined, concerned about the possibility of welcoming another wayward disciple. Yet, Bailey Na persisted, kneeling for 3 days and nights, which stirred the compassion of Bulma and the others. It was only then that Shao Ye relented, agreeing to accept her as a student and to jointly instruct her in martial arts alongside Wukong, while also allowing the weakened Wukong to lend some effort. A month later, aboard the spaceship soaring through the cosmos, the fully recuperated Wukong emerged from meditation. Glancing at Shao Ye, who appeared motionless on the sofa, turning to the spaceship's window, he inquired, "Shao Ye, do you truly believe that after just a month of instruction, Bailey Na will learn anything significant?" Though Shao Ye seemed to be idly seated, he was, in fact, testing the limits of his time-stopping ability, discovering that its range could extend to a maximum of 10 meters, with the duration of suspension being a mere 5 seconds. In reality, it was Wukong who remained still, while Shao Ye moved swiftly within the spaceship. As Wukong spoke, each utterance felt to Shao Ye as though a full year had passed, prompting him to assist Wukong in articulating his words, much to the latter's obliviousness. Wukong's lack of vigilance towards Shao Ye's peculiarities was fortunate. Otherwise, he might have sensed the unusual circumstances surrounding him. Once Wukong finished speaking, Shao Ye seemed to snap back to reality, reclining against the sofa and stating, "Though the girl possesses a good heart, I am not adept at assessing physical potential. What do you think she can truly achieve?" Surprisingly, Shao Ye's inquiry turned back upon himself. After a moment of contemplation, Wukong shook his head, responding, "I have imparted everything that Master Rashi taught me to Bailey Na. As for her ultimate accomplishments," he trailed off, still uncertain. "Well, you have taught her all you can. As the saying goes, a master can lead one to the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. I have also provided her with ample resources. If she lacks talent, then that is simply her fate, and we need not dwell on it." Shao Ye spoke nonchalantly. Yet his words did little to alleviate Wukong's concerns, as this was, in essence, his very first disciple, and he couldn't help but care. To divert Wukong's attention, Shao Ye brought up the planet Namek, asking, "Wukong, do you think Vegeta will venture to Namek?" Upon hearing this, Wukong promptly shifted his focus away from Bailey Na, stammering, I don't know." His hesitation stemmed from a sense of guilt. He believed that the situation had arisen from his own actions. He had previously released Vegeta, hoping he would recover and train adequately, leading to a future confrontation. However, the repercussions had escalated beyond his expectations, leaving Wukong somewhat reluctant to confront the reality. After a lengthy silence, Bulma and Shao Ye emerged from the laboratory, carrying Shao Ye's medical reports, their expressions tinged with curiosity as they gazed at him. Taken aback by their unusual demeanor, Shao Ye's heart raced. He had previously requested them to conduct tests due to his concerns about potential anomalies resulting from his integration with the cosmic tree. Now, seeing their peculiar expressions stirred apprehension within him, prompting him to ask, "Ladies, why do you look at me with such strange eyes? Is there something wrong with my body?" Familiar with Shao Ye's ability to appear suddenly beside them, the two women were not surprised, and they proceeded to conduct their examination. After a moment, they smiled and remarked, "Your physique has indeed strengthened compared to before. Did you truly merge with a sapling on that planet? It feels as if you've consumed something that enhanced your body." Relieved to hear that he was in good health, Shao Ye allowed himself to relax, playfully pinching their noses and teasing, "You two are quite mischievous. We'll see how I deal with you tonight." Just as Shao Ye engaged in playful banter, the ever-timely Wukong approached, having overheard the mention of Shao Ye's improved physique. He had previously witnessed Shao Ye withstand an attack from the lizard man without harm and was eager to ascertain the extent of Shao Ye's enhancement. "Shao Ye, we're on a spaceship. There is no night here. Tell me, how high has your physique reached?" Wukong's inquiry disrupted the light-hearted atmosphere, causing Bulma and Shao Ai to exchange amused glances before retreating back to the laboratory. Understanding Wukong's simple nature, Shao Ye refrained from getting upset and handed him the reports, stating, "Take a look for yourself. It's certainly impressive. I know your physique is formidable, but I wish to catch up." Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the intricate text and diagrams on the report, feeling overwhelmed. After only a brief glance, he set down the papers and reached for the battle power detector, favoring the simplicity of numbers over the convoluted data. Soon, Shao Ye's battle power was displayed. 1. With a physique of 60,000. Wukong was not surprised by Shao Ye's battle power being 1, as he could similarly lower his own to around 10,000. However, the revelation of Shao Ye's physique at 60,000 left him astounded. Eager to compare, he performed a self-assessment, revealing his own battle power to be 300,000 and a physique of 1,003. While Wukong's physique was significantly elevated compared to his previous state on the Red Planet, it was still only an increment of a little over 100 points. Unlike the substantial leap in battle power, seeing his physique barely surpassing 1,000, Wukong felt a wave of disappointment. He had thought himself strong, only to find he barely measured up to Shao Ye's standards. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and with a grin, he crouched beside the sofa, pleading, "Shao Ye, could you share with me how to improve my physique?" Shao Ye chuckled softly. Prior to merging with the cosmic tree, his physique had been a mere 10,000. Now, it had risen to 60,000. However, finding another cosmic tree for Wukong to merge with was not feasible, so he advised, engage in more extreme training. Do not confine yourself to the comforts of home. In time, your physique will naturally improve. Though Wukong was eager to put Shao Ye's advice into action, they remained aboard the spaceship, leaving him unable to commence his training. In the midst of Wukong's anxious waiting, the spaceship once again descended upon Namikexing a week later. At this point, members of Frisia's army had only just arrived an hour earlier than Shao Ye and his companions. Fortunately, Shao Ye and his group returned in time. Frisia's forces had yet to make their move, or else Shao Ye would have faced the risk of losing his credibility. Chapter 116. He is playing you. My king. As Shao Ye's spaceship landed on Namikexing, not only did Shao Ye and his companions notice that Frisia's ship had already landed, but Frisia's forces also discovered their arrival. Simultaneously, they realized that Piccolo had landed even earlier than Frisia. However, Shao Ye sensed that Piccolo was still quite distant from Frisia's forces, so he had no intention of joining them just yet. Bulma, using a power detector to scan the direction of Frisia, turned to Shao Ye and Wukong, saying, "There is an extremely high power reading over there. His power level has reached 570,000. This was truly dreadful, for such a formidable and malevolent being had arrived. Wukong, do you wish to test your strength against him?" Shao Ye asked Wukong as they disembarked from the spaceship. Absolutely. Wukong was eager to engage. Although Frisia, even in his base form, possessed a power level exceeding that of Wukong, he felt confident with Shao Ye by his side. After all, even in defeat, Shao Ye would be there to back him up. Observing Wukong's enthusiasm, Shao Ye lightly punched him on the shoulder, admonishing, "Do not forget that there are Namite people here as well." The elder previously spoke of a catastrophic disaster, which must refer to those evil beings. Wukong scratched his head. Puzzled, did the elder mention a catastrophic disaster? Wukong had become somewhat clever at this moment, and Shao Ye, exasperated, patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not concern yourself with such details. Those wicked individuals arrived here before us, which thwarted my plan to retrieve the Namite people in advance. You and Bulma, along with Shao Ai, should hide the Namite people for now." Upon hearing Shao Ye's arrangement, Wukong and Bulma were both confused, questioning why, given Shao Ye's superior combat abilities, they needed to avoid those malevolent beings. In truth, had Shao Ye been unaware of Frisia's true power, he might have been inclined to confront Frisia himself, especially considering his nascent awakening of the ultimate heart. Wait, when did Shao Ye awaken the ultimate heart? One might wonder, wasn't it during the battle with the Yonglong people? And why wasn't it explicitly stated? Shao Ye had already exhibited his power, so there was no need to elaborate further. Besides, one should not dwell on trivialities. Before Wukong could utter the foolish suggestion of why they should not join forces to eliminate Frisia, Shao Ye raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "Engaging in battle without knowledge of the enemy's strength is a foolish act. For now, you must hide all the Nameite people. I will investigate their purpose for coming here." Upon hearing this, although Bulma and the others agreed to hide the Nameite people, they began to worry about Shao Ye's safety. Shao Ye gently caressed the hair of both women, flashing a confident smile as he reassured them. "What? Do you think my power level of 700,000 cannot surpass their 500,000? I am merely going to inquire about their intentions and will not engage in combat, so do not fear any hidden strength they may possess." Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, and recalling that he had never given them cause for concern, the two women relaxed. After securing the spaceship, Bulma mounted Shao Ai's magical staff, departing with Wukong. As they left, Shao Ye's smile faded. He rubbed his temples, recalling that Frisia intended to invade Namekexing, aware that his goal was the Dragon Balls. Yet he could not quite remember what Frisia intended to do with them. After a minute of contemplation, he still could not recall Frisia's intentions regarding the Dragon Balls. Rather than dwell on it, he decided to inquire directly. Taking advantage of Frisia's unfamiliarity with his current state, Shao Ye relaxed his energy to a level 3. As Frisia's army prepared to act and eliminate the Nameite people, Shao Ye descended before them, blocking their advance. "Greetings," Shao Ye called out from atop a large rock, raising his hand in salute to the peculiar group of aliens below. His voice startled Frisia's army, causing them to instinctively raise their weapons toward him. Observing their readiness to attack, Shao Ye quickly raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Whoa, everyone, no need to be tense. I mean no harm." After a moment of agitation among Frisia's ranks, a figure emerged from a hovering chair, a Frisia with horns on his head, accompanied by a rotund creature with a pink sea urchin-like head and a green-skinned alien with a pointed chin. "Saiyans? How is it that there are other Saiyans apart from Vegeta and the others?" Frisia remarked quizzically, eyeing Shao Ye, realizing that he was being mistaken for a Saiyan. Shao Ye shrugged, saying, "You have mistaken me. I am not a Saiyan." He then turned around, tapping his backside to indicate the absence of a tail. Yet, this gesture left everyone, except Frisia, dumbfounded. The rotund creature leaned closer to Frisia, exclaiming in shock, "He is playing you, my king." Humph. Without needing the sea urchin-headed creature's reminder, Frisia felt insulted. He had never been treated in such a manner, and now this being, resembling a Saiyan, dared to mock him. Fortunately, Frisia, hailing from a background of banditry and self-proclaimed nobility, managed to suppress his indignation. After all, he had tolerated the eccentricities of the Jinyu force, so he could certainly endure this. Suppressing his fury, Frisia addressed Shao Ye in a low voice. "Very well, I understand you are not a Saiyan. Turn around and face me." Upon hearing this, Shao Ye complied, flashing a cheerful grin at Frisia. At that moment, the green-skinned alien with a pointed chin whispered to Frisia, "My king, the power level of the alien before us is merely 3. Frisia was taken aback, turning to the pointed chin alien, 3? As he pressed a button on his ear-mounted power detector, the reading of Shao Ye's power level confirmed what the alien had said. Astounded that Shao Ye possessed such a low power level, Frisia took a deep breath and praised him, saying, "Remarkable. With such a feeble strength, you dare to frolic before me, the cosmic Emperor Frisia. Are you prepared to be exterminated?" In response, Shao Ye waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Not quite. I came here to inquire about what you, King Frisia, intend to do on this barren planet." Accustomed to grand spectacles, Frisia found amusement in toying with this insignificant creature. He waved his hand to signal his soldiers to lower their weapons, and then turned to Shao Ye, saying with mockery, "What I, King Frisia, do here is none of your concern, unless you are a native of this planet." Shao Ye shook his head, replying, "Certainly not. I am merely a friend of the planet's natives, here to lend them a hand. If you seek something from the natives, feel free to tell me. Provided it is not too difficult, I can assist you. You will help me?" Frisia was skeptical, but after a moment's thought, he dismissed his soldiers and beckoned Shao Ye closer. Upon approaching Frisia, Shao Ye's ability to fly, despite his low power level, piqued Frisia's interest. He found this species quite intriguing. However, Frisia's presence here was not to ponder such matters. After getting closer to Shao Ye, Frisia finally revealed his purpose for coming. Upon hearing this, Shao Ye gasped in surprise, his eyes widening as he stared at Frisia. The latter, feeling somewhat embarrassed under Shao Ye's gaze, even blushed slightly but still inquired, "So, can you accomplish this?" After a moment of contemplation, Shao Ye removed his shoes and handed them to Frisia. Following an exchange of words between the two, Shao Ye nodded seriously and resolutely at Frisia, who then gritted his teeth and accepted the shoes. Seeing that Frisia actually believed his ruse, Shao Ye thought that perhaps Frisia would leave at this point. After Frisia accepted his shoes, he waved a hand at his soldiers, commanding, "Kill him." To Shao Ye's shock and confusion, he exclaimed, "Why must you kill me?" Frisia, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and replied, "You know too much. I cannot allow those who have knowledge of my secrets to remain alive." At this, dozens of soldiers behind Frisia, along with the portly pink sea urchin-headed creature, began to sweat nervously, fearing that Frisia might discover their awareness of his secrets. Chapter 117, The Battle for Dragon Ball's Weight. "I still have something to say." Just as Frisia's soldiers were about to act, Shao Ye suddenly shouted. Hearing that Shao Ye had more to say, the soldiers indeed halted and looked towards Frisia. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Frisia, chuckling in a peculiar manner, said to Shao Ye, "It seems you desire a final word before your demise. Today, I shall indulge you." Shao Ye, exuding confidence, looked at him and stated, "You see, my power is quite low, yet I dare to approach you." Frisia, intrigued by the notion of an ant claiming to outrun a rabbit, was keen to hear what Shao Ye had to say, as it was a last word from one facing death. Frisia gestured for him to continue. Shao Ye, tapping his thigh, proclaimed, "I dare to meet you because I perfected a remarkably powerful technique long ago. Previously, it could only be executed using my legs. But now I can perform it without them." Oh, Frisia's interest piqued. Even the soldiers lowered their weapons, eager to discover what peculiar technique this seemingly weak being possessed. "What technique makes you bold enough to come before me?" Frisia regarded Shao Ye with a look of amusement, and rather than feeling angered, Shao Ye became earnest, declaring, "That is." Shao Ye deliberately elongated the words, heightening everyone's curiosity, including Frisia's. "You give me a route," Shao Ye cried out, and in the blink of an eye, he soared several dozen meters away. The soldiers were momentarily stunned, and by the time they aimed their guns again, Shao Ye had already covered 100 meters. Frisia took a moment to process that he had been played, but instead of being enraged, he chuckled and waved his hand, saying, amusing. There is no need to pursue him any longer." To Frisia, the life of a weak insect held little significance. After all, when he eventually obliterated this planet, Shao Ye could not escape. "Look at where those Namekians have gone. That boy has delayed long enough. They should have been relocated by now." Although Frisia had known from the start that Shao Ye was acting, he was willing to play along. As long as the Namekians did not flee in a spaceship, he was indifferent to prolonging the game with Shao Ye, especially since he had already acquired what he sought. After flying a considerable distance without encountering Frisia's group, Shao Ye turned his head curiously, surprised to find that no one was following him. This left him perplexed. He had been toying with Frisia, and yet they were not angry? Shaking his head, Shao Ye veered in the direction of Goku and the others' energy signatures. Before long, he discovered the long line of migrating Namekians, walking alongside Goku, Bulma, and the others at the front. Upon seeing Shao Ye return, the migration halted. "How was that evil fellow's power?" Goku eagerly inquired, while the others looked at Shao Ye with anticipation, assuming he had engaged Frisia in battle. Shao Ye smiled helplessly and shared what he knew. That malevolent being serves the tyrant Frisia. His purpose here is to search for the Dragon Balls. Moreover, their equipment resembles that of Vegeta, so I suspect they are indeed his allies, though I am unsure of Vegeta's whereabouts. Hearing that the wicked individual was indeed connected to Vegeta dampened Goku's excitement noticeably. What he did not know was that even in Vegeta's absence, Frisia would soon arrive. Where could Vegeta be? In truth, he had landed on Namek around the same time as Piccolo and the others, yet it remained unclear whether Vegeta was truly a genius. For he had seemingly mastered the art of concealing his energy, thus Shao Ye was unaware of his arrival on this planet. As for Vegeta's whereabouts, Goku and the others were indifferent. However, upon learning that Frisia's intent was the Dragon Balls, the elder Namekians' expression shifted, as their village possessed one. After pondering, Shao Ye suggested to the elder, "I noticed that Frisia possesses a power detector, but do not worry. We merely need to conceal our energy signatures, and they will not be able to track us. Elder, instruct the others to mask their energies, and we will be safe." Upon hearing this proposal, the elder was troubled. What did it mean to conceal energy? While the warriors could accomplish this, What of the ordinary villagers? They were unable to do so. The elder sighed, shaking his head. This may not be feasible. Most of our village consists of ordinary individuals who cannot conceal their energy. Shao Ye knew they were incapable, and if they could, he would not have dared to make further requests. Scratching his head, he finally revealed his true intention, saying, "This complicates matters. Since Frisia's goal is the Dragon Balls, you should hand them over to us. This way, even if Frisia finds you, you can simply explain the situation, and perhaps he will spare you." However, hearing that Frisia might spare them eased the elder's tension slightly. Yet, Shao Ye's trailing however caused the elder to grow anxious, asking, "However, what?" It was not only the elder who was concerned. Goku, Bulma, and the others were equally attentive. Only Shao Ye, who had experienced warfare, had already anticipated the outcome, so she remained uncurious. Shao Ye shook his head, offering a somewhat forced smile. "However, I fear they do not seem benevolent, and I worry that even if they do not find the Dragon Balls, they may still kill you. Of course, this is merely my stereotype of villains. Perhaps they are indeed evil, yet not so malevolent." If these words were to be heard by a naive child, they might nod in agreement with excitement. Yet, the elders, having endured calamity, could hardly trust Shao Ye's words. If villains were not truly wicked, could they still be considered villains? Aware that their kin were likely doomed, the elder resigned himself. After instructing someone to hand over the massive Dragon Ball to Shao Ye, he smiled and said, "Though we may not escape death, we cannot allow that group of villains to gain an advantage. This battle for the Dragon Balls must be left to you." As he spoke, the elder grasped Shao Ye's hand and gently patted it, as if passing an immense burden onto him. Shao Ye's expression turned solemn as he nodded to the elder, saying, "We understand. You should also exercise caution, elder." The elder gazed at Shao Ye with trust. Chapter 118. The ruthless and proud warrior, while concealing his aura in the air, he turned to Bulma and inquired, "How many Dragon Balls have we secured now?" For Bulma replied, patting her pocket. She had already placed the Dragon Balls into a capsule box, for without it, they could not carry such large orbs. Wukong, flying beside her, looked at him with worry and asked Shao Ye, "Now that we've taken the Dragon Balls, do you truly believe that Frisia and his crew won't harm the elders?" This query was one that Shao Ye and the Namekian elders had already resolved in their minds. It was only the naive Wukong who remained unaware. However, Shao Ye did not hold it against him, for having a simple-minded friend was preferable to one who is cunning and calculating. Thus, even though he knew the answer, Shao Ye refrained from addressing it directly. Instead, recalling another matter, he said to Wukong, "By the way, we have yet to visit the Grand Elder. He possesses another Dragon Ball. Why not go to him and retrieve it? It may ensure his safety." Upon hearing this, Wukong remembered the matter as well and nodded, preparing to depart from the group. However, just before he took off, Shao Ye called out to him again, saying, "When you go, you may encounter Puh. Stick with him, and we shall regroup once we have collected all the Dragon Balls." Wukong readily agreed, and then flew towards the Grand Elder's location. As they watched him leave, Shao Ye looked at Shao Ye with confusion and asked, "Do you not wish for him to witness the harshness of this world? The villains will show no mercy to the Namekians." Shao Ye shook his head and replied, "It is better to let him remain innocent. He has suffered head trauma in the past. Exposing him to such brutality may lead to an extreme reaction. If he were to turn against everyone in a fit of vengeance, that would not bode well. Do you wish to befriend a murderer?" Shao Ye paused, recalling that Wukong had indeed expressed similar sentiments before. The trio laughed and chatted, soon arriving at the next village. However, as they approached, the smiles faded from their faces. Touching down, they surveyed the ravaged village, where corpses lay scattered in disarray. Shao Ye's expression remained impassive while Bulma stared in shock at the slaughtered village, exclaiming, "Didn't you say that Frisia's forces were on the other side of the planet? What is going on?" As Bulma spoke, they emerged from the main house of the village. The small dwellings encircled the larger one, which Shao Ye referred to as the main house, the location of the Dragon Balls. "The Dragon Balls are gone," Shao Ye remarked. "The perpetrator must have targeted this village for them." Shao Ye crouched down to examine the villagers' wounds before standing and stating, "This must be the work of Beja. I never expected he would arrive here so soon. I should have sensed his aura. He must have mastered the art of concealing his energy." Although Shao Ye knew from the anime that Vegeta would come to Namek, he had not received as much information while on Earth. He had assumed it would take time for Beja to arrive, but was astonished by his swiftness. Shao Ye had overlooked one crucial detail. It was Vegeta who lured Frisia's forces here. If Vegeta had not come, How would Frisia have arrived? It seemed Shao Ye had been entirely preoccupied with Frisia's appearance. It is Beijita. Upon hearing Shao Ye's speculation, both women were astonished. Bulmar furrowed her brow and remarked, "He is truly a ruthless individual towards the Namekians, a complete villain." Shao Ye glanced at Bulmar, aware that she was oblivious to the number of lives Ba had taken upon arriving on Earth. He would undoubtedly show no hesitation in slaughtering these few people. As Shao Ye recalled this, he remembered that Beijita had been near when he annihilated the first village. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly fixed his gaze on a pile of rubble at the village's edge. Bulma, noticing Shao Ye's focus, walked toward the debris, asking Shao, "Where are you going?" Shao Ye, his eyes fixed on the rubble, revealed a cold smile and said to Bulma, "I wonder if the murderer is still lurking nearby." Upon hearing that Bulma might still be close, Bulma was startled and quickly moved behind Zi, while Shao Ye held her staff, remaining vigilant. Where could he be? Though Bulma recognized Shao Ye's strength, she felt vulnerable, not wishing to become a burden. Shao Ye did not respond to Bulma, but continued to gaze at the rubble, coldly declaring, "Come out. If you do not, I shall take action, and I will show no mercy." As a minute passed, then too, the surroundings remained silent, devoid of any sign of life. Unable to contain her curiosity, Bulma asked, "Shao, do you think you might be mistaken? Perhaps Beijita has already left?" "Left?" Shao Ye scoffed, his tone firm. "The stench of him continues to linger in my nostrils. How could I believe he has departed?" With that, Shao Ye raised his sword, its golden light shimmering at the tip, and called out once more toward the rubble, "If you do not emerge now, you shall remain hidden forever." Seemingly aware that Shao Ye was indeed serious about taking action and realizing he could no longer stay concealed, Bear reluctantly stepped out from his hiding place, saying, "Indeed, you are a true super Earthling. I have hidden so well, yet you still found me." As Beijita spoke, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall of a small house, adopting an air of resignation. Seeing that Beijita had been hiding just behind them, Bulmar gasped in surprise and quickly took refuge beside Shao Ye. Shao Ye, having caught sight of Beijita, subtly shifted his gaze toward him after dispelling the energy blast in his hand. He then turned to face him, his expression unchanging as he stated, "You possess great audacity to kill and yet remain unrepentant. Do you believe I will spare you?" Beijita let out a cold snort, but said nothing. In truth, Shao Ye had never considered killing Beijita. After all, Beijita had lost everything, and to kill him would ruin any plans he had previously laid. However, refraining from killing him did not mean Shao Ye would tolerate his attitude. He remarked, "TSK, I am the blade and you the meat. How dare you not speak favorably of me and expect clemency?" Upon hearing that there was a chance for survival, Beijita naturally desired to live. Otherwise, he would not have come to seize the Dragon Balls and taken lives. "Will you let me go?" Beijita asked Shao Ye, hope glimmering in his eyes. Shao Ye responded with a comical grin, saying, "Say something nice and let me hear it." Having never experienced such humiliation, Beijita, after 3 minutes of mental preparation, finally mumbled, "I beg you, please spare me." His voice was barely audible, akin to the buzzing of a fly. Shao Ye replied, "What did you say? Speak up, for I could hardly hear you." As Shao Ye spoke, Vegeta's breath quickened with indignation. Ultimately, he decided to throw caution to the wind, shouting loudly at Shao Ye, "Whether you wish to kill or maim, do as you please, but cease your insults." Hearing Vegeta's defiant spirit, Shao Ye raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast that narrowly grazed Vegeta's face. Pretending to lament, he remarked, "What a pity, it seems I missed." Although he had not struck true, the brush with death left Vegeta weak and slumped on the ground. Observing Vegeta's state, Shao Ye shook his head and departed with the 2 women. Before leaving, he addressed the prostrate Vegeta, "Do not continue your quest for the Dragon Balls, nor pursue that Namekian. The remaining Dragon Balls are in my possession. Moreover, your ally Frisia has also arrived with his forces, and I suspect he is not here solely to assist you." With that, Shao Ye and the 2 women took flight. After traveling for some distance, Shao Ai could no longer contain her laughter and said to Shao Ye, "You didn't notice the other party's presence, did you?" Your gaze was fixed ahead the entire time. Upon realizing that Shao Ye had indeed overlooked Vegeta's whereabouts, Bulma playfully nudged him, saying, "Aren't you supposed to have meticulous control over your ki? How did you not detect him?" With a hint of exasperation, Shao Ye explained, "Mastery over ki is akin to controlling the rhythm of one's heartbeat. The concealment of ki is simply a matter of holding one's breath. There is no inherent connection between the two, and if he holds his breath, he effectively masks his presence. No matter how adept I am at controlling my heartbeat, I cannot sense him. Chapter 119. Reunion. As they soared towards the final Namekian village, Shao Ye sensed that Frisia's group had encountered Piccolo and his companions. Fortunately, Piccolo's group had managed to conceal their ki in time, likely preventing Frisia's forces from discovering them. At that moment, Goku's ki began to surge from the Elder's location towards Piccolo's group. Shao Ye knew that the Namekians in Frisia's vicinity were in dire straits. With a soft sigh, he said to the two women, "Let us directly rendezvous with Piccolo." Although the two women understood the implications of his words, Bulma still clung to a glimmer of hope, suggesting, "Why don't we take a look? There might still be survivors." Even she found her own words hard to believe. Noticing Shao Ye's silence and Shao Ai's quiet demeanor, Bulma chose to remain silent. 2 days later, Shao Ye and the two women spotted Piccolo's spaceship. Though it was carelessly parked in an open area, fortunately, Frisia's soldiers had not detected it. Otherwise, they would have already engaged in combat. Inside the ship, sensing Shao Ye's approaching ki, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang were the first to rush out, followed closely by Goku and the others. Upon seeing Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, Shao Ye paused, astonished by their remarkable power. Despite their youth, their combat strength had reached nearly 10,000. Although he had sensed Goku taking them to the Elder the previous day, such a significant increase in strength could not solely be attributed to the Elder's ability to unlock potential. Shao Ye then turned his attention to Piccolo, suspecting that he had trained them during their year aboard the ship, resulting in such formidable strength. "Daddy, Mommy." After Shao Ye and the two women landed, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang rushed over, embracing their significantly taller and heavier father before he allowed them to speak with their mothers. "Shao Ye, you have finally returned." Goku and Krillin greeted him. After exchanging pleasantries, Shao Ye turned to the visibly displeased Piccolo and playfully nudged him with his elbow, saying, "So, what do you think? Isn't Goku's son brimming with potential?" Although Shao Ye had not witnessed Piccolo training the three children, their current strength spoke volumes about the source of their power. It certainly was not Krillin's doing. "Humph, I dislike brats," Piccolo retorted with a hint of pride. Knowing Piccolo's nature, Shao Ye chose not to call him out on it, and instead greeted Goku's son. Although Goku's son had grown considerably stronger over the past year and was no longer timid around strangers, he still looked somewhat apprehensive upon seeing Shao Ye, dressed entirely in black, responding shyly. After exchanging pleasantries, Shao Ye straightened up and addressed Goku. "Your son possesses remarkable potential. His current strength rivals what yours was 2 years ago. You must nurture his abilities." Goku, of course, had already sensed his son's high potential, but he had been reluctant to train him rigorously. Fortunately, Piccolo had taken on that responsibility during their year aboard the ship. Otherwise, the boy's potential would have been squandered. After chatting for a considerable time, Piccolo, growing impatient, interjected, "We can chat anytime. Right now, we have an evil foe lurking outside. Do you wish for them to find us and eliminate us all?" Although aware that Piccolo was expressing concern for their kin, only Shao Ye truly understood the terrifying extent of Frisia's powers. Despite Shao Ye possessing over 700,000 in combat strength, Frisia's second transformation already exceeded 1 million. They were no match for him, and their current situation was not one for idle chatter, but rather a waiting game. However, seeing Piccolo so anxious, Shao Ye decided to act, saying to Bulma, "Bulma, please retrieve the Dragon Ball radar and locate the last Dragon Ball." After surveying the surroundings, Shao Ye discovered that Goku and the others had inadvertently left Dandy behind when they visited the Elder. He found it somewhat amusing, realizing that utilizing the Namekian Dragon Balls required the Namekian language. Without Dandy present, how would they use the Namekian Dragon Balls? Shao Ye looked at Goku and the others with a hint of exasperation, saying, "Why did you leave Dandy with the Elder? What do you need Dandy for?" Goku inquired. Having previously informed Piccolo and the others that they had visited Namek months prior and were familiar with Dandy and the Elder, so Piccolo was not puzzled as to why Shao Ye knew Dandy. Sighing, Shao Ye replied, "I had originally intended to use the Namekian dragon to relocate everyone before Frisia's arrival, but clearly, we are out of time now." After a brief pause, Shao Ye laid out his entire plan. "Thus, I propose sending a portion of our group to Earth first to resurrect those who have fallen, while the remaining individuals will be relocated." Upon hearing Shao Ye's plan, Krillin, blunt as ever, asked, "Why didn't you suggest this method from the beginning?" Indeed, If Shao Ye had employed this strategy months ago, the Namekians would have been spared this calamity. Everyone cast curious glances at Shao Ye. However, Shao Ye promptly gave Krillin a light tap on his bald head, saying, "What? Do you think Earth is too quiet and should attract more extraterrestrial visitors?" With Shao Ye's reminder, everyone realized that moving the Namekians to Earth too soon could indeed bring disaster upon the planet. They had not considered that. Seeing Krillin clutching his now swollen head, the group was relieved they had not voiced such questions. After taking the radar from Bulma's hands, Shao Ye declared, "Now, we need someone to go retrieve Dandy from the Elder, while the rest accompany me to seize the last Dragon Ball. Who will go fetch Dandy?" Goku, ever the warrior, asked, not genuinely wanting to volunteer. He was eager to participate in the battle and had no intention of leaving. However, upon hearing such words from Wukong, Shao realized his intentions. With drooping eyelids, he cast a glance at Wukong and remarked, "This battle for the Dragon Balls cannot be conducted with grandiosity. Hence, Wukong, you shall be the first to be eliminated." To his surprise, being the first to be excluded was indeed himself. Wukong, feeling somewhat disgruntled, retorted, I can still fight cautiously." Yet, Shao paid him no further mind and continued, "At this point, the Namekians are nearly all dead, with only the Grand Elders still active. Thus, I conjecture that Frisia's next move will undoubtedly be towards the Grand Elder." Hearing that Frisia was headed for the Grand Elder, Piccolo felt a surge of excitement. However, Shao's next words eased his concerns considerably, stating, "Nevertheless, Frisia would not dare to kill the Grand Elder. After all, if the Grand Elder dies, the Dragon Balls will vanish as well." As he spoke, Shao turned to Piccolo and added, "Though the Grand Elder is safe, Nairo may not be so fortunate. Piccolo, go over there and check. If Nairo engages Frisia in battle, after Frisia departs, see if he can still be saved. Every additional ally enhances our strength." Being tasked with saving his kin, Piccolo's expression turned fervently green, and he nodded in agreement. A simple plan was devised. Wukong and Piccolo would head to the Grand Elder, while Shao and Krillin would remain behind to seize the Dragon Balls when the opportunity arose, ensuring the transfer ship's protection for the weaker ones. Chapter 120, Summoning Shenron He. "Shao, we have been waiting here for 5 days. Why is that little one sitting in the infant cradle still inside the spaceship and has yet to emerge?" A few hundred meters away from Frisia's ship, Krillin, who was crouching behind the same large rock as Shao, turned to him and inquired. Shao, rolling his eyes in exasperation, replied, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Indeed, Shao was at a loss as to why Frisia had not yet approached the Grand Elder. Logically, after exterminating the Namekians, he should realize that there were 7 Dragon Balls, and having only collected one, he would seek out the remaining inhabitants of the planet. However, Frisia remained static, and Shao pondered his intentions. Could it be that after donning his counterfeit height-increasing shoes, he no longer intended to gather the Dragon Balls? Even if he had abandoned the quest for the Dragon Balls, he should have returned, yet now he neither departed nor moved, leaving Shao baffled. Just as he was deep in thought about Frisia's intentions, he suddenly sensed several malevolent energies approaching from outside the planet. Shao was momentarily stunned. Then it dawned on him why Frisia had been inactive. "Quick, conceal your energy. Frisia is about to make a move," Shao urged Krillin. Upon hearing this, Krillin hurriedly concealed his energy, gazing at Shao in confusion, unaware of the sudden need for stealth. Before long, approximately a few hours later, 5 spherical spaceships plummeted from the sky, landing on Frisia's saucer-shaped vessel. Frisia, accompanied by a handful of soldiers, emerged from the ship to greet the newly arrived reinforcements. Moments later, 5 aliens of varying heights and appearances approached Frisia. After bowing to him, the 5 unexpectedly broke into a bizarre and ludicrous dance. Although Shao had witnessed their performance before, Krillin was left aghast, even feeling a bit nauseated. Fortunately, their comical dance concluded swiftly, and Krillin, astonished, observed that Frisia remained unfazed throughout. Wow, that little one in the baby carriage is indeed impressive. He managed to endure that performance. Could it be that he enjoys this kind of dance? One of the peculiar aliens, sporting horns, produced a small box and presented it to Frisia, who retrieved a device from within and donned it on his head. Realizing his assumption was correct, Shao turned to Krillin and scolded, "Their power detectors must have malfunctioned, which is why they've been inactive for so long. Such crucial information, and you didn't share it with me. Look at how much time I wasted." Feeling wronged by Shao's reproach, Krillin retorted silently. After all, It was not their doing that had rendered Frisia's detectors inoperative, and he had no way of knowing. However, faced with Shao's accusations, he found no suitable rebuttal, stifling his tears instead. Once Frisia donned the detector, he pointed in a certain direction and, after speaking a few words, the newly arrived five immediately took flight. Within a matter of minutes, they returned with a disheveled figure that Shao and the others recognized well. Upon seeing the blue-skinned, small-headed alien holding Vegeta, Krillin chuckled quietly. It's Vegeta. That guy has met his match, getting taken down by his own comrades. Haha. Subsequently, Frisia and his crew brought Vegeta back to the ship, and another lengthy wait ensued. Shao and the others did not witness Frisia's departure, but rather heard commotion from within the spaceship. Amidst a series of explosions, a Dragon Ball broke free from the ship and soared into the distance. Observing this, Shao swiftly moved, and before Krillin could regain his senses, Shao had already caught the Dragon Ball in his hand and returned it. Shao, it's a Dragon Ball. Before Krillin could finish his sentence, he turned to see the Dragon Ball in Shao's possession, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Shao pressed the Dragon Ball into Krillin's hands, instructing him, "Don't be surprised. Hold on to the Dragon Ball and return quickly. I'll assess the situation here and summon Shenron once I return." Oh, Krillin, snapping back to reality, discreetly retreated from the area. After watching Krillin leave, Shao resumed observing the unfolding drama. He saw Frisia and the five aliens exiting the spaceship, after which the interior erupted in another explosion. Frisia and the five were drawn back into the ship, during which Vegeta stealthily slipped out through a breach. Initially, Shao assumed Vegeta would flee towards the direction of the Dragon Balls, but to his surprise, Vegeta was heading straight for him. Hiding behind the large rock where Shao was concealed, Vegeta turned and locked eyes with him in an intense gaze. Shao greeted him with a warm smile and said, "What a coincidence, we meet again." Upon hearing Shao's words, Vegeta felt a shiver run down his spine. He wanted to escape immediately, but was held in place by Shao's hand. With a finger to his lips, Shao whispered, "Stay still, they are searching for you." Meanwhile, Frisia and the newly arrived five were frantically seeking Vegeta, with three of them seemingly frantic, unleashing ki blasts in all directions. Fortunately, Shao and the others were far enough from the spaceship that the blasts could not reach them. After a barrage of attacks, Frisia finally called for a halt. It was unclear what he said to them, but the six then took flight towards the Grand Elder's location. Once Frisia and his group had distanced themselves, Shao released Vegeta, remarking, "You are quite fortunate. You managed to escape from those villains. What happened? Has your ally become unreliable?" "Humph, he is not my ally," Vegeta retorted proudly. Shao shrugged and addressed Vegeta. "I am about to return to summon Shenron. Would you be interested in joining me to witness?" It would be impossible for Vegeta to decline, as he had come here for the Dragon Balls, though he had not anticipated that Shao would gather them instead. However, Vegeta was puzzled, recalling that he had just lost one. Could it be that Shao had taken it? Did he possess such speed? Observing Vegeta's inner conflict, Shao found amusement in gripping his hand and pulling him toward their temporary residence. After quite some time, Shao returned with Vegeta, drawing surprised glances from everyone, who were bewildered as to why Shao had brought Vegeta along. After explaining the situation, Vegeta, now entirely devoid of possessions, though still not fully forgiven, found that the hostility towards him had somewhat lessened. As Shao introduced the precarious situation of Vegeta to the others, Vegeta gazed in disbelief at the 7 Dragon Balls in the distance. He was certain that one of them was the very Dragon Ball he had previously discarded, and he was astonished to see it here. Vegeta turned his incredulous gaze towards Shao, finally grasping the terrifying power that Shao possessed. With the Dragon Balls now gathered, the next step was naturally to summon the Shenlong. As Dondi called forth the beastly Shenlong, Vegeta was left in awe, for he had never encountered such a colossal being. Observing that all eyes were captivated by Shenlong, Vegeta could no longer suppress his desire for immortality and shouted towards the deity. However, not only did Shenlong ignore him, but so did the others. Instantly, Vegeta felt a profound sense of humiliation. Realizing that wishing required the Namekian language, it was no wonder Shao had brought him back, as he clearly had no fear of Vegeta making a wish. Meanwhile, Frisia and his 5 companions, having departed from the Elder, noticed a sudden change in the sky. Recalling the Elder's triumphant smile, Frisia felt a sense of impending doom. As they flew with their scouters, they soon detected a faint power level. At that moment, Frisia realized they had been deceived. The 6 of them exerted all their strength and sped towards the direction of the weak power. as Frisia began to devise ways to torment the diminutive Namekian. Chapter 121. In a rush, the Shenlong had been summoned, and now the question was whom to send back. Shao watched as the others debated and pushed each other, feeling rather exasperated. Was it truly necessary to deliberate for so long over such a trivial matter? Just as Shao was about to speak, he and Goku suddenly stiffened. Everyone with strength above a certain level turned their gaze towards a particular direction. Frisia was approaching. Shao spoke in a low voice, not wishing to listen to their bickering any longer. He pushed Bulma and Shao Ye towards Dandi, instructing him to send them back to Earth. After a brief moment of surprise, Dandi turned to make his wish to Shenlong. Seizing this opportunity, Shao, with a grave expression, instructed Bulma and Shao Ye, upon your return, immediately contact Master Roshi and instruct him to gather the Dragon Balls and wish for the resurrection of the Namekians here. Remember, you have only 3 hours. If you take too long, it may be too late. Before Shao could finish his instructions, the two women were transported away by Shenlong, leaving him to pray that they would swiftly gather the Dragon Balls. In truth, Shao should have had Bulma use the superphone to notify Master Roshi on Earth to start collecting the Dragon Balls when they first arrived on Namek. However, at that time, he had been so consumed with enhancing his strength that he forgot about this crucial matter. Seeing Shao's serious demeanor, Goku attempted to alleviate his anxiety by saying casually, Shao, you need not be so tense. Isn't Frisia's power not greater than yours? With so many of us here, surely we can defeat him? Yet, it was indeed true that they could not. Such demoralizing words were not something Shao would utter, but at present, he had no inclination for jest. After all, he had no idea whether help from Earth would arrive in time. We truly cannot match him. For I can sense a power within Frisia that is far more formidable than it appears, Shao stated solemnly. After finishing his thought, Shao suddenly recalled another matter. Even if Bulma and the others successfully made their wish, how would they know? Surprised by the numerous things he had overlooked, Shao closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed his mind as his thoughts raced to find solutions. Soon, he recalled that Dandi could communicate telepathically with the Elder. Shao quickly looked at Dandi and asked, Dandi, you can communicate with the Elder, correct? Can you ensure that he keeps a watchful eye on those who may be resurrected on the planet? Before Dandi could use his telepathy to contact the Elder's voice resonated in their minds. Young Shao, I will keep a constant vigil on the resurrection of our kin. Should I detect anything, I will inform you immediately. However, you must hurry, for I sense that my time is running short. With that, the Elder's voice faded, and the situation appeared even more dire. Yet, Shao felt helpless. He could only hope that Bulma and the others would act swiftly, or danger would ensue. Time passed slowly, with the Shenlong left waiting idly. This was a torment for the Shenlong, bound by duty yet unable to leave without a wish being made. Soon, 3 hours had elapsed. And in the midst of Shao's anxious waiting, he suddenly looked up at the sky. There, against the pitch-black backdrop, stood a small, white figure, its eyes casting a shadowy glare at the imposing Shenlong and the crowd below. As Frisia arrived, everyone noticed and turned to him. Fortunately, at that moment, Dandi and the others were filled with joy, and Shao urged Dandi to disregard Frisia and hasten his wish. Frisia sensed the disturbance below and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. In a swirl of illusion, Dandi and Shenlong vanished. Frisia's expression darkened as he witnessed this scene, yet he quickly focused on Vegeta and Goku. The traitor Vegeta, and you, I find you quite familiar. Frisia's gaze locked onto Goku, who, at that moment, understood why Shao had not attacked Frisia. He too sensed the immense power within Frisia, making it clear that they would have a difficult time prevailing. However, this very challenge excited Goku. As Frisia fixed his gaze upon him, Goku, feeling a surge of annoyance, declared, You are Frisia, right? I intend to defeat you. Frisia, hearing Goku's words, felt a chuckle escape him. Soon, he recalled why Goku seemed so familiar and, in realization, remarked, I remember now. Years ago, just before planet Vegeta's destruction, a low-class Scion warrior challenged me. He bore an uncanny resemblance to you. He must have been your father. And you, let me think. Frisia said, tapping his temple, and after a moment, added, If I recall correctly, you are Bardock's son, Kakarot, right? I heard you were sent to Earth by your father Bardock, and I expected you to perish on that remote planet. Yet, here you stand before me. As Goku listened to Frisia's rambling, he felt an overwhelming urge to battle him. However, Frisia then turned to Shao, stating, "Boy, you are with Kakarot. You must be from Earth, correct?" To Shao's surprise, Frisia had deduced his Earthling identity, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head and reply, "You've figured it out. You truly are the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia." Although Shao's words seemed complimentary, Frisia felt a peculiar discomfort, as if he were being insulted. Nevertheless, understanding Shao's character, Frisia merely chuckled and replied, "You remain as silver-tongued as ever. Since you have identified yourself as an Earthling, I shall annihilate this planet and pay a visit to Earth to destroy it as well." Frisia's calm declaration of such a horrific intention caused Goku to lose his composure. He shouted at Frisia, "Hey, if you want to destroy Earth, you'll have to defeat me first. We won't allow you to destroy our planet." Frisia coolly regarded Goku and responded, "Oh, such courage? Very well, I shall exchange a few blows with you." Wukong had long been eager for a challenge, and now that Frisia had invited him to battle, he wasted no time in unleashing his formidable energy, soaring into the sky to engage in combat. Observing Wukong's ascent, Klin turned to Shao Ye and inquired, "Shao Ye, shall we join him?" Shao Ye glanced at Klin and responded, "Not join? Are we just going to watch? Let us go together." With that, Wukong's children, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, erupted with energy and followed Shao Ye into the fray. Seeing even the children join the fight, Klin stamped his foot in determination and, gritting his teeth, ascended to partake in the battle. Chapter 122. A near miss. The first to be sent flying were the three inexperienced children. However, this allowed Wukong and Klin to gain the upper hand against Frisia momentarily. As for Shao Ye, he refrained from attacking Frisia immediately, instead biding his time to find an opportunity for a decisive blow. Yet, before he could seize such a moment, Frisia unleashed a tremendous surge of power, sending Wukong, Vegeta, and Klin tumbling away. Frisia, unscathed and with a mocking laugh, taunted the trio, saying, "Hee hee, how amusing. I concede that you have gained the strength to face me, yet you will still meet your demise at my hands." Wukong and Klin were unfazed, accustomed as they were to foes who indulged in empty chatter. However, Vegeta, having once been a subordinate of Frisia, could not tolerate such arrogance and immediately retorted, "You are far too arrogant, Frisia. The legendary Super Saiyan, born once in a millennium, has emerged from our race, and your end is near." Frisia feigned surprise, gazing at Vegeta and scoffing, "Oh really? Could that person be you? Surely not. A traitor like you could never be a once-in-a-millennium genius. Do not jest." Frisia's ancestors had warned their descendants to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyans, leading him to enslave the Saiyan race. When commanded by the god of destruction to eradicate them, he annihilated planet Vegeta without hesitation, sparing only a few to keep by his side. After waiting for over a decade, witnessing the emergence of these warriors, he found that only one remained, while another had long since escaped. Even so, he deemed their strength insufficient to even be worthy of his attention. Was this truly a genius? And would this lead to the birth of a golden-haired Saiyan? Frisia thought his ancestors were pathetically weak, not even a fraction of his power. Thus, he had always looked down upon their warnings, believing himself far superior to the Saiyans. As the cosmic overlord, Frisia was a once-in-a-millennium genius who would never fear the Saiyans. While Frisia's words appeared to commend Vegeta's strength, they were, in truth, a derisive mockery of his overconfidence. Vegeta sensed the underlying tone and merely let out a cold huff. "Though that individual is not I, he harbors a grudge against you for the murder of his father. Do you think he will spare you? Grudge for a father's murder?" Frisia turned his gaze to Wukong, who bore a striking resemblance to Bardock. Although Wukong lacked the ruthless ferocity of his father, his strength far surpassed that of Bardock. "You?" Frisia exclaimed as he lunged towards Wukong, delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. He then turned to the noseless being, swatting him away with a palm as the latter's expression transformed into one of sheer terror. "Is this all you have?" Frisia remarked, facing the astonished Vegeta. Vegeta was indeed taken aback. He had expected Wukong's strength to have increased significantly within the short span of a year, believing him to be the legendary Super Saiyan, yet now realized otherwise. Observing Vegeta's shock, Frisia's expression darkened. He preferred the arrogant, boastful Vegeta, rather than this terrified version. In a flash, Frisia propelled himself in front of Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and unleashing a barrage of slaps while berating, "Awaken! Were you not proud? Are you not a Super Saiyan? What has become of your vengeance?" Enduring countless blows that left his face swollen, Vegeta was ultimately slammed into the ground. Despite the humiliation, he remained motionless, truly stunned by Frieza's overwhelming power. After all, he had grown up believing himself to be a prodigy, revered by many. Yet after the destruction of planet Vegeta, he had been forced into submission, his proud nature deeply ingrained with a desire for revenge against Frieza. Having awaited the emergence of a true genius, he found himself effortlessly overpowered by Frieza, leaving him bereft of hope and resigned to being beaten down. Once he had dealt with these insignificant nuisances, Frieza turned his attention to Shao Ye, saying, "What now? Are you joining the fray as well? With your meager power, you could very well perish. I suggest you depart while you still can." Frieza had no interest in eliminating someone of Shao Ye's paltry strength, dismissing him as one might swat away a fly. Shao Ye found this amusing. Raising his sword, he pointed it at Frieza, declaring, "I am the strongest among them. Do you not fear that I may slay you?" Although Frieza noticed the sword aimed at him, he remained unfazed, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Slay me? Go ahead, if you possess the capability." Before Frieza could finish his sentence, a golden energy wave pierced through his chest. Staring in disbelief at the gaping wound, Frieza lifted his gaze to Shao Ye, exclaiming, "You," before he choked on his own blood. "I warned you. I am the strongest among them," Shao Ye stated, sheathing his sword. This scene astonished all present. Even Vegeta, with his swollen visage, could hardly comprehend what had transpired. Could it be that the immense weight pressing upon his heart was finally being lifted? Klin, rising from the ground, exclaimed with excitement, "Are we on the verge of victory?" Only Wukong appeared somewhat disheartened. He had not yet fully enjoyed the fight when Shao Ye claimed Frieza's life. However, Shao Ye was far from optimistic. With palms pressed together before his chest, he began to gather a formidable energy wave, fully aware that Frieza could not be so easily vanquished. He intended to obliterate Frieza entirely. Moreover, he recognized that should Wukong fail to eliminate Frieza, the remnants of the villain would merely be salvaged and reassembled into the mechanical monstrosity known as Mecha Frieza, a fate he wished to prevent. Yet, before Shao Ye could unleash his attack, Frieza howled towards the heavens, releasing a blinding white light that rendered it nearly impossible to look upon him. Shao Ye, caught off guard by Frieza's sudden display, inadvertently released his incomplete energy wave, which veered off course and detonated upon the distant sea, sending a towering column of water skyward. In the blink of an eye, a towering Frieza with enormous horns materialized, shocking everyone present. Most astonishing of all was that the wound upon his chest had completely healed. Chapter 123, Strength Renewed Time, and again witnessing Frieza's transformation into a larger and fully healed form left all in utter disbelief. Klin clenched his fist in frustration, lamenting, "Damn it, we were so close. He can still transform." Upon his complete recovery, Phalisa did not immediately seek out Shao Ye. Instead, he calmly observed his body, which exhibited no abnormalities, before finally turning his gaze towards Shao Ye. At this moment, Phalisa, with a serious expression, earnestly addressed Shao Ye, his tone heavy with gravity. "From the moment of my birth until now, no one has ever been able to harm me, yet you, who I previously underestimated, nearly succeeded in killing me. I misjudged you." Listening to Phalisa's words laced with lingering fear, Shao Ye did not express any joy. He merely responded with a sardonic smile, saying, "Thank you for the compliment. I was just lamenting my inability to kill you directly." Humph. Aware of their adversarial relationship, Phalisa snorted dismissively, refraining from further conversation. He suddenly unleashed a formidable aura and swiftly closed the distance to engage Shao Ye in close combat. On the ground, Dongjia and Shixiang witnessed their father battling the monster. They summoned all their strength and took to the air. Goku's son, although wishing to muster his courage and join them, was deterred by Phalisa's fearsome visage. Although the three were attacking one, Phalisa did not succumb immediately. Krillin's face brightened as he thought that with a few more fighters, victory was within reach, prompting him to grab Goku and join the fray. Surrounded by 5 adversaries, Phalisa, despite his immense power, was being battered like a punching bag. Upon seeing this, Vegeta's face lit up with hope, believing that the opportunity to defeat Phalisa had finally arrived, and he disregarded the swelling on his face to join the battle as well. In an instant, only Goku's son remained on the ground, watching as everyone else engaged in combat. He longed to join but was genuinely frightened by Phalisa's demeanor. Just as Goku's son hesitated, Phalisa roared, his body radiating blinding light once more. As Vegeta flew in, he confronted Phalysa, who had transformed into a monstrous form. And with an increase in power, Phalysa struck him down with a swift blow. Boom! As the dust settled, Vegeta lay at the bottom of a crater. Goku's son, well-intentioned, approached to help him up, but Vegeta, ungrateful, swatted away his hand and stood in horror at Phalysa's transformed appearance. Ah, this is a monster. How can he still transform? Krillin, observing Phalysa's alien form and the terrifying aura emanating from him, instinctively recoiled, uttering words of fear. The monstrous Phalysa sneered at the onlookers, malevolently declaring, You are strong, and I quite admire that. Now, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Phalysa darted towards Shao Ye, delivering a kick aimed at his abdomen. Although Shao Ye was a half-second late in reacting, he managed to block with both hands, yet the overwhelming force still sent him flying. In another swift motion, Phalysa appeared before Dongjia and Shixiang. With a cold grin, he swept them aside with his tail, sending them crashing to the ground, creating two large craters from which they struggled to rise. In a flash, Phalysa planted his foot on Krillin's face, as Krillin attempted to push off the ground. Phalysa coldly regarded Goku, who was reaching out to help Krillin, and mockingly remarked, "With such sluggish movements, how could you possibly be a Super Saiyan?" In the midst of Phalysa's taunt, he retaliated and sent Goku flying with a backhand. Just as Phalysa knocked Goku away, a golden energy beam shot towards him from behind. Sensing the impending threat, Phalysa instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the blast. As the energy beam dissipated, Phalysa turned to face Shao Ye, stating, "It seems I cannot afford to turn my back on you. You nearly succeeded in killing me." Boom! Before Phalysa could finish his sentence, a spiraling energy wave struck him from afar. The tremendous force caused him to stagger several steps before he regained his footing, glancing back in bewilderment. There stood a Namekian clad in purple attire, a figure Phalysa was certain he had never encountered before. Before he could inquire about the assailant, Goku's son joyfully exclaimed, "Uncle Bike." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Bike, now merged with Nail. Though Shao Ye was unaware of Bike's recent experiences, the significant increase in his power was evident. "Ah, so there are still surviving Namekians," Phalysa remarked, "but it matters not. I shall eliminate all of you shortly." As Phalysa prepared to fly towards Bike, he sensed an impending danger from behind. He swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping another golden energy beam that shot past the spot he had just vacated. Phalysa's patience with the Earthlings was wearing thin. It was not that he wished to hastily conclude matters with Shao Ye, but rather that the interference from these lesser foes was a constant annoyance. His desire was to eliminate these distractions before engaging in a more enjoyable bout with Shao Ye. Yet, Shao Ye's sneak attacks made it impossible for him to focus, which infuriated Phalysa. Shao Ye shrugged and remarked to Phalysa, in a state of hostility, "My lord, you cannot expect me to remain stationary while you deal with them one by one before turning your full attention to me." "Very well, you have forced my hand," Phalysa replied, instantly appearing before Shao Ye and launching a flurry of attacks. He had decided to ignore the distractions and focus solely on Shao Ye. However, Goku and the others would not allow Phalysa to achieve his goal unchallenged. As Phalysa and Shao Ye clashed, everyone, including Goku's son, who had steeled himself, rushed forward to join the battle. Yet, despite their overwhelming numbers, their attacks on Phalysa were woefully ineffective, and even when they did connect, they inflicted no real damage. Witnessing this debacle, Shao Ye was at a loss. He felt as though they had never played a combat game before. How could they charge in recklessly against a powerful foe like Phalysa, resulting in no damage? As Shao Ye grappled with Phalysa, he shouted to his comrades, "Please, show some professionalism. You cannot simply swarm like this in a battle. It won't inflict any damage. Those of you with ranged attacks, take position. Goku, you lead the charge. Vegeta, provide support. And Krillin, you direct the others for ranged assaults." Following Shao Ye's directives, Goku and the others hesitated momentarily before scrambling to execute his instructions. Meanwhile, Phalysa, infuriated by Shao Ye's loud strategizing, intensified his grip in an attempt to overpower him and disrupt his tactics. Chapter 124, Ultimate Forma. Phalysa screeched as Goku and his allies pounded him relentlessly, yet he was immobilized by Shao Ye's grip, unable to retaliate, driving him to the brink of madness. "Calm down," Shao Ye advised, "your cries are futile." With every ounce of strength, Phalysa's eyes bulged with fury as he glared at Shao Ye, wishing he could devour him, and spat. You wretched fool. Just as Felisa finished speaking, Bike approached, his fingertips crackling with violent energy akin to a fierce electric current, aiming at Felicia's head, and unleashed a spiraling energy blast. Boom. As the explosion erupted near Felicia's head, Goku and the others, still adjusting their formation, believed Felicia had been annihilated. However, only Shao Ye, locked in combat with Felicia, realized he was still very much alive. Turning to the stunned Wukong and the others, Shao Ye exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to set the table? He is not dead yet, so hurry up and come help." As his words fell, the smoke that enveloped Frisia dissipated, revealing Frisia unscathed. It was only then that Wukong and the others realized the gravity of the situation and quickly followed Shao Ye's earlier suggestion to confront Frisia. Wukong immediately soared into the air, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Frisia. However, after just a few strikes, Frisia sent Wukong flying with a swift flick of his tail. Shao Ye could only shake his head in disbelief, saying, "Wukong, if you keep holding back like this, we will be annihilated, and you will be the main culprit." Upon hearing Shao Ye's words, the others realized Wukong had indeed been holding back. The audacity of him doing so at such a critical moment infuriated them, and they exchanged angry glances at the recently steadied Wukong. Under the watchful eyes of so many, including his own son, Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. After scratching his head and letting out a sheepish laugh, he summoned forth a red aura, activating the five-fold Kaioken. Finally ready to get serious, Wukong charged at Frisia and landed a punch on his side, this time his strength far surpassing before. The blow caused Frisia's eyes to bulge in pain. Not daring to allow Wukong a second strike, Frisia attempted to retaliate with his tail, but just then, Vegeta, who had remained relatively quiet, suddenly swooped in and grabbed Frisia's tail. With a series of rapid punches, Wukong landed dozens of blows on Frisia, nearly causing him to regurgitate his last meal. Frisia, now desperate, tried to break free from Shao Ye's restraint, but with his limbs and tail incapacitated, he resorted to smashing his head into Shao Ye. The sound echoed like a coconut colliding with metal, leaving a dent in Frisia's head, causing him to wail in agony. Shao Ye looked at him with a mocking expression and remarked, "You certainly have guts. Did you not know my head is particularly hard?" Frisia, of course, was unaware, but he learned that lesson the hard way. He had no time to shake off the daze, for Wukong's next wave of attacks was already upon him. And the energy blasts from the others, including Krillin, went unnoticed by Frisia. Looking up at Shao Ye, two beams of laser energy shot from Frisia's eyes, startling Shao Ye into dodging. As he bent down, Frisia grinned, knowing this was the perfect moment to strike, and he lunged forward with a knee to Shao Ye. At that crucial moment, Vic appeared just in time to yank at Frisia's foot. This brief distraction gave Shao Ye a moment to react, and he hastily released his grip on Frisia. Now free, Frisia had no time to pursue Shao Ye. Instead, he elbowed Bic, stunning him. And as Bic fell towards the ground, he seized Wukong's fist. "You hit me so hard, do you even realize that?" Frisia glowered at Wukong. Unfazed, Wukong understood that in battle, one must conquer their opponents. To him, they were enemies, and he would show no mercy. Wukong swung another punch at Frisia, but Frisia dodged with a sidestep, sneering as he struck Wukong in the stomach, making him experience excruciating pain. Wukong doubled over, and just as Frisia prepared for another strike, a swiftly rotating energy blade sliced across Frisia's face, soaring into the distance and cleaving a mountain in half before disappearing in an explosion. Releasing Wukong, Frisia touched the cold spot on his face, feeling a sticky substance on his hand. Upon inspection, he discovered it was blood. Looking up, he saw Krillin gathering energy for another attack. Frisia chuckled, astonished that he had been injured by such an insignificant creature. Ignoring the continuous barrage of energy blasts from the three small fighters, Frisia charged straight at Krillin. Realizing Frisia had abandoned both Wukong and Shao Ye to focus on him, Krillin frantically gathered energy for an attack, but Frisia approached too rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was right before Krillin, staring coldly at him. A purple energy coalesced at his fingertips, and as Krillin prepared to face imminent doom, he unleashed his energy blade towards Frisia. Initially, Frisia had no intention of dodging, but as the energy blade neared, he felt its lethal sharpness and was startled, scattering the energy in his hand as he attempted to evade. However, it was too late. Krillin's energy blade was already upon him. While Frisia managed to leap away just in time to avoid having his body severed, his long tail was unfortunately caught. sliced off midway. Ah! Frisia screamed in pain, pointing accusingly at Krillin. A beam of energy shot towards him at an unbelievable speed, but Krillin remained oblivious, unable to see the light due to its swiftness. Watch out! Fortunately, Wukong was near enough, and as the beam reached Krillin, he swiftly pushed him aside, averting a fatal encounter. With a resounding explosion, Krillin looked back in terror at the column of water. Had Wukong not moved him, he would likely have met his end. "Thank you, Wukong," Krillin said, his heart racing with gratitude. "Be careful, that guy is getting stronger," Wukong warned, eyeing the furious Frisia. While they conversed, Shao Ye and Bick had flown back to Frisia's side. Together, they unleashed a coordinated assault that momentarily subdued Frisia. Seeing this, Wukong and the others swiftly joined the fray. With the combat strategy previously imparted by Shao Ye, Frisia began to suffer exponentially increasing damage. As they pressed their advantage, Frisia finally ceased concealing his power. Erupting with an overwhelmingly powerful aura that sent everyone flying, his body once again enveloped in blinding light. "Ah, this guy just won't quit. How many transformations does he have?" Krillin cried, shielding his eyes from the radiance. As the light faded, a slender figure devoid of any imposing aura materialized before them. Frisia, now appearing diminutive and frail. While he lacked the intimidating stature, the aura emanating from him struck fear into the hearts of all present. Those of you fortunate enough to witness my ultimate transformation, consider it an honor, for you are the first beings to behold my final form, Frisia proclaimed with a bizarre laugh, relishing in his perceived victory. Chapter 125. A Fallen Hero? The familiar visage of Frisia loomed before them. Previously, Shao Ye had merely regarded him as an exceptionally wicked being. Despite later attempts at redemption, he remained relentless in his destruction of planets. Now, standing face to face, Shao Ye felt the overwhelming malevolence and incredible power radiating from Frisia, who towered above those still struggling to reach combat power in the tens of thousands. Shao Ye, with a power level in the hundreds of thousands, thought himself formidable. Yet, he was blindsided by Frisia's current power level, exceeding 60 million. This was not merely a matter of several times the difference, or even a dozen times. It was a chasm of despair. As Shao Ye trembled slightly, Frisia laughed and taunted, "What's wrong? Are you afraid? Weren't you just eager to kill me? Come, give it a try." With that, Frisia beckoned him over. Undeterred by fear, Shao Ye raised his hand and fired a penetrating wave at Frisia. Again with this technique. Although the penetrating wave was swift, Frisia was swifter. He sidestepped and retaliated with a purple beam faster than the penetrating wave aimed directly at Shao Ye. After dodging the beam, Shao Ye turned to find Frisia had already closed the distance between them. In a manner reminiscent of Shao Ye, Frisia greeted him with a casual, "Hi, how are you?" Before Shao Ye could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful punch struck his abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of saliva that landed squarely on Frisia's face. Stumbling backward and coughing, Shao Ye looked up to behold Frisia's expression, which resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Shao Ye straightened his posture and glanced at him quizzically, stating, "You can't blame me. It was you who attacked me unexpectedly." Disdainfully wiping the saliva from his face, Frisia replied with a sardonic smile, "Blame you? Of course not. Once I shatter your skull, you will surely rectify this unfortunate habit." No sooner had he spoken than Frisia unleashed an energy blast toward Shao Ye. Anticipating the attack, Shao Ye sidestepped and, without looking back, soared into the distance, leaving behind a peculiar shout, "You give way." Once again, he was fleeing. Previously, Frisia had allowed Shao Ye to escape due to his insufficient power to incite Frisia's murderous intent. However, the circumstances had changed. Was he not the strongest Earthling? Then, he would ensure that this strongest Earthling met his demise, silencing any who dared oppose him. Just as Frisia prepared to pursue, he was obstructed by two children who gazed at him with fierce determination. They proclaimed, "Though my father may be a coward who flees from formidable opponents, we shall stand our ground for him. I will prevent you from following him." Upon hearing Dong Jia's words, Frisia couldn't help but chuckle. Such small children dared to block his path. He scoffed, "So, after witnessing my formidable power, you still dare to obstruct me, do you?" Actually, I do not dare." Krillin's candid admission was abruptly silenced by a firm slap from Piccolo, who rendered his subsequent words unspoken. Frisia cast a glance at Krillin before surveying the others in silence, merely waving his hand. Without hesitation, the group unleashed their full power, recalling Shao Ye's earlier instructions, with Wukong as the primary attacker, Vegeta and Piccolo as support, and Krillin overseeing ranged assaults. They treated Frieza as the target to be vanquished. Initially, Frieza found himself somewhat flustered by this strategy, but relying on his overwhelming strength, he gradually acclimated. Not only did he manage to contend with Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, but he also found opportunities to eliminate Krillin and the three younger fighters who provided support from the rear. Deprived of long-range assistance, both Vegeta and Piccolo were sent flying by Frieza's powerful punches. Although Wukong had activated the Kaioken to its maximum of 10 times, he still proved no match for Frieza, who ensnared him with his tail and held him aloft to alleviate his own back pain. As Wukong's spine appeared on the brink of being shattered, a golden energy beam shot forth from the distance. Frieza, aware that Shao Ye had not ventured far, swiftly positioned Wukong in front of him, intent on forcing Shao Ye to slay his own companion. To Frieza's surprise, Shao Ye, disregarding the backlash of the energy blast, exerted all his strength to slightly redirect the beam, allowing it to narrowly miss Wukong's waist. After confirming Wukong was unharmed, Shao Ye gasped for breath, astonished that the laser-like beam could curve. Fortunately, he succeeded in preventing Wukong's injury. Otherwise, the battle would have taken a dire turn. Seeing his plan thwarted, Frieza remained unfazed, lifting Wukong closer, his hand glowing with energy aimed at Wukong's head. "Kid, you now face a choice. Either you perish, or he does. Choose." The assembled fighters were taken aback by Frieza's audacity. They had never encountered such shamelessness, witnessing him resort to such despicable tactics against Shao Ye. Dongjiao, rising from the dirt with blood still staining his face, gazed resolutely at Shao Ye, imploring, "Father, no. You must leave this place and return when you are stronger to seek vengeance." In another locale, Shixiang regarded Shao Ye earnestly, urging him to flee as well. This scenario made Shao Ye appear as a coward who fled from formidable foes, abandoning his children in the process, though the others remained silent. Their expressions mirrored Dong Jia's sentiments. Even the captured Wukong, struggling, called out to Shao Ye, "Shao Ye, hurry. Don't worry about us. I know you have a way to deal with Frieza." Perhaps it was a moment of clarity born from desperation. But Wukong refrained from directly suggesting using the Dragon Balls to rescue them. This realization brought Shao Ye a sense of relief, as it indicated that Wukong was no longer merely a simpleton. Nevertheless, Shao Ye felt compelled to admonish them, saying, "When I fled earlier, you should have dispersed in all directions. Why engage him in a futile struggle, claiming it was to cover my retreat? Do I need you to shield me? Truly ridiculous." Listening to Shao Ye's words, the group bowed their heads. Regardless of their reasoning, they believed themselves noble martial artists who would not flee, especially if it meant sacrificing themselves for Shao Ye. Yet, now that Shao Ye expressed such sentiments, it felt as though fleeing earlier might have prevented the current predicament. Ignoring the downcast gazes of his companions, Shao Ye turned to Frieza and proposed, "I can take my own life, but will you release Wukong first?" Frieza laughed at this, saying, "If I release him, what will prevent you from scattering in all directions? From your words, I can tell you are that kind of person." Shao Ye gazed at Frieza in astonishment, realizing his thoughts had been seen through. With a resigned sigh, he raised his hand to gather an energy sphere, placing it near his abdomen. Frieza, witnessing Shao Ye's willingness to sacrifice himself for Wukong, grinned wider. Just as Shao Ye seemed poised to succumb, a thought struck him, and he raised his gaze to bargain with Frieza once more. If I die, what will you do if you do not let Wukong go? Perhaps you should release him first." Frieza clicked his tongue, contemplating for a moment before tossing Wukong to the ground. The wounded Wukong struggled to rise, disregarding his injuries, and urged Shao Ye, "Shao Ye, flee. Don't sacrifice your life for me." Shao Ye looked at Wukong with a pained expression, responding, "Had I known this would occur, why did you not act sooner? If you had used the Kaioken at 10 times the first time Frieza transformed, we would not be in this predicament." Wukong, taken aback, realized he had been blamed for the current situation and fell silent. Frieza, growing impatient with Shao Ye's hesitation, urged, "Shao Ye, what are you waiting for? Hurry and take your own life." Hearing Frieza's insistence, Shao Ye sighed, muttering, Fine, I know, but dying is painful. Can't you show a bit of understanding?" Frieza scoffed derisively, "Shall I assist you? A swift shot through your head, and you won't feel a thing." Shao Ye cast a disdainful glance at Frieza, who, now suspicious, asked, "You don't intend to use an energy blast against me, do you? I must warn you, I only offer one chance. If you attempt that, I will kill them all. Based on his understanding of Shao Ye, Frisia was confident that had he not uttered those words, Shao Ye would indeed consider using an energy blast against him. Huh, I'm on the brink of death. I might just be tempted to try. Shao Ye retorted in frustration. Yet, Frisia's impatience grew, prompting him to insist once more. With a heavy heart, Shao Ye turned to bid farewell to his companions, saying, "It is truly regrettable, my friends. I suppose we shall meet again in the next life." Upon concluding his words, the Qi Gong bomb erupted. A tremendous shockwave instantaneously rent Shao Ye's abdomen asunder, leaving his intestines in a ghastly state that thrilled Frisia to no end. Amidst the gasps of horror from those present, Shao Ye plummeted into the sea like a stone, his essence fading into oblivion. Shao Ye, father. Observing the tragic spectacle of the insignificant beings, Frisia burst into gleeful laughter. Chapter 126. The bullet that was once fired has finally struck home Shao Ye. The loudest cries in the vicinity did not emanate from Dong Jia or Shi Xiang, but rather from Wukong, whose extraordinary strength compelled him to shout, as was his nature. Frisia, reveling in the sorrowful scene below, felt an immense delight. Although he had initially intended to disregard his pact with Shao Ye and eliminate Wukong and his companions, the poignant display they provided was too captivating to ignore, prompting Frisia to reconsider his course of action. Yet, while Frisia hesitated to intervene, Wukong, fueled by vengeance, cast a furious glare at Frisia. Declaring his intent to avenge Shao Ye, he unleashed the Kaioken at 20 times its normal capacity. Cloaked in a crimson aura, Wukong transformed into a streak of light. Darting towards Frisia, before Frisia could react, Wukong delivered a devastating punch that sent him flying. Not content with this, Wukong relentlessly pursued and struck again. Behind a rocky outcrop in the sea, Shao Ye concealed his presence, unharmed and observing. He noted with a twinge of annoyance that Wukong had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. He muttered to himself, pondering whether his bond with Wukong was insufficient, and if only the sacrifice of Krillin would awaken boundless power. Indeed, Shao Ye had merely staged a performance for Frisia and Wukong. It was unfortunate that Wukong had forgotten his remarkable regenerative abilities, rendering him an unwitting victim of deception. Shao Ye's actions were, of course, driven by necessity. Frisia was simply too formidable. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, it was evident that no one stood a chance against Frisia. Shao Ye's earlier theatrics were intended to provoke Wukong into changing form. However, it was clear that his demise had not yet sparked that transformation. Perhaps only the sacrifice of Krillin would suffice. Turning his attention to his children, Shao Ye observed as their grief and fury transformed into strength, propelling them toward the battlefield. He shook his head, lacking sufficient power. They ought to bide their time and seek an opportune moment. Their reckless advance would only result in their defeat, as the disparity in strength was insurmountable. No amount of shouting or indignation could bridge that gap. Rubbing his chin, Shao Ye contemplated whether his children had become tainted by the world's trivialities, prompting their reckless behavior. He resolved to address this flaw upon their return. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar yet alien voice echoed in his mind, stating, "Shao Ye, what were you attempting to accomplish just now? You cannot defeat Frisia alone. How could you send Wukong to face him by himself?" Recognizing the tone as that of an ally, Shao Ye was momentarily puzzled as to the voice's identity. He cautiously inquired, "Wow, you seem quite concerned for Wukong. Are you his grandfather?" "But I thought Wukong's grandfather had gone to the Taishang." Lao Jun, caught off guard by this remark, the voice thundered back, "I am the KO, the KO? How can you not recognize my voice?" With this reminder, Shao Ye recalled that it was indeed the KO's voice. He had heard it a year prior. However, he could not help but retort, "I've never met you before. How would I recognize you?" The KO, momentarily stifled by Shao Ye's response, sighed and changed the subject, asking, "Now, why did you choose to feign death to deceive Wukong? Wouldn't it be better for you to confront Frisia together?" Shao Ye found this amusing and thought to himself, "Oh, KO, do you truly believe my strength could rival Frisia's? Wukong possesses great potential and the KO can. If he cannot defeat Frisia, do you think we stand a chance?" He then recounted to the KO the events of Wukong's battle against the salamander race on the Red Planet, concluding, "Thus, I believe Wukong still has the capacity to unleash his hidden power. Perhaps then he could contend with Frisia." Upon hearing Shao Ye's account, the KO was enlightened. He could not help but admire Shao Ye's imaginative thinking. If Wukong could indeed unleash his so-called hidden power, he might stand a chance against Frisia. Yet, the KO had yet to witness any indication of Wukong's ability to triumph over Frisia. He queried Shao Ye. But Wukong is currently employing the Kaioken at 20 times its normal capacity, and soon his body will not withstand it. Can he truly unleash his hidden power? Shao Ye glanced at Wukong, who was locked in a fierce exchange with Frisia, and shook his head. It appears that Wukong is unlikely to unleash his hidden potential. Thus, my earlier conjecture remains. Perhaps it will require the sacrifice of one of his comrades to ignite that power. His comrade? Since Krillin had not perished, he had not ventured to the KO's realm. Naturally, the KO was unfamiliar with Krillin. Shao Ye pointed out the timid Krillin and explained his bond with Wukong. They were not only comrades, but also childhood friends. The KO shuddered at this revelation, exclaiming, "Wow, Shao Ye, are you a devil? How could you conceive such a diabolical plan?" Shao Ye scoffed, "Oh please. The notion of sacrificing Krillin has been a stale joke on Earth for ages. Besides, Krillin can always be revived using the Dragon Balls from Namek. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing that Krillin could indeed be resurrected, the KO was both alarmed by Shao Ye's method and compelled to admire his resourcefulness in finding a way out of every predicament. When the KO inquired about Shao Ye's next steps, Shao Ye did not respond immediately, but instead asked how much longer Wukong could endure. After the KO informed him that Wukong could hold on for another half-minute, Shao Ye instructed the KO to discreetly inform Krillin to remind Wukong to utilize the Spirit Bomb against Frisia. Although the KO was skeptical about the effectiveness of the Spirit Bomb against the current Frisia, he complied with Shao Ye's directives. As the seconds ticked by, Krillin was the first to rush forward to catch Wukong as he fell, but lacking Shao Ye's mastery of key manipulation, he could only catch him with his hands. At that moment, Wukong was in excruciating pain. Even the slightest touch from Krillin sent waves of agony coursing through him. Amidst his cries, Piccolo and Vegeta flew up to confront Frisia, followed closely by the three younger fighters. After a brief recovery, Frisia dispatched his attackers with ease, finally turning his attention to Wukong, with Krillin standing as the last line of defense. As Frisia prepared to strike Krillin, Wukong suddenly called out, offering to defeat him if given just a few minutes. Frisia, finding the claim laughable, nonetheless granted Wukong a brief reprieve. However, as Wukong maintained his pose of reaching for the heavens for several minutes without any apparent action, Frisia grew impatient. Just as he was about to intervene, he noticed an anomaly in the sky. Upon glancing upward, he was astonished to see 4 suns. No, 3 suns, and a colossal spirit bomb looming ominously. In the face of Frisia's terror, the massive spirit bomb plummeted towards him at an alarming speed. In the wake of a tremendous explosion and the emergence of a colossal mushroom cloud over the sea, Clint initially rejoiced, believing that Frisia had been vanquished. However, his elation was short-lived. As the smoke cleared, a battered and bloodied Frisia stood defiantly on a rock, glaring menacingly at Wukong. The sight of Frisia still alive left both Wukong and Clint in utter shock. Frisia had intended to eliminate Wukong directly, but upon realizing that he was barely clinging to life, he decided to torment Wukong by targeting Clint instead. With a flick of his hand, Frisia ensnared Clint in his telekinetic grip and, amidst the sound of a violent explosion, crushed him mercilessly. Witnessing the death of his friend at such close range filled Wukong with shock, dread, and rage, yet there was no sign of his small universe igniting. Observing Wukong, who sat despondently on the ground, Shao Ye and the KO were equally bewildered. The KO, perplexed, turned to Shao Ye and inquired, "This is not right. Why hasn't Wukong unleashed his small universe as you mentioned?" "I have no idea," Shao Ye replied, equally perplexed. Logically, Clint should have been a catalyst for Wukong's transformation. Why had he not erupted with rage? As Frisia prepared to strike at the remaining trio, Shao Ye could no longer remain passive. He raised his hand and unleashed a piercing wave at Frisia. The latter, alert, dodged the familiar attack and, upon spotting Shao Ye unscathed, was astonished. Ignoring Frisia's shock, Shao Ye approached Wukong, who was equally incredulous, and asked, "Clint is gone. Why are you not grieving? Shouldn't you be heartbroken and fiercely battling Frisia?" "I am saddened. But Clint can be revived. There is no need for me to confront Frisia recklessly." Wukong scratched his head, feeling the weight of sorrow, yet unsure why Shao Ye questioned him in such a manner. Hearing that Clint could be revived is what kept Wukong from transforming. Shao Ye, resting his hand on his forehead, deduced that perhaps during the unsealing of the great demon king, he had saved Klin. Yet he never anticipated that his previous kindness would now serve as a harbinger of doom. This is absurd. How can you not transform? Shao Ye grasped Wukong's shoulders, shaking him insistently. Chapter 127. Transition. Frisia was astounded to see that Shao Ye had somehow survived. He had witnessed Shao Ye's dire state earlier and could affirm that Shao Ye had not been feigning. Given the severity of his injuries, anyone else would have succumbed. Yet here he was, seemingly unharmed. But why are you unscathed now? Frisia questioned incredulously. Frisia's astonishment was met with delight from Dongjia and Shixiang, who had seen their father fall into the sea, lifeless, yet now he stood before them, alive. Father, you're not dead. This is wonderful. While Shao Ye could empathize with Dongjia and Shixiang's joy, he could not condone their words. Turning to them without a hint of benevolence, he remarked, "Of course. I am not dead. In fact, I am quite well." Frisia felt insulted by Shao Ye's tone, yet he lacked any evidence to counter. However, the prospect of killing Shao Ye was enough to fill him with glee. How delightful. Shao Ye, now I can personally end your life. Do you feel honored? Shao Ye calmly turned to Frisia and replied, "Not in the least. In fact, if I were to kill you, would you feel honored?" Frisia was rendered speechless, realizing he could not best Shao Ye in conversation. With a snort, he retorted, "You may be silver-tongued, but even with your flowery words, you will fall today at the hands of the great Emperor Frisia." Wukong had not transformed, and Shao Ye understood that even his presence would not alter the outcome, that Frisia could easily dispose of them. Glancing at the weakened Wukong, Shao Ye resignedly addressed the others. "You should take Wukong to rest. I will buy some time against Frisia." Afterward, he turned to Wukong and cautioned, "Remember, do not rest for too long. I cannot hold him off indefinitely." Wukong, unsure of how to respond, wished to convey seriousness and determination to encourage Shao Ye, yet found the gravity of Shao Ye's words oddly humorous. Ultimately, he managed a strained smile and nodded, promising to rest adequately. As the others escorted Wukong away, Frisia turned to the remaining Vegeta and said, "Oh, you traitor, why do you not flee? Do you wish to oppose me? That would be fatal." Vegeta scoffed, poised to speak, when Frisia suddenly unleashed a rapid energy blast, racing toward him. Shao Ye attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Fortunately, Vegeta had been vigilant. Although he had intended to speak, he caught sight of Frisia's attack just in time. Boom! In the split second before the blast detonated, Vegeta leaped to evade it. Just as Shao Ye began to breathe a sigh of relief, a series of violet death beams pierced through Vegeta's heart and head, silencing him instantly, his eyes closing as he departed for the afterlife. The events transpired too swiftly for Shao Ye to react. From Frisia's proclamation to Vegeta's demise, not even a second passed. Shao Ye had not anticipated that Frisia would strike with such treachery. For one so powerful, it was shocking that he would ambush a foe so weak. A feat unique to Frisia. From a distance, Wukong witnessed the scene unfold. Despite Vegeta's notorious nature, his death compelled Wukong to clench his fists. After all, he represented a significant force for their side, and now he was gone. Attempting to wear me down with numbers? I have just eliminated one. Let us see how many remain for me to vanquish. This is a lesson learned from you, Shao Ye. Shao Ye gazed at Frisia in disbelief, appalled that this scoundrel would stoop so low and even attempt to malign him. Initially, Shao Ye had intended to retort, but he instead found calmness and engaged Frisia in dialogue, stating, "Indeed, as the saying goes, a gentleman learns goodness while a villain learns wickedness. I have absorbed none of the former, only the latter. I wonder, your majesty, are you a gentleman or a rogue?" Frisia, incensed, began to exchange verbal barbs with Shao Ye, who relished the exchange. It afforded Wukong a greater opportunity to regain his strength, which was indeed beneficial. Half an hour passed. "You deceitful scoundrel, pretending to be dead, you keep your word poorly. A person of bad character, even as an emperor, resorts to villainous antics and will not go far. You ha ha ha? Shao Ye, you have delayed long enough. Kakarot is nearly recovered, and now it is your turn to die," Frisia declared, diving toward Shao Ye. As Shao Ye steadied himself, he awaited Frisia's approach. With a swift kick, he sent Frisia soaring into the sky and followed closely behind, unleashing a flurry of punches toward him. While Frisia was not a weakling susceptible to Shao Ye's blows, his punches also failed to inflict significant harm, allowing Shao Ye to endure for the time being. The two engaged in close combat amidst the heavens, alternating between pursuit and energy blasts, their movements creating tremors that reverberated through the air. leaving the spectators below wide-eyed. Although they acknowledged Shao Ye's strength, the full extent of it remained elusive. Now they began to grasp the magnitude of his power. At that moment, Wukong, struck by inspiration, suddenly exclaimed to Piccolo, "The battles ahead are beyond your capacity to participate. Piccolo, take the children back to the ship immediately and return to Earth at once." "But I want to stay and fight with Father." Wukong's son gazed anxiously at Wukong, speaking with concern. However, at that moment, Wukong was acutely aware that they might not win this battle, leading him to resolutely shake his head and declare, "No, you must leave at once. Staying here will only distract us." As Bic and the three young ones hesitated, the voice of the King Kai suddenly echoed in their minds, stating, "Wukong, the Namekians on Earth are preparing to use the dragon to teleport you back. Are you ready?" Upon hearing the king's words, both Wukong and Shao Ye were momentarily taken aback. Shao Ye was soon struck multiple times by Frisia, causing him to focus back on the fight. But inwardly he conveyed to the King Kai, "No, Bic and the others can return, but Wukong and I cannot. We cannot bring this threat, Frisia, to Earth." Hearing the possibility of teleportation excited Wukong, and he was nearly ready to agree. However, after listening to Shao Ye's words, he fell into silence, realizing that while they could perish, Earth must remain unharmed. The only way to ensure Earth's safety was to eliminate Frisia. Thus, after coming to this understanding, Wukong concurred with Shao Ye's perspective. Reluctantly, both Wukong and Shao Ye resolved not to return, prompting the King Kai to relay their intentions to the Namekians on Earth. In less than a minute, before Bic and the three young ones could gather their thoughts, they were teleported away, leaving only Frisia, Wukong, and Shao Ye behind. Chapter 128. Is this really the end? Shao Ye was relentlessly pursued and battered by Frisia, unable to retaliate, over the course of the battle. More than 20 minutes had elapsed, and Shao Ye felt his stamina waning. After being sent flying once more by Frisia, he turned to Wukong and called out, "Wukong, are you ready yet? I can barely hold on." While Shao Ye called for Wukong's assistance, Frisia was astonished to witness Shao Ye's injuries visibly healing at an incredible rate. Finally understanding why Shao Ye had been unable to die during his earlier suicide attempt. Yet, without the same rapid healing abilities as Shao Ye, Wukong still felt excruciating pain throughout his body, unwilling to move. However, he could not afford to remain idle, seeing Shao Ye's dire state. Wukong grit his teeth and activated the five-fold Kaioken, flying into the fray. With Wukong's intervention, Shao Ye finally gained a moment to breathe. As the two engaged in the fight, Wukong, struggling to cope, shouted at Shao Ye, "Do you have any means to combat him? If you do, use it quickly. I feel I cannot endure much longer." Initially, Wukong expressed this merely to intimidate Frisia, never anticipating that Shao Ye would actually respond affirmatively, declaring, "I do." Shao Ye's declaration not only surprised Wukong, but also left Frisia momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, following his surprise, Frisia intensified his assault. Knowing that if Shao Ye claimed he had a method to counter him, there was a genuine possibility he might. Frisia, unwilling to gamble, recalled the near-death experiences he had previously faced and refused to endure a third. Sensing Frisia's change in intensity, Shao Ye spoke to Wukong. "The method is to unleash your small universe. Only you Scions possess this ability. If your power significantly amplifies, we can defeat Frisia." Upon hearing that Shao Ye truly had a plan, Wukong felt a mix of excitement and frustration. He had never even heard of a small universe explosion, let alone attempted it. Frisia, enraged by the audacity of these two fools conspiring in his presence, bellowed, "You two imbeciles think I cannot kill you? And with your disgraceful Scion abilities, do you truly believe that even with a small universe explosion, you can defeat me? Ridiculous." With that, Frisia unleashed a powerful barrage, forcing the two back, and in a shocking display, he conjured a massive purple energy sphere. Frisia, his eyes aflame with fury, shouted, "You wish to kill me? Let you both perish in my world destruction sphere." As he hurled the world destruction sphere, Shao Ye genuinely contemplated fleeing. After all, the sphere capable of obliterating a planet was being aimed merely at them. It seemed an excessive use of power, and Shao Ye felt he could hardly withstand it. Yet whether they fled or stayed, the outcome appeared bleak. Their only hope lay in shattering the world destruction sphere, or they would meet their demise. Closing his eyes, Shao Ye steeled his resolve and opened them again with determination, instructing Wukong, "Wukong, you must hold off this energy sphere. Do not allow it to descend rapidly." When I give the signal, you must use instant transmission to escape without hesitation, or you will die. Although Wukong's instant transmission could not yet traverse the cosmos, after 8 months of rigorous training, he could manage short-range teleportation, which was why Shao Ye urged him so. Why? Wukong asked, perplexed. Yet there was no time for Shao Ye to explain. He could only assert gravely, "Do not question, just follow my orders." Seeing Shao Ye in such a serious demeanor for the first time, Wukong nodded and flew before the world destruction sphere, exerting all his strength to slow its descent. Frisia, observing this, remained indifferent. The world destruction sphere was not like an ordinary energy sphere that could be pushed back unless Wukong's power surpassed his own. While Wukong struggled against the sphere, Shao Ye took a deep breath, positioning his hands in a grasping motion before his chest, palms facing each other with space in between. In no time, a golden energy sphere began to form, expanding as it emerged. This sphere, over a meter in diameter and still growing, embodied all of Shao Ye's energy, representing his ultimate technique, the Great Peace. As he infused the last vestige of his energy into the Great Peace, Shao Ye shouted with all his might to Wukong, "Wukong, flee now." Upon hearing this, Wukong teleported away, leaving the world destruction sphere to fall unhindered toward Shao Ye. With unwavering resolve, Shao Ye unleashed the Great Peace, resulting in a colossal explosion as the violet and golden energy spheres collided. Frisia, initially enjoying the spectacle, was taken aback by the explosion's magnitude and swiftly retreated before it reached him. However, Shao Ye, closest to the blast, had anticipated such an outcome but found himself devoid of strength to escape. In an instant, the explosion engulfed Shao Ye. Wukong, witnessing this from a distance, rushed to save him, but the shockwave hurled him hundreds of meters away. Even after the explosion, the mushroom cloud lingered visibly for miles. Wukong, buried beneath rubble on a small island, managed to crawl out and immediately used instant transmission to return to the explosion site, seeking Shao Ye's presence. However, before he could find Shao Ye, he heard Frisia's eerie laughter. "Hee, cockroach, are you searching for that brat Shao Ye?" Upon hearing this, Wukong turned to follow the sound. And as the dust settled, he beheld Shao Ye, bloodied and battered, being held captive by Frisia, due to the severity of his injuries. Even with the ability to heal rapidly, Shao Ye was unable to immediately recover from the damage inflicted by the explosion. Furthermore, at this moment, he had completely exhausted his strength, making it effortless for Frisia to seize him. "Let him go," Goku exclaimed, furrowing his brow at Frisia. After waiting so long for Shao Ye to become so weak, Frisia had no intention of releasing him. "Let him go? That is impossible. But I can assist you in turning him into dust and see if he can recover. What do you think?" As Frisia lifted Shao Ye, who was fully aware of his fate, Shao Ye offered a bitter smile to Goku and bid farewell, saying, "It seems this time I truly have to say goodbye, Goku. You must not continue to be so reckless. When you encounter villains, you must give it your all." Before Shao Ye could finish his words, Frisia furrowed his brow and reduced him to dust. Chapter 129, Darkness Descends. Shao Ye. Upon witnessing Shao Ye being turned into powder right before him, Goku found it hard to believe. He called out for Shao Ye, refusing to accept that someone with the ability to heal rapidly could be so easily slain. Goku was utterly incredulous. Staring blankly, devoid of fighting spirit, Goku was no longer a threat to Frisia, who, while having lost interest in killing him, still wished to taunt him. "What is the matter? Are you still calling for someone?" "Oh, I see. You mean that individual I just killed?" Frisia shook his head with a sigh, saying, "I am truly sorry, but the one I just killed has no chance of recovery. That means he is already dead." "Ha ha ha." With that, Frisia let out a strange laugh. In response, Goku shook his head, still in disbelief. "Dead? How could Shao Ye possibly die? He is so strong and possesses the ability to heal. He cannot be dead." Seeing Goku's reaction, the King Kai on Kaioshin planet also sighed, lamenting Shao Ye's demise. However, after a moment of reflection, the King Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. He promptly contacted King Enma, a smile emerging on his face. "Impossible." Goku glared at Frisia, his eyes reddened and veins bulging, refusing to accept the reality Frisia had presented. "What do you mean impossible? I have already killed him. Stop your futile barking." Frisia found Goku's impending rage amusing. Although he was concerned about Goku's potential to unleash his hidden power, Frisia believed that a being whose strength was but a fraction of his own posed no real threat, even if he did manage to unleash such power. Having eliminated the strongest among them, Frieza felt secure, dismissing the legends of the Science and Goku's supposed explosive power as mere fabrications. Goku, his eyes blazing with defiance, retorted, "Impossible." Still clinging to a glimmer of hope, he called out, "Shao Ye, I know you are not dead. You must be hiding somewhere to scare me, right? You want to see me unleash my full power, don't you? Come out, and I promise I can unleash my full potential." Yet, the silence that enveloped him extinguished the hope in Goku's eyes, and his head drooped in despair. Frieza, observing Goku's mental unraveling, chuckled and shook his head. He found no desire to kill someone who was on the brink of madness. However, he was quite willing to provoke Goku further, hoping to hasten his descent into insanity. "Ah, yes, Shao Ye is not dead. The one I just killed was merely an illusion. Ha ha ha." Frieza's bizarre laughter pushed Goku, already teetering on the edge, over the brink of emotional collapse. Golden flames erupted around Goku, his hair and eyes yet to change color. Nevertheless, it startled Frieza, who had not anticipated the truth of Shao Ye's words, that Goku could indeed unleash his inner power. Remain calm, remain calm. His hair has not yet turned golden, meaning he is still not the legendary Super Saiyan. After a moment of self-reassurance, Frieza intended to speak kindly to Goku before making his escape. However, before he could utter a word, Goku, with a somber tone, declared, "Vegeta was killed by you. I felt no sorrow because he was a villain. Krillin was also killed by you. I bore you no ill will since he could be revived." But Goku raised his head, his piercing gaze fixed on Frieza, and sternly exclaimed, "But Shao Ye is different. Even the Dragon Balls may not be able to bring him back. Do you understand? If he is dead, it is likely he is truly gone." Goku had not forgotten Shao Ye's earlier words, and if Shao Ye were still alive, he would surely feel comforted by Goku's resolve. On Kaioshin Planet, the King Kai had initially been thrilled to see Goku unleash his inner power, jumping for joy. But upon hearing Goku say that Shao Ye might not be revivable, he mourned for the unfortunate fellow, realizing he would remain by his side indefinitely. Shao Ye's death was not what he had desired. Otherwise, why would he have killed him? Although Frieza longed to express this to Goku, he sensed that Goku's current state was precarious. Thus, he opted to refrain from further provocation. "Ah, I am truly sorry. I did not predict how things would unfold. Since the deed is done, I shall not linger here. I will take my leave." With that, Frieza prepared to depart, inciting even greater fury within Goku. His hair was instantly lifted by the powerful energy, with golden lightning crackling around him, seemingly growing even more formidable. Goku appeared on the verge of transforming into a prehistoric beast, and Frieza felt genuine fear. As he opened his mouth to say something, a ki blast shot towards him. Though Frieza was propelled away, he cast aside his prior cowardice. His expression darkened as he stated, "I had intended to offer you a chance at life. Since you insist on battling, I shall fight you until one of us falls." With that, Frieza ignited his body with a purple aura, a powerful presence emanating from him, causing the surrounding space to tremble in response to his terrifying energy. Frieza's declaration seemingly ignited Goku's fighting spirit. His hair, now buoyant, began to shimmer with golden light amidst the crackling energy, and his eyes changed color. Frieza, witnessing Goku's transformation, was astounded. He had not anticipated Goku to truly embody the legendary Super Saiyan, an entity his ancestors had warned him to be wary of. Yet, with no retreat available, he could only confront the reality of who was stronger. Time passed swiftly. 3 months later, on Kaioshin Planet, Shao Ye was engaged in casual conversation with the King Kai. He had already informed Bulma and Shao Ai that he was doing exceptionally well with the King Kai and urged them to collect the Dragon Balls to see if there was any possibility of reviving him. If not, they would have to come to the King Kai's side to reunite with him. "I say, Old Man Kai, I have mastered everything you taught me. Will you not tell me about the situation on planet Namek? Now that Goku has not returned to Earth, where has he gone?" Reclining on the King Kai's lounge chair, Shao Ye inquired while the King Kai was busy cooking. The King Kai, in the midst of stirring a dish, became incensed and snapped, "You little rascal. I brought you here to train, yet you are indulging in luxury. Do you think this is fair to me? And you expect this 6,000-year-old man to cook for you? You are utterly shameless." Chapter 130. Leisurely and serene days. 2 months have elapsed once more. Shao Ye initially intended for Bulma and the others to utilize the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect him. However, due to the transition of leadership among the Namekians, their Dragon Balls became functional again, thus bringing Shao Ye back to life. At this moment, Shao Ye was still indulging in the hospitality of the KO. As Goku had yet to return to Earth, Shao Ye was acutely aware that only upon Goku's return would significant events unfold. In his absence, Earth remained utterly secure. Observing Shao Ye devouring his meal with great gusto at the dining table, the KO felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Initially, he had hoped to have Shao Ye come over for some training, while also enjoying the opportunity to observe this remarkably low-maintenance individual up close. Yet, to his surprise, Shao Ye had taken up residence, completing the entirety of his teachings within 2 months, and was now eager to delve into the secrets of divine power cultivation. The KO did not wish to withhold knowledge of divine power from Shao Ye. However, despite his apparent strength, Shao Ye had yet to meet the requirements for such training. Nevertheless, given the rapid growth of Shao Ye's abilities, the KO surmised that in a few years, he would indeed be ready for divine cultivation. With a sigh, the KO furrowed his brow and addressed Shao Ye. I must say, young Shao Ye, you claim to be training here. Yet you are consuming my food and lodging without any visible effort towards your cultivation. After swallowing a large piece of meat, Shao Ye set down his empty bowl, feeling moderately satisfied. Although he was not completely full, he recognized that dining too excessively in another's home would be in poor taste. Thus he refrained from requesting more. Taking a deep breath, Shao Ye replied to the KO, training does not solely consist of foundational exercises. Moreover, with the intense gravity present here, is it not akin to constant training? Otherwise, your prowess would not be so formidable, would it? Upon receiving the compliment regarding his strength, the KO shyly scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, you have discerned my secret. I am the mightiest among the 4 KO. However, after his moment of pride, the KO turned to Shao Ye with a hint of complaint, though your words are flattering. Could you refrain from consuming an entire month's worth of my rations in one sitting? I am nearly out of funds for groceries. Indicating the towering pile of bowls behind Shao Ye, the KO's expression conveyed his mock annoyance. Aware that the KO's loudness did not genuinely reflect anger, Shao Ye knew he still needed to placate him, especially since another meal was in the offing. Swiftly, he dashed behind the KO, offering a shoulder massage while cheerfully saying, "Oh, great KO, are you not aware? I typically require only 120 bowls to feel satisfied. However, your culinary skills are simply too delectable, compelling me to indulge further. After all, if it weren't for your exceptional cooking, who would willingly partake in your meals?" Hearing his culinary talent praised, the KO again broke into a silly grin, replying, "You possess keen insight. Unlike that particular monkey, when he visits, he merely eats without a word of appreciation." Having successfully placated the KO, Shao Ye discreetly wiped his brow and then inquired, "By the way, great KO, where are we headed today? Are we to visit the Daijiawang you mentioned? I have been quite curious to see what he is like." Shao Ye's presence at the KO's abode was not solely for the purpose of exhausting the old man's resources. His primary objective was to cultivate relationships with the prominent figures of the divine realm, as familiarity with such individuals would undoubtedly facilitate endeavors in the future. Regrettably, the KO lacked the authority to access the realm of the Daijiawang. Otherwise, Shao Ye would have eagerly sought to witness the divine Kaishin in action. It was perplexing how a Kaishin without power could remain active for so long, endlessly seeking disciples yet oblivious to the existence of the destroyers above them. Daijiawang. The KO paused momentarily, quickly realizing Shao Ye's thoughts. Although a tinge of jealousy flickered within him, he was nonetheless eager to witness the extent of Shao Ye's accomplishments. After a brief moment of contemplation, the KO nodded. "Very well, your current strength is indeed formidable enough to meet the Daijiawang." With that, he led Shao Ye away from the KO's planet towards the domain of the Daijiawang. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma sat in her laboratory, sighing repeatedly, which began to affect Shao Ye, who was engrossed in her experiments. She set down a shimmering crystal and turned to Bulma, saying, "It seems you cannot find comfort without Shao Ye, can you?" At this, Bulma blushed slightly and retorted, "As if you are any different." Of course, Shao Ye missed Shao Ye as well. After all, during previous separations, she had resorted to using a reverse magic array to locate him. Yet, now that they had settled into a long-term relationship, a temporary parting was bearable. As Bulma spoke, she suddenly recalled something and asked Shao Ye, "By the way, how did you come to know Shao Ye? Please share the story with me." Intrigued by the prospect of recounting her first encounter with Shao Ye, Shao Ye replied, "Well, the tale begins when I first met Shao Ye. The two women engaged in animated conversation for over half an hour, their laughter echoing throughout the laboratory. However, their joviality was soon interrupted by a knock at the door. Recognizing that it was likely their children, they ceased their chatter. Upon opening the door, indeed, Dong Jia and Shi Xiang stood outside, and Bulma crouched down to inquire what they wanted. "I want to train and become as strong as Dad," declared Dong Jia, with Shi Xiang nodding in agreement. Ever since witnessing Shao Ye's might on Namek, they had yearned to cultivate their own strength. However, their solitary efforts had proven fruitless, prompting them to seek assistance from Bulma and Shao Ye. Yet, as an ordinary person, Bulma had no knowledge of cultivation techniques, while Shao Ye, being versed in magic, did not engage in martial training. Thus, both were unable to offer any guidance. Dong Jia had anticipated this outcome, knowing that they did not expect Bulma and Shao Ye to teach them anything. Rather, they sought to learn from them about their father's past mentors and training methods. Upon contemplating the subject of mentorship, Bulma realized that Shao Ye had never mentioned having a teacher, and when she turned to Shao Ye, she too shook her head, indicating that her world was devoid of martial training. Both women were left helpless, acknowledging their ignorance regarding the origins of Shao Ye's martial arts. Unbeknownst to them, Shao Ye's martial skills were derived from television prior to his journey across worlds, resulting in his techniques appearing disjointed. Even some of Goku's moves were not from a cohesive system. In fact, during his first encounter with Master Roshi, Shao Ye had employed two entirely different styles. Although Bulma and the others were unaware of who Shao Ye's mentor was, they were familiar with the most renowned martial artist in this world. After a quick phone call to Master Roshi, Bulma and Shao Ye instructed the two children to take a vehicle to visit him. Chapter 131. Mundane matters. Having spent nearly a year on the KOS planet, Shao Ye believed it was nearly time for Goku to return from his interstellar adventures. After bidding farewell to the KO, he set off along the Snake Way towards King Enma. Lacking the ability to perform instant transmission, he had no choice but to take the slowest route, first reporting to King Enma before being escorted back to Earth by the KO. In the celestial realm, although the atmosphere is thin, Shao still took a deep breath of Earth's air. Even though he could cultivate more profound martial arts under the guidance of the King of Realms, Shao ultimately preferred to remain on Earth. However, as he turned his head, he spotted two familiar figures. "Oh, Dong Jia, Shi Xiang, what are you doing here?" Shao asked in confusion. "Dad, we've been training here for 6 months," Shi Xiang replied, with Dong Jia nodding in agreement, saying, "Yes, Dad, we want to become powerful warriors like you." Shao was at a loss for words and gently patted the heads of the two children, saying, "Your father is not a warrior, but rather the adventure king you admire the most." "Dad is the adventure king?" The children appeared astonished, clearly unable to believe that their father, who usually secluded himself in the gravity chamber at home, was actually the renowned adventure king who traveled the world. Ignoring the children's astonishment, Shao turned to the celestial deity and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for taking care of my children." The celestial deity shook his head and replied, "They are both exceptionally well-behaved, especially Dong Jia, who has a remarkable talent for celestial arts. If it weren't for his strong desire to learn martial arts, I would have considered imparting celestial techniques to him." Upon hearing the celestial deity's praise for Dong Jia's talent, Shao looked at Dong Jia, stroking his chin, but ultimately shook his head and said, "Let Dong Jia pursue whatever he wishes to learn. As long as he is happy, that is what matters." In Shao's view, his family possessed both strength and wealth. Even if Dong Jia chose to lead a life of idleness, Shao would support him without hesitation. After bidding farewell to the celestial deity, Shao did not return with Dong Jia. Instead, he returned alone to Shidu after reuniting with the two women for 3 days. On the 4th day, Shao donned his adventure king attire and prepared for his journey. Bulma and Shao Ai merely reminded him to be cautious. Leaving Shidu, Shao next ventured to Beidou, where he spent some time with Sunhua and inspected Dr. Dejan's research progress, while also checking the operational status of the base. Learning that the base had begun to turn a profit, Shao finally received a portion of its earnings. Departing from the base, Shao continued northward. After visiting Ingzuer and Shaoning, he also left a sample of his blood for Ingzuer's research, hoping to assist with her condition. After a long journey, Shao turned towards Baozi Mountain. He wanted to see if Wukong and his family were still living in the same modest manner as depicted in the anime. However, before reaching Baozi Mountain, he encountered an acquaintance in a relatively large city. A bald police officer was apprehending another bald robber. Curiosity piqued. Shao descended and concealed himself among the crowd to observe. After understanding the situation, he learned that the bald robber had resorted to robbing a bank due to financial desperation. Just as he was about to exit the bank, he was surrounded by police, and with no other options, he took hostages to threaten his way out. Upon grasping the circumstances, Shao swiftly appeared behind the bald robber, while the crowd was still puzzled by the familiar figure clad in black leather. Shao delivered a swift strike that rendered the robber unconscious. After rescuing the hostages, the onlookers recognized Shao as the Adventure King. Excitement surged through the crowd as they rushed to request autographs and photos, with some even trying to sneak in a touch. After finally extricating himself from the throng, Shao enjoyed a conversation with an acquaintance. "I say, Krillin, you are quite the slacker. Do you really need to involve yourself in apprehending such a petty thief?" Krillin, who had recently been resurrected by the Dragon Balls, was now alongside Vegeta. Shao wondered what Master Roshi was thinking at the time, likely not anticipating the terror of facing Vegeta directly, hence allowing them to be revived so easily. Fortunately, Vegeta did not cause chaos on Earth, having no place to stay. He had seemingly vanished, leaving Shao unable to sense his energy. Krillin smiled wryly and replied, "I cannot draw as much attention as you. I cannot bear the fervor of the crowd." "What do you mean you can't bear it? Were you not also quite the spectacle in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" Shao laughed. Krillin rolled his eyes at Shao's remark and said, "That's different. The audience cheers for you, completely oblivious to us. If we were in that situation and did not stand out, no one would notice us at all." Shao pondered this for a moment. He recalled that the next martial arts tournament would take place in a year, and by then, Sunua would also participate. With a slight smile, Shao encouraged Krillin. "Since you say my presence attracts the audience's attention, I want to participate in the next tournament. Besides, aside from Wukong and me, you should be the strongest on Earth now. Take advantage of my absence and seize the opportunity to claim first place before Wukong returns." Krillin's eyes brightened upon hearing Shao's words. Although he lacked the support of Shao and Wukong, along with Tianjin Han and Yamcha, his chances of claiming first place were still considerable. "You really won't participate?" Krillin cautiously inquired for confirmation. "Of course not," Shao affirmed confidently. With Shao's assurance, Krillin's eyes sparkled with determination. He resolved to secure first place and fulfill his dream. After all the encouragement, Shao finally revealed his ultimate intention, saying, "Leave the robber to me. You cannot handle him." "Huh." Before Krillin could respond, a police chief and several officers approached, escorting the recently subdued robber, declaring firmly, "No. He is a criminal and must face the consequences." Shao, instead of looking at the chief, turned to the robber and exclaimed, "Naba, how low have you fallen? Once a scion warrior, where is your glory now, resorting to robbery in a big city?" Indeed, the robber was Naba, who had harbored thoughts of causing chaos on Earth. However, after witnessing the strength of Shao and his companions, he abandoned that idea, initially believing that robbing a bank would not attract their attention. Unfortunately, fate had it that he crossed paths with Shao, and before he could react, he was knocked unconscious. "What? He is Naba," Krillin exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the scruffy figure before him. Having faced Naba before, Krillin could scarcely believe that the once proud warrior had fallen to such a fate. After a lengthy discussion with the chief, he reluctantly agreed to let Shao handle Naba. The chief felt that he could not contain such a formidable figure in his small precinct. After bidding farewell to Krillin, Shao led Naba back north, intending to offer him a respectable job, thus sparing him from a life of crime. Initially, Naba feared for his life, anticipating that Shao would kill him. Instead, he was unexpectedly offered a job, which moved him deeply, prompting him to vow to lead a law-abiding life from that moment forward. This is merely a verbal expression from Naba. The reality is that he dares not defy the tasks assigned to him by Shao Ye. As for his claims of being compliant, he has no choice but to comply, for all his work is bestowed upon him by Shao Ye, who could just as easily take his life at any moment. Thus, even if Naba must feign gratitude towards Shao Ye's arrangements, he cannot afford to gamble on whether Shao Ye might decide to eliminate him. Chapter 132. The Universe Without Telex, Part 1. The power of the northern base has once again been augmented, granting Shao Ye a sense of reassurance. He no longer worries about any malevolent individuals setting their sights on that place. After completing all of this, Shao Ye once more soared towards Baozi Mountain. This time, he encountered no interruptions and smoothly arrived near the residence of Wukong. Upon landing, Shao Ye discovered that the surroundings had undergone a significant transformation. When he visited here with Bulma in the past, there were many desolate areas, but now the forest had expanded considerably, and there were far more wild animals. Although the environment had changed, the essence of Wukong's sun and Chi-Chi remained unchanged. Following their auras, Shao Ye navigated through several dense thickets before finally arriving at Wukong's home. Originally, there was only a pavilion here, but it had now transformed into 3 interconnected small rooms. The direction from which Shao Ye approached happened to be directly opposite Wukong's son's room. At that moment, Wukong's son was diligently studying at a small table by the window. Upon raising his head, he spotted a familiar figure. Rubbing his eyes, he found it hard to believe that the familiar silhouette was indeed outside the window. Seeing Wukong's son in such astonishment, Shao Ye couldn't help but raise his hand to greet him, saying, "Hello there. Uncle Shao Ye, is it really you?" Wukong's son exclaimed joyfully, climbing onto the table in preparation to leap through the window. Though this method of exiting was indeed quite convenient, Shao Ye still intervened, advising him to use the front door instead. Wukong's son, though puzzled, complied. Shao Ye then moved to the front of the house, where Chi-Chi was chopping firewood. Upon noticing Shao Ye's arrival, she immediately stood up with a bright smile to warmly welcome him. Given the previous encounters between Chi-Chi and Shao Ye in the arena, one might expect her to be less than welcoming, but one must not forget that during her marriage to Wukong, Shao Ye had gifted them a precious gem worth millions as a congratulatory gift, which naturally made Chi-Chi eager to welcome this benefactor into her home. After exchanging pleasantries with Chi-Chi, her son emerged as well. Following a brief conversation with him, Shao Ye noticed that his strength seemed to be gradually declining. He turned to Chi-Chi and inquired, "I see that your son's prowess appears to be waning. Do you not intend for him to train? After all, his potential is quite considerable." Shao Ye was well aware of Chi-Chi's reasons for not allowing her son to pursue martial arts. Yet he felt compelled to voice the question, as it might provide him with an opportunity to suggest alternatives. Upon hearing Shao Ye's question, Chi-Chi candidly explained that her intent was for her son to acquire more knowledge to secure a better future. Shao Ye nearly chuckled at her response. Indeed, her son possessed a love for learning and would likely grow to be quite erudite. However, earning a living proved to be a different challenge altogether, especially considering the financial demands of research. Without substantial financial backing, how could her son afford to dedicate himself to his studies? Were it not for her son marrying the daughter of a world champion, Chi-Chi's modest means would have been depleted in due time. Shao Ye shook his head, posing another question. "Are you aware of what fields are most lucrative?" Chi-Chi was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry, as she had never contemplated it. Yet she astutely perceived that Shao Ye was attempting to influence her son's education. So she replied, "Isn't it true that knowledge leads to wealth?" Understanding Chi-Chi's background, Shao Ye was not surprised by her response. In truth, there are numerous avenues to wealth. Acquiring knowledge can yield profits, working can generate income, and even scavenging can be profitable. Even I, by merely wandering about, can earn a living. You need not be solely fixated on the path of academic rigor. Upon witnessing Chi-Chi's intent to counter his argument, Shao Ye swiftly raised his hand to silence her, continuing, "I understand that you desire for your son to break free from the traditional mold. I do not wish to interfere with your aspirations. What I want to convey is that previously, Wukong made an investment with me, and now that investment has yielded returns. I am here to present you with the fruits of that investment. Though the sum may not be substantial, it is certainly adequate for your son to pursue a degree in finance. It is well known that this field can be quite lucrative, requiring only the ability to sit at a computer and click away to earn money. While Chi-Chi's son indeed possesses a passion for learning, particularly in biological research, Shao Ye's seemingly generous offer was, in essence, a nudge toward the realization that his exceptional talents should not be squandered. Upon hearing that Shao Ye had come bearing gifts of money, Chi-Chi recognized him as the benefactor of her household. Moments before, she had considered chastising him, but now she realized how unjust that thought had been. Not only had Shao Ye provided financial support for her son's education, but he had also pointed out potential avenues for wealth. What a remarkable person he was. Chi-Chi immediately urged Shao Ye, "Oh, Mr. Shao Ye, you are far too generous. Have you eaten yet? Allow me to prepare a meal for you." As she spoke, she ushered Shao Ye into the house, where she personally served him hot water. After instructing him to wait a moment, she and her son headed off to prepare the meal. For having a benefactor in their home surely called for a grand reception. While Chi-Chi and her son busied themselves with the cooking, Shao Ye took a sip of the hot water and began to survey Wukong's home. Though modest, it contained all the essentials, with various small items stacked together, creating a cozy atmosphere. Despite the spaciousness, one could palpably feel the warmth of home. Shao Ye strolled about casually, noticing a book on nature beside the television, and then turned his gaze elsewhere until it landed on a room with an open door and a table by the window. Upon entering, he observed a plethora of books on the table, encyclopedias of nature, volumes on the animal kingdom, secrets of nature, and even an adventure guide. Shao Ye recognized that Wu Baifan had been fond of such knowledge from a young age. Thus, he was determined to impress upon him that the realm of knowledge possesses its own boundaries. Furthermore, he sought to convey that the world of numbers could indeed drive one to madness. Imagining Wukong's son grappling with the endless sea of digits in the future, Shao Ye could not suppress a wicked smile. How delightfully devious of him. Shaking his head, he returned to the living room and settled onto the sofa, producing 2 large boxes filled with money. After all, one must not visit without bringing gifts. Several hours later, Shao Ye enjoyed a meal of Chi-Chi's peculiar mountain delicacies. While the varieties were quite unusual, the flavors were undeniably delightful. Chi-Chi, pleased to see Shao Ye savoring his meal, was even more elated upon receiving the 2 boxes he had presented her. As Shao Ye prepared to take his leave, she felt a tinge of reluctance, pondering whether the presence of this benefactor would ensure her family's continued prosperity. Chapter 133. The Universe Without Telex, Part 2. A few days after departing from Wukong's home, while meditating in the icy caverns of the Antarctic, Shao Ye suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a familiar aura. This aura? Could it be that he has returned? Shao Ye was somewhat incredulous as he soared into the tempest of snow and wind, sensing the direction in which the aura was descending. He first called Shao Ye to advise her not to approach before taking flight. Shortly thereafter, Shao Ye landed on a desolate expanse of gravelly terrain. While quietly awaiting the arrival of that aura, Vegeta, Krillin, and Tian Shinhan gradually gathered, greeting Shao Ye before patiently waiting for the aura to arrive. As Shao Ye waited patiently, his curiosity led him to glance left and right. However, he found no trace of the figure with violet hair, which perplexed him greatly. Theoretically, that individual should have appeared by now. Why was he absent? Shao Ye pondered, contemplating that the absence of the purple-haired figure might be related to his marriage to Bulma. Yet, even with this union, it seemed irrelevant to his counterpart from another dimension. Unable to decipher the situation, Shao Ye decided to dismiss the thought. At that moment, a saucer-shaped spaceship descended from the sky. Indeed, the visitor to Earth was none other than Frisia. The spaceship landed, and its hatch opened, releasing a throng of soldiers. Among them was a half-mechanical Frisia, accompanied by a figure resembling Frisia's second transformation, his father. Upon emerging, Frisia took a moment to sniff the air and disdainfully remarked, "Is this Earth? Truly a wretched planet. Even if conquered, it would fetch no worthwhile price." Turning his gaze, he spotted Shao Ye and his companions, his eyes widening in disbelief as he recognized the presumed deceased Shao Ye, Krillin, and Vegeta. For a moment, Frisia questioned whether he stood on Earth or in the depths of hell. Frisia approached, incredulously staring at Shao Ye, and exclaimed, "Shao Ye, how is it that you are still alive?" Shao Ye stepped forward, smiling as he replied, "Of course I am alive. Are you not as well? Although your current appearance is rather unrecognizable." Knowing Shao Ye's sharp tongue all too well, Frisia merely snorted, choosing not to engage in a verbal spar. Instead, he turned to his father, declaring, "Father, those are the ones. While a few more have joined, the three-eyed one and that seemingly weak one pose no threat. We should focus on the one in black named Shao Ye. He is the strongest among the Earthlings." The strongest Earthling? Frisia's father immediately activated his power detector, and after a series of beeps, Shao Ye's power level appeared before him. A mere power level? Huh, this is the strongest Earthling? Frisia's father scoffed. Hearing his father's dismissal of Shao Ye, Frisia quickly interjected, "Father, do not underestimate him. He is intentionally suppressing his power, and the readings are unreliable." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Frisia's father removed the detector and gestured for all soldiers to advance, eager to witness the true strength of this so-called strongest one. The soldiers surged toward Shao Ye and his companions, who did not hold back. They unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, decimating the approaching soldiers before charging forward to eliminate them. Shao Ye maneuvered through the soldiers, reaching Frisia's side, and looked down at him, saying, "I say, great king, are you not still alive? Why bring your forces to Earth? We have not ventured out to wreak havoc on you. Would it not be better for you to reign as your cosmic emperor while I lead a peaceful life on our Earth? Frisia's anger flared, and he glared at Shao Ye, retorting, Good? Kakarot reduced me to this state, and you call it good? I must have my revenge. Shao Ye spread his hands, speaking earnestly. Then go seek out Goku. Why come to Earth? We are but the souls you once extinguished. We have only just returned to life and have not provoked you. Frisia, momentarily shaken by Shao Ye's words, was interrupted by his father, who said, Why waste time with him? If you seek revenge on that scion, then simply eliminate them all. Upon hearing his father's directive, Frisia regained his focus. Though he felt uneasy about such an approach, revenge took precedence over his misgivings. Boom, boom. The air crackled with energy as both Frisia and his father unleashed their formidable auras. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shao Ye's expression turned serious, and he summoned an overwhelming aura of his own. In the next instant, all parties sprang into action, their figures vanished, and the sounds of immense collisions echoed through the air. Nearby soldiers were obliterated by the shockwaves of their battle, prompting Krillin and the others to retreat in alarm. Watching the fierce clash, Krillin gulped, exclaiming, This. After not seeing Shao Ye for a few months, he has become even more powerful. As Krillin observed the battlefield, several soldiers attempted a sneak attack. However, before they could aim at him, a ki blast sent them flying away. Yamcha called out to Krillin, Stop staring at others. Shao Ye's strength has not been a recent development. Krillin turned to Yamcha and, in a flash, unleashed a ki slash, eliminating the soldiers attempting to ambush Yamcha. The same goes for you. Focus on your own safety first. Despite Shao Ye's significant growth and strength over the past year, facing the combined might of Frisia and his father proved overwhelming. Suddenly, Shao Ye plummeted from the sky like a shooting star, spitting blood upon impact. As Frisia's father descended to deliver a crushing blow to Shao Ye's abdomen, Shao Ye narrowly evaded, leaping just in time, staggering as he landed. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at Frisia's father, grinning. Is that all you've got? Relying on ambushes hardly befits an emperor. Frisia's father emerged from the crater, snorting disdainfully. My son warned me of your sharp tongue, and I did not believe it. Now I do. But fret not. Once I shatter your mouth, you shall lose this habit. Shao Ye stretched his neck and scoffed. Like father, like son, you both speak so similarly. Frisia's descent into wickedness must be your doing. Chapter 134. The Death of Kakarot. Humph, silver-tongued fool. Frisia's father retorted, releasing a surge of powerful energy as he lunged at Shao Ye. Rather than retreating, Shao Ye leaped and executed a superhuman fist, striking Frisia's father in the chest. The overwhelming force sent him hurtling back, crashing into the spaceship, his battle armor shattered, leaving only his pants intact. As Shao Ye prepared to press the advantage, a purple death beam from above obstructed his path. Looking up, Shao Ye saw Frisia, his expression dark and brooding. Though he said nothing, the fury in his eyes was palpable. After a brief exchange of glances, Shao Ye launched a ki blast at Frisia while swiftly darting toward Frisia's father, intent on eliminating one opponent first, as facing both was an arduous challenge. Frisia swatted away Shao Ye's ki blast, witnessing him charge toward his father. In a flash, Frisia dove from behind and collided with Shao Ye's waist. The sound of cracking bones echoed as Shao Ye's spine fractured. For anyone else, such an injury would have been fatal. Yet, Shao Ye not only survived, but turned to deliver a punch to Frisia's face, distorting his mechanical features and sending several metallic teeth flying as Frisia was sent reeling. As Shao Ye stood, clutching his lower back, he had not yet turned to face Frisia's father when he was struck again. A ki blast exploded, propelling him away once more, as the ground loomed closer, threatening to meet him with the ferocity of a ravenous dog. Shao Ye, unlike his former self before entering this world, found himself unable to alter his fate. Fortunately, he had now mastered the art of flight and soared into the sky just a second before impact, thus evading a disastrous fate. Yet, the relentless Frisia and his father clung to him like parasites, forcing Shao Ye to engage in combat while in flight. Luckily, his strength had multiplied exponentially compared to a year prior. Otherwise, he would have been unable to outrun the Frisia duo. Once more, the air was filled with the sound of their violent clashes, the trio battling at an astonishing velocity. Alas, Shao Ye was not the time-traveling Trunks. He could not transform into a Super Saiyan. Surviving the onslaught of Frisia and his father was already a testament to his prowess. But eliminating them seemed an insurmountable task unless they revealed a significant flaw in their defense. With a resounding bang, Shao Ye was flung away again, witnessing Frisia and his father gathering their ultimate attack to annihilate him. In response, he summoned all his strength to unleash a powerful wave of energy, named De Ping He, to counter their assault. Although uncertain if he could withstand both of them alone, he resolved not to succumb to despair. In this perilous moment, a key blast unexpectedly surged from behind Frisia and his father, engulfing Frisia entirely. The sight of his son's demise shocked Frisia's father, momentarily distracting him. Seizing this opportunity, Shao Ye propelled De Ping He towards Frisia's father, who, upon sensing the imminent danger, found it too late to evade. With a deafening explosion, Frisia and his father were utterly obliterated, and the remaining soldiers, witnessing the fall of their king, lost their will to fight and scattered in retreat. The battle concluded. Shao Ye, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a familiar hand reached out to him, accompanied by a comforting voice. "Shao Ye, you're all right." What a relief. Looking up, he saw Goku's smiling face. Shao Ye grasped Goku's hand and reproached him. "How could I be unscathed? I've already died once. Did I not tell you to show no mercy to our enemies? Look what happened. Frisia has chased us all the way to Earth." Goku, feeling helpless, acknowledged that he had inadvertently given Frisia a chance at the last moment. He had not anticipated that. Even in the aftermath of a planet's explosion, where survival seemed implausible, Frisia would somehow be salvaged. Regardless of the circumstances, it remained a fact that Frisia had come to Earth with his army, leaving Goku with no retort, only a rueful smile. Observing Goku's demeanor, Shao Ye chose not to continue his admonishments, instead playfully nudging him and inquiring about his whereabouts over the past year. Upon hearing this, Goku became animated. Just as he was about to respond, his son rushed into his arms. The others gathered around, and Dong Jia and Shixiang leaped into Shao Ye's embrace, having feared for their father's life after witnessing the brutal confrontation. After exchanging pleasantries, Goku proudly recounted his year, true to his passion for martial arts. He had traveled to planet Attila to train. Most thrilling for Goku was that he had successfully mastered the instantaneous movement technique during his time there. Now, as long as he was within the same dimensional plane, he could teleport upon sensing direction and energy, even in higher dimensions. Familiarity with the energy allowed him to traverse distances. He demonstrated his newfound skill by snatching a banana from Babris on King Kai's planet, astonishing everyone. Although they all wished to learn, after Goku's demonstration, they swiftly abandoned the idea. The challenge was not merely the complexity of the technique, but rather the demanding power requirements that rendered it an insurmountable task for them. After everyone departed, Shao Ye remained hopeful, waiting for several days for Trunks to arrive. Regrettably, he never appeared. What a disaster. What about Goku's heart condition? Shao Ye pondered, scratching his head. After contemplating various solutions, he ultimately resolved to take Goku to the hospital for an examination, hoping they might identify the ailment. However, when Shao Ye visited Goku's home to suggest the hospital, Goku staunchly refused, revealing an unexplained aversion to medical facilities. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Shao Ye opted to consult Ingzu Air, reasoning that as a biologist, she might possess insights into heart diseases. After several days of examinations, Ingzu Air concluded that Goku was in excellent health, showing no signs of heart disease. While Shao Ye should have felt relieved at this expert confirmation, he was instead engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unease, a foreboding that intensified with the passage of time. Indeed, one fateful day, 2.5 years later, while training in the polar regions, Shao Ye received a call from Bulma, her voice heavy with sorrow, informing him that Goku had suddenly succumbed to heart disease. Upon hearing this devastating news, Shao Ye could scarcely believe his ears. He rushed to Baobao Mountain, where a gathering of familiar faces awaited him. Pushing through the crowd to the front, he beheld the covered body beneath a white sheet, sending a chill through him. With the protagonist deceased, what hope remained for this world? Witnessing the death of the main character in the Dragon Ball universe, Shao Ye was gripped by panic. Without Goku, who could transcend limits at will, he felt utterly ill-equipped to confront the formidable foes that could emerge at any moment to threaten the Earth. "Daddy!" Chi-Chi's son cried, attempting to bypass Shao Ye to reach his father. Shao Ye, recalling the contagious nature of Goku's heart virus, instinctively restrained him, unwilling to risk Chi-Chi's son falling victim to the same fate. Uncle! The boy looked at Shao Ye, confused by the restraint. Shao Ye, with a heavy heart, spoke to him earnestly. You are now the only man in your family. You must be strong and not cause any trouble for your mother. Hearing these words, Chi-Chi's son turned to his mother, witnessing her tear-streaked face, and felt a surge of emotion. Yet, recalling Shao Ye's advice, he wiped his tears and nodded resolutely, responding, Yes, I will, uncle. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he asked, Uncle, can we use the Dragon Balls to bring Daddy back? As soon as he voiced this thought, Chi-Chi, too, looked at Shao Ye with hopeful eyes. However, Shao Ye refrained from answering their question. Perhaps they were unaware that the Dragon Balls could not resurrect those who died of natural causes. Although Goku had perished from illness, he fell into the category of natural death, thus the Shenron could not assist. Although Shao Ye was aware of this, he refrained from voicing it. Choosing instead not to further discourage Chi-Chi and her son, they were already in a dire situation, and he did not wish to add to their despair. He promptly called Bulma, requesting her to send the Dragon Ball radar over the thunderclouds. Although Shao Ye did not explicitly offer assistance, his actions spoke volumes. However, Master Roshi felt compelled to step forward and reveal the circumstances. Upon hearing that even the Shenlong could not resurrect Wukong, Chi-Chi indeed fainted. After settling her mother comfortably in a room to rest, the radar arrived. Chi-Chi's son gazed at the radar in Shao Ye's hand, biting his lip, tears welling in his eyes. Despite Master Roshi having informed him of the situation, he still wished to attempt summoning Shenlong, unwilling to accept the loss of his father. Holding the Dragon Ball radar, he watched as Chi-Chi departed on her Nimbus cloud. The subsequent arrangements for Wukong's funeral were left to Shao Ye and Master Roshi. A day later, after a heavy-hearted burial of Wukong, Shao Ye supported the tearful Chi-Chi back to her home. Although she was now alone, her son was still outside searching for Dragon Balls. Life must go on, and she could not afford to break down. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi's son faced difficulties in collecting the Dragon Balls. Although he managed to gather 6 within a week, an unexpected turn arose with the 7th. On his first venture, despite his considerable strength, he unfortunately encountered Pilaf and his gang, who were also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. After several attempts, they not only deceived Chi-Chi's son into relinquishing the Dragon Ball he possessed, but also tricked him into giving up the Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, Pilaf and his companions successfully located the last Dragon Ball and summoned Shenlong to fulfill their wish to become smaller. It remains a mystery why Pilaf and his gang desired to shrink. Perhaps they wished to relive their youth, but who could say for certain? On the 7th day following Wukong's passing, Shao Ye traveled to the underworld via the heavenly god, inquiring with the King of Hell about Wukong's whereabouts. He discovered that Wukong had not gone to the King Kai, but had instead reincarnated directly. Shao Ye was taken aback by the swiftness of Wukong's actions, prompting him to hasten to the King Kai's realm. Upon finding the King Kai, he recounted the situation. The King Kai expressed regret upon learning of Wukong's death and subsequent reincarnation, stating that there was little he could do at that point. Faced with the King Kai's inability to assist, Shao Ye immediately thought of the Grand Kai, knowing that many deceased martial artists were training on Grand Kai's planet. Shao Ye contemplated whether he could grant Wukong such a status, hoping to explore the possibility of resurrecting him in the future. However, the King Kai shook his head, asserting that it was impossible since Wukong had already been reincarnated and could not return to Grand Kai's planet. All avenues for Wukong's resurrection appeared to be blocked. And considering the numerous foes he would face in the future, Shao Ye felt a sense of despondency while sitting on the King Kai's planet. Lacking Scion blood, he could not rely on extraordinary powers at will, leaving him ill-equipped to confront those adversaries. Reflecting on his enemies, Shao Ye recalled that in a mere year and a half, the androids would emerge to wreak havoc, followed by Cell. As for Majin Buu, that would occur many years later. Upon careful consideration, he realized that within a year and a half, if he devoted himself to rigorous training in the extreme region, he might be able to contend with the androids. As for Cell, he would simply need to eliminate him before he fully formed. Once he surpassed the challenge presented by the androids, the looming threat of Majin Buu would be a concern for the years to come. Could he not defeat him even after a decade? If not, could he not eliminate Babidi first? With newfound clarity regarding his future, Shao Ye exhaled deeply. Finally comprehending his path, he bid farewell to the King Kai and returned to Earth. Yet, Shao Ye's optimism was perhaps too simplistic. Since he had managed to enter the Dragon Ball universe, it was only natural that unforeseen events could occur within this realm. In a clandestine base's hidden underground laboratory, a Mediterranean, White-haired old man gazed intently at a culture dish before him, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Contrary to Shao Ye's assumptions, the contents of the dish were not the insect-like embryo of cell, but rather a humanoid embryo. This Mediterranean old man was none other than Dr. Gero, who initially intended to create a powerful insectoid warrior capable of thriving in extreme conditions. However, after observing Shao Ye, he realized that this individual could endure even harsher environments than insects. Thus, during the battle between Shao Ye and Frisia, Dr. Gero had collected their blood using microscopic robots, leading him to create a humanoid being. As he gazed at the embryo in the culture dish, he could no longer contain his laughter. Humph, ha! By combining the genes of all Earth's martial artists, along with the genes of the Dark Lord and even those of the Cosmic Emperor, you shall become the most formidable android. Ha ha ha! Dr. Gero exclaimed, gently caressing the glass wall of the culture dish as he whispered to the embryo, from now on, your name shall be Tiandi. Regardless of whether you are human, demon, or extraterrestrial, all shall ultimately bow before you. You are destined to be the supreme Tiandi. Chapter 136, Trouble Knocks at the Door, Part 1. In order to confront the formidable androids and cell that would emerge in a year and a half, Shao Ye had no choice but to engage in intense training once more. To be frank, he was not fond of this rigorous training method, as he preferred the freedom of adventure. However, with the protagonist of Dragon Ball, Wukong, gone, and Trunks transformed into the non-Scion Dongjia, Shao Ye could not entrust Earth's hopes to these children. Hence, he must assume the role of Earth's guardian. After training in the icy cave for half a month, one day, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy approaching from beyond Earth. It appeared to be heading straight for the planet, and he noticed that this energy carried a distinct scent of blood. Furrowing his brow, Shao Ye swiftly flew out of the icy cave and ascended into the snowy expanse. Dispelling the mist with his energy, he soared towards the source of the energy while simultaneously notifying Shao AI to prepare for the defense of West Capital. During his flight, he encountered Tianjin Fan and others who were also headed in the same direction. Together with Tianjin Fan, they arrived near the location where the energy was about to descend. Before long, Krillin, Dongjia, Shixiang, Chi-Chi's son, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Yamcha joined them. Shao Ye was quite surprised to see Vegeta still on Earth. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, he turned to Vegeta and curiously inquired, Vegeta, you're still on Earth? I haven't seen you around anywhere. The others looked at Shao Ye with puzzled expressions, as they were all aware of the volatile situation at hand. Vegeta merely snorted in response, choosing not to answer Shao Ye. Did he really expect Vegeta to admit that he was emulating Shao Ye's training methods to enhance his own abilities? Noticing Vegeta's disregard, Shao Ye brushed it off and continued, I presume you're quite eager to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the mention of Super Saiyan, Vegeta's interest was piqued. Having dreamt countless times of becoming the legendary Super Saiyan after discovering that Wukong was indeed that very figure, he had no inkling of how Wukong achieved that transformation. Although Vegeta was intrigued, he remained silent, arms crossed, staring coldly ahead. Seeing Vegeta's aloofness, Shao Ye chuckled, aware of his prideful nature. Therefore, he did not hold back and directly addressed Vegeta. Do you know how Wukong transformed? Upon hearing Shao Ye's intentions, it appeared he was inclined to instruct Vegeta on how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. While they could tolerate a bomb that might explode at any moment, they dared not permit one capable of annihilating an entire planet to reside on Earth. Tianjin Fan intended to caution Shao Ye against divulging this to Vegeta, yet with the latter in proximity, they hesitated, fearing potential retribution. Shao Ye glanced at the speaker, chuckling softly, and remarked, It's all right. I trust Vegeta has improved. Don't you think, Vegeta? Did Shao Ye genuinely believe that Vegeta had changed? Certainly not. Yet what else could he say? Would he compel Vegeta to turn against them? Vegeta, oblivious to Shao Ye's concerns, merely huffed in dissatisfaction, though he was genuinely curious about the method to achieve Super Saiyan transformation. Observing this, Shao Ye's smile broadened as he proclaimed, The process of transforming into a Super Saiyan is remarkably simple. It requires. As Shao Ye was about to reveal the secret, Tianjin Fan and the others tensed. But since Shao Ye had already acknowledged Vegeta, they found themselves at a loss for words, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Although Vegeta remained silent, his ears perked up attentively. One must possess a heart that yearns to protect Earth. The revelation left everyone hanging in suspense. They did not expect Shao Ye to utter such words. Tianjin Fan and the others exhaled in relief, realizing that Shao Ye was merely attempting to placate Bei Jita. Initially skeptical, Bei Jita reflected on Kakarote's innocent demeanor and, upon further contemplation, began to find it plausible. "Are you speaking the truth?" Bei Jita inquired in a low voice, suggesting that he genuinely believed Shao Ye. And that was precisely what Shao Ye desired, as he envisioned Bei Jita becoming a guardian of Earth. Shao Ye earnestly stated, "Indeed, it is the truth. As long as you hold something dear to protect in your heart, you can transform when the opportunity arises. That is how Goku achieved his transformation, and I witnessed it firsthand." His words left the crowd momentarily stunned, yet no one dared to refute him. After all, Shao Ye had fought alongside Goku until the very end on Namek, thus possessing the most authoritative voice in this matter, making disbelief an impossibility. While they conversed, a flat spaceship reminiscent of the Frisia Force descended nearby, and moments later, a horde of raucous extraterrestrial beings emerged from within. Observing the chaotic throng, Klin rubbed his hands together and remarked, "It seems there are no security forces in the universe. These creatures, clearly not benevolent, are allowed to roam freely?" Ignoring Klin's comments, Shao Ye flew directly towards the unruly mob and calmly inquired, "Who are you, and why have you come to Earth?" Upon his words, a robust minotaur-like creature wielding a massive axe stepped forward, arrogantly addressing Shao Ye. "So, you are the strong one of Earth? I have heard tales of two beings who vanquished Frisia's kin. Their names are what were they again?" As the Minotaur scratched his head in confusion, a humanoid alien beside him whispered a reminder. After hearing this, the Minotaur turned to Shao Ye and stated, "Yes, the scion named Kakarote and the Super Earthling." "Shao Ye, where are they?" Upon realizing their purpose for coming, Shao Ye furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "Are you here seeking vengeance for Frisia?" Shao Ye had not anticipated that anyone in the universe would dare seek revenge for Frisia. If such individuals were numerous, it would pose a significant challenge for him and disrupt his training regimen. The Minotaur guffawed as if he had heard an exceptionally amusing jest and retorted, "Ha! Vengeance for Frisia?" The rest of the unruly crowd joined in the uproarious laughter, transforming the scene into a cacophony of chaos, which Shao Ye found quite distasteful. After a lengthy bout of laughter, the Minotaur finally quieted down, addressing Shao Ye with an air of bravado. "Listen well, brat. I am not here to avenge Frisia. Rather, I intend to slay that scion and the Earthlings to demonstrate my might, instilling fear and allegiance in all extraterrestrials." With this revelation, Shao Ye comprehended the motivations behind this unruly assembly's arrival on Earth. They lacked the courage to confront Frisia, but dared to challenge those who had defeated him. While it seemed absurd, their rationale was straightforward. Frisia had power, while Earth was merely a remote, insignificant planet. Regarding the scion, they thought little of him, merely a lost dog. Had he not clung to Frisia, he would have long since been devoured by countless extraterrestrials. Despite understanding their mindset, Shao Ye had no intention of exterminating them. He recognized that such individuals could not be eradicated completely. To quell their audacity, he needed only to instill fear, ensuring no one would dare return. After some contemplation, Shao Ye addressed the Minotaur, "You must have heard of the Earthling who battled Frisia. He was slain by Frisia long before." Upon hearing this, the Minotaur laughed heartily. "Of course, I know that, but what of the scion? Where is he? I wish to slay him." In response, Shao Ye shook his head sadly, regrettably. "You have arrived too late. That scion succumbed to illness a week ago." Upon learning of the scion's demise, the Minotaur was enraged, glaring fiercely at Shao Ye and bellowing, "What? That scion is dead." Shao Ye had anticipated that the news of Goku's death would prompt their departure. After all, their purpose for coming had vanished, and remaining would serve no purpose in demonstrating his authority. However, he had underestimated the brutality of these extraterrestrials, as the Minotaur swung his massive axe towards Shao Ye, exclaiming, "Since you dared to waste my time, I shall quench my wrath with the blood of your Earthlings." Shao Ye deftly evaded the axe's strike and frowned at the Minotaur, stating, "You need not engage me in battle. Even if you were to slay all the Earthlings, it would not fulfill your objective of establishing your reputation." The Minotaur, undeterred by his failed strike, attempted another horizontal sweep with his axe, which Shao Ye again evaded. The Minotaur sneered, "Indeed, slaughtering all the Earthlings may not showcase my strength, but it would bring me joy. My minions, "Go forth and annihilate the Earthlings." Upon receiving the command, the unruly crowd roared and dispersed in all directions. The Earth Warriors, initially believing they would engage in combat with them, were taken aback to discover that their true targets were the innocent civilians. After a brief moment of shock, the warriors unleashed their formidable powers, rushing to intercept the scattering horde. As Shao Ye listened to the Minotaur's words, he finally began to take the situation seriously. Yet, he found it curious that such a horde had never appeared in the anime. In truth, Shao Ye was unaware that this predicament was partially his doing. According to the original narrative, after Goku defeated Frieza, while extraterrestrials sought him out to gain prestige through his name, those seeking the Scion, whose home planet had long been destroyed, were at a loss as to where to locate him. However, with Shao Ye's presence, the situation had drastically changed. He had clearly stated his identity as an Earthling, allowing those extraterrestrials to trace their way to Earth. Returning to the main topic, Shao Ye continuously evaded the attacks of the Minotaur. He had discerned that, despite the formidable power of the creature, its assault techniques were remarkably simplistic, merely wielding its massive axe with little finesse. Nevertheless, Shao Ye did not underestimate it, for he was unaware of its true nature. He could not ascertain whether the Minotaur was feigning ignorance or deliberately setting a trap for him. At this moment, Earth could not afford any room for error. Should Shao Ye sustain injuries, or even perish, the planet would undoubtedly face annihilation at the hands of extraterrestrial invaders. Thus, until he could ascertain the Minotaur's limits, Shao Ye remained resolutely cautious. After countless swings of its axe, the Minotaur, panting heavily, glared at the unperturbed Shao Ye and bellowed in frustration. "You, Earthling, is dodging all you can do in battle? Do you dare to face me in a direct duel?" At this juncture, Shao Ye, who had initially perceived the Minotaur to be a bronze warrior in disguise, was taken aback to realize that it was merely a black iron masquerading as bronze. With no inclination to engage further in combat, Shao Ye unleashed his overwhelming might. The pressure he exerted felt akin to a mountain descending upon the Minotaur, causing its legs to buckle, and it fell to the ground like a shooting star. Shao Ye descended as well, his cold gaze fixated on the terrified Minotaur. Upon meeting Shao Ye's frigid stare, the Minotaur abandoned its earlier bravado and, trembling, prostrated itself, pleading, "Great Earth Warrior, spare me. I vow never to return to Earth." Observing the Minotaur's supplication, Shao Ye had no intention of exterminating it. Instead, he coolly replied, "I might consider sparing you, but you must agree to one condition." Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, the Minotaur rejoiced and thumped its chest, assuring, "As long as you release me, I shall not only fulfill one condition, but 10 or 8 will be no trouble at all." Shao Ye dismissed the creature's flattery and stated, "I require you to proclaim throughout the universe that the Scions residing on Earth have perished, and that the Earthlings have also met their demise on Namek." Realizing it was merely a trivial task, the Minotaur eagerly promised, "Rest assured, I, Go La, will certainly spread the word." With Go La's assurance, Shao Ye permitted him to summon his subordinates. Although many of Go La's followers had been severely diminished and wounded, not a single one dared to voice their grievances. As they retreated in defeat aboard their spacecraft, hastily departing from Earth, the warriors breathed a collective sigh of relief. After the ordeal, the crowd dispersed. However, Shao Ye called for Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, while he wished to respect their choices. With Goku now deceased, and having assumed the mantle of Earth's strongest guardian, he felt compelled to intervene in their decisions, unwilling to witness the loss of more lives. Thus, Shao Ye resolved to take the two with him to the polar training grounds, where he could not only instruct them in martial arts, but also enhance their physical resilience, which was essential for future battles. Chapter 138. Intimidation. Within less than a month of training alongside Dong Jia and Shi Xiang, Earth was once again besieged by a second wave of extraterrestrial visitors. Reluctantly, Shao Ye led his children to confront them, and the Earth's warriors rallied together without a hint of fear. Although the leader of the invaders possessed a combat power exceeding 1 million, he knelt before Shao Ye, pleading for mercy. Once again, Shao Ye magnanimously spared them, conditioned upon their announcement of Earth's formidable protectors. Initially, Shao Ye believed that after 2 displays of intimidation, these extraterrestrials would think twice before returning. However, to his dismay, while those with combat power below several million indeed refrained from coming, a stronger faction arrived, seeking to challenge him. If these extraterrestrials had merely wished to engage in friendly competition, Shao Ye might have entertained the idea of a sparring match. However, They wreaked havoc upon their arrival, some even resorting to the slaughter of innocents to provoke Shao Ye into action. In just over a month, 5 or 6 groups of these cosmic powerhouses had arrived, creating a dire situation for Earth's cities. Fortunately, with Shao AI stationed in Shidu, she managed to stall the chaos until Shao Ye and the other warriors could arrive. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Now, Shao Ye could no longer remain idle. The arrival of these extraterrestrials not only disrupted his training plans, but also posed a safety threat to Bulma and the others. He could not bear to imagine returning to Shidu after a day of training with his children, only to find it reduced to rubble. To prevent such a grim fate, Shao Ye instructed Bulma to construct faster spacecraft to capture the group responsible for the most killings on Earth, compelling them to divulge the location of their home planet before he set off into the cosmos. As Shao Ye embarked on his grand journey into space, many eyes turned towards him, eager to witness his downfall, for the location he sought was known to be a highly advanced planet. While it lacked a tyrant like Frisia, even he sought to maintain amicable relations with such a world. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to sell the planets he conquered. Nevertheless, Shao Ye was indifferent to the nature of this planet. Even aware that the gang he had eliminated consisted of cosmic drifters, he would pursue that technologically advanced world, for he sought to establish his authority in the universe, ensuring that those who dared to invade Earth would come to know his might. As Shao Ye's spacecraft approached the highly developed planet, the laser cannons positioned along its orbital path immediately opened fire on him. A single blast obliterated his ship. Had he not encased himself in his energy to escape, he would have found himself in dire straits. Estimating the power of these orbital cannons, he discerned they possessed the force equivalent to a full-powered strike from a martial artist with several million combat strength. While others might find such weaponry daunting, Shao Ye remained unfazed. He conjured a substantial energy shield to deflect all attacks before soaring towards the planet's core. Upon entering the planet, its inhabitants had already detected Shao Ye's presence. However, after their initial strike had destroyed his vessel, they ceased to regard him as a threat. To their astonishment, Shao Ye emerged unscathed from the explosion, even thriving in the vacuum of space, which filled them with dread. Witnessing the futile attempts of their orbital cannons to harm him, the populace of the planet grew increasingly alarmed, for Shao Ye had breached their defenses, and although he had yet to wreak havoc, they swiftly issued the highest-level danger alert. As Shao Ye infiltrated this high-tech world, he realized he had been deceived by the group that invaded Earth. Yet, he remained unconcerned, for he had retrieved a verdant seed from his attire. With a resounding slap, a chasm several hundred meters long and over 10 meters wide was carved into the ground. Shao, expressionless, cast the seed into the abyss. In less than a minute, a colossal sapling erupted from the depths, rapidly ascending towards the heavens. The immense canopy only ceased its ascent upon reaching the atmosphere, solidifying into a magnificent spiritual tree. Surrounding flora withered as if their life essence had been drained away. Soon, what was once a technologically advanced planet transformed into a desolate wasteland. After harvesting all the fruit from the spiritual tree, Shao obliterated it with great force before departing this barren sphere. Though Shao had ruthlessly rendered a planet lifeless, it instilled fear in the extraterrestrial beings who had previously regarded Earth as a mere trophy. They were unwilling to risk their own worlds facing a similar fate. Thus, from that moment forth, the thought of invading Earth was abandoned. However, while Earth was safe, Shao found himself in dire straits. His spacecraft had been destroyed, leaving him stranded on a primitive planet not far from the desolate one. This predicament was the result of his arduous journey across the cosmos. Otherwise, he would still be on that forsaken planet. In a state of despair, he lamented his inability to construct a spaceship, pondering whether he might need to return to Earth, though he was completely unaware of its direction. As he gazed at the red, lychee-like fruit, he muttered to himself, appearing calm on the surface, yet internally, he was in turmoil. He had departed Earth less than a year before the emergence of the artificial beings and Shalu. The thought of returning too late sent shivers down his spine. He could hardly bear to imagine what fate might have befallen his loved ones, if Bulma had perished. If Shao Ai had met the same fate, or if everyone had perished, he feared he might succumb to madness. Just as Shao was on the verge of despair, a flying saucer swooped overhead and landed nearby. Upon sighting the vessel, Shao sprang to his feet. Despite his ignorance of how to operate such a craft, he was confident that it contained knowledge imparted by his teachers, alleviating his worries. Soon, He witnessed a figure resembling Ultraman, of ordinary stature, descending from the saucer. Ultraman. Shao was perplexed. He was certain he had entered the world of Dragon Ball, yet how could Ultraman exist in this realm? Chapter 139. Almost Too Late, Part 1. In the year following Shao's departure from Earth, the planet enjoyed a period of relative tranquility, with no extraterrestrial invasions disrupting its peace. This led those familiar with Shao to speculate whether the alien's absence was somehow linked to him. While such suspicions lingered, everyone recognized Shao's deep concern for Earth. At Bulma's residence in West City, she idly scrolled through her tablet, her children training outside while experiments in the lab had progressed to magical studies, granting her some leisure time. Although Bulma felt bored, she longed to be with Shao. A year ago, he had suddenly lost contact while venturing into space to intimidate the aliens, leaving her and Shao AI anxious and sleepless for days. To avoid dwelling on Shao's precarious situation, they immersed themselves in research, which effectively occupied their minds. Yet, on this particular day, as Bulma found herself with some free time, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to Shao. She wondered about his current predicament, whether he had encountered misfortune or was trapped somewhere. Every moment of quiet brought forth troubling thoughts. As she dismissed yet another video, she suddenly paused, rewinding to examine a disaster report. In the footage, a female reporter stood before the camera, announcing, at approximately 1 o'clock this morning, Xiongao City was struck by a catastrophic disaster. A sudden, massive explosion devastated a significant portion of the city, resulting in countless casualties. Bulma's attention was drawn not to the unfolding news, but to a man and woman behind the reporter. They were not Dong Jia and Qi Xiang, who were training in a distant polar region. It was inconceivable for them to be near Southern City. What captivated Bulma's attention was the emblem emblazoned on the clothing of the male and female figures, a red ribbon insignia. The memory of the red ribbon was vivid. She recalled the time when she, along with Shao and Wukong, had ventured underwater in search of treasure and had fallen victim to their ambush. It was during that ordeal that Bulma felt closest to death. Had it not been for her exceptional piloting skills, she might have perished from their torpedoes. Now, with the reappearance of the red ribbon, it could only portend trouble. As Bulma continued watching, she discerned something ominous. The man and woman raised their hands toward the camera, and before Bulma could comprehend their gesture, they unleashed a ki blast, resulting in a deafening explosion that startled her, causing her to drop the tablet. After regaining her composure, Bulma picked up the device, now displaying static, and realized the gravity of the situation. She rushed to the laboratory to inform Shao AI. After recounting the entire incident and showing her the video replay, Shao AI's demeanor turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, she activated the protective magical array of West City and instructed Bulma to prepare for the construction of a secret refuge. Though Shao AI had initiated the magical barrier, she understood that it could only provide temporary protection against their adversaries. Prolonged resistance would be futile. With Shao absent from Earth, their efforts would ultimately be in vain. Thus, Shao AI insisted on the necessity of a secret sanctuary, aware that it could not safeguard every resident of West City. Recognizing the urgency of the matter, Bulma promptly set to work. She also contacted Master Roshi and others. Despite her uncertainty about the emergence of villains on Earth, she felt it imperative to notify them. After ending the call, Master Roshi was left perplexed. Villains on Earth? He sensed no ominous presence. Could it merely be a few petty thieves? Although he was baffled by Bulma's alarm, he decided to inform his disciples. After making several calls, Master Roshi sighed, lamenting the loss of his two most talented disciples. Pondering whether he had indeed failed as a mentor, perhaps he should consider taking on Chi-Chi's son as a pupil. Just days ago, the boy had sought him out. But Master Roshi had hesitated, suggesting he train independently or seek guidance from Piccolo. While the boy had departed, Master Roshi found himself engulfed in confusion. He wondered if Shao had perceived his shortcomings, which had deterred him from becoming his disciple. Shaking his head, he rose and ambled towards the television, revealing a rather comical expression. In a major city near Southern City, the scene had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Once majestic skyscrapers now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, while countless souls cried out in despair amidst the wreckage. The instigators of this entire affair turned out to be a fair-haired maiden of striking beauty and a dark-haired youth of delicate features. At that moment, they were riding a carousel in a dilapidated amusement park, yet not a trace of joy graced their faces. After a brief stint on the carousel, the golden-haired girl, finding it lacking in excitement, declared, "This is dull. It would be far more entertaining to lay waste to a city." The ebony-haired boy, having seen his sister's disinterest, also dismounted and inquired, "Sister, the nearest city to here is Nandu. Shall we proceed there to wreak havoc?" It became evident that they were siblings, possessing a formidable power whose origins remained a mystery. Rather than defending the earth, their thoughts leaned towards destruction. Upon hearing her brother's words, the golden-haired girl waved her finger dismissively, stating, "No rush. We shall leave the grand city for last. Once all the inhabitants of the smaller towns have migrated to the larger city, that will be when the true spectacle commences." The dark-haired boy nodded in understanding, his approval evident as he complimented his sister's cleverness. After conferring on the location of their next destination, the duo departed. Shortly thereafter, the likes of Bai Ku, Kalin, Tianjin Fan, Jiao Zi, Beiji Ta, and Yamu Cha arrived at the scene. As they beheld the city reduced to ruins, each was struck with profound astonishment. They had sensed no presence of an adversary, so why had the city been ravaged? Might we be facing a monster? Kalin stammered, gazing apprehensively at the debris below.